After traversing an alternate realm for 3 years, Lin Feng ascended to the position of the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect. Ding! It has come to our attention that the host, as a proud descendant of Yan and Huang, has achieved nothing since his crossing, rendering him utterly ineffectual. The system was incensed. Ding! Resource enhancement and upgrades initiated. Ding! The host's sect has acquired the unparalleled main peak, the inverted heaven peak, along with 108 auxiliary peaks. Ding! The host's sect has obtained a golden dragon of fortune and a divine-level martial art. Unbeknownst to him, the Divine Sword Sect had become renowned across the land, reaching the pinnacle of greatness. Lin Feng sighed, "Alas, I truly have not exerted myself, however, the system is simply too formidable." In the realm of Shenzhou, at Piaomiao Peak in Pingzhou, a young man clad in a form-fitting white robe stood before a tomb. "My master, I understand that your aspirations remain unfulfilled, and you are deeply concerned for our junior sister. But, rest assured, I shall carry forth the legacy of the Divine Sword Sect and retrieve our junior sister in due time." The young man, Lin Feng, was just shy of 18 years old and was a traveler from another world. In this realm, martial prowess was esteemed, and the strong were revered. The powerful possessed the ability to move mountains and shake the earth, while the weak were akin to ants, devoid of any voice and at risk of losing their lives at any moment. As a traveler, Lin Feng's fortune could be deemed both splendid and dismal. The misfortune lay in the fact that 3 years had elapsed without any benefits, no system, no awakening was entirely disconnected from such privileges. Conversely, his good fortune was evident in his elevation to the position of the sect master's direct disciple in the Divine Sword Sect, ensuring his survival and comfort. Yet, despite its illustrious name, the Divine Sword Sect was in a state of decline, a modest sect in reality. The entire sect comprised only Lin Feng, his master, and an unseen junior sister. With the passing of his master, Lin Feng found himself alone, inheriting the title of sect master and becoming a solitary figure. The dilapidated state of the sect was evident, with crumbling walls and a gate in disrepair. It resembled a desolate temple rather than a dignified martial sect. "Alas, master, what can I say? You ventured forth to seek rare treasures for me to advance my cultivation, and I understood your intentions. But how could you allow such trivial matters to lead to conflict with the Iron Sword Sect, risking your life in the process?" Lin Feng wore a smile, yet tears glimmered in his eyes. "Master, I vow to avenge you. The Iron Sword Sect took your life. I shall one day eradicate their entire lineage." He clenched his fists, determination and fury manifesting on his face. For 3 years, they had relied on each other. Without his master's shelter, Lin Feng would likely have perished long ago. Thus, in Lin Feng's heart, his master was akin to family. Now, with the only remaining kin taken from him, how could Lin Feng not feel wrath? He committed this grievance to memory, promising that one day he would confront his enemies. Before Lin Feng lay 3 monumental tasks. 1. To revitalize the Divine Sword Sect and ensure its renown in the Shenzhou realm. 2. To avenge his master against the Iron Sword Sect. 3. To locate and protect his junior sister when circumstances permit. However, any of these endeavors seemed insurmountable for Lin Feng at this moment. Alone, he lacked connections, resources, and strength. How could he possibly bolster the Divine Sword Sect? And how could he even begin to think of achieving greatness, let alone fame across Shenzhou? As for revenge, it felt like mere empty words. Lin Feng's prowess was limited to the initial stages of martial cultivation, merely a novice in the refinement body realm. In the city of Yicheng, the martial realms were distinctly categorized, ranging from low to high: primary refinement, intermediate qi cultivation, advanced spirit refinement, and the pinnacle fusion. The primary refinement was further divided into 4 stages: skin refinement, bone forging, muscle tempering, and dual cultivation. The intermediate qi cultivation spanned 5 stages: qi gathering, qi transformation, qi mastery, and form transformation. Above these realms, Lin Feng had only heard of legendary figures capable of uprooting mountains with a mere kick, beings of divine power with unparalleled combat strength. The Iron Sword Sect was a formidable faction within a 1,000-mile radius, boasting countless elite disciples and powerful warriors, including peak intermediate qi cultivators. With Lin Feng's current strength at the primary refinement stage, seeking vengeance against the Iron Sword Sect would be akin to throwing stones against a mountain. Furthermore, given the Iron Sword Sect's disposition, it would not be long before they dispatched powerful figures to eliminate the Divine Sword Sect entirely. Upon contemplating this, Lin Feng felt overwhelmed. Did he wish to avenge his master and strengthen the Divine Sword Sect? Absolutely. He yearned to storm the Iron Sword Sect, to smite his foes and compel them to kneel, ensuring the Divine Sword Sect's glorious resurgence. Yet, he knew his limitations. Even a single disciple from the Iron Sword Sect would be beyond his reach should they come to confront him. He could very well lose his life. What then should he do? Flee? In this unfamiliar land, where could he run? Could he evade the Iron Sword Sect's watchful eyes? Or should he remain, waiting for the Iron Sword Sect's warriors to extinguish his life? Ding. Target host locked. Activating the inverted heaven mortal system. System activation complete. Binding successful. Amidst his swirling thoughts, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes brightened with excitement. Since arriving in the Shenzhou realm, he had awaited the system's arrival for 3 long years, a longing akin to waiting for the stars to align. Heaven had finally shown him mercy. Ding! It has come to our attention that the host, as a proud descendant of Yan and Huang, has achieved nothing since his crossing, rendering him utterly ineffectual, a lamentable figure, and the system is furious. Thus, it has resolved to demonstrate the might of the Yan and Huang lineage by automatically upgrading everything related to the host. Ding! Living conditions upgrade initiated, resource enhancement commencing. Congratulations, host. Your sect has acquired the inverted heaven peak as its main peak, along with 36 heavenly gang peaks and 72 earthly fiend peaks. Congratulations, host. Your sect has obtained a mysterious and majestic hall. Congratulations, host. Your sect has acquired a complete mountain gate. Congratulations, host. Your sect has gained a celestial bridge. Congratulations, host. Your sect has obtained the refining and alchemy peaks. Congratulations, host. Your sect has received a transmission tower. Congratulations, host. Your sect has gained a celestial herb garden. Congratulations, host. Your sect has acquired a beast sanctuary. A cascade of announcements left Lin Feng utterly astounded. What in the world? The inverted heaven mortal system? It could upgrade itself? And everything related to the host? By the heavens, this system was indeed extraordinary, making a resounding impact. As if a storm had swept through, the earth quaked and thunder roared in the background. In an instant, the Divine Sword Sect was enveloped in a dazzling array of 9-colored light. The scene before him resembled a mythic tale. Mountains rose from the earth, palaces descended from the heavens, and auspicious energies manifested from thin air. Especially the main peak, soaring toward the heavens, akin to an unparalleled divine weapon overseeing all, inspiring reverence. On the summit, a palace flickered in and out of view, shrouded in ethereal mist, resembling a celestial abode. Surrounding the main peak were 108 majestic auxiliary peaks, arranged according to the positions of the 36 heavenly gang stars and 72 earthly fiend stars, exuding profound mystery. The refining and alchemy peaks, the beast sanctuary, the celestial herb garden, and the transmission tower were also harmoniously situated. Between the main peak and its auxiliaries lay an arched bridge of white jade, one end piercing the clouds while the other descended to the ground, a spectacle of grandeur unseen before. The once run-down mountain gate was now revitalized, with white jade pillars flanking either side, and 2 imposing jade guardian beasts standing sentinel, exuding an air of dominance. Notably, the 3 characters Divine Sword Sect on the plaque above emanated a sword intent of astonishing magnitude, capable of enlightening any sword cultivator who beheld it. The entire Divine Sword Sect had undergone a metamorphosis, its previous desolation replaced by a realm of celestial beauty. As time passed, the ethereal aura enveloping the smaller structures gradually revealed their true forms. Each edifice was adorned with intricate laws of the Tao, and those who comprehended even a fraction would experience a profound elevation in their martial mindset. In the span of less than 15 minutes, the once despondent Divine Sword Sect transformed into a paradise for cultivators. Even the skies bore witness to miraculous phenomena, with ethereal beasts appearing as if to celebrate the rebirth of the Divine Sword Sect. It is no exaggeration to assert that, given its current scale, the Divine Sword Sect could rival some of the greatest sects in existence. Wow, the system is simply magnificent. As Lin Feng beheld the transformed Divine Sword Sect, he couldn't help but marvel anew. With the inverted heaven mortal system, elevating the sect to greatness would be a mere trifle, and seeking vengeance would be a delightful endeavor. Iron Sword Sect, soon enough, I shall compel you to kneel and call me fathered T that moment. A map of the Divine Sword Sect's layout suddenly materialized in his mind, presenting various edifices of the sect as if they were three-dimensional holograms. To Lin Feng's astonishment, these structures could be adjusted according to his will. Overcome with delight, he promptly made some subtle modifications to better suit his preferences. Ding! The upgrades to the buildings within the host sect have been completed. Ding! The system senses that the luck of the host sect's main peak is on the verge of depletion. Causing discomfort thus, it voluntarily offers a golden dragon of fortune. Ding! Observing that the host's sect gate lacks grandeur, the system feels a loss of dignity and proactively presents a protective formation for the sect and a guardian monument. Ding! The system perceives that the host's strength is at the fourth stage of dual cultivation, which is woefully inadequate and unbecoming of a descendant of the Yan and Huang. Therefore, it willingly provides the templates for disciples of the chaotic Dao Body and Overlord Body, along with a one-time peak attack at the Golden Core stage, and the cultivation technique Qian Divine Art, as well as the Art of Heavenly Secrets. Chapter 2. The system is remarkable. This system is indeed impressive. Not only does it elevate one's status, but it also displays a remarkable understanding of the host's needs, considering every aspect for their benefit. It automatically upgrades everything for the host, as a matter of conscience. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, he felt a sudden awareness and lifted his gaze to the sky. Boom! Suddenly, radiant clouds of 7 hues appeared in the sky, and a magnificent golden dragon with 7 claws soared through the clouds. It exuded an unmatched dominance, its dragon might overwhelming. The golden dragon, with eyes as large as small mountains, gazed down upon all beings with a tremendous aura, its body radiating an extraordinarily bright golden light, casting an aura of terror over the entire Meow Peak. Around the dragon, the very fabric of space visibly twisted and ruptured, as if this realm could hardly bear its pressure. Indeed, it was the auspicious golden dragon bestowed by the system. What is fortune? It embodies destiny and luck. For a sect, fortune is of paramount importance. Its rise and fall hinges on it. Throughout the realm of Shenzhou, regardless of the size of the sect, they seek treasures to stabilize their fortune, aspiring for longevity and prosperity, passing down their legacy through generations. This signifies the essence of a sect. Now, with this 7-clawed auspicious golden dragon, the Sword God sect shall flourish, ensuring boundless opportunities for its members, and their martial paths shall be unobstructed. Consequently, the sect shall rise to prominence. The auspicious golden dragon circled above Meow Peak. Its eyes, filled with a regal authority, seemed to survey its new territory. Soon, its gaze fell upon Lin Feng, and its previously intimidating demeanor softened, revealing a hint of warmth. Lin Feng nodded with a gentle smile, raising his hand in a gesture of encouragement. In that moment, he felt a profound connection with the auspicious golden dragon. The dragon, seemingly sensing this bond, let out a low hum and coiled around Meow Peak, gradually becoming ethereal before merging into the summit, secretly stabilizing the fortunes of the Sword God sect. Moments later, Lin Feng opened the system interface, displaying the distribution map of the sect's buildings. He clearly observed the side of the mountain gate, marked with the protective array and the guardian monument. Before long, he stood at the mountain gate, gazing at the upgraded entrance. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and silently intoned, "Activate the protective array and the guardian monument." As his words took effect, a mysterious and formidable invisible energy suddenly manifested around the mountain gate. This energy spread rapidly throughout the Sword God sect. Soon, the main peak responded, and the side peaks resonated, sending pillars of light soaring into the heavens. Moments later, the extraordinary phenomena faded. Yet an immense energy barrier emerged within the entire Sword God sect, visible only to him. This was the protective array. With the reinforcement of the protective array, the Sword God sect transformed dramatically. From afar, it appeared enveloped in a misty aura, barely discernible, reminiscent of a celestial palace. This formation, known as the Heavenly Gang Earthly Fiend Star Array, was not only a defensive formation, but also an offensive one, capable of countless transformations and adjustments, wielding an unfathomable power. It was a truly versatile array. Should any martial artist dare to intrude upon the Sword God sect, they would undoubtedly meet their demise at the hands of this array. As the protective array was completed, a stone tablet descended from the heavens, crashing down 3 zhang away from the mountain gate, embedding itself firmly in the ground. The tablet, dark as ink and unremarkable, would, upon closer inspection, instill a sense of terror. Only Lin Feng understood that this was no ordinary stone tablet, but a genuine divine monument, possessing boundless mysteries. It complemented the protective array, capable of annihilating invaders, while also detecting the innate talents and moral inclinations of the sect's disciples. Indeed, Lin Feng was thoroughly pleased as he surveyed the protective array and the guardian monument, nodding approvingly. He then returned to the main Peak's Yan and Huang hall, unable to contain himself any longer, bursting into hearty laughter. This system, renowned as the reversal system for mortals, truly lived up to its name. It was astonishing. Not only did it defy the heavens, but it also understood the host's desires so well, presenting such a plethora of gifts to the owner. The Chaos Dao Body Disciple template grants the user the most formidable roots, the most potent bloodline, an unmatched physical form, an extraordinary dantian, unparalleled comprehension, and supreme cultivation talent. The Overlord Body Disciple template, when wielded by one of great determination, allows them to enter the path through sheer strength, achieving sanctity in their physical form. With limitless possibilities in martial success, undoubtedly, the Chaos Dao Body is unique, exceptional in every regard, and exceedingly rare. Thus, Lin Feng resolved to select the Chaos Dao Body, reserving the Overlord Body template for the future, to pass on when he encountered a suitable disciple. As soon as this thought settled in his mind, a shimmering orb of black and white light materialized, swiftly darting into his brow, instantly dispersing into countless specks that merged into his limbs and cells. Boom! A terrifying and overwhelming aura emanated from Lin Feng, rippling outward in a shockwave. Visibly, the space around him distorted, and the flora and fauna disintegrated into dust. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as though his entire being had been ignited, an intense inferno scorching every part of him. He sensed his bones melting, his blood boiling, and his cells evaporating. In an instant, he then felt his body encased in eternal ice, with waves of cold surging like photon ice blades, exploding within him, rendering him unable to utter a single cry. Fire and ice clashed incessantly, transforming Lin Feng's body into a battleground. The itch, the indescribable itch, the pain, a suffering never before experienced. The Chaos Dao Body was vigorously reconstructing his sinews and bloodlines. If a martial artist were present to witness, they would observe that Lin Feng's body was half obsidian black and half crystalline clear, enveloped in black and white luminescence, with his vitality surging dramatically. A faint hint of chaotic energy flickering in and out of visibility. Fortunately, this torturous process of fusion did not endure long before completing. The Chaos Dao Body was fully integrated. Ecstasy. Though the process was agonizing, Lin Feng could not help but exclaim in sheer delight. His meridians, vitality, roots, talents, and comprehension all had reached their zenith. At that moment, Lin Feng could distinctly feel an infinite power coursing through him, his vitality rising like the sun, his body akin to a slumbering, chaotic beast. Moreover, his martial realm had surged from the first stage of body refinement directly to the 4th stage of harmonious cultivation. He was but a step away from entering the 5th stage of Qi gathering, becoming an intermediate Qi refinement martial artist. Thus, he truly felt exhilarated. Now, he had yet to utilize the peak attack of the Golden Core realm, the Qinquan divine art, and the heavenly mechanism technique. Possessing the peak attack of the Golden Core realm, he now held a trump card. In this moment, confidence radiated from Lin Feng's face. A peak Golden Core expert, within the entire city, stood as a top-tier existence. Even if a powerful figure from the Iron Sword Sect were to descend upon the Sword God Sect, they would undoubtedly kneel and call him father under the force of a peak Golden Core strike. Lin Feng chuckled knowingly, then shifted his gaze to the remaining 2 techniques. The Qinquan divine art, an immortal-grade technique, stands as the foremost chaos technique, its power inscrutable. Practitioners of this art become invincible among their peers, capable of defeating foes beyond their rank. The heavenly mechanism technique, on the other hand, allows one to perceive the secrets of the heavens and glimpse the fortunes of martial artists, with myriad applications. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, these were 2 exceptional techniques. With that, He seated himself cross-legged, fully immersing his mind in the cultivation of these two arts. Although the heavenly mechanism technique is versatile, it is also straightforward and easy to grasp, allowing Lin Feng to advance through it without difficulty. Before long, he had cultivated it to perfection. Subsequently, he devoted all his focus to the Qiankuan divine art. The thought of being invincible among his peers and capable of defeating those beyond his rank ignited a fervor within him. As time passed, the aura surrounding him grew increasingly formidable, and his martial arts realm ascended steadily, like sesame blossoms. He reached the pinnacle of the 4th stage of dual cultivation, the 5th stage of qi gathering, the 6th stage of qi transformation, the 7th stage of qi mastery. Soon, Lin Feng's martial arts realm astonishingly elevated to the 7th stage of qi mastery, establishing him as an intermediate qi refinement practitioner. Meanwhile, outside the Divine Sword Sect, a tall, sturdy youth with resolute eyes and simple attire appeared at the foot of the misty peak. My talent is mediocre, my bone structure ordinary, and my aptitude unremarkable, leading to my disdain and rejection by all sects. Although the Divine Sword Sect has fallen into decline, it is still a martial arts sect. I must become a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect. This is my last opportunity to enter a sect. Yi Jingyun gazed at the misty peak, his fists clenched tightly, his expression as hard as stone. Chapter 3. The first disciple of the Divine Sword Sect. Before long, Yi Jingyun stood at the entrance of the Divine Sword Sect. Upon seeing the mountain gate before him, he was utterly astonished. This mountain gate is overwhelmingly grand, showing no signs of decline whatsoever, especially the invisible pressure emanating from the gate, which nearly suffocated him, igniting an impulse within him to prostrate in reverence. He instinctively looked up, only to find the entire Divine Sword Sect shrouded in a misty aura, exuding an extraordinary spiritual energy. Yi Jingyun couldn't help but exclaim, "What a celestial abode! Wait, that is not right." His brows furrowed deeply. It was said that the Divine Sword Sect had completely fallen, filled with ruins and dilapidation. But why does just this mountain gate appear so majestic, radiating an aura that compels worship? Confounded yet deeply shaken, Yi Jingyun reflected on the many grand sects he had visited over the years, having seen numerous mountain gates. However, compared to the one before him, those gates were mere shabby entrances. There was simply no comparison. Yi Jingyun murmured, "It seems that rumors are indeed unreliable. Seeing is believing. Is this not absurd? The Divine Sword Sect is far from fallen sect. It is clearly a magnificent sect akin to a fairyland. Misleading rumors abound." At this moment, Yi Jingyun's desire to join the Divine Sword Sect intensified. Without hesitation, he stepped through the mountain gate. What is happening? Wait, could this be the formidable protective formation that only a super sect possesses? The moment Yi Jingyun stepped through the gate, he felt a distortion in space, and all the scenery he had seen vanished in an instant, replaced by an array of bizarre phenomena. Torrential rains, sword storms, ferocious beasts, surging currents, raging winds, and even dancing beauties, all alluring treasures awaited him, along with the martial arts techniques he yearned for. Inside the Divine Sword Sect, in the Xianwang Hall, Lin Feng slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, retracting his aura as he opened his eyes, the black and white light within flickering briefly before he stood up. The Qiankuan divine art is indeed an immortal grade technique, truly powerful and extraordinary. In less than half an hour, I was able to break through directly from the 4th stage of Qi mastery to the pinnacle of the 7th stage. Upon sensing the vast energy stored within his dantian, he couldn't help but marvel. If I continue cultivating at this pace, it won't be long before I become a formidable force, and the revival of the sect will be within reach. Ding. System-friendly reminder. Although the Qiankuan divine art is the foremost technique of chaos, the host must not act recklessly. Remember, the sun cannot shine alone. Lin Feng paused, about to inquire further, when he suddenly sensed something. He opened the Divine Sword Sect's map within the system. On the map, at the sect's entrance, there was a tall youth in simple clothing, now caught within the protective formation. The youth's features twisted grotesquely, his complexion shifting, displaying intense struggle, beads of sweat cascading down from his cheeks to his neck. It was as if he were enduring some dreadful torment. Interesting, the sect has just completed its system upgrade, and already someone seeks to join the Divine Sword Sect? Lin Feng smiled, watching the youth in the protective formation with great interest. This person is none other than the newly arrived Yi Jingyun. Within the protective formation, Yi Jingyun was desperately holding on. He rejected the alluring beauties. For while they were indeed captivating, they would hinder his speed of attack and sap his formidable physique. He turned down the jealous treasures, the easily obtainable power, and the coveted opportunities that did not belong to him. He braved the storms and lightning, traversed through sword showers and rain. Indeed, this youth possesses a martial heart as solid as rock and immense determination. In the Xianwang Hall, Lin Feng nodded in approval. He understood the terror of the protective formation better than anyone, especially such an illusionary array. Even a martial artist entering it would likely become ensnared. This youth, merely an ordinary person without any prior cultivation, could withstand the illusion for so long, showcasing an exceptional resilience of character. Now, the Divine Sword Sect has only me. I urgently need to recruit disciples. Your arrival here, right after the sect's upgrade, indicates a certain fate. Let me first assess your aptitude to see if you are worthy of becoming a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect. With that, Lin Feng activated the heavenly mechanism technique. Soon, information appeared before him. Name, Yi Jingyun. Age, 17. Realm, mortal. Constitution, none. Fortune, 17,000. Loyalty, 30. The wonder of the heavenly mechanism technique lies not only in revealing one's basic information, but also in discerning one's fortune. At this moment, he could clearly see a swirling aura above Yi Jingyun's head, the value astonishingly exceeding the ordinary at 17,000. This swirling aura represents fortune. Thus, although Yi Jingyun is an ordinary mortal with mediocre roots and no remarkable constitution, he is indeed a person of great fortune, a true child of destiny, an existence akin to protagonists in novels, starting off inconspicuous, even inferior to many ordinary individuals, neglected by family. Yet, as long as he does not give up, relying on his own efforts and steadfast martial heart in the later stages, he will undoubtedly activate his great fortune, attracting various serendipities along the martial path and shining brightly in the world of martial arts. Silent until now, he will astonish the world. A smile of surprise appeared on Lin Feng's face. A disciple of the underdog's rise. Excellent indeed. He had not anticipated that a casual entrant to the Divine Sword Sect would turn out to be such a rare child of destiny. He grinned, declaring that this disciple would be taken under his wing. He silently mused. The golden dragon of fortune truly lives up to its name. It has only just descended upon the Divine Sword Sect and already attracted such a child of destiny. Impressive. Moments later, he vanished from the Xianwang Hall. Inside the protective formation, Yi Jingyun was straining against the overwhelming pressure released by the formation. His eyes were tightly shut, his face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, his legs trembling into a bow shape, his entire body quivering slightly, and his limbs creaked under the strain. The terrifying pressure bore down upon him like a mountain, threatening to crush him into dust. Just as he felt he could no longer hold himself up, he suddenly sensed a lightness in his body, the dreadful pressure receding like a tide. He felt weak and unsteady, stumbling back 3 steps, nearly falling to the ground. Huff, huff. He gasped heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow, and slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, he was taken aback, rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not hallucinating. Before him stood a man with an ethereal and otherworldly demeanor. He donned a pristine white robe that fluttered in the absence of wind, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Upon regaining his composure, Yi Jingyun was overwhelmed with joy, proclaiming, "Disciple Yi Jingyun pays homage to the celestial master." With that, he fell to his knees with a thud, beseeching, "Celestial master, I wish to become a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect. I implore your benevolence to accept me into the sect." His expression radiated profound sincerity. The sights and sounds of this day had utterly astounded him. From the majestic mountain gate to the formidable protective array, the impressions left on Yi Jingyun were indelible. In his heart, the previous sects were mere dilapidated shrines, while only the Divine Sword Sect represented a true grand sect, brimming with infinite possibilities. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity at all costs. "Rise," Lin Feng said with a slight nod, raising his hand. "I accept you. From this moment, you are a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect." albeit merely a servant disciple for now. However, should your strength improve in the future, you will certainly have the chance to become an outer disciple, or even an elite inner disciple. Thank you, Celestial Master. Thank you, Yi Jingyun exclaimed, brimming with excitement. May I know your esteemed name? I shall forever remember it. Lin Feng replied, I am Lin Feng, the sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect. Disciple Yi Jingyun pays respect to the sect leader. Upon hearing this, Yi Jingyun shivered, his demeanor instantly transforming into one of utmost reverence. Thank you for granting me this opportunity, sect leader. I vow not to disappoint your kindness. Heaven had shown mercy. He had finally achieved his long-desired entrance into a sect, and it was none other than the remarkable Divine Sword Sect. At this moment, Lin Feng observed Yi Jingyun's loyalty rapidly escalating to 90. The system interface reflected Yi Jingyun's name under the servant disciple category. Ding. The system has acknowledged the host's acceptance of a disciple, and, sensing the host's ambition, is pleased to present this sect disciple enhancement gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a servant disciple's living quarters and training grounds. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the divine level body refinement technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the martial skill Fierce Barbarian Fist. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine level spiritual vein. Chapter 4. Activation of the divine level spiritual vein. The system truly knows how to please me. Lin Feng was quite satisfied upon seeing a plethora of treasures within the virtual space. Humanity often encounters unpredictable surprises. He cast a casual glance at Yi Jingyun, reflecting on the contrast. This individual was robust and stout, akin to a black iron tower, with mediocre roots and talent, devoid of any remarkable qualities. Yet, fate is curious. When one door closes, another opens, and this man was certainly favored by fortune. Even if Yi Jingyun had failed to enter the Divine Sword Sect today, he would eventually encounter great opportunities through hard work, destined to astonish the world in due time. Lin Feng nodded slightly, his expression turning serious. Yi Jingyun, since you have joined my Divine Sword Sect, I shall bestow upon you a great fortune. With a flourish of his sleeve and a snap of his fingers, a golden light enveloped Yi Jingyun, visibly merging with his body. Boom! An incomprehensibly intense aura erupted from Yi Jingyun, a tempest swirling around him. Simultaneously, radiant clouds appeared out of thin air, encircling him like a deity of war. At that moment, Yi Jingyun felt a torrent of energy surging into him like a flood breaking through a dam, overwhelming his limbs and bones. His meridians stretched painfully, cells ruptured, and his bones were ruthlessly ravaged. The excruciating pain caused his vision to blur. His body trembled uncontrollably, veins bulging, and cold sweat poured down like rain. The aura emanating from him grew increasingly formidable. After half an hour, this agonizing ordeal came to an end. Yi Jingyun exhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. In this moment, he distinctly sensed the monumental transformation within himself. His roots, bloodlines, physique, and talent had all reached an extraordinary level. The sect leader's mere gesture could turn a useless individual into a genius. Such was the power of a divine being. It was evident how formidable the sect leader truly was. The fortune of joining the Divine Sword Sect was beyond his wildest dreams, and amid his shock and joy, gratitude for Lin Feng surged within him. Without Lin Feng, he would have remained a despised waste in the eyes of all sects. Thud! Without hesitation, he knelt before Lin Feng, deeply bowing in reverence. Thank you for your grace, sect leader. I vow before heaven that from this moment forth, I shall heed your every command. Should I violate this oath, may heaven and earth conspire against me. Though the words were somewhat cliché, Lin Feng sensed the sincerity and the intensity of his astonishment and excitement. Simultaneously, he recognized that Yi Jingyun had come to regard him as an extraordinary figure. Imagine, if others from various sects witnessed Lin Feng effortlessly transforming an ordinary person into an unparalleled prodigy, they would be utterly dumbfounded. It is well known that while roots and bloodlines can be altered through rare treasures, talent is predetermined by fate and immutable. Before him, an ordinary individual had been irrevocably transformed. Was this not a fanciful dream? Moreover, should this news reach the outside world, countless super sects would undoubtedly flock to him. the entire cultivation realm would be set ablaze with excitement. Of course, Yi Jingyun's meteoric rise was due to the Overlord Body disciple template. The system consistently delivered exceptional quality. Lin Feng nodded inwardly. Then, a flash of brilliance flickered in his eyes as he activated a divination technique, gaining insight into Yi Jingyun's situation. Loyalty has risen to 95. Excellent. This fortunate disciple, already blessed with good fortune, now possessed the Overlord Body. The transformation from waste to prodigy was truly promising. After a moment of thought, Lin Feng flicked his fingers again. Today I am in a good mood, so I shall impart to you 2 top-tier techniques, 1 divine-level body refinement technique and 1 divine-level martial skill. These are tailored for you and must not be shared with others, nor should you be lazy. No sooner had he spoken than 2 beams of golden light entered Yi Jingyun's forehead. He shuddered uncontrollably. In that instant, a torrent of unfamiliar information exploded in his mind. This information contained the profound mysteries of the divine-level body refinement and fierce barbarian fist. With a mere thought, he could sense the formidable nature of these techniques. However, when he instinctively attempted to articulate or write them down, he found himself utterly unable, as if obstructed by an invisible, intangible force. In his astonishment, he immediately concluded that this was undoubtedly the sect leader's mystical power. The sect leader was indeed extraordinary, possessing unfathomable abilities. Lin Feng smiled faintly, confident in the system's quality. He had no desire for such exceptional techniques to circulate among other sections. Should someone ever use them against him, although he would not fear them, he could not afford to lose face. Thus, with this method in place, even if a disciple were captured, the techniques would remain secure. Disciple expresses profound gratitude for the sect leader's great kindness. The sect leader bestows upon me the Overlord Body and grants me supreme techniques, allowing me to transform like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, a grace akin to that of a reborn parent. I have no means to repay this. I shall dedicate my life to diligent study, to honor the sect leader's cultivation. And I vow to safeguard the interests of the sect, willing to shed the last drop of blood for you. Tears welled in Yi Jingyun's eyes as he gazed at Lin Feng, his body trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, his loyalty soared to a remarkable 100. Lin Feng nodded slightly, instructing, within the sect, there are designated living quarters and training grounds for servant disciples. Find them and settle in. I hope you focus on your cultivation and strive to advance to an outer disciple as soon as possible. Surprises await you. With those words, Lin Feng's figure gradually faded, carried away by a gentle breeze, leaving no trace behind. Yi Jingyun, however, gazed at the peak of the Divine Sword Sect, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Until he felt a numbness in his knees, he rose to seek out the living room. At the Sword God Sect, on the inverted heaven peak, within the sect master's secluded training chamber, Lin Feng observed Yi Jingyun's demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. As a so-called waste, Yi Jingyun possessed an enviable fortune, and his sincere and unpretentious nature was truly rare. He was destined to shine brightly on the path of martial arts. After a brief moment, Lin Feng cleared his mind, accessing the virtual space of the system. With the recent influx of disciples into the sect, it was time to put the divine spiritual vein to good use. Focusing his thoughts, he issued the command to the system, activate the divine spiritual vein. As his words fell, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths below. In that instant, the ground shook violently, and a tempest arose, shrouding the entire Sword God Sect in ominous clouds. The rumbling from beneath was relentless. The next moment, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the sky, with myriad rays of light bursting forth and the ethereal silhouettes of sacred beasts converging from all directions. At that very moment, a celestial river descended from the heavens, more magnificent than the fabled cascades of 3,000 feet. Dense spiritual energy enveloped the Sword God Sect, with the concentration of spiritual essence increasing the closer one approached the main peak, where it had almost reached a liquid state. At that juncture, the hidden auspicious golden dragon residing on the inverted heaven peak sensed the transformation of spiritual energy and could not help but emit a contented low growl. Thus, the entire Sword God Sect awakened, and spiritual intelligence blossomed. Chapter 5. The system delivers 3 celestial artifacts once the celestial phenomenon dissipated. Lin Feng inhaled deeply. the rich spiritual energy invigorating him. He nodded in satisfaction. With the enhancement of the divine spiritual vein, the disciples of the sect would surely cultivate with unprecedented speed, akin to a tiger gaining wings. Soon, Lin Feng focused his mind and entered a state of cultivation. In this world where strength reigned supreme, his current cultivation at the 7th level of chi manipulation was far from sufficient. The foremost priority was to elevate his own power. Despite possessing numerous hidden cards, one must still rely on their own strength, for when the time came, personal prowess would be paramount. Otherwise, should the secrets of this place be leaked, it could attract formidable old monsters from the outside world, leading to dire consequences. Outside the main peak, after much wandering, Yi Jingyun finally located the living quarters for the miscellaneous disciples. As he stepped out, he suddenly felt a substantial increase in the spiritual energy in the air. In just a single breath, he felt refreshed. Instinctively looking around, he discovered a visible mist of spiritual energy enveloping the Sword God sect, elevated several levels compared to before. Was this the sect master's miraculous ability? How astonishing! Yi Jingyun could not contain his awe, his typically stern visage now filled with admiration and reverence. In that moment, he silently vowed to diligently cultivate and grow strong, so as not to disappoint the sect master's painstaking efforts. His determination solidified. He gritted his teeth and strode purposefully toward the training grounds. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Yi Jingyun assumed a stance and began to practice the techniques that filled his mind. To an observer, his posture might seem awkward and his strikes lack power, moving with an excruciating slowness akin to an elderly man practicing Tai Chi. Yet, Yi Jingyun was wholly absorbed, repeating his punches with an increasingly resolute expression, as if enchanted by the technique. This seemingly mundane technique was none other than the Wild God Fist. Unlike ordinary martial arts, the practice of this technique did not initially emphasize speed or strength, but rather the understanding of its essence, which made the early stages slow and seemingly ineffective. However, once one grasped the essence, the cultivation speed would skyrocket, unleashing power commensurate with their level. The strength of the God Fist was not a hollow title. Its ferocity was evident. Yet to master this technique required relentless perseverance, repeatedly delving into its intricacies. Fortunately, Yi Jingyun was tenacious and favored by fortune, making this technique particularly fitting for him. Most others would have likely given up after a few attempts. As his practice continued, the awkwardness of Yi Jingyun's posture began to reveal subtle profundities, and the aura he radiated grew increasingly sharp. With a unique rhythm to his breathing, the energy he exhaled became concentrated and unyielding. In that moment, he seemed to enter an enigmatic realm. Indeed, this was the essence of divine body refinement. It not only allowed for individual body refinement, but also adapted to the practitioner's movements, enhancing breathing, strengthening bones, and honing muscles, externally refining muscles and skin while internally cultivating the organs, laying a solid foundation for future chi cultivation. Being favored by fortune, and now equipped with both the Wild God Fist and divine body refinement, Yi Jingyun's journey in cultivation was undoubtedly empowered. Time flew by as he entered a meditative state. 5 days passing in silence. On the inverted heaven peak, within the sect master's training chamber, Lin Feng exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes flashing with brilliance as his aura surged like a torrent, finally reaching the pinnacle of intermediate chi cultivation, the 8th level of transformation. In just 5 days, Lin Feng had ascended from the 7th level of chi manipulation to the 8th level of transformation, accomplishing a significant breakthrough. Should outsiders witness this, they would likely feel an overwhelming sense of shame. Not only ordinary disciples, but even the prodigies of major sects would find it difficult to match his progress. However, Lin Feng frowned, for during this training, he distinctly felt he could break through to an even higher realm, yet something crucial seemed to be missing. Furthermore, this training left him feeling uncomfortable, the searing spiritual energy in his dantian nearly scorching him. Ding! Sensing the Master's advancement and fervent ambition, the system was thrilled and proactively presented rewards. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the Flying Immortal Sword. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the Glazed Armor. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the Bodhi Meditation Mat. Ding! The system noted the Master's lack of personal pressure and offered the Chaos Pressure, Upon hearing the system's voice again, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon cast aside his doubts and felt a surge of joy. After all, the system's offerings were always of superior quality. It was not a trivial matter. Merely breaking through a realm had yielded such an impressive array of rewards. The chaos pressure could instantly unleash a pressure exceeding 3 realms above one's own, overpowering opponents through sheer presence. This was indeed a valuable asset, befitting the stature of a sect master. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and activated the chaos pressure. As the command left his lips, he felt an overwhelming aura erupting from him, sweeping forth like a tidal wave. In that instant, the entire space trembled, and the inverted heaven peak quaked slightly, resembling a prelude to the apocalypse. Lin Feng gasped, quickly instructing the system to temper the pressure. This was extraordinarily potent. With this unprecedented ability, he could easily adjust the intensity of his pressure at will, a remarkable convenience. In future confrontations, unless faced with an exceptionally formidable entity, the mere release of his aura would likely compel opponents to kneel in submission. This was simply irresistible. Next, Lin Feng turned his attention to the other items within the virtual space. Flying Immortal Sword, a mid-tier celestial artifact, boasts formidable power. A single swing can eclipse the heavens. Glazed Armor, a mid-tier celestial artifact, serves as a defensive treasure capable of withstanding a full-force strike from an Earth Immortal. Bodhi Meditation Mat, a high-tier celestial artifact, acts as an auxiliary treasure, allowing the user to achieve mental unity and resist all distractions, enhancing cultivation speed tenfold. Goodness, while it may not compare to the chaos pressure, each of these items is undeniably exceptional. Lin Feng's face broke into a smile. Although he had never personally encountered magical artifacts, he possessed a considerable understanding of them. Magical artifacts are categorized by their power, from lowest to highest. Mortal instruments, magical tools, precious artifacts, spiritual tools, earthly artifacts, heavenly tools, immortal artifacts, Taoist instruments, sacred artifacts. Innate spiritual treasures, primordial spiritual treasures, chaotic spiritual treasures, and primordial supreme treasures. Each level is further subdivided into lower, middle, upper, and ultimate tiers. Immortal artifacts are coveted treasures sought after by minor sects and the prized weapons of major sections. Now, having obtained 3 immortal artifacts at once was simply astonishing. In Chapter 6, the system gifted Lin Feng another child of fortune. He grinned as he retrieved the 3 immortal artifacts from the virtual space. The Flying Immortal Sword, measuring 3 feet in length, its entire body of vivid green, the blade shimmering with an enchanting hue, exquisitely crafted yet radiating a fearsome sharpness. When he gently touched the blade, a crisp ringing sound echoed, a melody filled with excitement, joy, and cheers, as if heralding his emergence to the world. With a thought, the Flying Immortal Sword swiftly hung at his waist. Next, he donned the glazed battle armor, which emanated an unmatched aura of dominance. Its fabric billowing as if caught in a tempest, and his long hair danced as though stirred by an invisible wind, resembling a war deity emerging from the primordial chaos, evoking awe in those who beheld him. Before Lin Feng lay a translucent mat, encircled by swirling purple mist, exuding an unfathomable mystery. At that moment, the skies above the Sword Spirit Sect roared with thunder and lightning. The winds howled, announcing to the world the advent of immortal artifacts. Outside the cultivation chamber, Yi Jingyun, who was diligently practicing the primal divine fist in the martial arts arena, could not help but glance at the celestial phenomena above. However, he quickly returned his focus, chuckling softly as he resumed his training. It would indeed be strange if such a mysterious and powerful sect leader did not occasionally cause a stir. Once the celestial phenomena subsided, Lin Feng stretched lazily, preparing to assess Yi Jingyun's progress over the past few days when the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected the host's doubts regarding the heaven and earth divine art, and hereby issues a clarification. Heaven represents Qian, and earth represents Kuan. The sun signifies Qian, and the moon signifies Kuan. Yang embodies Qian, and Yin embodies Kuan. The male embodies Qian, and the female embodies Kuan. The heaven and earth divine art is the supreme method for cultivating the duality of yin and yang, ultimately merging them to achieve the profound and supreme path. As the saying goes, the solitary yang does not endure, and the solitary yin does not thrive. Only through the interplay of yin and yang can the great path be attained. The host requires yin attribute spiritual energy for joint cultivation. Lin Feng thought to himself, this is precisely the legendary dual cultivation technique. While I find it delightful, is it too much to demand? Nevertheless, I am willing to embrace this challenge. Ladies, are you ready? He swiftly dismissed the fleeting discomfort in his heart, pondering how delightful it would be to find a goddess for a wife. With a smile, he shifted his attention to Yi Jingyun in the system's interface. Upon closer inspection, he was genuinely impressed. There stood Yi Jingyun, tirelessly practicing the primal divine fist, resembling a programmed automaton, delivering punch after punch without a hint of fatigue. His movements appeared slow and lackluster, devoid of any real power, seemingly too mundane. Yet, he remained undeterred, becoming increasingly engrossed, the determination in his eyes capturing attention. Every ounce of his focus was poured into his actions, as if these motions constituted his very essence. Though at first glance, he seemed foolish, a closer look revealed that his every gesture was natural and harmonious. His breath perfectly synchronized with his movements, exuding an inexplicable charm. Over the past 5 days, aside from the necessities of eating and sleeping, he dedicated every moment to honing his martial skills. Having received such an opportunity, he could not disappoint his sect leaders' nurturing and affection. Mastering this martial art required immense willpower, and Yi Jingyun, a child of fortune among the so-called waste, had already endured countless trials, making this technique tailor-made for him. In just 5 days, he had made notable progress, and Lin Feng felt satisfied with his efforts. Ding! The system has detected a severe lack of disciples within the sect, failing to showcase the might of the descendants of Yan and Huang sweeping through the 8 wastelands, and could not contain its urgency. Proactively seeking a prodigious disciple endowed with great fortune for you. Ding! The system prompts that the host need only click the Fortune Disciple template, and a child of fortune will voluntarily join the Sword Spirit Sect. Just as Lin Feng prepared to exit the cultivation chamber, the system's electronic voice suddenly resonated in his mind. What? Another prodigious disciple with great fortune is on the way? This system is too thoughtful, making the sect leader feel somewhat overwhelmed. With a sigh, Lin Feng raised his hand and clicked on the template. Meanwhile, in the desolate wilderness, 1,000 miles from the Sword Spirit Sect, a slender youth concealed himself atop a towering ancient tree. His brows were tightly knitted, a mixture of exhaustion and anger etched across his face, and his gaze was cold as he warily surveyed his surroundings, as if evading some formidable enemy. What stood out was not merely his extraordinary aura or handsome features, but the sword-shaped pendant glowing faintly with golden light at his chest. The pendant emanated an invisible sharpness that instilled fear in those who beheld it. Indeed, the youth was evading relentless pursuers. His name was Yi Xian. Suddenly, he glanced at the sword-shaped pendant. Sword demon predecessor, can you sense how many are pursuing me? As soon as he finished speaking, the pendant glimmered, and a cool voice emerged. Only 2 remain, but they are not weak. Exercise caution. They are approaching quickly. Understood. Yi Xian nodded, his expression stern, his eyes cold as he fixed his gaze downward. Moments later, a black-clad, masked man appeared beneath the ancient tree, his icy gaze scanning the area. Sword moves mountains and rivers. Just as the chilling words left his lips, a beam of sword light descended upon the man. This sword light represented Yi Xian's most formidable strike, merging man and sword into one. The 3-meter-long white sword energy illuminated the area, its sharp aura cleaving through space, annihilating all in its path. Despicable. You've won. You may escape for now, but the underworld palace will seek revenge. The masked man had no time to react, as the white sword energy was already upon him, leaving him to unleash a roar of anger and resentment. He knew all too well that in a direct confrontation, Yi Xian would not be his match. Yet, he had never anticipated that Yi Xian, who had always scorned sneak attacks, would abandon his principles and strike from concealment. Now, he found himself ensnared by the sword energy, with no escape in sight. In less than 3 breaths, the black-clad masked man was utterly obliterated by the white sword energy, his dismembered limbs strewn across the ground. It was a scene of utter carnage. Meanwhile, the effort of executing that strike nearly drained Yi Xian of his final reserves of strength. As the tension in his body relaxed, he stumbled and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Predecessor, although I have severed my pursuers, I have also made an irrevocable enemy of the Underworld Palace. They will not let this go. I believe they will soon dispatch powerful individuals to confront me, and I may not be so fortunate then. What should I do now? Chapter 7. This is too deceitful. Once his breath steadied, Yi Xian felt a heaviness in his head and profound worry in his eyes. This was not mere paranoia. His enemies were indeed formidable. The Underworld Palace, while not a top-tier sect, was not far from it, boasting a wealth of powerful individuals and a reputation for ruthlessness. Even some sects would think twice before provoking them. Given his current strength, challenging the Underworld Palace was akin to an ant shaking a tree. Therefore, the most pressing matter was to find a safe haven. Moments later, a chilling voice emanated once more from the pendant. At this juncture, your only course of action is to hastily depart from this desolate land, heading resolutely eastward. If my memory serves me correctly, 1,000 miles away to the east lies a modest sect that has remained inconspicuous for millennia. By joining this sect, you can conceal your identity and avoid drawing attention, thereby evading the pursuit of the Underworld Palace. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, infiltrating another sect under a false identity and returning to settle accounts once his strength has grown is a clever strategy. With this thought in mind, he disregarded his fatigue and surged eastward with fervor. Humph, if I possessed even half of my former strength, would I fear the Underworld Palace in the slightest? With a mere sword, I could reduce them to ashes. At that moment, the pendant emitted a barely audible sound, subtle yet brimming with an air of dominance that seemed to overlook the world. Half a month later, Yi Xian arrived at the foot of the misty peak, his exhaustion evident. He glanced up at the summit, his brows knitting slightly. Predecessor, the sect you mentioned, could it be the Divine Sword Sect? The cool voice replied, indeed, it is the Divine Sword Sect. Is there a problem? Hearing this affirmative response, Yi Xian found himself at a loss for words. What kind of predicament is this? Had he known that the modest sect spoken of by his predecessor was the Divine Sword Sect, he would have flatly refused, sparing himself the arduous journey. According to rumors, the Divine Sword Sect was no longer worthy of being called a sect. Its martial arts and techniques had long since ceased to be passed down, its disciples dwindled, and its remnants lay in ruins, a testament to its utter decline. Given the choice, no one would willingly join. Moreover, not long ago, there were rumors that the leader of the Divine Sword Sect had offended the Iron Sword Sect and was subsequently slain by them, leaving behind only a novice disciple in the realm of body refinement. To join such a sect, on the brink of extinction, would surely spell ruin. Yi Xian shook his head, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. Predecessor, you are unaware that the Divine Sword Sect is no longer the establishment you remember. It is now no different from oblivion. What did you say? The cool voice suddenly rose in pitch. The Divine Sword Sect has perished. This cannot be. Yi Xian, somewhat disheartened, replied, Predecessor, let us abandon the idea of joining the Divine Sword Sect and consider alternative options. He cast another glance at Misty Peak, realizing that even if he did join, it would merely be a waste of time with nothing of value to learn. Foolish. The cool voice could not help but reprimand him. The Divine Sword Sect decline makes it all the more essential for you to join. It is the only viable choice. First, as the Divine Sword Sect is in a state of decay, it signifies the absence of formidable warriors, ensuring that the secrets you harbor will remain undiscovered and your identity concealed. Second, precisely because the Divine Sword Sect is nearly inconsequential, the Underworld Palace will never suspect that you would willingly blend in, thus allowing you to evade their pursuit. Third, whether the Divine Sword Sect possesses martial arts or techniques is of no significance. You only need to immerse yourself in cultivation within the sect. Given your talent and physique, along with your own martial arts, it is only a matter of time before your name resonates throughout the world. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian pondered for a moment before enlightenment dawned upon him. Predecessor, your words ring true. I shall join the Divine Sword Sect. With that, he set off towards Misty Peak. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the Divine Sword Sect. At once, he found himself dumbfounded, his eyes widening in disbelief. What is this situation? Surely I have not come to the wrong place. Wasn't the Divine Sword Sect said to have completely fallen into ruin? Has the mountain gate collapsed? There were no signs of decay. Instead, the entrance was grand and magnificent. Yi Xian's mind raced with suspicion. Could it be that the Divine Sword Sect was putting on a facade to maintain appearances? As Yi Xian stood in perplexity, the sword-shaped pendant suddenly emitted a hum, and the cool voice within fixated on the 3 characters of the Divine Sword Sect engraved above the entrance. In that instant, her eyes widened in shock, her delicate face betraying her surprise as she fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, she finally came to, though her expression bore a hint of seriousness. How can this be? The mere 3 characters Divine Sword Sect contained such profound principles of Dao and sword intent. She was utterly astounded. How could such a treasure be carelessly displayed as a sign? Should it not be preserved and studied for its profound insights? Such extravagance was unheard of, even among superlative sects. Putting aside the mysterious principles of Dao, the sword intent contained within those 3 characters alone sent shivers down her spine. Soon after, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the dark stone tablet beside the mountain gate. Instantly, her mind erupted with astonishment. Could this be an immortal-grade treasure? Indeed, it was undoubtedly a treasure of immense power. When had the Divine Sword Sect become so indulgent? She could not help but gasp in disbelief, subconsciously peering into the sect. The entire Divine Sword Sect was enveloped in an ethereal aura, replete with auspicious energy, appearing and disappearing like a mirage. Particularly, a towering peak surged into the clouds, and even from this distance, one could feel an overwhelming pressure. At that moment, a hint of trepidation surfaced in her autumn-like eyes. Just as she was about to caution Yi Xian against recklessness, she noticed that he had already stepped through the mountain gate. The moment he crossed the threshold, Yi Xian was struck by dizziness, and as he shook his head, he realized that everything around him had transformed, as if he had entered an entirely different realm. Like Yi Jingyun before him, he had become ensnared in the protective formation guarding the mountain. While he stood there in a daze, a sharp and formidable pressure surged forth, akin to crashing waves threatening to crush him, the intruder underfoot. In that instant, Yi Xian was left utterly stunned, his mind swirling with a cacophony of thoughts. What the hell? Wasn't it said that the Divine Sword Sect had completely fallen into ruin? What is this protective formation doing here? Can a sect in decline possess such a thing? Who propagated this nonsense? They should come forth, and I promise not to harm them. Yi Xian felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his lips twitching uncontrollably. He could clearly sense the terrifying power of this protective formation. Even the sharp pressure alone sent chills down his spine. Who knows what other terrifying entities lurked within? A single misstep could lead to his utter demise. Given his current strength, charging through the formation would be akin to courting death. The situation felt dire. He was on the verge of tears. This is utterly intolerable. He dared not move a muscle. Chapter 8. Should we make a hasty retreat? The spirit of the woman within the sword-shaped pendant could also sense the terror of the formation, perhaps even more acutely than Yi Xian. With her brows slightly furrowed, she spoke gravely. Yi Xian, are you truly certain that the Divine Sword Sect is on the brink of extinction? First, there is the entrance with its profound principles of Dao and astonishing sword intent. Then there is the formidable immortal-grade stone tablet. And now, this immensely powerful protective formation. When do you see any signs of impending demise? Anyone with eyes can clearly see that this is an extraordinary sect. Yi Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he scratched the back of his head. These are merely external rumors claiming that the Divine Sword Sect is in utter ruin, its heritage severed. He shook his head. A frown etched across his face as he sighed. Rumors can be so cruel. After a moment of contemplation, he added, predecessor, perhaps we should make a hasty retreat? This protective formation is too terrifying. I have no confidence in breaching it. Retreat? The woman spoke in a low tone. Do you believe that this grand formation can be easily traversed? If I am not mistaken, by the time we reach the gates of the Divine Sword Sect, the powerful beings within will have already detected your presence. Should you attempt to flee, there will be but one outcome. Your soul will be utterly shattered. It is evident that the Divine Sword Sect is guarded by formidable masters. Otherwise, such a protective array would not be in place. Moreover, your intrusion into the sect is a profound affront to any order. Her expression was unusually grave. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian turned pale with fright, his voice trembling with urgency. What should we do now? At this moment, he was desperately channeling his spiritual energy to withstand the piercing pressure, beads of sweat forming incessantly. The white aura surrounding him was rapidly being compressed by the overwhelming force, causing his entire body to tremble slightly. Although he exerted every ounce of his strength, he realized he could not hold on for long. The might of this protective formation was beyond his imagination, and if a decision was not made swiftly, he feared he might be crushed alive. The absence of an attack from the sect's masters indicated they were granting him a chance. The only viable path was to breach the formation. Though the array's power was immense, it was not insurmountable. You must not lose your composure. At this point, the woman's tone shifted to one of commanding authority. In my previous life, I was a celestial being. While my expertise may not lie in this particular path, I possess some knowledge. Simply follow my instructions to evade the array's attacks, and with time, you will surely pass through. Hearing these words, Yi Xian felt a surge of relief. That is wonderful. Please, Senior, guide me. The woman within the pendant wasted no time, issuing commands. 3 steps left, 1 step right. Advance 9, retreat 2, step forward and leap back. With her guidance, Yi Xian felt the pressure diminish significantly, slowly exhaling a breath of stagnant air. Outside the array, atop the inverted heaven peak, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on a Bodhi meditation mat, enveloped in an ethereal aura, emanating profound energies as he practiced the art of heavenly secrets. Suddenly, he felt a stirring and opened his eyes to gaze at the Divine Sword Sect's map. Within his vision, a slender, handsome youth was maneuvering through the protective formation. Interesting, he mused, this fellow possesses quite the skill to navigate the array so freely. Although the formation did not reach the level of ancient killing arrays, it was not something just anyone could breach. He understood this better than anyone. Yet, here was a youth in his teens seemingly strolling through the array's might. Was that not rather exaggerated? Even someone specializing in this field would struggle to achieve such ease at this age. Frowning slightly, he magnified the map again, noticing a sword-shaped pendant around the boy's neck, occasionally glowing faintly red. How klitsch! Lin Feng's mouth twitched. As a denizen of the Water Blue Star, he had been thoroughly immersed in web literature, and this scenario was all too familiar. Undoubtedly, this youth was akin to the protagonist of those narratives, accompanied by a hidden, powerful elder. The boy's composure amidst the formation's challenges was clearly due to the elder's guidance. To an unknowing observer, it would seem exceptionally grand. Lin Feng chuckled. If his instincts were correct, this youth was likely the fated prodigy gifted by the system. With this thought, an amused smile graced his lips as he activated the art of heavenly secrets. In an instant, all the youth's information unfolded before him. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 17. Realm, 5th stage gathering chi. Constitution, innate sword body. Fortune, 19,000. Loyalty, 10%. Yi Xian, he mused. That name certainly befits one destined for great fortune. It carries a certain resonance. The boy's constitution was impressive, and his fortune value was even more remarkable. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Compared to Yi Jingyan, he was superior in every aspect, particularly in the richness of the purple chi representing fortune, which was markedly denser than Yi Jingyun's. No wonder he carries an elder with him. He is indeed exceptional. Meanwhile, within the protective formation, Yi Xian followed the woman's directions, narrowly evading the array's attacks. Nevertheless, his forehead was glistening with sweat. Thank you so much, Senior. If it weren't for your guidance, I would have been obliterated by the formation, he expressed sincerely. Now is not the time for gratitude, the woman replied, her tone far from relaxed. The power of this formation is beyond what I initially anticipated. You must remain vigilant. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Yi Xian's expression hardened as he nodded earnestly. I understand. Half an hour later, Yi Xian's vision blurred, the scenery around him warping like fleeting shadows, and in mere moments, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Under the woman's guidance, he successfully breached the protective formation. In that instant, he felt an unparalleled lightness throughout his body. The air he breathed tasted sweet. An overwhelming joy enveloped him. He could not help but raise his gaze. Before him, the Divine Sword Sect revealed its true form, majestic and imposing, surrounded by swirling clouds. Just this sight alone ignited an uncontrollable impulse of reverence within him. My goodness, this is clearly a sacred land for cultivation. No, it's a paradise descended from the heavens. If someone were to claim that the Divine Sword Sect was a dilapidated sect with a severed lineage, he would undoubtedly retort, "You must be a fool." If this is considered a broken sect, then those so-called great sects outside are mere shanties. Such a sacred place being misrepresented as ruined was utterly outrageous. In the next moment, Yi Xian shuddered, his eyes nearly popping out as he stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. What in the world is this place? The spiritual energy here is so abundant, at least 100 times denser than outside. At that moment, he could distinctly feel the spiritual energy around him continuously flowing into his body without the need for him to circulate his cultivation method to absorb it. In just a short while, he sensed his stagnant realm beginning to loosen. Was this not a paradise? If he could cultivate here in the future, his progress would be exponential. With this thought, fervor ignited in his eyes, and his heart raced like a drum. If previously he had concealed his identity and sought refuge in the Divine Sword Sect, merely to escape the pursuit of the underworld palace, now his heart brimmed with an insatiable yearning and anticipation, determined to join the Divine Sword Sect, a commitment that could not be swayed. Senior, this Divine Sword Sect is truly a sanctuary for cultivation. The richness of the spiritual energy is unprecedented. The woman within the pendant could not help but sigh. I never imagined that after several millennia, such a place would still exist. The concentration of spiritual energy within the Divine Sword Sect was incomparable to those so-called great sects, unless one considered secret realms or heavenly paradises. Amidst her astonishment, she released a strand of divine sense to investigate and was astonished to discover that even the ordinary flora and fauna around had awakened spiritual consciousness. If I am not mistaken, there must be a super spiritual vein hidden within the Divine Sword Sect. In that moment, a hint of excitement crept into the woman's voice. What? A super spiritual vein? Yi Xian could not contain his astonishment. He understood precisely what a super spiritual vein meant for a sect. Do not underestimate even the most ordinary spiritual veins, for they are elusive and coveted treasures, sparking fierce conflicts among numerous sections. Should outsiders learn of the existence of a super spiritual vein within the Sword God sect, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths, even at tremendous costs, to annihilate the sect and seize it for themselves. Observing Yi Xian's excitement, the woman solemnly cautioned, Yi Xian, this Sword God sect represents a monumental opportunity for you. Do you comprehend this? Yi Xian nodded earnestly. Senior, I understand. Yet at that moment his expression abruptly shifted. He sensed an overwhelming and formidable pressure descending upon him, entirely without warning. Under this oppressive force, he felt insignificantly small, akin to a mere ant, with his very existence no longer within his control. Cold sweat cascaded down him uncontrollably, as if the source of this pressure could obliterate him with but a thought. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Fortunately, this pressure was as sudden in its departure as it was in its arrival, dissipating into nothingness in the blink of an eye. At that juncture, the void twisted, and a youth of ethereal grace and striking appearance emerged directly before him. Disciple Yi Xian pays respects to the esteemed immortal. Upon witnessing the newcomer, Yi Xian instinctively shivered and unhesitatingly knelt in greeting. Remarkable, this fellow possesses some discernment and is quite astute, Lin Feng mused inwardly as he regarded Yi Xian before him. However, he felt a certain satisfaction with the lad and smiled faintly. I am the current sect master of the Sword God sect. I observed your trials through the protective mountain formation. You exhibit considerable talent. At this point, Lin Feng paused, casting a glance at Yi Xian. You have gone to great lengths to breach the protective formation, yet you wish to become my disciple? Hearing this, Yi Xian hastily nodded, his expression respectful. I dare not deceive the esteemed immortal. This disciple indeed seeks to join the Sword God sect. With that, he gazed earnestly at Lin Feng. A cryptic smile played on Lin Feng's lips as he scanned Yi Xian. Ah, yet the rumors outside claim that the Sword God sect is in a state of disrepair, on the brink of collapse. Why, then, do you choose to stand out by seeking us? A chuckle escaped Lin Feng's lips. Such a little fellow is not being entirely truthful. Even a ghost would find it hard to believe. Under Lin Feng's penetrating gaze, Yi Xian felt as though all his secrets had been laid bare. The sharpness of Lin Feng's scrutiny sent chills down his spine, and beads of sweat trickled down his face. He dared not conceal anything further, hastily exclaiming, Esteemed immortal, your insight is unparalleled. I indeed harbor ulterior motives for coming to the Sword God sect. I was pursued by the underworld palace and sought refuge by concealing my identity within your sect. Underworld Palace? Lin Feng's response was non-committal, dismissing them as mere insects, hardly worthy of fear. Hearing this, Yi Xian's lips twitched. Oh, my sect master. The Underworld Palace is a force that instills terror in countless warriors. Yet in your eyes, they are merely a swarm of ants? He marveled inwardly at Lin Feng's audacity. At that moment, the spirit within the sword-shaped pendant suddenly transmitted a thought to Yi Xian. Yi Xian, this sword god sect's master appears to be only slightly older than you, yet the aura he exudes is overwhelmingly powerful. This is highly unusual. I suspect he may be a transcendent being reincarnated through great divine powers, perhaps even a saint reborn. Not long ago, Yi Xian had informed her that the previous sect master of the Sword God sect had been ruthlessly slain by the Iron Sword Sect. Had this youth been present then, with such strength, the Iron Sword Sect would not have dared to provoke the Sword God sect, let alone slay its master. Thus, it became evident that this young man must have recently acquired such power. The most plausible explanation for such a rapid transformation is the reincarnation of a mighty being who has awakened at this moment, inheriting a fraction of their past strength. The rumors circulating in the outside world may indeed hold some truth. The Sword God sect is on the verge of extinction. However, this powerful being's awakening has transformed the Sword God sect into its current state. The spirit within the pendant envisioned Lin Feng as a transcendent force reborn. A transcendent being? Perhaps even a saint? At this revelation, Yi Xian could not help but tremble, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost reverence. A transcendent being is one whose might surpasses even the peak of the previous generation's celestial beings. Such an extraordinary individual could shake the very foundations of the earth with but a sneeze. This is akin to a pillar holding up the heavens. How could one not strive to align themselves with such a force? Chapter 10. A stunning beauty disciple, Yi Xian earnestly beseeches the sect master to take me in. His gaze burned with fervor, his tone sincere. Lin Feng cast a casual glance at Yi Xian, offering no immediate response, merely allowing a cryptic smile to grace his lips as he occasionally glanced at the sword-shaped pendant hanging around Yi Xian's neck, pondering his thoughts. At that moment, the spirit within the pendant felt a jolt of alarm, her eyelids fluttering. Oh no, has he discovered me? She was taken aback. It is crucial to note that this pendant is no ordinary artifact. It is an unparalleled treasure capable of nurturing fragmented souls while severing all forms of spiritual detection. In her previous life, she had relied on it to leave behind a trace of her essence, evading detection by countless powerful beings. Yet now, this young sect master of the Sword God sect could disregard the pendant as protective abilities and perceive her existence with his extraordinary insight. Was this not exceedingly monstrous? From this moment forth, the young sect master and the Sword God sect grew increasingly enigmatic and formidable in her eyes. Had Lin Feng been privy to her thoughts, he would have been unable to contain his laughter. He possessed no extraordinary powers. Rather, he was well versed in the tropes of novels and had become adept at discerning such contrived plots. The archetype of a down-and-out youth, beset by trials or pursued by adversaries, always accompanied by a powerful elder who facilitates their rise to prominence. Was Yi Xian not a quintessential example of this? Lin Feng could see through such cliché with ease. However, the spirit within the pendant found herself in a dilemma, contemplating whether to reveal herself. Just then, Lin Feng casually placed his hands behind his back, and his eyes suddenly gleamed with a golden light, as if two divine weapons had locked onto the sword-shaped pendant. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure erupted from him, a tempest sweeping towards the pendant. Indeed, this was the chaotic pressure willingly offered by the system, sharp and unmatched in its dominance. Lin Feng's voice rang out. You think such trifles can escape my notice? Reveal yourself? Or do you intend to wait any longer? Oh no, he truly has discovered me. The spirit within the pendant's countenance shifted dramatically, and in that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of danger. While it may not seem formidable to others, to her, that voice thundered like a storm. The targeted momentum, amplified by the chaotic pressure, was not something to be trifled with. Had she been at her peak, she might have contended with such might. However, now, stripped of all her power and left with only a remnant soul, how could she withstand such a sharp and tyrannical force? In that moment, a trace of despair crept onto her delicate features. Very well, very well. Soon, the sword-shaped pendant emitted a resounding hum, a flash of golden light, and a female figure materialized before Lin Feng. The woman possessed exquisite features and unparalleled beauty, her flowing hair moving as if stirred by an unseen wind, her expression proud and her eyes radiating an aura of dominance that seemed to disdain the world. She was the epitome of grace. Even in her current spectral state, she shimmered with golden light, ethereal and enchanting, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Eternal and unyielding. Though she was merely a remnant soul at present, the sharp aura she emanated was sufficient to attest to her extraordinary achievements in life. This is the demeanor of a celestial being. She donned a flowing white gown, cinched at the waist with a slightly wider white ribbon, accentuating her alluring figure. This pristine attire perfectly complemented her ethereal grace, untouched by the murky world around her. As she stood poised in the air, her gown fluttered gently, resembling a celestial goddess descending from the heavens, exuding an aura of mystery and dominance, inviting admiration from afar, yet discouraging any approach. Lin Feng instinctively rubbed his eyes, astonished. Wasn't this supposed to be an old man with a white beard? How had this transformed into a woman of unparalleled grace? He found himself momentarily dazed. It seemed the narrative had taken an unexpected turn, proving to be quite intriguing. The protagonist was not merely accompanied by an elderly sage, but perhaps by a stunningly beautiful specter. Upon seeing her, Yi Xian was rendered completely speechless. Clearly, he had never encountered the true visage of the elder enshrined within the sword-shaped pendant. Was this disparity not too extreme? I am Xianyuan Qingtian, she declared. I began my sword training at 6, achieved mastery by 16, and faced all peers in the Canglong realm without defeat. By 21, I was unrivaled in the realm. At 25, I vanquished my inner demons with my sword, thus achieving the path of the sword demon. By 35, I attained the status of sage. I believed I would traverse the universe without rivals, yet unforeseen events led to my fall to the earthly, immortal realm. Ever since, I've been trapped within this sword-shaped pendant in the divine void for 3,000 years, unable to take a single step outside, leaving only a lingering remnant of my soul. The woman named Xianyuan Qingtian recounted her origins, her cold gaze betraying a flicker of pride. Despite sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lin Feng, she remained neither subservient nor afraid, standing resolutely. Rather than be forcefully compelled into the light, she chose to reveal herself, ensuring her reputation remained intact. What? Unrivaled in the Shenzhou realm? The status of a sage? At this moment, Lin Feng felt his composure waver. Indeed, he was shocked. What did it mean to be a sage? It transcended the postnatal realm, reaching the innate level of supreme beings. Currently, there was not a single sage within the Shenzhou realm. In terms of cultivation realms, the 4 major divisions established by the Yan and Huang nation were merely postnatal. Only by surpassing these 4 realms could one achieve the innate level, a legendary existence. Those who reached this innate state were akin to true immortals, capable of wielding immense power with ease. Moreover, Xianyuan Qingtian practiced the most aggressive and challenging swordsmanship, entering the Dao through the sword. He was merely at the 8th tier of transformation. The chasm between them was unfathomable. It appeared that Xianyuan Qingtian had been the absolute sovereign of this realm 3,000 years ago. Lin Feng marveled inwardly, and a desire to recruit Xianyuan Qingtian began to stir within him. Just imagine, if Xianyuan Qingtian regained her peak strength and presided over the Divine Sword Sect, would it not dominate the Shenzhou realm? Ding! The system detected the presence of a talented disciple and a remnant soul of a true celestial maiden before its master, and it exuberantly presented a grand gift package. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the godly sword technique ranked 18th in the world, 9-fold sword art. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a divine treasure, a piece of chaos jade. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a 9-tiered Yin-Yang sacred lotus. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the immortal weapon, Xianyuan Divine Sword. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained access to the Elder's Cultivation Peak and living quarters. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 100 top-tier postnatal cultivation techniques and martial arts. Chapter 11. The Proud Disciple's Embarrassment. Alas, the system was indeed remarkable. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, just as he contemplated recruiting Xianyuan Qingtian and bringing Yi Xian under his wing. The system intuitively bestowed upon him a magnificent gift package. The items presented were evidently of a higher echelon, exuding grandeur. Soon, Lin Feng regained his composure and turned his gaze to Yi Xian, speaking lightly. You possess considerable talent and are worthy of becoming a disciple of my Divine Sword Sect. From this moment forth, you are an apprentice disciple of the sect. Of course, this was only temporary. As long as your strength increases sufficiently, you may advance to an outer disciple or even become an elite inner disciple. Upon hearing the words of the esteemed sect leader, Yi Xian was initially taken aback, then overwhelmed with excitement, his body trembling. Although he was merely granted the status of the lowest-ranking apprentice disciple, it felt as if he had received a tremendous honor, nearly bursting with joy to express his gratitude to the sect leader. If outsiders were to witness his ecstatic reaction at that moment, they would surely be astounded. After all, he was a natural sword body, possessing extraordinary aptitude. Had he joined another sect, he would undoubtedly have been cherished as a favored disciple, perhaps even personally accepted by the sect leader as a direct disciple. His innate sword body was not an ordinary constitution. It was born to wield the sword, with comprehension of swordsmanship far surpassing that of the average person. The esoteric sword techniques posed no challenge to him. Given sufficient time to mature, he would undoubtedly become a force to be reckoned with. Yet, such a prodigy willingly accepted the position of an apprentice disciple at the Divine Sword Sect. What was happening? Meanwhile, kneeling on the ground, Yi Xian displayed utmost reverence, bowing to Lin Feng. Thank you, esteemed sect leader, for your generosity. At this moment, Lin Feng noticed the system's apprentice-disciple section had a new name, Yi Xian. He nodded slightly and addressed Yi Xian. Now that you are a disciple of my Divine Sword Sect, I shall not neglect you. I bestow upon you an ancient sword and a sword technique. With that, Lin Feng positioned himself sideways, bending his left hand behind his back while extending his right hand forward, softly uttering two words, sword come. Whoosh! With a sharp sound, a crystal-clear, ancient sword materialized in Lin Feng's hand, as if conjured from thin air. Boom! The instant the ancient sword appeared, an unparalleled sharpness emanated, sweeping through the air like a tempest, as if to shatter all living beings. Even the surrounding void could not withstand the resonating force. Truly domineering. Upon witnessing this sword, Yi Xian's breath caught, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is the immortal sword? The divine weapon ranked 100 in the celestial armory, the flying immortal sword. As a possessor of the innate sword body, his obsession with swords had reached an almost fervent level. He had once glimpsed a description of the flying immortal sword in an ancient tome. This sword was forged by a powerful being using celestial spirit stones, possessing its own consciousness, impervious to fire and water, and repelling all evils. A single swing could shake the heavens. At that moment, the sword bound to his back inexplicably unsheathed itself with a whoosh, bowing before the flying immortal sword as if a subject acknowledging its sovereign. Even the origin of his sword heart within his mind trembled slightly. While he understood the immense and mysterious power of the sect leader, he had never anticipated that he would possess such a legendary divine weapon. After all, such a divine weapon was not something one could acquire simply by desire. Without the right opportunity, even if it were right in front of one's eyes, it would remain unattainable. And yet, this extraordinary divine weapon, which one could only dream of encountering, was bestowed upon him, a newly accepted apprentice disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, without hesitation by the sect leader. At that moment, he could no longer contain his imagination. If I wield the flying immortal sword and comprehend its sword intent, not only would my strength soar, but it would also serve as a tremendous boon to my sword cultivation journey, playing a pivotal role in my future achievements in swordsmanship. With this thought, he gazed at Lin Feng with a fiery intensity, his expression radiating utmost admiration. In that instant, his loyalty to Lin Feng skyrocketed from 10% to a perfect 100. Beside him, Xianyuan Qingtian, upon witnessing Lin Feng draw the Feishin sword, felt a slight tremor in her eyelids, and a flicker of astonishment graced her exquisite features. As one who had ascended to sainthood through the mastery of the sword, she immediately recognized the origins of the Feishin sword and was acutely aware of its formidable power. However, her astonishment was not solely due to Lin Feng's possession of such a weapon. A significant portion of it stemmed from his generosity. It is worth noting that swords of this caliber are typically reserved for sect leaders. Yet, Lin Feng, without a moment's hesitation, bestowed it upon a newly initiated disciple of the sect. How could she not be astonished? Consequently, her initial suspicions were further solidified. Indeed, the sect leader had awakened memories from a past life and acquired complete inheritance, undoubtedly a great sage reincarnated. At that moment, her gaze towards Lin Feng became increasingly complex. As if lost in thought, Lin Feng observed the two's transformations with a touch of delight in his heart, though he maintained an air of nonchalance. Casting a faint glance at Yi Xian, proclaiming that today, in his exalted mood, he would demonstrate a technique of swordsmanship. As his voice fell, Lin Feng's figure vanished from sight. In less than a breath, he stood 10 zhang above the ground, his white robe billowing in the wind like a celestial being surveying the earth. It was at this juncture that he slowly raised the Fascian sword above his head, pointing it toward the void. The next moment, with a flick of his wrist, he sent waves of power coursing through the blade. Just as the undulating arc reached a profound resonance, he gracefully brought the sword down from above. Suddenly, the entire space stilled, an eerie aura materializing as if something extraordinary was about to emerge. The heavens and earth shifted in hue, dust and stones danced, and strange phenomena unfolded. Almost simultaneously, a sword chi extending several dozen zhang shattered the void, descending toward the ground. In that instant, an anomaly erupted. The second sword chi followed closely, then the third, the fourth, all the way to the ninth. Like a peacock displaying its plumage, resplendent and reminiscent of waves crashing upon shore. The 9 sword chis layered upon one another, merging into a singular force in an instant. Boom! The combined sword chis struck the earth with unparalleled might, leaving behind a gaping chasm stretching 100 zhang, reducing everything in its path to mere dust. Soon after, Lin Feng reappeared at his original position, lightly exhaling. At the 5th stage of chi gathering, the power of the 9-fold sword technique is limited to this. Yi Xian stood before this scene, utterly dumbfounded. He had always considered himself exceptionally gifted and powerful, unmatched among his peers. Especially upon hearing Lin Feng's words, he felt as if he might vomit blood, wishing he could find a crevice to hide in, utterly embarrassed to face anyone. His so-called exceptional talent and strength paled in comparison to the sect leader's capabilities. At the same realm and nearly the same age, he could not measure up to even a fraction of the sect leader's prowess. Xianyuan Qingtian's expression also shifted noticeably. Having dedicated her life to swordsmanship, she had surpassed countless prodigies. Yet witnessing Lin Feng's sword strike, she realized she could not achieve the same feat at her current level. In that moment, her demeanor became equally complex. Chapter 12. Treasures that dazzle the eyes of talented disciples, observing the expressions of the two. Lin Feng's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, and with a casual flick of his wrist, the Fascian sword, imbued with unmatched sharpness, soared toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian, what are you waiting for? Hurry and take the sword to acknowledge its master. Lin Feng commanded. Huh? Oh. Yi Xian, initially stunned by the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Fascian sword, stood frozen until he heard the sect leader's voice, jolting him back to reality. Casting aside all distractions, he focused intently, elevating his spirit to the utmost, preparing to receive the Fascian sword. He understood that such a celestial sword was not easily tamed, especially one with consciousness. Its inherent dangers could lead to disastrous consequences if mishandled. Yet, Yi Xian underestimated the might of the system-produced Fascian sword. The moment he grasped the hilt, the sword's overwhelming and domineering aura enveloped him, propelling him several dozen zhang away in an instant. Bang! Before he could comprehend the situation, he collided violently with an ancient towering tree, nearly fracturing his bones. Whoosh! Before he could utter an expletive, the Fascian sword reversed direction, crashing him into another great tree 10 zhang away. Bang! Dazed and disoriented, the sword then hurled him against a boulder. At this point, he couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood. This series of collisions ignited his fighting spirit, gritting his teeth. He grounded his feet and summoned all his energy into his hands, straining to gain control over the Fascian sword. However, taming a celestial sword is no simple feat. The Fascian sword burst forth with a radiant glow, emitting a deep, resonant hum as its unmatched sharpness intensified, dragging Yi Xian further into the air. On the ground, Yi Xian's feet carved 2 half-foot deep grooves, and in an instant his shoes were gone, his feet bloodied and battered. The excruciating pain made him involuntarily gasp, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. Yet, he harbored no thoughts of surrender. Instead, he grasped the sword with renewed vigor. He persisted, channeling the energy within him to control the Feitian sword. But the sword, renowned among the divine armaments, was a product of the system, its power unimaginable. Pulling back resulted in the sword pushing him forward. To the left, it veered right. Downwards, it soared upwards. Yi Xian found himself caught in a whirlwind of chaos. A pitiful figure, battered and bruised, his hair disheveled, clothes tattered, and wounds marring his body. At this juncture, he was on the verge of collapse. Given his current strength, compelling the Feitian sword to acknowledge him felt akin to courting disaster. Ultimately, would he fail to master it? Yet, he was unwilling to resign himself to defeat. I cannot betray the sect leader's grace. Yi Xian's eyes reddened, filled with frustration and sorrow. His grip on the sword hilt trembled violently, threatening to slip away. Do not panic. I shall grant you a spirit pill. Lin Feng's voice resonated. Before he could finish speaking, he flicked his finger, and a palm-sized emerald green pill shot into Yi Xian's mouth. This spirit pill, crafted by the system, was perfectly suited for sword cultivators. As soon as it entered, it transformed into a refreshing stream that coursed through his limbs. In that moment, it was as though he had encountered a long-awaited downpour after a drought. The once exhausted energy within him surged with newfound vitality, rising uncontrollably. Boom! Boom! His momentum escalated dramatically. Yi Xian let out a wild laugh, re-engaging in his struggle against the Feitian sword. Time slipped by unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lin Feng and Xianyuan Qingtian remained silent, vigilantly guarding Yi Xian's side. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air as a green sword gleam materialized from the void, brimming with unmatched ferocity. Hum! A melodious sword hum resonated, and Yi Xian stood firmly on the ground. Though he appeared utterly disheveled, his countenance radiated boundless joy and excitement, his eyes gleaming like blades. The Feitian sword, a celestial artifact from the divine armament list, had been successfully tamed by him. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of sharp energy filling his core, his spiritual essence undergoing a transformative evolution. Moreover, his consciousness established a profound connection with the Feitian sword. Its emotions echoed within him. Yi Xian could not suppress his visions of the future, now that he had subdued such a treasure, as long as his strength kept pace. He would unleash its cataclysmic power. At that time, it would spell the end for the Underworld Palace. He had never imagined that one day he would wield a celestial sword from the divine armament list, a coveted prize beyond the reach of countless prodigies. Yet, he was acutely aware that all of this was a gift from the sect leader. With a resounding thud, Yi Xian knelt before Lin Feng without hesitation, fervently expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed sect master, for bestowing upon me the unparalleled treasure, the Feitian sword. I shall unerringly obey your commands. Lin Feng nodded slightly, then flicked his finger, sending a green light that penetrated Yi Xian's brow. This was the essence of the ninefold sword technique, the very move the sect master had demonstrated 3 days prior. It was imperative that Yi Xian diligently study and comprehend it. Yi Xian shuddered with excitement, bowing once more to Lin Feng, pledging not to disappoint the sect master's generous favor. He could hardly contain his exhilaration, envisioning that mastering the ninefold sword technique would render him invincible among peers, and perhaps even allow him to defeat foes of higher realms. Lin Feng smiled faintly, informing him of the training grounds and living quarters designated for the sect's disciples, which he could freely access. Furthermore, should he require additional techniques, he could retrieve them from the transmission tower. However, he cautioned, remember, all techniques within the tower cannot be forcibly taken. They must be acquired through fate. He continued, you have an elder brother in the sect. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek his guidance. At this point, his expression turned serious. In our Divine Sword Sect, we value integrity and virtue above all. It is imperative that we do not harm one another. We must foster love and unity. He cast a discerning glance at Yi Xian, adding, should I discover anyone violating this principle, they will face severe consequences. Yi Xian felt as though 2 blades had pierced his heart. Shivering with resolve, I shall heed the sect master's teachings. Lin Feng nodded, shifting the topic. You may focus on your training within our sect, without concern for the Underworld Palace. As you're now a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, I shall ensure your safety. Should the Underworld Palace dare to provoke us, I will not hesitate to teach them a lesson. His tone remained calm, but the underlying authority was unmistakable. Hearing these words, Yi Xian was deeply moved, nearly overcome with emotion, and he bowed fervently in gratitude. After offering 9 deep bows, he quickly departed to locate the living quarters and training grounds for the miscellaneous disciples. Chapter 13. The astonishment of the great sage observing Yi Xian's eagerness. Lin Feng could not help but smile with satisfaction before shifting his gaze to Xianyuan Qingtian. Through the sword, one attains the path and achieves the status of sage. How intriguing indeed. I am curious. How could one of your stature, a sage, suddenly descend to the realm of earth immortals, ultimately leaving behind but a wisp of residual soul? And what, pray tell, is this Qian Kuan Divine Tower? Lin Feng inquired with a hint of curiosity. One must understand, the sage realm is a position of unparalleled power, gazing down upon all living beings from the heights of the 9 heavens. It is inconceivable that one could so easily fall to the status of an earth immortal. Lin Feng's greatest curiosity lay in the nature of the Qian Kuan Divine Tower, which seemed capable of ensnaring an earth immortal and reducing them to a mere remnant of their former self. An alarming notion indeed. Taken aback by Lin Feng's sudden inquiries, Xianyuan Qingtian's eyes, like autumn waters, flickered with pain and an unmistakable fury. After a long pause, she inhaled deeply and spoke softly. 3,000 years ago, I was at the pinnacle of power, the strongest swordswoman of the Canglong domain, the first to attain sagehood, known as the Demon Sword Saintess. Her tone turned icy as she continued. Alas, as the saying goes, a tree that stands out invites the wind. The treachery of humanity is difficult to predict. My fiancé, also a swordsman, sought to usurp my chaotic sword body. On the day we were to wed, he poisoned my tea in a vile act of betrayal. In a fit of rage, I wounded him, forcing him to flee home, unaware that this was merely the beginning of my nightmare. My beloved disciple, whom I regarded as a sister, turned against me with lethal intent. As she spoke, a chilling, murderous intent erupted in her gaze. She could not fathom why her once beloved disciple would betray her. She had selflessly imparted all her techniques to her, only to be met with treachery. Lin Feng remained silent, allowing her to continue. With a deep sigh, Xianyuan Qingtian recounted, At that time, I was gravely poisoned, my power diminished to that of an earth immortal. I was no match for her. In a desperate bid for survival, I self-destructed my energy sea, preserving a remnant of my soul to escape. But how long could a remnant soul endure? Just as I was on the brink of dissipating, I was drawn into a mysterious tower, the Qian Kuan Divine Tower. What exactly is this tower? What does it represent? Where is it located? I cannot say. However, I can assure you that even at my peak, once inside the Qian Kuan Divine Tower, I would not have been able to escape a single step. It exudes an aura of unfathomable mystery and boundless strength. Her eyes glimmered with a hint of relief as she added, Yet, it was precisely because of the Qian Kuan Divine Tower that I survived. Rather than being imprisoned for 3,000 years, it nurtured me for 3 millennia. Just as I had resigned myself to never escaping and avenging my wrongs 3 years ago, the tower unexpectedly released me. Upon her emergence, she sensed a familiar aura and, after a brief search, discovered it to be a pendant she had inadvertently lost in her past life. That pendant was the sword-shaped amulet now hanging around Yi Xian's neck. In this moment, Xianyuan Qingtian realized her opportunity had arrived. According to her plan, she would guide Yi Xian to grow stronger step by step. Once his power reached a certain threshold, she would have him assist her in reconstructing her physical form. With her innate gifts and accumulated experience, she could regain her former glory within a few years. At that time, she would exact vengeance upon her despicable fiancé, ensuring he met a fate worse than death, and make her traitorous disciple regret her actions for all eternity. However, fate is capricious, and she found herself in the Divine Sword Sect. Indeed, it was yet another melodramatic turn of events, and the Qian Kuan Divine Tower was quite intriguing. Lin Feng was not particularly surprised, muttering to himself. Then, he fixed his gaze upon Xianyuan Qingtian and spoke forthrightly, Would you be willing to become the first elder of my Divine Sword Sect? Despite Xianyuan Qingtian's somewhat tragic history, Lin Feng felt a tinge of sympathy. Moreover, although she was merely a remnant soul, she had once been a dominant force in the world of 3,000 years past. A master of the sword. To have her as the first elder of the Divine Sword Sect would be a tremendous boon. The first elder of the Divine Sword Sect? Xianyuan Qingtian murmured, contemplating the offer. After a moment, she regarded Lin Feng earnestly. Very well. With her vast knowledge, she could not fully fathom the depths of the Divine Sword Sect, indicating its extraordinary foundation. Joining the sect would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than solitary endeavors, and her recovery would accelerate significantly. Thus, she had no reason to refuse Lin Feng's olive branch. Excellent. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. The choice you've made today shall undoubtedly prove to be the wisest decision of the past several millennia. As he spoke, he spread his palm, revealing two remarkable items, the Chaos Pearl and the nine-tiered Yin-Yang Sacred Lotus. With the Chaos Pearl, you need no longer dwell within the cold solitude of the sword-shaped amulet. Carrying it with you will allow it to automatically restore your soul, enabling you to live freely beneath the sun. The nine-tiered Yin-Yang Sacred Lotus will not only solidify your soul body, hastening the reconstruction of your physical form, but will also provide you with the purest essence of spiritual energy. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lin Feng sent the Chaos Pearl and nine-tiered Yin-Yang Sacred Lotus floating gracefully before Xianyuan Qingtian, emanating a profound aura of sanctity. Is this the legendary Chaos Pearl? And the fabled nine-tiered Yin-Yang Sacred Lotus? Xianyuan Qingtian was instantly taken aback, her wide, expressive eyes widening in astonishment, her breath quickening uncontrollably. This is not something that can be compared to any celestial-grade treasure. It is far more complex than what Lin Feng has described. It is not only the great sects that would fight over it. Even a saint would likely engage in a fierce struggle for such a treasure. She never anticipated that Lin Feng would possess such a heaven-defying treasure, let alone offer it to her directly. After a long moment, Xianyuan Qingtian took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within her heart. This sect master must surely be a reincarnation of a superpower. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess both the flying immortal sword from the divine weapon list and the divine treasure, the Chaos Jade. Not to mention the sacred item, the 9-rank Yin-Yang Sacred Lotus. At that instant, her gaze towards Lin Feng became even more complex. Lin Feng, however, wore a calm expression and nodded slightly, indicating that there was no need for such astonishment. This was merely standard for someone of her stature as an elder of the Divine Sword Sect. Chapter 14. The birth of a human immortal. Lin Feng continued. Beside the main peak of the sect, there are 10 mountains. You may choose any one to reside in. From now on, it shall be named Xianyuan Peak, and it will be your domain, with all resources therein at your disposal. In the future, the sword cultivation lineage of our Divine Sword Sect will be under your full authority. Additionally, you may recruit disciples as you see fit. I will not interfere. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xianyuan Qingtian was momentarily bewildered. Was the sect master being overly generous? Did he have ulterior motives? For a moment, her mind was filled with various thoughts. However, she quickly dismissed these notions, her expression turning sincere as she expressed her gratitude to Lin Feng for his generous gifts, which she would surely remember. At that moment, Xianyuan Qingtian began to feel a faint sense of belonging to this place. Seeing her genuine demeanor, Lin Feng smiled and nodded before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, after winding through several paths, Yi Xian arrived at the side peak where the miscellaneous disciples resided and practiced. Upon stepping through the door, he saw a figure as imposing as a black iron tower practicing punches. This person emitted no aura of spiritual energy and appeared exceedingly ordinary. Even the punches he practiced were awkward, slow as a turtle, soft, and lacking any power. It was evidently a form of health exercise used by an elderly man. However, after observing for a moment, Yi Xian realized that this martial art contained an elusive profundity. The specifics of this profundity eluded him, yet he sensed that it was formidable and should not be underestimated. This had to be the senior brother, he mused. The senior brother appeared robust and unremarkable, yet he possessed an indomitable spirit for martial arts. Given time, he would surely shine brilliantly. Yi Xian internally praised him and quickly approached, calling out, "Senior brother." Before he finished speaking, Yi Jingyun turned abruptly, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Who are you? Yi Xian grinned. I am Yi Xian, a newly recruited miscellaneous disciple by the sect master. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Upon hearing this, Yi Jingyun broke into a hearty smile. I am Yi Jingyun. Welcome, junior brother, to the Divine Sword Sect. Let me show you around the sect. Yi Xian immediately nodded, grateful for the senior brother's enthusiasm. He had intended to suggest this very thing, but Yi Jingyun had proactively offered. Yi Xian thought to himself, this senior brother is quite agreeable. The sect master's judgment is truly commendable. Simultaneously, within the elder's meditation chamber on Xianyuan Peak, Xianyuan Qingtian sat cross-legged, her expression solemn. Before her floated two items radiating a sacred, soul-stirring aura, the Chaos Jade and the 9-rank Yin-Yang Sacred Lotus, both products of the system. The depth of the sect master's resources was unfathomable. He casually bestowed upon her such celestial treasures. Regardless of his intentions, he had indeed provided her with significant assistance, and she resolved to wholeheartedly support him in achieving great endeavors. With this decision made, she pointed her right hand like a sword, and the 9-rank Yin-Yang Sacred Lotus descended, enveloping her in a cascade of starry light. In an instant, a torrent of energy erupted within her, as countless streams of spiritual essence converged in her mind. Not daring to be careless, she closed her eyes and devoted herself to merging with this energy. If someone had been present, they would have seen her surrounded by a multitude of glowing orbs, resembling fireflies. As time passed, the orbs surrounding her diminished, while her soul state grew increasingly solid. It became difficult to distinguish from a physical body without direct contact. The 9-rank Yin-Yang Sacred Lotus, as expected of a legendary sacred item, not only rapidly solidified Xianyuan Qingtian's soul, but also began to reconstruct her physical form. The lotus seed became her heart, the lotus fibers her bones, the lotus roots her meridians, and the lotus flower her visage. Gradually, a radiant lotus-like body began to take shape. As this lotus body approached Xianyuan Qingtian, it merged with her, reforming her physical being. A divine aura continuously emanated from her. At that moment, a phantom of a divine phoenix materialized above her head, purple chi flowing eastward, heralding extraordinary phenomena. Hours later, the strange occurrences subsided. Xianyuan Qingtian slowly opened her eyes, excitement and joy evident within them. She had completely refined the 9-rank Yin-Yang Sacred Lotus, regaining a physical form even more perfect and powerful than before. Her skin was fair as snow and translucent, with a gentle glow flowing across its surface, resembling ice and jade. Her figure was exquisitely sculpted, appearing as if carved by the finest artisan. Any excess would be excessive, while any deficiency would be lacking. Unbeknownst to her, a small golden sword-shaped mark had manifested at her brow, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. Xianyuan Qingtian exclaimed in surprise. Just as she had reformed her body, she found herself in an infantile state, completely exposed to the air with not a threat upon her. In a flurry of panic, she glanced around and hastily grabbed a white dress to cover herself. Fortunately, no one was present. Otherwise, she would be too embarrassed to face anyone. A faint blush blossomed on Xianyuan Qingtian's icy visage, her eyes betraying her profound shyness. Although she had been a mighty saint in her past life, she was still a young maiden, unaccustomed to such embarrassment. However, delight soon overcame her modesty, for she had successfully reformed her body and restored her strength to a certain degree, reaching the human immortal realm. While she was still far from her peak, the most crucial step had been taken. Regaining her pinnacle status was merely a matter of time. Nonetheless, her soul remained somewhat fragile and required the nurturing and restoration provided by the Chaos Jade. With this thought, she unhesitatingly adorned the Chaos Jade around her fair, swan-like neck, enhancing her aura of nobility and mystery. The great kindness of Sect Master Lin today cannot be repaid. In the future, I will wholeheartedly support him, Xianyuan Qingtian murmured. On the other side, at the inverted heaven peak, within the Xianhuang Hall, Xianyuan Qingtian was unaware that Lin Feng had already observed her every move through the system map. Upon returning to inverted heaven peak, he had opened the map to Xianyuan Peak, keeping a vigilant watch over her actions. This was not out of voyeuristic tendency, but rather a precaution. The 9-rank Yin-Yang Sacred Lotus was a legendary sacred treasure with overwhelming potency. and Xianyuan Qingtian was merely a remnant soul. Any mishaps could render all efforts futile. However, Lin Feng was taken aback by Xianyuan Qingtian's remarkable prowess. The entire process unfolded smoothly, allowing her not only to reform her body, but also to restore her strength to the human immortal realm. Chapter 15. The Elder is a calamity to the country. What astonished him even more was that he ultimately witnessed a scene he should not have seen, causing his face to flush and heart to race. Goodness, Xianyuan Qingtian was indeed a calamity to the nation, a mesmerizing enchantress of unparalleled beauty. This was not to imply that Lin Feng's resolve was weak, but rather that her allure was simply overwhelming. Even a meditative monk would find it difficult to avert his gaze. Once again, he is merely a mid-level official who, since arriving at the Sacred Sword Sect, has never laid eyes on a woman. It is a rarity indeed that he has not succumbed to his baser instincts. After a brief moment, Lin Feng regained his composure, gazing at the regal and formidable Xianyuan Qingtian. This enchanting woman was once a formidable being at the Saint Realm, possessing immense cultivation experience. Now reborn, it is certain that she will return to her peak strength within a few years. Before our Sacred Sword Sect truly rises to power, she will undoubtedly serve as our most potent trump card. The Saint Realm is not merely a title, it symbolizes absolute power. At that moment, atop Xianyuan Peak, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, a sound that pierced the eardrums with waves of sonic intensity from all directions. The clear sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds, and an unanticipated tempest surged forth, enveloping Xianyuan Peak in a suffocating celestial majesty. Almost simultaneously, a colossal dragon-like flash of golden lightning rent the air and descended with ferocity, as if intent on obliterating some defiant existence atop Xianyuan Peak. In this instant, Xianyuan Qingtian, meditating in a cross-legged position, sensed the impending threat. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and in a flash, she appeared outside the secret chamber, standing proudly in the void, gazing upward at the golden lightning that bore the weight of celestial authority. To seek the life of Xianyuan Qingtian is truly preposterous. Before her words could fade, her left hand formed a sword gesture, while her right hand pointed as if wielding a sword towards the golden, dragon-like lightning. Slash! The icy, proud command rang out, as a 100-foot golden sword chi surged forth, cleaving through the air towards the divine lightning. It was a sword chi of unparalleled speed, as swift as lightning and as fierce as thunder. It carried the power to alter the very colors of the heavens and commanded all beings to prostrate in submission. In an instant, the void was sliced apart, and the molecules and ions in the air dissipated entirely. At this moment, the sword chi and the lightning collided. There was no cataclysmic force, nor was there a deafening explosion. Instead, in a serene silence, the golden lightning was extinguished inch by inch, while the sword chi soared ever upward. In the midst of the disciples' training, Lin Feng could not help but inhale sharply upon witnessing this sword strike. This senior is truly formidable. Merely a condensed chi strike, and that grand golden lightning vanished completely? If she were to regain her peak strength, would she not be able to pierce a hole through the heavens with a single strike? Equally astonished, Yi Jingyun murmured, "Is this the power of the sect's elders? I must strive harder in my cultivation to contribute, however modestly, to our sect leader." At that moment, another thunderous roar echoed across the landscape, followed by a continuous rumble. The earth trembled, and all things cowered as dark storm clouds coalesced, swirling ominously. Amidst the howling winds, a massive vortex appeared in the void, spinning rapidly and unleashing a terrifying force of attraction. This vortex resembled a gigantic eye from the heavens, gazing down in wrath upon Xianyuan Peak. An ever-increasing amount of storm clouds gathered, while countless bolts of lightning were consumed by the vortex. Simultaneously, an intense feeling of impending danger thickened in the air. This moment felt like the prelude to an apocalyptic event. At this instant, Xianyuan Qingtian's gaze turned icy, her killing intent flaring. Though her countenance bore a hint of gravity, she stood like a divine sword in the void, an imperceptible sharpness emanating from her being. At the reverse heaven peak, the Xianhuang Hall, ding, as the ninefold divine thunder descended, sensing that its true destined maiden was threatened. The system grew furious and promptly presented a magnificent gift. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the first form of the immortal level sword technique, Chaos 9 Styles, the Heaven Human Unity / Ding. Congratulations, you have unlocked 1/10 of the boundless power of the Xian Yuan Divine Sword. Ding. The system solemnly reminds you that you must protect the true destined maiden from the ninefold divine thunder. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng felt both excitement and disappointment. Muttering, "While I appreciate your thoughtfulness, system, isn't this a bit unreliable? You could at least provide some defensive artifacts. Even those in the celestial realm are threatened. And you only offer me a sword technique and a fraction of a sword's power? Are you truly overestimating my capabilities?" The corners of his mouth twitched. Was he being sent to face the thunder? And he must withstand the ninefold divine thunder? What on earth was this true destined maiden? Ding. The Xian Yuan Divine Sword is the strongest sword since the primordial chaos, an unparalleled weapon of offensive might, and also a sword of benevolence. It was birthed from chaos, with one side adorned with the sun, moon, and stars, and the other depicting mountains and rivers. One side of its hilt inscribes agricultural and pastoral techniques, while the other outlines strategies for unifying the seas. It contains boundless power of a universe, capable of cleaving through anything. Even beings of primordial chaos can be vanquished. As long as you can harness this 1/10 of its power, it will suffice to withstand the ninefold divine thunder. Ding. Upon the emergence of the Xian Yuan Divine Sword, it inherently carries 9 sword techniques, each possessing the power to obliterate the world. Even the most basic first form has the might to shatter divine beings, and is more than sufficient to slice through the ninefold divine thunder. Ding. The true destined maiden is the woman fated for you. Thus you are obligated to protect her from the tribulation of lightning. Ding. With these 2 extraordinary methods at your disposal, if you cannot shatter the mere ninefold divine thunder, it can only be said that you are utterly inadequate, bringing shame to the descendants of Yan and Huang, and the system will be exceedingly displeased, with dire consequences. Lin Feng. System. Ding. Time is short. Please accept the trial of the Xian Yuan Divine Sword and become its new master. Lin Feng, bewildered, responded, "Didn't I already acquire the Xian Yuan Divine Sword? What other trial must I undergo?" System. Your acquisition does not equate to possession, nor does it mean you can wield it. You must gain its acknowledgement to use it. Otherwise, it is merely a worthless piece of metal. Lin Feng, astonished, inquired, "Isn't there any way for you to make acknowledge me?" System. Bringing it here is beyond the system's capabilities. The system has already provided the greatest assistance. Recognizing its master exceeds the system's responsibilities. Lin Feng's expression darkened. In that moment, he realized that the system was not only overly ambitious, but also exceedingly infuriating. Amidst his frustration, a golden light suddenly appeared without warning, enveloping him in a piercingly sharp aura. Lin Feng had no time to react before being engulfed by the golden light, instantly losing consciousness. At that moment, an extraordinarily beautiful woman appeared out of thin air, casting a glance at the unconscious Lin Feng. Chapter 16. The mysterious woman appears. You, young man, have merged with the most powerful chaos Dao Body of the ages, along with the ninefold spirit roots. It seems your fate is indeed intertwined. She sighed softly. In that case, I shall lend you a hand, hoping you do not disappoint me. As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards the direction of Xian Yuan Qingtian, hoping she could hold on for a while longer. This was the greatest opportunity. With that, she lightly pointed a finger, sending forth a golden light that silently entered the back of Xian Yuan Qingtian's head. Subsequently, she gently traced the air before her, and an astonishing scene unfolded. A grand golden door materialized before her, with a golden staircase leading to an unknown destination. She reached out, and the unconscious Lin Feng was drawn towards the golden door. Now, the true trial was about to commence. I hope you do not disappoint me. Before her words could conclude, she vanished into thin air. If Lin Feng had been conscious, he would have surely noticed that this suddenly appearing mysterious woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Xian Yuan Qingtian. Where am I? I merely expressed my dissatisfaction. Did it warrant such an uproar? Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Feng found himself enveloped in darkness, unable to see his own hand. As he rubbed his eyes repeatedly, a crisp sound of a sword ringing suddenly echoed, followed by an unmatched sharpness piercing through the air. A jolt ran through him, and he quickly looked up, searching for the source of the sound. A magnificent, ancient golden sword, stretching 100 feet in length, was firmly embedded atop a towering structure, radiating a myriad of golden rays akin to a resplendent sun, dispelling all shadows from this realm. The sound of the sword's resonance filled the air, its sharp aura surveying the world with an air of supremacy, exuding a celestial might that reverberated throughout the cosmos. Simultaneously, an overwhelming essence of benevolence and sanctity enveloped him, causing his very soul to tremble. In disbelief, Lin Feng instinctively rubbed his eyes and gazed upward at the golden sword, his expression turning gravely serious. For a full 5 seconds, a realization struck him, and his countenance shifted dramatically, akin to encountering a primordial beast. At that moment, the golden sword emitted a chilling hum, quivering as it gradually revealed its true form. Lin Feng's pupils dilated, his heart raced as though struck by divine thunder, standing there as if carved from stone. After a prolonged silence, he murmured in astonishment, "I never expected that this Xianyuan sword is indeed the legendary Xianyuan sword, yet it is even mightier than the tales suggest." In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes again, muttering, "How can this be possible? This should not be. Could there be a connection between the two?" Although he had yet to behold the sword's true visage, its likeness was unmistakable, confirming it as the Xianyuan sword without a doubt. Setting aside his inner turmoil, he began to survey his surroundings and discovered he was enveloped in a vast starry expanse. Not far ahead, a magnificent tower, half white and half black, floated effortlessly, seemingly unbound by gravity. This 14-story edifice was ensnared by colossal golden chains and 4 lifelike statues of mythical beasts, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, guarded its perimeter. Surrounding the tower were 9 towering pillars of various hues, while the Xianyuan sword stood majestically atop the tower, crowned by an enormous orb. The entire structure exuded a chilling aura, imparting a sense of dread. Suppressing his astonishment, Lin Feng glanced up at the entrance of the first level, where 4 crimson characters proclaimed, "The divine threshold of heaven and earth." Flanking the entrance were 2 lines of golden characters, resembling couplets. The left inscribed, "Sealing gods, slaying demons, cutting through all realms," and the right, "Subduing heaven, subduing earth, controlling all beings." Gazing upon this enigmatic tower, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of awe, for what lay before him had utterly shattered his understanding of reality. He could hardly believe he had encountered the divine threshold of heaven and earth as mentioned by Xianyuan Qingtian. What exactly was this place? What connection did it hold with the Xianyuan sword? And what ties did it have with Xianyuan Qingtian? Where lay the trials of the Xianyuan sword? Countless thoughts flickered through Lin Feng's mind. Soon, however, he cast aside these distractions, embracing the situation with resolve. He had come to undertake a trial, and this towering edifice likely represented the very challenge itself, a chance to earn the Xianyuan sword's acknowledgement, an opportunity too precious to overlook. Naturally, he was aware that the tower might be fraught with peril. After all, the Xianyuan sword was the mightiest of swords, and acquiring it could not be an easy feat. Yet, life was meant to be lived boldly, unafraid of death, and equipped with his extraordinary system. He felt emboldened to proceed. Thus, Lin Feng resolutely pushed open the tower doors and stepped inside. Once inside, he remained vigilant, carefully observing his surroundings. The walls were astonishingly seamless, as if forged by nature itself, devoid of any visible joints or connections. Various unfamiliar beastly carvings adorned the walls, alongside faintly glowing golden runes that flickered intermittently, some even appearing to writhe, as if alive. His gaze eventually settled on a sword standing not far ahead, beside which was inscribed a line of text. "I am the sword demon of Tsanglong, having honed my craft for 6 years and mastered the sword path for 16. I have challenged the various sects of the Tsanglong realm, undefeated among my peers, and for 20 years I have known no rival in the Tsanglong domain, claiming countless lives. In my 25th year, I severed my inner demons with my sword, thus achieving the path of slaughter, earning the title of Sword Demon. I once believed I could traverse the cosmos unchallenged, yet I was betrayed by my disciple and poisoned by my fiancée. Today, aware of my impending demise, I leave behind my sword path as a legacy, hoping it shall be passed down through generations. If compassion remains, Please help me avenge my deep-seated grievances in the sacred land of Qingxiu. Remember, 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 do not become a slave to bloodshed, for it disturbs the balance of heaven and earth. The sword demon of Songlong? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Was this not Xianyuan Qingtian? It seemed every word she spoke held truth, and indeed, this was the remarkably mysterious divine threshold of heaven and earth. Just then, an ancient and authoritative voice echoed from all directions. For millennia, you are the first living soul to arrive here. You are both fortunate and unfortunate. Who are you? Lin Feng's eyelids fluttered as he instinctively retorted, I care not for luck or misfortune. Do not attempt to intimidate me with your theatrics. I have come to undertake the trial of the Xianyuan sword. As he spoke, he scanned his surroundings, finding no one present. Impudence! A resonant voice thundered, revealing the presence of the guardian of the Xianyuan sword, the Emperor Xianyuan. Why does the younger generation display such rudeness? You are? Lin Feng felt a surge of belonging wash over him as he recognized the figure before him. Was he not the legendary Emperor Xianyuan, the one who forged human civilization? Consider yourself fortunate to not have forgotten your roots. Sensing Lin Feng's sincere tone, the Emperor's demeanor softened somewhat. This place is the first level of the divine threshold of heaven and earth, a sacred training ground coveted by prodigies, and also a realm of peril for demons and monsters, known as the Xianyuan tomb. Given your current prowess, you are not qualified to enter the Xianyuan tomb. You must have received assistance from a powerful being or earned the Xianyuan sword's initial recognition. Lin Feng nodded awkwardly, then resumed his examination of the surroundings. Was the Xianyuan tomb truly as exalted as it seemed? He found no remarkable features, nor any signs of spiritual energy. Foolishness! The Emperor chided, his voice dripping with disdain. Do you think the Xianyuan tomb is a place anyone can enter? Only those chosen by the Xianyuan sword are permitted entry. Otherwise, no matter your strength, you would never find a Xianyuan tomb, let alone gain entry. Do you comprehend how fortunate you are? Lin Feng remained silent. The Xianyuan tomb exists as a realm unto itself, an independent presence within the cosmos, while the divine threshold of heaven and earth is a universe adrift, without a trace to be found. To arrive at the Xianyuan tomb requires not only immense fortune, but also the Xianyuan sword's preliminary acknowledgement. As the name suggests, this is the resting place of the Xianyuan sword. The Xianyuan sword is the mightiest sword of chaos, the foremost among the 10 immortal treasures of chaos. In my time, I learned but a single technique, yet it was enough to sweep the heavens and the earth. Since you have stumbled upon this place by sheer luck to undertake the trial of the Xianyuan sword, it signifies the potential for true acknowledgement from the Xianyuan sword, which in turn grants you the foundation to survey the cosmos. At these words, Lin Feng was left speechless. Could it truly be so exaggerated? Though the system had elaborated on this, it paled in comparison to the shock of hearing it from the Emperor himself. To survey the cosmos, what an extraordinary existence that entailed. Lin Feng had heard many tales of the Xianyuan sword in his previous life, yet none had reached such an extreme. Exaggeration? The Emperor's tone turned icy. Fools are often unafraid. Only when you witness the might of the Xianyuan sword will you realize how foolish and laughable your current thoughts truly are. Do you know why the Xianyuan sword reigns supreme among the 10 immortal treasures of chaos? As the words fell, a vast and overwhelming pressure suddenly descended. Lin Feng, caught off guard by the sudden eruption of momentum, turned pale and hurriedly spoke, I am but a junior, unaware of the ways. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed senior. At that moment, he no longer harbored any contempt due to his system. The trace of pressure released by the Emperor Xianyuan was far more formidable than the chaotic might he had encountered. The Emperor Xianyuan let out a cold snort, his imposing aura erupting like a mountain, his tone filled with unwavering pride. The Xianyuan Divine Sword, also known as the Qiankuan Divine Sword, derives its name from the boundless power of the universe it harbors. It is the foremost weapon of assault in the Qiankuan cosmos, its blade pointing towards invincibility. This sword embodies the essence of the sacred path, the path of benevolence, and the path of slaughter. Forged from a strand of primal yellow energy, it once triumphed over the 3 great evil blades of the primordial chaos. It symbolizes courage, wisdom, compassion, and invincibility. Everything converges into the heart of the benevolent, culminating in an indomitable sword. In the past, when this emperor sought to vanquish the leader of the demon clan, Qi Yu, to no avail. It was the Xianyuan divine sword that aided him, cleaving off his head with a single stroke and ushering in an era of peace. To summarize succinctly, the realms of heaven and earth lie within. This merely scratches the surface of what I know regarding the Xianyuan divine sword. At this juncture, the Emperor Xianyuan sighed, adding that there are legends stating the Xianyuan divine sword contains an unfathomable array of loss, primarily concerned with slaughter, capable of annihilating heaven and earth, making it the most potent sword formation in existence. Lin Feng felt an exhilarating surge of blood within him, unable to contain his curiosity as he asked, "What is the array of loss?" The Emperor Xianyuan replied, "You ask too many questions." Lin Feng responded, "Since you are here to undergo the trial of the Xianyuan divine sword, let us not waste time." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar erupted from the seamless tower walls, and a golden door swung open, a brilliant golden radiance cascading forth. A golden staircase extended downward, and at its pinnacle, a figure emerged step by step from within the dazzling light. Under the resplendent illumination, this figure appeared even more grand and majestic, clad in golden armor, with flowing black hair cascading behind him. His handsome visage radiated imperial authority. Particularly striking were his vast, star-like eyes, seemingly capable of penetrating the essence of all things. The blinding golden light burst forth from him, rendering the surrounding air thick with an imperceptible dominance. Emperor Xianyuan. Could this man truly be the legendary Emperor Xianyuan? Lin Feng gazed at the towering figure with fervent admiration. He was one of humanity's greatest ancestors on the water-blue planet, the object of reverence and admiration for all descendants of Yan and Huang. As he watched the Emperor Xianyuan approach, a profound sense of belonging surged within Lin Feng, akin to a child returning home to see their elder. Before the greatest ancestor of humanity, Lin Feng's face involuntarily expressed the purest respect. After a long moment, he regained his composure and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "I am Lin Feng, paying my respects to your majesty, Emperor Xianyuan." Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Had he not perished over 10,000 years ago? Could he, like Xianyuan Qingtian, be a ghost? Indeed, I have been dead for over 10,000 years. The Emperor Xianyuan cast a fleeting glance at Lin Feng, but this death is not the same as that. I do not embody death in the truest sense. Much like Xianyuan Qingtian, my soul endures. The fate of every individual who wields the Xianyuan divine sword is to have their soul autonomously merge with the sword after death. Becoming its guardian, no one is exempt. Furthermore, what you witnessed outside the Qiankun Divine Hall was not the true Xianyuan divine sword, but merely an illusion simulated by my sword energy. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a sudden jolt of realization. Truly, the Emperor Xianyuan possessed the ability to discern his thoughts with a mere glance. Though astonishment coursed through him, his curiosity compelled him to inquire, "Does my presence here signify that I may obtain the true Xianyuan divine sword?" The Emperor Xianyuan replied, "There is indeed an opportunity, but it hinges upon your capabilities." Lin Feng eagerly pressed on, "So, were you specifically waiting for me?" He felt a surge of excitement. After all, the Emperor Xianyuan was the progenitor of human civilization, and to meet him was an extraordinary fortune. With a complex expression, the Emperor Xianyuan replied, "Yes and no." In that moment, a nostalgic and relieved expression graced his face. Our meeting today can be seen as both serendipitous and destined. I sense the familiar aura of the Xianyuan divine sword, prompting me to come forth and meet you. As he spoke, his tone grew cold. Otherwise, I would have already severed you with a single stroke. For those who covet the Xianyuan divine sword with ill intentions, I show no mercy. As soon as these words left his lips, the Emperor Xuanyuan's gaze brightened. His previously unyielding demeanor now astonished, as if he had discovered something remarkable. In the next moment, he suddenly broke into a warm smile. "Little one, do you wish to obtain the Xianyuan divine sword?" "Ah." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. The Emperor Xuanyuan's personality was indeed unpredictable. One moment imposing, the next amiable. "Of course I want it." Lin Feng's response trailed off, hesitating, "But you just mentioned it depends on my own abilities. I am merely at the 8th tier of transformation." The Emperor Xianyuan, exasperated by Lin Feng's indecisiveness, interrupted, "If you desire it, then cease your vacillation. Do you wish to gain without effort?" His tone grew impatient. Just answer me. Do you want the Xianyuan Divine Sword? Lin Feng found himself momentarily dumbfounded. How was it that the Emperor Xianyuan seemed more invested than he was? What did this mean? Yet, the Emperor's words resonated with undeniable truth. There are no rewards without effort. Lin Feng had grown reliant on his system, a clear manifestation of taking the easy route, which was not a good habit. If one day the system were to vanish, he would still be that weak little shrimp, powerless against the formidable. Realizing this, Lin Feng broke into a cold sweat. Forging one's strength is essential, regardless of the existence of a system. He must cultivate his own power, as relying solely on external forces is ultimately misguided. Now that the opportunity to obtain the Xianyuan Divine Sword lay before him, he could not afford to let it slip away. With that thought, Lin Feng resolutely nodded. I must obtain the Xianyuan Divine Sword. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xianyuan laughed heartily. Good. Now you sound like a true man. At that moment, it felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart, and he appeared revitalized. He glanced at Lin Feng and said, "Follow me." With that, he strode toward the golden staircase. Seeing the Emperor Xuanyuan's sudden radiance, Lin Feng felt a pang of unease, as if he were about to fall into a trap. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, Emperor Xianyuan was humanity's illustrious ancestor. Surely he would not deceive this young novice. Thus, Lin Feng hurriedly followed toward the golden staircase. Yet, the instant Lin Feng set foot on the staircase, an unexpected shift occurred. The entire space began to twist inexplicably, countless images flitting before his eyes. Then, darkness enveloped him. When the first ray of light emerged, Lin Feng instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. Once he adjusted, he looked around and realized he had seemingly entered another realm. No, it was a vast plaza. The golden staircase had vanished, and the Emperor Xianyuan was nowhere to be seen. At the highest point of the plaza stood an altar, where he could faintly discern something resting atop it. Lin Feng instinctively made his way toward it. Just then, the Emperor Xuanyuan's voice echoed from a void. "Do you see that altar at the highest point of the plaza?" Lin Feng quickly responded, "Yes, I see it, but where is this place?" In the stillness of the space, the sudden emergence of a voice startled him. To claim he was unafraid would be a falsehood, because everything here lies beyond his control. Any uncertainty or unknown presence instills a sense of fear, which is an instinct inherent to humanity. This is indeed the hallowed ground where the legendary Xianyuan sword is entombed, and upon the altar lies the very object you seek. Simply approach and draw the Xianyuan sword from its pedestal, and you shall earn its true recognition. Is it truly that simple? Lin Feng found himself questioning whether he had misheard. This was the resting place of the mightiest of swords. How could there be no restrictions? Such a notion defies logic. If it were indeed this uncomplicated, the Xianyuan sword would have long since been claimed by another, leaving no room for him. Yet if you find it simple, then so be it. Suddenly, the voice of the Xianyuan emperor resounded. But let me remind you, you have but one opportunity to draw the sword. Should you fail, that chance will be lost to you forever. His tone was placid, as if he were relaying a trivial matter, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Yet, in that instant, Lin Feng felt a wave of despair wash over him. His face darkened. This was unmistakably a trap. Who could guarantee that one would succeed on the first attempt? Nevertheless, having come this far, Lin Feng was unwilling to retreat. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I comprehend. Esteemed elder." With that, he strode purposefully toward the altar. Moments later, Lin Feng stood before the altar, the entire process surprisingly smooth, devoid of any traps or mechanisms, leading him to feel as though it were all a dream. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Lin Feng gazed at the altar with growing excitement, only to soon furrow his brow in bewilderment. The altar was far too ordinary, lacking the anticipated aura of mystery and possessing no discernible spiritual energy. It was merely a square stone platform, approximately 3 meters in diameter and 1 meter in height. Its composition was peculiar, crafted from an unknown black stone that gleamed darkly, leaving Lin Feng unable to discern its nature despite prolonged observation. At the center of the stone platform lay a concave stone cavity, surrounded by ancient runes that occasionally shimmered with faint golden light, exuding a sharp, piercing aura. The legendary Xianyuan sword was embedded within the stone cavity alongside its sheath. Its surface emitted no flicker of light, nor did it possess any trace of spiritual energy or sharpness. The sword appeared utterly unremarkable, its hilt pitch black and its blade heavy and broad, resembling an ordinary iron sword. Is this truly the Xianyuan sword? The fabled foremost among the 10 eternal treasures of chaos? Lin Feng muttered, feeling that it hardly lived up to its reputation. Indeed, the Xianyuan Emperor's tone conveyed a complex array of emotions as he sighed. In my time, it was with this sword that I established a peaceful and prosperous home for humanity, driving the ferocious Jiuli tribe into the wilderness. Go forth. Since you have the fortune to be here, regardless of the outcome, whether success or failure, you must wholeheartedly embrace the ultimate trial it presents. I believe in you, as well as in the sword's choice. With unwavering determination, Lin Feng nodded vigorously, raising his gaze to the Xianyuan Emperor, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your support. I am deeply appreciative. In truth, Lin Feng understood that reaching the altar required navigating numerous trials, some seemingly insurmountable, for fortune seldom smiles upon the unworthy. Yet, he faced no obstacles, a circumstance attributable not only to the system, but also to the Xianyuan Emperors. Chapter 19. 3 steps the Xianyuan Emperor had undoubtedly eased his path. Although Lin Feng did not grasp the Emperor's motivations, he sensed that the Emperor wished for him to genuinely obtain the Xianyuan sword. He naturally did not wish to disappoint the Emperor. Yet, could he truly earn the sword's recognition? He was uncertain, but he resolved to give it his all. Moreover, since the system permitted him entry to accept the sword's trial, there must be a significant reason behind it. Lin Feng believed his chances were substantial. However, would events unfold as he anticipated? Regaining his composure, Lin Feng took a deep breath and slowly lifted his foot, advancing step by step toward the Xianyuan sword. Merely 3 steps of ascent. If he could traverse these 3 steps, he would be able to touch the Xianyuan sword. Lin Feng focused intently, taking the first step. Suddenly, he gasped in dismay. His leg buckled under an immense weight, cracking audibly, nearly fracturing. A crushing heaviness surged upon him, causing his entire body to tremble as if he bore an insurmountable burden. No wonder the path had been smooth thus far. The true trial awaited him here. Huh, do you think mere pressure can deter me? Lin Feng murmured, preparing to channel the energy within him to unleash a counterforce against the oppressive weight. But in the next moment, he was rendered speechless. His energy had vanished, and the chaotic pressure seemed to be an illusion. A chill ran down Lin Feng's spine as he realized the system had malfunctioned. No matter how he tried to communicate, there was no response. What was happening? In that instant, he recognized that all his supports had vanished, leaving him utterly defenseless. Yet the oppressive force remained unchanged, intensifying. In that moment, devoid of energy in the system, he felt like an insignificant insect. I refuse to believe that without my tools, I cannot prevail. Today, I shall confront this challenge head-on, Lin Feng shouted, bracing himself against the overwhelming weight, and took another step forward, ascending to the second step. At this moment, he could no longer suppress the involuntary bend of his body. The pressure from the second step exceeded his expectations. It felt as if an entire mountain was crushing down upon him. His heart raced as he was struck by a wave of suffocation, and blood erupted from his mouth. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, his fists clenched tightly, the veins on his face bulging, distorting his features. Yet, Lin Feng did not yield. He forced down the blood rising in his throat, his bones creaking as he gradually lifted his right foot, determined to step onto the third step. He was acutely aware of his predicament. He could not hold out much longer and needed to reach the third step quickly, lest he be crushed to death. Just then, he sensed the atmosphere around him growing denser, as if it sought to immobilize him. His raised foot refused to descend. However, in that moment, he could distinctly feel the Xianyuan sword on the altar calling to him. Frozen in place, Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the unremarkable ancient sword. The Xianyuan sword, while renowned as the supreme weapon of offense, was not merely a tool for slaughter, but a symbol of courage, wisdom, benevolence, and justice. The essence embodied by the Xianyuan sword was that of the fearless warrior, the invincible benevolent. At that moment, the words of the Xianyuan emperor echoed in his mind. The benevolent are invincible. What does it mean to be benevolent and invincible? The fearless warrior. What does it mean to be a fearless warrior? Staring intently at the plain Xianyuan sword, Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeply, lost in contemplation as he repeatedly questioned himself. The fearless warrior, the invincible benevolent. The literal meanings of these phrases were clear to anyone. Yet at this moment, Lin Feng found himself utterly perplexed, feeling that the weight of these 8 words was akin to that of a mountain, as profound as the ocean, seemingly containing all the truths of a universe. Indeed, it was the fearless warrior. It was the invincible benevolent. It seemed the Xianyuan emperor understood Lin Feng's thoughts, articulating with a resonant voice. Disregard all external distractions. Immerse yourself completely in this experience, and perhaps you will grasp the essence of the fearless warrior, enabling you to take the final step forward. To earn the Xianyuan sword's recognition, you must open your heart and mind to truly comprehend its profound significance. Only then will you understand what it means to be invincible in benevolence. At that moment, you might draw it from its sheath. Once the sword is unsheathed, you shall become the new master of Xianyuan. He earnestly advised, his tone imbued with encouragement and blessings. To disregard everything? How is one to achieve such indifference? Lin Feng murmured softly. Now he found himself completely immobilized, unable to summon any valiance. He wished to ignore it, yet the mountain-like pressure continued to intensify. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up as if a thought had struck him. He retracted all his energy, confronting the overwhelming force pressing down upon him. And to his astonishment, that invisible pressure vanished simultaneously. Furthermore, his once frozen body was suddenly restored to freedom. Lin Feng effortlessly stepped onto the 3rd step, standing before the Xianyuan Divine Sword. Courage is not merely the reckless bravery of a fool, nor the strength to uproot mountains and rivers. True courage is the unwavering resolve that arises from a heart devoid of desire. Fearlessness is not solely the audacity to face death, but a formidable heart that can smile in the face of overwhelming adversity. With such a powerful heart, one naturally becomes unstoppable, viewing the trials of life as trifles. This is the essence of a fearless warrior. Lin Feng chuckled. In that moment, he distinctly felt a subtle transformation in his state of mind. At the same time, he realized that the words of Emperor Xianyuan were a guiding light. Otherwise, he would never have grasped their profound meaning. Soon, Lin Feng gathered his thoughts, his expression grave as he stared at the ancient sword before him. The long, thick hilt was adorned with unfamiliar runes, and the sword emitted no energy fluctuations, appearing even less formidable than an ordinary weapon. Yet inexplicably, the closer he drew to the sword, the more his heart raced uncontrollably. Perhaps it was as Emperor Xianyuan had said. He had but one chance, and success or failure hinged upon this moment. Lin Feng took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his hands as he slowly approached and grasped the hilt. Boom! Before he could draw the sword, a thunderous explosion echoed in his mind. Following that, Chapter 20, A Leaf, a world. Lin Feng felt a torrent of sharp energy surge through his hands, crashing into his body as he held the hilt. Instantly, it merged with his limbs, flesh, and blood. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, for he watched as the Xianyuan Divine Sword vanished before him, disappearing into thin air. The altar disappeared, the plaza faded away, and the entire space dissolved. Everything, as if a dream, vanished before his eyes. At that moment, Lin Feng was left stunned. What is happening? Just then, he felt an irresistible force of mysterious energy pulling him into another world. Before he could comprehend, an incredible scene unfolded before him. It was a world filled with contrasting imagery. On one side, there was bloody carnage, corpses strewn about, a veritable hell on earth. On the other, there was peace and prosperity, with cheerful citizens tending to their fields, a scene of flourishing vitality. Yet this world felt so real, and Lin Feng perceived it as an observer, viewing everything from a divine perspective. He felt momentarily bewildered. What does this mean? Is this the ultimate test of the Xianyuan Divine Sword? This seems rather trivial. Merely letting me watch a film? What is the sensation? At that moment, a sudden voice pierced through his thoughts. Lin Feng jumped in surprise, his heart racing as he scanned his surroundings, only to find no one there. Could it be an auditory hallucination? Did you not hear my question regarding your feelings? The cold voice resonated again. Who are you? Lin Feng inquired, his heart pounding. I am the spirit of the Xianyuan Divine Sword. Were it not for my guidance, do you think someone as insignificant as you could traverse here so effortlessly? The voice held a hint of arrogance. Lin Feng. No wonder Emperor Xianyuan deliberately made it easier. It turns out the spirit of the Xianyuan sword had a say in this. The spirit continued. Answer my question. What is your sentiment towards the scene before you? I despise brutal slaughter and yearn for a peaceful world, Lin Feng stated candidly. But then his expression hardened as he added, yet, if it serves the latter, I would not hesitate to resort to violence. The Xianyuan sword spirit responded, very well. Time is of the essence. The subsequent trials are unnecessary. Consider yourself to have passed the test of heart and proceed to accept the true Xianyuan divine sword. Lin Feng. In a daze, in that battlefield of corpses and blood, humanity vanquished all malevolent beings, returning in triumph to the adulation of the masses, presenting a scene of peace and prosperity. At that moment, the world began to distort, the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and flora rapidly merging. Moments later, the entire realm transformed into a palm-sized golden sphere, which swiftly flew towards him. Lin Feng felt a flash before his eyes. A sharp pain surged through his Baihui point, and an overwhelming energy rampaged within him, causing excruciating pain that coursed through every nerve, as if 1,000 blades were scraping his bones. The unbearable agony compelled him to cry out. Just then, an overwhelming force descended without warning, crashing upon him like a tidal wave from all directions. At this moment, the vast energy within him surged even more violently. With both internal and external pressures compounding, Lin Feng instantaneously experienced a sensation akin to living hell. Inside, his meridians ruptured, flesh and cells burst asunder. Outside, the relentless pressure bore down on him, cracking his bones and tearing his skin. The terrifying pain traveled through his skin, meridians, bones, muscles, and blood vessels, ultimately reaching his brain's reflex center, causing Lin Feng to feel as if every nerve ending were trembling. As time elapsed, both the vast internal energy and the external, overwhelming pressure only grew stronger. Yet, Lin Feng did not yield. His teeth clenched tightly as he mustered all his strength to endure. However, the more he resisted, the greater the external and internal pressures became, and the pain he endured intensified. Soon, his bones began to crack, blood staining his robe, and he could no longer hold on. At that moment, a spark of realization lit up in his eyes. He relinquished all resistance and fully opened his heart and mind, allowing the internal and external pressures to relentlessly assault his body. Fearless warriors are undaunted. Benevolent hearts are invincible. In that moment, he achieved a deeper understanding. Lin Feng immersed all his thoughts within his mind, experiencing everything around him through his body. He was like an old monk in meditation, his expression serene, and all pain seemed to lose its influence over him. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the energies within and without were no longer attacking forces, but rather components of this world. He, too, was an integral part of this world. The two could coexist harmoniously. As time flowed on, Lin Feng's sensations underwent another transformation. Initially, his body felt like a small boat tossed upon the tumultuous waves of energy and pressure. However, now he perceived that the turbulent rolling had slowed, moving in rhythm with the energy's fluctuations, adopting a certain pattern. It was as if he had completely merged with it, no matter how they surged. His body could adapt and move accordingly. In this state, the vast energy and overwhelming pressure could no longer inflict harm upon him, for he now resembled a floating leaf, swaying in harmony with their changes. Meanwhile, if anyone were present, they would certainly observe that his once bloodied form now radiated a faint golden glow. Yet, Lin Feng was entirely absorbed in this realm of energy, oblivious to the state of his exterior. Simultaneously, within Xuanyuan's tomb, Emperor Xianyuan appeared out of thin air. Hovering in mid-air, a faint smile gracing his face as he watched Lin Feng, who held the Xianyuan divine sword, nodding slightly in approval. At that moment, a faint golden light suddenly emanated from Lin Feng's body. Xianyuan Emperor was instantly taken aback, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" At the inception of the fusion, the Xianyuan divine sword unleashed the power of an entire realm. This young lad is merely at the disciple level of cultivation. How could he possibly achieve such a fusion? With my presence, nothing is impossible. As these words fell, a woman clad in white emerged from the void. She cast a glance at Lin Feng, who was in a meditative state, then turned to Xianyuan Emperor with a subtle smile. "Your millennia-long aspiration shall soon be fulfilled." "What do you mean?" Xianyuan Emperor looked at the woman in confusion. First, observe what lies above him, she instructed, pointing towards Lin Feng's head. Following her gaze, Xianyuan Emperor's eyes widened in astonishment, his body trembling as he gasped, "The sword heart?" Unbeknownst to him, a golden miniature sword had manifested above Lin Feng's head, radiating a sharp, formidable aura that made the heavens tremble. The woman in white nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, it is the sword heart." Xianyuan Emperor realized, "So that is it. I never expected this lad to possess such fortune." The woman continued, "You have guarded the Xianyuan divine sword for millennia, and now its true master has appeared. You are free at last." Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Emperor sighed deeply, a complex expression darkening his profound gaze. A wish held for millennia, a guardianship spanning ages. How could it be so easily relinquished? After a moment of contemplation, his gaze deepened further. This sword symbolizes the resurgence of our human race. Now that it has found its rightful owner, it is about to emerge and proclaim our might. I cannot miss this moment. Moreover, the Xianyuan divine sword requires the fusion of the sword heart, sword spirit, and sword valor to unleash its true power. I am willing to transform into the sword valor, aiding in the resurgence of our people. But why must you go to such lengths? The woman in white was taken aback, her expression reflecting a hint of reluctance. Do you understand what it means to become sword valor? Xianyuan Emperor nodded, realizing that it entailed losing consciousness and soul, resulting in complete obliteration. His face, however, bore a resolute determination as he declared, "Yet I have no regrets. To witness the rise of our human race in such a glorious era is a fortune in itself." A trace of respect appeared on the woman's delicate features. "Very well, I shall grant your wish." Before she could finish, she pointed towards the Xianyuan divine sword on the altar. With a resounding hum, a golden light surged forth as her fingertip touched the sword's hilt. The ancient blade quivered violently, unleashing torrents of golden brilliance. In an instant, the entire Xianyuan tomb transformed into a golden ocean, suffused with a sharpness that eclipsed the heavens. The once dark and ancient sword sheath now glimmered with golden hues, reminiscent of a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. The long hilt, adorned with archaic runes, shimmered in gold, each rune exuding an enigmatic aura, dancing gracefully before detaching from the hilt, floating and swirling around it. At that moment, the golden miniature sword above Lin Feng let out a joyous trill before soaring into the void, resonating with the Xianyuan divine sword. In the next heartbeat, a blinding beam of golden light erupted from the small sword, its radiance overshadowing even that of the Xianyuan divine sword. Slowly, the miniature sword approached the divine blade, but halted just an inch away. At that moment, both swords emitted a clarion call, merging into one with a swift, melodic sound. Gradually, the golden light faded. The woman in white suddenly erupted into laughter, her voice infused with excitement and joy, only to end with a hint of choked emotion. Xianyuan Emperor also laughed heartily, though his eyes glistened with tears of pride. He looked at Lin Feng, nodding in satisfaction. This young lad is truly extraordinary. With such modest prowess, he has swiftly entered the realm of unity between heaven, earth, and humanity. In my youth, I was far from his level. The woman rolled her eyes in response. Do you think you can compare with him? You were merely assigned a temporary duty while he possesses initiative and control. The distinction is profound. After a brief pause, she added, in terms of talent, he surpasses you by leaps and bounds. Xianyuan Emperor remained silent. The woman continued, this lad has a stubborn tenacity, capable of rational judgment, even in dire straits. His character is resolute, and he knows how to choose wisely in the face of significant moral dilemmas. Overall, he is commendable. However, her expression soured slightly as she frowned. Yet he can be quite obstinate, and I sense he is a bit slow on the uptake. He still has no idea who I truly am, causing quite the turmoil in the sect. Seeing the woman's displeasure, Xianyuan Emperor couldn't help but twitch his mouth in amusement, reflecting on the young man's future encounters. Honestly, I believe he is quite clever. He comprehended my words swiftly, proving his intellect is sufficient. His expression turned serious, pride evident in his demeanor. Moreover, to reach the state of unity between man and heaven with such humble strength, to remain unyielding under tremendous pressure and seamlessly blend into that realm, indicates he possesses not only courage and wisdom, but also an unwavering will and exceptional insight. At his age, such accomplishments are indeed rare. The woman seemed to recall something disheartening, casting a glare at Lin Feng in meditation. In my opinion, he is just not bright enough. She then shifted the topic back to him. Xianyuan Emperor chuckled, shaking his head. In that battle long ago, I left behind only a trace of my soul. To fulfill my wish at the final moment is sufficient for this life. His expression shifted to one of anticipation and excitement as he scanned the sword tomb. Now, as demons wreak havoc and the world is turned upside down, it is time for the Xianyuan Divine Sword to reveal its brilliance. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianyuan Emperor transformed into a beam of light and merged into the Xianyuan Divine Sword. Within the Xianyuan tomb, Lin Feng remained motionless, his hands still grasping the massive hilt of the Xianyuan Divine Sword. However, the golden light radiating from him had now become indistinguishable from that of the Divine Sword. The sword's hilt had entirely turned golden. The golden runes that floated in the air came to a halt, exuding an even sharper aura, transforming into true liquid energy. At that moment, the Xianyuan Divine Sword emitted a resounding sword cry. The liquid energy, akin to mystical runes, began to descend as if following a command, swiftly merging into Lin Feng's being. Suddenly, his still body trembled violently, his brow furrowed deeply, and at that moment, a small fissure appeared at the center of his forehead, from which a droplet of golden blood emerged, landing perfectly on the hilt of the Xianyuan Divine Sword. Almost simultaneously, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. As if awakening from a deep slumber, his expression somewhat dazed. Yet his eyes had transformed into a golden hue, with beams of golden light emanating from them. At that moment, he radiated an aura of sovereignty, standing as if he were the ruler of all, his golden gaze surveying the world below. As the golden light in his eyes faded, Lin Feng's hands began to pull upward on the hilt, and a clear, resounding sword cry echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Chapter 22, a sword for heaven and earth with a swift motion, dazzling golden light surged forth from the crevice between the hilt and blade. Boom! In an instant, the earth trembled and mountains shook. The mysterious sword slowly began to emerge, inch by inch, as the golden light intensified with each moment. At that moment, within the confines of Xianyuan Tomb, the once radiant sky suddenly darkened, swiftly becoming so obscure that one could not see their own hand. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. In the following second, a golden sun abruptly rose in the inky blackness of the sky, followed closely by a golden moon that appeared in distant opposition. Countless stars began to adorn the entire firmament. In the distance, majestic mountains surged forth, ancient trees reaching high into the heavens, while lush greenery blanketed the mountain range. The hurried sound of flowing water and the melodious chirping of birds filled the air, breathing vibrant life into this once tranquil world. Farther away, a group of people clad in ancient attire emerged, their laughter and chatter ringing joyfully. Women tended to their families while men labored in the fields or hunted, painting a picture of flourishing prosperity. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng was momentarily struck dumb, unable to believe his eyes. Was this some sort of hallucination? Instinctively lowering his gaze, he found that a golden light, as tangible as reality, was fixated upon the Xianyuan Divine Sword. In that moment, Lin Feng's heart trembled violently, and he murmured, "One side the sun and moon, the other side mountains and trees. Do you represent an entire realm?" After a brief pause, Lin Feng seemed to grasp something profound. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he gathered his strength and swung upward. With a clang, boom, the entire Xianyuan tomb trembled, and a clear, resonant sword cry echoed as the broad Xianyuan Divine Sword was drawn from its sheath. Gripping the hilt tightly, Lin Feng's piercing gaze was fixed upon the sword in his hand, his thoughts racing. At that moment, an array of extraordinary sensations flooded over him. Just then, a cold voice pierced the air. Lin Feng, startled by the sudden sound, turned sharply towards its source only to find no one there. "You, why are you everywhere?" he muttered. He recognized the voice belonged to the sword spirit that had appeared in that surreal world. "Because I am invincible. I can be found wherever you go," he replied. "The time for your powerful rise has arrived," the sword spirit said, her tone turning grave. "From now until your demise, I shall eternally guard you and accompany you to the pinnacle of the universe." Lin Feng, somewhat perplexed, responded, "You asked too many questions," the sword spirit replied. At that moment, A sensation tied to the bloodline of the Xianyuan divine sword surged within him. He paused, then understanding dawned upon him, and he laughed heartily. I too shall protect you for eternity. Who needs your eternal protection? Do not disgrace the Xianyuan divine sword, the sword spirit retorted. Lin Feng mumbled, Aren't you the Xianyuan divine sword? Before he could finish, a burst of golden light shot forth from his brow, instantly merging with the sword sheath. In an instant, the shimmering sword sheath flew out from the stone alcove, reuniting with the sword body. Whoosh! In a flash of brilliance, the sword transformed into a golden streak and vanished into Lin Feng's brow. Boom! Simultaneously, the ground beneath him began to shake violently. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched as he instinctively looked down. To his astonishment, the square beneath him was cracking, fissures rapidly spreading like a spider's web. What on earth is happening? He exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Just then, Lin Feng found himself inexplicably floating into the air, supported by an invisible, mysterious force. As he listened to the rumbling sounds and watched the grand square crumble away piece by piece, scenes of mountains, rivers, and daily life flashed around him. The sun, moon, and stars above grew ever brighter. For a moment, Lin Feng felt dazed, as if he were dreaming. Had he truly acquired the mightiest sword? Do not think that obtaining the Xianyuan divine sword means you will lose your way. The sword spirit, concealed in the void, observed Lin Feng's distracted demeanor with irritation. Do not presume that just because you possess it, you will become the second Xianyuan emperor or an unparalleled powerhouse. With a hint of frustration, she continued, You must remember, nothing in this world is gained without effort. Even though the Xianyuan divine sword is the mightiest of swords, to wield its power, you must first possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, it would be no different from a piece of scrap metal. She added, Moreover, it is only through my assistance that you have acquired it. Your strength has not yet reached the requisite level, and you cannot even unleash a single strike. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was momentarily dumbfounded, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. Is there really no distinction between having it and not having it? Is your intelligence so tragically low? The sword spirit retorted angrily. While you cannot wield it now, I did not say you would never be able to. Once your strength reaches a certain level, you will surely be able to use it. Her tone became somewhat haughty as she elaborated. Moreover, the power released in that moment was exponentially amplified, capable of defeating foes several ranks above you with ease. In this universe, aside from the Pangu axe, no other divine weapon can compare. Lin Feng nodded, beginning to comprehend. So, while I may not unleash its true potential, it could still be a fine sword for simple tasks? Silence. What do you mean fine? The sword spirit interrupted, her voice laced with indignation. You understand nothing. The Xianyuan divine sword not only possesses limitless power, but is also the bane of all demons and monsters. Even the most formidable evil beings dare not approach it. Yet you wish to use it for mundane tasks? At this point, a strange smile flickered across her otherwise serene visage. But since you are its master, you may do as you wish. Just know that this sword is highly coveted. Even the most powerful beings would fight fiercely for it. If they were to discover what you possess, your life would be in grave danger. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression darkened. Then perhaps I should forego the Xianyuan divine sword altogether. This is far too perilous. He quickly realized that acquiring the Xianyuan divine sword was not a boon, but rather a stroke of misfortune. Though he possessed a system, ever since entering the Xianyuan tomb, the previously lively system had vanished without a trace. It was clear that the system could not withstand the might of the Xianyuan divine sword. He had unwittingly sought out an ancestral curse. Chapter 23. The sovereign is our model, of course. You can, and at any time, the sword spirit responded unusually calmly. However, I must remind you that it has already recognized you as its master. To relinquish it, you would need to take your own life. As long as you live, it will remain bound to you, waiting for the next master upon your death. The more Lin Feng listened, the more his face fell. Ultimately, he could only force a smile and say, Then I suppose I will reluctantly accept it. What did you say? A chilling voice echoed, sending shivers through the air. Try repeating that. Lin Feng felt his body stiffen instantly. Bewildered, he pondered how he had offended her. I merely said I would reluctantly accept it. Is that so serious? Bang! Before he could finish his thought, a flash of golden light struck him, and he found himself soaring through the air, suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his backside. Could you please make an effort to show me? Before the words faded, A golden light suddenly appeared in the void, unwaveringly directed at Lin Feng. Explain yourself clearly. In what way are you struggling? What did I ever ask you to find it difficult? No, no, no. I am not in any distress. Absolutely not. I am quite happy. Lin Feng immobilized, turned pale, and forced a smile. Senior Sword Spirit, I was just a bit muddled earlier, speaking nonsense. What I truly meant to convey is that you, Senior Sword Spirit, are undoubtedly breathtakingly beautiful, making even the heavens and earth pale in comparison, and your kindness puts saints to shame. Silence. You silver-tongued flatterer. You are not a good person. The Sword Spirit, concealed in the void, scolded, casting Lin Feng a disdainful glance. A faint blush appeared on her porcelain-like face as she muttered under her breath. In the end, it is still. Lin Feng did not hear her murmurs, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, inwardly lamenting, "This is truly inviting trouble for myself." Fortunately, after his flattery, the Sword Spirit remained silent, and Lin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, he now understood that this enigmatic Sword Spirit was not only unfathomably powerful, but also capricious and unpredictable. A true embodiment of contradiction. At this moment, Lin Feng was still bewildered, utterly unaware of how he had offended her to provoke such ire. Nevertheless, he resolved never to provoke this woman again. Whatever she said would be accepted as truth, even if she claimed the sun rose in the west. Lin Feng would gladly agree. At that moment, the Sword Spirit suddenly declared, "It is time to leave the Xianyuan tomb." Leave? Lin Feng instinctively glanced around, realizing the entire plaza had vanished, a jolt coursing through him. "Yes, we must hurry to depart. Why are you in such a rush? You are as timid as a mouse," the Sword Spirit remarked. Lin Feng responded with silence. The Sword Spirit continued, "Since you have become the master of the Xianyuan Divine Sword, there are certain things you must understand." Her tone grew serious. "You must remember, the true power of the Xianyuan Divine Sword can only be unleashed through its inherent sword techniques, known as the 9 chaotic techniques. The 9 chaotic techniques, each possessing overwhelming might, should never be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. The condition for employing the Xianyuan 9 techniques is sufficient energy, otherwise, the backlash could be life-threatening. Energy encompasses more than just the spiritual energy you are familiar with. It includes many other forms. Now, I shall impart the workings of these 9 techniques to you." With that, a point of golden light appeared from thin air, swiftly entering Lin Feng's brow. Boom! Lin Feng felt a thunderous roar in his mind as the workings of the 9 chaotic techniques seamlessly integrated into his consciousness, instantly comprehensible with a mere thought. "Let's go," the Sword Spirit commanded. As her words fell, a golden door materialized from nowhere. Before Lin Feng could react, he was thrust through the golden portal like a kite with its strings severed. On the other side, at the Sacred Sword Sect, atop Xianyuan Peak, Xianyuan Qingtian gazed into the void, her aura surging with intensity, her expression grave, intertwined with a chilling murderous intent. In the void, the whirlpool of thunderclouds grew larger, devouring more and more lightning, the atmosphere thickening with an unsettling aura of destruction. In the distance, on the side peak, disciples Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian felt a prickling sensation at the nape of their necks. At that moment, the rapidly spinning vortex abruptly halted, plunging the world into an eerie silence, a wave of oppressive energy swiftly spreading. Boom! A deafening thunderclap shattered the stillness, the earth trembled, the heavens quaked, and all living things quivered. Crack! From the enormous vortex, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, erupted, roaring forth like a ferocious dragon, hurtling toward Xianyuan Qingtian with astonishing speed, defying both time and space. In less than a breath, it struck the top of her head. At this moment, Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian on the side peak trembled in their hearts, watching helplessly as Xianyuan Qingtian appeared to be on the brink of being struck by the lightning. Just then, Xianyuan Qingtian narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, her left hand swiftly forming a sword gesture, and with a flick of her right hand, a golden sword aura materialized. Swish! The void split apart. The golden sword aura directly collided with the dragon-like lightning, shattering it effortlessly, its momentum unyielding as it sliced toward the thunderous vortex in the sky. In an instant, the vortex, seemingly enraged, unleashed another bolt of lightning, this one even more formidable than before, rushing toward the golden sword aura with a deafening roar. Boom! The sword aura shattered, the lightning exploded, and a terrifying shockwave radiated outward. At this moment, Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian stared in disbelief, rubbing their eyes in astonishment. This senior was beyond human comprehension. She formed energy into a sword to obliterate 2 bolts of lightning, remaining so composed. That was the heavenly tribulation, the nemesis of the soul state. How could she achieve such a feat? Surely, the sect master must have bestowed upon her some extraordinary treasure. Ultimately, it was the sect master who was truly formidable, an unparalleled role model for us all. Yixian murmured in awe. Who is this woman? Able to withstand the heavenly tribulation without even wielding a weapon? Is simply unfathomable. Yet, it is not impossible. After all, the sect master is immensely powerful. A mere pointer from him would be sufficient to counter the heavenly tribulation. Alas, the sect master is too formidable. I fear I may never hope to catch up to him in this lifetime. Yi Jingyun lamented quietly. Meanwhile, on Xianyuan Peak, Xianyuan Qingtian did not relax her focus after shattering the lightning. Rather, her expression grew even more solemn, her cold gaze fixed on the void. The whirlpool in the void had not dissipated. Instead, it had become more solidified. The two seemed to be locked in a standoff, each waiting for the other to reveal a flaw for a decisive strike. In an atmosphere of intense oppression, it moved. Chapter 24. Do you dare to bully me, Elder of the Sacred Sword Sect? The whirlpool spun rapidly, and suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended, aimed directly at Xianyuan Qingtian below, the accompanying thunder sending a jolt through her heart. The formidable might of the heavens descended. A second bolt of lightning struck. A third followed closely behind. Almost simultaneously, Xianyuan Qingtian lightly tapped her toes, propelling herself 100 meters into the air, her eyes closed, allowing the raging winds to buffet her. Just as the lightning approached within 100 feet of her head, Xianyuan Qingtian seemed to sense something. She formed a dual-handed sword gesture and slowly swung forward. Boom! An unsettling aura surged forth. Immediately, Xianyuan Qingtian, 100 meters above the ground, vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, a golden streak sliced through the void, charging directly towards the first bolt of lightning imbued with the majestic might of the heavens. Soon, the two forces collided. The first bolt of lightning was effortlessly cleaved apart as if made of paper. The second bolt lasted only 3 breaths before it too was severed. The third bolt held out for a full quarter of an hour, but ultimately fell to the blade. However, the unstoppable golden streak was also shattered, dissipating into the void. At that moment, Xianyuan Qingtian reappeared in her original position, albeit with a pale complexion and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Yet, the whirlpool in the void remained, now spinning rapidly, devouring more lightning, its aura growing increasingly terrifying. She glanced at the vortex, chuckling, "You truly hold me in high regard. To unleash a 9-fold heavenly tribulation upon me. Too bad my strength has recovered insufficiently. Otherwise, I could obliterate you with a single sword strike." Xianyuan Qingtian sighed, a hint of sorrow glimmering in her eyes. Now my spiritual energy is nearly depleted. I have unleashed my most powerful move, and to resist the 3 subsequent, even more potent bolts of lightning is no longer feasible. Is it truly the case that I, the illustrious Xianyuan Qingtian, am to perish here today? But I am unwilling. I have yet to avenge my enemies, to confront that wretched traitor and demand an explanation for her betrayal. I cannot die yet. Murmuring to herself, she turned her gaze toward the inverted heaven peak. Lin Sect Master, it seems I shall never be able to repay your kindness. Xianyuan Qingtian was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the thunder tribulation. It was not only immensely powerful, but also inescapable. Once struck down by the thunder tribulation, one's soul would be shattered, leaving no chance for reincarnation. At that moment, the swirling vortex ceased its rotation. Sensing something, Xianyuan Qingtian looked up, her eyes igniting with determination. Was the strongest 3 bolts of thunder tribulation finally approaching? Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 3 thundering roars reverberated simultaneously, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble as the overwhelming celestial might descended abruptly. Almost instantaneously, 3 golden bolts of lightning erupted, illuminating the entire realm. They resembled 3 colossal dragons of unparalleled might, roaring as they lunged toward Xianyuan Qingtian. seemingly intent on tearing her apart. Injured and overwhelmed by the terrifying celestial pressure, Xian Yuan Qing Tian could not suppress a mouthful of blood. Her vitality waning as her once proud form succumbed to gravity. Closer, even nearer, the three lightning dragons were about to strike Xian Yuan Qing Tian. At that moment, the world illuminated by the lightning abruptly fell into darkness. Simultaneously, a chilling sharpness swept across the land. In that instant, the universe seemed to freeze. The lightning dragons were rendered motionless. A resonant sword cry echoed through the heavens. Elder of the Divine Sword Sect, how dare you bully her? A familiar voice followed the sword's cry. Before the words could settle, a golden sun rose in the inky sky, its radiant light enveloping everything, completely overshadowing the brilliance of the lightning. The cosmos froze in that moment. Soon after, a golden full moon ascended, countless golden stars adorning the vast expanse, as mountains, rivers, and myriad living beings emerged. In that moment, Xian Yuan Qing Tian, suspended in the void, widened her phoenix-like eyes in disbelief, murmuring, How is this possible? Meanwhile, on the nearby peak, Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian stood dumbfounded, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. At this instant, a colossal ancient sword, measuring 100 feet in length, hung suspended in the air, radiating an overwhelming brilliance that coalesced into a massive energy sword, slowly slicing toward the three bolts of thunder tribulation. A presence of benevolence and sanctity permeated the cosmos. Xian Yuan Qing Tian, Yi Jingyun, and Yi Xian all felt a constricting sensation in their chests, their hearts pounding like war drums. Soon, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The energy sword shattered the three bolts of thunder tribulation with ease, or rather, it crushed them, leaving no trace behind. Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, their hearts surging with tumultuous waves. What kind of sword was this? What sword technique was this? Merely the sword's light obliterated the three bolts of thunder tribulation. The sect leader was indeed no ordinary person. It was known that even the most formidable thunder tribulation was nearly insurmountable. Most warriors would exhaust every means to prepare defensive treasures, hoping to survive. Yet, despite such preparations, many still faced the fate of being obliterated. They recognized the voice of Lin Feng. Having witnessed Xian Yuan Qing Tian dispelling 6 bolts of thunder tribulation, they were already astounded. Little did they know that the sect leader had not even shown himself. And a single sword light had annihilated the mightiest thunder tribulation that Xian Yuan Qing Tian could not withstand. This completely surpassed their understanding. They unanimously concluded the sect leader was not human, but a deity. Meanwhile, despite Xian Yuan Qing Tian's shock, her emotions were more akin to confusion and intrigue. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. The first form of the Chaos 9 styles, the unity of heaven and man slash. As the words fell, the golden giant sword erupted with a surge of golden radiance, all its ancient patterns coming to life. One side of the sword shimmered with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other side emitted vibrant life from mountains and flora. In the next moment, the entire golden giant sword vanished into thin air, as if it had merged with the world, leaving only a dazzling golden tail soaring toward the colossal vortex of thunderclouds. Wherever the golden streak passed, everything was rendered void. Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian were instantly paralyzed with fear, the terrifying sharpness emanating from that single sword leaving them in awe. Their bodies rigid as they helplessly watched the unparalleled sword strike toward the thundercloud vortex. It pierced through. It flew past. It stabbed through. It cleaved through. Even with their eyes fixated, they could not discern the sword's trajectory, though the golden streak moved without any grandiose roar or overwhelming surge. It quietly and steadily pressed toward the thundercloud vortex. Yet, the incredibly potent thundercloud vortex was effortlessly penetrated by the giant's sword, as if it were mere paper. In the next heartbeat, an even more horrifying scene unfolded. Chapter 25. A sword to cut through thunder. Embracing beauty, the vast thundercloud vortex rapidly diminished, visibly shrinking until, within mere breaths, it dissipated without a trace. The celestial phenomena vanished, and Lin Feng swiftly appeared in the void, gently embracing Xian Yuan Qing Tian's slender waist as they floated downward. On the side peak, the disciples marveled, heavens, the sect leader is indeed extraordinary. When he strikes, it is nothing short of astonishing. A sword that cleaved through thunder while cradling beauty. I wonder when I shall reach the sect leader's level. Yi Xian sighed. Junior brother, are you dreaming? Go find a bucket of cold water to wake up. Reaching the sect leader's level? Aren't you afraid of being struck down by a bolt of thunder for such presumptuousness? Yi Jingyan looked at Yi Xian as though he were a fool. How could one measure the sect leader's stature? On the Xianyuan peak, Lin Feng inquired, are you all right? I was delayed for a moment and almost arrived too late. He inwardly sighed with relief, grateful that time within the Xianyuan tomb differed from the outside world. Otherwise, it would have been a shame to lose an elder after finally acquiring one. Moreover, the system had proven quite beneficial, granting him the true Xianyuan divine sword, which allowed him to unleash the unity of heaven and man / Otherwise, even if he had caught up, he would not have been able to save anyone. At this moment, he no longer felt the system was a hindrance. The power of that sword had astonished him, displaying an overwhelming dominance. I am unscathed, merely drained of spiritual energy and somewhat weak. Xianyuan Qing Tian replied softly, feeling the strength of Lin Feng's arm around her waist. Her cheeks flushed, and she responded in a low voice. This was the first time in thousands of years that she had been so close to a man, and rather than feeling repelled, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him, especially by the sense of safety that enveloped her, leading to an uncharacteristic sense of infatuation. Xianyuan Qing Tian thought to herself, how embarrassing. Why have I become this way? In truth, it was also Lin Feng's first time embracing a woman, and such an exquisite one at that. He felt his face grow warm, his heartbeat racing uncontrollably, the faint fragrance that lingered in the air. The soft warmth of her body and the delightful sensation from her arm made it nearly impossible for him to maintain composure. Xianyuan Qing Tian could clearly sense Lin Feng's heightened breath, and feeling flustered, she quickly turned to the side and said, your earlier sword strike resembled one from my memories, yet its power was immense. No wonder I could never comprehend it. Lin Feng offered an awkward smile. Actually, that sword was merely the most basic form, and I only displayed 1/10 of its power. It is nothing remarkable. Merely the most basic form? Only 1/10 of its power? How can anyone be so disheartening? Why don't you ascend to the heavens? Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Qing Tian's expression shifted, her thoughts racing with indignation. At that moment, she became even more resolute in her belief. The sect leader must be a reincarnated saintly being. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of envy, wishing she could learn such prowess as well. Soon, the two landed safely, and Xianyuan Qing Tian was the first to step away from Lin Feng's embrace. Lin Feng, am I the leader of a pack of wolves and tigers? Just at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Sensing the ambitious spirit of the destined goddess and her admiration for her master, the system felt gratified and proactively presented a lucky gift package. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the shared benefits with the destined goddess. Ding! Congratulations on receiving contributions from sect disciples. Lin Feng was somewhat bewildered. System ding. The master has acquired the Xianyuan divine sword, which means the destined goddess has also obtained the Xianyuan divine sword. The master has acquired the Chaos 9 styles, which means the destined goddess has also acquired the Chaos 9 styles. Lin Feng's face darkened. What the hell, system? Does this mean I have to make a wedding dress for someone else? System ding. The system is not your subordinate. The master is being narrow-minded. Lin Feng. System ding. Although the benefits are shared, the master takes the initiative, resulting in greater advantages. Lin Feng retorted, what advantages are there? System ding. The cultivation achievements of the destined goddess will apply to the master. Once the destined goddess masters the Chaos 9 styles, the master will also master the Chaos 9 styles. But the destined goddess will not reap the rewards from the master's mastery. If the master gifts the Xianyuan divine sword to the destined goddess, it can be reclaimed with just a thought, and the destined goddess cannot resist. As for the sect disciples, they can only contribute purely to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's mood brightened. It was tantamount to others assisting him in his cultivation, which was simply splendid. Ignoring the system, he turned his gaze to the indecisive Xianyuan Qing Tian. Well, Qing Tian, I see you also practice swordsmanship. I wonder if you would be interested in the sword technique I just displayed? Huh? Xianyuan Qing Tian looked confused, staring at Lin Feng in disbelief. What do you mean? It's exactly what you think. Lin Feng smiled. I intend to impart a set of sword techniques to you. The sword strike I just performed was merely the weakest among them. What do you think? Xianyuan Qingtian's large, expressive eyes widened in astonishment. Are you serious? Lin Feng nodded, of course. The master never speaks falsely. Xianyuan Qingtian's face flushed with excitement, and she hurriedly said, I am willing, exceedingly willing. Saying this, she eagerly prepared to bow and thank Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward to support her, laughing. It's merely a set of sword techniques. There is no need for such grand gestures, and in the future, do not bow to others so readily. As he spoke, he pointed, and a beam of golden light shot forth, instantly entering Xianyuan Qingtian's brow. Boom! Xianyuan Qingtian felt a thunderous roar in her mind. The words Chaos 9 Styles hovered in her consciousness, followed by the sound of a sword ringing, and those 4 characters transformed into specks of golden light, vanishing. A sharp pain pierced through her, causing her to stagger and fall softly into Lin Feng's embrace. The delicate fragrance of her skin wafted through the air. The faint hint of white, her slightly labored breathing, and the occasional sound. Oh no, oh no, Lin Feng could no longer remain composed, instinctively raising his hands. Friends, I am in a hurry. What do you think? Should I embrace or hold on? Primarily, my younger brother must uphold the banner. I cannot be blamed. Ultimately, reason tipped the scales towards the honest body, and Lin Feng lowered his hands. TSK, I must admit the sensation. Oh my, one must not gaze upon such sights. One must not gaze upon such sights. In a flurry, Yi Xian and Yi Jingyun rushed over from the side peak, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they were instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 26. The celestial star chart. The first to react was Yi Jingyun, who gasped, quickly covering her eyes and turning to flee. Oh no, I've stumbled upon a master's private matters. Yi Xian, regaining composure, let out a yelp, his heart racing as he dashed away without a trace. Lin Feng, at that moment, he felt a movement in his arms and instinctively looked down, only to find that Xianyuan Qingtian had awakened, staring at him with wide, bewildered eyes. For a moment, they were locked in a gaze. Ah, Xianyuan Qingtian shrieked. Can you please remove your hand? Huh? Lin Feng felt a painful throb in his eardrum, instinctively tightening his grip. Huh? Why does it feel soft yet firm? He instinctively glanced down. Oh my, how did I cover her 2 lanterns? Lin Feng felt embarrassed, chuckling awkwardly. There is no time to explain. He released Xianyuan Qingtian immediately and took 3 steps back. This was merely a misunderstanding. It was your beauty that elicited an instinctive response, purely instinctive. Be quiet. Do not mention this matter again. Xianyuan Qingtian's face flushed with anger. She was truly incensed. How can being beautiful be a fault? This is utterly absurd. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, glaring fiercely at Lin Feng before turning to rush into her room. Qingtian, wait a moment. Lin Feng slapped his mouth in frustration at his own words and hurried after her, plastering a smile on his face. I still have something to give you. Not interested. Xianyuan Qingtian glared at Lin Feng. Move aside. Not letting you. As she spoke, Lin Feng grasped Xianyuan Qingtian's small hand, summoning the Xianyuan Divine Sword and placing it in her palm. This sword pairs with the Chaos 9 Styles. Together they yield boundless power, so keep it safe. Having said that, Lin Feng immediately turned and left without hesitation. Xianyuan Qingtian momentarily found herself at a loss for words, watching Lin Feng's retreating figure call out. Moments later, a smile curved her lips, and the surrounding flowers seemed to pale instantly. After a while, Xianyuan Qingtian glanced at the golden ancient sword in her hand, gently caressing it. At the inverted heaven peak, the master's secluded chamber, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the Bodhi meditation mat, slowly unleashing a punch, producing a sharp sonic boom as a burst of energy shot forth, silently slicing through the void. This punching technique was the savage divine fist that Lin Feng had bestowed upon Yi Jingyun. Just as the system indicated, the martial arts and treasures he imparted to his disciples could be retrieved with a mere thought. Therefore, when Yi Jingyun achieved mastery, it was equivalent to Lin Feng's own progress. In time, all disciples would follow suit. He believed it would not be long before the Divine Sword Sect would rise prominently. One cannot deny the exhilarating feeling of witnessing one's disciples grow stronger and the sect flourishing step by step. Lin Feng sighed, then cleared his mind of distractions. focusing intently on cultivating the celestial mechanism technique. As for the Qingquan divine art, he felt he had reached a bottleneck. Forcing further cultivation would be counterproductive. At present, he was merely at the 8th stage of the transformation realm, classified as intermediate Qi refinement, and there lay a long road ahead to true strength. As the sect grew increasingly powerful, it would inevitably attract the attention of other forces, indicating that the adversaries he would face in the future would only grow stronger. Although he possessed a remarkable system, everything hinged on the foundation of strength. His profound experience within the Xianyuan tomb had made this clear. Therefore, Lin Feng dared not show the slightest negligence. In the Yan and Huang kingdom, the Qingqiu Sacred Land. The Qingqiu Sacred Land is a renowned sect for sword cultivators in the Yan and Huang kingdom, with a legacy spanning over 10,000 years. Not only does it excel in swordsmanship, but its forging techniques are also top-notch, with countless strong practitioners and a multitude of elites within. Countless warriors aspire to wield swords forged by the Qingqiu Sacred Land, and innumerable prodigies wish to join it. At this moment, within the Sacred Land's main hall, a woman clad in a golden robe, with a cold and exquisite visage, emanating an extraordinary aura, stood at the entrance. Suddenly, her curvaceous figure trembled violently, her expression changing drastically as a look of terror erupted in her eyes. An unparalleled, domineering, and sharp aura surged from her, twisting the space beside her, causing black fissures to appear as the hall shook violently. Even the entire Qingqiu Sacred Land trembled. Such immense power. How outrageous. This is utterly impossible. Back then, I witnessed her soul shatter with my own eyes. Why do I sense the presence of my damned master today? It has been a full 3,000 years. Could it be that I am mistaken? Or is it merely the aura of another? The woman in the flowing robe furrowed her brow, her eyes radiating a tangible coldness. No, I must consult him. With a swift motion, she vanished from her spot. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. At the ethereal peak of the Divine Sword Sect, Lin Feng remained in seclusion, diligently honing his skills. His cultivation had successfully progressed from the initial stage of the 8th level of transformation to its pinnacle, and he was but a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough to the 9th level of alchemical formation, destined to become a true high-level divine practitioner. Ding! The system detected its master's surge in power and was overcome with excitement, eagerly presenting a promotion gift package. Ding! Congratulations! You have received the holy level treasure, Zhou Tian Star Map. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the Qingquan Unified Fist. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the movement technique soaring to great heights. Ding! Congratulations! You have attained the sword technique, 9 Veins Divine Sword. Ding! Congratulations! You have received the finger technique, Meteor Finger. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the cultivation method, Dragon Elephant Art. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. The system was so thoughtful, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude. Rising to his feet, he tidied his Bodhi meditation mat, and with a flash, appeared atop the inverted heaven peak, gazing down at the entire Divine Sword Sect. Lin Feng nodded slightly, then waved his hand. Boom! A cascade of ethereal starlight manifested in the void, dreamlike and astonishing. One could even see twinkling stars moving along their mysterious paths, an aura of the sacred enveloping him as if forming an immense galaxy. At that moment, Xianyuan Peak as Xianyuan Qingtian, along with the disciples Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian from the auxiliary peak, all sensed the extraordinary phenomenon in the sect skies. Instinctively, the three looked up, witnessing an enormous painting descending from the heavens, enveloping the entire Divine Sword Sect. The magnificent painting was crystalline and radiant, shimmering with starlight, teeming with auspicious energy. It contained countless twinkling stars, vibrant colors, mountains, rivers, trees, lakes, and oceans, as if it encapsulated an entire world. This grand painting was none other than the Zhou Tian Star Map. It had the power to enhance the sect's protective formation while also suppressing fortune, an unparalleled treasure. Chapter 27. Soaring to great heights at that moment. The hidden golden dragon of fortune residing in inverted heaven peak suddenly opened its draconic eyes, filled with unabashed fervor. Fixated on the Zhou Tian Star Map, it seemed the map was imbued with irresistible allure. After a moment of contemplation, the The golden dragon raised its head and released a mighty roar, soaring into the sky, circling proudly around the Divine Sword Sect before diving into the Zhou star map. In an instant, the Zhou star map erupted with golden radiance, and the sound of the dragon's roar reverberated. Gazing upon the star map, one could see an enormous golden dragon joyfully swimming through the celestial expanse. At that moment, the 108 auxiliary peaks seemed to sense something, shaking violently as 108 beams of light shot into the sky, merging with the 108 radiant stars within the star map. The pressure of the stars continuously reinforced the sect's protective formation. Both the Zhou star map and the Golden Dragon of Fortune were supreme treasures capable of ensuring the everlasting prosperity of the sect. With their union, the fortune of the Divine Sword Sect would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, destined for eternal success. With the added power of the stars, the protective formation became as solid as gold, its might magnified. After a moment, the brilliance of the Zhou star map receded, the stars dimmed, gradually becoming ethereal, and then seamlessly melded into the void above the Divine Sword Sect, silently suppressing its fortune and enhancing the power of the protective formation. During this time, Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian watched in astonishment as a colossal golden dragon soared into the Zhou star map, leaving them utterly speechless. Their eyes widened like saucers, mouths agape in disbelief. Good heavens, what have they just witnessed? A dragon, a seven-clawed golden dragon stretching for miles, alongside a scroll that could contain an entire realm? Their master was not merely human, but divine. The two remained dazed for quite some time, a shared thought echoing in their minds. At Xianyuan Peak, the flustered Xianyuan Qingtian was equally astounded by the Zhou star map and the Golden Dragon of Fortune. Even with her thousands of years of experience, she could not contain her shock. Was this Golden Dragon of Fortune truly so extraordinary, stretching for miles? In her lifetime, she had been fortunate enough to see a Golden Dragon of Fortune in a super sect. That dragon, measuring 10,000 zhang, was colossal and remarkable. But in comparison to the one from the Divine Sword Sect, it was as insignificant as a newly hatched hatchling. What kind of terrifying existence had this mischievous child been in his past life to tame such a powerful Golden Dragon of Fortune? The thought was almost unfathomable. As Xianyuan Qingtian was lost in shock, her gaze fell upon the slender figure atop Inverted Heaven Peak, her breath quickening uncontrollably, her heart fluttering with excitement. What shocked her most was how effortlessly the mischievous child had unfurled a dreamlike, cosmic painting. There was no doubt that this painting could not only suppress the sect's fortune, but also bolster the protective formation. Truly a supreme treasure. Otherwise, the Golden Dragon of Fortune would not have so willingly entered it, nor would the 108 auxiliary peaks have responded in unison. Such grandiosity was beyond compare. Xianyuan Qingtian increasingly felt that joining the Divine Sword Sect as an elder was the wisest decision of her life and the greatest opportunity. Previously, the 9th grade Holy Lotus had granted her rebirth, the Chaos Treasure Pearl had nourished her spirit, and now she possessed the Chaos 9 formations capable of slicing through 9 layers of divine lightning tribulation, along with the Xianyuan Divine Sword, whose mere aura could instill awe. Now she had 2 supreme treasures to stabilize the sect's fortune, each one a manifestation of celestial prowess. There was no doubt the mischievous child wielded extraordinary abilities. Under his leadership, the Divine Sword Sect would surely ascend to the divine altar. As for herself, she could not only cultivate the supreme sword path, but also absorb the sect's fortune, rapidly recovering her cultivation and gaining unimaginable opportunities. It was simply too wonderful. Atop Inverted Heaven Peak, Lin Feng, having arranged the Zhou star map, cast his gaze over the realm. In truth, he had not anticipated the merging of the Golden Dragon of Fortune with the Zhou star map. However, overall, it was a fortuitous event, and he had no objections to such good fortune. Satisfied, Lin Feng nodded and in a flash, returned to the secret chamber of the Xianhuang Hall. Earlier, the system had eagerly presented him with a promotion gift package. Apart from the Zhou star map, he had yet to examine the other items. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing his mind to access the system's virtual space, beginning to peruse the introductions of these various martial arts techniques. Qinkuan Unified Fist, the supreme fist technique capable of shaking mountains and parting rivers, with the power to shatter myriad laws, truly boundless strength. Meteor Finger, absorbing the power of the Zhou stars, refining it within oneself, condensing it at one's fingertips. One strike is akin to a meteor's impact. Dragon Elephant Art, an exquisite body refinement technique capable of tempering bones and skin, fortifying internal organs, and even enhancing bloodlines. When perfected, one would possess the power of 9 dragons and 9 elephants. 9 Veins Divine Sword, an elite sword technique, divided into 9 forms, each possessing unfathomable might, elusive and indistinguishable. When mastered, a single sword strike could eclipse the heavens. Soaring to great heights, a divine-level movement technique, when perfected, allows one to transcend time and space, instantly ascending to the 9th heaven. After reviewing the introductions, a beaming smile spread across Lin Feng's face. Without exception, all were top-tier techniques. Especially the movement technique soaring to great heights, it was simply divine. With these extraordinary martial arts and techniques, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. He was filled with elation, murmuring to himself. Subsequently, he promptly retrieved his Bodhi meditation cushion, seated himself upon it, and commenced his cultivation. Soon, a formidable and domineering aura emanated from Lin Feng, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch, and golden light erupted. As a golden dragon, several yards long, roared and tore through the void. In the next moment, he pointed with a finger, a dazzling starlight converging at his fingertip, which shot forth like a falling star. Following that, he formed a sword gesture with his left hand, while lightly tapping with his right ring finger, causing a streak of golden sword energy to pierce through a distant boulder. Finally, he expanded his form, akin to a great rock spreading its wings, instantly appearing 100 meters above, only to return to his original position in the blink of an eye. In an instant, 10 days had quietly passed. Within the Xianhuang Hall, in the secluded chamber of the sect leader, Lin Feng slowly lowered his hands, retracting the sharp and domineering aura entirely. The next moment, he gradually opened his eyes, and a substantive golden light burst forth from them, piercing through the void before him. At this juncture, he had achieved varying degrees of comprehension regarding those martial techniques. His combat prowess had undergone a qualitative enhancement, and his strength experienced a gratifying breakthrough. The threshold of the 9th stage of the Golden Core realm, which had always eluded him, was now merely a thin membrane away. The spiritual energy within his sea of qi had become exceedingly dense, hinting at a tendency towards liquefaction. At this moment, his demeanor exuded an ethereal grace, transcending the mundane. Chapter 28. Descent for Practice Simultaneously. During these 10 days, Yi Jingyun continued his tireless practice of the savage divine fist, his movements beginning to exhibit an effortless mastery. As for Yi Xian, after reaching a bottleneck with a 9-fold sword technique, he entered the transmission tower. Inside the transmission tower, resplendent lights and profound energies surrounded him. Rows of jade shells displayed an array of martial techniques and various artifacts, each radiating a kaleidoscope of colors and exuding formidable energies. The ancient manuscripts of martial techniques possessed an extraordinary aura. Previously, the system had generously provided various exquisite martial techniques and artifacts upon noticing the increase in disciples within the sect. The martial techniques were all of peak acquired realm quality, and the artifacts were at least of spiritual artifact grade. Some are even secret techniques selected from other sects by the system. The transmission tower itself had been endowed with intelligence by the system, in addition to managing its daily operations. It could also screen the most suitable martial techniques and artifacts for the disciples based on their bones, physique, talent, and temperament. Yi Xian obtained a technique named Heaven-Defying Sword Body Technique, which perfectly aligned with his innate sword body. This technique was unconventional, utilizing the sword to form the sea of qi, consuming myriad swords through the sea of qi, and nurturing the innate sword body with the essence of countless swords in a perpetual cycle to achieve immortality. Once mastered to a minor extent, it could grant immunity to ordinary sword damage, compelling all swords to submit. Furthermore, the transmission tower bestowed upon Yi Xian several powerful artifacts tailored to his talents. Upon leaving the transmission tower, Yi Xian returned briefly to the side peak where the miscellaneous disciples resided, gathering a few essential items for daily life, and bid farewell to his senior brother, Yi Jingyun. He then hurriedly made his way to the anti-sky peak outside the Xianhuang Hall. With a thud, He knelt before the grand hall, bowing 3 times with utmost respect, and said, "Miscellaneous disciple Yi Xian pays his respects to the sect leader." "What is it?" Lin Feng appeared at the entrance of the Yan and Huang hall in a flash, glancing at the bundle on Yi Xian's back, his brow furrowing slightly. He thought, could it be that this fellow is planning to run away, abandoning his duties? Just a few days prior, he had bestowed upon him the ninefold sword technique and the flying immortal sword, and he had also acquired the heaven-defying sword body technique and several powerful artifacts within the transmission tower. Now, he intended to flee with these treasures? This was utterly absurd. Clearly, he possessed a rebellious nature. Upon this realization, a trace of coldness flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. What if he had extraordinary talent? What if he held great fortune? If his character was lacking, he would be dealt with decisively. However, then he reconsidered, wait, that's not right. The system would never deceive me. Since this fellow's loyalty is 100%, he would certainly not abscond with treasures. It seems there must be another matter at hand. I shall listen to what he has to say. Sect leader, I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and am unable to find a breakthrough opportunity at this moment. Therefore, I wish to venture out and seek that elusive chance. I hope for your approval, sect leader. So it was merely a desire to venture out for experience and seek a breakthrough opportunity. Indeed, I had acted too hastily. Lin Feng mused silently, the coldness in his gaze dissipating. It appeared he had overthought the matter. With a loyalty of 100%, how could he possibly run away with treasures? He nodded slightly, granting his assent. As cultivators, we are inherently defiant against the heavens. Only through trials of life and death, and experiencing the myriad facets of the world, can we forge a heart of steel and achieve the supreme path. Additionally, remember that as disciples of the Divine Sword Sect, we must act with boldness and clarity, raising our voices against injustice without hesitation, lest we tarnish the name of the Divine Sword Sect. Moreover, during your journey, you may select individuals of commendable character and superior talent from the secular world to recruit into our Divine Sword Sect as miscellaneous disciples. If you accomplish this task splendidly, I shall reward you handsomely. Yi Xian's expression shifted, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy and excitement, as he respectfully declared, I shall diligently adhere to your command, sect leader. My goodness, the sect leader has entrusted him with a mission? This clearly indicates that he values Yi Xian highly. How could Yi Xian possibly betray the sect leader's immense kindness? In that moment, he resolutely decided that upon descending the mountain, he would devote himself entirely to rallying support and strengthening the Divine Sword Sect, enhancing the sect leader's reputation. Such a call to action against injustice stirred his very blood. After respectfully bidding farewell to the sect leader, Yi Xian dashed out of the Divine Sword Sect's mountain gate, brimming with passion and ambition. Ding! The system sensed the disciples descending the mountain for practice, and, seeing the hope of the sect's growth, proactively presented a training gift package. Ding! Congratulations! You have received brotherly support. Ding! Congratulations! Your peak golden core strike has been upgraded to a supreme innate strike. Ding! Congratulations! Your chaotic pressure has been upgraded. Listening to the system's cold voice, Lin Feng's lips curled into a hint of surprise. Disciples venturing out could also receive a gift package? Aside from thinking that the system was exceptionally considerate, Lin Feng had no further words. Brotherly support is a divine-level puppet artifact that can unleash the peak strength of a golden core expert. Its purpose, when disciples encounter life-threatening crises, the brotherly support will automatically intervene to rescue them. After comprehending the function of brotherly support, Lin Feng felt quite satisfied. The system truly understood the situation. This way, he need not worry about the disciples encountering danger. After all, Yi Xian was a person of great fortune, possessing an innate sword body, a rare find indeed. If he were to perish, it would be most unfortunate. The level of a peak golden core expert was not to be taken lightly. As long as one did not encounter those super strong individuals, there was always a chance to escape. Activate brotherly support, Lin Feng silently commanded. Almost simultaneously, ripples appeared in the void before him, and a transparent figure emerged from the air. Go, protect the miscellaneous disciple Yi Xian, Lin Feng instructed with a wave of his hand. The transparent figure first bowed slightly to Lin Feng, then took a step forward, vanishing like a mirage from the Yan and Huang hall, stealthily following Yi Xian's aura. Meanwhile, miles away from the Divine Sword Sect. A woman of serene demeanor and unparalleled beauty, exuding a sacred aura, stood proudly in the void. Just her presence, surrounded by auspicious clouds, made the sun, moon, and stars pale in comparison, as if she were the sole being in the universe. Particularly striking were her emerald green eyes, pure and flawless, complemented by her flowing green gown, making her appear as the most sacred and pristine entity in existence. Although she did not radiate a particularly imposing aura, she emanated a pressure that deterred direct gazes, as she was an object of distant admiration, not to be trifled with. If a peerless powerhouse were present at this moment, they would undoubtedly sense the faint yet unmistakable aura of an emperor emanating from this woman. An emperor, the mere mention of the term, carries the weight of millions, eliciting reverence and instilling terror in countless martial artists. The emperor stands as the sovereign of realms, commanding billions of lives, capable of causing mountains to crumble and the earth to quake with but a thought, overlooking all existence. An emperor is one who has touched the forces of the laws, an entity of unspeakable terror. She raised an elegant brow, her voice resonating like a crystal bell from her moist lips. The Divine Sword Sect? Quite impressive indeed. In just a month's time, it has transformed from a state of ruin to one abundant in spiritual energy and fortune. What secrets lie hidden within? Murmuring to herself, she gazed into the distance, observing the Divine Sword Sect shrouded in ethereal mist, a hint of intrigue illuminating her extraordinary visage. Moments later, a subtle smile graced her lips as she took a delicate step forward. Such a simple action seemed to transcend the bounds of time and space, leaving behind only a trail of light as she soared towards the Divine Sword Sect. This was akin to a divine technique, reminiscent of soaring straight to the heavens. Not even a whisper of wind accompanied her, each step a marvel of grace and serenity. This phenomenon was akin to a celestial being gliding through the skies. In but 3 steps, the woman in green had arrived at the base of the misty peak. She then lifted her gaze towards the Divine Sword Sect atop the mountain, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she effortlessly concealed her figure within the air, boldly making her way up the mountain. Undoubtedly, this art of concealment was a divine technique. At the entrance of the Divine Sword Sect, the mountain gate exuded the essence of the laws and supreme sword intent. It concealed peril within its stone tablet. It seems my predictions were not amiss. The Divine Sword Sect indeed harbors great mysteries. You have captured the interest of this empress. The woman in green muttered to herself, her eyes glinting with a playful curiosity as she approached the mountain gate. Just as she was about to step through, the black stone tablet suddenly erupted with an overwhelming force, rushing toward her. This force was tyrannical beyond measure, as if it could suppress the very fabric of the universe. As it passed, even space itself warped and shattered. Observing this, the woman furrowed her brows slightly and murmured, "What on earth is this black stone tablet? How can it unleash such a domineering presence?" However, for me, there is no threat at all. Before she could finish her thought, she gently harnessed the spiritual energy within her core, and with the emergence of an unfathomable aura, a verdant energy shield enveloped her. The overpowering force halted abruptly, losing its target, and retreated back into the stone tablet. As the tablet sensed the disappearance of the woman's aura, it returned to an unremarkable state. The woman in green cast a deep glance at the now ordinary stone tablet, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Had it not been for the awakening of her previous life's memories and the inheritance of certain powers and techniques, escaping would have been a challenge. This Divine Sword Sect, with merely a mountain gate wielding 2 treasures as its threshold, truly exhibits lavishness. Murmuring a few more words, she then flashed and unabashedly breached the protective great formation of the sect. The protective array was impressive, being a rare celestial and earthly array. A perfect blend of offense and defense, a veritable all-attribute formation. Even some super sects lacked such a formidable array. The Divine Sword Sect is indeed not to be underestimated. However, in her past life, she was not only an authentic emperor, but also a master of formations. The most terrifying ancient killing formations were mere trifles to her. Could a celestial and earthly array possibly hinder her? With a confident and proud expression, she took a leisurely step, strolling through the protective array. Strangely, this seemingly invincible array showed no reaction, failing to attack her as if it were oblivious to her presence. In no time at all, the woman in green had effortlessly traversed the protective formation and entered the Divine Sword Sect. At that moment, her exquisitely proportioned body trembled slightly, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gasped, "Wow, such rich spiritual energy. I absolutely adore it." The woman could distinctly perceive that the concentration of spiritual energy within the Divine Sword Sect was at least 100 times denser than outside. Furrowing her brows, she pondered, could there be a divine spiritual vein here? She then looked up toward the peak of the sect, known as the Rebellious Peak, which soared into the clouds. Shrouded in ethereal mist, surrounded by auspicious clouds, radiant in a kaleidoscope of colors, appearing dreamlike and resplendent. There were even fleeting images of sacred beasts. Upon witnessing this, her eyes sparkled with excitement, her exquisite face betraying her joy. She sensed the fortune, a vast and potent fortune. In fact, the fortune had begun to manifest the images of various sacred beasts. This wondrous sight was something she had only been fortunate enough to witness once, even during her reign as an emperor in her previous life. Indeed, it was as she had surmised. No wonder such a transformation could occur in such a short time. This level of fortune is rare in the world, and how could the sect not prosper? Yet, she remained curious about what had transpired within the Divine Sword Sect to garner such fortune in such a brief period. Given time, this sect would undoubtedly evolve into a colossal entity renowned throughout the realms. The woman in green mused to herself. In her past life, she was an emperor-level supreme powerhouse, ruling over realms. Through unforeseen circumstances, she had been reincarnated. Recently, she had awakened memories and inheritances from her previous life. The purpose of her arduous journey to the Divine Sword Sect was singular: to devour its spiritual energy and fortune. Now, her strength had merely returned to the initial stage of a true immortal, a far cry from her peak. As an emperor reincarnated, she naturally possessed the various divine techniques and martial skills of her former self. What she lacked was spiritual energy and fortune. To ascend back to the emperor level, an immense quantity of spiritual energy and countless fortunes were required. If she could consume the rare fortune and abundant spiritual energy within the Divine Sword Sect, her strength would undoubtedly be restored to the pinnacle of an emperor in a remarkably short time. I have made a delightful decision. I shall conceal myself within the Divine Sword Sect, secretly devouring its fortune and spiritual energy. The woman in green contemplated. The territory of the Divine Sword Sect is vast. I only need to hide in an inconspicuous corner, and with my divine techniques, I should remain undetected by the sect's powerful beings. With this thought in mind, she wasted no time and prepared to seek a secluded spot. "Impudent! How dare you trespass upon my Divine Sword Sect?" Before the woman in green could take action, a chilling voice echoed from afar. Before the words had fully left the speaker's lips, a fierce, sharp aura surged toward her from a distance. Trouble. The woman's expression shifted, her brows knitting together in surprise. This shouldn't be happening. My concealment techniques are undetectable to ordinary individuals. I was careless. I forgot to activate my innate divine abilities. Just as she was about to invoke her divine techniques to conceal herself, a striking figure clad in a flowing white gown appeared in her line of sight. This woman exuded an air of cold elegance, her extraordinary demeanor radiating a formidable and tyrannical aura. Yan and Huang had been comprehending the chaotic 9 techniques atop the Rebellious Peak when she suddenly sensed a faint, unfamiliar aura. The presence was cleverly concealed. Had she not been deeply focused, even the slightest disturbance could have gone unnoticed. Since she had detected it, she must uphold the dignity of the Divine Sword Sect. She was now an elder of the sect. Who goes there? Yan and Huang's eyes, like autumn waters, fixated intently on the woman in green, her aura fierce and poised, ready to act at a moment's notice. The woman in green remained unperturbed, casting a casual glance at Yan and devoid of any recognition of being caught, nor a hint of fear. Instead, her emerald-like eyes radiated an air of dominance and indifference. In her past life, she was a formidable emperor, reigning over a vast domain. The insignificant beings before her were mere ants. She could crush countless with a mere flick of her finger. I am Yuan Xingxin. A millennium ago, I was the youngest, most beautiful, and most powerful empress, revered as the Qinglian empress by countless warriors. How dare a mere mortal in the realm of human immortals prance about? Summon your sect leader to meet me at once, for I have significant matters to impart. The woman in green commanded with an air of authority, as if it were a matter of course. You, the Qinglian Empress? Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Xianyuan Qingtian's delicate features, regarding the woman in green as if she were a fool. 3,000 years prior, she had been a distinguished sage, fully aware of the legendary Qinglian Empress, the only female emperor renowned across the divine realms. In the eyes of an emperor, a sage was nothing more than a slightly larger insect, easily squashed with a single blow. She had once had the fortune to behold the stunning silhouette of the Qinglian Empress, which had since become her lifelong aspiration. Unfortunately, that empress had met an untimely demise. Now, this neurotic woman dared to claim her identity? Such audacity was an affront to her idol. Xianyuan Qingtian's expression darkened, her demeanor shifting to one of cold steel. This was intolerable. She was clearly being treated as a fool, and she would not be so easily deceived. After all, she had once been a pinnacle sage. Though she had just reconstructed her body and regained her strength to the human immortal realm, she was not to be underestimated. The time had come for this presumptuous woman to learn the meaning of crossing a sage. Are you even using your brain while lying? Such theatrics are tiresome. With your sneaky demeanor, you dare to call yourself the Qinglian Empress? If you are truly the Qinglian Empress, then I must be a revered one. Xianyuan Qingtian scoffed, her demeanor frosty. Her eyes glinted like blades, sharp and lethal, aimed directly at the woman in green. The oppressive, sharp aura emanating from her was palpable, warping the surrounding space, as if it could shatter under the pressure. She could distinctly sense that the aura emitted by this woman was not far off from her own. Without a doubt, this woman was merely a true immortal warrior. Yet, she had the audacity to proclaim herself the Qinglian Empress? What an absurdity! Did she truly believe Xianyuan Qingtian was a mere child, easily deceived by a careless utterance? I am the first elder of the Divine Sword Sect, and I give you one last chance to reveal your identity and intentions for entering my sect. Otherwise, you shall learn the consequences of trespassing. Xianyuan Qingtian's tone was as frigid as ice. As she spoke, her hand slowly moved to the hilt of a golden sword at her back, an eerie, chilling aura emanating from it. This sword was none other than the Xianyuan Divine Sword, an indestructible artifact bestowed upon her by Lin Feng. In her past life, Xianyuan Qingtian had attained enlightenment through swordsmanship, her comprehension of the sword path terrifyingly profound. In just 10 days, she had grasped the first form of the chaotic 9 styles, the unity of man and heaven. The combination of the Xianyuan Divine Sword and the chaotic 9 styles was immensely powerful, even causing the heavens and earth to react. Above the Divine Sword Sect, various holy beast phantoms flickered, seemingly in reverence of the emergence of the indestructible artifact. The woman in green seemed to sense this and remarked, "Oh, this sword is quite impressive. At the very least, it is of holy artifact caliber. I did not expect you to wield a holy artifact. Though incomplete, it is a tremendous opportunity for you. No wonder you dare to show disrespect to me." Yuan Xingxin was taken aback, yet quickly regained her composure. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Xianyuan Qingtian. In her past life, she had possessed countless treasures, including many coveted holy artifacts. To her, a mere holy artifact was inconsequential. Only the indestructible artifacts held any interest. Yet, she found it peculiar that this mortal in the realm of human immortals possessed a holy artifact, which seemed rather illogical. Little girl, I assure you, I am indeed the Qinglian Empress. I am magnanimous enough not to hold your ignorance against you. Now summon your sect leader to greet my arrival. Yuan Xingxin's demeanor was unyielding, her tone dominantly assertive, yet tinged with a hint of naive innocence. She had initially intended to stealthily infiltrate the Divine Sword Sect, to absorb its vast fortunes and spiritual essence, while swiftly restoring her strength. However, she had not anticipated being discovered by an elder. With that, she decided to drop her pretense and reveal her true identity. Chapter 31. Sages shall not be insulted. Emperors shall not be provoked. She boldly declared her identity as the reincarnation of an emperor. Surely, the leader of this modest sect would be overjoyed and rush out to welcome her. The name of an emperor could instill fear in countless warriors. For a small sect like the Divine Sword Sect, it was akin to a stabilizing anchor. Moreover, an emperor possessed innumerable treasures and unparalleled experience. Just a single piece of advice could benefit an ordinary warrior for a lifetime. However, it was clear that she was overestimating her impact. The ensuing events left her questioning her own existence. How dare you? You, a mere child, not only trespass into my Divine Sword Sect, but also dare to address me as little girl. You are truly oblivious to your own peril. Xianyuan Qingtian was incensed. Her fair visage suddenly shrouded in frost. Who was she? She had lived for thousands of years and was once a being at the pinnacle of sagehood, worshipped by countless warriors. Now, she was being referred to as little girl by an intruder? How could she possibly endure such an insult? Sages shall not be insulted. In an instant, a menacing aura enveloped her, a palpable killing intent directed at Yu and Xingxin. In Yu and Xingxin's mind, she was an emperor who had mastered a realm, and being several millennia older than her adversary, calling her a little girl seemed entirely reasonable. However, she was unaware that Xianyuan Qingtian was of the same ilk, also a reincarnated being of several millennia. Thus, in Xianyuan Qingtian's obliviousness, this term was a grave affront. How could she not be enraged? And when a woman is provoked, she can be terrifying. It seems you intend to persist in your pretense. You will not shed tears until you see the coffin, will you? Then, prepare to meet your demise. Xianyuan Qingtian's tone turned icy. With that, an overwhelming force erupted from her, sending shockwaves through the surrounding space towards Yu and Xingxin. Almost simultaneously, Xianyuan Qingtian drew the Xianyuan Divine Sword from its sheath and swung it down mercilessly at Yu and Xingxin. As the Xianyuan Divine Sword sliced through the air, the space itself was cleaved open, revealing a dark rift. Oof! A mere human immortal dares to act recklessly before me, the Emperor. Truly, this Emperor's good temper should not be mistaken for a lack of spirit. Today, I shall teach you, an audacious little girl, a proper lesson. Yu and Xingxin initially believed that once her identity was revealed, this girl would regard her with reverence. To her surprise, the girl not only disbelieved, but also resorted to violence, inciting a fury within her that left her breathless. With a flick of her wrist, a sapphire-like mirror, imbued with a sanctified aura and the size of a palm, materialized in her hand. This mirror, unadorned yet ancient, bore an enigmatic inscription on its handle, radiating a rare vitality. Upon its emergence, a disquieting sensation enveloped the air, and ethereal beasts appeared in the skies above the Divine Sword Sect, bowing before the ancient mirror. Begone! Yu and Xingxin uttered with a sharp command. As her words took form, the unembellished mirror soared to meet the Xianyuan Divine Sword. The clash resonated like the striking of metal, and upon contact, both artifacts swiftly retreated to their respective wielders. For a moment, they regarded their treasures with incredulity, each astonished by the other's prowess. To Yu, one Xingxin, her mirror was nothing short of extraordinary, surely a relic surpassing even sacred artifacts. Although she could not ascertain its exact rank, she recalled smashing countless sacred items with it millennia ago. Who would have imagined that today? It could not even shatter a mere sword, remaining utterly unscathed. Could it be that the sword in this girl's possession was of equal caliber? Conversely, Xianyuan Qingtian regarded her sword as a remarkable gift from a mischievous companion, having effortlessly shattered a terrifying 9-layer thunder tribulation just 10 days prior. Yet, she was equally astonished that it could not even dent the opposing mirror. Undoubtedly, this humble mirror was not to be underestimated, standing on par with the Xianyuan Divine Sword. Do not presume that your mere mirror grants you the authority to challenge me. Prepare to face my wrath, Xianyuan Qingtian declared coldly, clutching the sword's scabbard tightly with her left hand while slowly drawing the hilt with her right. Brilliant golden light surged forth instantaneously. Simultaneously, a melodious chime of the sword echoed throughout the misty peak, and a terrifying aura of sharpness caused the surrounding flora to tremble in fear. An immense dread enveloped Yu and Xingxin, causing her expression to shift dramatically. You foolish girl, do you think a broken sword can stand against me? How dare you belittle my mirror? I shall turn you into a pig. She fumed, raising her left hand, channeling a vibrant 9-colored light into the ancient mirror, which she then tossed towards Xianyuan Qingtian. In an instant, the mirror underwent an astonishing transformation. The previously unadorned surface shimmered with an ethereal glow, the inscriptions on the handle radiating brightly as the mirror's simplicity faded, expanding into a cosmic tapestry. Within its depths lay the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and flora, an entire world encapsulated. At that moment, a nine-colored beam of light burst forth, releasing an overwhelming sanctity that enveloped everything in its path, obliterating the surrounding space to reveal a myriad of stars. As if summoned, these celestial bodies erupted into brilliance, their light being drawn into the mirror, while the mountains and trees quivered, their spiritual energies surging towards the artifact. Soon, the transformed mirror emitted an unfathomable pressure, accompanied by a torrent of spiritual energy cascading from above, solidifying the space around them. Just then, the mirror, reminiscent of a celestial canopy, unleashed a nine-colored light blade aimed at Xianyuan Qingtian's shoulder. An overwhelming terror gripped her as her expression turned grave. She drew the Xianyuan Divine Sword with fervor. The entire atmosphere trembled as a blinding golden radiance shot skyward, revealing golden suns, moons, and stars amidst the mountains and trees. The world fell silent, as if time itself were suspended. Only the radiant golden light and the nine-colored blade remained, transcending the confines of time and space, rendering all negativity to dust. In that moment, the golden light and the nine-colored blade collided, their silent brilliance reverberating outward, annihilating all in their wake. The night transformed into a sunlit day, and both Xianyuan Qingtian and Yu Wenxingxin, wielding their respective treasures, stood in shock, locked in a fierce standoff like two formidable tigresses. Yet, Xianyuan Qingtian appeared notably pale, while Yu Wenxingxin maintained her composure, indicating a disparity in strength due to the two realms of pressure upon her. "Huh? I did not expect you to possess some skill, little girl. But I wager you have exhausted your spiritual energy," Yu Wenxingxin taunted, charging at Xianyuan Qingtian. Mirror raised high. "Oomph. Do you think you can intimidate me, you big fool? I'll turn you into a bear." Xianyuan Qingtian retorted defiantly, brandishing the Xianyuan Divine Sword as she charged forward. Both being women, neither was willing to back down. The clang of metal rang out as they engaged in a fierce contest of strength, devoid of any spiritual energy. The gap in their abilities was negligible, and both, having been reincarnated as formidable beings, found themselves evenly matched despite their considerable exhaustion. The air was thick with their playful banter. "You shameless girl. Why are you after my little rabbit? Did it provoke you? Ha! You are the one who is shameless. Who cares about your little rabbit? If you had not stolen my divine peach, I would not have gone after your rabbit. Oomph. My rabbit is far cuter than yours, plump and obedient. You, watch me tear your filthy mouth apart. Oomph. Who's afraid of whom?" Meanwhile, at the Xianyuan Hall atop the inverted peak, Lin Feng, who was engrossed in meditation, suddenly sensed the presence of the Xianyuan Divine Sword, along with another terrifying aura that sent shivers down his spine. What is happening? Even the Xianyuan Divine Sword has been drawn? Is there about to be upheaval? He murmured, furrowing his brow. He quickly extended his consciousness to envelop the entire Divine Sword Sect, spotting two figures engaged in a fierce battle that left him gasping in astonishment. Ah, another intruder has infiltrated the Divine Sword Sect without a sound, and they are evenly matched with Xianyuan Qingtian? Lin Feng mused, his gaze fixated on the woman in green. Oh, a woman indeed? The protective array of the sect is formidable, especially with the addition of the celestial star chart, enhancing its power. That she could disregard both is no trivial feat moreover. Though she has not channeled any spiritual energy or martial techniques, her natural prowess has thoroughly suppressed Xianyuan Qingtian. Remarkably, her mirror can withstand the illustrious Xianyuan Divine Sword. This is quite intriguing. I shall see what kind of individual you truly are, Lin Feng whispered, activating the secrets of divine insight. A flash of golden light flickered in his eyes, and a piece of information swiftly materialized before him. Name, Yu Wenxingxin. Age, 16 years. Realm, initial stage of true immortal. Talent, ability to disregard the laws of space and time, manipulate the laws of time and space. Physique, rebirth of a great emperor, chaos in spirit body. Loyalty, 0%, disregarding space and time. Rebirth of a great emperor, chaos in spirit body. After perusing Yu Wenxingxin's information, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This time he was genuinely shocked. Such a remarkable being. A great emperor is a formidable entity standing above the heavens, commanding the lives of countless beings and controlling a realm of existence. With a mere gesture, they can move mountains and drain seas, shattering the void, an existence of sheer terror. Even a hint of their aura could effortlessly annihilate an ordinary warrior. The reason for this is simple. Great emperors have begun to glimpse the laws of heaven and earth. Lin Feng never anticipated that the Sword God Sect would welcome such a prodigy, a reincarnated great emperor. Moreover, this prodigious woman possesses the chaos-in spirit body. Upon awakening, this body not only automatically absorbs all spiritual energy for its own use, but can also summon the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, along with various spiritual beasts, to attack enemies when needed. In other words, spiritual energy is inexhaustible unless the entirety of heaven and earth runs dry. Even more terrifying is that this prodigious woman can disregard the laws of time and space, as well as manipulate them. This is simply extraordinary. In his shock, Lin Feng's gaze was drawn to you when Shengxin's fortune value, an astonishing 1,200,000. 1,200,000? Lin Feng was stunned once again. The illustrious Yi Xian, who carries the fortune of the old man with a white beard, only possesses a fortune value of 20,000. Yet this Yuan Shengxin is 6 times that, reaching a terrifying 1,200,000. Such a fearsome talent, physique, and fortune would undoubtedly lead to her becoming a monumental figure of the revered level one day. He could clearly see the vibrant 9-colored fortune flames above her head, almost in a liquid state. If he was not mistaken, this must be the fusion of the celestial star chart and the golden dragon of fortune, elevating the Sword God Sect's fortune to new heights, thus attracting such an extraordinary child of fortune. Lin Feng mused to himself. Meanwhile, outside the protective array of the sect, Xin Yuanqing Tian grew increasingly alarmed, her face paling and beads of sweat forming on her brow. Who is this green-clad woman? How can she be so formidable? She was filled with astonishment. During their battle, Xin Yuanqing Tian had already exhausted all her means and deployed all her strength, even resorting to her most secret techniques. Yet, they were all effortlessly countered. She felt immense frustration and powerlessness. Suddenly, a lightning-fast attack surged towards her. Xin Yuanqing Tian's expression changed dramatically as she swiftly dodged while attempting to neutralize the attack. However, the opponent's assault clung to her like a parasite, evading all her defenses. Just as the attack was about to strike her heart, she thought, "Who dares act so boldly? Not only to be reckless in the Sword God Sect, but also to harm my chief elder." A voice, steeped in authority and dominance, suddenly roared from the peak of the sect. The sound rolled like thunder, reverberating throughout the Sword God Sect. At the same time, an overwhelming pressure descended like a thunderclap. The entire space seemed to freeze. Even Yuan Shengxin's attack was momentarily halted before being shattered by the ensuing sound wave. This is the unique aura of the sect's master. Xin Yuanqing Tian exclaimed with delight, murmuring to herself. The previous attack had left her with no options, and she had been bracing to endure the humiliation. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the sect master had arrived just in time. The sect master of the Sword God Sect. Yuan Shengxin's eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze instantly locking on Lin Feng. In her previous life, she had encountered numerous exceptionally gifted individuals, but she had never encountered one so extraordinary. It was truly inconceivable. She never expected the sect master of the Sword God Sect to be so youthful, nor did she anticipate his strength to be so formidable. With just a voice and a pressure, he had obliterated her attack in an instant. At that moment, a flicker of apprehension could not be concealed deep within her eyes. Had she possessed her peak strength, she would have dismissed the mere Sword God Sect. A single sneeze could have caused its annihilation. But now, her powers had not yet returned, and she was merely at the initial stage of true immortal. Faced with the enigmatic and powerful sect master, she could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. In an instant, a slender yet striking figure clad in a tight-fitting white robe, exuding an extraordinary aura, appeared within the line of sight of Xin Yuanqing Tian and Yuan Shengxin. It was Lin Feng. At this moment, he emanated an unparalleled aura of dominance. His body shone with golden light, resembling a sovereign descending from the heavens, his eyes radiating an air of supremacy. Even the void above the Sword God Sect shimmered with golden light, as if welcoming a king. In that moment, the heavens seemed to dim, and the sun and moon lost their brilliance. This was the upgraded version of chaos pressure. Lin Feng showed no restraint elevating the pressure to its maximum. After all, how could a mere 8th-tier transformation realm practitioner suppress a true immortal powerhouse? Not to mention shattering her attack with just a voice. Is this the true strength of the sect master? How terrifying! Upon sensing the pressure emanating from Lin Feng, Xian Yuan Qing Tian's heart trembled violently, and an uncontrollable desire to submit arose within her. Meanwhile, not far away, Yuan Xingxin stared intently at Lin Feng, not daring to underestimate him. The aura emanating from Lin Feng instilled in her a sense of threat. No wonder the humble sword god sect possesses such momentum, such fortune, and such spiritual energy. Surely, it is all the doing of this young sect master standing before her. Yuan Xingxin thought to herself. Yet, upon reflection, she considered, even so, what does it matter? She is a reincarnated great emperor, awakened with fragments of her previous life's memories and endowed with numerous inheritances. While she acknowledged the sect master of the sword god sect's undeniable strength, what does it change? Even if she cannot defeat him, fleeing is but a moment's work. In this world, who could stop her? At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly cast a glance at the nearby Yuan Xingxin, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. This child of fortune, so extraordinary, had come to him unbidden. How could he let her slip away? She must be taken. With a flick of her small hand, the mirror that floated in the air appeared in her grasp. A swirling vortex of rich spiritual energy converging towards her, her aura surging dramatically. She slightly raised her head, her deep green eyes radiating a domineering gaze that looked down upon all beings, her delicate face brimming with confidence. You must be the sect master of the sword god sect. I am Yuan Xingxin, the reincarnated great emperor of the Azure Lotus. I have taken a liking to this place, and thus I shall grant you an opportunity to become my registered disciple. If time permits, I will personally guide your cultivation, leading you to boundless prospects. Yuan Xingxin declared with great authority. In her mind, she had clearly revealed her identity. To accept the sect master of the sword god sect as a registered disciple under the illustrious name of a great emperor would be a tremendous honor, and surely he would be grateful, practically worshipping her. After all, countless prodigies would break their heads for such chance. Meanwhile, she could openly reside within the sword god sect, consuming its fortune and spiritual energy, restoring her powers. Become my registered disciple? Grant me an opportunity? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng merely laughed. He looked at this somewhat confused young prodigy, a guest arriving from afar, and replied, as the master of the sword god sect, I shall also offer you an opportunity to become a servant disciple of the sword god sect. What say you? Lin Feng smiled. What did you just say? To have this emperor serve as a mere disciple. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Xingxin's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips slightly parted in shock. Instinctively, she rubbed her ears, thinking there must be something wrong with her hearing. Oh heavens, what had she just heard? The leader of the Divine Sword Sect wishes to accept her as a disciple? The most crucial part is that it is as a lowly servant disciple within the sect. How audacious! Originally, she had intended to take the leader of the Divine Sword Sect as her named disciple. Who knew that the tables would turn, and he would instead want to accept her as a servant disciple? Is this not a departure from the norm? Yuan Xingxin was furious to the point of her chest heaving violently, resembling a long-dormant volcano on the verge of eruption. She, as an emperor, sought to recruit a named disciple, and it was an honor of the highest order for the other party. Should he not be overjoyed to accept? She could not fathom why he would refuse without hesitation, let alone reverse the roles and accept her as a servant disciple. This was clearly an insult, an egregious affront. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped Yuan Xingxin, her eyes radiating murderous intent. The spiritual energy that rapidly converged around her had already taken on a liquid form. An emperor, an affront to her dignity. Huh, how arrogant. Does he not fear the repercussions of his words? How dare he take me, Yuan Xingxin, as a servant disciple? Who grants you such audacity? Yuan Xingxin was on the verge of raging against the heavens and the earth, questioning who had given him the courage to accept her as a named disciple. Was it Liang XX? Lin Feng looked at Yuan Xingxin with a calm demeanor and remarked, just because you can recruit me, does that mean I cannot recruit you? Or have you fallen so deeply in love with me that you cannot extricate yourself? It is true, after all, that love requires courage. Lin Feng quoted a lyric. You, cease your words. No one would ever love you. Do you know who I am? I am the reincarnation of the chaos in spirit. Yuan Shengxin shouted. Lin Feng merely nodded. Yes, I am aware. And what of it? Yuan Shengxin continued. Do you know that I am also the reincarnation of an emperor? Lin Feng nodded again, yes. And so what? Yuan Shengxin pressed further. Do you know I possess the innate ability to manipulate time and space, able to take a head from 1,000 miles away once my strength is restored? Lin Feng nodded for the third time, yes. And what of it? Yuan Shengxin felt as though she might spit blood, her breath erratic. Then by what right do you think you are qualified for me, the reincarnated emperor, to submit to your tutelage? Chapter 34. What have I done? Qualified. Very much so, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Yuan Shengxin ground her teeth in frustration, while Lin Feng remained unfazed. At the same time, Xian Yuan Qingtian stood by, utterly stunned. She gaped at Yuan Shengxin, her once radiant face drained of color, revealing her shock and horror. Even her breath grew heavy, her heartbeat irregular. At that moment, her mind was a tumultuous sea. Good heavens! Could it be? She truly is the renowned reincarnation of the Qinglian emperor? What foolishness had I engaged in earlier? I had insulted this emperor-level powerhouse, calling her a foolish girl, and even resorted to physical confrontation, capturing a little rabbit from an emperor's household. Was this truly my doing? As Xian Yuan Qingtian stood there, reflecting on her actions, her mind went blank. This was an emperor-level powerhouse. Surely, she must have been struck senseless. Are you truly certain you want me, Yuan Shengxin, to enter the Divine Sword Sect as a servant disciple? The now composed Yuan Shengxin asked calmly, her gaze towards Lin Feng tinged with disdain, as if to imply that his decision was utterly foolish. Absolutely certain. Lin Feng nodded without hesitation. For one such as Yuan Shengxin, endowed with extraordinary luck, unparalleled talent, and a physique beyond compare, it would be foolish not to accept her. Very well, I consent. As she spoke, Yuan Shengxin paused, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Feng. But I wonder if you can handle it. Ha! She was, after all, a reincarnated emperor, possessing the chaos in spirit body, with the innate ability to manipulate the laws of time and space, and was a favored child of fortune. What average sect would dare to accept her? If she were to join a sect unworthy of her, that sect would undoubtedly face the terrifying backlash of fate. Moreover, that sect would incur the wrath of the heavens. For no sect could be deemed worthy of having an emperor as a servant disciple. An emperor is one who wields a fragment of the laws of heaven and earth, representing the will of the cosmos. An emperor becoming a servant disciple would be akin to slapping the face of the heavens themselves. How could the heavens allow such a thing? Yuan Shengxin had initially thought the leader of the Divine Sword Sect was an otherworldly being of unmatched power. Little did she know, he was merely a naive young man, stubbornly insisting that she become a servant disciple. Thus, it was no wonder she felt disdain. The Divine Sword Sect was hardly worthy of taking an emperor as a disciple, let alone as a servant disciple. In the end, the leader of the Divine Sword Sect would inevitably face the consequences of fate's backlash and would be crushed to dust by the power of the heavens. Meanwhile, she could boldly consume the fortunes and spiritual energies of the Divine Sword Sect without hesitation. It was simply too advantageous. It was not the emperor's machinations, but rather a self-inflicted calamity. Do not concern yourself with whether I can handle it. You need only to join my Divine Sword Sect. Lin Feng replied with an unperturbed expression, his tone calm. Meanwhile, Xian Yuan Qingtian could not help but feel anxious. She understood that the backlash of fate was not a mere illusion, but a very real phenomenon. After all, this was the reincarnation of an emperor, possessing various extraordinary abilities. Could the Divine Sword Sect withstand the terrifying backlash of fate? She felt a surge of trepidation. But then she recalled the celestial golden dragon of fortune spanning thousands of miles atop the inverted heaven peak and the celestial chart of the stars. Her previously uneasy heart gradually settled. Just then, Yuan Shengxin suddenly cast a meaningful glance at Lin Feng and declared, "Let the heavens bear witness. I, Yuan Shengxin, today join the Divine Sword Sect as a servant disciple." Each word was pronounced with clarity and strength. As the last word fell, the heavens seemed to respond, and a thunderous roar echoed, an overwhelming pressure descending from above. In an instant, the entire sky above the Divine Sword Sect roiled with wind and thunder, dark clouds converging ominously. Even the radiant sun dimmed. An immense, unparalleled force rapidly spread through the space, threatening to crush the Divine Sword Sect to ash. The sheer terror of this force sent Xian Yuan Qingtian into a state of shock, her hair standing on end as cold sweat poured down her back. On the 108 peaks of the Divine Sword Sect, those sentient beings trembled uncontrollably, feeling as if the apocalypse had arrived. The formless power of the heavens continued to coalesce in the void, resembling a primordial beast awakening amidst the dark clouds. It was terrifying beyond measure. Lin Feng squinted slightly, raising his gaze to the grand spectacle of heavenly phenomena unfolding above, his expression unruffled, his stature unwavering like a pillar. No one could discern his thoughts. Meanwhile, Yuan Xingxin, upon witnessing the rapidly gathering power of the heavens, could not hide her prideful expression. This was her confidence, the reincarnation of an emperor. How could she be undeserving of her reputation? An emperor represents a fragment of the will of the heavens, having received the acknowledgement of the laws of the cosmos. To defy fate was tantamount to courting death. At this moment, she inclined her body slightly toward Lin Feng and proclaimed, "Servant disciple you, when Shengxin pays her respects to the sect leader." As soon as these words left her lips, a resounding thunderclap echoed through the void, causing hearts to momentarily halt and ears to ring. The overwhelming might of the heavens followed suit, intensifying the pressure of the cosmos to an incomprehensible degree. Even the towering trees atop the Sacred Sword Sect's peaks were snapped asunder. Simultaneously, a towering figure, 10 zhang high, emerged from the emptiness behind you when Shengxin, her external manifestation, a terrifying aspect of the chaotic Yin spirit body. This avatar not only matched her original strength, but possessed innate divine abilities. As soon as it appeared, a thick mist enveloped her, radiating an expansive and pure aura that surged outward with devastating speed. At that moment, the cries of myriad beasts filled the air, and waves of sound cascaded over the entire Sacred Sword Sect. In the distance, shadows darted from the peaks, roaring towards Lin Feng. Had it not been for the cosmic pressure, they would have already descended to besiege him. Even in the skies, spectral forms of sacred beasts glared menacingly at Lin Feng, their terrifying presence locking onto him. Atop Yuan Xingxin's head, the ethereal purple mist had reached its zenith, mysterious and noble. This mist was a manifestation of the incredible fortune she wielded. A bow to the Emperor was not something anyone could withstand unless they surpassed the Emperor in both virtue and strength. Otherwise, they would inevitably attract the backlash of such fortune, with dire consequences. At this moment, a faint smile graced Yuan Shengxin's lips as she cast a dismissive glance at Lin Feng, her contempt palpable. In her mind, visions of Lin Feng being crushed to dust played out vividly. Chapter 35. The terrifying might of heaven and the chaotic Yin spirit body beside her. Xian Yuan Qingtian was utterly dumbfounded to witness the celestial phenomena triggered by Yuan Shengxin's mere bow, the chorus of beasts, and the emergence of her external manifestation, accompanied by the frightening aura of fortune, left her breathless. How could this be possible? She truly was the Qing Lian Emperor. Thousands of years ago, the Qing Lian Emperor had dominated her era, unparalleled and majestic. Oh heavens, did I actually declare my intent to kill her? Had I lost my mind? As she beheld the external manifestation, the last vestiges of doubt vanished, and she firmly recognized the truth. This green-clad woman was indeed the Qing Lian Emperor. Once this realization settled, a wave of worry surged within her. This is bad. Although the sect leader is mysterious and powerful, the Qing Lian Emperor is not an ordinary being. Could he withstand the will of the heavens? A deep sense of unease crept onto her delicate visage. Just then, the oppressive force of heaven and earth converged, descending like a thunderbolt. An invisible, terrifying power bore down upon Lin Feng, as if intent on reducing him to ashes. Where this unseen force traversed, all was obliterated, and the very fabric of the void trembled under the strain. It was an unstoppable force, regardless of one's strength. Facing such overwhelming power would lead to annihilation. Ding! The system sensed its master's peril and reacted with fury, indicating severe consequences. Ding! The system automatically activated the guardian mode of the divine tablet. Just as Lin Feng felt the crushing weight of the heavenly force, a cold voice echoed in his mind. His previously strained body relaxed completely, He had never anticipated that recruiting a reincarnated disciple of an emperor would yield such catastrophic repercussions. This was the second time, apart from a Xian Yuan divine sword, that he felt his life was beyond his control, a truly terrifying sensation. Earlier, he had been able to cleave through thunder, but that was merely a reward from the system for achieving a moment of unity. If faced with the ninefold thunder tribulation, he would be utterly obliterated. The current cosmic force was even more formidable than that. How terrifying! How dreadfully terrifying! It seems I cannot underestimate the world, nor can I recklessly oppose the might of heaven and earth. Is this the authority of an emperor? Thankfully, my system is quite considerate, activating the guardian mode at a critical moment. Otherwise, today would have been disastrous. Lin Feng murmured, still shaken. Xian Yuan Qing Tian. Witnessing the colossal force of heaven and earth bearing down on the sect leader, felt her heart leap into her throat. A flicker of hesitation crossed her beautiful face. After a moment, she bit her lip, determination igniting in her eyes as she began to channel a long-dormant innate ability. A power that could terrify gods and demons started to awaken within her, brewing an atmosphere of suffocating dread. This was her ultimate trump card. Once unleashed, all energy within her would erupt in an instant, striking with several dozen times the force. It was a gamble. Either the enemy would perish, or she would. Furthermore, she would face a horrific backlash, likely shattering her newly remade body. However, as the chief elder of the Sacred Sword Sect, witnessing her leader on the brink of death left her no choice but to act. Although the sect leader had his flaws, he had shown her immense kindness, bestowing upon her the chaotic jade, the nine-tiered yin-yang sacred lotus for body reconstruction, and the resources for training, even saving her life with the Xian Yuan sword. Such kindness was immeasurable. How could she stand idly by? This was the moment for her to step forward without hesitation. For the sake of the sect leader, she would risk returning to a state of fragmented soul. Yet, just as the forbidden power within her began to awaken, a scene unfolded before her that left her utterly dumbfounded. From afar, the black stone tablet at the mountain gate suddenly erupted in radiant light. With an overwhelming presence that could cause hearts to stop, the stone tablet released a torrent of dense black mist. This mist was unfathomably terrifying, as if capable of devouring everything in existence, dimming even the light itself. Where it spread, all became transparent. Buzz! At that moment, a deep rumble emanated from within the black stone tablet, as if it had been provoked to roar in fury. In the next instant, the black mist surged towards Lin Feng, enveloping him in a protective shroud. Simultaneously, the remaining mist shot skyward, powerfully resisting the invisible force of heaven and earth. In the void, the black mist and the heavenly force were locked in a fierce standoff. Moments later, the black mist intensified, transforming into a massive maw that devoured the cosmic force entirely. Subsequently, the mist rushed back into the black stone tablet, dissipating the terrifying power that had brewed in the heavens, leaving no trace of its pressure. Upon closer inspection, the black stone tablet now emitted a subtle yet profound aura. At this moment, Yuan Xingxin, witnessing the might of the black stone tablet, could not help but feel a tempest of astonishment within her learned mind. What a remarkable treasure this is! It can effortlessly devour the might of heaven and earth. It feels like an illusion. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, her large orbs blinking rapidly. Meanwhile, Xian Yuan Qing Tian, snapping back to reality, immediately suppressed the awakening forbidden power within her. Her breathing quickened, and the rapid inhalations caused her chest to rise and fall violently. Good heavens, how astonishing is this sect leader! What kind of demon or spirit is he? That seemingly ordinary black stone tablet at the mountain gate possesses such unfathomable power? Just how many extraordinary treasures does the sect leader possess? She dared not think further, overwhelmed once again by the shocking methods employed by the malevolent sect leader. She stood there, dumbfounded, staring blankly at him, her eyes shimmering with unrestrained brilliance. What kind of prodigy was this young master of the Divine Sword Sect? The depth of his abilities was truly terrifying. In Chapter 36, what treasure does the sect leader possess? Meanwhile, Yuan Xingxin felt a stir within her heart as she fixated on the slender figure before her, determined to see through him. Yet, despite her intense scrutiny, she could discern nothing of value. Even if you manage to withstand the forces of heaven and earth, my chaotic Yin spirit and the backlash of fate are not to be trifled with. I shall see just how many cards you have left to play. Yuan Xingxin snorted coldly, her aura rising once more. The ethereal manifestation of her body, enveloped in a terrifying aura, let out a fierce shout and unleashed a punch towards Lin Feng. In an instant, the very heavens trembled, and countless strands of spiritual energy coalesced into an enormous fist, crashing down towards Lin Feng with the force of a thunderstorm. All negative energy in its wake was obliterated. Simultaneously, the vast purple aura of fortune above her head surged towards Lin Feng like a tempest. TCH, merely showing off. A smirk graced Lin Feng's lips. Just as his words faded, an ancient, chaotic aura erupted from him as the supreme chaos body activated. It was important to note that Lin Feng had integrated the supreme chaos body. Renowned as the king of physiques, its power was not to be underestimated, even when compared to the chaotic Yin spirit. A radiant light, alternating between black and white, enveloped Lin Feng entirely, emanating an obscure force of the laws of heaven and earth. In the face of the colossal fist, he appeared as insignificant as an ant. However, when that mighty punch made contact with the black and white light, it was effortlessly absorbed and swiftly shredded apart. In the blink of an eye, the black and white light transformed into a gigantic hand, which then smacked down upon the ethereal manifestation, fortuitously landing on its rear. The ethereal form was momentarily stunned, followed by a furious roar, before it quickly faded from existence. At that moment, the purple aura of fortune released by Yuan Xingxin was just reaching Lin Feng's head when a seven-clawed golden dragon, stretching 1,000 miles, soared down from the heavenly reversal peak. With a massive gulp, it inhaled the purple aura of fortune, savoring the taste with a gluttonous expression. As it prepared to devour this exquisite delicacy, Lin Feng waved his hand, causing the dragon to spiral away and vanish from sight. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Xingxin stood frozen, utterly bewildered. Her mind was blank. What on earth just transpired? The unparalleled forces of heaven and earth had been devoured by that ominous black stone tablet. The chaotic Yin spirit was forcefully crushed by the mysterious physique of the sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect. The overwhelming purple aura of fortune had been reduced to mere fodder for a lengthy golden dragon. A sense of unprecedented helplessness washed over Yuan Xingxin. She could assertively claim that never before had she felt so defeated in thousands of years. After all, she was a reincarnated emperor, endowed with numerous divine abilities, exceptional talent, and extraordinary fortune. How could she have been so thoroughly humiliated by this minor sect? Was it truly so absurdly unfair? Beside her, Xian Yuan Qingtian observed the sect leader's display of overwhelming power, reducing various great horrors to ashes with a mere wave of his hand. Despite understanding that the sect leader was beyond conventional reasoning, she could not help but be astonished. These great horrors were formidable enough to instill fear in even the most powerful sages. Unbelievable, the sect leader was truly terrifying, unaffected by the various great horrors. He remained unperturbed, effortlessly handling the reincarnated empress, a paragon of heaven, with ease. In that moment, admiration flickered in Xian Yuan Qingtian's gaze towards the sect leader, and she began to reconsider her previous perception of him. Soon, Lin Feng deactivated the supreme chaos body, and the overwhelming aura vanished without a trace. He then shifted his gaze to Yuan Xingxin, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Who was it that claimed I would be overwhelmed by the backlash of fate and turn to ash? What a farce this has turned out to be. Lin Feng refrained from voicing these thoughts, lest he provoke Yuan Xingxin into fits of rage. Yuan Xingxin, you have just paid your respects to me as the sect leader. Henceforth, you shall be a servant disciple of the Divine Sword Sect. Do you understand? Lin Feng stated with utmost seriousness. Huh, I-oh. Yuan Xingxin nodded absently, looking dazed. In her original expectations, as a reincarnated empress of great stature, she believed that upon bowing to this unremarkable sect leader, he would surely face dire repercussions from the backlash of fate, perhaps even fall victim to the forces of heaven and earth. Yet, the unfolding events had deviated entirely from her script. His hidden strengths emerged one after another, effortlessly obliterating her reliance. What could she possibly say? Words eluded her. She simply wished to weep. However, having already bowed her head as a reincarnated emperor, She could not retract her actions. Defeat necessitated acceptance, and even in adversity, one must stand tall. Thus, she could only harbor her grievances as she became a servant disciple of the Divine Sword Sect. To think that this once revered empress had now been reduced to the most humble of roles. Was there anything more tragic? Moments later, Yuan Xingxin suddenly trembled, a look of disbelief flickering in her crystalline eyes. She had made a delightful discovery. Just after agreeing to join the Divine Sword Sect, she realized her fortune was rapidly recovering. In the blink of an eye, the fortune she had lost was fully restored, and even more astonishingly, it had increased in both quantity and richness. At that moment, the image of the seven-clawed golden dragon flashed through her mind. Perhaps, reluctantly joining the Divine Sword Sect is a tremendous opportunity for me. Though small, the sect possessed an inexhaustible wealth of spiritual energy and immense fortune. From now on, I shall freely devour these energies and fortunes at will. Restoring my cultivation is only a matter of time. Yuan Xingxin felt rejuvenated, her heart brimming with joy. In this moment, a profound sense of belonging to the Divine Sword Sect blossomed within her, and her loyalty to Lin Feng's sword to 70%. Observing the increase in Yuan Xingxin's loyalty, Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. Though it had not reached 100%, it was commendable for a reincarnated emperor. Ding! The system detected that the master had accepted a reincarnated empress as a servant disciple, and it was filled with excitement and pride. Eager to present the True Fate Heavenly Girl gift pack and apprenticeship gift pack. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the rebirth pill. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the chaos water. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the chaos green lotus seeds. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the heavenly ladder. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Sangyan secret realm. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the ordinary disciple training platform. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the enhanced guardian array. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the Qian Kuan Sword Classic. Upon hearing a cascade of notifications from the system, Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. The system possesses this delightful quality. It is perceptive. Fellow Taoists, what are your thoughts? Yuan Xingxin, having joined my Divine Sword Sect, I assure you that I shall not neglect you. And the training resources I have prepared for you will be delivered immediately. Lin Feng said with a hint of arrogance. With a wave of his hand, two treasures radiating with vibrant colors materialized before Yuan Xingxin. Upon seeing these treasures, her eyes sparkled with astonishment. This is the rebirth pill? This is the chaotic azure lotus seed? She couldn't suppress a gasp of amazement. The sight of these two treasures left her utterly awestruck. She was quite knowledgeable about these two precious items. The rebirth pill is specifically crafted for those seeking reincarnation. Until now, she had managed to awaken barely half of her past life memories and heritage. With the aid of the rebirth pill, her awakening speed would increase exponentially. This rebirth pill is a coveted treasure that countless reincarnated beings yearn for. She never dreamed that this modest sect leader would possess such a treasure, let alone bestow it upon her. It was akin to a timely gift in the midst of a snowstorm. The chaotic azure lotus seed was also an extraordinary treasure. Once refined, it would enhance her chaotic Yin spirit body, unleashing even greater power from her external avatar. For her, it was tailor-made. Thank you, sect leader, for bestowing such precious gifts. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yuan Xingxin did not forget to bow in gratitude to Lin Feng, fully aware that all of this was a result of the sect leader's benevolence. In that moment, her sense of belonging to the Divine Sword Sect and her loyalty to Lin Feng soared to an impressive 90%. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Within the sect, there are designated areas for the miscellaneous disciples to reside and cultivate. You may proceed there at your convenience. Before you, I also accepted two other miscellaneous disciples. Henceforth you shall address them as senior brothers. The senior brother Yi Jingyun is within the sect. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult him. The second senior brother Yi Xian is currently out training, but will return soon for you to meet. Go ahead. With that, Lin Feng waved his hand gently. Understood. Yuan Xingxin nodded and swiftly departed. Subsequently, Lin Feng shifted his gaze to Xian Yuan Qing Tian, smiling as he said, You just risked your safety to protect me. He paused, sighed, and continued, I've taken all of it into account. Earlier, at a critical moment, Xian Yuan Qing Tian had unhesitatingly unleashed the forbidden power within her to safeguard him. Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction mingled with a hint of gratitude. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, but in times of peril, they often take flight separately. It is indeed rare for a sect elder to remain steadfast and loyal. Upon hearing the sect leader's words, Xian Yuan Qing Tian felt a sweetness in her heart. Instinctively lowering her head, her fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. The feeling of being acknowledged by the sect leader was truly delightful. As an elder, I naturally have an obligation to protect the sect leader. Xian Yuan Qing Tian replied in barely audible tones. This is the Qian Kuan Sword Classic, which contains the essence of various sword techniques, serving as a comprehensive guide to swordsmanship. Take it back and study it at your leisure. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng conjured an ancient tome shimmering with golden light, which floated before Xian Yuan Qing Tian. What? The comprehensive guide to swordsmanship? Xian Yuan Qing Tian could not help but exclaim in astonishment, her expression reflecting sheer shock. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming rush of excitement. The sect leader has bestowed upon me such a priceless tome. I cannot let him down. I will strive to make the sword lineage of the Divine Sword Sect the strongest and earn renown throughout the world. Xian Yuan Qing Tian vowed inwardly. Following this, Lin Feng exchanged a few brief words with Xian Yuan Qing Tian before turning and leisurely heading towards the inverted heaven peak. Watching the carefree demeanor of the sect leader, Xian Yuan Qing Tian couldn't help but smile, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. She never expected him to possess such a side. Atop the inverted heaven peak, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on a Bodhi meditation mat, lost in contemplation. Previously, the system had presented him with the True Fate Goddess gift pack and the Disciple Recruitment gift pack, which included not only the Rebirth Pill, the Chaotic Azure Lotus Seed, and the Qian Kuan Sword Classic, but also several other items yet to be utilized. I should take a look at these. Murmuring to himself, Lin Feng began to explore the system's virtual space. Chaotic water, which contains an abundance of chaotic spiritual energy and a trace of the rhythm of chaotic laws. Ordinary individuals who consume it can undergo a complete transformation, extending their lifespan by 100 years. For cultivators, it allows for the cleansing of marrow and the enhancement of their innate qualities, elevating their physical constitution by a significant level, while also boosting their talent and comprehension abilities, aiding in their understanding of the laws of heaven and earth in the future. Qian Kuan Heavenly Ladder, specifically designed to test the character, perseverance, and cultivation of sect disciples, as well as to purge inner demons. It can be used for miscellaneous disciples to advance to ordinary disciples or to select candidates for inner disciples. Songyin's Secret Realm, an ancient battlefield within an isolated space, fraught with peril yet rich in opportunities, where sect disciples undergo trials. Ordinary Disciple Training Platform, a place for sect disciples to spar and practice their martial skills and techniques. Enhanced Guardian Array, whose power is tenfold greater than the initial version. After reviewing the system's descriptions, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He then waved his hand once more, and a magnificent waterfall, seemingly boundless, cascaded from the heavens. It was as if the Milky Way had descended from the heavens. This was the chaotic water. The moment the waterfall appeared, the entire Divine Sword Sect trembled. A deluge of spiritual energy surged forth, infused with a trace of Law's rhythm, enveloping the entire Divine Sword Sect in an instant. At this moment, Chapter 38. The sect advances to greater heights. Just inhaling a breath of this energy was refreshing, akin to consuming a fruit of enlightenment, allowing every pore to breathe freely, loosening the bottleneck of his cultivation. Truly, the chaotic water will enable the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect to undergo a transformation, elevating each one to a paragon of excellence. Observing the chaotic water morph into an elongated water dragon, coiling gracefully behind the inverted heaven peak, Lin Feng wore a satisfied expression and murmured softly. Following this, he waved his hand again. As radiant lights flickered, the ancient thunder, the ethereal heavenly ladder, and the mysterious Song Yun's secret realm materialized in the void. With a gentle beckon, they all flew into the Divine Sword Sect. Lin Feng smiled, then called out lightly, "Activate the Enhanced Guardian Array." Boom, boom, boom. Waves of profound and terrifying energy surged from the 108 side peaks. In an instant, the Guardian Array became even more unfathomable, instilling a sense of dread. At this moment, Lin Feng could distinctly feel that the power of the guardian array had transformed beyond comparison to its previous state. Standing atop the inverted heaven peak, Lin Feng gazed upon the flourishing scene of the Divine Sword Sect, feeling a profound sense of contentment. Just then, he furrowed his brows slightly and swiftly made his way towards the side peak where the miscellaneous disciples resided. Meanwhile, Yu and Xingxin soon arrived at the side peak designated for the miscellaneous disciples. Even though this side peak was relatively distant from the main peak of Inverted Heaven Peak, the concentration of spiritual energy was still several hundred times greater than that outside the Divine Sword Sect. What on earth is this little sect leader's background? Even with my imperial discernment, I cannot fathom his depth. This is simply extraordinary. Never mind, never mind. Since I am here, I shall make myself comfortable. Why overthink it? Having become a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, despite the vast differences from her initial expectations, Yu and Xingxin found solace in enjoying the sect's fortunes and spiritual energy. She resolved to diligently cultivate and contribute to the sect, striving to regain her former status as a great emperor. With a firm determination, she began to meander about the eastern and western peaks, seeking a satisfactory cave abode for her focused practice. Moments later, she spotted a figure that, while tall, bore no particularly striking features. It was unremarkable in every aspect. This figure was tirelessly practicing a peculiar fist technique, which appeared slow and feeble, reminiscent of an elderly person's exercises for health. Yet, inexplicably, Yu and Xingxin felt no inclination to underestimate this seemingly mundane technique. Instead, her brows furrowed, for she sensed that beneath its unassuming exterior lay profound intricacies. As a proud daughter of heaven, reincarnated from a great emperor, she was acutely aware of the subtle mysteries contained within. To her astonishment, this seemingly ordinary fist technique was imbued with the laws of nature. Reaching the pinnacle of Tao follows nature. It even exuded a faint aura reminiscent of the ancient primordial era. Could it be that this technique had been passed down from that time? Yu and Xingxin contemplated, her expression shifting to one of surprise. She understood that the ancient primordial era was a time when saints were as common as dust, with countless great emperors and formidable beings. The martial arts of that era were immensely powerful, and few techniques had survived, as only the essence of such arts remained. Thus, she deduced that the technique the figure was practicing should not be underestimated. As she pondered, her gaze was drawn to the rhythmic movements and enigmatic breathing patterns of this figure, even catching the low, rumbling sounds emanating from within, akin to the growl of a slumbering ancient beast. Could it be the ancient body refining technique? Yu and Xingxin marveled internally, recognizing that everything appeared unremarkable yet was extraordinary in nature. Particularly, the practitioner, though seemingly of ordinary talent, demonstrated remarkable perseverance, suggesting immense willpower. One day, such a person would undoubtedly astonish the world, becoming a formidable force. In her musings, she formed a judgment about the identity of the tall figure. If she was not mistaken, it must be her senior brother, Yi Jingyun. Senior brother, she called out, taking a few steps forward. So, you are the one who intruded upon our Divine Sword Sect, clashed with the Grand Elder, and even coerced the sect master to acknowledge you as a named disciple, only to be swiftly subdued by the sect master? Upon hearing her call, Yi Jingyun halted his movements, turning to regard you when Xingxin with a detached glance. His demeanor was notably cold, for he regarded the sect master as a divine entity, and this impudent junior sister dared to show disrespect, which he found intolerable. Had the sect master not been benevolent enough to accept her as a disciple, he would have shown her no kindness and would have thoroughly reprimanded this audacious girl. Yu and Xingxin felt a tinge of embarrassment at his words, her cheeks flushing slightly. It was my fault earlier. However, now that I have become a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, this is my home. I will never disrespect the sect master again and will honor him while contributing to the sect, she vowed earnestly. Hearing her sincere apology and commitment, Yi Jingyun's formerly frosty expression softened. He advised her gently, our Divine Sword Sect is unlike other sects. Its internal affairs are quite complex, so do not wander carelessly. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Yi Jingyun, being a kind-hearted individual, quickly moved past you when Xingxin's earlier offense, particularly given her youth. Understood. Thank you, senior brother, she replied cheerfully nodding. This junior sister, though eccentric, is also quite innocent and lively, Yi Jingyun mused to himself. After bidding farewell to Yi Jingyun, Yuan Xingxin strolled about until she found a cave dwelling that pleased her, intending to use it for a future cultivation and residence. With a bright smile, she bounced inside, ready to set things in order. Just then, a strikingly handsome young man with an ethereal aura entered the cave. Upon seeing him, Yuan Xingxin was momentarily taken aback, then performed a slight bow, saying, "Greetings, Sect Master." "No need for such formalities," Lin Feng replied, nodding slightly and raising his hand. After regarding her lovely face for a few seconds, he spoke seriously. "Yuan Xingxin, as the Sect Master, I require you to answer a question truthfully. You must ponder it carefully before responding." Taken aback by the unexpected inquiry, Yuan Xingxin furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment before replying. "All right." Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with intensity as he locked onto Yuan Xingxin, his expression earnest. "As a reincarnated Great Emperor, can you accurately tell me whether you are the Qinglian Great Emperor who once ruled a realm thousands of years ago, or the newly reborn Yuan Xingxin?" Yuan Xingxin froze at this question, never having considered it before. The query seemed strange to her. Were they not one and the same? "Am I not the Qinglian Great Emperor?" she thought, her mind racing as confusion washed over her. Moments later, a realization struck her and her eyes widened in alarm. Her body trembling as a wave of profound understanding surged within her. "Am I the Qinglian Great Emperor of my past life? Or the living Yuan Xingxin of this life? Am I living for the legacy of the Qinglian Great Emperor or for my own existence as Yuan Xingxin?" These questions flooded her mind, plunging her into deep contemplation. Soon, an enigmatic and powerful aura radiated from her, enveloping the cave as a trace of imperial might accompanied it. Lin Feng, sensing the shift, promptly activated an enhanced version of the chaos pressure to its maximum. The faint pressure emanating from the Emperor is not to be taken lightly. Given his current level of power, without the support of chaotic might, he would be instantly crushed into nothingness by this imperial force. Lin Feng then turned his gaze towards the enlightened Yuan Xingxin, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Has she awakened? Truly, she is a peerless beauty, a daughter of destiny." It was worth the trip he made to personally guide her. 2 hours later, Yuan Xingxin slowly opened her eyes. Her verdant gaze radiated two beams of palpable green light, sending shivers through anyone who met her gaze. Simultaneously, an unmatched, domineering aura surged from her, radiating outward in a crushing wave. The entire cave trembled, and an unfathomable chasm appeared on the surrounding cliffs. At that moment, having emerged from her state of enlightenment, she radiated a revitalized spirit. A discerning observer would have noticed her cultivation had undergone a substantial elevation, soaring from the initial stage of true immortal to the advanced stage, just a step away from the ultimate realm. As the individual herself, Yuan Xingxin was acutely aware of her transformation. Her expression was filled with joy and excitement as she sincerely bowed to Lin Feng, expressing her gratitude for his guidance. "Had it not been for your enlightenment, I would have surely fallen into an abyss of no return," she declared. "I am who I am. I am not the Qinglian Emperor, but the living Yuan Xingxin." The query posed by the young master struck her like a thunderclap, awakening her to profound truths. In that instant, she comprehended the underlying significance of his question. Had it not been for the young master's deliberate guidance today, she would have continued to stray further down a perilous path, ultimately leading to her demise. Since awakening memories of her past life, and realizing she was the reincarnation of the Qinglian Emperor, she had taken pride in it, allowing it to overshadow her own identity and reality. She had lost herself, unable to distinguish between the real and the illusory, mistakenly believing she was the Qinglian Emperor. Yet, illusions are forever illusions. In this life, she is ultimately Yuan Xingxin. This is her true identity. She refused to become a soulless puppet. She desired to live for herself, to embody a Yuan Xingxin filled with flesh, blood, and emotions. She understood that living in the shadow of the Qinglian Emperor would only lead to stagnation, fostering arrogance that would likely culminate in her martial achievements being confined to the Emperor realm. Furthermore, taking shortcuts in her cultivation would lead to losing the warrior's heart that defies the current, ultimately leaving her vulnerable to the malevolent forces within. Thus, A conflict between her true identity and the phantom identity would erupt, resulting in a drastic shift in her psyche, plunging her into darkness and despair. I'm only Yuan Xingxin. In this life, I shall live for myself, surpassing the Qinglian emperor of my previous life and attaining the status of a revered one. In that moment, Yuan Xingxin's resolve was unwavering, her mind clearer than ever. Her sense of belonging to the Divine Sword Sect surged, and her loyalty to Lin Feng skyrocketed to 100%. Upon witnessing this loyalty, Lin Feng felt immense satisfaction. The previous Yuan Xingxin had insisted on being the reincarnation of the Qinglian emperor, yearning for the world to acknowledge her magnificence and esteemed lineage. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. She was quite the dramatic character, trapped in her own delusions. What do you think, fellow cultivators? Of course, it was precisely for this reason that Lin Feng chose to make a special trip to enlighten Yuan Xingxin. Such a prodigy would be a tremendous loss if wasted. The past was but a fleeting memory. This life was meant to be vibrant and spectacular. Moreover, the system had proclaimed her to be a destined maiden. Though Lin Feng still couldn't quite grasp its full meaning, he felt compelled to intervene. How could a being of such stature, once a ruler of realms, have fallen? Lin Feng's curiosity piqued once more. Chapter 40. The protagonist's great reversal. One must understand that an emperor is the pinnacle of martial mastery. They command the fates of countless beings, their words dictating life and death, a truly terrifying existence of sovereign caliber. Such a being, who has grasped a fragment of the laws of heaven and earth and gained the universe's recognition, could hardly fall so easily. Upon hearing the young master's inquiry, Yuan Xingxin trembled slightly, an unmistakable sadness washing over her delicate face. After a moment of silence, she took a deep breath and spoke in a somber tone. In my past life, I was born into a prestigious cultivation family, with a peak revered one overseeing it. My biological father was a man of unfathomable depth. Outwardly, he was amiable and cultured, the family's unanimously chosen successor. His power was formidable, his demeanor gentle, and he enjoyed widespread acclaim. For a time, he basked in glory, revered by many. However, hidden beneath the surface, he practiced malevolent arts, usurping the fortunes, physiques, techniques, and talents of others to elevate his own. By a twist of fate, I discovered his secret and implored him to cease. Little did I know, to protect his hypocritical reputation, he would not spare even his own daughter. His strength far surpassed mine, having reached the threshold of a revered one. Ultimately, I could not escape my grim fate. He stripped me of my cultivation, fortune, and vitality, leading to my demise. Yet, fate is unpredictable. He never anticipated that I had grasped a fragment of the laws of space. In my final moments, I wielded this understanding to preserve a sliver of my soul, escaping and ultimately reincarnating. As she spoke, the sacred aura surrounding Yuan Xingxin dissipated, replaced by a chilling, menacing presence, her eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. In this life, she vowed to immerse herself in cultivation, striving to break through to the revered realm as soon as possible. Once she achieved this breakthrough, she would return to her family, tear the hypocritical mask off her good father, and make him pay for his misdeeds. Lin Feng, after hearing about Yuan Xingxin's past, remained relatively unmoved. This was not due to any coldness on his part, but rather because he had witnessed too many melodramatic tales. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the real world of Water Orchid Planet, nor were they rare in web fiction. Yuan Xingxin's past was an archetypical narrative of a grand antagonist, a figure who feigned virtue while committing heinous acts behind closed doors, a quintessential villain. What do you think, fellow cultivators? Afterward, Lin Feng offered a few words of comfort to Yuan Xingxin before returning to the inverted heaven peak. In the Xianwang Hall, the sect master's secluded chamber, Lin Feng retrieved his Bodhi meditation mat from the virtual realm, preparing to commence his cultivation. With his current strength merely at the 8th tier of transformation, he feared he would soon be outclassed even by the sect's miscellaneous disciples. Compared to true powerhouses, he was nothing at all. As the sect continued to flourish, the opponents he faced would only grow stronger. He could not afford to fall behind. Otherwise, with all the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect advancing in strength, he, as the sect master, would find himself at the bottom, which was simply unacceptable. I possess the chaotic supreme Dao Body, the foremost technique, the Chinko divine art, and the immortal level sword technique, the chaotic 9 forms. Logically, cultivating any of these should easily elevate my strength in a short time. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, I remain stuck at the 8th tier of transformation, unable to break through. It is truly perplexing. Lin Feng mused, bewildered. However, he was not one to concede defeat easily. Rather, he was steadfast and determined, vowing not to rest until he reached his goal. Soon, he dispelled the distracting thoughts within his mind, focusing his spirit and energy as he operated the Qian Kuan divine formula, wholeheartedly engaging in his cultivation. As the Qian Kuan spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, an imposing and enigmatic aura soon enveloped his entire being. Above his head, a black and white Taiji symbol took form, emanating a terrifying energy that twisted the surrounding space. Even the intelligent beings on the distant peaks bowed in reverence to him. With the passage of time, the aura he exuded not only grew more domineering, but also took on a terrifying sharpness. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and days passed in an instant. On Xianyuan Peak, during this period, Xianyuan Qingtian diligently studied the Qian Kuan Sword Classic while comprehending the chaotic 9 styles, immersing herself in closed-door cultivation to enhance her strength. Hard work pays off. Her power ascended from the human immortal realm to the earth immortal realm. This progression was quite natural, considering she had been a saintly powerhouse in her past life, endowed with vast experience and wisdom. By following a systematic approach to her training, she could avoid many detours and swiftly regain her strength, which was a significant advantage. The ranks of saintly powerhouses differ from the current realms, categorized into half-step saint, lesser saint, greater saint, and ultimate saint realms. In her previous life, she had only reached the lesser saint realm. Now, within the prosperous atmosphere of the Divine Sword Sect, where spiritual energy was abundant, the likelihood of surpassing her past achievements and breaking into the ultimate saint realm was high. Pausing her cultivation, Xianyuan Qingtian murmured to herself, determination and fervor gleaming in her eyes. She then resumed her earnest study of the Qian Kuan Sword Classic. This classic, renowned as the epitome of swordsmanship, encompassed a vast array of knowledge, documenting many long-lost ancient sword techniques, as well as insights and experiences in the path of sword cultivation. Moreover, the Qian Kuan Sword Classic bore an intangible connection to the chaotic 9 styles, and the deeper she delved into her studies, the more clarity she gained. Though she struggled to break through that thin veil of understanding. Once I thoroughly comprehend this and glean valuable insights, I shall surely promote the lineage of swordsmanship and pass down countless ancient sword techniques to the sect. Once I have mastered the chaotic 9 styles, I shall personally intervene to eliminate the Iron Sword Sect for the Wicked Sect Master. Yet, what should I offer in return to the Wicked Sect Master? The more she studied the Qian Kuan Sword Classic and the chaotic 9 styles, the more she realized their unparalleled value, especially the Xianyuan Divine Sword, which seemed tailor-made for her, resonating with her very essence. She was the sword, and the sword was her. The precious gift from the Wicked Sect Master left her feeling immensely grateful and at a loss for how to reciprocate. Suddenly, she recalled how the Wicked Sect Master had cleaved through heavenly thunder, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, a rosy flush adorning her cheeks. Chapter 41. Recruiting Disciples. I am truly ingenious at the side peak where the miscellaneous disciples resided. Yi Jingyun continued his relentless routine, waking early and toiling late, tirelessly practicing the wild god fist. His expression was resolute, his gaze as calm as a deep well, seemingly unperturbed even if the heavens were to collapse. While his fist techniques remained slow and lacking in power, the combination of various peculiar postures and rhythmic breathing lent an increasingly natural essence to his movements. It was as if he had become a tree, a blade of grass, or a grain of sand within this world, coexisting harmoniously with the myriad elements around him, rendering most negative energies ineffective against him. Though Yi Jingyun appeared unremarkable, even ordinary, he was a prodigal underdog with an indomitable spirit, endowed with great fortune, coupled with 2 supreme techniques. Without a doubt, he was destined for greatness in the future. As for Yuan Xingxin, she did not squander her time either. Following Lin Feng as personal guidance a few days ago, she gained clarity about herself and a clearer understanding of her cultivation path. Within just a few days, her strength surged from the initial stage of true immortal to the ultimate realm. With just a slight opportunity, she would be poised to break through to the king realm. Although she remained far from the Emperor realm, as long as she devoted herself to her training, she would undoubtedly restore her former peak and even surpass it. Outside the Divine Sword Sect, hundreds of thousands of miles away, in a remote border town, the villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Little Immortal, the entire town is indebted to your great kindness. Had it not been for your arrival to slay the beasts and bandits from Black Wind Mountain, our town would have been drenched in blood. The villagers bowed deeply, their faces brimming with excitement. Before them stood a handsome youth, approximately 16 or 17 years old, smiling as he casually gestured for them to rise. You are too kind. Such mere beasts are akin to ants in the eyes of cultivators, easily vanquished with a mere wave of the hand. As for those marauding bandits, their doom awaits upon encountering us cultivators. Upholding righteousness and punishing evil is the creed of the Divine Sword Sect. With an air of pride, the young man spoke with conviction. He then scanned the crowd and continued. Today, my presence here signifies a fateful connection. I, representing the Divine Sword Sect, have decided to grant your town a tremendous opportunity. Town Chief, summon all the young people in the town for a test. Those who pass shall be accepted as miscellaneous disciples of the Divine Sword Sect. This young man was none other than Yi Xian, who had ventured out to hone his skills. Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted in fervor. Is that truly the case? Our town's children can join the legendary sect of cultivators? Hurry, bring back Zhang Erwa and Li Dapeng. The town chief was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy welling in his eyes as he promptly instructed others to gather all the young men in the town. Before long, Yi Xian began testing the talents of those who had gathered. Although many had come, only 2 possessed notable gifts, one of whom, with a pure and steadfast nature, ultimately passed the test and was accepted into the Divine Sword Sect. Time flows unceasingly. It has been nearly a month since I descended the mountain. Yi Xian reflected wistfully. Upon descending, the sect master had entrusted him with a mission to recruit a group of talented and virtuous miscellaneous disciples from among the mundane populace. This presented a splendid opportunity for him to prove himself before the sect master. He was determined not to disappoint the sect master's expectations, giving his all to the task. However, strategy was essential, as the Divine Sword Sect was rumored to be a dilapidated and fallen sect, perceived as having long lost its legacy and any prospects for the future. Thus, he chose to target remote villages and towns, where news was scarce, and the inhabitants were likely unaware of the Divine Sword Sect's name, let alone its true nature. For these people, the chance to join any sect was akin to reaching for the stars, regardless of its size. Yi Xian had not anticipated this. Hence, he needed only to travel from place to place, slaying beasts and bandits, showcasing his formidable strength before the villagers, who would then be filled with gratitude, eager to send their children to join the Divine Sword Sect. This strategy was indeed clever, and Yi Xian could not suppress a smile of pride as it spread across his face. After a month of dedicated effort, he had successfully recruited several dozen miscellaneous disciples. Yi Xian drew a simple map for them, instructing them to report to the Divine Sword Sect. Before long, they would arrive one after another. If the sect master sees these dozens of miscellaneous disciples, surely he will praise my capabilities. Yi Xian thought to himself, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Having accomplished his objective, Yi Xian did not linger and prepared to set off for the next village, continuing his quest for promising servant disciples. Days later, within a mist-shrouded mountain range, Yi Xian concealed himself in a hollow behind a colossal rock, vigilantly observing the movements outside through the gaps in the vines. His expression was grave as he channeled the spiritual energy from his dantian, readying himself for action. In his hand, a resplendent crimson ancient sword gleamed ominously, poised for strike. Unexpectedly, he found himself face to face with Zhang Xiong, an elder of the Iron Sword Sect. The irony of fate was not lost on Yi Xian. He felt a surge of indignation. Just days prior, after leaving the last town, he had spent several days identifying this next village. As was his custom, he ventured forth to recruit servant disciples, only to discover that this old adversary, Zhang Xiong, was also present in the village. Upon learning that Yi Xian was a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, Zhang Xiong wasted no time in disparaging the sect, belittling its reputation and painting Lin Feng as a pitiful, fading figure. His scathing remarks effectively dashed Yi Xian's recruitment efforts and incited a fury within him. as he held a profound sense of belonging to the Divine Sword Sect and revered its leader as divine. How could he tolerate Zhang Xiong's insults directed at the sect and its leader? Despite being vastly outmatched in strength, Yi Xian retorted indignantly. Infuriated by Yi Xian's defiance, Zhang Xiong's fury escalated, and he sought to kill him without hesitation. To his surprise, however, Yi Xian, the disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, not only possessed exceptional talent, but also formidable combat prowess. He wielded the Fei Xian sword, ranked 100 on the Divine Armament list. With his extraordinary swordsmanship, Yi Xian's fighting capability surged exponentially, compelling Zhang Xiong to regard him with caution, ultimately allowing Yi Xian to escape. Now, Zhang Xiong was more determined than ever to eliminate Yi Xian. He coveted the magical weapon and sword techniques that could elevate his own strength to greater heights. Having already reached the pinnacle of the 8th stage of transformation, he dismissed Yi Xian's prowess, which was merely at the 6th stage of energy transformation. What could the Fei Xian sword do for Yi Xian if he could not harness its true power? To Zhang Xiong, it was no more than a mere firewood stick, easily crushed beneath his might. Thus, he embarked on a relentless pursuit, vowing not to rest until he seized the treasure. A mere insect from the Divine Sword Sect. Do you think that hiding like a coward will spare you from my wrath? Zhang Xiong sneered, his eyes gleaming with disdain as he surveyed the dense forest below. A chilling aura emanated from him, the dark energy rippling through the surrounding space. Branches snapped, and the weaker creatures of the forest were reduced to mist under the oppressive force. The remaining beasts, sensing the impending doom, fled in terror. As Zhang Xiong's arrogance swelled, his piercing gaze scoured the area for Yi Xian's hiding place. Suddenly, a flicker of excitement crossed his face as he detected a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy below. With a cold smirk, he drew his sword, channeling his formidable energy into a tangible black sword aura, aiming directly at the source of the disturbance. "Perish," he commanded, and a wave of sharp energy flooded the vicinity, obliterating everything in its path. Yi Xian raised his head, witnessing the terrifying black sword aura hurtling toward him. A chill ran down his spine, and sweat beaded on his forehead as the palpable sense of life and death crisis engulfed him. His expression grew tense. The terrifying backlash of the flying immortal sword inflicted upon him a pain so profound that it felt as if countless sharp blades were mercilessly slicing through his flesh. He was on the verge of losing consciousness. Had it not been for his cultivation of the heaven-defying sword body technique, which endowed him with the ability to absorb sword energy, he would have been utterly torn apart by the sword's wrath. Madness. This young man was undoubtedly insane. Disregarding his own life, Zhang Xiong's gaze towards Yi Xian was now laced with a hint of horror. Chapter 43. The Guardian Demon God S. Might. The Iron Sword Sect's powerhouses gathered. He could not have imagined that Yi Xian would be so reckless. Despite being merely at the 6th level of Qi transformation, this young man had forcibly unleashed a combat power that rivaled that of a 7th level Qi control practitioner through the use of the flying immortal sword. Did he not fear the terrifying backlash of the sword that could cost him his life? The flying immortal sword, indeed, was a divine weapon from the Divine Armament list, its power far exceeding that of ordinary magical artifacts. Zhang Xiong murmured to himself, unable to suppress a feeling of threat. How astonishing that a dignified 8th level transformation could feel threatened by a mere 6th level Qi transformation. At the same time, the burning greed in his eyes intensified. He was determined to obtain the flying immortal sword and the corresponding sword technique. Young man, you can only blame your ill fate. Such a peerless divine weapon is not meant for someone of your insignificant stature. You will only tarnish its glory. Today, I shall slay you, an insect, and restore the flying immortal sword and its technique to their former splendor. With these two treasures, my strength will undoubtedly ascend to an unprecedented level, paving the way for my rise within the sect and ensuring my dominance in the city is just around the corner. Zhang Xiong sneered. On the ground, Yi Xian swiftly circulated the heaven-defying sword body technique to absorb the sword energy while simultaneously channeling the second form of the ninefold sword technique, raging tides against the shore. With a hum, the crimson sword energy accumulated to an impressive length of several dozen yards. With an anguished roar, the crimson energy, imbued with an unstoppable force, surged toward Zhang Xiong in midair like crashing waves. At that moment, Zhang Xiong, without hesitation, unleashed a sword strike. The black giant sword form from condensed sword energy appeared once more, ferociously cleaving toward the crimson sword energy. A thunderous collision echoed. Before the overwhelming might of the flying immortal sword, Zhang Xiong's black giant sword was utterly obliterated. However, the crimson sword energy unleashed by Yi Xian also dissipated into the air. Cackling, Zhang Xiong admitted, "I must concede, the flying immortal sword is indeed formidable, and your talent is impressive. To wield the flying immortal sword with a 6th level Qi transformation and display the combat prowess of a pinnacle 7th level Qi control practitioner is truly remarkable. Yet in my eyes, you remain an insignificant insect. Even if you have enhanced your power through secret methods and external forces, what does it matter? An insect will always be an insect, incapable of defying destiny. Soon, you will comprehend what true strength is and what it means to be crushed by a higher realm." Zhang Xiong sneered. As a proud 8th level transformation powerhouse, he could easily annihilate this insect with a mere slap. Yet, the fact that Yi Xian survived his powerful assault was an affront to his dignity. How could he endure such humiliation? Soon his aura surged again, a chilling, intangible force crashing down toward Yi Xian's position. He intended to unleash his ultimate move and reduce Yi Xian to mere ashes. At that moment, however, he was struck by an inexplicable force, his body abruptly stiffening, terror etched across his face as his eyes widened in fear. His heart raced uncontrollably. In that instant, a bone-chilling dread coursed through him, as if his very life was slipping away. He sensed an unmatched presence locking onto him, rendering him incapable of even considering resistance. Instinctively, he turned to the source of this overwhelming aura. To his astonishment, he beheld a nearly transparent figure behind Yi Xian, its emotionless gaze fixated upon him. The very space surrounding this spectral figure warped and shattered. This is it. A super powerhouse at the pinnacle of the innate realm? It is said that in some super sects, there exists a puppet artifact known as the Guardian Demon, which stealthily protects the sect's outstanding disciples, appearing to vanquish formidable foes in times of life and death crises. But how could the Divine Sword Sect, which had fallen into ruin, with its lineage severed and its previous leader slain by my Iron Sword Sect, possess such an innate level Guardian Demon artifact? What on earth is happening? Zhang Xiong was thrown into disarray, his heart pounding with terror. Flee. He had to escape at any cost. If he did not run now, facing that pinnacle innate Guardian Demon would mean certain annihilation. To ensure his escape, he unhesitatingly drew upon his lifeblood to perform the forbidden blood escape technique, recklessly sprinting away. Forget about face and dignity. Survival was paramount. Watching Zhang Xiong, who had once exuded invincibility, cough up blood repeatedly, Yi Xian turned his gaze back to the Guardian Demon. He was momentarily stunned. He had been prepared to face death, only for a Guardian Demon to suddenly appear, and a pinnacle innate one at that. Was it really necessary to frighten him like this? To think that a pinnacle innate being could sweep away all postnatal realms? What were the likes of elementary body refining, intermediate Qi training, and advanced spirit refining combined compared to its might? Could it be that the Lord Sect Master was concerned for his safety during his trials in the outside world, fearing he might encounter danger, and thus arranged for the Guardian Demon to protect him in secret? It must be so, it must be. Yi Xian muttered to himself. At this moment, he trembled with emotion, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed with gratitude for the Lord Sect Master. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even if the Lord Sect Master commanded him to die at this moment, he would not flinch. In the following days, Yi Xian tended to his injuries while continuing to recruit miscellaneous disciples in nearby villages and towns. One day, feeling that he had fully recovered, he murmured to himself, "It's time to return to the sect." Half a month later, he finally arrived at the Divine Sword Sect. Beneath the ethereal peak, Yi Xian gazed at the grand gate with immense joy. Just then, a sharp sound erupted in the air above the Divine Sword Sect, followed by a tempestuous wind, as terrifying auras swept in from afar. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and instinctively, he looked up to see dozens of martial artists radiating terrifying energy. The Sect Master. It's this brat. Not only does he possess the divine weapon, the flying immortal sword, but he also wields the technique to control it. The speaker was none other than Zhang Xiong, who had fled in terror days prior. Beside him stood a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe. After speaking, Zhang Xiong cast a malevolent glance at Yi Xian below. More than 10 days ago, fearful of the guardian demon's terrifying power, he had returned to the Iron Sword Sect at all costs. He recounted the events to the sect leader. Today, the Iron Sword Sect had not only mobilized its strongest forces, but had also sent the sect master himself. They intended not only to seize the flying immortal sword and its technique, but also to annihilate the Divine Sword Sect. You little pest. Let's see who can save you today. I will not only torture you, but will also reduce you to ashes. Zhang Xiong's voice dripped with icy malice, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Meanwhile, the sect master of the Iron Sword Sect cast a slight frown, glancing indifferently at Yi Xian below. Yi Xian's heart raced uncontrollably as he shouted towards the gate of the Divine Sword Sect without a moment's hesitation. Master Sect Leader, the Iron Sword Sect has come to attack. Help us. Meanwhile, Xue Lingyun, the master of the Iron Sword Sect, hovered in midair with an expression of cold indifference tinged with disdain, his eyes radiating an air of arrogance, and a formidable aura emanating from him. He resembled a deity from the heavens, gazing down upon the entire Divine Sword Sect. The moment he appeared, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the sky above the sect. Howling winds and ominous clouds gathered, creating a scene of utter terror. His strength had already reached the legendary innate realm, and he was but a hair's breadth away from entering the nearly invincible human immortal realm. Once he stepped into the human immortal realm, he would surpass all postnatal warriors, enveloped in celestial energy, impervious to harm, and immortal. Initially, Xue Lingyun had little regard for the Divine Sword Sect, viewing it as a broken and insignificant entity, utterly devoid of fortune and legacy. To him, it was akin to a mere grasshopper, easily overlooked. Furthermore, the previous master of the sect had been slain by a formidable warrior from the Iron Sword Sect with ease. He thought it a waste of time to even glance at such a decrepit sect. With a mere flick of his hand, he could obliterate it. However, a dozen days prior, Elder Zhang Xiong from the sect's outer circle reported to him that there was a disciple within the Divine Sword Sect who possessed the legendary Fascian sword and the corresponding sword control technique, the ninefold sword art. This piqued his interest. It is known that the Fascian sword is a legendary artifact, imbued with boundless power, capable of altering the very colors of the heavens and earth with a single swing. Thus, his primary purpose for descending upon the Divine Sword Sect was to seize the Fascian sword and the ninefold sword art. As for the insignificant sect itself, he thought nothing of eradicating it. In his view, such a lowly sect should not possess such extraordinary treasures, even if it were acquired by mere chance. It ought to be promptly presented to the Iron Sword Sect. Otherwise, it would be an act of rebellion deserving of death. You expect your sect leader to save you? Upon witnessing the arrival of a true, innate powerhouse like me, I doubt that cowardly sect leader is anything but trembling in fear. Xue Lingyun sneered disdainfully, glancing at Yi Xian below. If you are wise, quickly surrender the Fascian sword and the ninefold sword art, and bow before me. I might consider taking you into the Iron Sword Sect, given your decent talent. As for your pitiful sect leader, I shall ensure he perishes alongside the Divine Sword Sect today. Xue Lingyun's demeanor was icy, his tone arrogant, as if his words were a decree, determining the fate of the Divine Sword Sect with a mere thought. Hearing such arrogant and audacious proclamations, Yi Xian's rage ignited. His eyes ablaze with fury, while feelings of helplessness and indignation surged within him. His fists clenched tightly, his body trembling as he fixed his gaze on Xue Lingyun above. At that moment, a voice laced with mockery rang clearly in everyone's ears. How amusing! Strange occurrences happen every year, but today seems particularly rife with them. You wish to seize the Fascian sword and the ninefold sword art from my disciple and annihilate my Divine Sword Sect? Ha! Your bravado surpasses even your ignorance. Xue Lingyun was momentarily taken aback. Then his face reddened with rage, his chest heaving as if a small volcano were about to erupt within him. Who was he? The master of the Iron Sword Sect, a peak innate realm powerhouse, revered by countless warriors. Yet now, he was being openly insulted and provoked before all. This was utterly unacceptable. With a surge of fury, Xue Lingyun unleashed an aura like blazing flames, causing the very space around him to tremble. Just as he prepared to unleash his formidable powers to obliterate the Divine Sword Sect, a young man clad in a form-fitting white robe, exuding an ethereal charm and strikingly handsome features, appeared 10 paces in front of him. Accompanying him were two stunningly beautiful women with an icy demeanor. "Are you the sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect?" Xuelingyun's gaze turned cold, his voice booming like thunder. "Indeed, I am the sect leader," Lin Feng replied casually, casting a glance at him. Upon seeing the sect leader's appearance, Yi Xian's spirit lifted, his face betraying an uncontrollable excitement. "Oof. The sect leader is an unparalleled being of legendary prowess. You, a mere innate realm insect, dare to utter such nonsense before him, attempting to annihilate my Divine Sword Sect? You are merely courting your own demise. The sect leader could slay you as easily as one would butcher a dog." Yi Xian thought to himself, "Very well. It seems the Divine Sword Sect has not yet perished, leaving behind a few insignificant beings. Today, I offer you two choices. First, immediately surrender the Feishin sword, the ninefold sword art, and all martial arts and treasures within the Divine Sword Sect. Second, I shall personally annihilate the Divine Sword Sect, leaving not a single soul behind. Choose," Xuelingyun demanded, his gaze domineering as he fixed his eyes on Lin Feng. "Oh, this is quite intriguing. In the spirit of reciprocity, I shall offer you two choices as well. First, kneel before the grave of my master and confess your sins. Then take your own life as an act of contrition. I may consider sparing the innocent members of your Iron Sword Sect. Second, I will personally eradicate your Iron Sword Sect, leaving no one alive," Lin Feng replied coolly. The Iron Sword Sect had slain his master, yet he had not actively sought revenge until now. The audacity of the Iron Sword Sect to come and provoke him was utterly nonsensical. Since they were so eager for death, he would oblige them. No one who came today would leave alive. All would be slain to appease the spirit of his master. Originally, he had intended to find a suitable time to attack the Iron Sword Sect and take revenge for his master. Now that they had come to him, it was all the more convenient. "You, what an arrogant little brat. Today, I shall flay you alive and grind your bones to dust." Xuelingyun seethed with rage. As a peak innate realm powerhouse, he was accustomed to being revered and respected, yet this young sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect dared to belittle him, demanding he kneel and take his own life. Such provocation and insult were beyond anything he had ever endured. An uncontrollable fury ignited within him, cold, killing intent coursing through his veins. The elders of the Iron Sword Sect standing behind him were so enraged that their faces twisted, while the elite disciples seethed with indignation. "How dare you? A mere innate realm insect dares to act so recklessly before a master. You should be ashamed to show your face. If I were you, I would have long since sought a hole to hide in," a voice interjected from the side. Yuan Xingxin stepped forward, her radiant beauty now tinged with a domineering demeanor. As she took a step, sacred energy enveloped her, and celestial phenomena manifested around her, revealing her connection to the laws of the universe. Only those who had attained the Emperor realm and comprehended certain heavenly laws could possess such an aura. Yuan Xingxin, in her previous life, was indeed a genuine Emperor-level powerhouse. After consuming the rebirth pill, she awakened a multitude of memories and legacies from her past lives, endowing her with an immeasurable depth that far transcended mere appearances. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xinyuan Qingtian also stepped forward. "You worthless fools, daring to offend the majesty of my Divine Sword Sect and showing disrespect to our esteemed sect master is a crime worthy of death. Why do you not take your own lives?" His eyes, sharp as lightning, fixed on the members of the Iron Sword Sect, exuding a piercing aura that bore down on them like a tidal wave. The esteem with which the sect master treated her was monumental. She could not tolerate these clowns showing insolence towards him. At the mountain gate of the Divine Sword Sect, at some point, Yi Jingyun had already stood beside Yi Xian. He fixed his gaze intently on the figures from the Iron Sword Sect, his eyes ablaze with fury akin to two roaring flames. His fists were already enveloped with a terrifying aura reminiscent of ancient deities. "I, a mere waste, will slay innate strongmen." Yi Jingyun's voice, though soft, resonated like a thunderclap, clearly heard by everyone present, particularly by Su Shuling, the leader of the Iron Sword Sect, whose face darkened in disbelief. "What? A waste slaying me? Huh, what a ridiculous notion." Su Shuling laughed furiously, although he hovered in midair, His powerful divine sense clearly perceived that the boisterous young man below had no trace of spiritual energy. Indeed, he was simply a dim-witted brute. However, the next scene nearly blinded him. Even his disdainful expression froze on his face. From the seemingly ordinary Yi Jingyun, an overwhelming primal aura erupted, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Witnessing this, the members of the Iron Sword Sect stood dumbfounded, their scalps tingling with a chilling sensation. They had no idea that Yi Jingyun was the fated child of a waste resurgence. He disrespected neither heaven nor demons. The sole respect he held was for his sect master, whose kindness was as vast as mountains. He would not allow anyone to show even the slightest disrespect towards him. Even if that person were the leader of the Iron Sword Sect, a peak innate powerhouse, so what? Boom! With a resolute expression, he launched a punch into the air. Thunder rumbled. It was as if 3,000 thunderbolts struck simultaneously, illuminating the sky with flashes of lightning and howling winds, as massive dark clouds surged from all directions, seemingly housing enraged primal beasts. The spiritual energy within a 1,000-jong radius became uncontrollably chaotic. Behind Yi Jingyun, a towering phantom emerged, exuding a misty, primal aura. This phantom emanated an imposing and domineering presence, as if threatening to burst the very fabric of space itself. The primal aura it radiated crushed the surrounding space, visibly collapsing chunks of it. A primal ancient deity had descended. According to legend, in the primordial era, humans were the most powerful beings, honing their physical forms rather than cultivating inner energy, capable of suppressing the ages with a single punch, known as the primal ancient deity. The ancient deity's domineering gaze surveyed all life before locking onto Su Shuling. Boom! At the moment Yi Jingyun struck, the primal ancient deity seemed to sense it, raising a fist the size of a small mountain and, with the force of thunder, struck towards Su Shuling. This punch appeared as if it could smash a hole in the very heavens and earth. Hiss, is this the aura of a primal ancient deity? Su Shuling's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly useless brute possessed the primal divine fist. At this moment, he distinctly felt a thread of threat emanating from the phantom of the primal ancient deity. Fortunately, this disciple of the Divine Sword Sect merely grazed the threshold of the primal divine fist. Otherwise, the mere aura released would have crushed him into a mist of blood. Amidst his shock, Su Shuling's eyes revealed unabashed greed. It seemed that the rumors surrounding the Divine Sword Sect were mere fabrications. There must be a monumental secret hidden within. Today, I shall annihilate the Divine Sword Sect and seize its fortune and legacy, Su Shuling murmured to himself. Meanwhile, the imposing Su Shuling, along with the elders and elite disciples of the Iron Sword Sect, gaped in shock at the sight of the primal divine fist. Their mouths agape as if they could easily fit a fist inside. They were nearly rendered speechless. After all, this was the primal divine fist, a legendary force of taboo. The first brother's martial arts indeed embody great terror. Surely, this primal divine fist and the profound ancient body refinement technique were bestowed upon him by the young sect master. Should he master the primal divine fist, a single blow would suffice to suppress the heavens and earth. With his resilience, he will undoubtedly reach such heights. Yu and Shengxin gazed at Yi Jingyun with mild astonishment. Chapter 46. The Terrifying Divine Sword Sect, where disciples are all prodigies upon encountering Yi Jingyun. She detected that his martial arts contained immense mysteries, only to realize it was the nearly lost primal divine fist. Now that the first brother had made his move, how could she? Yu and Shengxin lag behind. With her verdant eyes, she cast a fleeting glance at Su Shuling, extending her palm to reveal an unadorned ancient mirror that appeared in her hand. The moment the mirror emerged, an incomprehensible aura surged forth, causing all beings within the Divine Sword Sect to erupt in excitement. She casually tossed it, raising her hand to unleash a dazzling 9-colored light into the mirror, which blossomed like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, radiating myriad rays of brilliance. Simultaneously, the mirror visibly expanded, swiftly enveloping the sky and earth in a breathtakingly pure aura that seemed almost tangible. At that moment, a tempest of overwhelming celestial power descended like a torrential storm. This was a force of nature that even Lin Feng could not resist. nor could he contend with the mysterious ancient mirror. It was an entity that could stand firm against the immortal supreme artifact, the Xianyuan Divine Sword. Immediately, a figure more exaggerated than the primal ancient deity appeared behind Yuan Xingxin. Compared to this figure, the primal ancient deity was merely a younger sibling. This figure not only dwarfed the primal ancient deity in substance, but also surpassed it in strength countless times over. With a mere glance, space was pierced, and even the faintest sound of a snort caused hearts to halt. The moment this figure appeared, all beasts and spirits upon the ethereal peak bowed in reverence. A chorus of roars resounding through the air. Countless sacred beasts danced joyfully around this figure, causing the celestial phenomena invoked by the Iron Sword Sect's members and Yi Jingyun to vanish entirely. This was the external manifestation of the chaos in spirit body. In this moment, the entire world fell silent, as if time itself had frozen. At that instant, go! Yuan Xingxin commanded softly, pointing towards the sky. The ancient mirror surged with radiant light. Simultaneously, the external manifestation seemed to resonate with her will, also pointing forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, torrents of blue light erupted from the ancient mirror, cascading towards Su Shuling and his group amidst a cacophony of sharp sounds. Upon closer inspection, these were not mere light points, but rather razor-sharp energy blades. Each blade possessed power equivalent to that of the flying immortal sword, sweeping through all obstacles, even tearing the very fabric of space and creating black holes. Each energy blade carried the weight of imperial pressure. In an instant, the heavens lost their color. At the side, Xianyuan Qingtian's expression turned icy, a bone-chilling aura erupting from his eyes. Without hesitation, he summoned the Xianyuan Divine Sword. The moment the Divine Sword was drawn, aside from the ancient mirror's light remaining relatively unchanged, the entire world was enveloped in darkness. At the moment the sword rang, a sharp aura that made all things tremble enveloped Shui Lingyun and his companions. Simultaneously, an incredibly brilliant golden light illuminated the entire realm, revealing golden celestial bodies and vibrant mountains and vegetation that materialized in mid-air. At this instant, the chaotic Nine Styles Heaven and Man Unification Slash was unleashed. As the cool voice resonated, a colossal golden sword emerged from the golden light, one side adorned with celestial bodies and the other with mountains and trees, gradually soaring towards Shui Lingyun and his companions. Wherever it passed, everything dissolved into nothingness. Even the very fabric of space disintegrated, impervious to any negative energies. In this moment, Xianyuan Qingtian's wrath was unleashed in its entirety. She aimed to reduce Shui Lingyun and his companions to mere void. Below, Yi Xian witnessed the gathering of powerful attacks from everyone, and he felt an overwhelming surge of blood coursing through his veins. An indescribable emotion filled him. The sensation of unity in protecting their sect was utterly exhilarating. Without hesitation, he executed the second style of the ninefold sword technique, the Raging Waves. A piercingly sharp crimson sword aura surged upwards as if intending to cleave Shui Lingyun and the others in twain. At this moment, Shui Lingyun was utterly dumbfounded, frozen in a state of disbelief as if struck by lightning. After a brief moment, he jolted awake, exclaiming in his mind, "What kind of monstrous beings are these?" One wielding a formidable barbaric divine fist despite being a mere waste. Another possessing an inexplicable mirror that instilled profound fear. Yet another with an external avatar that extinguished any will to resist. And one more brandishing a colossal golden sword. Even the weakest among them possessed a celestial artifact from the divine weapon roster, along with the corresponding ninefold sword technique. Who on earth claimed that the Divine Sword Sect was a dilapidated, broken sect? How blind could they be? Was this the appearance of a crumbling sect? The disciples here were each so extraordinarily talented that they defied the heavens, and every artifact possessed overwhelming might, with an unfathomable depth of heritage. If this was a broken little sect, then his Iron Sword Sect barely qualified as a thatched hut. This was clearly a colossal power. Instinctively, Shui Lingyun's gaze shifted to Lin Feng, the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect, his eyes betraying an unmistakable terror. Could it be that this newly appointed sect master was a reincarnated supreme being? His mind raced with speculation. However, before he could dwell further on this thought, The unparalleled, barbaric divine fist unleashed by Yi Jingyun was already crashing towards him. He dared not delay and swiftly dodged aside. Yet, the elders and elite disciples behind him were not so fortunate, as they were directly obliterated into a mist of blood by a single punch. This sight made Shui Lingyun's eyes redden. Those were the elite of his Iron Sword Sect, each one cultivated at an immense resource cost, and now, in an instant, they were gone. He issued a command, leading the remaining elders and disciples of the Iron Sword Sect into a frenzied counterattack. In a heartbeat, the air above the mountain gate crackled with spiritual energy, weapons gleamed, and martial techniques surged forth in abundance. Soon, the rain-like blue energy blades reached Shui Lingyun. A suffocating aura made his heart race, and without a second thought, he gathered all his spiritual energy to shield himself while simultaneously executing martial techniques to evade. My hand, my foot, my head. Some of the weaker elders and elite disciples simply could not withstand the overwhelming barrage of energy blades and were swiftly severed, their limbs rendered useless, with some even losing their heads. Amidst the cries of despair, the remaining elders and disciples dared not linger and quickly invoked their blood shield techniques in a desperate attempt to flee. However, would Yuan Xingxin allow them to escape? The answer was evident. With a mere thought, her external avatar struck out, reducing those who spewed blood and sought to flee into nothingness. The reincarnation of an emperor was no mere boast. It was not an exaggeration to say that even if the entirety of the Iron Sword Sect combined, they would not be her match. Her reason for merely displaying her might without unleashing her true power was simply to derive more amusement. Annihilating them in one blow would be far too dull. Moreover, these insignificant ants dared to disrespect the young sect master. To let them perish in despair would be far too lenient. Damn it! Had I known this, why did I even come to the Divine Sword Sect? As Shui Lingyun struggled to evade, his gaze seethed with anger directed at Zhang Xiong. His heart brimmed with frustration, flames of rage flickering in his eyes. It was all this damned fool's fault for urging him to bring powerful allies to the Divine Sword Sect. Not only had many elders and elite disciples perished, but he himself was now embroiled in a life-and-death crisis. He longed to slap this blind fool to oblivion. Zhang Xiong acutely sensed the palpable murderous intent from the sect master, his face turning pale, an undeniable look of grievance etched upon his features. Simultaneously, he felt bewildered, wanting to exclaim, "Sect master, I am truly wronged. I had no idea that the Divine Sword Sect had been feigning weakness." Subsequently, as Shui Lingyun realized there was no escaping today, he gritted his teeth and continued to resist. The remaining elders and elite disciples of the Iron Sword Sect, with no other options, also revealed their hidden cards. United in their efforts, they persisted until the blue energy blades ceased. Exhausted and in tatters, they soon faced a new horror. They suddenly found their bodies unresponsive. No matter how they summoned the spiritual energy from their dantians, they were held captive by an invisible, mysterious force. Simultaneously, the golden giant sword descended, slicing through the void with an unprecedented sharpness. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies disintegrated into nothingness. I refuse to accept this. I am a peak innate realm powerhouse, with an immeasurable future in martial arts. I cannot die. Before he could finish his thought, the golden giant sword swept through with unstoppable force, and in an instant, everyone was reduced to void. Meanwhile, the sword struck by Yi Xian's sword into the sky, achieving nothing of significance. Yi Xian's mouth hung open in disbelief. Soon after, Xianyuan Qingtian retracted the Xianyuan divine sword, and Yuan Xingxin stowed away the ancient mirror. The air returned to its former tranquility, as if the fierce battle had never occurred, leaving not a trace of the Iron Sword Sect behind. Well, everyone performed admirably today. They can be deemed worthy representatives of the Divine Sword Sect. Lin Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, nodded slightly. His gaze filled with admiration as he surveyed Yuan Xingxin, Xianyuan Qingtian, Yi Jingyun, and Yi Xian. Subsequently, he vanished from their sight in a flash. What does it mean to possess high standards? This is it. As the esteemed sect master of the Divine Sword Sect, how could he descend to strike at mere ants? That would be beneath his dignity. Such insignificant creatures could be effortlessly obliterated by the sect's elders and junior disciples. My friends, what do you think? In any case, upon receiving the sect master's commendation, Xianyuan Qingtian and the others displayed expressions of satisfaction and excitement. To gain the recognition of the sect master was indeed their honor. Elder Xin Yuan, senior brothers Yi, shall we attack the Iron Sword Sect together and completely annihilate them? Yuan Shengxin proposed, despite her seemingly naive demeanor. She was fierce and unyielding. Wasn't it just a small Iron Sword Sect? With a single slap, she could obliterate them. How dare they offend the Divine Sword Sect? Especially after she had painstakingly found this hidden paradise? They had blatantly disrespected the young sect master. Without a second thought, they must be eradicated to serve as a warning. Otherwise, in a few days, more insignificant beings would come to challenge the Divine Sword Sect's authority, disrupting their diligent cultivation. Annihilated, Yi Jingyun nodded immediately, without the slightest hesitation, and with unwavering resolve. In Yi Jingyun's mind, anyone who dared to disrespect the sect leader deserved to die. I concur, Xian Yuan Qingshan added subsequently. Her reasoning was peculiar. She simply felt displeasure towards anyone who spoke disrespectfully of the bad sect leader, wishing to cut them down with her sword. Little sister, I fear I am unable to assist. Previously, in order to evade the pursuit of Zhang Xiong, the Iron Sword Sect elder, I forcefully utilized the second stance of the ninefold sword art, suffering a backlash of sword energy, requiring time to recuperate, Yi Xian said, lowering his head with a hint of despondency. What kind of second brother are you? Your strength is so feeble that you cannot even defeat a mere Iron Sword Sect elder? Never mind. This time, your eldest sister will lend you a hand. A minor injury is nothing. With a wave of my hand, I can restore you to your peak condition, Yuan Shengxin retorted, displeased with his lack of prowess. Subsequently, with a wave of her small hand, a beam of nine-colored light entered Yi Xian's body. The listless aura emanating from Yi Xian vanished instantly, and his vitality visibly surged, returning to its peak state in a short span of time. This feat astonished Yi Xian and Yi Jingyun, and even Xian Yuan Qingshan was slightly taken aback. What miraculous elixir could compare to this? Subsequently, the four of them swiftly departed from the Divine Sword Sect, heading towards the Iron Sword Sect. On the other side, at the Divine Sword Sect's Inverse Heaven Peak, Lin Feng, witnessing Yuan Shengxin and the others leaving together to seek vengeance on the Iron Sword Sect, nodded with gratification, murmuring, "It seems that the disciples and elders I recruited are quite commendable." As for whether Yuan Shengxin would encounter any danger on this trip, Lin Feng had no concerns whatsoever. Aside from the fact that all four of them possessed significant fortune, Yuan Shengxin's strength meant that danger was more likely to befall others. 3 days later, Yuan Shengxin and the others returned to the Divine Sword Sect, each with a smile on their face and a hint of lingering satisfaction. At the same time, an explosive piece of news reverberated throughout the entire E-City, leaving many people stunned. Have you heard the news? The renowned Iron Sword Sect was completely annihilated overnight. The Iron Sword Sect had a peak primordial realm expert overseeing it. How could it be destroyed so easily? Unbelievable. It is said that several handyman disciples from the Divine Sword Sect descended upon the Iron Sword Sect and razed it to the ground. Moreover, one of the handyman disciples cleaved the Iron Sword Sect in two with a single sword strike. Another handyman disciple flattened the entire mountain belonging to the Iron Sword Sect with a single palm strike. What did you say? Handyman disciples from the Divine Sword Sect? Wasn't the Divine Sword Sect dilapidated and completely fallen? When did such formidable handyman disciples emerge? The most terrifying thing is that the current sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect is not only handsome, but also a reincarnation of a venerable great expert. In an instant, various major and minor forces began to pay attention to this matter. Overnight, the Divine Sword Sect became somewhat renowned throughout E-City, becoming a common topic of conversation among martial artists. In the eyes of many martial artists, the dilapidated and completely fallen Divine Sword Sect instantly became lofty, mysterious, terrifying, and unapproachable. If anyone were to ask, the first thing that would come to their minds would be, the Divine Sword Sect possesses an unparalleled, terrifying power. On the other side, at the Divine Sword Sect's Inverse Heaven Peak, Ding, the system senses that the host effortlessly annihilated the Iron Sword Sect, avenging his master and making the Divine Sword Sect somewhat renowned throughout E-City. The system feels invigorated and excited, and proactively presents the host with a motivational gift package. Ding, the system has upgraded your one-time Peak Primordial Realm Expert attack to Great Saint Rel Peak Power Attack, and the Chaos Pressure has been upgraded again. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Inner Disciple Exclusive Cultivation Room and Outer Disciple Exclusive Cultivation Room. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Inner Disciple Exclusive Mountain Peak and Outer Disciple Exclusive Mountain Peak. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Inner Core Prodigy Disciple Exclusive Cultivation Room and Inner Core Prodigy Disciple Exclusive Cave Abode. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an Inheritance Grotto of an Apex Saint Realm Expert. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Qilin Steel. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Star Palace. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Pseudo-4 Divine Beasts. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Sect Territory Expansion Template. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Exquisite Skill Transmission Tower. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Heavenly Ranking, Earthly Ranking, and Human Ranking. Hearing the series of dings from the system, a look of satisfaction appeared on Lin Feng's face. Excellent. The system always delivers surprises. He opened the system's virtual space and began to examine the functions of the various rewards. Great Saint Realm Peak Power Attack. This is good, Lin Feng said with slight excitement. Martial cultivators are classified into 9 levels of Core Formation Realm, followed by Spirit Infant Realm, Ethereal Projection Realm, Soul Division Realm, Body Integration Realm, Mayana Realm, Tribulation Transcendence Realm, Void Shattering Realm, and then Primordial Realm Experts. Primordial Realm Experts also have strict level divisions, divided into Immortal Level Experts, King Level Experts, Emperor Level Experts, and Saint Level Great Experts. Immortal Level Experts are divided into Human Immortal Realm, Earth Immortal Realm, Celestial Immortal Realm, and True Immortal Realm. King Level Experts are divided into Human King Realm, Earth King Realm, Celestial King Realm, and True King Realm. Emperor Level Experts are divided into Human Emperor Realm, Earth Emperor Realm, Celestial Emperor Realm, and True Emperor Realm. Saint Level Great Experts are divided into Half-Step Saint Realm, Minor Saint Realm, Great Saint Realm, and Apex Saint Realm. In the Divine Continent, there are countless martial cultivators and countless prodigies, but many people never break through the void-shattering realm in their entire lives. Even if they break through the void-shattering realm to reach the primordial realm, 99 of primordial realm experts stop below the saint realm. All are ants below the saint. Only by stepping into the saint realm can one truly stand among the ranks of the strong. Now that Lin Feng possessed a one-time attack from a peak Great Saint Realm Great Expert, he was completely confident. This Inner Disciple Exclusive Cultivation Room and Outer Disciple Exclusive Cultivation Room are also acceptable. The Cultivation Room is filled with abundant spiritual energy, and disciples who enter it to cultivate will have varying degrees of improvement in their cultivation speed, depending on their physique and talent, with a minimum increase of 50 times. This Inner Core Prodigy Disciple Exclusive Cultivation Room is even more advanced with top-notch conditions. The mountain peaks for inner disciples and outer disciples to reside in, as well as the cave abodes for Inner Core Prodigy disciples, have also arrived in a timely manner. Some time ago, Yi Xian went out to train and recruited hundreds of handyman disciples for the sect. With the strength and talent of Yuan Xingxin, Yi Jingyun, and Yi Xian, it is no longer appropriate for them to be handyman disciples. A look of contemplation appeared on Lin Feng's face. If the sect wants to endure for a long time, it must have a constant influx of fresh blood, and there must be a balance of grace and authority. For the time being, divide these sect disciples into 4 levels: handyman disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and inner core prodigy disciples. All newcomers are handyman disciples. As long as they pass the assessment, they can be promoted to outer disciples and inner disciples, or even sect elders. From low to high, the welfare benefits for each type of disciple will increase accordingly. Disciples who make contributions to the sect can be rewarded according to the actual situation, and disciples who make mistakes or violate the sect rules will be punished according to the severity of the offense. Thus, the ambition and competitiveness of the disciples within the sect could be heightened. After clarifying his thoughts, Lin Feng gestured grandly, and abodes and cultivation chambers for prodigious disciples, peaks for inner disciples and outer disciples, as well as exclusive cultivation chambers for inner and outer disciples, manifested within the Divine Sword Sect. These peaks and chambers boasted far superior facilities and conditions compared to the side peaks allotted to menial disciples. Not only was the spiritual energy more abundant, but the architecture itself emanated subtle Taoist resonances, enabling inner and outer disciples to comprehend the Tao at all times. The inheritance grotto of an apex sage realm expert, bestowed by the system, was rather intriguing. In a few days, I shall venture forth to seek this place of inheritance. he murmured. A map of the inheritance location materialized within Lin Feng's virtual space, his expression tinged with anticipation. The apex sage realm was the pinnacle of the sage domain, just a step away from attaining the great emperor realm. Surely, such an inheritance grotto would contain numerous treasures. Indeed, this Qilin stele is also quite remarkable, a supreme immortal-grade magical artifact. When a prodigious disciple within the sect breaks through to a higher realm, the Qilin stele will emerge from the void, bestowing fortune and martial arts techniques upon the ascended disciple. Starry Hall. Disciples who cultivate within it can comprehend the power of the stars. Pseudo-4 divine beasts, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, 4 imposing statues imbued with a trace of true divine beast power, capable of safeguarding the sect, suppressing its fortune, and slaying external enemies. These 3 invaluable treasures will undoubtedly enhance the glory of my Divine Sword Sect. With a thought from Lin Feng, myriad rays of dawn light descended without warning upon the Divine Sword Sect, entwined with strands of Taoist resonance, as if some extraordinary treasure was about to be born, appearing remarkably mystical. Buzz. Chapter 49. Emergence of the Heaven, Earth, and Human Rankings in Immense, Ethereal Divine Steel. Wreathed in immortal energy and entwined by the 5 directional divine beasts, emerged from the void and descended into the airspace above the Divine Sword Sect, releasing boundless Taoist resonance and fortune. Simultaneously, Yuan Shengxin, Xian Yuan Qingtian, Yi Jingyun, and Yi Xian were all visibly awestruck by the appearance of the Qilin stele. They could clearly sense the immense fortune and Taoist resonance contained within this extraordinarily mystical stele. The 4 of them instinctively sat down in a meditative posture, striving to absorb and comprehend the spiritual energy and Taoist resonance from the Qilin stele as much as possible, each entering a state of enlightenment to varying degrees. A brief moment later, the Qilin stele vanished into the void. Yuan Shengxin, Xian Yuan Qingtian, Yi Jingyun, and Yi Xian slowly awoke from their enlightenment, each with a hint of regret in their expressions. If only this mystical stele could have lingered for a while longer, they all thought. However, even in that fleeting moment, they had comprehended varying degrees of Taoist resonance and martial arts techniques of different levels. Lin Feng, observing the disappointed expressions on the faces of the 4 individuals through the sect's map, smiled faintly and proclaimed loudly, "When you break through to higher realms in the future, the Qilin stele will naturally appear to bestow rewards. Strive diligently." These words, like rolling thunder, resounded throughout the entire Divine Sword Sect in an instant. Yuan Shengxin and the others were immediately overjoyed. Subsequently, Lin Feng placed the Starry Hall and the pseudo-4 divine beasts within the sect. Within the Starry Hall, lifelike constellations of the celestial sphere manifested, and the azure starlight visible in the sky poured into the Starry Hall like a meteor shower. The pseudo-4 divine beasts were positioned by Lin Feng in the 4 cardinal directions within the sect. Upon sensing the aura of the 4 divine beasts, the Fortune Golden Dragon, who had been drowsy, immediately revealed a hint of astonishment in its eyes, which instantly turned fervent, displaying a keen interest. Sect Territory Expansion Template can expand the sect's occupied area tenfold. Excellent, this will do, Lin Feng murmured. Simultaneously, a golden token appeared in his hand. Activate, he silently commanded. At that moment, the golden token soared into the airspace above the Divine Sword Sect, unleashing myriad rays of golden light, and an incomparably profound aura permeated the area. Rumble. Visible to the naked eye, a tangible golden halo, centered on the Divine Sword Sect, rippled outwards like a shockwave in all directions. Only when the sect's territory had expanded to 10 times its original size did the golden token in the airspace transform into specks of golden light and dissipate into the air. Simultaneously, in the expanded territory, rays of dawn light flashed, and various sect buildings sprouted like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The sect's area is growing ever larger. This sect master still has a long way to go, Lin Feng lamented, gazing at the system's sect map, which had expanded tenfold. Subsequently, he shifted his gaze to the final 3 items. Exquisite Transmission Tower. Compact and exquisite, it can be used interchangeably with the sect's main transmission tower. After the host obtains magical artifacts and martial arts techniques in the future, they can be directly transmitted into the Exquisite Transmission Tower, and the sect's main transmission tower will automatically accept them and refine them to their utmost potential. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, and a miniature pagoda radiating 7-colored light appeared in his hand. After examining it and weighing in his hand, he nodded with satisfaction and placed it within the system's virtual space. Heaven ranking. A ranking of the sect's prodigious disciples based on their strength. Earth ranking. A ranking of the sect's inner disciples based on their strength. Human ranking. A ranking of the sect's outer disciples based on their strength. Excellent. With these 3 rankings, a sense of competition will inevitably arise among the disciples, igniting greater motivation to break through in cultivation and enhance their strength. Lin Feng murmured to himself. He was quite pleased with the incentive gift package presented by the system this time. Half a month later, at Divine Sword Sect, Inverse Heaven Peak. In recent times, the number of menial disciples joining the Divine Sword Sect had been steadily increasing. However, most of them had been specifically recruited by Yi Xian during his previous travels. Currently, there were several hundred menial disciples alone, demonstrating Yi Xian's contribution to the sect. Deserve a reward. Lin Feng decided. Divine Sword Sect disciple Yi Xian, for recruiting menial disciples during his travels and contributing to the sect, deserves a reward. This sect master hereby bestows a supreme Dao grade magical artifact, an immortal grade cultivation technique, and a rank 6 medicinal pill. His majestic voice, like rolling thunder, reverberated throughout every corner of the sect. Simultaneously, he waved his hand grandly, and a terrifyingly domineering aura instantly swept out. At the same moment, within Yi Xian's abode, 3 treasures radiating 7-colored light appeared out of thin air. This is the sect master's reward? Yi Xian murmured excitedly, gazing at the 3 treasures that had appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, his breathing became rapid, his body trembled slightly, and his eyes reddened slightly. At that moment, he instantly felt that the grievances he had suffered from being pursued by Zhang Xiong, the elder of the Iron Sword Sect, had vanished into thin air. In his heart, obtaining the sect master's recognition was more important than anything else. After regaining his senses, he hastily knelt down and kowtowed, his expression incomparably respectful, and his tone sincere and earnest. Thank you for the sect master's reward. Disciple Yi Xian will surely exert all my strength in the future, going through fire and water for the sect, even if it means my life. Yi Xian's excited tone was somewhat choked with emotion. A supreme Dao-grade magical artifact, an immortal grade cultivation technique, and a rank 6 medicinal pill. These were all tremendous opportunities. Tomorrow, the sect will commence the assessment for promotion to outer disciple. Disciples who pass the assessment can directly advance from menial disciple to outer disciple, or even inner disciple and elder. The heaven and earth ladder will be the content of the assessment. Lin Feng's majestic voice instantly resounded throughout every corner of the sect. Upon hearing that there would be a promotion assessment tomorrow, allowing them to directly become outer disciples, the hundreds of newly joined menial disciples were filled with excitement. Who didn't aspire to become a martial arts expert? Who didn't desire to become an immortal or a god and attain eternal life? Now, the opportunity was right before their eyes. How could they possibly give it up? Everyone. Can you guess who will stand out in tomorrow's assessment? Of course, it will be second senior brother. He wields the flying immortal sword and the 9-fold sword technique, and his strength is extraordinary. Now that he has received reward from the sect master, he is even more formidable. Not necessarily. I believe it should be first senior brother. Although he appears unremarkable, he gives me a rather intimidating feeling, and his strength is not inferior to second senior brothers. TSK. Have you forgotten about Sister Xingxin? I think she is the most formidable of all. Chapter 50, The Sect Disciples Trial, Ascending the Heavenly Ladder. Hundreds of miscellaneous disciples were abuzz with excitement, clustering in groups of 3 or 5, discussing animatedly. The next day, a magnificent staircase of white jade, shrouded in ethereal mist, extended down from the inverted heaven peak. This was indeed the heavenly ladder. At the base of the heavenly ladder stood hundreds of miscellaneous disciples in neat rows. Among them, 3 figures were particularly eye-catching. The gazes of the other disciples were filled with unabashed admiration for these 3 figures: Yuan Xingxin, Yi Jingyun, and Yi Xian. How about a contest among the 2 senior brothers to see who can ascend the heavenly ladder the highest? Upon seeing the richly infused Dao rhythm of the heavenly ladder, Yuan Xingxin suggested to Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian with interest. Hearing this, both Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian could not help but twitch their lips. Compete? What a joke. You are a reincarnated emperor, a peak true immortal, undeniably powerful, second only to the sect master. This is clearly bullying. Is it fun for a king to crush a bronze? Though they harbored such thoughts, a spark of competitive spirit ignited in their eyes. They were all children of destiny, each possessing their own pride. Even though Yuan Xingxin was a reincarnated emperor, they wished to give their all in this contest, even if they were to lose. They would do so with their heads held high. Very well, let us compete. Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian declared in unison. If that is the case, then I shall not hold back, replied Yuan Xingxin with a smile, her figure flashing as she stepped onto the heavenly ladder. Following suit, Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian also ascended. The remaining miscellaneous disciples followed suit, rushing towards the heavenly ladder. The heavenly ladder served as a treasure for testing the disciples' cultivation, temperament, and talent. It was also a pathway for the disciples to hone themselves and comprehend the Tao rhythm. The higher one climbed, the greater the pressure released by the heavenly ladder, and the more benefits one would receive. As time passed, a natural selection began to take shape. Dozens of miscellaneous disciples were drenched in sweat, their expressions pained, trembling as if suppressed by an invisible force. Ultimately, they could not withstand the pressure and were teleported out by the heavenly ladder. Although disappointment flickered in their eyes, excitement and exhilaration prevailed as they keenly felt a significant improvement in their bodies. On the inverted heaven peak, Lin Feng watched the hundreds of miscellaneous disciples climbing the heavenly ladder, a faint smile gracing his lips. My sword god sect is increasingly resembling a true sect. On the heavenly ladder, hundreds of miscellaneous disciples were exerting themselves to ascend. They could clearly perceive that the higher they climbed, the stronger the pressure emitted by the heavenly ladder, accompanied by various phenomena. It was a torturous experience. Leading the way was Yuan Xingxin, who ascended with steady steps, her demeanor calm and unperturbed, as if she were merely taking a leisurely stroll. Even as storms raged, lightning struck, and the elements intertwined, the increasing pressure could not deter her ascent. Trailing behind her were Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian, while the disparity among the other disciples was evident, with only 3 standing out in the third tier. Approximately an hour later, the first disciple assessment of the Sword God sect came to an end. The heavenly ladder consisted of 10,000 steps, and the results were clear. Yuan Xingxin rightfully claimed first place, standing at the 999th step. Unsurprisingly, Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian shared second place, having climbed a total of 8,000 steps. On the inverted heaven peak, Lin Feng observed the final results with satisfaction. Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian performed well. Achieving this level was to be expected. The other miscellaneous disciples also performed admirably, with many displaying commendable qualities. Yuan Xingxin indeed surpassed expectations, falling just short of the peak, a true prodigy reborn from an emperor, establishing a record that would be hard to surpass for quite some time. Lin Feng murmured in surprise. In today's assessment, Yuan Xingxin topped the rankings, serving as a model disciple for the Sword God sect, and could be directly promoted to an intersect prodigy. Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian, with their excellent results, could be promoted to intersect disciples. From this day forth, Yuan Xingxin would move into the exclusive cave dwelling for intersect prodigies, enjoying the privileges entitled to them. Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian would relocate to the designated peaks for intersect disciples, enjoying their respective benefits. Lin Feng's authoritative voice resonated throughout the Sword God sect, akin to rolling thunder. Simultaneously, 2 radiant and profound lists appeared in the sky above the Sword God sect. Heavenly list, first place Yuan Xingxin. Earthly list, first place Yi Xian. Earthly list, second place Yi Jingyun. As the number of intersect disciples gradually increased, so too would the rankings on the earthly list, and the heavenly list would surely see new names. Although Yi Jingyun ranked second on the earthly list due to slightly lesser fortune, he was a resilient underdog in a true life-and-death battle. He may not necessarily lose to Yi Xian. Upon seeing the 2 lists in the sky, Yuan Xingxin, Yi Jingyun, and Yi Xian all displayed expressions of joy. Within the Sword God sect, even the treatment of miscellaneous disciples far exceeded that of intersect disciples in other major sections. Now, the benefits for intersect disciples and prodigies likely surpassed their wildest imaginations. They were eager to settle into their designated territories. The gazes of the other disciples toward them were filled with admiration and envy, especially for Yuan Xingxin, who had become their idol. Just then, The concealed celestial chart of the great universe appeared vividly in the sky above the Sword God sect. Brilliant stars adorned the heavens, a rich aura swirling, as mountains and rivers unfolded like a dream, resembling a grand tapestry encompassing all of heaven and earth. Following this, a magnificent seven-clawed golden dragon, stretching for thousands of miles, emerged from the celestial chart. The dragon, with its domineering gaze, swept over Yu and Shengxin and the others, emitting a mighty roar. Then it opened its mouth, releasing 3 streams of exceptionally rich purple aura. This mystical purple aura, profound and extraordinary, instantly merged into the bodies of Yu and Shengxin and her companions. Is this fortune? My fortune has increased. Chapter 51. 3 prodigies emerge. Once more Yu and Shengxin exclaimed in astonishment, feeling her fortune soaring remarkably. At the same time, she sensed her realm had stabilized further, and her strength had significantly advanced. Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian were equally astonished, their hearts stirred with tumultuous waves. The 3 of them turned toward the Huang Hall on the inverted heaven peak, their expression sincere as they bowed respectfully. Thank you, esteemed sect master, for your great benevolence. On the inverted heaven peak, the sect master's voice resonated. You must cultivate diligently, avoiding arrogance and impatience, to set an example for the disciples of the Sword God sect. Moreover, now that you have become inner sect and prodigy disciples, you should be equipped with the corresponding regalia. As the conversation unfolded, Lin Feng waved his hand, causing the sect's transmission tower to radiate with brilliant light, unleashing 3 formidable auras akin to thunder. 3 treasures, shimmering with celestial brilliance and exuding terrifying energy, soared from the tower, landing before Yu and Shengxin and his companions in the blink of an eye. Among them was an extraordinary immortal pill and 2 mid-tier immortal artifacts. The trio expressed their profound gratitude once more, hastily thanking Lin Feng before swiftly departing the Qian Kun heavenly ladder to return to their respective abodes and peaks. Once the 3 had left, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the remaining outer disciples, surveying the crowd until his eyes settled on 2 young men and a woman, Li Xingnan, Toba Kun, and Meng Xiaoxing, who had excelled in this assessment and were to be admitted as outer disciples of the Divine Sword Sect. The other outer disciples need not feel disheartened, for the Qian Kun heavenly ladder would always remain within the sect, allowing them to take the challenge at any time. Should they pass the corresponding assessments, they too could ascend. Hearing the sect master's affirmation, excitement and exhilaration spread across the faces of Li Shangnan, Tuoba Kun, and Meng Xiaoxing. In contrast, those who had not been promoted wore expressions of defeat and disappointment, their gazes toward the trio filled with unabashed envy. However, upon hearing the sect master's encouragement and considering the opportunity to challenge the heavenly ladder at any time, a surge of determination arose within them. At that moment, an invisible, gentle force enveloped Li Shangnan, Tuoba Kun, and Meng Xiaoxing, transporting them to the inverted heaven peak. The trio felt a fleeting blur of their surroundings before they found themselves in a grand, majestic palace. Atop the palace sat a strikingly handsome young man, radiating an aura that made their hearts tremble, who was currently assessing them. Disciples Li Shangnan, Tuoba Kun, and Meng Xiaoxing greet the sect master, they exclaimed, kneeling in deep reverence. During their time at the sect, they had come to learn of the sect master's remarkable feats, gradually grasping the extent of his power. In their hearts, he epitomized a celestial being, exalted and divine. Seeing their respectful demeanor, Lin Feng displayed a satisfied expression. Despite the growing number of disciples, he harbored no concerns about the hundreds of outer disciples or the trio before him harboring ulterior motives. The disciples admitted into the Divine Sword Sect had all undergone scrutiny at the black stone tablet at the gate, ensuring that any with nefarious intentions would be barred entry. Furthermore, Lin Feng possessed the heavenly secret technique, allowing him to assess the loyalty of the sect's disciples at any moment. Activating the heavenly secret technique, he silently invoked it, and rows of information promptly appeared before him. Name, Li Shengnan. Age, 16. Realm, 5th stage Qi gathering. Constitution, spiritual star body, capable of absorbing celestial power for self-refinement. Fortune value, 27,000. Loyalty, 90. Name, Tuoba Kun. Age, 16. Realm, 5th stage Qi gathering. Constitution, 10,000 beasts spirit body, able to summon countless beasts and absorb their souls, and cultivation for self-refinement. Fortune value, 16,000. Loyalty, 90. Name, Meng Xiaoxing. Age, 16. Realm, 5th stage Qi gathering. Constitution, spear spirit body, capable of cultivating supreme spear intent and transcending all laws with the spear. Fortune value, 20,000. Loyalty, 90. Observing the rich purple aura of fortune above their heads, Lin Feng was slightly astonished. What remarkable fortune they possessed. Ding. The system detected that the host had accepted 3 individuals of great fortune into the sect and expressed its satisfaction by presenting a grand gift package. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Purple Star Body Disciple Template. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Beast Tamer Body Disciple Template. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Spear King Body Disciple Template. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix Spear. A series of notification chimes echoed in Lin Feng's mind. The system was indeed generous. Having just received 3 disciples of fortune, it promptly bestowed upon him a grand gift. Lin Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Li Shengnan, Tuoba Kuan, Meng Xiaoxing. Your fortunes are abundant, and your talents are exceptional. Your future achievements in martial arts are boundless. Now that you have joined my Divine Sword Sect as your sect master, I shall bestow upon you a remarkable opportunity. With that, Lin Feng waved his hand, and 3 beams of golden light shot forth into the trio's foreheads. In an instant, Li Shengnan felt a surge of energy akin to a vast ocean of stars coursing through her body. She perceived countless points of starlight swirling mysteriously in her eyes, appearing both enigmatic and profound. This was undoubtedly the Purple Star Body Disciple Template. As a spiritual star body cultivator, she was already adept at absorbing celestial power for self-refinement. And this template was tailor-made for her. Once fully integrated, she could directly harness the power of the stars. Am I seeing things? What is happening to me? Why can I see starlight in broad daylight? Li Shengnan exclaimed in astonishment. Do not be alarmed. Li Shengnan, this is the Purple Star Body Disciple Template. A tremendous opportunity and blessing. Hurry and focus on integrating it. Lin Feng commanded sternly. Upon hearing this, Li Shengnan's delicate features lit up with joy. She dared not delay, immediately clearing her mind of distractions and concentrating on merging with the Purple Star Body Disciple Template. Simultaneously, the Beast Tamer Body Disciple Template began to merge with Tuoba Kuan. As a 10,000 beast spirit body cultivator, able to absorb the souls and cultivation of myriad beasts, this template was like a timely rain for him. Likewise, the Spear King Body Disciple Template commenced its integration with Meng Xiaoxing, whose exceptional talent in spear cultivation made this offering from the system perfectly suited for him. The fusion of their strengths would undoubtedly unleash extraordinary power. About an hour later, the trio successfully integrated their respective templates. With a thud, they knelt in gratitude, their faces reflecting immense appreciation and reverence. Thank you, Sect Master, for granting us this extraordinary opportunity. From this day forth, we shall be utterly devoted to you and exert ourselves to serve the sect. The 3 wore expressions of unwavering determination. The sect master's bestowals had cleansed their essence and transformed them, endowing them with supreme cultivation physiques and a solid foundation for martial arts. They could vividly perceive the terrifying power within their bodies. They no longer needed to actively cultivate, as the spiritual energy would continuously surge into them. The sect master's methods were truly divine. With a mere wave of his hand, he had transformed them into prodigies of unparalleled caliber. Such prowess was beyond mere defiance of the heavens. At that moment, their loyalty to Lin Feng surged to a perfect 100%, and their sense of belonging to the sect intensified immeasurably. Seeing their loyalty maxed out, Lin Feng smiled slightly, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Rise. You must strive diligently in your cultivation and avoid becoming complacent. Remember, there are always greater individuals and realms beyond your own. Endeavor to enhance your abilities and strive to pass the assessments, aspiring to become inner disciples. Lin Feng gently raised his hand, and an invisible yet gentle force lifted Li Shengnan and her companions effortlessly into the air, complying with the esteemed wishes of the sect leader. Li Shengnan and her companions felt an increasing reverence for him as they experienced this soft but irresistible power. Li Shengnan, You have now fused with the Z-Way Star Body Disciple template. Within the sect lies a star hall that can greatly accelerate your cultivation. You may visit it frequently in the future, Lin Feng stated, his gaze shifting to the delicate features of Li Shengnan's face, his tone calm and measured. The grace bestowed upon me by the sect leader is immeasurable. I am at a loss for how to repay it, Li Shengnan vowed silently, determined to cultivate diligently and achieve her goals, not to disappoint the sect leader's nurturing. Tuoba Kun, this is the soul body of the demon beast destruction demon ape. You now possess the beast tamer body disciple template. This soul body will greatly benefit you. Meng Xiaoxing, this is a low-grade immortal artifact. The 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. You have acquired the overlord spear body disciple template. This artifact will assist you in comprehending the supreme spear intent and mastering the unparalleled spear path, breaking through myriad laws. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng summoned 2 radiant clouds of light that floated in the hall. One of the smaller clouds revealed a beautifully crafted spear adorned with phoenix engravings, emanating a golden glow. The spear tip radiated an astonishing spear intent, coupled with an intensely chilling sharpness that sent shivers down the spine upon mere glance. The surrounding space was visibly distorted by this sharp aura. The second cloud enveloped a demon ape, exuding a malevolent black aura. Its blood-red eyes and menacing fangs conveyed a terrifying sharpness, and the faint roar it emitted seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart, instilling profound fear. Upon witnessing these treasures, both Tuoba Kun and Meng Xiaoxing were engulfed in ecstasy, their breaths quickening uncontrollably, their bodies trembling with excitement. My heavens! With the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, I shall undoubtedly attain the supreme path, shatter the void, and transcend all laws. If I can refine the soul body of the destruction demon ape, my strength will surge, and all beasts will bow to my command. In their fervor, Tuoba Kun and Meng Xiaoxing bowed deeply to the sect leader in gratitude, showing utmost respect. You 3 shall find suitable caves to reside in on the exclusive mountain for outer disciples. Moreover, there's a transmission tower within the sect that contains various skills, techniques, and artifacts. Those with fate may acquire them, Lin Feng instructed. Go forth, he said, waving his hand, directly transporting Li Shengnan and the others away from the inverse heaven peak. At this moment, a radiant golden list, filled with an aura of mystery, appeared in the sky above the Sword God sect. Rankings on the personal list. First, Li Shengnan second, Meng Xiaoxing third, Tuoba Kun. As time passed, the number of miscellaneous disciples would undoubtedly increase, and so too would the number of outer disciples, leading to many more names gracing the personal list. Hundreds of miscellaneous disciples gazed upon the list with envy and longing, silently vowing to one day have their names inscribed there as well. Our Sword God sect is growing ever more robust, Lin Feng observed, his face radiating satisfaction as he looked at the vibrant and orderly sect. During this period, the Sword God sect not only recruited a multitude of miscellaneous disciples, but also, with the swift and decisive annihilation of the Iron Sword Sect by Yu, when Xingxin and his companions had gained considerable renown within the entire city. This success attracted several formidable rogue cultivators seeking to align themselves with the Sword God sect. Among these rogue cultivators, the weakest possessed initial innate abilities. With Lin Feng's approval, they all became elders of the Sword God sect, each granted their own mountain. Furthermore, should they wish to recruit personal disciples in the future, they were welcome to select from the sect's disciples, provided both parties consented, as Lin Feng would not intervene. Now, aside from Xinyuan Qingtian, the Sword God sect had gained 5 new elders. Ding! The system detected that the host had established a disciple ranking system, infusing the sect with vitality and competitiveness, prompting the system to generously present a great gift. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 2 talented disciple templates. Ding! The host need only click on the talented disciple template to instantly activate it, bringing forth 2 fated prodigies who will willingly join the Sword God sect. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Lin Feng smiled faintly. Such a benevolent system. My fellow Taoists, what say you? The last time the system offered a talented disciple template, it brought forth the extraordinary Yi Xian, who possessed an innate sword body. This time, with 2 templates, he wondered what kind of exceptional talents would emerge. Murmuring to himself, Lin Feng reached out and clicked on the talented disciple template, a glimmer of anticipation shining in his eyes. He hoped these two fated prodigies would bring him delightful surprises. Chapter 53. Pursuing trivialities, the python and sparrow devour the dragon with such momentum. The sect's growth accelerated, and I must ensure my strength keeps pace. Lin Feng dispelled distracting thoughts, retrieving a Bodhi meditation mat from the virtual space and commencing his cultivation. Boom! An overwhelmingly domineering aura erupted from him, visibly distorting and rumbling the space around him, as if unable to withstand such terrifying pressure. Above his head, a profound Taiji yin-yang fish pattern coalesced, with a fist-sized energy vortex incessantly devouring the surrounding energies. Looking up, he resembled an ancient deity, exuding an air of authority that instilled awe in those who beheld him. The fated golden dragon concealed within the inverse heaven peak seemed to sense this and occasionally released tendrils of auspicious purple energy towards the energy vortex above Lin Feng's head. The Qiankuan divine art was in operation. The heavenly mechanism technique was activated. Golden sharpness shimmered in and out of visibility. As time progressed, the aura he emitted grew increasingly formidable, particularly the sharpness that flickered intermittently, causing one's scalp to tingle. It should be noted that Lin Feng possessed the chaotic supreme Dao Body, having undergone trials and physical refinement in the Xinyuan tomb. Supplemented by the first technique of the world, the Qiankuan divine art, along with the Xinyuan divine sword and the 9 chaotic styles, as well as the objective resources provided by the fated golden dragon. Once he began cultivating, his speed surpassed even that of prodigious geniuses. Meanwhile, in the Yan and Huang Empire, the territory was vast and extensive, composed of countless central cities, each sprawling and formed by several small dynasties. Although Yicheng was relatively remote and smaller in scale, it boasted 4 significant dynasties: the Dasheng dynasty, the Wanshan dynasty, the Zhuli dynasty, and the Shenzhou dynasty. While these 4 dynasties might not be of great significance in the Yan and Huang Empire, they were colossal entities in Yicheng, known to all. Each dynasty possessed profound heritage and immense strength, commanding vast territories and numerous sections. In the Wanshan dynasty, within the resplendent Wanshan Hall, there lay a luxuriously decorated room filled with abundant spiritual energy. A young man dressed in white reclined upon a bed enveloped in misty energy. This youth was handsome, exuding an extraordinary aura that marked him as a son of destiny. However, at this moment, he lay with his eyes tightly shut and his brow slightly furrowed, as if undergoing some unknown torment. His pallid complexion and feeble aura spoke volumes of his dire condition. To his left and right stood a man and a woman. The man possessed bold eyebrows, large eyes, and a prominent nose, exuding an aura of chilling dread beneath his dragon robes. He gazed upon the comatose youth in the bed, his brow furrowed with a mixture of affection, remorse, and indignation. The woman was resplendent and dignified. Seated at the bedside, her countenance was sorrowful, her eyes reddened, and her gaze upon the boy was filled with heartache and tenderness. This middle-aged man was none other than Yao Wanli, the sovereign of the Wanshan dynasty, and the woman, Empress Yi Huangying. "My poor child," Yi Huangying lamented, her shoulders trembling, "to suffer such torment at such a tender age. How can your mother bear it?" "On the day of my son's birth," Yao Wanli declared, his voice laced with grief, 100,000 leagues of auspicious aura emanated from the east. An unprecedented display of fortune. The skies above the palace manifested apparitions of sacred beasts, shocking the entire capital. "My son is a true scion of the Qilin, possessing the most formidable Yinglong physique of our ancestors. Alas, that despicable 9-Li dynasty. They insidiously employed treacherous methods to steal my son's Yinglong fortune and talent." "A cunning feint," Yao Wanli exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot, his aura icy and murderous. 9-Li dynasty, you shall pay dearly for this one day. I will make you suffer a grievous price." 16 years prior, the birth of Prince Yao Wujiang was heralded by a swirling purple aura above the palace, celestial phenomena, the reverence of beasts, and the obeisance of the populace. Even the heavens bestowed various Taoist rhymes and laws, captivating the realm. Without a doubt, Yao Wujiang was a divinely favored child, a prodigy of fortune unseen in millennia. If he matured unhindered, he would undoubtedly become a formidable figure, leading the Wanshan dynasty to the zenith of its ancestors, reigning supreme over the other three dynasties. At that moment, the Wanshan dynasty was bathed in glory. King Yao Wanli, overjoyed, decreed a national celebration and amnesty. However, to Yao Wanli and Yi Huangying's dismay, their prodigious son's fortune was covertly plundered by the Nine Li dynasty, who transplanted Yao Wujiang's vast fortune onto their newborn prince. Upon discovering this, Yao Wanli was incensed. He ventured into the Nine Li dynasty, armed with only his sword. Forewarned, the Nine Li dynasty had laid an ambush, awaiting him with formidable warriors. That day, the earth was stained with blood, the heavens wept, millions lay slain, and blood flowed for miles. The Nine Li dynasty mobilized its forces, overwhelming Yao Wanli. Yet, the Nine Li dynasty paid a heavy toll, losing an ancestral elder. From that day forward, the Wanshan dynasty's fortune waned, its national destiny weakened, and its power declined, relegating it to the bottom of the four dynasties. Deprived of his fortune, Yao Wujiang's vitality diminished, his life force weakened, and he became an invalid. Had Yao Wanli and Yi Huangying not continuously infused Yao Wujiang with their lifeblood over the past 16 years, he would have perished long ago. Even so, Yao Wujiang deteriorated daily and had, at most, a year to live unless a miracle occurred. Meanwhile, the Nine Li dynasty ascended, reaching the zenith of its power in those 16 years, dominating the other three dynasties and harboring ambitions to annex them. Wujiang, Yao Wanli lamented, his voice filled with self-reproach. I am a powerless father who failed to protect you from such suffering at such a tender age. I have failed you, Wujiang, my poor child. Yi Huangying sobbed softly, having shed all her tears over the past 16 years. Suddenly, Yao Wujiang, still in a comatose state, stirred, his swollen eyelids fluttered, and his vacant eyes opened. Wujiang, you're awake? Yi Huangying inquired, rubbing her bloodshot eyes and forcing a bright smile to conceal her sorrow, displaying the fortitude of a mother. Yao Wanli composed himself, his face adopting a paternal demeanor. Father, mother, Yao Wujiang uttered, his voice weak. In my dream, I received a summons from a mystical force, which may resolve my physical ailments. I wish to join the Divine Sword Sect. What? Yao Wanli inquired, perplexed. Wujiang, you said you received a summons in your dream? You wish to join the Divine Sword Sect? I have never heard of this sect. This city is not that large, and I have heard of all the prominent sections. Could this be a figment of your imagination? Foolish child, you must be dreaming. What you see and hear in dreams is not real, Yi Huangying said, stroking her son's hair with tenderness and affection. Father, mother, I'm not delirious, nor am I imagining things, Yao Wujiang insisted. I truly felt it, a mysterious and profound force summoning me, guiding me to the Divine Sword Sect. Most importantly, I sense a great opportunity awaiting me there. Seeing his parents' disbelief, Yao Wujiang grew anxious, his face flushed with an unnatural redness. All right, Wujiang, don't fret, Yao Wanli reassured him. I will send someone to inquire about the Divine Sword Sect. Since the Nine Li dynasty stole Yao Wujiang's fortune, Yao Wanli had felt immense guilt and treated Yao Wujiang with utmost deference, fulfilling his every desire. He even neglected state affairs, spending his days by Yao Wujiang's side, racking his brains to find a cure. About a quarter of an hour later, an intelligence minister arrived. Your Majesty, the minister said respectfully, bowing. His gaze shifted to Prince Yao Wujiang on the bed, and his eyes betrayed sympathy and regret. 16 years prior, Prince Yao Wujiang's birth was marked by celestial phenomena and great fortune, attracting congratulatory visits from numerous major sections. It was a glorious occasion. Had things gone according to plan, Prince Yao Wujiang would have excelled in martial arts and led the Wanshan dynasty to unprecedented heights. He possessed a rare Yinglong physique, a testament to his dominance. The prince was destined to be revered and worshipped by the people, a true emperor in the making. Yet, he was now confined to his sickbed, frail and with only a year to live. How tragic, lamentable, hateful, and infuriating. For nearly 1,000 years, the Nine Li dynasty had circulated a ballad. The python and sparrow devour the dragon. The Nine Li rise. 16 years prior, the Nine Li dynasty had birthed a prince with the physique of a python and sparrow, while the Wanshan dynasty had birthed one with the physique of an Yinglong. Although the python and sparrow physique also possessed great fortune and potential, it required arduous trials to mature. The Yinglong physique, on the other hand, was divinely blessed, destined for a smooth and successful life. Compared to the Yinglong physique, the Python and Sparrow physique paled in comparison. Thus, the Ninely dynasty disregarded the consequences and employed forbidden arts to steal Prince Yao Wujiang of the Wanshan dynasty's Yinglong fortune, fulfilling the prophecy of the Python and Sparrow devour the dragon. After this, the Zhili dynasty indeed rose powerfully, flourishing beyond compare, ultimately becoming the strongest among the four great dynasties. If Lin Feng were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "This is a quintessential example of a fantastical and melodramatic trope." Fellow cultivators, what are your thoughts on this matter? May I inquire why the king has summoned me? The minister respectfully inquired. Are you familiar with the Divine Sword Sect? Yao Wanli directly posed the question. The Divine Sword Sect? Upon hearing this name, the minister was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that the king's urgent summons was solely to discuss this matter. After gathering his thoughts, he clasped his hands and bowed, responding, "In response to the king, I have recently heard some rumors regarding the Divine Sword Sect. Originally, the Divine Sword Sect was a dilapidated sect, its lineage severed and on the brink of extinction. Even the previous generation sect master was forcefully slain by a powerful figure from the Iron Sword Sect. However, the vicissitudes of life are astonishing. It is hard to believe that just recently, menial disciples from the Divine Sword Sect directly attacked the Iron Sword Sect, completely annihilating it overnight, even erasing the entire mountain range associated with it. Some say one of the menial disciples cleaved the Iron Sword Sect in two with a single strike, while another reportedly obliterated the entire mountain range with a mere slap. It is said that these four menial disciples are exceptionally talented prodigies, possessing extraordinary backgrounds. Moreover, it has been rumored that the newly appointed sect master of the Divine Sword Sect is a reincarnation of a revered powerhouse, possessing unfathomable depth. The minister's eyes were filled with trepidation. What? A menial disciple from the Divine Sword Sect cleaved the entire Iron Sword Sect in half, obliterated it with a slap? Upon hearing the minister's report, both Yao Wanli and Yi Huangying gasped in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter incredulity. How could it be that a mere menial disciple from a small sect possessed such transcendent abilities? Yao Wanli was somewhat acquainted with the Iron Sword Sect, which could be considered a mid-sized sect, housing numerous formidable warriors, including those at the peak of innate strength. Who would have thought it could be so easily vanquished by an inconspicuous menial disciple from the Divine Sword Sect? This was simply preposterous. Could it be that Wu Jiang was not merely speaking nonsense, but was indeed responding to some mysterious call? And that this mysterious summons was orchestrated by the enigmatic sect master of the Divine Sword Sect, guiding my son to join them? If the rumors about those menial disciples were true, hissing in realization, Yao Wanli abruptly gestured for the minister to withdraw. You may leave. Today's matter must not be disclosed. As you command, Your Majesty. The minister bowed and retreated. Chapter 55. Divining the Heavenly Secrets. Damage to the mountains and rivers national map upon hearing of the Divine Sword Sect's mysterious might, Yao Wujiang, lying on his sickbed, was filled with an intense yearning. Father, I must join the Divine Sword Sect, he declared resolutely. My king this. Seeing her son's unwavering determination, Yi Huangying turned her gaze to Yao Wanli, momentarily at a loss. Initially, she had thought her son was merely speaking in his sleep, yet the opposite proved true. The guidance from the unknown was indeed genuine. Wujiang, do not act impulsively. Your father does not oppose your joining the Divine Sword Sect, but for your safety, I shall use the mountains and rivers national map to divine the situation. If all is well, I shall not hinder your path. Yao Wanli considered this before speaking. That is for the best, Yi Huangying promptly agreed. However, upon hearing that Yao Wanli intended to use the mountains and rivers national map, a hint of astonishment graced her delicate features. It is known that the Mountains and Rivers National Map is the national artifact of the Wanshan dynasty, capable not only of suppressing a nation's fortune, but also divining heavenly secrets. In the past, it was through this very map that Yao Wanli deduced the true culprit behind the covert theft of Yao Wujiang's fortune by the Zhili dynasty. With a wave of his hand, a powerful and domineering aura surged forth within the Grand Hall, accompanied by radiant beams of light. A scroll emanating an overwhelming pressure revealed itself. The golden-hued scroll slowly rotated, exuding an aura of profound mystery that rendered the heavens and earth dim in comparison. This was unmistakably the national artifact of the Wanshan dynasty, the Mountains and Rivers national map. Simultaneously, the sky above the entire royal palace shimmered with golden light as various ethereal beasts converged, and celestial bodies, mountains, and flora manifested one by one. Through the blessings of the dynasty's countless monarchs, the Mountains and Rivers national map had acquired immense power, capable not only of suppressing national fortune, but also of divining heavenly secrets, serving as a superlative artifact of both offense and defense. Yan Huang focused his mind, gazing at the rotating Mountains and Rivers national map before raising his hand and flicking his fingers. A golden beam shot forth from his fingertip, darting like lightning into the map. A resplendent golden light erupted from the Mountains and Rivers national map, intensifying its rotation and releasing an even more profound aura. Wujiang waited patiently. Soon, the information regarding the Divine Sword Sect would be divined and presented upon the map. Yan Huang remarked, though Wujiang has already sensed the mysterious guidance of the Divine Sword Sect's master, compelling him to join, this may well be a grand opportunity. However, for Yan Huang, it is imperative to ascertain the true nature of the Divine Sword Sect. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is fearful of a well rope for 10 years. He had been careless once, allowing Yao Wujiang's fortune to be stolen by the Zhuli dynasty, leading to his current plight. He could not afford to be reckless again. Beside him, Yi Huangying was equally restless. Her hands clenched tightly as she gazed at the spinning Mountains and Rivers national map, as if fearing the emergence of any ill omen. Lying on his sickbed, Yao Wujiang's fists were tightly clenched, his gaze fixed intently upon the gleaming Mountains and Rivers national map. Undoubtedly, he was the most anxious of all. After all, he was the vessel of great fortune, the azure dragon body, with boundless prospects. Yet before he could mature, it had been snatched away from him. How could he accept such a fate? From the moment he became aware, he had endured immense torment, an indescribable feeling of frustration and pain. Now, at this moment, an opportunity he had long yearned for lay before him, a chance to rise anew within reach. If he followed that mysterious guidance, he could smoothly join the Divine Sword Sect, reclaiming his path in martial arts. In the near future, he would surely return as a formidable force, dominating the Zhuli dynasty, crushing it beneath his heel. He sought to reclaim the 16 years lost. He sought to trample the Zhuli prince who had usurped his fortune, imparting a lesson that what does not belong to one will never truly be theirs. No matter how fleeting the victory, they shall eventually be returned to their rightful form. At this moment, his heart raced like a drum, palms sweating. He feared that the Mountains and Rivers national map might reveal some ominous sign. A distance away, at the Divine Sword Sect, atop the Reversal Heaven Peak. Within the celestial star chart, a golden dragon of fortune, eyes narrowed in contentment, suddenly opened its eyes, two beams of golden light erupting as if sensing something. Its golden gaze transformed into an imposing and regal glare, as if to pierce through the heavens, exuding unparalleled pressure. Its colossal dragon body, stretching for 100,000 miles, soared from the celestial star chart, coiling above the Divine Sword Sect, its magnificent head raised in pride. Its authoritative gaze briefly glanced at the distant Wanshan dynasty, emitting a slight, human-like snort of disdain. Subsequently, with a flick of its tail, it dove back into the celestial star chart, settling into a state of blissful slumber. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Wanshan dynasty, the Mountains and Rivers national map spun rapidly, diligently divining information about the Divine Sword Sect. Suddenly, a crack echoed ominously. A fissure appeared on the Mountains and Rivers national map. In an instant, its brilliant light dimmed. The map seemed to sense some ancient, formidable beast, halting its rotation and trembling slightly, as if it had encountered an unimaginable fright. What is happening? The map of Mountains and Rivers has developed a crack. Yao Wanli's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, frozen in disbelief. After a long while, he finally regained his composure. This sword sect must be an extraordinary force, possessing such terrifying might that it could cause the map of Mountains and Rivers to fracture. This is simply inconceivable. Yao Wanli couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, his face a mask of horror. It is well known that the map of Mountains and Rivers is the national treasure passed down through generations of the Wanshan dynasty, augmented by the fortunes of past emperors and the common people. Its power has reached an extraordinarily formidable level, at least that of a sacred artifact, and should not be easily destroyed. Before this moment, he would have confidently claimed that within the confines of this city, there was nothing the map of mountains and rivers could not predict. Yet, to his astonishment, when it attempted to predict the Sword Sect, which was rumored to be in ruins, not only did it sustain damage, but it also seemed to develop a sense of trepidation. This is utterly baffling. Even some major sects do not wield such power. Could it be that the map of mountains and rivers, having lain dormant for too long, has faltered today? Yao Wanli felt utterly bewildered. Chapter 56. The Calamity of a Nation brought by Inmei soon. His face showed a deepening shade of distress. The map of mountains and rivers is a supreme treasure used by emperors to suppress the dynasty's fortunes. Now that it has been marred by a crack, it will undoubtedly affect the dynasty's fate, adding further woes to an already precarious situation. Restoring the map of mountains and rivers will likely require an enormous investment of resources. It would take decades, if not longer. Wang Jun, what on earth is happening? Yi Huangying, upon seeing the crack on the map of mountains and rivers, was also taken aback and anxiously looked at Yao Wanli. Lying on the sickbed, Yao Wujiong wore a shocked expression. He knew well that the map of mountains and rivers possessed immense divine power and had always been invincible, yet it was now damaged due to predicting the Sword Sect. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? For a moment, Yao Wujiong's heart was in turmoil, swinging back and forth like a bucket in a well. The damage to the map of mountains and rivers during the prediction process can only indicate one thing. The foundation of the Sword Sect exceeds our expectations and surpasses the limits of what the map of mountains and rivers can predict. With the accumulated fortunes of our Wanshan dynasty, we are still worlds apart from them, unable to glean even a hint of the Sword Sect's secrets. It is highly possible that the new leader of the Sword Sect is, as rumored, a reincarnated mighty being. Yao Wanli analyzed, his expression grave. What? Even with the full fortune of our Wanshan dynasty, we cannot glean even a shred of information about the Sword Sect? Yi Huangying's delicate face was painted with disbelief. Hearing this, Yao Wujiong was instantly filled with excitement, his fists clenched tightly, his entire body trembling slightly. Even his breath became rapid and uneven. One incredibly formidable sect. We must join the Sword Sect. Yao Wujiong swore in his heart. After a long silence, Yao Wanli cast a deep glance at Yao Wujiong on the sickbed, his resolve solidifying as he made a decision. To show our sincerity, I shall select an auspicious day, bring lavish gifts, and personally escort Wujiong to visit the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect's depth is unfathomable, and its leader is a figure of divine stature, presenting a tremendous opportunity for Wujiong. We must not let this chance slip away. His words resonated with conviction, and his eyes shimmered with profound hope. At this moment, in his mind, the Sword Sect loomed larger, shrouded in mystery and impervious to intrusion. In the city of Yicheng, within the resplendent palace of the Dashi dynasty, a woman of unparalleled beauty, exuding an aura of unmatched authority, clad in a black and gold long robe, sat regally upon the throne. This woman was Yin Wu, the queen of the Dashi dynasty. Opposite her sat a strikingly beautiful young girl, whose youth was overshadowed by an enchanting charm. Indeed, she was a little enchantress, destined to become a captivating beauty who could enthrall the masses. Mother, I received mysterious guidance in the night, and I must join the Sword Sect. There are immense opportunities awaiting me there, and once I arrive, I shall surely soar like a phoenix. The girl, named Inmei, spoke with an undeniable conviction. Nonsense. Queen Wu, seated upon her throne, furrowed her brow in exasperation, chiding her daughter. What is your identity? You are the sole heir of the Dashi dynasty, the next queen, blessed with the phoenix body, a true daughter of destiny. All you need to do is cultivate according to the royal secret technique for female emperors, and it is highly likely you will reach the great emperor realm. Even attaining the status of a venerable being is not impossible. She pointed at Inmei. But listen to the nonsense you are spouting. You wish to abandon the countless resources and dedicated training of the dynasty to join an obscure and failing sect? Have you lost your mind, or are you blinded by ignorance? Her voice was unyielding. When you inherit the throne, combined with your phoenix body and the fortune of the entire Dashi dynasty, that will be your greatest opportunity. You are forsaking what is near for what is far, and you're trading something substantial for something trivial. Are you trying to reach for the heavens? Queen Wu was furious. I don't care. No matter how grand you make it sound, I will not listen. I have only one conviction. A mysterious voice in my mind is incessantly calling me, guiding me to join the Sword Sect. I can heed your advice on other matters, but this is non-negotiable. If you refuse, I will sneak out of the palace and head to the Sword Sect without your notice. Yin Mei declared, her cheeks puffed in indignation. You are truly going to drive me mad. I see you've lost your senses. Queen Wu was infuriated, her chest heaving as she slammed the armrest of her throne, unleashing a terrifying aura. The Grand Palace seemed to tremble, unable to bear the weight of her formidable presence. Do you think you're the only one who knows about the Sword Sect? I have already sent people to inquire about its affairs. Do you know that the Sword Sect is a dilapidated sect with a severed lineage on the brink of extinction? Although they recently dispatched 4 errant disciples to annihilate the Iron Sword Sect, that sect was hardly noteworthy and not worthy of my attention. With the Sword Sect's meager foundation, how can it compare to our Dashi dynasty? For someone as extraordinary as you, to join the Sword Sect would be akin to a pearl covered in dust, willingly descending into degradation. Queen Wu reprimanded sternly. You haven't even been there yourself. How do you know the truth? I will follow my heart. Yin Mei felt aggrieved, turning her face away from her mother. Fine. Who asked you to be my precious daughter? To dissuade you from this folly. I shall let you see what the Sword Sect is truly like. Queen Wu, seeing her daughter so upset, felt a pang of sympathy and reluctantly relented. She then rose and led Yin Mei to the royal palace's sacred grounds, the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. The Hall of Heavenly Secrets is the repository of the Dashi dynasty's lineage, housing various martial arts techniques and treasures. Its primary purpose is to suppress the fortunes of the Dashi dynasty and predict the national destiny and heavenly secrets, akin to the map of mountains and rivers of the Wanshan dynasty. Your subjects pay their respects to Her Majesty the Queen. Upon the arrival of the martial queen at the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, 9 venerable elders promptly approached, bowing with the utmost reverence. Chapter 57, A Great Terror. The martial queen's discontent. Each elder donned a purple robe, their hair graying and adorned with half-foot-long beards, their faces glowing with vitality. Each wielded a whisk, exuding an aura reminiscent of celestial beings. Their eyes, imbued with a profound glint, resembled a magnificent river of stars, as if capable of piercing through the world's illusions and discerning its very essence. There's no need for excessive formality. This queen requires your assistance in deducing the foundation and fortune of the Divine Sword Sect. The martial queen stated succinctly, nodding slightly without further ado. Upon hearing these words, the accompanying Yin Mei felt a twinge of anxiety. She nervously clasped her skirt, her fair visage betraying a hint of tension, concerned that the elders might unveil disappointing revelations. Understood, the 9 elders replied in unison, bowing deeply. Subsequently, one elder, appearing to be the leader, stepped forward and seated himself on a mat before the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. He crossed his legs, closed his eyes momentarily, and focused his energy, releasing a beam of golden light to commence the deduction. As this golden light merged with the pavilion, strands of starlight descended from above, enveloping the structure. The pavilion seemed to respond, erupting with shimmering starlight, and an enigmatic aura began to radiate from its depths. Initially, the elder appeared relaxed, confident in his ability to deduce the modest sect's foundation and fortune. However, as time elapsed, his demeanor shifted from ease to confusion. What on earth is happening? Why can I deduce nothing? The atmosphere thickened, shrouded in a mist that obscured all sight. The martial queen observed nearby, and he could not afford to falter. Thus, he banished distracting thoughts, intensified his efforts, and soon his hands moved with such speed that they appeared to leave afterimages. Yet, furrows deepened upon his brow, his complexion flushed, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. In a desperate culmination of his skills, he exhausted all his power. But still, he could not ascertain a single strand of information. This was utterly embarrassing. Surely something was amiss. Was it possible that a late-night conversation with a concubine had affected his state today? He dismissed this notion, growing ever more perplexed, observing the elder's distressed state. The martial queen seemed to sense impending trouble. Her finely arched brows knitted together, and a subtle yet palpable pressure enveloped the surrounding space. The remaining 8 elders, attuned to the pressure emanating from her, trembled involuntarily. This is bad. The martial queen is displeased. Their eyes widened in alarm, and they hastened to take their positions, each settling into a meditative posture to assist in the deduction. With 9 of them working together, deducing the Divine Sword Sect should be a trivial matter, devoid of difficulty. Their formation mirrored the positions of the Big Dipper, indicating their earnest efforts. Simultaneously, atop the inverted heaven peak of the Divine Sword Sect, a golden dragon of fortune, comfortably resting within the celestial star chart, suddenly sensed a disturbance. It opened its eyes with a fierce glare directed at the distant great merchant dynasty. Its gaze was imposing, radiating an aura of dread. What's happening today? Why are so many daring to challenge the authority of the Divine Sword Sect? Do they not regard me at all? This is utterly unacceptable. The more it pondered, the more agitated it became, releasing a surge of its overwhelming power that surged toward the great merchant dynasty. Meanwhile, at the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, the 9 elders sat in a formation aligned with the Big Dipper, their expressions grave, emanating formidable energy. They waved their hands with such fervor that afterimages appeared, channeling golden light into the pavilion as they exerted their utmost efforts in the deduction. Under normal circumstances, their combined might would unveil any enigma. Yet today, they could only sense an overwhelming sense of dismay. The pavilion was entirely obscured, and despite exhausting their abilities, they could glean not a single thread of insight. This was truly unfathomable. Most critically, a direct command had been issued by the Martial Queen, who awaited the results with palpable anticipation, her pressure unmistakable. There was no doubt that she was displeased, and this realization weighed heavily upon them. Each elder trembled uncontrollably, sweat beading on their foreheads, their eyes betraying signs of strain as they gritted their teeth, desperate to uncover the sect's foundation and fortune. Despite the Divine Sword Sect being a negligible faction, they found themselves expending all their energy, drawing upon their deepest reserves. Was it possible that they were all in poor condition today? Had late-night conversations with their spouses or concubines affected them? As the tension reached its zenith, a sudden jolt coursed through the 9 formidable elders, akin to a lightning strike, propelling them backward as they simultaneously coughed up blood, their eyes wide with terror, as if they had encountered a fearsome beast, collapsing into unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment, they had undoubtedly witnessed an unspeakable horror. What? Why is this happening? The Martial Queen, who had been awaiting the elders' findings, was taken aback as they inexplicably flew backward, bleeding and unconscious. For a moment, she was left bewildered. Even with her formidable composure as a sovereign, an expression of astonishment crept upon her exquisite features. She was acutely aware of the significance of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. It was not merely the foundation of the great merchant dynasty's fortune, but a divine artifact capable of deducing past and future mysteries. Under normal circumstances, the presence of a single elder would suffice to unveil any secrets. Yet today, 9 elders had united their efforts, only to be violently thrown aside without uttering a word. This was an exaggeration beyond belief. Chapter 58. Martial Queen, how does it feel to be slapped in the face? Could it be that the Divine Sword Sect? Quickly, a chilling realization took root in the Martial Queen's mind, growing uncontrollably. As the ruler of the great merchant dynasty, she was no ordinary individual. She perceived matters with greater clarity than most. In May, witnessing the elder's plight, wore an expression of incredulity, her mouth agape as if to accommodate an egg, her azure eyes wide with astonishment, as if her crystalline pupils might burst forth from their sockets. Is the Divine Sword Sect truly this formidable? Even the ever-reliable Celestial Mechanism Pavilion cannot extract a shred of information? Remarkable, truly remarkable, she exclaimed, her tone unable to conceal her excitement and enthusiasm. Her curiosity about the Divine Sword Sect intensified, solidifying her resolve to join their ranks. With a sweeping motion, the Martial Queen channeled a gentle, invisible force toward the 9 elders. Moments later, under the soothing influence of this power, they gradually regained consciousness, though their vitality was diminished, expressions dazed, hair disheveled, their robes stained with crimson, presenting a pitiful sight. What did you witness within the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion? Queen Wu spoke directly, without preamble. Terror, immense terror. The Divine Sword Sect is not to be offended, nor should its secrets be probed, for it harbors unfathomable dread. Should one attempt to forcefully divine its mysteries, not only will the 9 of us face certain doom, but our entire Great Shang dynasty may also suffer the backlash of its terrifying fate, leading to dire consequences for the whole dynasty. The elder who appeared to be the leader spoke with eyes wide in fear, his body trembling slightly. The mere recollection of the previous vision sent shivers down his spine. How frightening! What kind of colossal entity is the Divine Sword Sect? Surely, in the days to come, none of the 9 elders would dare to recklessly attempt to divine its secrets again. The psychological impact of today's revelations was simply too great. To think that a mere glimpse into such an unparalleled terror could spell doom for their lives. What? The Divine Sword Sect harbors such unfathomable dread? If one were to forcefully divine it, the entire dynasty would suffer. Queen Wu found herself momentarily stunned, her usually composed face displaying unprecedented shock. Could the almost negligible aura of the Divine Sword Sect truly threaten the vast fate of the Great Shang dynasty? Such exaggeration seemed unfathomable. Yet, she understood that the 9 elders would not engage in alarmist rhetoric, so she took a deep breath and ultimately accepted this incredulous conclusion. At this moment, her heart was stirred. Could it be that the rumors from the outside world were true, that the mysterious leader of the Divine Sword Sect is a reincarnated supreme being? She mused internally. Beside her, Inmei's small face, known for its mischief, lifted slightly upon hearing the elder's words, unabashedly displaying a sense of pride. Although she had not formally joined the Divine Sword Sect, the realization of its mysterious power ignited a profound sense of pride within her. So, what do you think? I told you the Divine Sword Sect was formidable, didn't I? Mother, weren't you dismissive of my words earlier? How does it feel to be slapped in the face by reality now? Inmei, like a victorious swan, held her head high as she gazed at Queen Wu. Mayor, your mother has consented to your joining the Divine Sword Sect. It would be absurd to thwart such an extraordinary sect, especially when countless talented individuals aspire to join. If she continued to resist, it would be akin to having her head caught in a door. Perhaps, as Mayor suggested, this Divine Sword Sect represents an immense opportunity for her, and indeed for the entire Great Shang dynasty. With the emergence of the powerful Jiu Li dynasty, which openly seeks to absorb the other 3 major dynasties, the situation is far from optimistic. Now, this opportunity lies before them. How could the Great Shang dynasty afford to let slip away? Thus, they must seize this chance presented by the Divine Sword Sect to potentially alter their fate. Mother, is what you say truly so? Inmei asked, brimming with excitement. Child, well, have you ever heard your mother speak falsehoods? Queen Wu replied with a smile. Shaking her head, her gaze filled with affection as she shot a sidelong glance at her daughter. She then turned her attention to the 9 elders, instructing, Next, choose an auspicious day. I shall personally visit the Divine Sword Sect with a significant gift to demonstrate our Great Shang dynasty's sincerity and respect. Meanwhile, atop the inverted heaven peak within the Divine Sword Sect, in the secluded meditation chamber, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on his Bodhi cushion, an overwhelming and domineering aura emanating from his being, distorting the surrounding space as if it could barely withstand the pressure he exuded. Above him, the black and white Tai Chi symbol manifested more solidly, radiating an aura of profound chaos. Exhaling like a dragon, he felt a slight tremor in his eyelids. With a slow exhalation of stale air, his eyes gradually opened, a flash of golden light disappearing in an instant, and the terrifying aura surrounding him vanished. After days of cultivation, he had finally succeeded in forming his core, achieving a substantial leap in strength. However, his realm remained unchanged at the 8th stage of transformation, which was peculiar. His strength had increased, and the spirit energy in his dantian was ample, yet the realm did not align with it, presenting an oddity. Lin Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation, feeling a twinge of regret. He had initially aimed to break through to the 9th stage of core formation in one go, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not find the opportunity to do so, sensing that something crucial was missing, ultimately having to concede. He also understood that the path of cultivation is inherently a defiance of heaven, and one cannot expect instant success, having relied on the system to far surpass the ordinary. Recklessness could only lead to the emergence of inner demons, resulting in a net loss. This was merely his perspective. Should the outside world as cultivators learn that Lin Feng had skyrocketed from the 4th stage to the 8th stage of transformation in just about a month, and possessed spirit energy rivaling that of the 9th stage of core formation, they would likely think it a ghostly occurrence. It is well known that ordinary warriors might spend decades striving to reach the 8th stage of transformation, let alone possessing the spirit energy of the 9th stage. Yet here was the sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect, achieving it in merely a month and still unsatisfied? Why not ascend to the heavens? Indeed, this is the terrifying power of the chaotic supreme Dao physique. Chapter 59. Another prodigy emerges. Enough of that. Time to see what changes have transpired within the sect over these past few days. In murmurs, Lin Feng retrieved the sect's map from the virtual space. Opening it to inspect, on the side peak where the miscellaneous disciples reside, hundreds of them dedicated most of their time to diligent cultivation, aside from completing the daily tasks assigned by the sect. In recent days, many miscellaneous disciples attempted to ascend the Qian Kuan heavenly ladder to refine their bodies and strengthen their resolve, hoping to perceive the profound nuances of the Tao and quickly ascend to outer sect disciples. Unfortunately, none succeeded in the trials. However, this did not dampen their spirits. Rather, it ignited their ambition, fueling a strong desire to improve. On the mountain peak of the outer sect disciples, Li Shengnan, having successfully merged with the purple micro-star body template, now dedicates time daily to the Star Palace, attuning herself to the power of the stars. Her strength has surged from the 5th stage of energy gathering to the 7th stage of energy control, a remarkable leap of 2 major realms, befitting her status as a child of fortune with over 20,000 fortune points. Tuoba Kuan, upon acquiring the Beast Master Body, has successfully merged with the world-destroying Demon Ape Soul Body. In the training grounds of the outer sect disciples, Tuoba Kuan stood with a small mountain-sized phantom of the world-destroying demon ape behind him, akin to a celestial manifestation, but on a smaller scale. Yet, it should not be underestimated. The demon ape's blood-red eyes and aura of malevolence made it appear as a fearsome deity. A mere glance sent chills down one's spine. Destruction. Tuoba Kuan roared, launching a punch toward the void ahead. In an instant, the space before him trembled, and a violent shockwave surged forth. Simultaneously, the phantom of the world-destroying demon ape raised its long arm and struck out as well. Visible ripples spread through the air from the impact of their combined force, creating an overwhelming spectacle. Fortunately, this was the outer sect training ground, a product of the system, remarkably sturdy. Otherwise, a single punch from the demon ape could have obliterated the entire training area. His combat prowess had already reached the 6th stage of energy transformation, a significant leap forward. Meanwhile, in another area of the outer sect disciples' mountain peak, Meng Xiaoxing stood tall, gripping the 100 birds and phoenix spear. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her entire being resembling a statue, as she gazed forward like a descending war deity. Should one approach closely, they would unmistakably sense a terrifying spear intent emanating from her. In the next moment, a resonant hum pierced the air, and a brilliant silver light erupted suddenly. The spear, like a dragon emerging from the sea, pierced the void above with a swift thrust, its tip unleashing a brilliant silver light that created a dark spot in the air. Truly unstoppable. His prowess had ascended from the 5th stage of the Qi gathering realm to the 7th stage of the Qi control realm. The 3 who had distinguished themselves in the celestial ladder test and were promoted to outer disciples were commendable. It was gratifying that my guidance did not go to waste. They did not let their unique physiques inflate their egos, but instead practiced diligently, showing significant improvement in their abilities. Lin Feng smiled subtly, feeling a sense of relief. With Li Shengnan and the others as examples, the miscellaneous disciples were filled with fighting spirit, which pleased Lin Feng as he surveyed the hundreds of them, nodding in satisfaction. He then shifted his gaze to the peaks belonging to the inner disciples. Yi Jingyun was, as always, tirelessly practicing the savage divine fist, which had gained considerable momentum compared to before. Although each punch remained slow, the space around him trembled, enveloped by an aura of primal chaos, occasionally accompanied by booming sounds reminiscent of thunder. Yi Xian had found a secluded spot to practice his swordplay, having already mastered the 3rd form of the 9-fold sword technique. As for Yuan Xingxin, his cultivation speed was nothing short of monstrous. Within just a few days, he had recovered from the true immortal realm to the human king realm, exuding a terrifying pressure with every move, as if a mere glance could pierce the fabric of reality. If other sects were to learn of such a prodigy within the Divine Sword Sect, they would surely be astonished. Seeing the Divine Sword Sect brimming with vitality and on the rise, Lin Feng felt quite content. By the way, among the motivational rewards previously offered by the system, there remained an untouched map to the Extreme Dao Sage Inheritance Cave. Now that my cultivation had stagnated, this presented a perfect opportunity to venture out and seek this inheritance cave, perhaps uncovering a breakthrough. Murmuring softly, Lin Feng opened the map retrieved from the system's virtual space. The moment he looked, he was taken aback. The map clearly depicted a girl in black approaching the inheritance cave. What on earth? Could it be that this girl intends to seize my opportunity? Lin Feng's lips twitched. Luckily, I opened the map in time. Otherwise, this inheritance cave, delivered by the system, would have been effortlessly claimed by her without my knowledge. Wait a moment. Logically, such inheritance caves are typically encountered only by those with great fortune. Especially since this was a gift from the system, it shouldn't be something an ordinary person could stumble upon. Could this girl in black also be a favored child of destiny? It seemed highly probable. In the myriad of melodramatic fantasy novels on Waterblue Star, it is not uncommon for certain young ladies or lads to fortuitously discover such caves and subsequently gain their inheritances, thus ascending to the pinnacle of their lives. Such well-known tropes are indeed commonplace. I shall see what sort of person you truly are. With this thought, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile as he activated the Heavenly Secrets technique. Soon, a flurry of information appeared before his eyes. Name, Dugu Qingming. Age, 16. Realm, True Immortal Realm. Talent, possesses the power to traverse the void sealed. Physique, rebirth of a revered one, chaotic saint body sealed. What is this? Rebirth of a revered one, chaotic saint body, and the ability to traverse the void. Upon seeing Dugu Qingming's information, Lin Feng instinctively rubbed his eyes, nearly gasping in astonishment. More shocking than his previous encounter with you in Xingxin. Good heavens! No wonder she could encounter the inheritance cave. Clearly, another prodigy had emerged. What does it mean to be a revered one? Such beings transcend even the mightiest emperors, ruling over entire realms, regarded as gods by martial artists. With a mere stamp of their foot, they could shatter the world. A single thought from them could erase so-called kings and emperors, and a mere glance could compel even the mightiest to kneel. Chapter 60, Chaotic Saint Body. The return of the strong to reason is simple. A revered one has mastered the laws of heaven and earth. Lin Feng never imagined that this girl in black would possess such a terrifying background, an actual rebirth of a revered one. Moreover, a chaotic saint body that appears once in a millennium. After awakening, the chaotic saint body could directly absorb the vast powers of heaven and earth for its own use, and in critical moments, unleash that power to strike at enemies. In essence, she embodies the very essence of the cosmos, her attacks tantamount to divine retribution. Even more astonishingly, this black-clad girl possesses the power to traverse the void, akin to the ability to create worlds. This is simply beyond comprehension. In shock, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the fortune value of the girl in black. An astounding 130,000. 130,000. Lin Feng rubbed his eyes in disbelief once more. While Yuan Xingxin's fortune value was already astonishing at 120,000, this Dugu Qingming exceeded that by 10,000. It was utterly outrageous. With such talent, physique, and fortune, her future achievements in martial arts were unimaginable. If he was correct, this must be the convergence of the Zhou Tian star map, the golden dragon of fortune, and the pseudo-four divine beasts, elevating the fortune of the Divine Sword Sect to new heights, thus attracting such an unfathomable prodigy. Lin Feng murmured to himself. Had it not been for the system's prior offering of the Inheritance Cave map, this cave would have certainly become Dugu Qingming's possession, allowing her to awaken her physique and become a supreme powerhouse. A tried-and-true fantasy trope. However, encountering me, the sect master, leads to one conclusion. Come willingly into my grasp. Lin Feng regarded Dugu Qingming on the map, a glimmer of brilliance flashing his eyes. Outside the Divine Sword Sect, in a concealed location, a girl in black staggered forward, her complexion pale, her form frail. She clutched her skirt tightly, her eyes filled with boundless fury and suppressed resentment, as if harboring a deep-seated hatred for someone. Dugabiju, Our enmity is irreconcilable. One day, I shall make you pay in blood. With a firm jaw, Dugu Qingming uttered these words, her expression resolute, her entire being radiating anger, causing her body to tremble slightly. However, soon after, she deflated like a punctured balloon, her demeanor shifting to one of helplessness and sorrow, as if all her previous resolve had evaporated. The reason was simple. Dugu Biju had once been the brightest prodigy of their family, and now his strength was unfathomable, far beyond her current capabilities. Seeking revenge seemed an impossible dream. Once, she too was the favored daughter of destiny, even more dazzling than Dugu Biju. Within 3 years, she reached the true immortal realm, astonishing the entire family. She once believed she could avenge her father and sister. Yet, fate played a cruel trick, since reaching the true immortal realm, despite her relentless training. Her cultivation stagnated, rendering her a despised waste in her family. As her thoughts surged, filled with frustration and shame, a clear yet authoritative voice suddenly rang in her ears. If you wish to avenge your father and sister, join my Divine Sword Sect. As a final word fell, a man with an ethereal aura, strikingly handsome, clad in white and exuding a powerful presence, appeared before her. Who is this person? Such terrifying pressure. I, a true immortal, cannot withstand it? In her heart, she murmured, her exquisite features betraying a hint of shock. Under this overwhelming aura, she clearly felt her spirit shaken, an impulse to turn and flee rising within her. Greetings, esteemed elder. Might you be a formidable figure from the Divine Sword Sect? Dugu Qingming inquired politely, her enchanting eyes surveying Lin Feng. I am Lin Feng, the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect. Lin Feng returned her gaze with a calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips as he dissipated the overwhelming aura surrounding him. I was merely passing through on official business when I chanced upon you. Your exceptional talent and extraordinary roots, coupled with your remarkable fortune, suggest that you are destined for greatness one day. Why not join our Divine Sword Sect, achieve unparalleled martial prowess, and return to your family as a powerful figure to vanquish your foes? Without any superfluous words, Lin Feng extended an olive branch. Such a prodigious talent could not be overlooked. Elder, please do not jest with me. Since 6 years ago, my cultivation has stagnated, rendering me a mere waste in the eyes of my family. How could I possibly be the fortunate child of exceptional talent? Moreover, I would not wish to implicate you in my family's affairs. My clan is extraordinarily powerful, far beyond the comparison of any ordinary sect. Should anyone or any sect take me in, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of my family. Dugu Qingming shook her head, a hint of self-mockery and helplessness evident in her expression. Who among us does not yearn to become an unparalleled powerhouse? Regrettably, her talents were mediocre, her physique inadequate. After 6 years of arduous training, she remained stagnant. Revenge? What fear do I have of retribution from a mere family? With a single gesture, I could reduce them to ashes. As for their claims of you being a waste, that only reveals their lack of vision or perhaps the existence of ulterior motives. Lin Feng remarked casually. Elder, what do you mean by that? Dugu Qingming asked, her eyes flashing with confusion and respect. She was astounded. Her family was not insignificant, boasting numerous powerful figures and formidable experts. Few dared to speak with such audacity. This young sect master seemed to possess an unfathomable confidence. You carry the chaotic sacred body, endowed with the ability to traverse the void, and you are also the reincarnation of a revered being. The convergence of these attributes makes you a prodigy among prodigies, destined to astonish the world and achieve an invincible stature. The chaotic sacred body is an unparalleled cultivation physique that emerges once in millennia. In an era where emperors roam and sages are as common as dust, such a physique is deemed unparalleled and invincible, a cherished existence in the heavens, worshipped by all. Yet, following the chaotic era, the laws of the universe transformed, rendering such rare physiques unsuitable for cultivation, leading to their disdain and nearly severed heritage. However, while many are aware of one aspect, they remain ignorant of another. Although the laws of the universe post-chaos have made cultivation of the sacred body more arduous, this is not the primary reason for the cessation of its cultivation. The true reason lies in the fact that this physique is inherently defiant and has been sealed by the laws of the universe, thus halting its cultivation upon reaching the true immortal realm. Once the seal is broken, not only can cultivation resume, but the speed will be astonishing, with the lowest achievement being that of a revered being. Chapter 61. Invincible among equals Lin Feng, while perusing the system's explanation of the chaotic sacred body. Succinctly conveyed to Du Gu Qingming, the chaotic sacred body is a heavenly battle physique, innately bestowing unparalleled combat talent. Upon successful cultivation, not only is one physically invincible, but one can also harness the power of the universe in battle. Truly, invulnerable to all methods, and unmatched among equals, capable of shattering the heavens. As for your ability to traverse the void, it is even more formidable. It is not something you need to concern yourself with at present. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Du Gu Qingming's excitement surged, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her frail form trembling uncontrollably. For 6 arduous years, she had endured being regarded as a waste by her family, suffering countless disdainful glances and ridicule. With clenched teeth, she had borne the relentless humiliation and anger, constantly yearning to grow stronger, to avenge her family, and to prove her worth. Even as the most desolate mortal, she longed for her own dignity. Now, in the words of the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect, she learned that she was not a waste. She was a defiant daughter of destiny, capable of surpassing revered beings. In this moment, she felt the long-sought recognition. She had truly gained the approval of the sect master. Her emotions were beyond words, and with tears in her eyes, she choked out, "Elder, your words today resonate deeply within me. I only ask that you break the seal of the chaotic sacred body within me, allowing me to avenge my family. I vow to serve you faithfully for life, never to part until my last breath. If the sect master can discern my physique and talent, then surely you possess the means to lift the seal." Du Gu Qingming's sincerity was palpable. She no longer wished to be seen as a waste in the eyes of others. She aspired to become the admired daughter of destiny, willing to sacrifice her life for this dream. In recent days, rumors had circulated in the city regarding the Divine Sword Sect, claiming that its master was the reincarnation of a revered being. Now, it appeared that the rumors held some truth. Otherwise, how could he have perceived her true nature and known of her reincarnation? There is no need for such formality. I hereby appoint you as a servant disciple of the Divine Sword Sect. Should you pass the sect's assessment, you may ascend to outer disciple, inner disciple, or even become an extraordinary disciple or elder of the sect. Seeing the tears glistening in Du Gu Qingming's eyes as she prepared to kneel in gratitude, Lin Feng was moved and raised his hand to halt her gesture. He could distinctly sense her sincerity, and, in that moment, he recognized her loyalty soaring from 0 to 80%. "By the way, what brought you here alone?" Lin Feng's curiosity was piqued once more, and he asked casually. Upon hearing the question, Du Gu Qingming's expression grew complex. "I hail from a hidden family, and in a month, our clan's grand tournament, held once every 6 years, will commence. In the last tournament, the strongest prodigy of our family, Du Gu Baju, grievously injured my father, shattering his energy sea and severing his meridians. Though he survived due to medicinal elixirs, his cultivation has sharply declined, leaving him almost as helpless as a waste. My father's strength was on par with his, so such an outcome was unexpected. My sister suspected foul play and secretly sought an explanation that very night. Little did we know that the beast had already harbored malicious intent toward her, forcibly violating her. By the time we discovered the truth, she had taken her own life in despair. This enmity cannot go unavenged. I vow to avenge my father and sister, hoping to confront that beast in the upcoming tournament and slay him. However, it has been 6 long years, and my cultivation has stagnated, rendering me a waste in my family's eyes. How could I possibly contend with that beast? Yet, I refuse to abandon this opportunity, clinging to the last vestiges of hope as I ventured out in search of a way to grow stronger, unknowingly finding myself here." Du Gu Qingming revealed her truth without reservation. Upon hearing her tale, Lin Feng was struck not only by Du Gu Qingming's extraordinary fortune, but also by the melodramatic nature of her story. It was akin to the beloved tropes found in fantasy novels, with a powerful return amidst desperate circumstances. Fellow cultivators, what do you think? According to the narrative conventions of fantasy literature, in her moment of despair, Du Gu Qingming has arrived here, where something unexpected might occur, where she might inadvertently stumble upon a hidden legacy. Awakening the memories and legacies of the revered elder, the protagonist unseals the chaotic sacred body within. experiencing a remarkable surge in power, advancing triumphantly. Subsequently, in a grand tournament held a month later by his family, he astounds everyone by decisively slaying the formidable genius, Dao Body, avenging his father and sister, leaving the audience in shock and delivering a resounding rebuke to the arrogant elders and self-righteous disciples of his clan. The return of a formidable force is assured. Lin Feng has already envisioned the subsequent plot developments flawlessly. Having read numerous similar fantasy novels while on Waterblue Star, he is well acquainted with such narratives, and with a mere thought, he can foresee the unfolding events. At this moment, the system detects the protagonist's acquisition of a true destined maiden and, overwhelmed with excitement, eagerly presents a grand gift package. Congratulations! You have received a chaos pill, which, when consumed by the true destined maiden, will directly unseal the chaotic sacred body. Congratulations! You have obtained the awakening pill, which will enable the true destined maiden to awaken her memories and legacies from her past life. Congratulations! You have acquired the immortal supreme artifact, Chaos Axe, which rivals the power of the Xianyuan Divine Sword. Congratulations! You have obtained the Chaos Breathing Technique. Congratulations! You have received the sealed 8 Techniques of Heaven and Earth, whose power is on par with the 9 Styles of Chaos. Congratulations! You have acquired the martial skill Annihilation Palm. A series of system notifications resonate within Lin Feng's mind. In this moment, he once again feels the system's benevolence. Just moments ago, he had accepted Dao Qingming, and now the system is eagerly presenting a grand gift package. What more could one ask for? Nonetheless, he is quite astonished by this gift. The mere mention of chaos signifies something extraordinary. Can treasures comparable to the Xianyuan Divine Sword and the 9 Styles of Chaos be mundane? However, the term true destined maiden leaves him bewildered. This marks the 3rd instance, and aside from her formidable power, he remains clueless as to what makes her truly destined. Fellow cultivators, I am in urgent need of answers. Chapter 62. The revered Dao Qingming, empowered by the forces of heaven and earth. Dao Qingming. Now that you are a disciple of my Divine Sword Sect, I bestow upon you a great opportunity. As for the vengeance against your family, you need not worry at all. Should they dare to act recklessly within my Divine Sword Sect, I shall ensure they cannot return, Lin Feng declares, waving his hand. 2 black and white pills enveloped in radiant light, exuding a terrifying aura, hover before Dao Qingming. This pill is called Chaos Pill, which will directly unseal the chaos sacred body within you. The other is the Awakening Pill, enabling you to awaken your past life memories and inheritances. These 2 pills can directly awaken my past memories and legacies. Unseal the chaos sacred body. Dao Qingming stutters, her excitement palpable as she gazes at the pills, her body trembling with anticipation. To possess such miraculous power from merely 2 pills? The sect master is nothing short of divine. In the next moment, tears well in her eyes as she bows deeply. Choked with emotion, the sect master's grace is immeasurable. Once I avenge my great enmity, my life shall belong to the sect master. Anyone who seeks to harm the sect master must first tread over my corpse. Dao Qingming's eyes brim with unwavering resolve. She never imagined that upon verbally pledging her allegiance to the Divine Sword Sect, the sect master would grant her such an extraordinary treasure. In that instant, her loyalty soared to 100%. Observing this change in loyalty, Lin Feng smiles with satisfaction. He gently supports Dao Qingming, urging, "Why do you hesitate to consume the pills? What are you waiting for?" "Ah, yes." Dao Qingming, momentarily dazed, nods vigorously, snatching the 2 pills and swallowing them whole. An overwhelming torrent of power surges through her body, wreaking havoc within. Simultaneously, an incomprehensible, mysterious force crashes into her mind like a shockwave. At that moment, she is besieged by excruciating pain, as if a sharp blade were mercilessly scraping her bones and severing her meridians. Her mind feels as if it might burst from an overload of sensations, with countless nerves feeling as though they're being pricked by needles. The pain penetrates deep into her marrow, her exquisite features contorting in agony. Clenching her silver teeth, she sweats profusely, her delicate hands gripping the hem of her dress. Veins bulging, oblivious to the sharp pain as her nails dig into her palms. Her entire body trembles, as though she might faint at any moment. Yet, The determination in her eyes borders on madness. She could distinctly sense a great terror awakening within her, its aura gradually intensifying. Her blood, meridians, roots, flesh, comprehension, and talent, all aspects of her being undergo monumental transformation. Familiar yet foreign images flash through her mind, endlessly reorganizing and merging. For her, this is an extraordinary fortune. Whether she becomes a figure admired by thousands or returns to being the waste of the past hinges upon this moment. The ability to avenge her father and sister rests here as well. Failure is not an option. With such thoughts, she endures the torment, calms her mind, dispelling all distractions as she focuses intently on the awakening memories and the strength of the chaos sacred body. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remains steadfast, guarding her. Whether it be the chaos sacred body, the reincarnation of the revered elder, or the ability to traverse the void, all are formidable existences. The future martial achievements are destined to reach a terrifying zenith. Should any mishap occur during Dugu Qingming's fusion and awakening process, should she perish or face dire consequences, he would suffer a tremendous loss. Moreover, she is the true destined maiden as stated by the system, and Lin Feng cannot afford to be careless. Time swiftly passes, and 2 hours elapse in an instant. At this moment, Dugu Qingming's long lashes flutter, her eyes slowly opening, radiating a substantive brilliance akin to stars. In the depths of a chaotic cosmic expanse, a nascent form of a chaotic goddess emerges. Standing tall, she gazes up at the heavens, exuding an aura of chaos. Wielding an unidentifiable axe, as if to split the sky in two. A mere glance from her could instill terror in the hearts of many. At this moment, Dugu Qingming has completely unsealed the chaos sacred body. Not only that, but she now emanates an aura of terrifying laws, causing the surrounding space to visibly warp and shatter within moments, unable to withstand the pressure of her released energy. As this aura radiates, the earth trembles, winds howl, and celestial phenomena erupt overhead. Terrifying divine beasts appear in the sky, honoring her presence, while auspicious clouds gather, and the forces of heaven and earth pour down like rain, causing all living things to tremble. Perceiving this, she gazes into the void, and visible whirlpools manifest, continuously channeling the powers of heaven and earth into her being. Her expression remains cold, her gaze disdainful, as if an ancient chaotic deity has descended. The forces of heaven and earth directly empower her. Could this be the might of the fusion of the chaos sacred body and revered reincarnation? Lin Feng murmurs to himself, promptly activating the chaotic pressure at maximum to shield himself from harm. Even so, he feels his heart pounding fiercely, his blood surging uncontrollably, rendering him immobile. He can distinctly sense that the pressure emanating from Dugu Qingming far surpasses that of Yu and Xingxin. It was not that Dugu Qingming was deliberately targeting him. Had it been anything like the previous encounter with Yu and Xingxin, Lin Feng was certain he would have been obliterated in an instant. This was not within the confines of the sect, where the stone tablets could assist him, nor was there the fortuitous presence of the golden dragon of luck. A quarter of an hour later, a formidable aura erupted from Dugu Qingming, continuously intensifying. Initial stage of true immortal realm. Middle stage of true immortal realm. High stage of true immortal realm. And then the ultimate stage of true immortal realm. Initial stage of human king realm. Lin Feng instinctively rubbed his eyes. Was this not an exaggeration? Her cultivation had escalated from the initial stage of true immortal realm to the initial stage of human king realm in the blink of an eye. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. In his astonishment, Dugu Qingming averted her gaze, her aura retracting, instantly reverting to the exquisite maiden devoid of any presence. However, her demeanor had evidently transformed, her spirit remarkably vibrant, exuding a commanding essence in every gesture. Soon, the celestial phenomena dissipated and the oppressive atmosphere vanished. Undoubtedly, her past life memories had been restored, along with numerous inheritances from her former existence. Chapter 63. The 8 Techniques of Heaven and Earth. The annihilating palm of heaven, what an unparalleled and domineering chaos sacred body. Overcoming a significant realm within a mere quarter of an hour. To think, her past life was indeed this formidable. She sensed the power of the chaos sacred body and the additional knowledge flooding her mind, her heart filled with astonishment. Prior to this, She had imagined the might of the chaos sacred body and the prowess of her past life. But only upon the true fusion and awakening of her memories did she comprehend the overwhelming strength of the chaos sacred body, far beyond her expectations. And the terror of the revered one was simply unfathomable. At this moment, she felt that a casual punch could shatter a mountain. Truly, the strongest battle body of chaos. A reincarnation of the revered one, whether it be bloodline, innate talent, or the robustness of her physical form, everything had ascended to its pinnacle. With the might of this chaos sacred body, she could potentially slay Dugabaju on the life and death stage in the family competition a month hence, avenging years of deep-seated enmity. Thank you, Sect Master, for bestowing upon Qingming such a tremendous opportunity. This debt of gratitude will be remembered for 10 lifetimes, Dugu Qingming said earnestly, her star-like deep eyes fixed on Lin Feng. She was acutely aware that without the Sect Master, she would not be who she was today. That is too much praise. These are the 3 sect techniques in martial arts. You must immerse yourself in understanding them through diligent practice. You bear the chaos sacred body and the power to traverse the void, and as a reincarnation of the revered one. Ascending to that level is merely a matter of time. Surpassing the revered one will not pose much difficulty. I am merely adding a finishing touch, Lin Feng replied, relieved as the terrifying celestial pressure dissipated. He then flicked his fingers, and 3 beams of golden light swiftly entered Dugu Qingming's mind. These were the 8 techniques of heaven and earth, the chaos breathing technique, and the annihilating palm of heaven. The 8 techniques of heaven and earth is a formidable axe technique, each move possessing unparalleled power, with even the weakest technique capable of splitting heaven and earth. Comparable to the invincible martial arts of the 9 techniques of chaos, complementing the chaos sacred body. The chaos breathing technique is a supreme cultivation method that harmonizes both internal and external practices, allowing Dugu Qingming to grasp the essence of chaos, transforming spiritual energy into chaos power, maximizing the potency of the chaos sacred body, and is tailor-made for it. As for the annihilating palm of heaven, it is an immensely powerful and fierce palm technique. When mastered, a single strike can obliterate the heavens, perfectly matching her battle body. As the golden light entered her mind, Dugu Qingming immediately sensed the presence of 3 profoundly powerful techniques. Overwhelmed with excitement, she felt deep gratitude. Not only had the sect master unsealed her chaos sacred body and awakened her past life memories, but he had also granted her such a heavenly treasure. This grace she could never repay in her lifetime. Regardless of how far she grows in the future, she vowed to wholeheartedly protect the sect master for eternity. No one shall disrespect the sect master. Her eyes brimmed with a steely determination, silently swearing an oath. Lin Feng, observing Dugu Qingming's resolute gaze, felt a wave of satisfaction. This girl is remarkable. Despite the ups and downs, she retains her original intention and understands the importance of gratitude. I have not misjudged her. She is indeed exceptional, he mused. By the way, I just sensed a legacy cave left behind by an ultimate sage nearby. Let us proceed together, Lin Feng said, regaining his composure. Qingming obeys. Dugu Qingming responded earnestly. After a brief moment, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of the legacy cave left by the ultimate sage, following the map's guidance. Warriors of the Sage Realm are classified into 4 substages: Half-Step Sage Realm, Minor Sage Realm, Major Sage Realm, and Ultimate Sage Realm. An Ultimate Sage is just a step away from reaching the Emperor Realm, capable of commanding the elements and wielding extraordinary powers. Revered by countless martial artists as an absolute powerhouse. In the cultivation world, it is famously said, below the sage, all are ants. This illustrates the near-divine status of Sage Realm warriors in the hearts of countless martial artists. The legacy cave left by the Ultimate Sage is an invaluable resource for both Lin Feng and the Divine Sword Sect. Sect Master, where exactly is the legacy cave left by the Ultimate Sage? I cannot sense it at all, Dugu Qingming inquired, puzzled. Normally, as a human king realm powerhouse, few things could evade her perceptive abilities. Though your strength is considerable, here you truly cannot sense it. Even a modestly accomplished warrior would set up formations to guard their cave, let alone one left by an Ultimate Sage. It undoubtedly possesses formidable protective formations, and you are merely at the human king realm, far from the Ultimate Sage, thus naturally unable to discern it. Lin Feng explained calmly. I see. It seems I must strive to cultivate harder, Dugu, Qingming responded, enlightened. Open the heavenly secrets technique. Lin Feng silently chanted. Almost simultaneously, a tangible beam of golden light flickered in his deep-set eyes. The heavenly secrets technique, known for penetrating illusions, is not merely a boast. It can not only uncover information about sect disciples, but also unveil hidden formations. I found it. Lin Feng spotted a transparent energy barrier not far ahead, which was the concealed protective formation. Murmuring to himself, he immediately activated the Qianquan divine art, channeling Qianquan's spiritual energy into his right hand. Simultaneously, a destructive aura erupted from him, distorting and collapsing the surrounding space visibly, as if unable to withstand the terrifying pressure he unleashed. Above him, a Taiji yin-yang fish pattern appeared, with faint shadowy figures of 4 divine beasts coiling within, exuding an otherworldly aura. What? The sect master's aura is astonishingly powerful. Upon sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lin Feng, Dugu Qingming felt the space around her freeze instantaneously, her breath becoming laborious, her heartbeat racing. It was as if this space was entirely under the sect master's control. He was the sovereign here, capable of ending her life with but a thought. At that moment, her gaze towards the sect master sparkled with amazement. The sect master truly is the sect master, undoubtedly a reincarnation of the revered one, perhaps even surpassing the revered one. She unconsciously elevated Lin Feng to a status beyond that of the revered ones. Little did she know, the pressure she had released during her awakening was 100-fold greater than what she currently felt. What would her thoughts be if she were to learn this? Dear friends, what do you think? Chapter 64. Meteoric Finger Shatters the Formation. Acquiring the Sage's Legacy Meteoric Finger. Lin Feng called out. He raised his right hand, lightly extending his middle finger forward, unleashing a chilling aura that erupted from his fingertip. In this fleeting moment, a careful observer would undoubtedly discern the delicate strands of stellar energy cascading from the sky, converging at Lin Feng's fingertips. The meteor finger, a supreme martial technique bestowed by the system, possessed an extraordinary power. With a resounding boom, the stellar energy at his fingertips reached a critical point and erupted like a tiny star, ruthlessly striking the transparent energy array. With a sharp crack, the energy barrier of the array was deformed and ultimately collapsed into the void. In its place, a magnificent palace, brimming with rich spiritual energy, materialized before Lin Feng's eyes. It was the legacy cave left behind by the supreme sage of the extremes. Shall we proceed? Lin Feng gently called to the bewildered Dugu Qingming behind him. All right, she replied, utterly captivated by the prowess displayed by her master. Although she acknowledged his formidable capabilities, she had underestimated him. Never could she have imagined that he would dismantle the grand array left by a supreme sage in mere moments. Her master's abilities seemed almost divine. She began to question whether her years of cultivation had been in vain. Despite being of similar age, she could not even sense the array, while her master effortlessly subdued it. Was it truly this exaggerated? Only the ancestors of her family might possess such strength, she thought in astonishment, carefully trailing behind her master as they entered the legacy cave. Inside the cave, numerous mechanisms, traps, and minor formations awaited, all of which Lin Feng crushed with a wave of his hand. Under normal circumstances, a mere 8th-level transformation realm cultivator could not achieve such feats. However, he wielded the chaotic pressure capable of withstanding the might of an emperor, and once unleashed, it could easily obliterate the trifles left by a supreme sage. Furthermore, having gained the recognition of the Xianyuan sword, his own spiritual power bore a hint of its sharpness. What is the Xianyuan sword? It is the most formidable and immortal supreme artifact. Any energy before it is as fragile as paper. Soon, a translucent jade stone appeared in Lin Feng's sight. The legacy jade? He mused, speculating that the inheritance of the supreme sage resided within. Extending his hand, an invisible, gentle force enveloped the jade, drawing it into his palm. He smiled, and his consciousness immediately delved into the jade. Boom! A towering figure, imposing and exuding an overwhelming aura, manifested within Lin Feng's mind. I am the great sage of power. By passing my trial, you may obtain my legacy. The apparition, with an air of indifference akin to a god, cast a dismissive glance at Lin Feng and spoke haughtily. As his words faded, A tyrannical aura enveloped the entire legacy cave, causing the ground to quake and the space to fracture violently. Unnatural phenomena erupted, with celestial roars, dark clouds looming, winds swirling, and even the brilliance of the sun and moon dimming. Indeed, this was the true pressure of a sage, horrifically formidable, sending tremors through the mind and causing the scalp to prickle. The moment Dugu Qingming felt this pressure, she sensed an invisible and intangible terror pressing in from all directions, as if to crush her body. Yet, fear did not grip her. Within her eyes shone an indomitable spirit, her expression resolute as rock. At that moment, her chaos-sacred body erupted with unparalleled might, defiantly resisting the pressure of the supreme sage. The chaos-sacred body ranks among the strongest physiques in existence, boasting immense potential. Who was Dugu Qingming? She was a reincarnated being of a revered master, far surpassing a supreme sage. Although she was still distant from that level, she was not easily intimidated by the residual pressure of a sage. Moreover, the pride and dignity of a revered master could not be trifled with. A mere remnant dares to flaunt its power before me? Lin Feng thought with a cold smile. If your true form were to descend, perhaps I would have to take you seriously. Simultaneously, the chaos pressure within him surged to its peak, while the Qingquan divine art within his body operated at high speed. An unprecedentedly sharp and domineering aura erupted from Lin Feng, crushing the pressure emitted by the supreme sage. The imposing figure in his mind was swiftly overwhelmed by this sharp dominance. Lin Feng's demeanor remained unruffled, as if he were merely engaged in an ordinary task. Let me see what this robust figure has left within the legacy jade. I hope it does not disappoint. Murmuring, Lin Feng once again plunged his consciousness into the legacy jade. Remarkable. There are thousands of quality treasures and hundreds of techniques and martial arts within. The supreme sage indeed possessed profound depth. What a fruitful journey this has been, he thought, nodding in satisfaction. With a single thought, a small, exquisite, translucent tower radiating a rainbow of colors appeared in his hand. This was the Linglong transmission tower, previously offered by the system. He began to transfer the treasures, techniques, and martial arts from the jade into the tower, which would automatically relay them to the sect's transmission tower, where they would be perfected. During this process, Lin Feng selected several fine treasures and techniques to gift to Dugu Qingming, moving her to tears of gratitude. Although she currently lacked for techniques, the fact that her master thought of her meant everything. Dugu Qingming, you are now a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect. I shall take you back to the sect. You must diligently cultivate there, and after a month, you will return to your family for the grand competition. After collecting the legacy items, Lin Feng spoke casually. I shall adhere to the master's teachings. Dugu Qingming replied respectfully, her eyes filled with unmasked curiosity and anticipation. She longed to witness the grandeur of the Divine Sword Sect, which must be extraordinary, given the mystery and strength of her master. Chapter 65, Terrifying Talent. Renowned on the heavenly rankings, Lin Feng was quite pleased with Dugu Qingming's demeanor. After nodding, he waved his hand. Whoosh! Dugu Qingming felt herself enveloped by an invisible, mysterious force, and suddenly, her surroundings transformed, reality twisting and turning. A series of blurred images flashed before her eyes, and by the time she regained her senses, she stood before an imposing grand gate. Dugu Qingming was utterly astounded. The master had merely waved his sleeve, and before she could comprehend, they had traversed the void, arriving at the entrance of the Divine Sword Sect. Such divine prowess! Gazing at the robust characters spelling Divine Sword Sect, he felt an overwhelming and profound sword intent wash over him. The stone tablets standing firm exuded a terrifying aura, subtly shimmering with divine light. The entire sect entrance was grandiose, suffused with an enigmatic atmosphere that felt as if it belonged to a celestial abode, instilling a sense of awe in anyone who beheld it. Such grandeur, truly remarkable. Dugu Qingming marveled inwardly, recognizing that even her family paled in comparison to this sect. At this moment, a sense of pride and fortune adorned her captivating visage, a beauty that could rival the blooms of 100 flowers. The honor of becoming a disciple of the esteemed Divine Sword Sect filled her with an indescribable glory. To encounter the revered sect leader during a time of despair felt like an extraordinary stroke of luck. For now, her position was that of a mere disciple responsible for menial tasks. Within the sect, there existed a designated peak for such disciples to rest and cultivate, which she could find on her own. Of course, should she aspire to ascend to the rank of an outer disciple, or even an inner disciple, or a prodigious disciple, there stood the celestial ladder of heaven and earth. By traversing this ladder, she could undergo an assessment, and passing it would grant her advancement. Moreover, if there were any unfamiliarities, she was encouraged to consult her senior brothers and sisters. Lin Feng imparted a few simple instructions to the solitary figure of Donggu Qiming before swiftly returning to the Xianhuang Hall of the inverted heaven peak. The celestial ladder of heaven and earth. Donggu Qiming murmured, a spark of determination igniting in her starry eyes. The sect leader had personally unsealed the enigmatic chaos sacred body within her, awakening memories of her past life and bestowing upon her various treasures and wondrous techniques. How could she, Donggu Qiming, dare to disappoint the sect leader? She resolved to train diligently, returning to her family to participate in the grand competition in 1 month, where she would exert every effort to vanquish Donggu Baju, thereby bringing glory to her sect. Yet before that, she was determined to ascend the celestial ladder of heaven and earth to gauge her own capabilities. Though her voice was soft, her resolve was as unyielding as iron. With this decision made, she walked resolutely through the mountain gate. As she stepped inside, her entire being shook with astonishment, a look of disbelief washing over her features. The concentration of spiritual energy within the sect was at least 100 times denser than that of the outside world. This was indeed the legendary paradise of cultivation. In such a bounteous environment, her strength would surely reach new heights within a month, enhancing her chances of defeating Donggu Baju by at least 50%. From that moment on, she became increasingly convinced that her entry into the Divine Sword Sect was a monumental opportunity. Turning her gaze towards the inverted heaven peak of the sect, she focused intently for a long while before bowing in reverence. Subsequently, she swiftly made her way towards the celestial ladder of heaven and earth. A short while later, Donggu Qiming stood before the celestial ladder. As she beheld the ladder, she noticed its ethereal rhythms entwined with a profound aura, the silhouettes of sacred beasts flickering in and out of view, which left her further awestruck. Quickly, she suppressed her emotions, calming her mind and adjusting her state to its optimal condition, and with steadfast steps, she approached the ladder. Every day, numerous menial disciples would come to ascend the celestial ladder, hoping to pass its trials and be promoted to outer disciples. Today, they were taken aback by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar figure on a ladder. What astonished them most was the way this figure moved with unwavering determination. Her demeanor calm and unperturbed as she effortlessly surpassed them, claiming the foremost position. 1,000 steps, 2,000 steps, 4,000 steps, 8,000 steps. Who is this person? Such terrifying talent. Look at her momentum. She rivals Yuan Xingxin. Unbelievable. The sect is about to produce another unparalleled prodigy. All were secretly exclaiming in awe. On the inverted heaven peak within the Xianhuang Hall, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on a Bodhi meditation mat, eyes closed in cultivation. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance emanating from the direction of the celestial ladder. He opened his eyes and retrieved a map of the sect from the virtual space. On the map, a figure stood prominently on the celestial ladder, having ascended to the astounding height of 9,999 steps. What? Donggu Qiming? Just after joining the sect, she is already attempting the trials of the celestial ladder, and she has climbed to 9,999 steps, surpassing both Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian by over 1,000 steps, matching Yuan Xingxin's level. Impressive, truly impressive. She is indeed a treasure of a girl, a combination of the chaos sacred body and the reincarnation of a revered being. Lin Feng smiled broadly. With the chaos sacred body and being the reincarnation of a revered being, her fortune had reached an astounding value of 130,000, marking her as a remarkable woman of destiny. It was entirely expected that she would stand out on the celestial ladder. However, reaching the level of Yuan Xingxin still surprised Lin Feng. It must be noted that Yuan Xingxin entered the sect after awakening and nearly overwhelmed Lin Feng with her prowess. Her strength was undeniable. In contrast, Donggu Qiming had only just awakened and had yet to fully comprehend her abilities. Although she was a reincarnated revered being, there remained an objective gap between her and Yuan Xingxin. Yet, The fact that Donggu Qiming ascended to 9,999 steps left Lin Feng astounded. The sect was undeniably on the verge of a powerful resurgence. The menial disciple, Donggu Qiming, had successfully passed the trial of the celestial ladder with exceptional results. The sect leader declared that she would be promoted directly from a menial disciple to an inner prodigy disciple. Henceforth, Donggu Qiming could move into the designated mountain peak for inner prodigy disciples, enjoying all privileges and benefits accorded to such esteemed ranks. A thunderous proclamation resonated throughout every corner of the Divine Sword Sect. With the conclusion of his words, a radiant golden list, exuding an aura of profound mystery, materialized in the air above the sect. The heavenly ranking. First place, Yuan Xingxin. Second place, Donggu Qiming. Donggu Qiming's name shone prominently on the heavenly ranking. Chapter 66. Establishing a small goal to dominate the heavenly ranking, though in truth, the two were tied for first place. The order of the heavenly ranking was determined by overall strength, thus placing Donggu Qiming second to Yuan Xingxin. Upon witnessing the emergence of the heavenly ranking, the faces of the menial disciples were filled with disbelief, their eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape in shock. This was the heavenly ranking. They all yearned for their names to appear on it. Yet, this sudden emergence of Donggu Qiming had catapulted her to the position of the sect's foremost prodigy, making it a bitter pill to swallow for the rest. However, rather than envy, their gazes towards Donggu Qiming were filled with boundless admiration and respect. At that moment, the celestial chart of the stars above the Divine Sword Sect revealed itself. Countless brilliant stars dotted the sky, their immense fortune rolling forth. Mountains and rivers unfolding in a breathtaking display, resembling a grand painting encompassing a world of its own. Following this, a colossal golden dragon with 7 claws emerged from the celestial chart, lifting its immense head. Its domineering gaze fell upon Donggu Qiming below, emitting a powerful dragon roar. Subsequently, it opened its mouth, unleashing a dense stream of purple fortune that surged through the air. This rich purple aura, steeped in mystery, instantly merged with Donggu Qiming's being. Is this the fortune coveted by all martial artists? My fortune has significantly increased, Donggu Qiming exclaimed in astonishment, feeling with clarity how her fortune soared to unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, she sensed her recently attained realm solidifying, her strength advancing remarkably, subtly hinting at her potential to step into the realm of earthly kings. In that moment, hundreds of menial disciples seized the opportunity to absorb the overflowing fortune, their expressions reflecting profound enjoyment. Within the exclusive mountain peak for inner disciples, Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian were also stirred by this phenomenon, ceasing their cultivation to rush out of their abodes. They wished to witness what prodigy had graced their sect now. What? Another junior sister? And she's reached the level of our little sister Yuan Xingxin? Is there any room left for us to stand? Must you overshadow us senior brothers? Yi Xian was momentarily stunned, feeling utterly embarrassed. He realized that maintaining one's dignity is something one earns for oneself. Even if bestowed by others, it would merely be self-deception. Young man, strive harder. Yi Jingyun patted Yi Xian on the shoulder before turning to continue his cultivation in his cave abode. Yi Xian stood in a daze for a moment before hurriedly returning to his own cave to practice. As the earliest disciples, both felt an immense pressure weighing upon them. In a certain cave within the inner sect, Yuan Xingxin seemed to sense something and glanced toward the direction of the Qinquan ladder, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. That little girl is quite remarkable. I must find a time to tease this junior sister. However, the young sect master is truly formidable, effortlessly attracting such an extraordinary woman. She murmured. At the square beneath the Qinquan ladder, disciple Qing Ming expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, esteemed sect master. She earnestly bowed to the inverted heaven peak. After a moment, her gaze shifted to the leaderboard in the sky, landing on the name of Yuan Xingxin, who stood ahead of her. A glimmer of determination ignited in her eyes. The heavenly ranking, is it? Very well. I shall set a modest goal, to seize the top position. With a confident smile, she made her way to the inner sect's mountain. Previously, she had heard from the miscellaneous disciples that there were 2 senior brothers and 1 senior sister in the inner sect, all exceptional prodigies. It was only fitting that she pay them a visit. Among the prodigious disciples, one senior sister stood out, the remarkable Yu Wenxingxin, who held the top spot on the heavenly ranking, possessing the chaos sacred body and the power to traverse the void. It was time to compete with this extraordinary senior sister. Determined, Du Gu Qingming set out to visit several senior brothers and sisters before settling into a cave abode. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, over 20 days passed. Lin Feng remained diligently cultivating in the sect master's secluded chamber. Although he had not achieved the desired advancement in his realm, the Qinquan spiritual energy in his dantian had already reached the standard of the spirit infant realm, signifying a substantial enhancement in his strength. On the surface, his realm remained at the 8th level of the transformation stage, yet within his dantian lay a dormant beast, gradually awakening. Once unleashed, it would be unstoppable. The other members of the sect were equally industrious, making remarkable progress. The sect's esteemed elder, Xianyuan Qingtian, astonishingly ascended from the celestial immortal realm to the human king realm in just over 20 days, crossing an immense boundary. The prodigious disciple Yuan Shengxin was no less impressive, transitioning from the human king realm to the heavenly king realm, truly a reincarnation of an emperor, endowed with various extraordinary talents. Inner sect disciple Yi Jingyun continued his relentless training, developing an increasingly profound rhythm and natural grace in his movements. With the faint sounds of wind and thunder accompanying his strikes, infused with a hint of untamed ferocity. His realm had also reached the 9th level of the pill-gathering realm. Following a recent stimulus, he had descended the mountain to hone his skills, slaying numerous wicked martial artists and absorbing their swords to enhance his own strength, bringing him ever closer to the spirit infant realm. Outer sect disciples Li Shengnan, Meng Xia Oxink, and Tuoba Kun, under the influence of their unique physiques, significantly improved their abilities. Li Shangnan ascended from the 7th level of the Qi control realm to the 9th level of the pill formation realm. Meng Xiaoxing made the same leap, while Tuoba Kun advanced from the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm to the 8th level of the transformation stage. In short, the sect was flourishing, with everyone striving for excellence. One day, Du Gu Qingming rose early, but instead of her usual practice, she tidied her cave, donned a set of sturdy attire, and packed a few simple belongings before stepping outside. Shortly after, she arrived at the foot of the inverted heaven peak, outside the Yan and Huang hall. She had come to bid farewell to the sect master. In 3 days, her family's grand tournament would commence, and she needed to return to seek vengeance. Despite her desire to remain in the sect, the debt of blood must be repaid. The days passed swiftly within the sect, and the grand tournament was only 3 days away. However, Du Gu Qingming reflected on her progress. After over 20 days of cultivation, she had advanced from the human king realm to the heavenly king realm, just a step away from the true king realm. In this sanctuary of spiritual energy, she had refined certain inherited techniques from her past life, further unlocking the potential of her chaos sacred body. In just over 20 days, she had achieved what many could only dream of, the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm. If her family elders were to learn of her astonishing progress, they would undoubtedly be left in shock. If memory serves, the most outstanding prodigy in the family, Du Gu Baju, took over half a year to ascend from the Earth King realm to the Heavenly King realm last year. The Chaos Sacred Body is indeed unparalleled. The sect is simply incomparable. The sect master is akin to a celestial being. As Du Gu Qingming pondered, a sense of confidence enveloped her. This upcoming family tournament would mark the beginning of her ascent, and the end for Du Gu Baju. Her starry eyes gazed deeply at the imposing Yan and Huang hall, filled with profound gratitude and respect. Esteemed sect master, in 3 days, it will be the day of the Qingming family's grand tournament. I humbly request your permission to descend the mountain to seek vengeance. Du Gu Qingming spoke with utmost reverence, fully aware that without the sect master's nurturing, she would never have reached the heavenly king realm. In her heart, the sect master was the most important person, deserving of unwavering respect. Go! You possess the chaos sacred body and the power to traverse the void, coupled with the fact that you are a reincarnated sage. The combination of these three makes you unmatched in power, capable of overcoming opponents of higher ranks. Yet, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Remember, there are always those stronger than oneself. Even a tiger will exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Keep this in mind at all times. Also, should you lose to an opponent of equal rank, you shall return and face a year of solitude as punishment. Of course, if anyone bullies you, regardless of their strength, I will not stand idly by. Even if they possess immense power, I will utilize the full might of the sect to vanquish them. A commanding voice resonated within Du Gu Qingming's mind. Hearing the sect master's protective words, her heart trembled, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Gritting her teeth, she pledged, "Rest assured, esteemed sect master, Qingming will exert her utmost effort, upholding the honor of the Divine Sword Sect and not disappointing your care." For the first time in 6 years, she felt genuine concern and affection. "Go, Qingming," she murmured, wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye. Casting one last meaningful glance at the Yan and Huang hall before resolutely turning to leave, Lin Feng observed Du Gu Qingming's swiftly disappearing figure, a smile gracing his lips. Who is Du Gu Qingming? A prodigious talent with an astonishing luck value of 130,000, a terrifying reincarnation of a sage. Coupled with the enhancements from the Chaos Sacred Body, if she could not defeat Dugu Baju, she might as well find a rock to throw herself against. Following the typical trajectory of fantasy novels, the so-called most outstanding prodigy of the family, Dugu Baju, was merely a stepping stone for Du Gu Qingming's rise. Meanwhile, in the palace hall of the Wan Shun dynasty, Wujing, your father has delightful news for you. In 6 days, it shall be the most auspicious day, and I have prepared splendid gifts. When the day arrives, I shall personally escort you to the Divine Sword Sect to pay our respects, allowing you to fulfill your wish of joining them. As Yao Wanli gazed at his son Yao Wujing, who lay upon his sickbed, a joyful smile broke through the previous furrow of worry on his brow. This time, to garner the favor of the sect master and ensure his son's successful entry into the Divine Sword Sect, he has invested heavily, offering a third of the dynasty's treasured stock to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Yao Wanli resolutely commanded the selection of 3,000 young maidens of exceptional stature, demeanor, and beauty to present to the legendary and mysterious sect master. Although, to the powerful cultivators, all women might merely appear as fleeting shadows beneath the surface, one cannot deny that men are inherently drawn to beauty. What if this enigmatic master happens to have a particular fondness for such? It is always prudent to prepare for every eventuality. Furthermore, it is said that too much of a good thing is never bother. Originally, when the ancestors of the Wanshan dynasty learned of Yao Wanli's unilateral decision to expend a third of their accumulated treasures merely to secure Yao Wujing's entry into an inconspicuous sect, their noses flared with indignation. They confronted him with fierce reproach, their expressions akin to those who wished to strike him down. This was clearly the act of a prodigal. However, as Yao Wanli recounted the entire situation, the ancestors' expressions froze in disbelief. Soon their faces transformed into an expression of incredulity. What did you say? The map of mountains and rivers cannot unveil the Divine Sword Sect's essence and fortune. Moreover, during the divination, it backfired, leaving a gash. This is simply unfathomable. In that instant, the ancestors burst into laughter. Wanli, you have performed admirably. This Divine Sword Sect is indeed extraordinary. We must ensure Wujing gains entry. As long as he can successfully join, the treasures given are worth every bit. Indeed, the value of the treasures pales in comparison, an elder remarked. How hypocritical these old fellows are. Yao Wanli felt utterly speechless. Fellow Taoists, what are your thoughts? Father, my lifespan is but 6 months at most, and the Ninely dynasty has taken my fortune through cunning means. I am now less than a common peasant. Would such a powerful and mysterious sect accept a worthless wretch like me? Despite his excitement, Yao Wujing was plagued by trepidation, his heart in turmoil. Initially, when he felt the Divine Sword Sect's call in the depths of his being, he was filled with exhilaration, reigniting the long-dormant flame of martial aspiration. However, as he learned of the sect's might and enigma, anxiety began to take root. This was a sect capable of turning the fortunes of an entire dynasty. Why would they accept a dying failure like himself? Chapter 68, Celestial Phenomena, All Beings Gather. Wujing, do not indulge in such wild thoughts. Many matters are governed by fate or divine will. Consider this, since you have received the call from the Divine Sword Sect in your dreams. It is undoubtedly the work of the sect master, indicating a connection between you. When the time comes, if you show sincere devotion in your visit, the sect master will surely not turn you away. Where sincerity is concerned, even stone may yield. Yi Huangying gently ruffled Yao Wujing's hair, her tone reassuringly firm. Indeed, your call from the Divine Sword Sect, coupled with the lavish gifts from your father, will surely touch the heart of the sect master, and he will welcome you into the fold. Wujing, rest assured, your father will go to great lengths to see you join the Divine Sword Sect. Yao Wanli quickly offered his son a comforting promise. Yes, I will sincerely pay my respects. Must I wait 6 more days? Yao Wujing murmured to himself, his fists clenched, his eyes ablaze with an uncontrollable yearning. He wished he could sprout wings and soar to the Divine Sword Sect. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of the great merchant dynasty, within the queen's chamber. Mother, you are not deceiving me, are you? This month has nearly passed. How much longer must I wait? If the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect misinterprets my delay as a lack of sincere intent and denies my entry, I would rather not live. Ime puffed her cheeks in dissatisfaction. When has your mother ever deceived you? You need not worry. I am far more invested in this matter than you. According to the meticulous calculations of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, 6 days hence is the most favorable date. I have prepared ample gifts, and as soon as the time arrives, I shall personally escort you to the Divine Sword Sect. The martial queen spoke with solemnity. Yet, as she considered the gifts prepared for the Divine Sword Sect, her heart bled. These treasures had been painstakingly collected over time, and parting with them felt akin to losing a piece of her heart. However, she had to steel herself. If it meant ensuring Mayor's successful entry into the sect, it would all be worth it. The treasures were trivial in comparison. The martial queen reassured herself, a glimmer of unwavering resolve shining in her eyes. At that moment, the image of the 9 elders from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion flashed in her mind, recalling the incident when their attempt to divine the essence and fortune of the Divine Sword Sect resulted in their expulsion and injury. She knew well that the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, capable of harnessing the fortune of the entire great merchant dynasty, had failed to yield any information about the Divine Sword Sect, instead leaving the elders wounded and unconscious. From that day forth, she understood the meaning of their always greater powers beyond. The essence and fortune of the Divine Sword Sect were incomparably more potent than that of the entire great merchant dynasty. Now, as the 9 Li dynasty's ambitions to swallow the other 3 dynasties became common knowledge, we, the great merchant dynasty, must prepare for the storm. Otherwise, the consequences would be catastrophic, and even if we managed to survive, our vitality would be severely depleted, leaving us in a state of perpetual decline. The Divine Sword Sect is not only a tremendous opportunity for Mayor, but also a monumental chance for the great merchant dynasty. As she pondered, a glimmer of light flickered deep in the depths of the martial queen's eyes. At the Divine Sword Sect, atop the inverted heaven peak, within the secluded training chamber of the sect master in the Xianhuang Hall, Lin Feng, as always, concluded his training and opened the sect's map to inspect its operations. It had been some time since he last saw Xianyuan Qingtian. He wondered what she was occupied with. Let me take a look, he murmured as he opened the map of Xianyuan Peak. Over 3,000 years ago, Xianyuan Qingtian had entered the path of the sword as a sage-level powerhouse. Not only was she extraordinarily powerful, but her beauty was also renowned, fittingly earning her the title of the Sword Demon Saintess. Initially poisoned by her fiancé, she was then betrayed by a disciple whom she had regarded as a sister, leaving only a remnant soul preserved within the divine void. Previously, Lin Feng had bestowed upon her the chaos green lotus seeds, allowing her to reconstruct her physical form. Now, her strength had returned to the pinnacle of the human king realm. At this rate of recovery, it would not be long before she reached the peak state. On Xianyuan Peak, within the Xianyuan Hall, Xianyuan Qingtian's expression was solemn and grave as she held the Xianyuan divine sword, its tip angled toward the void above. Her left leg grounded while her right leg was drawn back to her left knee, as if preparing for a specific reception. She exuded no discernible aura, resembling an ancient monk in deep meditation, her garments remaining eerily still. Yet, if someone were to stand beside her at that moment, an unsettling chill would undoubtedly arise. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, lifting her flowing hair and causing her white dress to flutter ever so slightly. With a crack, a golden lightning bolt descended from the heavens with a thunderous roar, cleaving the air like a ferocious dragon, illuminating the world as if the very sun had dimmed in its presence. A resounding boom echoed, shaking the earth and sky, rendering countless ears momentarily deafened. As the ground trembled and the heavens spun, beasts of all kinds lay prostrate, quaking in terror. At the epicenter, the Divine Sword Sect quaked as if a catastrophic earthquake had erupted, shaking the 108 peaks. At that moment, another golden bolt of lightning struck, followed closely by a third. These three bolts resembled ancient incantations, summoning an unparalleled terror, an aura that sent chills through the very souls of all present. A ferocious wind arose abruptly, snapping ancient trees in half or uprooting them entirely. Yet the beasts and spirits, cowering on the ground, dared not move, as if a genuine horror was descending upon them, where any movement could mean death. Suddenly, the sky above the Divine Sword Sect was engulfed by rolling black clouds. Within mere breaths, the previously bright sky transformed into an impenetrable darkness, as if day had suddenly turned to night. It was then that Xianyuan Qingtian uttered a few words. Chaos 9 styles, second style, all beings come forth. This phrase, akin to the most ancient of spells, reverberated through the obsidian sky, whereupon a golden sun burst forth, illuminating the entire realm. Following closely, a golden moon ascended, its radiant beams harmonizing with the sun. Soon, golden stars emerged, adorning the celestial expanse, transforming the world into a golden ocean as an overwhelming aura descended, compelling all beings to prostrate. Before the eyes of the beholder, vast swathes of the void vanished, revealing black holes, obliterated under the weight of this piercing energy. Yet, even more terrifying scenes lay ahead. Under this immense pressure, hundreds of miscellaneous disciples found their bodies completely frozen, unable even to blink as they sensed the end of the world approaching. O te disciples li shangnan, mang xiaoxing, and Tuoba Koan were taken aback, feeling as if they were being targeted by an ancient deity, their lives slipping beyond their control while their bodies remained utterly immobilized. Inner disciple Yi Jingyun, sensing the impending doom, was unable to unleash the savage god fist, realizing he had lost control over his own body. The prodigious disciple Yuan Xingxin, feeling this aura, summoned an ancient mirror from her cave dwelling. Though her body was not frozen, the strain was immense, depleting her spiritual energy. She muttered in discontent. Xianyuan Qingtian, this ice-cold girl is up to no good again. How outrageous. 3 breaths later, a resounding sword cry pierced the heavens. Xianyuan Qingtian wielded the Xianyuan Divine Sword, which erupted in dazzling golden light, causing the sun, moon, and stars engraved upon its blade to come alive, resonating with the celestial bodies above. In that golden realm, figures began to gather, warriors riding spirit beasts, wise scholars, elderly sages, innocent children, devoted mothers, farmers, beggars, and crowned kings, all shrouded in indomitable spirit, their voices resonating. Fight. For the heart of the world, fight. For the lives of the people, fight. For peace for all eternity, fight. Fight, fight, fight. With the cosmos in disarray, their battle spirit surged forth, shattering the void, trembling the heavens. The cries of countless souls converged, echoing like thunder across the vastness, their resolve striking fear into the heavens and earth. At this moment, Xianyuan Qingtian commanded, "Concentrate." In the next instant, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The myriad figures and countless spirit beasts in the sky began to visibly shrink, the very space around them warping rapidly, coalescing into a 3-inch-long golden sword. "Gather," she commanded once more. The golden sword emitted a clarion call, slowly flying towards Xianyuan Peak, obliterating the void in its wake, leaving an abyss behind. Moments later, the golden sword rested in Xianyuan Qingtian's palm. Simultaneously, the celestial bodies vanished, the sky darkened, and then returned to its clear, azure splendor. The hundreds of miscellaneous disciples found their bodies moving once again. Though their garments were drenched in cold sweat, the previous events indelibly etched in their minds. That scene and momentum would remain unforgettable for a lifetime. It was terrifying. The aura had stirred their very souls, igniting a yearning to join in the blood sacrifice for Xianyuan. Outer disciples Li Shengnan, Meng Xiaoxing, and Tuoba Kuan were equally drenched in cold sweat, as if they had just returned from the depths of hell. Yet, they were pleasantly surprised to discover a significant enhancement in their physical prowess. The recent events carved an indelible mark upon their spines, a profound realization blossoming within. Inner disciple Yi Jingyun, aghast, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Despite having underestimated the elder's might, he had not anticipated the extent of her terror. For the heart of the world, for the lives of the people, for peace for all eternity. These three phrases struck him profoundly. In that moment, he understood the purpose of his martial cultivation, and his mindset reached an unprecedented elevation. As a practitioner of body refinement, the recent pressure had markedly enhanced his physical strength, solidifying his martial heart. Yuan Xingxin returned the ancient mirror, gasping for breath, then shot a glare toward Xianyuan Peak. This little girl is becoming increasingly outrageous, draining so much of my spiritual energy. It seems I must have a word with her soon. With that, she retreated to her cave dwelling. Is this the power of the Chaos 9 styles, second style? Must it be so terrifying? Lin Feng murmured. Indeed, the sword known as the strongest in the world, the immortal supreme artifact, does not disappoint. Although the true power of that strike was not fully unleashed, even the sheer pressure and momentum made it clear that its might was unparalleled. Had the other elders been present, they would likely have been left in shock. Nevertheless, it matters not. As sect master, I have shared rights. What belongs to Qing Tian is mine. Lin Feng's lips curled into a satisfied smile, reveling in his triumph. On Xianyuan Peak, within the elders' secluded training chamber, Xianyuan Qing Tian sheathed the Xianyuan sword, her strikingly bright black and white eyes gleaming as she examined the energy sword shimmering with golden light in her hand. After a brief moment, she produced a jade sword from her bosom, identical in appearance to the golden sword. Comparing the two, she grasped the golden sword and pressed it directly into the jade sword, then flicked her finger, causing a stream of golden light to burst forth and instantly merge with the newly combined sword. With a swift motion, the dazzling golden light emitted by the sword suddenly retracted, returning it to its crystalline form. Yet within the blade, a golden liquid flowed mysteriously. This was indeed the Divine Manipulation Puppet. The so-called Divine Manipulation Puppet encapsulated one's most formidable strike, compressing it through extraordinary means into an ordinary object, concealing its aura from outsiders while retaining its full potency. Such a Divine Manipulation Puppet, when employed at a crucial moment, could prove pivotal, even a matter of life and death. Many in the cultivation world yearned for this ability, yet few could successfully create one. Regrettably, I was just a hair's breadth away from perfection. If I could flawlessly integrate the power of this strike into the Jade Sword, I believed it could slay even those at the Emperor Realm and catch a half-step Saint off guard. No, I must achieve perfect fusion. There must be a flaw in my process. Xianyuan Qing Tian retrieved the Qian Kuan Sword Classic, gifted to her by the malevolent sect master, and meticulously studied the methods and steps to create the Divine Manipulation Puppet. As she pondered, she murmured softly, I must craft a perfect Divine Manipulation Puppet for the malevolent sect master to repay his kindness. Though I wonder if he will appreciate it. As she spoke, two rosy hues uncontrollably blossomed on Xianyuan Qing Tian's enchanting visage. In that moment, her demeanor and expression bore no resemblance to the domineering queen from moments before. She appeared as a bashful maiden in the throes of first love. Chapter 70. The charm of the sect master is irresistible. Even the sword saint is enchanted. Meanwhile, on the inverted heaven peak, Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. What do you mean by this? I am the epitome of invincible handsomeness. How have I become the malevolent sect master? As he scrutinized Xianyuan Qing Tian's actions on the map, confusion filled his face. Is this commotion truly for the purpose of creating a divine manipulation puppet? For me? I always wondered where she had disappeared to. Turns out she was in seclusion studying the Qian Kuan Sword Classic to produce this puppet, Lin Feng mused. Soon, his expression shifted to one of peculiarity as he observed Xianyuan Qing Tian's bashful demeanor on the map, his mouth slightly agape as he muttered, could it be that Xianyuan Qing Tian harbors feelings for me? What on earth? You, Xianyuan Qing Tian, I saved you from the thunder, and in that moment, I inadvertently held you. Yet you are now fixated on my purity? This is utterly outrageous. Lin Feng, a seasoned individual who had watched countless dramas on Waterblue Star, could easily discern Xianyuan Qing Tian's unvoiced sentiments. Alas, what could he do? His charm was simply too potent, even captivating saintess. Well, let it be. It would be unwise to reject the affections of such a captivating woman. What if she were to act out of spite? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Yet unbeknownst to him, The corners of his mouth had subtly curved upward, a sign of unspoken pride. Dear friends, what do you think? Just as Lin Feng prepared to close the map of inverted heaven peak, a chime resonated. The system detected the host destined maiden had unlocked the second form of chaotic 9 styles. All beings come to pay homage, and was elated to present a promotion gift package. Congratulations! You have obtained the upgraded version of the 9-petal Yin-Yang Sacred Lotus, chaotic Yin-Yang Lotus Root. Congratulations! You have acquired a Dragon Phoenix Pill. Congratulations! You have received the strongest will, Xian Yuan's Pride Template. Congratulations! You have obtained the Sharp Gold Domain. Congratulations! You have unlocked the Qian Kuan Divine Art, unsealed version. Upon hearing the series of delightful notifications from the system, Lin Feng felt immense satisfaction. I must admit, the system is truly benevolent, he whispered to himself. Just moments after Xian Yuan Qing Tian unleashed, all beings come to pay homage. The system promptly provided a promotion gift package. How could this not be considered gracious? Subsequently, Lin Feng sat cross-legged and accessed the system introduction page to begin browsing. The chaotic Yin-Yang Lotus Root, an upgraded version of the 9-petal Yin-Yang Sacred Lotus, when consumed by the destined maiden Xian Yuan Qing Tian, would not only solidify her reconstituted physical form, but also elevate her innate abilities, vitality, comprehension, and foundational aspect to their zenith, reaching a state of immortality. Moreover, it could awaken the hidden, chaotic supreme sword body within her, and at critical moments, through collaborative cultivation of the Qian Kuan Divine Art, it could facilitate a resurrection, achieving a profound connection of hearts. The Dragon Phoenix Pill was a royal-grade elixir for restoring and enhancing spiritual power. Upon consumption, it would instantly restore one's spiritual energy to its peak, granting the power of 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes, applicable to royal-level martial artists and below. However, those with subpar physiques were forbidden from consuming it, lest they perish. The Xian Yuan's Pride Template possessed an essence of the Xian Yuan Divine Sword's might, pride, and sharpness, culminating in the creation of the strongest, indomitable golden body, resilient against the pressures of heaven and earth. The Sharp Gold Domain comprised a realm of sharp gold energy, containing the most potent sharp gold attributes of spiritual power in existence. Within this domain, one could cultivate the spiritual energy required for the chaotic 9 styles, unleashing the ultimate power of the first form, and also opening the gateway to the Qian Kuan Divine Art, unsealed version. The Qian Kuan Divine Art, unsealed version encapsulated the true essence of the Qian Kuan Divine Art, the most powerful technique in existence. The host merely needed to pass through the trials of the Sharp Gold Domain to unlock the authentic path of cultivation. After perusing the system's descriptions, Lin Feng was beaming with exhilaration. This was indeed a remarkable boon, a timely blessing akin to rain after a prolonged drought. He was aware that his spiritual energy had already reached the level of the spirit infant realm, yet his cultivation realm remained stagnant at the 8th stage of transformation. This had caused him considerable distress. Among the outer disciples, inner disciples, prodigious disciples, and sect elders, every individual's realm surpassed his own. Was this acceptable for a sect master? Now, with the Qian Kuan Divine Art, unsealed version, and the fortifying effects of the Dragon Phoenix Pill, breaking through the 8th stage of transformation would be an effortless endeavor, potentially even propelling him into the spirit infant realm. After all, this was imbued with the power of 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes. What a fortune this was! Just as Lin Feng was about to delve into the Qian Kuan Divine Art, unsealed version, a thought struck him, prompting him to access the Xian Yuan's pride within the virtual space. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed in his mind, and a flurry of images flashed before him. When he regained his bearings, he found himself standing atop inverted heaven peak, flanked by Xian Yuan Qing Tian, Yuan Sheng Xian, Du Gu Qing Ming, Yi Jing Yun, Yi Xian, Li Shang Nan, Meng Xiao Xing, Tua Ba Kuan, and several unfamiliar faces. Beneath them, countless disciples of the Divine Sword Sect gathered in the plaza outside the Yan and Huang hall, their expressions grave as they clutched their magical artifacts. Sensing that a dire threat loomed over the sect, abruptly, a chillingly soft yet sinister laugh echoed from the void. Shortly thereafter, a towering figure clad in a blood-red robe, exuding an aura of terrifying power and wielding a long blade as crimson as blood, materialized before them. The space within 100 feet around him shattered under his oppressive presence. Lin Feng was certain that this red-robed figure was the most fearsome entity he had ever encountered. Lin Feng, today I present you with a choice. Willingly surrender your 3 wives, Xian Yuan Qing Tian, Yuan Sheng Xian, and Du Gu Qing Ming, to me, and then take your own life. In return, I may consider sparing the remaining useless disciples of the Divine Sword Sect, the red-robed figure sneered. What the hell? What on earth is happening? Was I not preparing to merge Xian Yuan's pride within the Xianhuang Hall? Who is this terrifying figure that has suddenly appeared before me? Have I wronged you in any way? This is utterly outrageous. In an instant, countless questions swirled in my mind, but more than anything, I was consumed by fury. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Anyone who insults the esteemed sect master shall perish. Before Lin Feng could utter a word, numerous disciples in the square had already begun to shout in anger, many unleashing their divine abilities and martial techniques towards the figure clad in red robes. Ants, the figure in red sneered, effortlessly slicing through the air with a single, sweeping motion. In that moment, the entire world transformed into a crimson abyss. As if one were standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the overwhelming malevolence crashing down like thunder. A scarlet blade of light, thousands of feet long, descended from the heavens, devouring all the disciples' attacks and enveloping the square in a sea of blood. In the next second, Chapter 71, Xian Yuan's Pride. A terrifying illusion, the chilling malevolence obliterated the Xianhuang Hall, countless disciples turning to mere blood. I shall grant you 3 breaths to contemplate your fate. The figure in red did not even glance at the square, merely mocking Lin Feng with a sardonic gaze. Consider your fate, indeed. I shall turn you into ash today. As Lin Feng surveyed the desolate square, his mind exploded with rage, his heart weeping in anguish. Coming to his senses, he prepared to charge at the figure in red, disregarding any thoughts of its horror. Life for a life, a principle as ancient as time. However, just as he attempted to move, his expression turned pale. He realized he was utterly immobilized, bound by an invisible, terrifying force. In the Xianhuang Hall, Lin Feng stood there, visibly distressed, his body thrashing in place. In the illusion. Come on, why don't you come? I await your futile attempts to turn me to dust. But do you dare? Do you possess the ability? The figure in red regarded Lin Feng with disdain, as if viewing mere vermin. How dare you presume to challenge the sect master? I, Yi Jingyun of the Divine Sword Sect, along with my fellow disciples, shall take your wretched life. As the words fell, Yi Jingyun, Yi Xian, Li Shangnan, Meng Xiaoxing, Tuoba Koan, and several unfamiliar disciples surged toward the figure in red. Fools! The figure in red smirked, sweeping its blade horizontally. The crimson blade surged forth like a raging torrent. Crack! Crack! The disciples, led by Yi Jingyun, were effortlessly shredded like paper, their remains obliterated. Lin Feng coughed up blood, frantically channeling the Qinkoan divine art, pushing the chaotic pressure to its limits, desperately seeking to break free and exact vengeance upon the demon before him. In reality, Lin Feng did not spit blood. Rather, a terrifying aura radiated from him. In the illusion, at that moment, Xian Yuan Qing Tian, Yuan Xing Xin, and Du Gu Qing Ming exchanged a profound glance with Lin Feng, their eyes brimming with deep reluctance. My beloved, you must survive and avenge us, they implored in unison, then exchanged a knowing look before vanishing into the void 100 feet away from the figure in red. The Xian Yuan divine sword in Xian Yuan Qing Tian's grasp radiated unprecedented sharpness. The ancient mirror in you, when Sheng Xin's hand, exuded an aura of unparalleled holiness and grandeur. The black axe held by Du Gu Qing Ming emanated a battle spirit that could dim the heavens. Should you manage to unleash the true power of any one of these 3 immortal supreme artifacts, I would reconsider. Alas, you cannot even muster a third of their might. I advise you to obediently submit to me. Do not seek death over a worthless Lin Feng. The figure in red scrutinized the 3 women, a mockery painted across its features. The trio shouted in unison, unleashing the golden giant sword, the 9-colored ancient mirror, and the black giant axe towards the figure in red. Excellent. If that is your resolve, then allow me to accommodate your desires. The figure's demeanor turned icy as it formed an arcane blade technique with its left hand, sweeping its right hand horizontally. The blood-red blade surged forth from the tip, rippling towards Xian Yuan Qing Tian and her companions. No, 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 you must return. Flee quickly. Lin Feng's voice cracked as he shouted, his body trembling uncontrollably, an overwhelming sense of dread flooding his heart. As the words left his lips, the Xian Yuan Divine Sword, the nine-colored ancient mirror, and the black giant axe were effortlessly deflected by the crimson blade. Yet the crimson blade surged on, slicing through the three women in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. Three faint sounds echoed, and the three women shuddered slightly, a small gash appearing at their throats, blood gushing forth like a fountain, painting the skies red. They turned with great difficulty to look at Lin Feng, their eyes filled with unwillingness and sorrow, struggling to speak, but ultimately, nothing escaped their lips as their bodies fell from the height of 100 feet onto the square below. Even in death, their eyes remained open, fixed upon Lin Feng's position in midair. Ah, no. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng was unable to suppress the torrents of blood erupting from him, his hair standing on end, his eyes burning crimson like blood, resembling a wounded primordial beast, his expression wild and frenzied. An unprecedented savage rage surged within him. In reality, Lin Feng exuded an overwhelming killing intent, his fists clenched tightly, trembling uncontrollably, his nails piercing into his palms without him realizing. In the illusion, ants are but ants, helplessly watching as their disciples and loved ones are slain. Useless. The figure in red appeared beside Lin Feng in the blink of an eye, raising a hand to slap him down from the heights of 100 feet to the square below. I have eradicated your disciples with a single blow. Your women have been severed by my blade. You worthless being cannot perish so easily. Before Lin Feng could react, the figure in red had already appeared in front of him, mocking him as it struck Lin Feng down like a mere sandbag. Perhaps you should kneel and beg for mercy, and I might spare your worthless life. Observing Lin Feng sprawled on the ground like a heap of refuse, the figure in red's tone was laced with amusement. How dare you dream of that? I would rather die than bow to you. Let me tell you, if you do not kill me today, then mark my words, I shall repay this grudge 1,000-fold in the future. With disheveled hair, Lin Feng trembled as he stood, baring his teeth in a sinister grin. At this moment, he discovered he could move again, though gravely injured, devoid of any fighting strength. His ability to stand was driven solely by sheer will. In reality, Lin Feng's aura surged, the surrounding space buzzing as if it could scarcely withstand the weight of his presence. In illusion, Lin Feng was repeatedly struck to the ground by the figure in red, yet he rose time and again. Simultaneously, his indomitable spirit and unyielding pride began to ferment within him, a surge of blood rising in his chest. As the illusion continued to torment him, the intensity of his fervor grew increasingly astonishing, hinting at an impending breakthrough. In reality, despite the pain etched on his face, the fire in his eyes burned with unwavering determination, as if an unshakable belief resided within him, undaunted, even if he had to tread upon blades or endure flames. At that moment, within the Yan and Huang hall, a shimmering mini-skeleton of golden light materialized before Lin Feng. As Lin Feng's resolve solidified, the radiance emitted from the skeleton intensified, releasing an arcane aura that shattered the surrounding void. However, amidst it all, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the reality surrounding him, for his consciousness had thoroughly immersed itself in a world of illusions. Within this ethereal realm, Lin Feng continued to endure the brutal assaults of the figure in red, repeatedly being knocked to the ground. As he lost count of the times he had risen from the earth, a surge of indomitable spirit and pride erupted within him, compelling him to gather all his strength and deliver a powerful blow that sent the red figure crashing to the ground. In that fleeting moment, as the figure fell, a previously obscured visage became clear, morphing into Lin Feng's own likeness before dissipating into a gentle breeze. Simultaneously, the bodies of Xian Yuan Qing Tian, Yuan Sheng Xian, and Du Gu Qing Ming, who lay lifeless on the ground, twisted and vanished into thin air. At that instant, Lin Feng's tumultuous emotions settled, and a profound realization dawned upon him. It turned out that all he had just experienced was but an illusion. The figure in red was a mere imagined adversary, or perhaps an alternate version of himself, conjured from his negative emotions, fear, cowardice, and weakness. His tranquility did not stem from defeating the red figure, but rather from conquering himself and overcoming the negativity that plagued his heart. From that moment forth, a profound sense of enlightenment enveloped him. As if nothing in the world could compel Lin Feng to bow or submit. His spine would remain forever unyielding. In a tangible world, the golden skeleton before Lin Feng suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance. This golden light spiraled forth from the skeleton, hovering momentarily in mid-air before penetrating the crown of Lin Feng's head and vanishing instantaneously. Concurrently, an ancient and desolate aura surged forth from the skeleton, reminiscent of tumultuous waves and cataclysmic forces, rendering even divine beings inconsequential in its presence. At that moment, Lin Feng's eyes flew open, drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing with trepidation. It was this overwhelming aura that had jolted him back to reality. Upon witnessing the skeleton radiating golden light before him, Lin Feng instinctively swallowed hard. Is this truly the template of Xian Yuan's pride? Could it be something more extraordinary? He murmured, despite his vivid imagination. He had never envisioned the template of Xian Yuan's pride appearing in such a form. It was unmistakably a miniature skeleton. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a twinge of discontent regarding the system. Once calm, he began to scrutinize the golden skeleton before him. This skeleton, standing no taller than a foot, exuded an astonishing aura of pride and resilience, as if nothing, neither cataclysm nor calamity, could ever shake its resolve. The golden skeleton hovered in the void, seated in a meditative posture, its every bone gleaming with a resplendent golden light that illuminated the entire training chamber. As Lin Feng gazed upon the floating skeleton, uncertainty washed over him, for the system had provided no introduction. However, as he continued to observe, a sense of irritation began to brew within him. Beneath the brow of the golden skeleton were two hollow cavities, yet Lin Feng distinctly sensed that it was scrutinizing him. Moreover, despite the gaping mouth, he could clearly perceive that it was mocking his vulnerability. What? Has this skeleton gained sentience? How dare it mock me? Lin Feng seethed. Recognizing this affront, he unleashed a punch toward the golden skeleton. How audacious for such a diminutive being to exhibit such arrogance. Yet, to his astonishment, the golden skeleton surged forward, effortlessly passing through Lin Feng's fist and colliding with his chest. Lin Feng was struck with a chilling dread, instinctively attempting to grasp and discard the intruder. However, as the golden skeleton made contact with his heart, a surge of golden brilliance erupted, transforming the skeleton into countless specks of golden light that seeped through Lin Feng's pores. Instantly, an unbearable pain enveloped him, a torment that transcended mere physical discomfort, emanating from the very marrow of his bones. Cold sweat streamed down Lin Feng's forehead as he crumpled to the ground, his body curling into the shape of a cooked shrimp, convulsing uncontrollably. It felt as though every bone within him had shattered in that moment, leaving him utterly powerless to even move a finger. Yet, this was no mere illusion. He could vividly witness his limbs and bones being ground to dust by the golden light. Surrounding each shattered fragment was a layer of golden energy, tirelessly attempting to mend the broken bones. However, the pace of repair fell woefully short of the destruction. As soon as one area was restored, it was forcefully pulverized anew. It is known that human bones house marrow, which contains nerves. Any slight touch can induce unimaginable pain. Thus, one can only fathom the extent of Lin Feng's suffering at this moment. Moreover, it was not just one bone that had fractured, but rather, every single bone within his body lay in ruin. If it were anyone else, even those vastly more powerful than Lin Feng would surely succumb to unconsciousness under such torment. Yet, Lin Feng remained steadfast, for during his previous trial with the Xian Yuan Divine Sword, he had forged an indomitable heart of courage, allowing him to withstand any pain. Consequently, the excruciating agony not only failed to render him unconscious, but also sharpened his senses. As time wore on, Lin Feng sensed a flicker of information brewing within him, a message brought forth by the pride of Xian Yuan, to devour Lin Feng's consciousness and seize control of his body. Would Lin Feng acquiesce? Despite the agony rendering him nearly lifeless, he resolutely maintained clarity in his mind, refusing to let the pride of Xian Yuan usurp his existence. The pride of Xian Yuan relentlessly shattered Lin Feng's bones and tormented his nerves, seeking to render him unconscious. One was the pride of Xian Yuan, the other, a figure with an undaunted heart. Who would prevail was uncertain until the final moment. Lin Feng understood that this was a genuine battle of life and death. He had experienced a similar ordeal within the Qian Kuan Divine Abyss, where the system would not always come to his aid. Sometimes he had to rely solely on himself. If he could not endure this time, he would cease to exist as Lin Feng. Thus, he must persevere, gritting his teeth through the unbearable pain. In that instant, a fierce struggle ensued between Lin Feng's consciousness and the destructive force of the pride of Xian Yuan, a relentless tug-of-war for survival. The battleground was Lin Feng's very own body. Each side pressed forward, refusing to yield, neither showing mercy. As time slowly passed, Lin Feng was astonished to discover that the excruciating pain began to wane. This revelation invigorated him, filling him with renewed confidence. This was to be expected. After the pride of Xian Yuan had shattered Lin Feng's bones, it repeatedly attempted to repair them. Though this process inflicted inhumane suffering upon Lin Feng, it simultaneously endowed his body with the attributes of the pride of Xian Yuan. With each iteration, Lin Feng's bones grew progressively stronger, while the pride of Xian Yuan expended its energy. In this ebb and flow, the pain was inevitably alleviated. Furthermore, once the pride of Xian Yuan completely assimilated into Lin Feng's being, the battle would come to an end. The scales of victory began to tilt in Lin Feng's favor, as unbearable pain gradually transformed into something tolerable. As time passed, the agony evolved into a persistent itch, and eventually, into a profound sense of relief, a sensation akin to enlightenment that allowed every pore of his being to expand and breathe freely. Sensing that the pride of Xian Yuan still resisted, albeit faintly, Lin Feng let out a resolute cry, unleashing a surge of consciousness that crushed the resistance. Chapter 73. Do not gaze upon the indecent. I shall send you flying with a single blow. Boom! In that moment, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming lightness envelop him, as tranquility descended upon his entire being. Almost simultaneously, a sigh seemed to echo in Lin Feng's ears, brimming with gratification and a sense of relief. He had encountered this sound before, though unknowingly at the time. Remaining motionless on the ground for a quarter of an hour, Lin Feng slowly rose, utterly drained by the ordeal. Recalling the preceding events, he felt as if he had awakened from a dream, struggling to believe their reality. Merely integrating a pride of Xuan Yuan had subjected him to such dramatic highs and lows. In the illusory space, he had witnessed disciples slain before his eyes and his beloved mercilessly cut down, powerless to intervene, a sensation he never wished to experience again. The brutal oppression of the pride of Xuan Yuan had plunged him into a hellish existence. At that moment, Lin Feng gained a profound understanding. While his system was formidable, it was merely an external aid he could not rely on entirely. Ultimately, self-reliance was paramount. Only by becoming powerful could he protect those he cared for and safeguard his sect and disciples from manipulation. He shuddered to think what he would become if Xianyuan Qingtian and the others were killed and the Divine Sword Sect destroyed. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Lin Feng prepared to assess the benefits bestowed by the pride of Xianyuan, anticipating them given the magnitude of the event. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that each bone contained immense power. He felt capable of shattering a mountain with a mere punch, relying solely on the power within his bones, without any spiritual energy or martial techniques. To his delight, this power was not inert but vibrant. He sensed a warm, domineering energy circulating through his bones in a profound pattern. This circulation not only provided indescribable comfort, but also subtly augmented the energy itself, promising boundless potential over time. Following the system's instructions, Lin Feng subtly manipulated the energy, causing his bones to emit a deep rumble, like the suppressed roar of a primeval beast. He lightly threw a punch into the air, creating a black hole in the void where his fist landed, despite the absence of any grand spectacle or intense energy fluctuations. He exclaimed, impressed by the potency of the pride of Xianyuan. The ability to unleash such power through physical strength alone was exceptional. Self-empowerment was indeed paramount. He could simply obliterate any supernatural power with a single punch. Lin Feng murmured, a faint smile gracing his lips. This was not mere self-indulgence. After all, any supernatural power or martial technique required time to prepare, while Lin Feng could strike instantly. Composing himself, Lin Feng was about to close the Xianyuan Peak map when he noticed Xianyuan Qingtian, who was crafting a supernatural puppet, suddenly cough up blood and collapse. Her aura weakened drastically, and her reconstructed body showed signs of disintegration. She clutched the golden sword tightly in her hand. Alarmed, Lin Feng vanished from the sect master's training chamber, reappearing beside Xianyuan Qingtian. He cradled her in his arms and placed her on a nearby stone bed. Checking her breath and pulse, his brow furrowed deeply. He lamented her decision to risk herself for a supernatural puppet, which paled in comparison to her own value. He had finally acquired such an excellent elder, and he could not bear the thought of losing her. He questioned her decision to endanger herself in the process. His eyes reddened, and his voice trembled as he gazed at her pale face. Unsure of how to proceed, he realized his limitations as a novice cultivator. He considered seeking help from Yuan Xingxin, who possessed healing abilities due to her chaotic Yin spirit body. He resolved to heal Xianyuan Qingtian and started toward the outer gate. However, he stopped abruptly, berating his foolishness. He turned back and summoned 2 golden treasures before Xianyuan Qingtian, the chaotic Yin-Yang Lotus Root Remnant and the Dragon Phoenix Pill. The Lotus Root could revive the dead, and the pill could restore spiritual power, making them ideal for her condition. Lin Feng surmised that she had suffered a backlash from overexerting her spiritual power while crafting the puppet. Rushing to her side, he propped her up and inserted the lotus root into her mouth. It dissolved instantly, flowing down her throat. Suddenly, she trembled, unleashing a domineering aura that resembled a sharp sword. Her white dress disintegrated, revealing her body. The surrounding space fractured under the force of the aura. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically as he maximized his chaotic pressure to withstand the aura. The lotus root had awakened the chaotic supreme sword body within her. Without the pressure, he would have been reduced to mist. Embarrassed by the unexpected turn of events, he tried to avert his gaze. Soon, the aura returned to Xianyuan Qingtian. As Lin Feng prepared to cover her, a 9-colored halo enveloped her body, rapidly restoring her flesh. In a short time, her body stabilized and radiated a divine aura. Her skin glowed, revealing the flow of marrow beneath. The ethereal beauty surpassed that of ice and jade by countless magnitudes. Suddenly, the resplendent halo transformed into luminous specks reminiscent of fireflies, permeating through every pore of her being, exuding an extraordinary and dreamlike aura. As time progressed, the shimmering points around her diminished, yet her soul grew increasingly solid and formidable. Lin Feng distinctly sensed a terrifying pressure emanating from her spirit. This treasure, imbued with the essence of chaos, was indeed extraordinary. Throughout this process, it not only elevated Xianyuan Qingtian's physical form to its zenith, but also rapidly enhanced her soul. As the final luminescent point melded into Xianyuan Qingtian's body, the atmosphere within the training chamber became tumultuous, akin to the reversal of yin and yang. As waves of invisible vitality enveloped Xianyuan Qingtian, flooding into her very essence. If someone were outside the chamber at that moment, they would witness countless flora withering at an alarming rate, their life force completely drained within moments. Indeed, all the vitality from those plants had converged within Xianyuan Qingtian. This process did not linger long before it ceased, and a refreshing, natural aura began to emanate from her, a testament to the peak of life force. At that instant, if anyone were hovering above the training chamber, they would undoubtedly behold the ethereal silhouette of a divine phoenix circling, with rich purple energy swirling and various celestial phenomena manifesting. Of course, Lin Feng remained oblivious to all this, feeling somewhat dazed and entranced as he occasionally frowned while gazing at Xianyuan Qingtian. Logically, the complete refinement of the chaotic yin-yang lotus remnant root signified a resurrection. Indeed, her physical and spiritual forms had ascended to the pinnacle, even more perfect and powerful than before. Her skin radiated brilliance, exuding a noble and mysterious aura, while her figure was breathtakingly perfect, as though sculpted by the hands of the heavens, neither overly voluptuous nor too slender. Moreover, unbeknownst to him, a petite golden sword-shaped mark at her brow revealed its true form, resembling a miniature version of the Xianyuan Divine Sword, exuding an aura of mystery, nobility, and unparalleled dominance. Such strange phenomena suggested that Qingtian had indeed transcended her previous state, yet why did she not awaken? Could it be that she still required the Dragon and Phoenix Pill to restore her spiritual energy? That seemed implausible, considering the formidable energy radiating from her. Regardless, it was a precious remedy. Consuming it could do no harm, so he might as well give it a try, Lin Feng murmured. He then pulled the blanket over Xianyuan Qingtian's form, inadvertently startling a nearby rabbit. While berating himself, he administered the dragon and phoenix pill into Xianyuan Qingtian's mouth, gently patting her back to aid its descent. Fellow cultivators, do not misconstrue his intentions. Lin Feng was merely assisting with the pill, devoid of ulterior motives. What are you doing? A cold voice suddenly pierced the air beside him. Feeding her the pill. Lin Feng responded instinctively, glancing towards Xianyuan Qingtian, only to be taken aback as she remained with her eyes shut. Before he could finish his thought, he looked up sharply, and to his astonishment, he found a woman clad in white standing 3 paces away. At first, this seemed inconsequential, but this woman bore an uncanny resemblance to the Xianyuan Qingtian in his arms. From her facial features and physique to her demeanor and attire. The sole distinction was that this sudden apparition was exponentially more powerful, her strength magnified countless times. She emitted no discernible aura, merely gazing at Lin Feng. Yet, he felt as though her glances were not merely gazes, but rather 2 Xianyuan divine swords, rendering him incapable of rebellion. In fact, with just a single glance, his demise seemed inevitable. Such was his most genuine sentiment, devoid of exaggeration. Who are you? Lin Feng stammered, fixated on the woman in white, paralyzed with fear. Do you not think it's peculiar for Lin Feng, with his pride of Xianyuan, to be fearful? The white-clad woman said coldly. In the face of such a vast disparity in power, can you truly remain unafraid? Who permitted you to feed her the pill? She demanded. Lin Feng stammered. I was saving her. Surely, there are no repercussions? Her voice grew utterly foolish. Do you not understand the consequences of your actions? I have no desire to waste my breath on someone so dim-witted. Should you dare to act thus again, I shall show no mercy. With that, she shot Lin Feng a frigid glare, raising her delicate hand slightly. He felt a sudden emptiness in his arms as Xianyuan Qingtian was uncontrollably drawn toward the woman in white. Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "What are you doing?" Before he could finish, his eyes widened in disbelief. The woman in white erupted in radiant golden light, instantly enveloping both her and Xianyuan Qingtian as they spun together, leaving behind countless phantoms. As their rotation quickened, Lin Feng could clearly see their forms gradually merging. You mad woman! Stop this at once! Do you dare seize my Qingtian? He bellowed in rage, charging forward with clenched fists. Chapter 75, Celestial Phenomena, Dragon and Phoenix Ascendant. However, as his fists made contact with the swirling golden light, an overwhelming force surged through him, sending him crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, collapsing to the ground. As he attempted to rise, a bolt of golden light struck him, pinning him in place. He could neither move nor utter a word, his expression frozen in shock. Moments later, as the golden light dissipated, the 2 figures had completely fused, radiating an unmatched and formidable aura, imbued with both decisiveness and benevolence. Lin Feng remained stupefied, his eyes wide and mouth agape, utterly bewildered as to whether the Xianyuan Qingtian before him was the original or the result of the white-clad woman as possession. Xianyuan Qingtian fixed her icy gaze upon Lin Feng and suddenly spoke, I shall wait for 5 days. Should you fail to return by then, the consequences will be yours to bear. Lin Feng was utterly confounded, unsure of her intentions. At that moment, Xianyuan Qingtian flicked her finger, unleashing a stream of golden light that shot forth like a celestial lasso, wrapping around Lin Feng. His expression shifted dramatically as she tugged the other end of the golden rope, and he felt an irresistible gentle force envelop him. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing atop Xianyuan Peak, Xianyuan Qingtian beside him. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted throughout the heavens, sending reverberations through the entire Divine Sword Sect. Countless spiritual and demonic beasts froze in place, trembling and prostrating themselves in fear, rendered immobile. Hundreds of disciples, both outer and inner, rushed out of their quarters, eager to discern the cause of the commotion. Even the powerful Yuan Xingxin, upon sensing this overwhelming wave of spiritual energy, soared into the sky, his expression grave as he fixated on a particular point in the heavens. Even the golden dragon of fortune within the celestial chart widened its eyes in shock and disbelief, as if sensing an impending calamity. With a thunderous roar, the majestic dragon's cry echoed across the expanse, while the piercing phoenix's song resonated through the skies. At nearly the same instant, 9 colossal golden figures tore through the void, striding upon clouds with an air of pride and grace, revealing themselves as 9 magnificent, 10,000-foot-long, 9-clawed golden dragons. Following closely behind these dragons were 9 translucent, immense figures, their wings unfurled to a staggering length, manifesting as 9 exquisitely beautiful ice phoenixes. In that moment, a searing heat, reminiscent of incinerating all in its path, swept across the heavens and the earth. The space within 100 feet of the golden dragons was instantly consumed by this fervent aura, rendering it null and void. As the entire Divine Sword Sect transformed into a sea of flames, visible waves of transparent heat rising around Xian'er. In the next heartbeat, a frigid chill, capable of freezing all living beings, surged across 100,000 miles. The space around the ice phoenixes was swiftly encased in ice, shattering into a sky filled with sparkling frost, enveloping the Divine Sword Sect in a silvery shroud. The two extreme energies exchanged incessantly, causing the entire Divine Sword Sect to oscillate rapidly between these two polarities. Witnessing this awe-inspiring spectacle, the disciples of the sect were left utterly dumbfounded, trembling uncontrollably. Moments ago, they were drenched in sweat from the heat, and now they felt as if they had been cast into the depths of a chilling abyss, their beads of perspiration freezing in place. Most terrifying was that this overwhelming heat and frigid cold transcended mere physical sensation, tormenting their very souls. Lin Feng, equally astonished, stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, his throat dry. It is no exaggeration to say that the mere sneeze of these golden dragons and ice phoenixes could obliterate all life on the Miao Peak. This was Lin Feng's most immediate conclusion. He was desperate to comprehend the nature of this phenomenon, the soul of a divine beast. Yuan Xingxin, hovering 100 feet in the air, gasped softly, her profound gaze narrowing slightly, fixated intently on the terrifying auras of the golden dragons and ice phoenixes. As she understood, beings of formidable cultivation, even if their physical forms were to perish, their souls could linger within the world, akin to powerful humans, capable of revival when the time was ripe. Dragons and phoenixes, by their very nature, reign above all beasts, possessing unparalleled strength, and are among the 4 divine beasts alongside the white tiger and the black tortoise, inherently capable of preserving their divine souls. In her past life, Yuan Xingxin had been an emperor-level powerhouse, well-versed in the extraordinary, upon first sighting the massive golden dragons and ice phoenixes in the sky. She presumed them to be the divine souls of these mythical creatures. Yet, upon closer inspection, her brows furrowed, for she could not detect any traces of souls emanating from the golden dragons and ice phoenixes. Soon, an epiphany struck her, a look of horror crossing her features as she murmured, "These 9 golden dragons and 9 ice phoenixes are, in fact, pure energy bodies formed from the extremes of spiritual power within this world." Despite her vast experiences as an emperor, she had never encountered anyone capable of manifesting energy bodies of dragons and phoenixes. It was utterly astonishing. As for the true dragons and phoenixes, they were legendary entities. This situation was indeed peculiar. Could it be the great ability of the young sect master? Within the sect, only the young sect master possessed such extraordinary prowess. In her musings, Yuan Xingxin's gaze suddenly locked onto Lin Feng, her eyes flickering with a myriad of emotions. However, when her peripheral vision fell upon Xianyuan Qingtian, her brow knitted in confusion and surprise, for she had suddenly realized that although Xianyuan Qingtian's realm was merely that of a human king, the aura she exuded was immensely powerful, at least that of a true king, and she emanated a rather unfamiliar presence. How strange. What is happening? Yuan Xingxin murmured. Just as doubts began to swirl in her mind, an extraordinary event unfolded in the sky. The 9 golden dragons emitted a resounding dragon's roar in unison, merging into a singular golden dragon, now 100 feet long, its flowing golden light even more dazzling, radiating an intensity of heat magnified 100-fold. Simultaneously, The 9 ice phoenixes let out a harmonious phoenix cry, coalescing into a single ice phoenix, equally 100 feet in wingspan, appearing extraordinarily divine, as if brought to life, with an intensified aura of cold emanating from it. In the next moment, the two colossal figures intertwined in a magnificent dance, their 100-foot bodies radiant, one gleaming with gold, the other crystalline and translucent, filling the cosmos with a blinding brilliance. Chapter 76. The Enchantress Xianyuan Qingtian, the realm of sharp gold simultaneously, the overwhelming, domineering heat energy and the ice-cold energy that sealed the heavens surged forth, creating a wave of despair among the disciples of the sect. In the face of this insurmountable energy assault, they felt like mere ants on the brink of annihilation. Retreat! Yuan Shengxin shouted to the disciples below, her form flashing 100 feet away. Despite her formidable strength, she too could not withstand the force of this energy. The dragon's roar reverberated deafeningly, and the phoenix's cry resonated melodiously. The golden dragon and ice phoenix spiraled above, embodying an auspicious omen. After a moment, both the dragon and phoenix dove down with tremendous force, their target unmistakably Lin Feng and Xianyuan Qingtian atop Xianyuan Peak. Boom! The entire Divine Sword Sect trembled violently, as if the heavens were collapsing, accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy far stronger than before. Miao Peak was suddenly enveloped in a radiance bright as day. After a brief moment of blindness, the light gradually dissipated, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy began to settle, as if the world itself had momentarily fallen silent. In that fleeting moment of blindness, Xianyuan Qingtian casually waved at the void, and a golden door materialized out of thin air. She reached out, grasping Lin Feng and tossing him through the golden door, causing him to vanish in an instant. Concurrently, the golden door disappeared without a trace. Xianyuan Qingtian gazed complexly in the direction Lin Feng had vanished, murmuring, "I hope you do not disappoint me." If Lin Feng had been present, he would have discerned that her tone bore half the essence of Xianyuan Qingtian and the other half that of a woman clad in white. Unfortunately, he was no longer here to hear her words. Where had he been thrown? The disciples of the sect were oblivious to this turn of events. Only Yuan Shengxin's expression transformed, a mix of surprise and dismay, tinged with anger. She clearly witnessed the dragon and phoenix entering the bodies of the young sect master and Xianyuan Qingtian, while the young sect master was also hurled into the void by Xianyuan Qingtian. Could it be the legendary divine-level fusion elixir, the Dragon Phoenix Pill? How audacious, Xianyuan Qingtian! Do you not have any shame? You actually used your beauty to ensnare the young sect master into revealing the Dragon Phoenix Pill, intending to secretly fuse with him and become the sect master's consort, seeking to monopolize the young sect master. This is utterly outrageous. And you, the young sect master, how could you be so bewitched by that enchantress Xianyuan Qingtian? What does she possess that is so appealing? Is she not just fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged like the rest of us? I am far more charming and adorable than she is. Have your eyes grown atop your head? Arg, this infuriates me. No, I cannot allow this enchantress to succeed. Yuan Shengxin muttered angrily, stamping her foot before vanishing back to her cave, her emerald-like eyes swirling as she pondered her thoughts. What the hell? Where's this place? Why does it feel so disorienting? The moment Lin Feng was thrown through the golden door, he felt as if the world were spinning, and he lost consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar space. Lying on the ground, he felt a sharp pain in his back, and with a gasp he sprang to his feet. As he looked up, he beheld an endless expanse of golden desert, transparent waves of spiritual energy swirling around him, seemingly intent on shredding this space to pieces. That white-clad woman who possessed Xianyuan Qingtian, is she taking things too far? I was minding my own business, trying to save my family, when you inexplicably barged in and berated me without cause. You even summoned a golden dragon to threaten my very existence, casting me into this wretched place. I bear no grudge against you, even if you resemble my beloved. You cannot impose your will by sheer force, can you? Fortunately, I possess this supreme, chaotic body that devoured the golden dragon's power. Otherwise, I would have surely fallen victim to your reckless tyranny. Just you wait. I shall emerge from here and compel you to kneel and call me father. Of course, such thoughts can only remain in my mind, for I lack the ability to make anyone kneel before me. and provoking you would likely lead to dire consequences. However, I am not overly concerned about Xianyuan Qingtian. From the few words exchanged, it is evident that the woman in white cares for her well-being and would not harm her. The mystery of their shared identity can only be unraveled once I escape this terrifying realm filled with sharp, formidable spiritual energy. Is this cursed place devoid of mercy? As I felt the excruciating pain beneath my feet, I began to curse under my breath, yet I quickly regained my composure. At last, someone has arrived? In the midst of my contemplation, an aged and resonant voice echoed through the air. Startled by the suddenness of its emergence, I instinctively retreated a few steps and scanned my surroundings, but I saw no one. Am I hallucinating? Just as this thought crossed my mind, the voice spoke again. Who permitted your entry? Why do you appear so weak and feeble? My head was filled with black lines. Did I choose to come to this wretched place? Do I truly appear so weak? Before I could respond, the voice continued. Indeed, not only do you possess the supreme, chaotic body, but you also harbor 9 types of unparalleled spiritual roots. The combination of these two makes you a rare prodigy, which explains your presence here. Were these 9 chaotic spiritual roots? You know about my supreme chaotic body? I was taken aback and asked, esteemed elder, may I inquire who you are? The mysterious old man replied, you possess extraordinary talent and potential, given your current age. Your cultivation should at least be at the innate stage. Why then do you languish as an insignificant 8th-level transformation realm? Your physical foundation is utterly deplorable, a sheer waste of your gifts. I remained speechless. The old man continued, enough. Having someone is better than having no one at all. Otherwise, I will be bored to death. This realm is known as the Sharp Gold Domain, composed of metal-type spiritual energy, making it an excellent place for cultivation. Your arrival here signifies a stroke of luck. If you can pass the trial, you will reap unforeseen rewards. Upon hearing that this is the Sharp Gold Domain, I was astonished, my disbelief palpable. Then it struck me, and I immediately inquired, Elder, must one undergo a trial to cultivate here? Upon learning that this was the Sharp Gold Domain, I felt a sense of certainty, yet a wave of frustration washed over me. The system had not mentioned anything about undergoing a trial. Chapter 77. A great benefit or a certain death. Moreover, the Sharp Gold Domain was entirely covered in golden sand, and the air was saturated with an overwhelmingly sharp spiritual energy. It was obvious that the so-called trial would be exceedingly difficult. The mysterious old man remarked, this is no place for just anyone to cultivate. One must pass the trial to earn the right to do so. I pondered for a moment before asking, Elder, what does this trial entail? I suspected that this place was akin to the Xianyuan tomb. Failure to pass the trial might mean being unable to leave. The old man replied, I assume you have sensed the razor-sharp spiritual energy around you? I glanced at the air thick with cutting spiritual energy and nodded. The old man seemed to perceive my every move and stated, the visible sharp spiritual energy is composed of the most aggressive metal-type spiritual energy in existence. Soon, these scattered metal energies will converge and relentlessly press upon you from all directions. Your survival amidst this onslaught will signify your success in the trial. He added, naturally, the sharpness they possess upon convergence will far exceed what you currently perceive. I was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the gravity of his words, and urgently inquired, what happens if I fail the trial? The old man answered swiftly, then you will be shredded by the metal-type spiritual energy, your soul scattered. My eyelids fluttered, and I hastily asked, can I refuse the trial and leave this place? Of course not. Allow me to be candid. From the moment you enter the Sharp Gold Domain, you have already accepted the trial, and leaving directly is out of the question. You must either find a way to pass the trial and gain tremendous benefits, or face certain death. The mysterious old man continued. I was left speechless. It was indeed as I feared. There was no escape without passing the trial. However, I never anticipated the potential for death. This was a stark deviation from my earlier assumptions. The old man remarked, since escape is not an option, you must confront this challenge head-on. Do you not feel ashamed of your cowardice? Rather than dwelling on your fears, why not focus on how to succeed in the trial? Time waits for no one. Is it merely a trial? Why overthink it? I must fight. Upon hearing this, I straightened my posture. Indeed, I had no choice but to fight. If I do not, death is my only outcome. Yet, if I take a chance, there remains a glimmer of hope. Additionally, I have countless unanswered questions. Who is that enigmatic woman in white? How was she able to transport me directly into this sharp gold domain? What connection does she have with the system? What is her relation to the Xianyuan Divine Sword? After all, this is the sharp gold domain offered by the system, capable of gathering the sharp gold energy required by the Xianyuan Divine Sword. And she was able to bring me here. It is clearly an interconnected chain. If she has no ties to these matters, I would not believe it, even under duress. Regardless of the reason, I must get my all. In this moment, I distinctly felt a surge of warmth coursing through my bones, an eruption of indomitable pride. Yes, this is how a man should be. The mysterious old man seemed to sense the aura I emanated, his voice softening. It appears you are ready. Let us begin. No sooner had he spoken than an aura of sharpness, 100-fold denser than before, swept in from the distance. My heart raced as I instinctively looked up. In the far reaches of the golden desert, a shimmer caught my eye, a slender line of gold appearing like a horizon before me. I soon realized that this terrifying wave of sharp energy emanated from that very spot. In an instant, my expression turned grave, an ominous premonition gnawing at me. Moments later, the distant golden line gradually revealed its vague outline. At that moment, my eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and I couldn't help but scratch my head, murmuring, "Is this trial truly necessary to be so intense?" What I had thought to be a golden line was, in fact, a mountain of swirling, golden-sharp spiritual energy. And it was a tangible, moving mountain of metal-type spiritual energy. My heart raced like a drum as I realized that the entire realm was engulfed by this golden-sharp energy, and that fearsome, domineering aura was merely a fraction of the sharpness radiating from the condensed mountain of metal-type spiritual energy. What Lin Feng dreaded the most was the mountain of metallic spiritual energy, advancing towards him at an alarming rate, which he estimated would reach him in no more than an hour. He was acutely aware that once the mountain of metallic spiritual energy closed the distance, its terrifyingly sharp aura could rend him into a mist of blood. A shiver ran down his spine, and he instinctively turned to flee. However, just as he spun around, he froze in confusion. Behind him had appeared an identical scene. Glancing around, he discovered he was ensnared by mountains of metallic spiritual energy on all sides, each inexorably closing in. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he grasped the grim reality. He was in a dire predicament, an undeniable dead end. In such circumstances, survival was only conceivable if he possessed the ability to fly or burrow underground, for those were the only realms free from the terrifying mountains of metallic spiritual energy. Yet, Lin Feng knew well his limitations. He was merely a lowly 8th-tier shapeshifter, utterly incapable of flight or burrowing. His previous ability to move stealthily within his sect was entirely due to the system's influence, but this was not the sect, unless he suddenly sprouted wings. What should he do? What to do? Lin Feng was in a frenzy, wishing he could seize that woman in white and force her to reveal the system for a thorough thrashing. The encroaching mountains of metallic spiritual energy continued their advance, their sharpness growing ever more menacing. Even clad in a thick robe, Lin Feng felt a searing pain against his skin, as if small blades were slicing through it. This was the result of the increasingly potent sharp aura assaulting him. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Lin Feng's mind, and his eyes brightened as he murmured, "Flying and burrowing. Flying is but a foolish dream, and burrowing is a vain hope, but I can dig a hole and hide. As long as I wait for this metallic spiritual energy to dissipate before emerging, I shall pass the test. Moreover, as long as the space is ample, I cannot suffocate." If anyone were to criticize this plan as foolish, Lin Feng would retort without hesitation, "Why don't you give it a try?" At this moment, he was racing against death itself, and Lin Feng dared not delay even a moment. He lowered his gaze in search of a suitable tool. However, upon looking down, his eyes widened in disbelief. Golden sand covered the ground. There was not a single stone to be found, let alone a useful tool. Damn it! Lin Feng cursed under his breath, scratching the back of his head. Yet, a moment later, his face brightened with realization. How could I have been so flustered? I possessed the Xianyuan Divine Sword. Why search for tools? The Xianyuan Divine Sword was the sharpest sword in existence. Digging a hole would be a trivial task. In his musings, he attempted to summon the Xianyuan Divine Sword with his thoughts. But to his dismay, no matter how he called, it did not appear. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless, utterly frustrated. Soon, However, he regained his composure, a flicker of understanding igniting within him. Undoubtedly, the true trial had commenced. He surmised that the key to this trial was to rely solely on his own strength to navigate this perilous situation without any external aid. With this realization, Lin Feng's demeanor grew more composed. After all, he was a cultivator. Was it truly impossible to dig a hole for refuge without tools? My Qinquan spiritual energy is not without merit, he murmured to himself. With determination, he summoned the Qinquan spiritual energy from his dantian. What the hell? Is it really necessary to be this ruthless? Lin Feng discovered that his Qinquan spiritual energy had mysteriously vanished without a trace. There was no doubt that this was another twist in the trial. He had not anticipated that within this sharp metal domain, not only was the use of external forces prohibited, but so too was the use of spiritual energy. Lin Feng let out a bitter laugh, his gaze hardening with resolve. The indomitable pride and fearlessness surged within him as he bellowed. What's the big deal? It's just a matter of not being able to rely on external forces or use spiritual energy. I have hands and feet. I refuse to believe I cannot move them. As the mountains of metallic spiritual energy drew perilously closer, the sharp sensation became increasingly terrifying. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng crouched down and began to frantically scrape at the golden sand. What is this? As soon as his fingers made contact with the sand, he frowned in surprise, staring at the golden granules on ground. Although these granules appeared to be akin to the sand from Water Blue Planet, upon closer inspection, he realized they were not sand at all, but rather an unknown type of high-density metallic particles. These mysterious metallic granules were at least 100 times heavier than the iron sand from Water Blue Planet. Lin Feng exerted all his strength and managed to excavate a pit no larger than his fist. His fingers were scraped raw, blood oozing forth. Yet, he had no better options. This path was his only recourse, even if it seemed devoid of hope. Whether he lived or died was in the hands of fate. He was resolved. At that moment, Lin Feng cleared his mind of all distractions, focusing entirely on the task of digging through the unknown metallic sand. Nevertheless, a surge of frustration welled up within him. He could not fathom what these metallic particles were made of. Their density was absurdly high, and they were incredibly sharp. While he could not claim to be invulnerable, he had undergone a transformation through the Chaos Supreme Dao Body, strengthened by the terrifying pressures and sharp energies from the Xianyuan tomb, making him far more formidable than an ordinary warrior. Yet, facing this sand felt as if an untrained mortal was up against a razor's edge. In mere moments, Lin Feng's hands were drenched in blood, even exposing white bone. The most alarming aspect was that the metallic sand contained a formidable, sharp spiritual energy. Although it was not as potent as the sharp spiritual force residing within the Xianyuan Divine Sword, it was still quite fearsome. Lin Feng estimated that if all the sharp spiritual energy within these metallic particles were gathered, it would surely rival the sharp spiritual force unleashed by the Xianyuan Divine Sword. Moreover, this sharp spiritual energy was strangely elusive, constantly gnawing at his hands as he dug. It even audaciously penetrated Lin Feng's flesh, bones, meridians, and dantian, like countless daggers slicing through his limbs and joints. It is no exaggeration to say that the pain was on par with the agony of merging with pride of Xianyuan. The pain, penetrating to the marrow, assailed Lin Feng relentlessly, causing his eyes to quiver uncontrollably and beads of sweat to cascade down his face. Without the support of spiritual energy, his physical stamina waned significantly over time, rendering his complexion pale and his lips cracked and dry like desiccated wood. Yet amidst the torment, Lin Feng's expression remained steadfast and resolute. He seemed to have instinctively muted his pain receptors, fixated solely on one task, to continue digging through the sharp sand before him. He was determined to persist against these razor-sharp particles. His hands grew numb, moving mechanically akin to a tireless automaton. An hour later, a surprising turn of events unfolded. The mountain of metallic spiritual energy in the distance miraculously ceased its advance. The distance between the mountain and Lin Feng had narrowed to a point where he could withstand the assault of its sharp aura. Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. For him, it was akin to snatching victory from the jaws of death. In that moment, his confidence surged, and his movements became more vigorous. As time passed, Lin Feng discerned a pattern. Whenever he enhanced his ability to endure the sharp aura's onslaught, the mountain of metallic spiritual energy would advance, halting only when it reached his limits once more. Time flowed slowly. 2 hours passed, then a day. Lin Feng halted his efforts of digging through the sand. At this very moment, had anyone been present, they would have observed that, despite his disheveled and haggard appearance, the depths of his eyes had taken on a remarkable intensity. This transformation was no mere coincidence. Through prolonged labor, sifting through the golden sands, Lin Feng had not only gained profound insights, but also reaped significant benefits. As he had previously surmised, the sharp gold domain forbade the use of external forces and spiritual energy, compelling him to rely solely on his physical form to endure the trial. The purpose of this was evidently to awaken the latent potential within his body, thereby elevating its strength to unprecedented levels. The results were conspicuously evident. He could distinctly perceive that his physical prowess had ascended at least 2 tiers. Moreover, the terrifying mountain of metallic spiritual energy did not immediately engulf him. Its approach was intended to place him in dire straits. In such a precarious situation, Lin Feng was compelled to devise strategies for survival. Though the act of sifting through the sands appeared unreliable, it was indeed his only avenue for continuation. Yet, this endeavor was not as futile as it initially seemed. Within the sands lay boundless utility. Chapter 79. The ultimate secret of the Qian Kuan divine decision beyond the formidable enhancement of his physical form. The greater benefit lay in the sharp spiritual energy contained within the sands. As he sifted through them, wisps of this sharp spiritual energy subtly permeated his body, ultimately transforming into his own spiritual essence. Remarkably, after only a single day's effort, Lin Feng could clearly sense that this sharp spiritual energy had accumulated within his limbs and corporeal form. This sharp spiritual force differed from the previous Qian Kuan spiritual energy. It was not only more concentrated but also infinitely sharper. Lin Feng speculated that, once this sharp spiritual energy reached a certain threshold, it would become invincible, capable of cleaving through any material. With this sharp spiritual power coursing through him, he effectively became a legendary weapon, unparalleled in might. Were other cultivators to grasp the intricacies of this process, they would undoubtedly be willing to pay a steep price to undergo similar training. It was no wonder that the mysterious elder had suggested a great surprise awaited him post-trial. This was not merely a surprise, but an extraordinary opportunity. After a brief respite, Lin Feng felt the pressure of the sharp energy intensifying once more. Glancing at the golden sands beneath him, he smiled broadly and resumed his labor with renewed vigor. Time flowed like an arrow, and another day slipped away in the blink of an eye. His movements became increasingly rapid. The pallor he had displayed just yesterday had given way to a vibrant flush, his spirit brimming with vitality. Undoubtedly, this was an exceptional place for cultivation. However, Lin Feng had severely underestimated the potency of the sharp spiritual energy contained within the golden sands. He acutely sensed that, as his physical strength increased, so too did the sharp spiritual energy accumulating within him, maintaining an intricate balance at the very limits of his capacity. Rather than feeling apprehensive, he found himself invigorated. This was fortuitous indeed. He could distinctly perceive that any punch he threw now wielded power equal to his previous maximum exertion of Qian Kuan spiritual energy. This was merely the force of his physical body. Should he augment this with the sharp spiritual energy he had assimilated, the result would be nothing short of terrifying. Lin Feng could hardly contain his delight. Though he was uncertain of when the trial would conclude, he vowed to cherish every moment until then, fully aware that he could not squander this opportunity to enhance his power. Within this sharp gold domain, there was no night. It was perpetually bathed in golden light. Lin Feng lost track of time, only realizing that his body could no longer store any more sharp spiritual energy. He had reached his limit. Moreover, as time passed, this sharp energy had filled his energy sea to capacity. Not only that, but under its influence, his energy sea had expanded significantly, a stark contrast to its state before his arrival. Undoubtedly, both his physical body and energy sea had reached their true limits of endurance. Amidst his joy, Lin Feng felt a twinge of concern. He worried that this sharp spiritual energy might repel the original Qian Kuan spiritual energy. Although he had yet to witness any such reaction, nevertheless, It was crucial to note that the sharp spiritual energy's refinement and intensity were not inferior to that of the Qian Kuan spiritual energy, and potentially even surpassed it. The consequences of a clash between the two were too daunting to contemplate. Yet Lin Feng understood that now was not the time to dwell on such matters. The paramount focus was the trial, as the mountain of metallic spiritual energy loomed ever closer, its threat unabated. What course of action could he take now? Indeed, he could no longer endure the influx of sharp spiritual energy. If he continued to absorb more, his energy sea would surely burst. Lin Feng gazed at the deep pit before him, roughly the size of a pond, furrowing his brow as he murmured to himself. Just then, the voice of a mysterious elder echoed in his ears. "Young one, your perseverance to reach this point is commendable. You have successfully passed the trial. How do you feel?" Lin Feng grinned broadly, exclaiming, "I feel fantastic. My strength has significantly increased in every aspect." The mysterious elder smiled enigmatically. "You don't think this is the entirety of your rewards for passing the trial, do you?" Lin Feng paused, his expression turning perplexed. "Elder, is it not?" "Certainly not," the elder replied. "The greatest reward is that you now possess the qualifications to cultivate the Qian Kuan divine decision. The foremost technique in the universe has found a worthy successor in you. I believe it will shine brilliantly in your hands. After all, even the Xian Yuan divine sword has acknowledged you, which is nothing short of astonishing." Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng was not taken aback, for the elder was already aware of his possession of the Chaos Supreme Dao Body. Thus, the knowledge of the Xian Yuan divine sword and the Qian Kuan divine decision came as no surprise. Nevertheless, he felt a deep sense of astonishment. Gazing into the void with a furrowed brow, clearly perplexed, it seemed the mysterious elder was quite familiar with the Qian Kuan divine decision. As he grappled with his stagnation and cultivation, he seized the opportunity to inquire further. "Elder, what profound mysteries does the Qian Kuan divine decision hold? Why is it regarded as the foremost technique in the universe? What connection does it have with the sharp gold domain?" As soon as he finished speaking, an elder clad in azure robes, exuding an air of ethereal grace, materialized 3 paces in front of Lin Feng, hovering in the air with a smile. He scrutinized Lin Feng for a moment before speaking. "Now that you have passed the trial, you should be privy to certain truths. The Qian Kuan divine decision is the first dual cultivation technique since the dawn of chaos. Mastering it to perfection is sufficient to dominate the myriad realms." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression turned one of incredulity, and he awkwardly stammered, "Elder, this isn't some sinister technique, is it?" "Nonsense," the azure-robed elder retorted. "This dual cultivation is far from the base and vile notion you conceive. The physical body is merely a rudimentary method. The true ultimate secret lies within the spirit. The essence of this technique embodies the most potent yin-yang principles in existence, enabling the dual cultivation of body and spirit to transmute all attributes of spiritual energy into the primal yin and yang energies, ultimately manifesting as the primordial yellow energy from the time of the universe's inception, circulating endlessly within the energy sea." Lin Feng listened, utterly bewildered, scratching his head as he asked, "What exactly is this primordial yellow energy?" The azure-robed elder regarded Lin Feng as if he were a fool before finally replying. "The most powerful energy birthed from chaos is known as primordial yellow. It encompasses the entire universe, is unparalleled in dominance, and can slay gods and demons in the blink of an eye." "Is it truly that formidable?" Lin Feng gasped, his expression one of astonishment. "What makes the Qian Kuan divine decision worthy of the title of the foremost technique in the universe?" Uninformed, the azure-robed elder scoffed. "Do you know how stringent the conditions for cultivating the Qian Kuan divine decision are? To reach mastery is akin to scaling the heavens." Chapter 80. The devious old man Lin Feng smiled awkwardly and said, "Senior, how did this come about?" He felt somewhat skeptical. Although the Qian Kuan divine art was indeed peculiar and had its barriers, he did not perceive any insurmountable difficulty. This was based on his personal experience. The old man in the green robe seemed to have seen through Lin Feng's thoughts and retorted, "If you believe that you have merely grazed the surface of the Qian Kuan divine art and deem it unworthy, it only reveals your ignorance and arrogance." Lin Feng remained silent. The old man cast a glance at him, his expression turning serious as he said, "Junior, listen carefully. The prerequisite for cultivating the Qian Kuan divine art is to possess a formidable physical body and the 9 innate spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. You are fortunate to possess the supreme physique of chaos, supreme body along with the 9 innate spiritual roots. Otherwise, you would have long been reduced to blood mist by the razor-sharp aura within this sharp gold realm. Lin Feng's lips twitched. The old man continued, beyond these basic requirements. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Heaven represents yang, earth represents yin. Male is yang, female is yin, and all spiritual energies follow this principle. Thus, the 9 spiritual roots you possess are fundamentally of the yang attribute. Lin Feng interjected, so I need to seek the yin attribute innate roots? The old man looked at Lin Feng with a hint of approval, yet it was not entirely unreserved. During your cultivation journey, in addition to gathering the 9 yin attribute innate spiritual roots corresponding to the attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, darkness, and light, you must also find the chaos origin spiritual root. Lin Feng frowned slightly, puzzled. Why is that? If the Qian Kuan divine art revolves around the yin-yang path, why is the chaos origin spiritual root necessary? Although he was unaware of the nature of the chaos origin spiritual root, he could surmise its extraordinary origin. The old man explained, once you gather the 9 dual attribute spiritual roots and transform them into yin and yang energies through the Qian Kuan divine art, you will need the chaos origin spiritual root as a guide to ultimately achieve the profound yellow origin pathway. However, it is premature to discuss this with you now. It serves no practical purpose. Lin Feng pondered and then asked, where can I find these 9 yin attribute spiritual roots? The old man smiled and replied, that depends on fate. These 9 innate yin attribute roots are rare and can only be encountered by chance. Each one is a creation of heaven and earth. Even a person with extraordinary fortune might not acquire even one in their lifetime. Securing just one would be a tremendous blessing, enough to boast for a lifetime. He glanced at Lin Feng and added, now do you understand why cultivating the Qian Kuan divine art is akin to scaling the heavens? Lin Feng rolled his eyes in response. It is not merely as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It is countless times harder. Understanding this is sufficient. The old man nodded slightly and continued, of course. The greater the difficulty, the greater the rewards. If you can find any yin attribute innate spiritual root and cultivate it alongside the Qian Kuan divine art, it is conservatively estimated that you could reach the peak of the innate realm. Additionally, while finding the yin attribute roots is challenging, the cultivation of the Qian Kuan divine art itself is quite simple. You will come to understand this in time. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Wishing to immediately seek a yin attribute spiritual root to cultivate the Qian Kuan divine art and elevate his cultivation to the peak of the innate realm. This was more exhilarating than a cheat code. At that moment, the old man declared dramatically, of course, your luck is astonishingly fortuitous. You already possess a yin attribute innate spiritual root. Lin Feng exclaimed, is that true? Indeed, the old man affirmed with a nod. The spirit of the Xianyuan divine sword is one such root. It is born from the chaos. Hearing this, Lin Feng's lips twitched. The thought of that elusive sword spirit sent shivers down his spine. How could he even consider cultivating the Qian Kuan divine art with her? Was he seeking death? Isn't she just a woman? The old man scoffed. Look at your timid disposition. Moreover, I must inform you that she is the sole key to unlocking the cultivation of the Qian Kuan divine art. Lin Feng suddenly felt a jolt of anxiety, his face twitching as he realized, are you saying that if I bypass her, no matter how many yin attribute roots I find, it would be futile? Precisely. The old man nodded. And this matter is already fated. You cannot evade it. As Lin Feng opened his mouth, the old man waved his hand, interrupting him. He continued, let me tell you plainly, this sharp gold realm is a void domain specifically designed for unlocking the Qian Kuan divine art. He glanced at Lin Feng and added, do not be surprised. Only by passing the trial of the sharp gold realm can the strength of your body and the intensity of your metal attribute spiritual energy barely match her dominance and sharpness. Otherwise, with your ant-like physical body and spiritual energy upon entry, just a hint of her aura would have reduced you to blood mist. Do not take advantage and then act ungrateful. You have already passed the trial, so accept the true reward. As soon as the old man's words fell, he waved his hand, and a mountain of metal attribute spiritual energy soared into the air. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the unparalleled mountain transformed into 9 golden dragons. As they soared, the void was obliterated, and a terrifying pressure rolled like thunder, causing the entire universe to tremble. At that moment, the old man clasped his hands together and shouted, 9-1. With this proclamation, the earth quaked violently, and all 9 golden dragons emitted a unified roar, merging into a miniature golden dragon. Go! The old man waved his sleeve, and the little golden dragon let out a roar before diving down like lightning, piercing through Lin Feng's weak point at the crown of his head. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. He was lost in thought, unaware of the old man's sudden action, and the speed was almost blinding. He had no time to react before he was struck. In that instant, Lin Feng distinctly felt the little golden dragon enter his body, instantly transforming into a blazing inferno. Every cell within him felt like a furnace ablaze with fire. In the next second, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically as he suddenly sensed the extreme heat of the golden dragon's spiritual energy, which had originally been devoured by the Chaos Supreme Body, surging forth from his dantian. However, before the Qian Kuan spiritual energy could unleash its power, it was consumed by the 2 torrents of scorching spiritual energy. With a deafening explosion, Lin Feng felt his entire body engulfed in a sea of flames, an immense wave of extreme heat surging like a tsunami. The crafty old man, if you were going to make a move, couldn't you at least give me a heads up to prepare mentally? Chapter 81. A great catastrophe. The spirit of the divine sword as this thought crossed his mind. The old man waved his sleeve, and Lin Feng felt a flash before disappearing from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the Elder's training chamber of the Divine Sword Sect. Hey, who are you, Tian, or someone else? Lin Feng first assessed his physical condition and, finding nothing amiss, relaxed. He then turned to Xianyuan Tian, observing her closely and asking, are you the spirit of the Xianyuan Divine Sword? Or are you Xianyuan Tian? I am the spirit of the Xianyuan Divine Sword, and I am also Xianyuan Tian. They are one and the same. Do you have any further questions? Xianyuan Tian replied coldly. What? You are the spirit of the Xianyuan Divine Sword? And also Xianyuan Tian? Can you clarify that? Upon hearing the frigid words of the other, Lin Feng's heart surged with tumultuous waves, his eyes widening in astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon Xianyuan Qingtian. The Xianyuan Divine Sword, birthed from the chaos, harbors boundless power, and this immense force is provided by this celestial being. It is the sword spirit of the Xianyuan Divine Sword that embodies its ultimate strength. In a great battle of yore, although the formidable adversary was ultimately vanquished, the 10 immortal supreme artifacts sustained varying degrees of damage. This celestial being also suffered severe harm to her soul, and after the disintegration of 9/10 of her essence, she reincarnated into a true human, taking the name Xianyuan Qingtian. Xianyuan Qingtian met Lin Feng's penetrating gaze with calmness, stating, so, what identity do you possess now? Have you truly consumed Qingtian's soul? Lin Feng's expression darkened, his tone frigid. It was evident that Lin Feng was subtly enraged. It was not that he feared the sword spirit's might, but the notion that the original Xianyuan Qingtian had vanished was unbearable for him. He refrained from immediately resorting to violence, demonstrating remarkable restraint. After all, if the soul had transformed, could it truly be the same Xianyuan Qingtian? Moreover, guilt gnawed at him. He suspected that had it not been for Xianyuan Qingtian's creation of the divine puppet, which resulted in a backlash, the sword spirit would have had no opportunity to devour her essence. Ultimately, the fault lay with him. If the sword spirit had indeed consumed Xianyuan Qingtian's soul, he would carry that guilt for eternity. For, although Xianyuan Qingtian's soul may have been lost, her corporeal form remained, even with unparalleled abilities in the future. He could never bring himself to exact vengeance. It seems you harbor murderous intentions. Clearly, Xianyuan Qingtian holds great significance in your heart. Xianyuan Qingtian remarked with a light snort, a smirk playing on her lips. Do you possess the capability to seek vengeance against me? Can you truly bring yourself to do so? Lin Feng's face flushed crimson with indignation as he pointed an accusatory finger at her. Indeed, you genuinely cherish Xianyuan Qingtian. Xianyuan Qingtian observed, her gaze studying Lin Feng intently before she burst into joyful laughter. What are you imagining? How could I possibly consume Xianyuan Qingtian's soul? Seeing her in such high spirits, Lin Feng felt an inexplicable pang within, as if he had been deceived, and thus fell silent, awaiting her next words. As long as her essence remained intact, he could rest easy. Everything else was inconsequential. Xianyuan Qingtian's laughter faded, and with a soft sigh, she continued. The current Xianyuan Qingtian is but a reincarnation of my 9/10 essence, and this is my final opportunity. Should I fail to successfully reincarnate once more, not only would my essence dissipate entirely, but the remaining fragment would also be lost, leading to my true demise. Initially, I had resigned myself to despair, preparing to accept the fate of my essence's disintegration. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the Qinkuan divine portal manifested, allowing the reincarnated essence to endure. At this point, she paused, casting a complex glance at Lin Feng. Perhaps my fate was not meant to end, just as I was on the verge of eternal slumber. I sensed the aura of the Xianyuan divine sword, stirring my remaining essence to awaken. Guided by unseen forces, I arrived at the Divine Sword Sect. Witnessing you reconstructing the corporeal form of Xianyuan Qingtian, I realized my opportunity had come. I assisted you in obtaining the Xianyuan divine sword, nurturing my essence within it, waiting for the right moment to fully merge with Xianyuan Qingtian and fulfill my long-held wish. She then shifted her tone. Yet, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Xianyuan Qingtian's forced creation of the divine puppet resulted in a backlash from the beings of the world, placing her life in peril. Thankfully, you came to her rescue, but you absolutely should not have used the dragon and phoenix pill. Her gaze turned to Lin Feng, a hint of reproach in her eyes as she continued. Though I have now completely merged with the reincarnated essence of Xianyuan Qingtian, I remain the Xianyuan Qingtian, albeit significantly more powerful. Having regained my true nature and identity, there is no need for such an uproar. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet he furrowed his brow and questioned, why should the dragon and phoenix pill not have been used? Xianyuan Qingtian shot him a fierce glare, declaring, do you comprehend the true purpose of the dragon and phoenix pill? Lin Feng hesitated before responding. It is to enhance and restore cultivation. What could be wrong with that? Xianyuan Qingtian retorted with a question of her own. Do you know why I sent you to the sharp gold domain? Lin Feng pondered for a moment, suddenly grasping a hint of understanding, and eagerly asked, is there a connection between the two? A significant one. Xianyuan Qingtian replied with exasperation. While the dragon and phoenix pill is indeed a divine elixir for restoration and enhancement, it requires mutual cultivation between partners to be effective. If one party consumes it alone, the overwhelming spiritual energy can cause catastrophic consequences. Is it something to be carelessly administered? Especially to someone who has already suffered a backlash. Are you not risking a life? The golden dragon and ice phoenix that appeared in the sky that day were manifestations of the dragon and phoenix pill spiritual energy, vast and powerful. How could you be so reckless? What? I truly had no idea, Lin Feng exclaimed, momentarily stunned, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he lamented. So you drew the golden dragon, which harbors the essence of the most potent yang energy, into my body? Precisely. Since it was initiated by you, the resolution must also fall upon you, Xianyuan Qingtian asserted confidently. She then bit her lip and added thus, I had no choice but to merge with her to suppress the terrifying cold energy, preserving her life. Following that, I sent you to the sharp gold domain to temper your physical form and enhance your affinity for gold energy. Only by passing the trial could you barely endure the domineering and sharp energies of Xianyuan Qingtian post-merge and mitigate the overwhelming spiritual energy contained within the dragon and phoenix pill. At this juncture, 2 rosy clouds dusted her cheeks as she shot Lin Feng a fierce glare. That girl is me. Do you think I should simply sweat you away? Chapter 82. Hellish Torment. Not to take advantage of others' misfortunes, though Lin Feng had begun to comprehend the situation, he was still plagued by a headache. He forced a smile and said, well, I know your strength is formidable. You can surely resolve that icy energy, right? If I could resolve it, why be having this conversation with you? Xianyuan Qingtian retorted, her frustration evident. Even at my peak, I am merely a remnant of my former self. Presently, I can only temporarily suppress that chilling energy with all my might. You expect me to resolve it? Are you still asleep? Moreover, even if I could resolve it, you would not be able to either, and you would soon face a catastrophic fate. Lin Feng's heart raced at her words, and he immediately checked his internal condition, finding no abnormalities. Do not exaggerate. I've already dispelled the golden dragon's energy. How could I possibly face such a fate? Xianyuan Qingtian fell silent. Lin Feng, unsure of what to say next, found himself locked in an awkward stare with her. After a moment, just as Lin Feng prepared to rise and leave, Xianyuan Qingtian suddenly grabbed him, her expression somewhat bashful. I feel as though I'm losing control. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly shivered violently. Witnessing this, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched, his brow furrowing with concern. Are you all right? Before he could complete his thought, he sensed an overwhelming chill surging up his arm from his wrist. Lin Feng's expression changed dramatically as he glanced down his arm, his eyes widening in horror. Xianyuan Qingtian's hand, which grasped his wrist, emitted a mist-like chill, visibly beginning to freeze. The most alarming part was that the frost was spreading from his wrist up their arms. Xianyuan Qingtian, you cannot truly be losing control over that chilling energy, can you? Lin Feng exclaimed in disbelief, immediately channeling his yang attribute gold energy to resist. It is essential to understand that Xianyuan Qingtian is the spirit of the Xianyuan Divine Sword. Even if she is merely a remnant of her divine soul, her existence is overwhelmingly formidable and unimaginable. How could one possibly suppress such an energy that is profoundly cold and sinister? Would I jest about such matters? I have clearly conveyed to you the immense and terrifying energy contained within the dragon and phoenix pill. You have witnessed it yourself. Do you truly believe that I, Xianyuan Qingtian, am a woman of such lowly standing? Her voice was laced with an icy chill. You misunderstand. That is not my intention, Lin Feng stammered, growing increasingly anxious. In the span of just a few sentences, he felt an intense, bone-chilling cold envelop him, coupled with a palpable aura of terrifying dominance emanating from Xianyuan Qingtian. Undoubtedly, this was the energy of the Yin attribute, and it was evident that Xianyuan Qingtian could no longer contain it. Of course, Lin Feng was aware of a method to resolve the situation, but he could not take advantage of her predicament. You must first use your spiritual energy to suppress it as much as possible, Xianyuan Qingtian said, gritting her teeth while exerting all her strength to combat the bone-deep cold. Though she had anticipated this outcome days prior, and had prepared herself mentally, when the moment arrived, she still hesitated. To be precise, she instinctively resisted. The reason was simple. Aside from the exalted identity of the Xianyuan Divine Sword Spirit, the betrayal of her fiancé 3 millennia ago had instilled in her a profound aversion to all men, leading her to believe that no man could be trusted. Thus, despite the mystery and strength of the man before her, who had bestowed upon her a precious treasure to reconstruct her corporeal form, her heart could not fully diminish the deeply rooted resistance and unease she felt. Lin Feng nodded, resolutely activating the Qian Divine Decision, unleashing an overwhelming surge of yang attribute energy. At that moment, his expression drastically changed. He could hardly fathom that by channeling the Qian Divine Decision, the previously suppressed fiery energy of the Golden Dragon would erupt unexpectedly. Even the energy of the metal attribute obtained within the sharp metal domain surged forth alongside it. The two energies coalesced into 2 blazing golden dragons, one striving to suppress the bone-chilling Yin attribute energy, while the other rampaged through his meridians, growing increasingly ferocious. Lin Feng dared not slacken his efforts. He fervently operated the Qian Divine Decision and Chaos Supreme Body, hoping to refine or suppress this immense and turbulent yang attribute energy. However, to his astonishment, neither the ever-reliable Chaos Supreme Body nor the Qian Divine Decision could subdue or refine these energies. As the torrent of energy grew more powerful and chaotic, Lin Feng felt a searing pain in his meridians, as if his very flesh were ablaze. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a faint, intoxicating fragrance. Undoubtedly, it was emanating from Xianyuan Qingtian, reminiscent of the legendary body fragrance. Strangely, this aroma seemed to possess an enchanting quality, sinking into his heart and lingering, captivating his senses. What is happening? Why is it like this? His mind was in turmoil, and he murmured to himself, Lin Feng hastily examined the system's introduction regarding the Dragon and Phoenix pill, and after a moment, his expression turned peculiar. At that moment, a resounding echo reverberated in his mind as an ancient tome enveloped in purple light and exuding an enigmatic aura appeared before him. The words Qian Kuan Divine Decision imbued with profound law-like resonance. This was undoubtedly the Qian Kuan Divine Decision Unsealed Edition. Subsequently, the purple tome transformed into two beams of light, one black and one white, instantly merging into the foreheads of both him and Xianyuan Qingtian, inundating their minds with a wealth of profound information. Moments later, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, just in time to catch Xianyuan Qingtian's gaze, which mirrored his own sense of peculiarity, clearly indicating that she had comprehended the essence of the Qian Kuan Divine Decision. At that moment, her condition starkly contrasted with Lin Feng's intense heat. Her complexion was devoid of color, and her delicate form trembled uncontrollably, her teeth chattering slightly. She was evidently frozen by the icy energy, much like Lin Feng, as the frigid energy had exceeded her threshold of endurance. In their shared gaze, Lin Feng suddenly understood the sentiment reflected in her eyes, realizing that they both yearned for the other's energy. Lin Feng craved her coolness to soothe his burning pain, while Xianyuan Qingtian longed for Lin Feng's heat to dissolve her icy barriers. Qingtian, Lin Feng began softly, if this continues, we will not last much longer. Chapter 83. At the brink of crisis, Xuanyuan's pride reveals its might. A bitter expression crossed Xianyuan Qingtian's face as she sighed softly, I understand. Upon hearing this sigh, Lin Feng felt a subtle stir within his heart and raised his gaze to Xianyuan Qingtian. Since their acquaintance, she had always exhibited unwavering resilience and an icy demeanor, never revealing such a vulnerable expression, which naturally stirred his protective instincts. In certain circumstances, men are invariably more susceptible to wavering than women. Every woman, though inherently delicate, possesses an indomitable spirit. Lin Feng almost unconsciously spoke gently Qingtian. Hearing Lin Feng's call, Xianyuan Qingtian's brow was etched with anguish, yet she slowly shook her head. No. Lin Feng felt a jolt within, his expression quickly firming up as he declared with conviction. Then we shall persevere. Perhaps we can not only resolve the energies within us, but also enhance our cultivation. Upon hearing his words, Xianyuan Qingtian regarded him with gratitude, her head nodding slightly. All right. Subsequently, they closed their eyes, each channeling their techniques in an attempt to dissolve the extreme cold and heat within their bodies. As time elapsed, the furious golden dragon of scorching energy within Lin Feng began to roar with rage, agitated by the lack of icy integration. Moreover, his skin flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ceramic figure heated to incandescence, radiating intense heat. Nevertheless, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and persisted. Half an hour later, Lin Feng's skin had turned a dark purple hue, as if flames flickered beneath the surface. The roar of the fiery golden dragon grew louder, as if questioning and urging him, its wrath building from his resistance, yearning to burst forth and wreak havoc. As the thunderous roars echoed in his mind, Lin Feng's consciousness began to fade, his eyes turning bloodshot, his visage contorted like a beast poised to devour. His heartbeat escalated to unprecedented frequencies, sounding like war drums, strong and resonant, while each breath stirred waves of heavy heat. Just as his consciousness was on the verge of slipping away, Lin Feng resolutely unleashed the indomitable spirit he had nurtured for so long. This was indeed the pride of Xianyuan bestowed by the system. In that moment, Lin Feng would not yield to any pressure. Not even the collapse of the heavens or the earth could sway him. At that instant, a surge of clarity erupted from his limbs and bones. Though scant, it was akin to enlightenment, reviving his nearly lost consciousness. He furrowed his brow, as if a thought had struck him, and hurriedly opened his eyes. Before him, Xianyuan Qingtian's complexion, pale as paper, now bore a hint of intoxicating crimson. She bit down on her succulent lips, her fan-like lashes quivering incessantly, her body trembling in erratic spasms. At that moment, the air was thick with an indescribable fragrance, more intoxicating than Xianyuan Qingtian's own body scent. Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he called out to her thrice, Qingtian, Qingtian, Xianyuan Qingtian. Each utterance was infused with Lin Feng's Qian Kuan spiritual energy, resonating like thunder, causing the entire training chamber to tremble. Xian Yuan Qing Tian's body trembled violently, her long eyelashes fluttering like the petals of a fan. Slowly, she opened her dazed and weary eyes, gazing gratefully at Lin Feng, her voice strained yet resolute. I can still endure. You must persist as well. Good. Lin Feng nodded gently, closing his eyes to continue resisting the raging golden dragon of flames within him. As time passed, each minute and second was filled with endless torment, his consciousness being devoured by the fierce impact and roar of the fiery dragon, which grew ever more terrifying. Xian Yuan's pride stood like a divine anchor, eternally safeguarding the spiritual realm, impervious to all evils. Through this, Lin Feng endured countless times, retaliating fiercely as if meditating in deep concentration, clinging to the last shred of his consciousness. Yet, the torment inflicted upon his physical body was inhumane. His meridians and flesh were perpetually scorched by the flames, as if he were trapped in a hell of fire, leaving him in unbearable agony. Had anyone been present at that moment, they would have seen Lin Feng's body transformed into a furnace, radiating an intense heat that swirled upward, distorting the very space around him, as if it could not withstand the scorching aura. He did not know how long his consciousness could hold out. But one thing was certain. If this continued for an extended period, his flesh would inevitably be reduced to ashes by the flames. The reason was simple. The terrifying heat energy within him surged with increasing ferocity, almost beyond his capacity to bear, relentlessly expanding and threatening to rupture his veins. Lin Feng had cultivated the supreme technique of the universe, Qian Kun Divine Decision, originally capable of accommodating all attributes of energy. Yet now he was on the verge of being consumed by the very energy of the sun. If this were to be shared, no one would believe it. It was utterly absurd. In contrast to Lin Feng's predicament, Xian Yuan Qing Tian was in an even more precarious state. Had it not been for Lin Feng awakening her during fleeting moments of lucidity, she would have long succumbed. Yet, even so, her condition deteriorated rapidly. A thin layer of ice crystals enveloped her, rendering her akin to a lifelike ice sculpture. Had she not been breathing, onlookers would surely assume she was deceased. A tangible chill emanated from her, freezing the space around her, and small ice crystals could be faintly seen suspended in the air. It was evident that she was at her limit. Amidst the torment, the two regained consciousness once more. Lin Feng was about to call out to Xian Yuan Qing Tian, as before when he was startled to find her leaning against him. Her icy body resting on his shoulder, her breath rapid and her gaze dazed. At that moment, she reached out a trembling hand towards his cheek. Lin Feng could discern that her action was not a reflection of her desires, for she continued to struggle, her expression one of profound pain. However, the situation was grave. Her outstretched hand was enveloped in a terrifying chill. Even the shell-like nails were coated with a layer of white ice crystals. Each time her hand approached his cheek, it would halt, accompanied by an appearance of anguish on her delicate face, often releasing faint, muffled sounds from her throat. Qing Tian, Lin Feng called out, his voice considerably softer than before, uncertain if it was his own trepidation manifesting, feeling a sense of guilt and vulnerability. It is easy to understand. Any man in such a situation would likely entertain thoughts of retreat. Dear friends, what would you do? Chapter 84. The final moments. Have you made up your mind? Though his voice had diminished significantly, it still managed to restore a glimmer of clarity to Xian Yuan Qing Tian's star-like eyes. She immediately recognized her own actions and saw the determination, compassion, and tenderness reflected in Lin Feng's gaze. Suddenly, she smiled, and in her eyes, a flicker of resolve mingled with gentleness emerged. Lin Feng, I believe I have done all I can. I cannot hold on any longer. This was the first complete sentence Xian Yuan Qing Tian had spoken. Lin Feng gazed at her, seemingly understanding something profound. A faint smile graced his face as he reached out, taking hold of her hand. The instant their hands touched, a resonance akin to the roar of dragons and the songs of phoenixes echoed within them. Both of their bodies shuddered, the pain and torment dissipating like mist, their consciousness rapidly regaining clarity. They gazed deeply into each other's eyes, neither releasing their grip. Instead, their fingers intertwined, tightly entwined. Both understood that should they let go, the previous agony and struggle would return in an instant. At that moment, an unusual emotion blossomed within their hearts. Are you certain? No regrets? Lin Feng asked softly, squeezing her small, icy hand, delicate yet comforting. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan Qing Tian's frail form trembled slightly. Her translucent earlobes flushed. Her eyes lowered as she replied in a whisper, "Have we not already done our utmost?" At this moment, words were unnecessary. Lin Feng gently pulled her closer, and with a soft sound, she floated into his embrace, nestling against him. One hand held her delicate hand, while the other wrapped around her slender waist. One was as fiery as a blazing inferno, the other as cold as glacial ice. Though they were two extremes, they seemed to merge seamlessly, an indescribable sensation taking root in their hearts. Although their consciousness had returned to clarity, the unusual sensations within their bodies intensified, a yearning for each other's energy to alleviate their own conditions. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. "Qing Tian," Lin Feng murmured softly, the tremor and tension in his voice unmistakable. It was not without reason. Although he was a traveler from another realm, possessing considerable experience on Waterblue Star, he was still a novice in this regard, filled with theoretical knowledge, yet lacking practical experience, making this his first encounter with such an event, causing him to feel momentarily flustered. As for Xian Yuan Qing Tian, she remained silent, burying her head into Lin Feng's shoulder, her body trembling slightly. They held their position for a considerable time, until Lin Feng finally extended an arm around her swan-like neck, gently lowering her down. During this process, Xian Yuan Qing Tian closed her eyes, her densely packed eyelashes fluttering, her facial expression tense, her small hands instinctively clutching her abdomen, gripping tightly together. Even her breathing grew rapid, the pounding of her heart resonating clearly, betraying her inner turmoil. "Don't be nervous." Lin Feng chuckled softly at her demeanor. Xian Yuan Qing Tian, who usually appeared so aloof and powerful, seemed utterly vulnerable now, akin to a timid little woman. This realization eased Lin Feng considerably. He grinned and leaned in, pressing his lips against hers. The moment their lips met, Xian Yuan Qing Tian's body stiffened abruptly, a terrifying sharp aura erupting from within her, visibly rippling the surrounding space before swiftly being shattered. Undoubtedly, the space could not withstand this fierce energy. Wow, this could really be deadly, Lin Feng thought to himself as he felt the fabric of his robe disintegrate into threads. It was clear that had he not tempered his body in the sharp gold domain and passed the trials, he would have been reduced to a mist of blood by this overwhelming aura. Truly, she was a bearer of the Chaos Sword Body, and even in her merged form, the mere hint of her aura was insurmountable. Lin Feng gently patted her hand, offering comfort, and after what felt like an eternity, her body gradually relaxed. Only then did Lin Feng cautiously initiate a gentle advance. A series of breathless gasps reverberated through the training chamber, and Xian Yuan Qing Tian finally raised her hands, entwining them tightly around Lin Feng's neck, fiercely retaliating. This moment was akin to a thunderclap igniting a spark of fire. The Xian Yuan Qing Tian of this moment completely overturned the ethereal image Lin Feng had held of her. The primal yearning for searing energy has compelled her to cast aside the innate modesty that accompanies femininity. Under the immense heat and frigid aura, their flowing robes and long skirts are either reduced to ashes or frozen into shards. This mirrors the uncontrollable emotions surging within their hearts. In this moment, Xian Yuan Qing Tian's eyes are tightly shut, her face flushed as though engulfed in flames. Even her fair, delicate swan neck appears alarmingly red. One hand shields her upper body, while the other protects her abdomen, her form trembling uncontrollably once more. Lin Feng gazes at her, entranced, marveling at the creator's ingenuity. Xian Yuan Qing Tian's physique seems to embody the quintessence of heaven and earth, devoid of even the slightest flaw. Each inch of her skin emanates a radiant luster akin to the finest jade. Her petite form, protected like a lively little rabbit, exudes an irresistible charm. Perhaps due to her prolonged cultivation, her flat abdomen bears no trace of excess, remaining taut and smooth like the most exquisite silk. At this moment, an unusual rosy glow envelopes her body, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance that leaves one entranced. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng takes a deep breath and gradually extends his hand to remove her arm, shielding her upper body. Xian Yuan Qing Tian's breath momentarily catches, and though she initially resists, she ultimately relents, her thick lashes trembling more fervently. Despite the absence of overt resistance, Lin Feng feels an overwhelming sense of taboo, as if he were desecrating something sacred. Had he not recklessly used the dragon and phoenix pill to heal Xinyuan Qingtian, a paragon of celestial beauty, he could scarcely imagine the fortune required to draw near her. This has nothing to do with status. Throughout her steadfastness, Lin Feng discerned her deep-seated reluctance, likely stemming from the wounds inflicted by a fiancé from 3 millennia past. Although she harbors a modicum of affection for him, demonstrated by her crafting of divine puppets, the underlying reason is rooted in gratitude. To win her heart completely may require an eternity. Yet now, he finds himself not only able to approach her, but also to possess her. With this thought, Lin Feng can no longer contain the tumultuous emotions within him, letting out a low growl as he sits cross-legged, embracing Xinyuan Qingtian's form, placing her atop his legs amidst her muffled exclamations. Bear with it. It may hurt a bit, Lin Feng gently reassures her. Chapter 85. Collision of Ultimate Energies. A fate worse than death naturally. He had read about such matters in books from Water Blue Star. He had no knowledge of the specifics. Dear friends, Lin Feng remarks that the author of the book has gone too far, daring to expose his secrets so boldly. What do you all think? Should he continue? Upon hearing this, Xinyuan Qingtian instinctively clings tightly to Lin Feng's neck, trembling slightly as she nods, never daring to open her eyes. The two then became entwined. After a long while, the indescribable pain gradually subsided, replaced by a tantalizing itch and an indescribable emptiness within their bodies. Suddenly, activate the Qian Kuan Divine Decision. Lin Feng's fervent voice resonated in her ears. Alarmed, Xinyuan Qingtian opened her eyes to gaze at the man in her arms, noting that despite his ferocious demeanor and crimson eyes, a flicker of calmness intertwined with compassion lingered deep within his gaze. Witnessing this, Xinyuan Qingtian felt a surge of comfort, and together they began to channel the Qian Kuan Divine Decision they had recently acquired. As the technique activated, Lin Feng felt a wave of soreness coursing through his entire body, accompanied by a formidable force that seemed intent on siphoning away his very essence. What is happening? Am I going to be absorbed? Lin Feng's mind trembled as he murmured. Xinyuan Qingtian was undeniably a terrifying abyss, and the overwhelming suction left him utterly defenseless, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure. Yet, he did not panic. He trusted that the system's products were of the highest quality and would not falter. Indeed, at the final moment, Lin Feng distinctly felt the power within him. His body shivered uncontrollably, quaking with cold. In mere moments, the excruciatingly frigid energy penetrated his limbs, rendering his meridians and flesh numb, even his soul trembling beyond his control. The extreme coldness transformed into countless razor-sharp blades, slicing through his meridians and flesh, leaving no part unscathed. He could even hear the sound of his meridians being severed. The intense pain made Lin Feng's teeth chatter uncontrollably, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. This agony, originating from the marrow, spread through his nerve endings, rendering him desperate for relief. After a brief interval, an intensely peculiar swelling sensation enveloped him, causing an unbearable itch throughout his body, making him yearn to claw at his own skin. This horrifying feeling made him wish for death, until finally his senses dulled, and his mind grew foggy, prompting a slight improvement. Suddenly, a sound of anguish pierced his ears. Xinyuan Qingtian's pained voice reached him. Lin Feng opened his eyes to behold Xinyuan Qingtian, her entire being resembling a boiled lobster, her skin a terrifying shade of red, with magma visibly coursing beneath the surface. She trembled incessantly, her brows knitted tightly, her visage contorted in agony as she emitted muffled groans. Evidently, Xinyuan Qingtian was also enduring torment. Given her innate, attribute, despite her possession of the sharp and domineering golden spirit root among the 9, she could not escape the essence of her nature. Thus, the energy within her was profoundly cold, and now, suddenly assaulted by an equally potent yang energy, her discomfort was palpable. As her pained groans subsided, Lin Feng felt the familiar searing energy surge back within him, intertwining with the chilling force, thawing the meridians and flesh that had just been frozen. Moments later, every frozen part of his body was restored, and an overwhelming sense of comfort washed over him. Simultaneously, Lin Feng sensed the gradual consolidation of a new life energy. This newfound energy was neither scorching nor frigid, but exuded a balanced warmth, soothingly traversing along its intricate pathways, mending the previously frozen meridians and flesh. To Lin Feng's astonishment, this newly birthed energy possessed formidable restorative capabilities. The severely injured meridians and flesh were mended in the blink of an eye. It was evident that this life energy was birthed from the cultivation of the Qian Kun Divine Decision. This revelation filled Lin Feng with exhilaration. Imagine, in the midst of battle, both sides wounded, yet he could rapidly heal while his opponent faced certain doom. This Qian Kun Divine Decision is undoubtedly the foremost technique in the realm. It is truly terrifying, Lin Feng mused internally. Simultaneously, he could not help but acknowledge the extraordinary strength of Xianyuan Qingtian. Merely upon contact, he had nearly met his demise from freezing. Before he could fully process this thought, a sharp pain surged through his body, accompanied by an aura so piercing it made his spirit quiver. His complexion shifted drastically as he abruptly turned his gaze toward Xianyuan Qingtian, only to find he could not tear his eyes away. Chapter 86. A dual breakthrough. From innate to emperorship in his embrace, the woman's skin, fairer than frost, was adorned with a delicate layer of ice crystals, rendering her akin to a primordial goddess encased in ice for millennia. Surrounding her was a swirling mist of white, resembling a divine ice deity engaged in meditation, emanating a chilling aura of unfathomable power. Behind her, a lifelike ice phoenix hovered, as if surveying all beings, its terrifying presence instilling a deep sense of dread. Above her head, a massive golden sword, broad and radiant, exuded a sharp aura that compelled one to prostrate in reverence. The blade of the sword is intricately engraved with the sun, moon, and stars on one side, while the mountains, rivers, and flora are depicted on the other. The hilt bears inscriptions on agricultural and livestock husbandry techniques on one side, and strategies for uniting the four seas on the other. Indeed, it is the legendary Xianyuan sword. Qingtian, without a doubt, is the reincarnation of the sword spirit of the Xianyuan sword, capable of emanating such a sharp and domineering aura that it seems unrivaled in the world. The Xianyuan sword rightfully holds the title of the most formidable sword in existence. Merely a trace of its aura makes me feel as insignificant as an ant. Now, with the fusion of these two formidable forces, it is certain that Qingtian will soon become the foremost master of swordsmanship, wielding a blade that can cleave through anything and dominate the heavens. She is now my woman. Lin Feng's face was a mixture of astonishment and joy as he murmured to himself. Suddenly, Qingtian snapped. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a woman before? Look at your lack of ambition. Completely distracted. What had just occurred was merely the initial merging of the two energies from the dragon and phoenix pill. The true cultivation was yet to come. Do you still wish to merge your metal attribute spiritual root? Qingtian opened her starry eyes, casting him a glance. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Lin Feng was startled by Qingtian's sudden gaze, feeling as if two Xianyuan swords were piercing through him, sending chills down his spine. He promptly closed his eyes and focused on the Qian Kun Divine Decision. After a moment, Qingtian, too, closed her eyes and began to operate the Qian Kun Divine Decision, though her expression betrayed a hint of shyness. In a state akin to that of infants, they were intertwined, their energies flowing and merging within them as the Qian Kun Divine Decision was activated. However, at this moment, the energies underwent a transformation, infused with a sense of balance and peace, alongside an added sharpness and dominance. Undoubtedly, their metal attribute spiritual roots were beginning to blend. Despite the intimate nature of their current state, both wore solemn expressions, fully engrossed in their cultivation, devoid of any distractions. Through their deep physical connection, Lin Feng could distinctly sense Qingtian's immense power. It is no exaggeration to say that the cold, metal energy within her surpassed the total energy reserves within him by at least 1,000-fold. In comparison, Qingtian was a divine being. While he resembled a mere child taking his first steps, Lin Feng felt a pang of embarrassment, knowing his greatest secret had likely been uncovered. He was certain Qingtian had realized it, as he could clearly sense that during the operation of the Qian Kun Divine Decision, she was deliberately controlling the energy flow, ensuring it was guided by his will, fearful that the overwhelming energy or rapid pace would be too much for him to handle. The marvel of the Qian Kuan divine decision lies not only in its ability to allow them to sense each other's physical condition, but also in the subtle merging of their souls, leaving indelible traces upon one another. In this way, the initial sense of estrangement dissipated in an instant, and they felt as if the other were the most significant person in their lives. This feeling was entirely natural, devoid of any awkwardness. As one cycle after another of the Qian Kuan divine decision unfolded, the pure yang energy imparted by the dragon and phoenix pill gradually faded from Lin Feng's body, while the aura they emitted grew stronger, causing the space around them to tremble and distort, as if unable to contain the burgeoning power. Boom, boom, boom. With each distortion, Qing Tian's cultivation surged. Earth King Realm, Sky King Realm, True King Realm, Human Emperor Realm. A remarkable leap of 4 major realms, ascending from the Human King to the Human Emperor Realm. What is the Human Emperor Realm? It is the pinnacle among men, revered and worshipped by countless souls, a being capable of obliterating the realm of kings with a mere wave of the hand. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's ascent in cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. 9th stage Golden Core Realm, 10th stage Spirit Infant Realm, Out-of-Body Realm, Divine Separation Realm, Fusion Realm, Great Ascension Realm, Tribulation Crossing Realm, Void Breaking Realm, Initial Stage of Innate Realm. A staggering leap across 9 major realms, a pace of advancement unparalleled in history. Moreover, this was a transformation from the acquired to the innate, a feat that countless martial artists can only dream of. If other martial artists were to learn of such breakthrough speed, they would surely be left in disbelief. As the two continued to break through their limits, the sky above Xianyuan Peak was enveloped in auspicious clouds, the ethereal aura casting a spell over the heavens. Rich spiritual energy swirling like a tornado, with countless divine beast phantoms converging as if to offer their congratulations. At this moment, the two colossal energies were completely refined, culminating in an eruption of even more potent and sharp energy. Undoubtedly, the fusion of the yin and yang metal attribute spiritual roots had commenced. In that instant, an unparalleled aura surged forth from both individuals, causing the very space of the training room to crack and splinter. Just then, the Xianyuan sword above Qing Tian's head erupted with dazzling golden light, a clear sword cry resonating throughout the entire Divine Sword Sect, sending tremors of sword intent soaring into the heavens. Visibly, a black hole appeared above Xianyuan Peak, directly linked to the void, emanating a strand of sword intent from the Xianyuan sword. At this moment, all beings across the peaks of the Divine Sword Sect prostrated, trembling in awe. The Qian Kuan divine decision continued its operation, but at this moment, Lin Feng's yang metal spiritual root was activated, while Qing Tian's yin metal spiritual root simultaneously awakened. Lin Feng could distinctly sense a miniature golden sword in his sea of energy, basking in a small field filled with golden liquid. Undoubtedly, this was the metal attribute spiritual root, and more specifically, a sword spiritual root. The golden liquid was likely the liquefied yang metal spiritual energy, which Lin Feng referred to as yang gold spiritual liquid. As for Qing Tian, her internal conditions were similar, but her reserves of yin metal spiritual energy were incomparably greater. At this moment, the energy flowing through their veins was no longer that from the dragon and phoenix pill, but rather a brand new spiritual energy birthed from the refinement of that energy. However, due to the vast disparity in their strengths, when Lin Feng's Qian Kuan spiritual energy surged into Qing Tian's body, it hardly made a ripple, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. Seriously? Is it really that exaggerated? Lin Feng murmured, feeling quite the embarrassment at this realization. Suddenly, Chapter 87. The smile of the unmatched goddess only blooms for you. Take your time. Do not rush. A gentle voice resonated in Lin Feng's ear. The soothing timbre of Qing Tian, seemingly aware of his thoughts, offering him comforting words. How can I not be anxious? Cultivation is secondary. If Qing Tian were to look down on me, how could I ever hold my head high again? No, I must push forward. In his thoughts, Lin Feng decisively mobilized 1/10 of the yang gold spiritual liquid, directing it into Qing Tian's body. However, he had clearly underestimated the terrifying nature of the yang gold spiritual liquid. As soon as he summoned it, a resounding boom echoed within him, and 1/10 of the yang gold spiritual liquid transformed into an overwhelming surge of yang metal spiritual energy, nearly rupturing his meridians. In truth, Lin Feng was entirely unaware that the vast majority of this yang gold spiritual liquid was thanks to the old man in the green robe from the sharp gold realm. Fortunately, this yang metal spiritual energy showed no signs of slowing, charging directly into Qing Tian's body with great force. Qing Tian's body trembled, involuntarily gasping in surprise. She had not anticipated that Lin Feng could suddenly unleash such a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Logically, given his peak innate realm, it should have been impossible for him to store such a volume of energy. Without a doubt, Qing Tian had a thorough understanding of Lin Feng's capabilities. However, just as her astonishment began to fade, she sensed another wave of spiritual energy equal to the previous, rushing into her body. Before she could fully process this, a third wave followed closely behind. With a full 1/10 of the yang gold spiritual liquid unleashed, Lin Feng's meridians reached their breaking point, and, as the energy flow concluded, waves of soreness coursed through him. Lin Feng felt a semblance of relief, estimating that even a single additional drop of yang gold spiritual liquid would have ruptured his meridians. Of course, had it not been for the Qian Kuan divine decision and the chaotic supreme body, Lin Feng would not have dared to be so reckless. To comprehend, this yang gold spiritual liquid is a highly condensed essence of metallic spiritual energy, with each drop representing a magnitude of potency that far surpasses gaseous forms by at least 1,000-fold. During the time in the sharp metal domain, the metallic spiritual energy nearly ruptured the sea of qi and meridians. Yet not a single drop could be condensed. In other words, one drop of yang gold spiritual liquid now is, at the very least, more formidable than the combined energy of his entire being from before. Had this been in the past, it would undoubtedly have resulted in explosive demise. However, times have changed. At this moment, all the spiritual energy coexists within him and Xianyuan Qingtian, given Xianyuan Qingtian's formidable strength. Enduring a mere 1/10 of the yang gold spiritual liquid poses no issue whatsoever. Moments later, Xianyuan Qingtian opened her eyes, only to find Lin Feng grinning at her with delight. She was well aware of the man's subtle intentions. Her starry eyes flickered, and she playfully bit Lin Feng's shoulder. "Oh, stop, that tickles." Lin Feng gently shook his shoulder in feigned surrender. "I've just realized that you, the cunning sect master, are merely an outward faade with pitifully low cultivation. There must be a great secret hidden within you." Xianyuan Qingtian raised her head and smiled sweetly at Lin Feng. "Hee, Qingtian, do you know your smile could make the heavens lose their hue?" Lin Feng replied foolishly, utterly enchanted by her presence. Xianyuan Qingtian paused slightly. Her cheeks tinged with crimson as she tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, softly declaring, "From now on, my smile shall bloom solely for one." This light statement filled Lin Feng with overwhelming joy. "Let us cultivate first," he said, quickly regaining his composure and adopting a serious demeanor. Xianyuan Qingtian nodded gently. A 1/10 of the yang gold spiritual liquid was swiftly consumed by Xianyuan Qingtian's in-attribute gold spiritual energy, and upon returning to Lin Feng's body, it was instantly devoured by Xuanyuan's pride. This revelation brought immense delight to Lin Feng. Indeed, while the yang gold spiritual liquid is rare and significant for him, Xuanyuan's pride is equally critical for refining bones. The transformation between this spiritual energy and the yang gold spiritual liquid is, without a doubt, a fortuitous event for Lin Feng. As before, Lin Feng unleashed another 1/10 of the yang gold spiritual liquid, yet the anticipated sensation of meridians swelling and aching failed to manifest. Frowning, he released another 1/10. In an instant, the familiar sensation of fullness and discomfort returned. Undoubtedly, the previous cultivation had widened and strengthened his meridians considerably. Otherwise, this occurrence would have been impossible. The true Qian Kuan divine art is indeed formidable, Lin Feng murmured to himself. Time passed gradually. When the 2/10 of yang gold spiritual liquid transformed into yang attribute gold spiritual energy and was consumed by Xianyuan Qingtian, returning to Lin Feng's body and subsequently absorbed by Xuanyuan's pride, Lin Feng's body trembled violently. Suddenly, a tempest surged within the cultivation chamber, akin to countless swords converging. And at that moment, a fierce and sharp aura erupted violently from Lin Feng's center, visible golden energy waves sweeping outward. Where it passed, space distorted and then shattered, revealing a gaping black rift. Fortunately, This was a cultivation chamber provided by the system. Otherwise, such a wave of energy could have reduced the entire chamber to ashes. After a considerable time, the cultivation chamber gradually calmed. Another breakthrough. Mid-stage of the innate realm, Lin Feng realized, noting that it had been less than a day since his last breakthrough. The higher the realm, the more spiritual energy and fortune are required, making each ascent to a minor tier increasingly arduous. Should other warriors learn of this, they would surely regard Lin Feng as a monster. Xianyuan Qingtian also sensed Lin Feng's breakthrough, her exquisite visage radiating joy and celebration. Lin Feng, however, appeared nonchalant, harboring a faint anticipation. Could this dual cultivation lead him to the king realm? Upon reflection, Lin Feng acknowledged the difficulty. He had utilized 3/10 of the Yang gold spiritual liquid to ascend a mere minor tier, and this was with the spiritual energy gained from dual cultivation with Xianyuan Qingtian, which was far purer than the Yang gold spiritual liquid alone. It seemed unlikely that even if he were to unleash all the Yang gold spiritual liquid in Xiaoyan's possession, it would not suffice for his breakthrough to the king realm. Regardless, the first dual cultivation of the Qian Koan divine art must be executed to perfection. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng unleashed 3/10 of the Yang gold spiritual liquid at once, transforming it into Yang attribute gold spiritual energy, which surged into Xianyuan Qingtian's body as the technique flowed. This time, Xianyuan Qingtian was struck with astonishment. Initially, when Lin Feng first erupted with that massive wave of Yang attribute gold spiritual energy, she was already taken aback. By the second surge, she had grown accustomed, but the third release of such vast energy left her once again in a state of disbelief. Where does he acquire such an abundance of Yang attribute gold spiritual energy? Xianyuan Qingtian pondered in confusion, but refrained from questioning, feeling a light sense of joy instead. After all, this was the man with whom she shared an inseparable bond, and the stronger he became, the happier she felt. 2 full days later, Lin Feng and Xianyuan Qingtian concluded their first joint cultivation of the Qian Koan divine art. Ultimately, Lin Feng reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. Though 2 days may seem a considerable span in ordinary times, in the state of their unified minds and souls, it felt merely like the blink of an eye. Upon awakening, Xianyuan Qingtian distinctly sensed that her sharp metallic energy had become increasingly refined, at least 3-fold more potent than before. This outcome subtly alleviated her regret over losing her purity. Exchanging glances, Lin Feng beamed, while Xianyuan Qingtian blushed deeply. Immersed in cultivation, she had been oblivious to her surroundings. But now, the reality of her situation made her wish for a hidden crevice to conceal herself. It was evident that Xianyuan Qingtian recognized her current state of embarrassment. Though they shared a deep connection, the intimacy left her feeling utterly powerless. She had never anticipated such a day would come. After being betrayed by her fiancé 3 millennia ago, she thought she had sealed her heart and soul, destined to a life of solitude until her last breath. Little did she know, a single dragon and phoenix pill would bind her to a man she held a slight fondness for, forging an unbreakable bond for life. She struggled to articulate the complex emotions swirling within her, tinged with melancholy, yet laced with joy. For reasons unknown, her deeply entrenched beliefs began to wane. Summoning her courage, she gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with tenderness. Qingtian Lin Feng murmured softly, his eyes ablaze with desire, fixated on her fair, flushed cheeks. At this moment, their cultivation of the Qian Koan divine art had reached a temporary conclusion, and the 2 extreme energies brought forth by the dragon and phoenix pill had been fully refined. Yet, Lin Feng could still keenly sense an irresistible temptation relentlessly undermining his rationality, akin to an unending tide washing over him. The warm, soothing contact felt like waves, threatening to engulf him entirely. Xianyuan Qingtian struggled to suppress the peculiar sensations coursing through her body, gently cradling Lin Feng's face in her hands, lowering her head to allow their foreheads to touch. "Just hold on a little longer," she breathed softly. Her voice trembled with evident struggle. The physical closeness allowed her to glean Lin Feng's thoughts and desires, which echoed her own. Thus, to refuse him at this moment required immense resolve. "Now, what is of paramount importance to your cultivation is for me to assist you in breaking through your current realm." As soon as these words were uttered, a surge of profound, icy spiritual energy flowed, directly from Xianyuan Qingtian into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body quivered, and his mind became alert. Without uttering a word, he eliminated all distractions and swiftly activated the cosmic divine art, receiving the icy spiritual energy transmitted from Xianyuan Qingtian. He did not refuse, even though doing so would be detrimental to Xianyuan Qingtian, potentially causing her to expend a great deal of her spiritual energy. However, Lin Feng could sense her genuine sincerity, and he could not refuse. At this moment, the spiritual energy within Lin Feng's meridians was already at a saturation point. Now, with the influx of the vast, icy spiritual energy from Xianyuan Qingtian, they became even more engorged, and the familiar sensation of soreness resurfaced. However, Xianyuan Qingtian did not cease her efforts. She could perceive the limit of Lin Feng's capacity to withstand spiritual energy and would naturally not allow her actions to cause him any harm. Soon, the sharp aura emanating from them gradually intensified, forming a hurricane around the two, incessantly tearing through the fabric of space. In an instant, upon sensing that Lin Feng had reached his limit, Xianyuan Qingtian dared not infuse any more spiritual energy. Continue, Lin Feng urged, his eyes still tightly shut. But Xianyuan Qingtian hesitated, her expression conflicted. Continue, Lin Feng pressed. Xianyuan Qingtian bit her pearly teeth and once again infused her own spiritual energy. As they had both cultivated the cosmic divine art, the spiritual energy did not dissipate at all as it alternated within their bodies. This was an advantage that no other martial artist could possess. As time elapsed, the fluctuations of spiritual energy erupting from Lin Feng's body became increasingly violent, and the pain within his meridians intensified manifold. Yet, Lin Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the incessant trembling of his body and the profuse sweating, without uttering a single sound. Upon witnessing this scene, Xianyuan Qingtian's starry eyes quivered slightly. She dared not infuse any more spiritual energy into Lin Feng's body, fearing that he would be unable to withstand it and damage his foundation. However, she could also clearly perceive Lin Feng's will, a will to become stronger for her, Xianyuan Qingtian. If it were before this day, perhaps Lin Feng would not have been so eager. But now that they had shared intimate moments and the disparity in their strength was so vast, how could Lin Feng be content with the status quo? Since the dawn of time, it has been the role of men to protect women. He desired to possess the ability to shield Xianyuan Qingtian from harm in any place. The only way to achieve this was to become even stronger than her. This strength must be genuine and intrinsic, as he had deeply experienced in Xianyuan Tomb and the Ors Metal domain. Xianyuan Qingtian perceived Lin Feng's thoughts, stirring a profound emotion within her. After hesitating for a long while, Xianyuan Qingtian continued to infuse spiritual energy. The fluctuations of spiritual energy gradually became tyrannical and surging, akin to an overbearing sovereign unwilling to be bound by Lin Feng, struggling with all its might to escape from Lin Feng's meridians and sea of qi, seeking its due dignity. At this moment, Xianyuan Qingtian ceased the infusion of spiritual energy. She knew that Lin Feng had reached the critical juncture for a breakthrough. As someone who had personally experienced it, she knew that when a martial artist encountered such a situation, it was an omen of breaking through to the king realm. At this moment, the expression of pain on Lin Feng's face vanished, and the unbearable soreness in his meridians also disappeared. The massive and continuous infusion of spiritual energy not only did not cause him any harm, but instead rendered his meridians wider and more resilient, sufficient to accommodate this spiritual energy. In this instant, the shackles of heaven and earth were within reach. This layer of constraint was the power of heaven and earth that hindered Lin Feng's breakthrough. The path of cultivation was, after all, a defiance of the heavens. The greater one's strength, the stronger the heavenly constraints one would face. As long as he shattered the shackles, Lin Feng would be able to advance to the king realm. Chapter 89. The unexpected side of an exquisite woman. Each of Lin Feng's previous breakthroughs had been unhindered due to the existence of a mortal god system. At this moment, the system was nowhere to be found, and he could only rely on himself to carefully comprehend and focus his mind on enlightenment. As time passed, he sank into deep contemplation, and his expression became increasingly serene, but the spiritual energy within his body became ever more tyrannical and surging. At this moment, a surge of domineering power seeped out from his bones, causing Lin Feng to exude an aura of indomitable pride and unyielding spirit. This was none other than Xuanyuan's pride. Xianyuan Qingtian was naturally unaware of the reason. She watched with secret alarm and dared not interrupt. She had not expected that this wicked sect master possessed such an indomitable golden body. That unyielding spirit was rarely seen in the world. After a long while, this aura of pride and unyielding spirit was absorbed into Lin Feng's body like a sponge absorbing water, and even the tyrannical and surging aura vanished. At this moment, the situation within Lin Feng's body was completely different from the outside. The fluctuations of spiritual energy had reached their extreme, yet he completely ignored them. Instead, he slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, his gaze piercingly bright. A smile formed at the corner of his lips. King Realm, with Xianyuan Qingtian's great assistance, Lin Feng had successfully broken through. He had truly stepped into the King Realm, which many martial artists yearn for. To slaughter 10,000 is to be a hero. The hero among men is a king. The instant he opened his eyes, he saw Xianyuan Qingtian's worried gaze. A flash of tangible golden light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes, and he smiled slightly, saying, "Qingtian, thank you." He was well aware that without Xianyuan Qingtian's assistance in expending a large amount of spiritual energy, he would not have been able to break through to the King Realm. Between you and me, why speak of thanks? Xianyuan Qingtian seemed to be able to discern Lin Feng's thoughts. She could clearly perceive the genuine gratitude emanating from Lin Feng. She smiled slightly, with a hint of playfulness. Seeing the woman's delightful appearance, Lin Feng was slightly lost in thought. Before this, Xianyuan Qingtian was an extremely powerful individual, with a temperament like a millennium-old iceberg, giving him a sense of domineering mystery and coldness. Now, that layer of ice had silently melted into a pool of warmth, and her domineering nature had transformed into gentleness. Her mystery was being revealed to him, like a young girl experiencing her first love, naturally displaying her various innate qualities. This not only made Lin Feng feel delighted and happy, but also caused him to feel an uncontrollable sense of inferiority. Moreover, this feeling would not disappear due to the closeness of their relationship. The reason was obvious. First, there was the disparity in strength. One was an incomparably powerful emperor-level expert, a saintly figure from 3,000 years ago, and even more so, the reincarnated sword spirit of the Xianyuan Divine Sword, who was invincible in the heavens and earth tens of thousands of years ago, a peerless goddess standing at the pinnacle of the firmament. The other was a king realm cultivator with a vast difference in power. Although he possessed the mortal god system and was the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect, he was simply not comparable to Xianyuan Qingtian, at least not at present. Second, there was the shift in identity. Before this, under the enhancement of the system, Lin Feng was mysterious and invincible within the sect. Powerful figures such as Duga Qingming and even Yuan Xingxin were respectful to him. He was a god in the eyes of the people of the entire Divine Sword Sect, an existence to be revered and looked up to for a lifetime. Xianyuan Qingtian was naturally no exception. Lin Feng was naturally pleased and complacent, and his mentality inevitably had some expansion of conceit. But now, under the impetus of the Dragon Phoenix Pill, the two were forced to cultivate the cosmic divine art. The lofty and peerless goddess Xianyuan Qingtian had become his woman, Lin Feng's woman. At the same time, the enhancements provided by the system had all become ineffective, and Lin Feng's details were revealed to her without reservation. He was no longer the mysterious and omnipotent sect master in Xianyuan Qingtian's eyes, but rather a person whose strength was fundamentally not up to par. On the contrary, Xianyuan Qingtian had become an existence he looked up to, and the key was that the other party had become his woman through special circumstances. The magnitude of this disparity in strength and sudden shift in identity was imaginable. How could Lin Feng not feel inferior? Sensing Lin Feng's complex emotions, Xianyuan Qingtian smiled knowingly. The look in her eyes was not only devoid of the slightest contempt, but also full of encouragement. This feeling of telepathy was heartwarmingly intimate. It seemed that there was no need for much conversation between them to understand each other's feelings. Suddenly, "Oh, right, you've only just stepped into the human king realm. This realm is very special, and it requires." Xianyuan Qingtian seemed to have thought of something, and her expression became serious. However, before she could finish her words, Lin Feng interrupted her with a peculiar expression, saying, "Qingtian, do you not find it somewhat inappropriate to discuss the matters of the king realm in our current state?" Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan Qing Tian was initially taken aback, but then it seemed she comprehended something. Her fair face instantly flushed with a rosy hue, even her earlobes appearing translucent and radiant. I see now that your mind is filled with impure thoughts. It is only today that I realize you are a thoroughly wicked sect master. Xian Yuan Qing Tian's voice was barely audible as she lowered her head. Observing this, Lin Feng chuckled to himself. At this moment, he had no intention of foolishly reasoning with Xian Yuan Qing Tian. Had he lost his mind? Since cultivating the Qinkuan divine art, their relationship had remained unchanged. Although Xian Yuan Qing Tian did not weigh much, with time, even the lightest burden could feel heavy, and Lin Feng felt as if his legs were losing sensation. Now that their practice had concluded, he naturally began to move his body, which had been stiff for many days. Little did he know that this seemingly innocuous action would yield unexpected results. Oh, could you please not move? Xian Yuan Qing Tian seemed as though she had been struck by lightning, her body going limp as she collapsed onto Lin Feng's lap. Her complexion flushed and feebly pinching his arm. Almost simultaneously, an unfamiliar sensation surged through her heart, leaving her utterly bewildered. What could possibly be good about this? Certainly nothing, Lin Feng thought to himself. Watching her expression, a blend of embarrassment and anger, he couldn't help but chuckle, musing to himself, from now on, the sect master shall no longer attend morning court. Half an hour later, Xian Yuan Qing Tian seized a handful of Lin Feng's waist with a fierce grip. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, became hazy, and her entire body seemed to cramp, taking a full quarter of an hour to calm down, leaving her feeling utterly boneless and breathless. At this moment, the air in the cultivation chamber was suffused with a fragrant aroma. After a considerable pause, Xian Yuan Qing Tian regained her senses, loosening her grip and lifting her head. Now, possessing a bit more strength, she suddenly tightened her grip on Lin Feng's hair with palpable anxiety, stammering, wait, what is it? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing her distressed demeanor, Lin Feng immediately looked up at her, anxious. Xian Yuan Qing Tian hesitated for a moment before shyly asking, did I? Just now? Lin Feng's expression changed as he grasped her hand, interrupting her. Where exactly do you feel unwell? No, it's not that. Xian Yuan Qing Tian's face was a deep crimson, and after a while, she bit her lip and curiously inquired, I meant to ask, did you hear anything just now? No, absolutely not. Without a second thought, Lin Feng shook his head vigorously, his expression grave. You must have imagined it. You're not deceiving me, are you? Xian Yuan Qing Tian's brows furrowed slightly, seeking reassurance. Are you certain there was truly nothing? Earlier, in her muddled state, she was unaware she had uttered any strange sounds in her excitement. When have I ever lied to you? Lin Feng gazed at her with utmost sincerity, swearing. Not only was there nothing, but there absolutely was nothing. Unbeknownst to the onlookers what they might have heard. Chapter 90. The secret is out. You truly are a wicked sect master. You are indeed a wicked sect master, clearly lying. You, despicable. Although Lin Feng maintained an earnest facade, Xian Yuan Qing Tian still caught a glimpse of the cunning and smugness lurking in his eyes, prompting her to reproach him with a mix of indignation. However, with Lin Feng's sudden movement, her consciousness spiraled once more into chaos, her grievance swiftly transforming into an uncontrollable embarrassment. Lin Feng embraced Xian Yuan Qing Tian's waist, lifting her gently before turning her around to face away from him. Initially, Lin Feng had intended this gesture to alleviate her discomfort, as their cultivation had already concluded. Yet, upon witnessing her back, his expression shifted to one of fervent excitement, as if he had been invigorated, his eyes instantly turning a shade of crimson. Previously, in the sect master's cultivation chamber, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of her hazy silhouette through the system's map, but on that occasion, it had merely been a passing glance, devoid of clarity. This time was different, as he was mere inches away, allowing him to behold every inch of her skin. It was a back that seemed to embody the wonders of creation. 2 words could describe it: perfection. For words would suffice. Exceedingly perfect. This was not an exaggeration, but rather a direct and genuine sensation. Such a level of perfection in a back was exceedingly rare. One might not encounter even one among a million women. Imagine a woman's back. If it were too fleshy, it would appear flat and unappealing, lacking any aesthetic allure. Conversely, if there were too little flesh or it were excessively thin, it would resemble a mere skeleton, devoid of beauty and quite terrifying in its bony appearance. Hence, how rare and precious a perfect back truly is, a true gift from the heavens. It must be smooth, proportionate, and possess both curves and lines, showcasing the beauty of contours alongside fair, luminous skin and a delicate silhouette. Xian Yuan Qing Tian's back epitomized this ideal. As time passed, Lin Feng was astonished to discover a vividly lifelike ice phoenix emerging upon her back, seemingly alive, flitting about, one moment perched at her neck, the next gliding down her back as if it had come to life. This was indeed the ice phoenix that had materialized from the dragon phoenix pill. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a surge of heat radiating from his own back. It seemed that although the energy from the dragon phoenix pill had been refined, the golden dragon and ice phoenix had not vanished, but had transformed into a special mark concealed within. After just a brief pause, Lin Feng once more unleashed his vigorous sword techniques, each movement resonating with might. During this time, whenever Xian Yuan Qing Tian glanced back, the golden sword-shaped mark on her brow fell within Lin Feng's view, driving him into a frenzy. It was no wonder. Every time this happened, Xian Yuan Qing Tian emanated an aura that was both sacred and untouchable, leaving Lin Feng with a sense of sacrilege. Streams of the essence of life surged forth, filling the cultivation chamber with a sweet and intoxicating fragrance. The sounds of their bodies colliding and Xian Yuan Qing Tian's muffled moans intertwined, composing a heart-stirring symphony of life. They reveled in mutual giving and taking, entwined like fish and water, inseparable. On Xian Yuan Peak, within the secluded cultivation chamber of the Xian Yuan Hall's elder, the intoxicating aroma had yet to dissipate fully. Lin Feng and Xian Yuan Qing Tian were both clad in white robes. Before them stood a golden mirror, a creation of Xian Yuan Qing Tian's own attribute golden spiritual energy, radiating brilliance and illuminating their surroundings. Xian Yuan Qing Tian sat gracefully before the golden mirror, her expression serene as she gazed at her reflection. In the mirror, the exquisite young woman bore a visage that, although typically cool and aloof, was now tinged with a captivating flush. Lin Feng stood behind her, gently arranging her tousled hair. The moment was silent yet filled with warmth, as Xian Yuan Qing Tian transitioned from girlhood to womanhood. Although she emitted no aura, she exuded an even sharper, more domineering presence than before. Moreover, her breathtaking beauty now held an added chill, her captivating starry eyes containing an even more chilling allure. Only when gazing at Lin Feng did her fierce demeanor transform into a cascade of softness, the penetrating coldness turning into gentle tenderness. Receiving a golden hairpin from Xian Yuan Qing Tian, Lin Feng carefully inserted it into her hair, surveying her from various angles. Unlike the youthful hairstyle she had previously worn, Xian Yuan Qing Tian now gathered her long hair into an elegant updo, revealing her smooth, fair forehead. Lin Feng knew that in the realm of Shenzhou, only women would style their hair in such a manner. My wife is truly a celestial being, he mused. If she were to step outside, countless women would be envious, and many men would lose their senses. Beautiful, simply breathtaking. After his heartfelt admiration, he complimented genuinely. Such flattery. Are you not ashamed? What a ridiculous term, wife. Do you like it? Xian Yuan Qing Tian's face flushed with embarrassment as she gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with joy and satisfaction that was hard to conceal. After all, there is no woman in this world who does not relish being praised for her beauty, especially by her own man. Am I a fool to not appreciate it? I commend my beloved wife. How can there be any shame in that? The term madam feels overly formal. Wife is much more endearing. Lin Feng replied earnestly, placing his hands gently on Xian Yuan Qing Tian's delicate shoulders. Although they had already crossed certain boundaries, he still felt an inexplicable tension in her presence, a sensation that stemmed not only from her, but also from the formidable sword spirit. This tension was likely to linger for some time, given the sword spirit's overwhelming power, which had left a profound impression on him. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Feng, noting Xian Yuan Qing Tian's lack of response, grew bolder and began to move his hands. In the mirror, he noticed a playful smile on her lips, a mixture of feigned annoyance and shyness, her gaze towards him laced with affection. Just as Lin Feng was about to fulfill his intentions, she suddenly seized his hand and firmly declared, "Stop it, wife." Lin Feng murmured softly, leaning closer to her graceful neck. During their previous exchanges, he had discovered that this particular area was remarkably sensitive. A mere touch would render Xianyuan Qingtian helplessly compliant. No. Realizing his intent, she instinctively recoiled, fully aware that should he succeed in his advances, she would be utterly defenseless against him. Thus, she turned to the side and urged, "Let us discuss serious matters first." "Serious matters? Very well." Lin Feng, momentarily taken aback, sighed and then composed himself, settling down beside her. Xianyuan Qingtian extended her other hand, gently caressing the face of the man who had captivated her. Her gaze filled with a mix of longing and complexity as she studied him for a while before asking, "How old are you now?" 17, Lin Feng replied. He was uncertain of the purpose behind Xianyuan Qingtian's question, but chose not to conceal the truth. She nodded, smiling lightly, and said, "Then you must always listen to me from now on." "That is certainly the case," Lin Feng began, but a sense of unease crept in, prompting him to ask, "Why must I always listen to you?" "Because I am older than you, and naturally, you should heed my guidance." "You're older than me?" Lin Feng scrutinized Xianyuan Qingtian, grinning as he remarked, "You are clearly only 16. How can you possibly claim to be older than 18? By that logic, it should be you who listens to me." "Hey, little Qingtian, come, give her husband a leg massage." He teased her. "Do not be so fixated on age. In the realm of Shenzhou, one is considered an adult at 15. Your reasoning is flawed. Although I am merely 16 in this life, I am a reincarnation from 3,000 years ago, and I was once the sword spirit of the Xianyuan divine sword from tens of thousands of years prior. In truth, I am far older than you. Thus, you should comply with my wishes," Xianyuan Qingtian argued, standing her ground. "Let us reach a compromise. You will handle matters at home, while I will take care of the outside affairs. A man should govern the external, and a woman should manage the internal." Lin Feng chuckled. In truth, he had no intention of contesting this issue seriously. He simply sought to amuse Xianyuan Qingtian. Moreover, as an individual who had traversed from Waterblue Star, his outlook diverged significantly from the male-dominated perspectives often found in Shenzhou. In his belief, the wife reigned supreme above all else. Upon hearing his words, Xianyuan Qingtian sighed. Her eyes filled with a blend of affection and understanding. Her gentle hands lingered on Lin Feng's face as she softly said, "Though you are now an adult, in the eyes of mortals, you might still be considered a child." At that point, she shifted the conversation, adding, "However, in terms of cultivation, you are merely at the outset and still quite inexperienced. You are too young. Experiencing such matters too early may do you more harm than good." Xianyuan Qingtian spoke sincerely. "Height is not a matter of distance. Age is not an issue. A healthy body is of utmost importance." He suddenly locked eyes with her, his brows twitching slightly as a mischievous smile graced his lips, his tone playful. "Moreover, some of your words seem insincere. You have first-hand experience, and the feeling is quite—" "You must not speak of that." Xianyuan Qingtian pinched Lin Feng's side, her cheeks flushing as she shot him a reproachful glare. "If you keep talking nonsense, I shall ignore you." "I said nothing at all," Lin Feng protested, shaking his head in exasperation. "You must be the one with an unhealthy mindset. You are the one with an unhealthy mindset." Xianyuan Qingtian scrunched her adorable nose, unwavering in her stance. "Do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? Oomph. From now on, you must not dwell on such matters." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately slumped in despair, as if his very spirit had been drained. Observing his forlorn expression, Xianyuan Qingtian's resolve softened, and she spoke in a gentle whisper, "If you obediently comply and promise not to indulge in wild thoughts, ensuring that such matters do not hinder your cultivation, I shall agree to 1 favor a month." 6 times? Lin Feng perked up at this opportunity, eager to negotiate. Xianyuan Qingtian remained silent, her expression cold as she regarded him. "Then 5 times, 3 times, surely 2 times will suffice?" Lin Feng implored, noting her frosty demeanor. Xianyuan Qingtian continued to remain silent. "All right, just once then." Faced with no other option, Lin Feng reluctantly conceded. However, while he verbally agreed, his mind was already scheming. "Hee, I know your weakness. The moment I touch your graceful neck, you will be utterly at my mercy. Let me allow you to revel in your confidence for now. I shall see how I will deal with you later." Lin Feng mused internally. "It is not that I intend to deny you. I recognize the profound benefits of practicing Qian Kuan divine decision for both of us. However, your foundation is unstable, and your body is still weak. Given that you have just experienced a breakthrough, you should focus solely on your cultivation. Once you grow stronger and your temperament stabilizes, I shall yield to all your wishes in a few years. Xianyuan Qingtian's voice was tender and sincere. Moreover, I am already yours and will not run away. Can you endure for these few years? With that, she gazed at Lin Feng with longing, as if negotiating and pleading. Very well. Lin Feng nodded resolutely. He understood that Xianyuan Qingtian's demands were ultimately for his benefit. Over the past 3 years, he had achieved little in the Divine Sword Sect, and his cultivation journey had been lackluster. Although the system eventually appeared and provided him with numerous valuable resources that transformed him, in Xianyuan Qingtian's eyes, he still appeared weak. Moreover, the truth was that he was indeed quite weak. His foundation was unstable, and his slender physique made him appear fragile, inevitably leading Xianyuan Qingtian to misunderstand his abilities. Xianyuan Qingtian exhaled in relief and continued. Additionally, you have just entered the King realm. I understand this matter. Lin Feng interjected, not allowing her to elaborate further. These concerns were not issues for him. The Bodhi meditation cushion was not a mere trifle, but held boundless potential. Just be aware. You must approach it with caution and never let your guard down. Xianyuan Qingtian looked at him, offering one final piece of advice before shifting the conversation. As her words fell, a flash of golden light illuminated her hand, and a small golden sword materialized before her, which she promptly placed into Lin Feng's grasp. Upon beholding this sword, Lin Feng instantly recognized it as the divine puppet, and moreover, one perfected through meticulous refinement. This is the divine puppet I crafted a few days ago, which contains the second form of chaotic 9 styles. All beings come forth, capable of unleashing the might to sever saints and injure emperors. Please take good care of it. Xianyuan Qingtian spoke gently. Lin Feng did not hesitate to accept it. He held no doubts regarding the formidable power of all beings come forth, having witnessed its awe-inspiring display firsthand. The vivid image of that moment remained etched in his mind. With such a potent trump card at his disposal, he knew it would prove invaluable in times of peril. Turning to Xianyuan Qingtian, he smiled and asked, "Could this be considered a token of our affection?" Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she nodded slightly. Hearing this, Lin Feng began to search through his belongings. But after a lengthy search, he found nothing of worth to present. The most noteworthy items he possessed were the chaotic axe and its complementary technique, 8 methods of a universe, which he had yet to thoroughly examine. However, considering Xianyuan Qingtian was a sword cultivator, he imagined the absurdity of presenting her with an axe. As for his techniques, martial skills, and magical artifacts, he had an abundance, yet none could rival the chaotic 9 styles or the supreme sword, Xianyuan Divine Sword. None of these could serve as a fitting token of affection, and for a moment, he was at a loss for what to give. Chapter 92. Life is such. What more could one desire? Lin Feng scratched his head and awkwardly chuckled. Qingtian, I promise to gift you something in the future. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Qingtian beamed with a radiant smile. You have helped me reconstruct my physical form, allowing me to be reborn. You severed thunder to save my life, and then gifted me the Xianyuan Divine Sword and chaotic 9 styles. Each of these gestures holds immeasurable significance. Lin Feng sighed softly and replied, To have a wife like you is more than enough in this lifetime. Please do not praise me so. Your compliments make my heart race, Xianyuan Qingtian said. Her breath slightly quickened as she covered her heart, her face blooming with embarrassment. Since cultivating the heaven and earth divine decision, her former dominance and resilience, as well as the unyielding ice that had encased her for millennia, had all dissipated in Lin Feng's presence. He seemed to be her destined nemesis. Every word and deed of Lin Feng, his joys and sorrows, constantly tugged at her heartstrings. Lin Feng beamed with pride, his face alight with joy. Who in this world could cause a goddess like Xianyuan Qingtian to falter? Only he, Lin Feng, could achieve such a feat. Life is indeed such. What more could one desire? Lin Feng understood that had he not recklessly utilized the dragon and phoenix pill to save her, their relationship would have remained merely that of sect leader and elder. It is no exaggeration to state that not a single man in the entirety of the divine continent could be worthy of her, and even with his extraordinary system, he felt somewhat unworthy of Xianyuan Qingtian. This was not self-deprecation on his part. Rather, it was a testament to her exceptional qualities. As a reincarnated being of the sword spirit of the Xianyuan Divine Sword, which had the power to shatter the cosmos with a single strike. What a remarkable individual she was. What are your plans moving forward? Xianyuan Qingtian inquired softly, once her emotions had settled. Plans? What do you mean? Lin Feng responded, slightly confused. I mean your future aspirations. Xianyuan Qingtian assumed the role of a diligent caretaker, considering his perspective. She added, and our relationship as well. Lin Feng contemplated for a moment before articulating, since I became the sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect, I established 3 primary goals for myself. First, to annihilate the Iron Sword Sect to avenge my master. Second, to locate my junior sister and bring her back to the Divine Sword Sect, ensuring her safety for a lifetime in gratitude for my master's nurturing. Third, to elevate the Divine Sword Sect to greatness, fulfilling my master's final wish. Now that the Iron Sword Sect had been vanquished and his master's vengeance avenged, he considered 1 task accomplished, with 2 still awaiting completion. At this point, he glanced at Xianyuan Qingtian, his expression becoming increasingly earnest. Of course, there is now an additional task, the most vital one. I must grow stronger to ensure your safety, no matter the time or place. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Qingtian broke into a radiant smile. You are loyal and righteous, a true man. I am delighted and look forward to the day you protect me. Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. That day will come soon. This was not mere boastfulness. Endowed with the supreme physique of the chaotic supreme body and the true essence of the most powerful technique, heaven and earth divine decision, backed by his system. Becoming strong was not an arduous task. I eagerly await that day. Xianyuan Qingtian said softly, her eyes shimmering with a unique light. She suddenly realized that as Lin Feng appeared more serious, he became increasingly appealing, his lean figure imprinting itself deeply upon her heart. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she added, though your strength has improved, you must not expose your abilities before others in the sect. You must understand the peril of human hearts. She was concerned that before they had engaged in dual cultivation, she had regarded Lin Feng as a reincarnation of a great being. Now, both within and outside the sect, there was a unanimous belief that he was a reincarnation of a revered power, which was exceedingly dangerous. Should outsiders discover that Lin Feng was not a reincarnated being, but possessed coveted techniques and treasures that other major sects desired, he would undoubtedly face assaults from various sects, with dire consequences. Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart and chuckled. You need not worry. Aside from you, no one can see through me. And I can assure you that every disciple in the sect is absolutely trustworthy. Although Xianyuan Qingtian was curious about Lin Feng's confidence, she refrained from asking, merely cautioning. Within the sect, Yuan Shengxin and Duga Qingming are quite extraordinary. Before she fused with the sword spirit of the Xianyuan Divine Sword, she had merely perceived them as formidable. However, after the fusion, they emanated an aura that was far more complex than mere strength, instilling a sense of terror and an inexplicable peculiarity. Of course, this is just my personal perception. Strength does not necessarily imply they will harm you. However, one must remain vigilant. Harbor no ill intentions, but always be prepared, for it is prudent to be guarded. Suddenly, she shot Lin Feng a fierce glare and shifted the topic. I see that Yuan Shengxin and Duga Qingming have taken quite an interest in you, seemingly wishing to court you. Under her intense gaze, Lin Feng felt a jolt of anxiety, his scalp tingling as he hastily shook his head. How could that be? Dear wife, please do not misunderstand. I have no such intentions, and you must not wrong me. Xianyuan Qingtian feigned a frosty demeanor. Well, I have said all that I needed to. Hurry and disappear from my sight. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. Wife, you really have misunderstood. Xianyuan Qingtian suddenly broke into a charming smile, her tone elongated. So you're not leaving, are you? Lin Feng felt an ominous sensation and quickly nodded. Is it wrong for me to leave? With a deep sigh, he turned back 3 times before finally exiting the cultivation chamber. Xianyuan Qingtian let out a soft giggle, revealing a smile that could dazzle the heavens, murmuring, wife, husband, sounds delightful, doesn't he? On the summit of the inverted heaven peak, within the secluded chamber of the sect leader in the Xianyuan Hall, the system had proven exceptionally effective this time. The Dragon and Phoenix pill was a remarkable boon, directly facilitating his dual cultivation of the heaven and earth divine decision. The sharp gold domain was also impressive, not only augmenting his physical prowess to a staggering degree, but also expanding his energy seem manifold. From this, I have acquired an immense amount of Yang attribute golden spiritual energy, condensing a formidable quantity of unmatched Yang gold spiritual liquid, thus fulfilling the prerequisites for truly cultivating the Qian Kuan divine decision. Moreover, after the unveiling of the Qian Kuan divine decision, in Chapter 93, Purple Qi arrives from the east, 9-in's sacred body, through the dual cultivation with Xianyuan Qingtian. Not only has the spiritual energy in my Dantian become more refined and concentrated, elevating its several tiers, but I have also directly ascended from the 8th stage of transformation into the human king realm, experiencing a monumental shift in power and becoming a revered existence that countless martial artists look up to, a formidable king realm expert. Simultaneously, my golden spiritual root awakened. This is akin to acquiring an independent small Dantian. Whenever I cultivate, it incessantly condenses Yang gold spiritual liquid, which, when unleashed, possesses terrifying power. Most delightfully, I am no longer solitary. With Qingtian, I have found a family. Truly, the principle of a singular Yang does not endure. A solitary Yin does not thrive. Only the harmony of Yin and Yang can forge the great path. What a true fated goddess. Remarkably impressive. I am thoroughly enamored. This system, I adore it. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the Bodhi meditation cushion, finally understanding why he had remained stagnant in his cultivation and what it meant to be a true fated goddess. He chuckled foolishly while mumbling to himself. For him, it is no exaggeration to say that this marks a significant turning point in his life. After a moment, Lin Feng calmed his excitement and, as usual, opened the sect map to browse the recent happenings of the sect. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a certain mountain range outside the gate of the Sword Sect, where an intriguing scene unfolded before him. In his line of sight was an elderly man in a blue robe, his lips stained with crimson blood, his aura withered and chaotic, and his complexion pale. Undoubtedly, he had recently endured a life-and-death battle and was severely injured. At the same time, a tall young woman in a yellow dress with delicate features and skin as smooth as cream approached the blue-robed elder, oblivious to the danger. If all went as expected, the young woman would encounter the gravely wounded elder. How fascinating. Could this unexpectedly appearing young woman in yellow also be a child of fortune endowed with great destiny? Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he speculated. Simultaneously, a series of melodramatic, fantastical plot lines swirled in his mind. He found himself eagerly anticipating which narrative would unfold. Activate Heavenly Mechanism Technique. Lin Feng silently intoned. No sooner had he uttered the words than the young woman, as basic information materialized before his eyes. Name, Long Qingsheng. Age, 16 years. Realm, 6th stage Qi transformation. Physique, 9-in sacred body. Fortune value, 40,000. Loyalty, 0. Upon reviewing the basic information, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth, forming an intriguing arc possessing the 9-in sacred body and a fortune value of 40,000. She was indeed the child of destiny he had anticipated. Whispering to himself, Lin Feng clearly observed the dense and magnificent purple aura swirling above the young woman's head. Undoubtedly, this was her fortune. Remarkably, within the Sword Sect, bolstered by the auspicious golden dragon and the celestial chart, alongside the faux 4 divine beasts, fortune flourished abundantly. In merely 3 days, they had attracted another child of destiny with a fortune value of 40,000. This exceptional value, aside from Xianyuan Qingtian, Yuan Shengxin, and Duga Qingming, was unparalleled within the sect. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Having encountered numerous children of destiny, he remained remarkably composed within the Sword Sect. Encountering a typical child of fortune was akin to picking cabbage, while extraordinary prodigies would come knocking at their door, with some possessing astonishing fortune values exceeding 100,000. However, if outsiders witnessed Lin Feng's calm demeanor, they would likely assume he was stunned by the shock. It is known that within the ordinary sects of I Ching, attracting even one child of fortune would be cause for great celebration, as it signified the favor of celestial beings or ancestral spirits. Truly, within the hierarchy of sects, one could see the disparities in fortune. Lin Feng scrutinized the yellow-dressed young woman on the map before closing it and employing the soaring technique, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, outside the Sword Sect, in a distant mountain range. In just 3 days, it seemed that the Mo family would be sending someone. Was I truly destined to become someone else's plaything? Long Qingcheng furrowed her brows tightly, unconsciously clenching her small hands. With a flicker of humiliation and fury in her discerning eyes, she should not have been subjected to such distress. However, fate had conspired against her, and the whims of the world were unpredictable. The moment she was born, a celestial phenomenon occurred, and purple qi descended, signifying her extraordinary destiny. From a young age, she was unlike others, blessed with exceptional talent for cultivation and remarkable insight. Any martial arts or techniques she encountered were effortlessly mastered, rightfully earning her the title of the family's foremost prodigy. In no time, she garnered various accolades and acclaim, becoming a celebrated beauty in the eyes of many. This inevitably drew the attention of several major sects and prestigious cultivation families, among which the most powerful, the Mo family, extended an olive branch, seeking to forge a marital alliance with her family. The Long family, being a small clan, constantly sought ways to ascend in status. When such an opportunity presented itself, they were elated and could hardly refuse. In their eagerness to ally with the towering Mo family for support, they committed to the marriage without her consent, effectively selling her to them. Although Long Qingcheng felt deep aversion towards this arrangement, she ultimately conceded to her parents' wishes and reluctantly accepted the engagement. However, fate took an unexpected turn 3 years ago, plunging her into despair and resulting in her current predicament. Her body developed severe issues, rendering her dantian incapable of storing spiritual energy, akin to a broken gourd with countless leaks. No matter how much energy was poured in, it would ultimately seep away, leaving only a trace to sustain her bodily functions. This consequently meant that her path of cultivation was irreversibly severed, and her realm plummeted from the Spirit Division realm to the 6th stage Qi transformation. For a martial artist, the dantian is fundamental to cultivation. All techniques and treasures rely on the spiritual energy within it to function. Without a dantian, one has nothing. Upon learning of her plight, her family spared no expense, exhausting vast resources and seeking renowned physicians far and wide, hoping to remedy her condition. Yet, contrary to their hopes, all efforts proved futile. Ultimately, she was abandoned by her family. In this manner, she transitioned from the spotlight of admiration, adorned with accolades, to being labeled a waste in the eyes of all. The humiliation and torment she endured over the past 3 years are beyond the comprehension of outsiders. When the Mo family learned of her fall from grace, losing her unparalleled talent and insight, they, as she had anticipated, sought to annul the engagement, which she saw as a form of liberation. However, the reality was far more complex than she had envisioned. The Mo family did indeed send someone, but rather than to break off the engagement, they intended to take her as a concubine. The reasoning was simple. Although Long Qingcheng could no longer cultivate, she remained an undeniable beauty. 3 days hence would mark the day of her betrothal as a concubine. For Long Qingcheng, this was akin to plummeting into hell, becoming someone else's plaything. How could she possibly accept such a fate? Yet, her family, in their eagerness to curry favor with the Mo family, disregarded her feelings and pressured her into compliance. Heartbroken and constrained, Long Qingcheng stealthily slipped away from home, resolved to find a solution to her Dantian's affliction, or else she would choose to end her own life. The reasons are manifold. Even if she were to threaten death, her family would find a way to send her to the Mo family. It is preferable to perish than to become a mere plaything for others. Why? Why has my Qi inexplicably faltered? Why must the heavens be so cruel to me, leaving me no path to survival? Long Qingcheng's delicate visage was suffused with endless frustration and resentment. Her silver teeth clenched tightly, and her eyes radiated an indomitable spirit as she resolutely channeled her energy, striving to absorb the ethereal essence of heaven and earth for cultivation. Yet, as soon as the essence entered her Qi, it dissipated entirely. After several fruitless attempts, she ultimately conceded defeat, her exquisite features marred by profound disappointment and sorrow. Just 3 years prior, she was a paragon of excellence, a jewel of her family, even favored by an elder from a prestigious sect who intended to accept her as a personal disciple. In a mere 3 years, all that was within her grasp had turned to naught, and she had become a target of scorn and derision. Slowly, she crouched down, wrapping her arms around her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly as tears pooled in her eyes, a profound sense of injustice overwhelming her. An abyss of despair enveloped her. As if the entire world had forsaken her, she could see no glimmer of hope, only an expanse of gray. Suddenly, sensing something, she turned her head and gazed towards a nearby location. There, faint sounds and the whisper of labored breaths reached her ears, as if someone were struggling for life. Compelled by curiosity, she cautiously approached the source. Moments later, an elderly man clad in a tattered blue robe, grievously injured and stained with blood, came into her view. Stunned, Long Qingsheng could hardly comprehend that a gravely wounded elder lay so near, unnoticed by her until now. "Senior, are you all right?" she called out, but receiving no response. She hurried forward, gently shaking him. Again, there was no reaction. Checking for his breath and pulse, she realized his condition was perilous. Without delay, she propped him against a nearby tree. Then, she produced a small jade vial, her face revealing a moment of hesitation and struggle. Ultimately, gritting her teeth, she poured out the only elixir she could not bear to consume herself and administered it to the elder. 3 years ago, she was the pride of her family, nurtured with abundant resources, with elixirs available in abundance. But since her qi had faltered and rendered her a waste, her family had ceased to provide her with any cultivation resources. Now, the elixir she offered the elder was not only the sole one remaining in her possession, but also the last vestige of her former glory, something she had cherished dearly. After a brief moment, the elder, having ingested the elixir, showed signs of recovery, gradually opening his eyes and awakening. Upon realizing that a kind-hearted young girl had saved him, gratitude etched itself across his weathered face. He could distinctly feel a gentle yet feeble energy coursing through his meridians, undoubtedly the essence of the elixir. "Thank you, young lady, for reviving me with your elixir," he said. "Alas, my injuries are beyond healing. I am merely experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity, sustained by your elixir, clinging to the last breath of life. To encounter such a kind-hearted girl in my final moments must surely be fate ordained by the heavens. The heavens have not been entirely unkind to me." The elder regarded Long Qingsheng with a warm smile, continuing before she could speak. "Child, I am at the end of my rope. I shall impart all my knowledge and the mastery of the earth immortal realm to you. Remember, I am known as the old man in plain clothes. Should you find the opportunity in the future, please pay a visit to a place called Taoyuan Village and bid farewell to those old fogies there." Telling them, "The old man in plain clothes has not tarnished the reputation of Taoyuan Village. I depart first." The elder struggled to convey these words, his breath labored. He had just endured a desperate battle. Though victorious, he had suffered grievous wounds. Were it not for Long Qingsheng's timely assistance, he would have certainly perished. Even with the elixir, his vitality was but a flickering flame, liable to extinguish at any moment. "You wish to impart your entire life's knowledge and mastery of the earth immortal realm to me?" Long Qingsheng, momentarily taken aback, gazed at him with wide, unblinking eyes. She could hardly fathom that the elderly man she had casually saved was, in fact, a legendary powerhouse of the earth immortal realm. The earth immortal realm, a true terrestrial deity whose mere footfall could send countless warriors into a frenzy, whose mere wave could draw throngs of martial artists. She could never have anticipated that such an extraordinary being could be gravely injured and on the brink of death, yet willing to pass on everything to her. It seemed utterly surreal, leaving her momentarily dazed. One could not deny the terrifying nature of the fated child. To casually awaken an elder was to awaken a formidable earth immortal. Please do not question the reasons, for the answer lies in the fate of the fated child. My time is short. Clear your mind of distractions and focus your spirit to comprehend what I impart. The elder, noticing her bewildered expression, urged her with a voice that resonated with authority. Just as he prepared to unleash a powerful aura to shield them from distractions and transmit his knowledge and mastery through profound means. Chapter 95, The Fated Child. Truly a display of grandeur, a young man clad in a flowing white robe, handsome and exuding an air of dominance, approached from the skies, radiating an aura of authority that commanded respect. With a mere motion, he traversed the distance, appearing before Long Qingsheng and the elder in the blink of an eye. Surely, the friends of the Dao would recognize who this white-clad youth was. Upon his arrival, a glint of wariness and intensity flickered in the elder's gaze. His eyes sparkled with a sharp light. At that moment, the aura he emanated surged to a terrifying level, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. A palpable tension filled the air as a tempest brewed, dark clouds rolling ominously, as if a great beast were stirring from slumber. In that instant, even the brilliance of the sun seemed to dim, the atmosphere thickening with a sense of foreboding. What incredible prowess! He managed to evade my senses and appear without a sound, the elder murmured in astonishment. It was crucial to note that he was not a weakling, but a formidable being of the earth immortal realm, revered by countless martial artists. Yet, this young man had surfaced undetected, indicating that his strength was at least on par with the elder's, perhaps even surpassing it. The elder's gaze remained fixed on this unexpected guest, an undercurrent of confusion simmering within him. Curious indeed. This young man's visage and age do not suggest the use of any disguise. How can he possess such formidable strength? Could he be a prodigious disciple from a prominent sect, or perhaps a scion from sacred land, descending to experience the mortal realm? The elder pondered, a cloud of uncertainty enveloping his thoughts. Meanwhile, he channeled all his spiritual energy, bracing for any sudden developments. Beside her, Long Qingqiang observed the appearance of a young man clad in white. Her mind instantly flooded with impressions. What an imposing presence, what a handsome figure. However, in the next moment, a look of astonishment graced her delicate features. Just as the elderly man in simple robes was about to bestow upon her his entire cultivation and lifetime of knowledge, this white-clad youth fortuitously appeared. Was this mere coincidence? Could it be that this young man had come to seize her opportunity to abscond with the legacy that rightfully belonged to her? At this thought, a tightness gripped Long Qingqiang's heart, and a hint of wariness surfaced on her beautiful face. In that moment, she felt profoundly unfortunate. What kind of situation was this? How could such a thing happen? 3 years prior, her cultivation path had been abruptly halted due to an issue with her energy sea, and now, after a long wait for an opportunity, was it to be snatched away again? Was there no hope left for her? Meanwhile, as Long Qingqiang and the elderly man assessed Lin Feng, he too scrutinized the pair before him. His gaze lingered on Long Qingqiang a moment longer, the corners of his mouth curling slightly in an expression of intrigue. Truly, the child of destiny exuded an air of grandeur. Unintentionally, he had revived an exhausted elder, a formidable being of the earth immortal realm, who was now prepared to impart his wisdom. It was hard not to admire the unfolding scenario. If the narrative were to follow the typical tropes of fantastical tales, it was likely that Long Qingqiang would accept the elder's teachings, only to serendipitously awaken her innate, sacred body, leading to a meteoric rise in power. As for that peach blossom village, its very name suggested a secluded haven, likely inhabited by eccentric yet immensely powerful elders who shunned the outside world. Had Lin Feng not appeared, Long Qingqiang would surely have embarked on a journey to Peach Blossom Village to fulfill the elder's wishes, likely inspiring those old souls to share their wisdom or legacy with her, propelling her towards becoming a formidable martial artist. A clitch plot indeed. Lin Feng had witnessed countless such melodramatic narratives on the Blue Water Planet, and the mere thought of it could ignite a lecture. Who are you, young sir? I do not believe we have met before. What brings you here? The elder in simple robes inquired cautiously. He was acutely aware of the need to tread carefully in the presence of this mysterious and powerful young man, deliberately adopting a humble demeanor. He understood that even at his peak, he could not guarantee victory against this white-clad youth, especially in his current condition, sustained only by a single elixir. Should a confrontation arise, the odds would be dire. I am Lin Feng, the sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect, he replied nonchalantly. As soon as the words left his lips, an overwhelming and indomitable aura erupted from him. It surged forth like a tidal wave, invoking a cosmic phenomenon that caused the very fabric of space to tremble in trepidation, as if the cosmos itself feared his presence. In that moment, he stood like an unparalleled divine weapon, exuding an aura of invincibility that sent shivers down the spines of those who beheld him. One glance from him felt like the unsheathing of a divine blade, instilling an involuntary chill in the hearts of onlookers. He embodied the very essence of dominance over this realm, capable of commanding everything with a mere thought, instilling profound fear. The elder felt the insurmountable pressure emanating from Lin Feng, his aged visage twitching uncontrollably, his eyes widening in shock. The formidable aura he had conjured in the air was obliterated in an instant by Lin Feng's sharp energy, vanishing without a trace as if swept away by a tempest. "Are you the mysterious sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect?" the elder exclaimed, astonished. In recent weeks, the Divine Sword Sect had gained considerable notoriety in the city, with numerous tales circulating about its exploits. Just the 4 servant disciples of the sect had swiftly annihilated the entire Iron Sword Sect in a single night, with 2 of them cleaving a mountain in half with a single strike, and another effortlessly demolishing the entire peak. Although the Iron Sword Sect was not a major sect, it was still fortified by a peak innate realm master, showcasing a solid foundation. Yet, upon encountering the Divine Sword Sect's 4 disciples, they were reduced to mere chaff. This reputation had elevated the Divine Sword Sect to an almost mythical status, instilling fear and reverence among countless martial artists in the city. Rumors circulated that the sect leader was a reincarnated superpower beyond the realm of the esteemed, bestowing upon the sect unparalleled fortune and extraordinary legacies for his disciples. The elder never could have imagined that the young man before him was indeed the fabled and terrifying leader of the Divine Sword Sect. Was this a stroke of luck or misfortune? He could acutely sense the overwhelming sharpness and pressure radiating from Lin Feng, rendering him devoid of any thought of resistance. Under the immense weight of Lin Feng's presence, the elder involuntarily coughed up blood, his complexion paling, his life force dwindling to a mere whisper, teetering on the brink of demise. Is he truly the sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect? Beside him, Long Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Her small mouth agape, as if she could swallow an egg whole. Her exquisite face was a canvas of shock and incredulity. Soon after, she felt an overwhelming and domineering force wash over her like a thunderous wave. This presence felt like the sword that commanded the heavens, worthy of utmost respect. Instinctively, she felt a surge of submission and reverence, a subconscious desire to bow in worship. Unbeknownst to her, a flush of crimson crept onto her cheeks. Heavens! She had just mistaken the sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect for a villain attempting to seize her opportunity, to steal the elder's legacy that was rightfully hers. What an absurdity! Should such thoughts be revealed, it would surely provoke laughter from many. Fortunately, the sect leader was oblivious to her fleeting thoughts. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly wish to disappear into the earth. "Elder, I have fortuitously arrived at this place and wish to bestow upon you a grand opportunity. If you are willing to join the Divine Sword Sect as an elder and dedicate yourself to its growth, I can restore your vitality and elevate your strength," Lin Feng stated, his demeanor calm as he retracted his overwhelming aura. Upon hearing this, the elder trembled with exhilaration, his waning essence revitalized by the prospect of renewal. "What? You can restore my vitality and life force? And elevate my strength? Is this true?" His voice rose in disbelief, his breath quickening uncontrollably, his face flushed with excitement, his body quaking with anticipation. He had never imagined that the sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect could revive him from the brink of despair. Given that his Cultivation foundation had suffered irreparable damage, the prospect of recovery seemed akin to resurrection. Such a notion sounded utterly fantastical. After laboriously reaching the earth immortal realm, how could he resign himself to oblivion? Upon hearing that survival was possible, his will to live ignited fiercely. After all, whether mortal or martial artist, no one wished for death. Even the lowliest creature clings to life. As humans, who would not yearn to savor the vibrant world, to strive with every ounce of their being for just a few more years? Beside them, Long Qingqiang was taken aback by Lin Feng's words, her exquisite face reflecting disbelief and shock. Had she not administered a medicinal pill to the old man in plain clothes, he would have likely perished. Even with the pill, it merely sustained a flicker of life. Now, she could distinctly sense the pervasive aura of death enveloping him, a clear indication of his impending demise. To her astonishment, the leader of the Divine Sword Sect proclaimed he had a method to revive the old man, and even elevate his strength further. What a miraculous feat! Surely, even a true celestial being would struggle to match such prowess. She stood motionless, her wide eyes brimming with incredulity as she gazed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, undeterred by their astonishment, offered no explanation, stating simply that the Divine Sword Sect had expanded its territory tenfold and was in urgent need of fresh blood, welcoming more elders and disciples. While the old man as strength was merely at the earth immortal stage, Lin Feng believed he would suffice as an elder. However, if the old man were to learn of Lin Feng's casual assessment, he would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. After all, he was a peerless powerhouse at the Earth Immortal stage. How could he be regarded as a mere commodity in the eyes of the sect leader? Was this not a gross indignity? Upon hearing Lin Feng's confident declaration, the old man wasted no time, gathering his final vestige of strength to kneel before him. His expression one of utmost reverence. Huabai pays homage to the esteemed sect leader. From this moment forth, I willingly pledge myself as an elder of the Divine Sword Sect, dedicating my life to its service. I possess considerable expertise in alchemy and can devote myself entirely to refining pills for you, sect leader. As he spoke, a hint of pride emerged on the old man's pallid face. Oh, you specialize in alchemy? Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. He had thought he merely acquired an ordinary elder, only to discover the old man's profound knowledge of the alchemical arts. This revelation was indeed beyond his expectations. The alchemy peak within the sect had long been constructed, yet remained without a master. The old man was perfectly suited for the role. To report to the sect leader, while I cannot boast of my achievements in other areas, I'm undeniably gifted in alchemy. Within I Ching, countless martial artists have clashed in pursuit of the pills I have refined, even resorting to blades and swords. The old man replied with evident pride. Undoubtedly, his accomplishments in alchemy far surpassed those in martial arts. Very well, from this moment on, you shall be the alchemy elder of the Divine Sword Sect. The alchemy peak will be under your jurisdiction, and you are to carry forward the legacy of our sect's alchemical practices. There are numerous disciples within the sect. If you have a preference, you are free to take them as your apprentices without consulting me. Additionally, our sect operates on a meritocratic system, from elders to common disciples. One status can change with sufficient ability. Lin Feng nodded, observing the name of the old man added to the elder roster. Understood, esteemed sect leader. The old man sensed the implications behind Lin Feng's words and felt a shiver of determination. He realized that within the Divine Sword Sect, there were undoubtedly hidden talents, and he could not afford to be complacent in his position as the alchemy elder. At that moment, the deathly aura surrounding him intensified, signaling his urgent need for restoration. Ding! The system detected the acquisition of an alchemy elder and expressed its delight by presenting a 7th-grade pill, the 7 Stars Life-Extending Pill. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Initially, he intended to return the old man to the sect for assistance from Yu and Xingxin, but the system had graciously provided him with the coveted 7th-grade pill. This is the 7th-grade 7 Stars Life-Extending Pill. Upon consumption, you will swiftly recover from your injuries, gaining vitality beyond your previous state, purifying your essence, and enhancing your strength. As he spoke, Lin Feng flicked his fingers, and amidst a dazzling display of starlight, a pill radiating vibrant life energy hovered before the old man. The old man was overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing the pill, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gasped. This is a 7th-grade pill? He was unable to contain his exhilaration, his breaths coming in rapid succession as his body trembled with anticipation. He clearly discerned the 7 golden patterns entwined around the pill. Never had he anticipated that the sect leader possessed the legendary 7th-grade 7 Stars Life-Extending Pill. The depth of the sect leader's resources was indeed unfathomable. He knew that within the entire I Ching region, 7th-grade pills were exceedingly rare, and even 6th-grade ones were hard to come by. As a 6th-grade alchemist, the old man understood all too well the challenges of crafting 7th-grade pills. Gratefully, he exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed sect leader. From this day forth, I vow unwavering loyalty to the Divine Sword Sect and will serve you with utmost devotion." Realizing his remaining vitality was dwindling, he seized the 7 Stars Life-Extending Pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Boom! Simultaneously, a fierce wind swept through the area. Visible streams of green energy surged towards the old man, causing the surrounding flora to wither rapidly. This green energy was an essence of life, and upon entering the old man's body, it transformed into a powerful force that surged within him, mending his grievous injuries and purifying his essence. In an instant, his complexion regained color, and his aura began to rise steadily. After a brief moment, the extraordinary phenomenon subsided. With a long exhale, the old man felt revitalized. akin to a phoenix reborn from the ashes, radiating a robust and formidable presence that resonated through the air. At this moment, he had not only healed but had transcended to the celestial immortal realm, his expression filled with boundless joy and gratitude. Suddenly, he knelt down, his voice choked with emotion. The sect leader's grace is akin to a rebirth. I cannot repay this debt, but I shall dedicate myself to preserving the sect's alchemical traditions. He understood that without the sect leader's intervention, not only would he have failed to achieve the breakthrough to the celestial immortal realm he had long sought after, but he would have lost his life as well. Rise. After a moment, we shall return to the Divine Sword Sect together, Lin Feng said with a slight nod. Understood. Esteemed sect leader, the old man replied respectfully. Lin Feng then turned his attention to Long Qingcheng, appraising her with a curious smile. I see you're merely at the 6th stage of qi transformation, and yet, as a young lady, you dare to venture here alone. Do you not fear being devoured by ferocious beasts? Lin Feng inquired. Upon hearing his inquiry, Long Qingcheng's delicate face, resembling fine jade, quickly manifested a struggle and sorrow. After a moment of contemplation, she clenched her teeth, and her expression transformed into one of unwavering determination and fervor. Subsequently, she respectfully bowed to Lin Feng and earnestly implored, I beseech you, esteemed senior, to show mercy and save me. My name is Long Qingcheng, a member of a modest family in Yicheng. Since childhood, I have been endowed with exceptional talent and unparalleled comprehension, regarded as the foremost prodigy of my clan. However, 3 years ago, a calamity befell my qi si. No matter how diligently I cultivate or how many elixirs I consume, my qi si cannot harbor the essence of heaven and earth. Thus, I have fallen from grace, becoming a mere waste in the eyes of others. In 3 days, I shall be coerced into becoming another's concubine, a mere shell of my former self. I implore you, esteemed senior, to extend a helping hand and guide me back onto the path of martial arts. Long Qingcheng spoke without reservation, her gaze toward the leader of the Divine Sword Sect filled with reverence and hope. Moments earlier, she had witnessed the sect leader effortlessly revive a dying old man with a single elixir, propelling him to the realm of celestial immortals. Such prowess was nothing short of miraculous. Surely, resolving her qi si's affliction would pose no challenge. Therefore, she earnestly pleaded, hoping that the sect leader would show compassion and restore her qi si, allowing her to reclaim her martial path. She understood that this was a rare opportunity to alter her fate. Should she miss it, she would likely spend her life as a plaything for others, or worse, take her own life. Beside her, the old man observed her plight with a glimmer of sympathy and compassion in his aged eyes. He had never imagined that this kind-hearted girl would encounter such tumultuous misfortune. With her exceptional talent and brilliance, hailed as the family's greatest prodigy, it was inconceivable that she would suffer such a fall from grace, becoming a mere object in someone else's possession. This was akin to plummeting from paradise into the abyss. Not even the most steadfast of warriors, who regarded cultivation as paramount, could accept such a despairing blow. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Ah, no wonder you are a child of destiny with a fortune value of 40,000. Your tale is even more dramatic than that of a broken engagement. Typically, in such fantastical narratives, the most probable outcome for Long Qingcheng would be a severed engagement. Yet this scenario is far more tragic. She is being forced into concubinage. How fascinating. As he mused, Lin Feng activated his foresight abilities, allowing him to perceive the dense, ethereal purple aura enveloping Long Qingcheng. Do you understand why? Despite your extraordinary talent and exceptional comprehension, you have encountered such a dire turn of events. With your qi si failing to store spiritual energy and being deemed a waste by those around you? Lin Feng inquired with a gentle smile. I do not know why. Long Qingcheng replied, her lovely face reflecting profound helplessness and desolation. I shall enlighten you. Those who label you a waste are not even worthy of carrying your shoes. For you are the bearer of the 9 Yin's sacred body, he declared. The 9 Yin's sacred body is a formidable and terrifying physical constitution of unparalleled might. Once awakened, it renders one nearly invincible. Women possessing this unique physique exhibit exceptional martial talent and comprehension, effortlessly mastering any technique while harboring an abundance of pure innate Yin energy. This innate pure Yin energy is vast. If harnessed effectively, it could propel one to unimaginable heights in the realm of martial arts. However, such energy is notoriously domineering, akin to ancient ice, rendering it impossible for ordinary martial artists to control, often leading to their detriment. Your Qi-Ci's inability to store the essence of heaven and earth stems from the fact that all the spiritual energy you absorb does not enter your Qi-Ci. Instead, it directly suppresses your innate pure Yin energy. If I am not mistaken, the spiritual energy in your Qi-Ci is nearly depleted, and your cultivation may have even regressed significantly, because the spiritual energy you absorbed was insufficient to suppress that overpowering innate pure Yin energy. Your Qi-Ci required additional energy for sustenance. Furthermore, should the spiritual energy fail to contain the innate pure Yin energy, a catastrophic explosion will ensue. The outcome will be either you enduring the overwhelming innate pure Yin energy, awakening the 9 Yin sacred body, and embarking on the path of a martial arts master, or being consumed by the pure Yin energy, resulting in your demise. At this, Lin Feng regarded Long Qingcheng intently. If my deductions are accurate, within a month, the innate pure Yin energy within you will erupt completely. What? I possess the 9 Yin sacred body, and it will erupt within a month? Long Qingcheng was taken aback, her mind blank as she stood frozen in place. She had never dreamed that she harbored such a rare constitution. In a daze, she recalled instances from her childhood when she inexplicably unleashed uncontrollable frigid energy, capable of freezing the very heavens. Had it not been for the intervention of others, she might have been turned into an ice statue. So this is the innate pure Yin energy, the revelation that upon its eruption, she would either awaken the 9 Yin sacred body and become a martial arts powerhouse or be frozen to death dawned upon her. And now, she had merely a month left. This sudden news left her reeling, momentarily paralyzed. No wonder her Qi-Ci had failed to store spiritual energy, and the energy she had previously accumulated had mysteriously dwindled. She had been suppressing the hidden innate pure Yin energy within her. Ding! The system detected that the host had encountered a child of great fortune and was immensely pleased, presenting a grand gift. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the innate righteous Qi breathing technique, which can be utilized to awaken the 9 Yin sacred body, with a success rate of 75%. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the Ice Soul Divine Decision, a supreme cultivation technique that allows those with the 9 Yin sacred body to unleash its full potential. Ding! Congratulations! You have received the Ancient Cold Flame Blade, an extraordinary immortal-grade treasure of immense power. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the Mountain-Consuming Blade Technique, which unleashes a strike that can freeze the heavens and earth. In the silence, the familiar system notification resonated within Lin Feng's mind. A slight smile graced his lips as he perused the system information. The innate righteous Qi breathing technique. A 75% chance of awakening the 9 Yin sacred body? I find this quite satisfactory. It is worth noting that even with Long Qingcheng's extraordinary fortune, the likelihood of awakening the 9 Yin sacred body would not exceed 50%. Typically, for female martial artists possessing the 9 Yin sacred body, without the aid of a formidable being, the outcome would be grim. They would be tormented by the terrifying cold energy and ultimately frozen to shards. Long Qingcheng. I happen to possess a breathing technique here that offers a 75% chance of successfully awakening the 9 Yin sacred body. Are you willing to learn this technique and join my Divine Sword Sect? Lin Feng gazed at Long Qingcheng with a calm demeanor, his tone unassuming. To the onlookers, did they not sense the underlying ulterior motive in the words of the Divine Sword Sect leader? He was clearly enticing Long Qingcheng, was he not? What do you all think, my fellow friends? What? A 75% chance of awakening my 9 Yin sacred body? Esteemed senior, no. Honored sect leader, I am willing. 1,000 times willing. I wish to join the Divine Sword Sect. Long Qingcheng was overwhelmed with emotion, her words tumbling out in a stammer. Her stunningly beautiful face was instantly alight with uncontrollable joy and excitement. At that moment, even her body could not help but tremble slightly, her breath quickening and causing her chest to rise and fall violently. For her, this was akin to a miraculous resurrection, a gift from the heavens. Disciple Long Qingcheng pays her respects to the esteemed sect master. After regaining her composure, She respectfully bowed to Lin Feng. It was crucial to understand that once she awakened the Nine sacred body, she would be able to return to the path of martial arts, achieving greatness far beyond that of her family's foremost prodigy. Beside her, the elderly man in plain robes initially expected the sect master to produce some elixir to regulate or suppress the innate pure yin energy within Long Qingqing. To his astonishment, the sect master instead presented a breathing technique, intending to harness that terrifying pure yin energy for her own use, allowing the Nine yin sacred body to awaken completely and her strength to make a significant leap. A look of utter incredulity spread across his face. The sect master is truly extraordinary. Such depth of power is simply unimaginable. Even the legendary Nine yin sacred body is within his control. The elderly man could not contain his astonishment. Chapter 99. The primordial righteous Qi breathing technique, awakening the frost goddess. It is known that the Nine yin sacred body is a legendary combat physique, akin to a forbidden existence. Many years ago, he had encountered a record of a Nine yin sacred body in an ancient text. It was said that tens of thousands of years ago, a woman of immense fortune possessed the Nine yin sacred body and, upon awakening, dominated her contemporaries, emerging as an invincible figure, later revered as the Frost Divine Sovereign. The Nine yin sacred body inherently harbors vast amounts of pure yin energy, capable of freezing the world and all living beings in a frigid grip. If one could master this terrifying cold energy, they could attain an unparalleled combat physique, destined to achieve invincibility given time. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The innate pure yin energy is notoriously tyrannical, legendary power indeed. It is no exaggeration to say that 99 of female martial artists possessing the Nine yin sacred body ultimately perish, frozen solid. Now, the sect master had a method to help Long Qingqing awaken her Nine yin sacred body, which filled him with awe. His respect for the sect master grew immensely. There was no doubt that the sect master was a reincarnation of an ancient supreme powerhouse. How else could one possess such extraordinary abilities? Lin Feng noted Long Qingqing's loyalty surge from 0 to 80%, a satisfied expression crossing his face. He flicked his finger, and a golden light shot forth from his fingertip, piercing into Long Qingqing's brow. Boom! A resounding echo filled her mind as a radiant, mysterious rune appeared before her eyes, shaking her very soul at first glance. This was the marvelous method to awaken the Nine yin sacred body. The primordial righteous Qi breathing technique. What are you waiting for? Focus and comprehend it. Lin Feng urged with a slight solemnity. Huh? Good. Long Qingqing, her spirit invigorated, quickly responded, dismissing all distractions and sitting cross-legged to concentrate. She activated the energy within her, beginning to operate according to the principles of the primordial righteous Qi breathing technique. Moments later, an enigmatic aura began to radiate from Long Qingqing. A luminous mist swirled around her mouth and nose, a spectacle of the supernatural. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically, and her body quivered. Boom! An overwhelmingly tyrannical cold energy burst forth from within her. This chilling force was extraordinarily formidable, freezing her meridians and flesh in an instant. The entire process was unstoppable, like a broken bamboo pole. In that very moment, Long Qingqing felt an unprecedented pain, as if her very veins and flesh were being rapidly frozen and shattered. She could even hear the cracking sounds echoing in her ears. At this instant, her breath became erratic, cold sweat beading on her forehead and nose, instantly crystallizing into icy droplets. Her spirit trembled uncontrollably as a voice echoed in her mind. Give up. If you endure any longer, you will die. No, I will never give up. I must awaken the Nine yin sacred body and attain an unparalleled combat physique, embarking on the path of a martial arts powerhouse. She clenched her mind, biting her lip until it bled, determined to resist. It seemed her defiance had provoked the owner of that voice, and the chilling energy within her surged violently. Boom! A cloud of extreme, cold white mist radiated outwards from her center, like mercury spilling forth. It was evident that her innate pure yin energy had erupted completely at that moment. Soon, a terrifying scene unfolded. Wherever the white mist spread, all visible objects were draped in a silvery shroud. A chilling aura filled the air, freezing all living things and solidifying the space around her, as if an icy world had descended. Looking up, the entire realm transformed into a frozen landscape, glistening with ice as far as the eye could see. The Nine Sacred Body is indeed a legendary combat physique. Terrifying indeed. The elderly man in plain robes felt the icy energy and involuntarily shivered, a chill enveloping his heart. Even as a formidable celestial being, he could not help but feel apprehensive in the face of this freezing energy. So powerful, so fearsome. Lin Feng observed the ice-encased Long Qinsheng with growing concern. He had personally experienced the terror of such coldness, the memory fresh in his mind. Though the chilling energy she unleashed was not on par with Xianyuan Qingtian's, it was still immensely formidable. The Nine Sacred Body was indeed tyrannical, a gift only for those of great will and fortune. If Long Qinsheng were to falter and succumb to the backlash of the pure Yin energy during her awakening, it would be a tremendous loss, especially given her status as a child of destiny with a fortune value of 40,000. Should she successfully awaken the Nine Sacred Body and join the Divine Sword Sect, it would greatly benefit the sect. The chance of successfully awakening the primordial righteous Qi breathing technique was 75%, leaving a 25% margin of uncertainty. Long Qinsheng, who endures hardships to rise above others. I hope you can withstand this trial and successfully awaken the Nine Sacred Body, Lin Feng thought with a hint of anticipation. Time passed agonizingly as Long Qinsheng endured the onslaught of the chilling energy. Suddenly, she felt a warm current emerge within her meridians, steadily growing in strength. Is the primordial righteous Qi breathing technique taking effect? With this thought, Long Qinsheng's spirit soared, confidence surging as she began to fully activate this miraculous breathing technique. Soon, her body became half ice blue, exuding a terrifying cold energy, while the other half radiated a blazing warmth, slowly intensifying. As time wore on, the entire firmament seemed to be encased in ice, and the world fell silent. After approximately 3 hours, crack, crack, the crisp sounds of cracking ice echoed from afar. Looking up, she saw the ice-bound flowers and trees shedding their silver coats, revealing vibrant green life. The greenery visibly expanded as the shattering ice crystals transformed into swirling white mist. However, this mist did not dissipate into the air, but instead converged back towards Long Qinsheng, returning entirely to her body. As Long Qinsheng's aura surged, the icy realm rapidly contracted, all living things revived, and the world warmed. Moments later, she opened her strikingly defined eyes, and in that instant, the icy intent within her gaze sent chills down spines. I have successfully awakened the Nine Sacred Body, achieving an unparalleled combat physique. From now on, I shall rise with strength, securing my place among the future strongest. At that moment, Long Qinsheng appeared transformed, her entire demeanor reflecting an extraordinary change. Chapter 100. The Ancient Ice Flame Blade, the art of devouring mountains and rivers. All feelings of defeat, helplessness, and frustration vanished entirely. In their place arose an air of cold nobility and overwhelming dominance, akin to a centuries-old snow lotus, exuding an aura of unattainable beauty that could only be admired from afar. The embodiment of an ice-cold goddess. Thank you, esteemed sect master, for bestowing upon me the teachings that enabled me to awaken the Nine Sacred Body. Long Qinsheng respectfully saluted Lin Feng. After awakening the Nine Sacred Body, her demeanor transformed, radiating an aloof and regal presence, yet her frosty visage softened with respect in Lin Feng's presence. This was due to her awareness that her achievements were solely attributable to the sect master's guidance. At that moment, her loyalty to Lin Feng surged from 80% to a full 100, and a profound sense of belonging to the sect welled up within her. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that if anyone dared to disrespect the sect master or slander the Divine Sword Sect, she would unhesitatingly suppress them. Observing her unwavering loyalty, Lin Feng's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he nodded slightly. Indeed, now that you have awakened the Nine Sacred Body with diligent cultivation, you shall undoubtedly sweep through the contemporary realm, achieving the esteemed position of the most powerful sage. Since you are now a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, I shall bestow upon you another significant opportunity. Here are the Ice Soul Divine Art and the art of devouring mountains and rivers, which complement your 9 sacred body, enabling them to unleash formidable power together. Additionally, I present you with this supreme artifact of the celestial tier, the ancient ice flame blade, which is perfectly suited for your use. With that, Lin Feng flicked his finger, and 2 dazzling beams of golden light shot into Long Qingqing's brow. In an instant, she distinctly sensed the addition of 2 profound and unparalleled techniques radiating an overwhelming aura within her mind. Just a sweep of her consciousness revealed the extraordinary nature of these techniques. Moreover, she felt a deep intuition that these 2 arts were tailored specifically for her, harmonizing exquisitely with her 9 sacred body. Her frosty visage brightened with delight. She understood that with these 2 divine techniques, not only would her cultivation speed be greatly enhanced, but she would also be able to maximize the potential of her 9 sacred body. Amidst her astonishment, Lin Feng waved his sleeve, and a burst of multicolored light erupted, manifesting a wondrous phenomenon in the sky, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that enveloped the surroundings. With a resounding hum that made her heart tremble, a blade of ice blue, transparent and exquisitely crafted, emanating terrifying blade intent and flickering blue flames, appeared in midair. Almost simultaneously, an eerie aura of annihilation descended, emanating from the blue flames on the blade, as if capable of incinerating all in its path. This blade was none other than the ancient ice flame blade. At that moment, the blade quivered slightly, releasing a resonant cry as if announcing its emergence into the world. Simultaneously, an unparalleled, bone-chilling blade energy reverberated through the air, causing the ground to crack, and even the very fabric of space to ripple visibly. What terrifying blade energy! What a magnificent ancient blade! Upon seeing the ice flame blade hovering in the air, Long Qingqing instantly fell in love with it, unable to contain her genuine admiration. Suppressing her excitement, she extended her hand, and the ancient ice flame blade seemed to respond, gracefully arcing through the air before swooping down and circling around her. It appeared to be assessing its new master, as if greeting her. Long Qingqing smiled radiantly, and with a thought, she summoned the ice flame blade to her. In that moment, an indescribable bond, as if connected by blood, surged within her. The sect master's grace is akin to rebirth. I, Qingqing, am at a loss for how to repay such kindness. From now on, I shall dedicate myself to rigorous training, ensuring I do not fail the sect master's expectations. Long Qingqing's expression was resolute, gratitude shining in her eyes. Had it not been for the sect master's intervention, she would still be the so-called waste in everyone's eyes, subjected to ridicule from her family, reduced to a mere plaything, living in torment. Now, her talents, comprehension, and innate abilities far surpassed those of 3 years prior, transforming her into a true paragon of excellence. Observing Long Qingqing's ecstatic demeanor, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The cloaked elder beside him was once again awestruck by the sect master's generosity. Good heavens! The sect master is truly remarkable, bestowing top-tier techniques and an artifact of celestial tier upon a mere novice like Long Qingqing without a second thought. Such artifacts are not ordinary celestial tier treasures. They are supreme celestial tier artifacts, renowned for their unparalleled power, often used by sects to safeguard their fortunes. Their worth surpasses that of 100 ordinary celestial tier artifacts. Yet here, the sect master bestows such treasures casually upon an uninitiated disciple. Such unparalleled generosity is rare in this world. The cloaked elder felt as if struck by lightning, his mind swirling in disbelief. After a moment, he sighed inwardly. The sect master is not just impressive, he is extraordinarily magnificent. You two shall accompany me back to the sect, Lin Feng announced, casting a glance at them. We shall obey the sect master's orders. Both the cloaked elder and Long Qingqing replied promptly, bowing respectfully. Lin Feng nodded slightly, then with a wave of his sleeve, an invisible force enveloped them, and they vanished into thin air. When they reappeared, they stood before the gates of the Divine Sword Sect. Huabai, you excel in alchemy. There exists a peak within the sect known as the Divine Peak. You shall oversee it henceforth. I hope you can elevate our alchemical lineage to new heights. Long Qingqing, although you possess the extraordinary 9 sacred body, You have only just joined the sect and will initially serve as a disciple of miscellaneous duties. However, should you pass the trials of the Chinquan heavenly ladder in the future, you may advance to the ranks of outer disciples, inner disciples, or even prodigious disciples. There are side peaks for miscellaneous disciples within the sect. You may seek them out at your discretion. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult your senior brothers and sisters. After issuing his directives, Lin Feng's figure flickered, and he vanished, returning to the inverted heaven peak in an instant. The Chinquan heavenly ladder trial? With my 9 sacred body, how can I settle for being merely a miscellaneous disciple? Only by becoming an inner disciple can I truly honor the sect master's cultivation of me. Long Qingxing thought, determination glimmering in her frosty eyes. As her thoughts settled, she prepared to seek the Chinquan heavenly ladder for her trial, but was suddenly captivated by the grand entrance of the sect, her face displaying profound shock. Chapter 101. Unprecedented. Understanding sword intent and blade intent, what a magnificent gate. She marveled inwardly. Faced with such grandeur, she felt minuscule in comparison. This was the true essence of a grand sect. However, when her gaze fell upon the plaque bearing the words Divine Sword Sect, her entire being trembled uncontrollably, and she gasped in astonishment. What an overwhelming sword intent. The 3 characters contained an unfathomable, awe-inspiring sword intent, radiating subtle vibrations of Dao laws. She could not suppress an internal exclamation. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable pull, plunging her into a profound state of comprehension. Long Qingcheng promptly seated herself cross-legged, closed her eyes, and immersed herself in understanding. At this moment, the ancient ice flame blade flew out from her brow, spiraling around her body in an endless loop. With the passage of time, strands of terrifying blade energy began to emanate from her. Undoubtedly, she had entered the coveted state of enlightenment that many martial artists longed for. Observing Long Qingcheng in her moment of enlightenment, the cloaked elder's eyes glimmered with envy. Merely casting a glance at the 3 grand characters inscribed on the mountain gate plaque can instantly plunge one into a profound epiphany, where the awe-inspiring sword intent leads to an understanding of the blade's essence. Is this the terrifying talent of the 9 sacred body? Truly, it is fearsome indeed. After expressing his astonishment, the old man in simple robes waved his large sleeve, establishing a rudimentary defensive formation that enveloped Long Qingcheng to prevent any external disturbances that might disrupt his enlightenment. He then proceeded towards the inner sanctum of the mountain gate. As he took his first few steps, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the black stone tablet at the side of the gate, causing his breath to hitch and his form to freeze momentarily. The subtle aura emanating from that black stone tablet instilled within him a dreadful sensation as if he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast. What treasure trove does this Divine Sword Sect possess? Who is the esteemed leader of such a sect? The 3 characters on the plaque encapsulate a stunning sword intent and an unfathomable Dao rhythm. The black stone tablet, seemingly ordinary, conceals a terrifyingly immense power. The leader's craftsmanship is truly astonishing. Such a precious artifact is casually placed at the mountain gate, leaving one to wonder how many prestigious sects outside would feel utterly ashamed. The old man in simple robes was left in a state of shock, his head buzzing from the overwhelming realization of the leader's stature in his mind, which grew ever more divine and enigmatic. If such a treasure resides merely at the mountain gate, what wonders must lie within the sect? At this thought, a deep sense of anticipation and fervor ignited in the old man's eyes as he instinctively lifted his gaze towards the inner sanctum of the mountain gate. The foundation of the Divine Sword Sect had far surpassed his imagination, even overturning his understanding of sects altogether. To be able to join such a sect is indeed a monumental fortune. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped across the mountain gate. Almost simultaneously, the world spun, the heavens and earth reversed, and countless images flickered before him, dreamlike and ethereal. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a dramatically altered landscape, having evidently entered the grand protective formation of the sect. This formation was none other than the Heavenly Gang, an earthly fiend star formation presented by the system. My goodness, such an array is simply exquisite, a rarity in the world. It encompasses a killing array, a trapping array, and an illusionary array, embodying an all-encompassing versatility. The old man in simple robes felt his heart race with trepidation. He could distinctly sense the terrifying nature of this formation. Fortunately, having gained the leader's recognition and becoming an elder of the Divine Sword Sect, he was spared from the Array's wrath. Otherwise, even with his formidable, celestial-level cultivation, should he fall victim to the Array's assault, the outcome would be unequivocal: annihilation. If that old codger from Taoyuan village were to discover that the Divine Sword Sect possessed such an exquisite formation, he would surely be begging the leader for refuge. Weeping and lamenting. That old fellow has been utterly obsessed with the art of formations throughout his life. The old man chuckled to himself, murmuring softly. He then unfurled his form, soaring gracefully through the protective array like a great bird. Upon landing and steadying himself, his weathered face instantly displayed astonishment, his mouth agape, and his eyes trembling slightly. Even his breath became inadvertently rapid. Good heavens! What has he just witnessed? The immense spiritual energy within the sect was almost palpable, far more concentrated than the outside world. Especially near the inverted heaven peak, the density of the spiritual energy was nearing a liquid state, with tiny particles of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. This is no mere cultivation sect. It is evidently a paradise of celestial wonders. Should a warrior be fortunate enough to cultivate here, they would undoubtedly progress by leaps and bounds, their future martial achievements boundless. It is not an exaggeration to say that even a pig raised in such an environment could become a peerless pig king. The old man inhaled deeply, calming his excited heart, and bowed deeply towards the inverted heaven peak. He now understood just how fortunate he was to have joined the Divine Sword Sect. It was a blessing accrued over 10 lifetimes. From this day forth, he vowed to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to alchemy, to elevate the alchemical lineage. In gratitude for the leader's immense grace, the old man in simple robes swore in his heart, his gaze resolute as he made his way towards the Divine Dan Peak. Atop the Divine Dan Peak, pavilions and towers were arranged in an elegant manner, the architecture grand and magnificent, enveloped in a misty aura that exuded an otherworldly charm. Moments later, the old man stood at the pinnacle of the Divine Dan Peak, surveying the surroundings, enveloped in swirling mist, his garments billowing, evoking a sensation of standing atop the world, surveying the mountains below. His eyes brimmed with shock and immense delight. He had never dreamed that one day he would preside over such a majestic peak. In a state of joyful anticipation, he approached the Alchemy Pavilion. Just as he crossed the threshold, he was once again struck with astonishment, disbelief filling his eyes. Within the Alchemy Pavilion lay a garden of celestial herbs, various heavenly materials and treasures exuding rich medicinal fragrances. Merely inhaling the aroma rejuvenated the spirit. Upon closer inspection, he found himself awestruck. Millennium Ganoderma, 10,000-year-old Hisho Wu, unknown age celestial ginseng, 9 condensing essence grass, lotus of the spirit, flame sun fruit, purple chi fruit, returning life fruit, all top-tier alchemical materials. A glance revealed an overwhelming abundance. My goodness, such a plethora of supreme alchemical materials? Among them were many ancient celestial herbs and fruits that had long since become extinct. With access to such alchemical resources, I shall undoubtedly reach unprecedented heights in the art of alchemy. At this moment, the old man trembled with uncontainable excitement, his entire being quaking, his eyes reddening, as if even his breath had momentarily ceased. His remarkable talent in alchemy stemmed not only from innate ability, but also from a genuine passion and dedication in his heart. Now, Chapter 102, Ancient Sect Relics. Atop Divine Dan Peak, to suddenly behold so many exquisite alchemical materials, his face broke into a grin so wide that his wrinkles crinkled together, his lips nearly reaching his ears. The next moment, he spotted more than a dozen exceptionally rare alchemical fire seeds and auxiliary formations used to enhance alchemy displayed within the pavilion. At this point, he was at a loss for words. In short, with such luxurious conditions for alchemy, should he fail to make the Divine Sword Sect's alchemical lineage renowned, he might as well seek a tofu block to end his life. Oh, this is, through his spiritual senses, the old man discovered an extraordinarily mystical place atop the Divine Dan Peak. He swiftly darted towards his destination. How is this possible? Countless alchemical furnaces are buried here. Is this not a burial ground for elixirs? It appears to be a relic of some ancient alchemical sect. Moments later, as the old man entered the burial ground, he felt waves of unfathomably terrifying auras surging towards him. Undoubtedly, these were the potent energies emanating from the alchemical furnaces themselves. Alchemical furnaces, not only used for crafting elixirs, but also capable of slaying foes, wield immense power. Within the burial ground, various terrifying auras intertwined, whipping up formidable gales that caused the very space to tremble, as if unable to bear the overwhelming pressure of these dreadful energies. Possessing such a relic of alchemy grants one insight into the methodologies of ancient alchemical sections. This is a monumental opportunity. The old man was now overwhelmed with excitement, his gaze ablaze with fervor as though transformed into tangible flames. "Thank you, esteemed leader, for this divine grace." He soared out of the relic, standing at the summit of the Divine Dan Peak, bowing deeply in the direction of the inverted heaven peak, his expression one of utmost reverence. On the other side, Lin Feng returned to the inverted heaven peak, preparing to solidify the cultivation he had gained from dual cultivation with Xian Yuan Qing Tian, and took out a Bodhi meditation mat to enter a period of closed-door training. Suddenly, he felt a stirring within him and opened the sect map. On the map, atop the Divine Dan Peak, the old man in simple robes was kneeling in utmost reverence towards him. Witnessing this scene, a faint smile crept across Lin Feng's lips, his expression revealing satisfaction. Shindan Peak was offered during the system's transformation of the sect, concealing the remnants of an ancient alchemical grand sect within the burial mound of elixirs. Not only were there lost formulas, but also numerous exquisite alchemical furnaces sufficient to allow the humble elder to comprehend the supreme methods of alchemy. It was indeed an exceptional training ground, meticulously crafted for those who pursue alchemical mastery. How could the elder not feel as if he had stumbled upon a priceless treasure? But wait, what is Long Qingsheng doing? Why hasn't she arrived at the outer disciples' peak yet? Lin Feng mused, glancing at the peak designated for the outer disciples. After scanning the entire sect map, he spotted Long Qingsheng. At this moment, she sat cross-legged at the mountain gate, her demeanor grave, enveloped in a terrifying aura of blade intent, as if she had entered a state of enlightenment. It seems the 3 characters Divine Sword Sect on the gate plaque resonated with her, triggering a moment of profound insight. These characters embody a tremendous sword intent and the profound principles of the Tao, which an exceptionally gifted sword cultivator could undoubtedly grasp. However, it was indeed unprecedented for Long Qingsheng to comprehend blade intent through sword intent. Perhaps she would yield unforeseen rewards? The sect master found himself filled with anticipation. Ding! The system detected that the host's sect had begun to take shape, with prodigious disciples emerging, and was exceedingly pleased to reward the host's accomplishments. It presented an enticing incentive package. Ding! Congratulations! Your one-time peak attack of the Great Sage Realm has upgraded to peak attack of the Ultimate Sage Realm. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the complete powers of the first style unity of heaven and man, and the second style all beings come to pay homage from the 9 styles of chaos. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a secret realm of divine talismans. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired a Earth Array Tower. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a divine mechanism tower. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a manifestation of an ancient deity. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired a divine goo pavilion. Ding! Congratulations! You have discovered an ancient relic, the wastes of 10,000 poisons. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a pavilion of strange tales. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a hall of law enforcement. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired a hall of contributions. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a peaceful arena. Upon hearing this cascade of system notifications, a look of astonishment graced Lin Feng's face. He could not deny that the rewards offered this time were indeed generous, exceeding his expectations. Overcome with excitement, he promptly opened the system's gift introduction section to peruse the offerings. A one-time peak attack of the Ultimate Sage Realm. The Sage Realm is divided into 4 minor tiers: Half-Step Sage, Lesser Sage, Greater Sage, and Ultimate Sage. Previously, I possessed a peak strike of a Greater Sage, which has now ascended to that of an Ultimate Sage. Although it is merely a minor tier advancement, The explosive power it unleashes is incomparable. The gap between a greater sage and an ultimate sage is not trivial at all. This is quite remarkable. I find it very appealing. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The sage realm represents a pivotal juncture. Above it lies the emperor realm, where one touches the laws of the cosmos. Below the sage, all are but ants. While this statement may be exaggerated, it is true that without reaching the sage realm, one cannot be deemed a true powerhouse, as the might of the heavens can easily crush them to dust. Now, possessing a one-time attack of the pinnacle of the sage realm, it would not be an exaggeration to say that within the sage realm, I can virtually dominate without opposition. As for those below the sage realm, I can sweep them aside effortlessly. The ultimate sage realm is a formidable existence that sends countless martial artists into a state of trepidation, renowned for its astounding divine powers and unfathomable depth. After a moment of reflection, Lin Feng continued to explore the introductions of the other rewards. The first style unity of heaven and man, and the second style all beings come to pay homage from the 9 styles of chaos. Previously, I had merely obtained a fraction of the first style as power. This time, not only have I acquired its complete strength, but I have also obtained the full might of the second style. Ah, this is even better. It is not a one-time attack. As long as I have sufficient energy, I can unleash it countless times. Lin Feng murmured, a smile illuminating his face. One must remember that this is the power unleashed by the indomitable supreme artifact, the Xianyuan Divine Sword. Recall when. Chapter 103. The Super Gift Package. The sect upgrades again. Merely a fraction of the first style S power could easily cleave through thunder, rendering it invincible. Now, possessing its full power along with the even more potent second style all beings come to pay homage, it is undoubtedly Lin Feng's most formidable trump card. This is not an exaggeration. When Xianyuan Qingtian refined the divine puppet, that one move all beings come to pay homage was extraordinarily powerful. Lin Feng was thoroughly pleased. The Earth Array Tower houses countless exquisite formations, including some ancient formations that have been lost to time. Martial artists well-versed in formations who enter can not only gain the opportunity to inherit these array techniques, but may also grasp the essence of the array spirit. The array spirit is the quintessence of all formations. Once one comprehends the array spirit, myriad formations are at one's fingertips, allowing for the deployment of formidable arrays with a mere wave of the hand. One could also enter the Dao through formations. Goodness, this Earth Array Tower possesses remarkable attributes. Not only can one acquire various exquisite formations, but they can also comprehend the array spirit and enter the Dao through formations. Lin Feng was somewhat astonished. The value of this Earth Array Tower has far exceeded my expectations. With this, the strength of my Divine Sword Sect is bound to ascend to new heights. With a flourish of his sleeve, almost simultaneously, a magnificent tower, radiating resplendent light and exuding a terrifying aura, materialized in the air above the Divine Sword Sect. Akin to a mirage, extraordinary and mystical. In the astonished gazes of the many disciples, the Earth Array Tower gradually descended to a designated location within the sect, as if the overwhelming force of its descent had been mitigated by an invisible divine power. Upon landing, the Earth Array Tower seemed to resonate with something, unleashing an invisible force that surged towards the Heavenly Gang and Earth Sha Star formation. After a brief moment, with the enhancement and transformation bestowed by the Earth Array Tower, the protective formation of the sect became even more fearsome, emanating an exceptionally potent and mysterious aura. The Earth Array Tower actually enhanced the power of the Heavenly Gang and Earth Sha Star formation. My goodness, Lin Feng felt another wave of unexpected delight. Fellow Taoists, with such a powerful system, what do you think? The secret realm of divine talismans allows practitioners to enter and comprehend formidable and mysterious talismanic powers, even offering the chance to acquire ancient spells that have been lost to time. With the universe as the paper, spiritual energy as the vermilion, and divine powers as the essence, one can draw talismans of unparalleled might. A single talisman can suppress the cosmos. When a golden mouth opens, the words manifest as laws, slaying gods and demons. Upon reading the introduction to the secret realm of divine talismans, a satisfied smile graced Lin Feng's lips, and an expression of surprise flickered across his face. With a mere thought, the secret realm of divine talismans manifested in a secluded location within the Divine Sword Sect. In the future, should the disciples of the sect master this talismanic power, their combat prowess would surely soar. The Divine Mechanism Tower serves as a supreme treasure for deducing the most potent laws, containing unparalleled divine powers that can unravel endless mysteries. The manifestation of an ancient deity allows disciples of the sect to meditate upon it and comprehend ancient divine powers. The Divine Goo Pavilion enables disciples to delve into the path of divine goo, providing the means to subtly place goo on practitioners possessing unfathomable might. The Wastes of 10,000 Poisons is an ancient forbidden land, filled with various toxic substances, its noxious fumes ascending to the heavens. It is a remnant left behind by a powerful emperor who wielded poison with unmatched supremacy thousands of years ago, containing his legacy in the art of poison. The Strange Tales Pavilion houses countless secrets of the cultivation world, alongside intriguing anecdotes and exquisite arts such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Beyond mere leisure, those who grasp the essence of these arts may find a path to enlightenment. The Law Enforcement Hall serves as the realm of discipline for sect disciples, overseen by elder authorities who enforce the sect's regulations. In the Contribution Hall, disciples can undertake various sect tasks of different complexities, earning contribution points upon completion to exchange for sect techniques, martial skills, and treasures. While fulfilling these tasks, disciples not only hone their abilities, but also gather essential cultivation resources for the sect. The Peaceful Arena manifests whenever disciples of exceptional talent wish to spar, providing an environment where the essence of Dao and the subtle breath of laws descend, enriching their understanding regardless of the match's outcome. Upon witnessing the potential rewards, Lin Feng's face illuminated with satisfaction. With these enhancements, the Divine Sword Sect would inevitably reach new heights of strength. He smiled, and with a wave of his sleeve, an enigmatic power began to subtly pervade the entire sect. Structures such as the Law Enforcement Hall, Contribution Hall, Divine Mechanism Tower, and Divine Insect Pavilion sprouted like bamboo shoots after the rain, exuding an air of unfathomable mystery. As these edifices emerged, Lin Feng suddenly wore a peculiar expression. He distinctly sensed that they were actively transmitting profound abilities to him. For instance, the Tower of Heavenly Arrays was imparting the essence of an ancient and formidable formation, while the secret realm of divine talismans conveyed extraordinary talismans and spells. The Divine Mechanism Tower was sharing intricate methods of deduction, and the visage of the ancient deities enveloped him in a radiant golden light, revealing to him an ancient leg technique. Remarkable. It seems I need not even approach these newly appeared structures. They willingly offer me various profound techniques. Lin Feng exclaimed, marveling at the generosity of the system. He felt no hesitation in accepting the contributions from the sect buildings, settling into a meditative posture upon the Bodhi mat, absorbing their gifts while refining his cultivation. Chapter 104. What does the small sect leader aim to achieve? Collecting fox spirits? The Human King realm is a unique stage, characterized by the instability of a warrior's heart. With the surge of their own power, chaotic thoughts may emerge, potentially undoing all prior efforts. Those who remain grounded and true to themselves shall surely embark on a luminous path in martial arts, while those who succumb to arrogance risk plummeting into an abyss of despair. For Lin Feng, his current state merely marks the Human King realm, with a long journey ahead to become a true powerhouse. Despite being endowed with an extraordinary, defiant system and possessing a chaotic supreme body, he refrains from arrogance, dedicating his time to diligent training. The memories of the Xianyuan Divine Sword, the Xianyuan Tomb, the Realm of Sharp Gold, and the ancient Mirror of Yuan Xingxin left indelible impressions on him, rendering him powerless in their presence. Only through genuine self-strength can one attain true mastery. As Lin Feng immersed himself in cultivation, an aura of formidable sharpness began to emanate from him, fracturing the surrounding space. Above him, the Yin-Yang Taiji diagram appeared more mystical, accompanied by a golden mini-sword radiating unmatched sharpness, unmistakably a miniature version of the Xianyuan Divine Sword. The following morning, at the gates of the Divine Sword Sect, a fierce blade aura surged skyward. In an instant, the skies darkened, thunderous roars echoed, and even the morning sun dimmed. The blade aura threatened to cleave the heavens in twain. Suddenly, A resonating hum pierced the air. Almost simultaneously, a glacial blue ribbon streaked across, revealing an exquisitely crafted ancient sword ablaze with blue flames, exuding a chilling aura. It appeared as though a divine weapon, burning with ice flames, surveyed the world, its overwhelming aura tearing the surrounding space asunder. Such a formidable blade aura. Which elder is practicing sword techniques? The numerous errant disciples within the Divine Sword Sect trembled at the sight of the ancient sword, their eyes quaking, feeling utterly powerless against its might. On Xianyuan Peak, Xianyuan Qingtian sensed the overwhelming blade aura with mild astonishment. After a few muttered words of annoyance, she paused her training, unleashing her immense consciousness to investigate. Soon, she discovered Long Qingsheng at the mountain gates. Indeed, a stunning young woman. Who would have thought this girl could comprehend blade intent through sword will? Such astonishing talent. Xianyuan Qingtian mused, a hint of envy mingling with her surprise. Strange. Why is it always strikingly beautiful girls who exhibit such remarkable abilities? Her brow slightly furrowed as she sensed an extraordinary icy aura emanating from the girl, as if to freeze time itself. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed her mind. Could it be this girl possesses the 9 sacred body? And a perfectly awakened one at that. As this realization dawned, an expression of astonishment and elation graced her delicate features. Xianyuan Qingtian, well-versed in the lore of the 9 sacred body, recognized it as an immensely powerful warrior physique. She recalled tales of a female warrior who, thousands of years ago, had awakened this body, rapidly advancing in strength and ultimately achieving an unparalleled status, revered as the Frost Empress. However, the chilling essence inherent to the 9 sacred body often led to the demise of its bearers, as nearly 99% succumbed to the frigid energy, ultimately perishing in ice. I recall that the madman departed from the sect yesterday, undoubtedly driven by a desire to pursue that extraordinary young woman. Although I am unaware of the source of the madman's seemingly inexhaustible methods, he is certainly capable of aiding this Huangshan maiden in awakening her 9 sacred body. Xianyuan Qingtian murmured, a hint of pride blooming on her face, which rendered even the most beautiful flowers envious. It must be said that apart from his somewhat lacking strength, the madman is formidable in all other aspects. With the addition of a peerless maiden bearing the 9 sacred body, the fortunes of the Divine Sword Sect are destined to flourish, allowing the madman to fulfill his ambitions sooner. She smiled and nodded, now that she had aligned herself with the madman. It was natural for her to wish for his growing strength, subconsciously considering his interests above her own. Thus, even the lingering bitterness within her dissipated into the air. In the cave of the prodigious disciple, Yuan Shengxin, who was deep in meditation, slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze, akin to emerald, was directed towards the mountain gate where Long Qingsheng resided. Has another exceptionally gifted sword cultivator arrived at the sect so soon? And a female warrior endowed with the 9 sacred body, no less? She mused, releasing her spiritual sense to cover the area. Oh, this girl resembles me closely. What is the little sect master planning? Is she intent on gathering a horde of enchanting fox spirits into the sect? It seems I must find an opportunity to converse with this young lady. Yuan Shengxin shook her head and resumed her meditation. On the Dan burial peak, within the Dan burial tomb, an elderly man clad in simple robes, engrossed in comprehending the essence of alchemy, also opened his eyes. This blade aura, does it not emanate from the ancient ice and flame blade bestowed by the sect master? It appears that the little girl, Long Qingsheng, has made significant progress. He murmured before closing his eyes once more, diligently absorbing the profound insights of the ancient alchemical techniques contained within the tomb. Chapter 105. Such prodigies. Only one battle at this moment. Inner disciples Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian, along with outer disciples Li Shengnan, Meng Xiaoxing, Tuoba Kun, all felt a distinct sensation. Another prodigious disciple has arrived? They whispered, surprise etched across their faces. What a dominating blade aura. I wonder, is my spear sharper, or is your blade more formidable? A fierce battle intent ignited within Meng Xiaoxing's eyes. Bearing the title of Spear King and armed with the celestial grade treasure, the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. He had devoted himself to mastering the essence of spear techniques and had acquired a profound blade skill in the transmission tower. His strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. The moment he sensed this overwhelming blade aura, a deep-seated battle fervor surged within him, akin to encountering a natural rival. Such prodigies must have a battle. With 100 birds facing the phoenix spear angled skyward, Meng Xiaoxing strode forth from the outer gate. At the mountain gate, Long Qingcheng sat cross-legged, enveloped in a delicate and sharp blade aura. Around her, a whirlwind of blade-like gusts coalesced, a manifestation of concentrated blade energy. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, revealing 2 small blades within her dark pupils, exuding a fierce and dominating presence. Her gaze, infused with this aura, seemed poised to pierce through the void, warping the very fabric of space before her. Feeling the surging blade intent in her mind and the overwhelming blade energy in her dantian, a hint of surprise graced Long Qingcheng's frosty visage. My cultivation has surged from the 6th level of Qi transformation to the 7th level of Qi control in less than a day. Is this the terrifying talent of the 9-in sacred body? The path of my rise begins now, Long Qingcheng exclaimed, exhilarated. In this brief span of time, she had not only experienced a significant breakthrough in strength, but had also gleaned a hint of the profound blade intent through her comprehension of sword intent. It is well known that blade intent is an elusive existence, the essence of blade cultivation. The average blade cultivator may spend a lifetime attempting to comprehend it. Yet Long Qingcheng achieved this in less than a day. Were outside warriors to learn that she grasped blade intent through sword intent in such a short time, they would surely be astounded. Truly, to compare oneself to another can be disheartening. As she reigned in her burgeoning aura, the blade energy in the air instantly vanished. The ancient ice and flame blade trembled slightly, emitting a clear ringing sound as it transformed into a streak of light that surged into her brow, leaving behind a striking ice-blue blade-shaped mark. She appeared even more dominantly cold, akin to a snow lotus atop a millennia-old iceberg, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. Long Qingcheng, already stunningly beautiful, now possessed this ethereal coldness, resembling a goddess of ice descending upon the world. At that moment, a myriad of brilliant hues erupted in the skies above the Divine Sword Sect. With the descent of this vibrant illumination, a golden steel radiating an extraordinary aura appeared, entwined with multicolored light and adorned with carvings of divine beasts, surrounding a majestic Qilin manifestation. This golden steel, bathed in supreme Dao rhythms and laws, was clearly the Qilin divine steel previously presented by the system. Whenever a prodigious disciple within the sect breaks through to a major realm, this steel manifests, bestowing corresponding opportunities. Previously, when Yuan Xingxin and Du Guqingming ascended to a higher realm, the Qilin divine steel had descended with its gifts. Indeed, upon its appearance, the steel seemed to sense something, showering down a gentle rain of laws and Dao rhythms, nurturing Long Qingcheng with silent grace. Is this the Dao rhythms and laws that are sought after yet rarely found? Long Qingcheng was taken aback, her heart racing as she immediately cast aside all distractions, fully dedicating herself to comprehending the Dao rhythms and laws. Such an opportunity was too precious to overlook. At the same time, a magnificent mural unfolded in the skies above the Divine Sword Sect, depicting a dreamlike starry river within which a colossal golden dragon, stretching a staggering 100,000 miles, raised its mountainous head. The golden dragon, with a domineering gaze, briefly surveyed Long Qingcheng below before exhaling a dense purple mist. This mist coalesced, resembling a young dragon, which dove down, merging with the ethereal purple energy surrounding Long Qingcheng's head. After a brief moment, the fortune golden dragon, the cosmic star map, and the Qilin divine steel all vanished into the void. At this juncture, Long Qingcheng opened her eyes, deep and luminous, sparkling with brilliance. My fortune has expanded immensely. She gasped in astonishment. She never anticipated such a miraculous entity existed within the sect, likely surpassing the foundations of many supersections. With the Qilin divine steel's assistance, she had distinctly sensed her martial heart solidifying like rock, and her understanding of blade intent became profoundly clear and insightful. Now that my cultivation has reached the 9th level of the core formation realm, it is time to venture forth into the Qiankuan heavenly ladder. The sect master has aided me in awakening the nine in sacred body. I cannot let his efforts go to waste by remaining merely a servant disciple. With a resolute expression, Long Qingqing stepped forward through the mountain gate, entering the Divine Sword Sect. The moment she crossed the threshold, her pace faltered, and a look of astonishment and disbelief washed over her frosty features. What an abundant concentration of spiritual energy. This level of spiritual essence surpasses the outside world by countless times. The Divine Sword Sect is indeed a paradise for cultivators. Long Qingqing's eyes sparkled with wonder, and she could only utter a single thought. To become a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Today, the scene beneath the Qian Kuan heavenly ladder remained unchanged, bustling with numerous servant disciples. Today is unlike any other day, as a mysterious figure has appeared on the Qingkuan sky ladder. All eyes are fixed upon this tall and enchanting young woman, Huang Shan, whose aura exudes a chilling yet commanding presence. Whispers abound. Is she the new recruit of our esteemed sect leader? Goodness, she resembles a celestial being from a painting. I am smitten. Dream on. Did you not see her ascend the Qingkuan sky ladder at a speed that leaves you in the dust? Indeed, it seems our Divine Sword Sect has gained another unparalleled prodigy. My word, she has even shattered the climbing record set by two of our senior brothers, The gathering of junior disciples is left in astonishment. Chapter 106. Junior Sister Long. I shall strike just once on the inverted heavenly peak within the sect leader's secluded chamber. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a formidable and sharp aura emanating from him. Not bad, he mused, satisfied as his heart settled after a day of reflection. His cultivation merely a step away from the Earth King realm. Suddenly, he sensed a slight disturbance from the direction of the Qingkuan sky ladder. Consulting the sect map, he beheld Long Qingqing standing atop the ladder, her demeanor cool and her garments fluttering elegantly. Impressive. She has surpassed the records of Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian by 100 steps. Truly, the nine in sacred body, my efforts have not been in vain. Wait, has Long Qingqing's strength actually ascended from the 6th stage of Qi transformation to the 9th stage of core formation? Lin Feng reflected, recognizing her as the child of destiny with an astounding fortune of 40,000. A future paragon of grace begins her rise from this moment. With a commanding voice that resonated like thunder throughout the Divine Sword Sect, Lin Feng announced, Junior disciple Long Qingqing has successfully passed the trial of the Qingkuan sky ladder and shall be promoted to an inner disciple effective immediately, entitled to all resources and privileges therein. Other junior disciples who have not passed must strive to catch up, aiming for promotion to outer disciples or even inner disciples. Simultaneously, a radiant golden list appeared in the sky above the sect. Earth ranking: 1st, Yi Xian 2nd, Yi Jingyun 3rd, Long Qingqing. Upon seeing her name on the celestial list, Long Qingqing's face lit up with joy. She bowed respectfully towards the inverted heavenly peak. Thank you, esteemed sect leader. She then prepared to head to the mountain peak designated for inner disciples. At that moment, a resounding voice filled with battle intent echoed, Junior Sister Long. Do you dare spar? Startled, Long Qingqing turned to see a tall young man, radiating a sharp aura, slowly approaching, brandishing a lustrous silver spear. Why not? If you wish to fight, then let us, she replied coldly, her icy demeanor intensifying. Is senior brother Meng challenging Long Qingqing? Murmurs of excitement spread among the crowd. This marked the first instance in a long time where an outer disciple sought to spar with an inner disciple. This would be quite the spectacle. Despite being an outer disciple, Meng had joined the sect over a month ago, displaying exceptional talent. The sect leader had personally endowed him with 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, enhancing his formidable prowess. Indeed, I have heard that senior brother Meng possesses great fortune and has acquired a supreme spear technique within the transmission tower. Long Qingqing may be at risk. Not necessarily, countered another voice. Though Long Qingqing has just entered, she shattered the record set by two senior brothers during her ascent, indicating her exceptional talent and remarkable constitution. She is undoubtedly a favored child of destiny. Just as the sect leader has promoted her to the inner sect, her origins must be extraordinary. In terms of talent, constitution, and fortune, Long Qingqing should slightly surpass senior brother Meng. However, this is not merely a contest of talent, fortune, and constitution. Have you all forgotten that this is a martial duel? The junior disciples buzzed with speculation. Soon, outer disciples Li Shengnan and Tuoba Kun, along with inner disciples Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian, even the prodigious disciple Yuan Shengxin, arrived to witness the impending duel between Long Qingsheng and Meng Xiaoxing. Meng's spear technique, known as the king of all weapons, emphasized agility and unpredictability, leaving adversaries defenseless. As the saying goes, there's both the real and the illusory. Its advance is swift, its retreat is rapid, its force is perilous, its rhythm is brief. Immobile, it is like a mountain. In motion, it is like thunder. Long Qingsheng, specializing in swordplay, embodies ferocity and decisiveness, emphasizing overwhelming strength. Their clash is bound to be intriguing. Lin Feng observed the two preparing for their duel on the sect map, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a wave of his sleeve, a powerful aura surged forth, enveloping the sky above the Divine Sword Sect in tempestuous energy, as if heralding the emergence of an extraordinary event. In an instant, a grand arena, adorned with intricate carvings of mythical beasts and bathed in radiant light, materialized in midair. This was none other than the previously gifted sect construction, the Taiping Arena. Both Long Qingsheng and Meng Xiaoxing sensed the significance of the ancient arena, as if it had been conjured specifically for their duel. They exchanged glances before launching themselves into the air, landing gracefully on the arena. With their cultivation at the 9th stage of core formation, they effortlessly traversed the space. Junior Sister Long, be cautious. I shall strike but once. My spear technique harmonizes the real and the illusory, capable of piercing the heavens. Meng Xiaoxing declared, revealing his technique's essence. Senior brother Meng, unleash your full might. Long Qingsheng replied, her expression unchanging. As her words fell, the world around them darkened momentarily. In a dazzling flash, a silver streak burst across the sky, akin to the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. In the blink of an eye, Meng Xiaoxing vanished, leaving only a fierce spear aura that pierced the air like an awakened dragon, poised to unleash a lethal strike. The chilling energy emanating from Long Qingsheng surged. As a faint phoenix cry pierced the silence, a brilliant silver light surged forth as a silver dragon opened its maw, lunging toward the motionless Long Qingsheng. Chapter 107, A Battle to Fame. Long Qingsheng descends the mountain swift as lightning, rapid as thunder, forceful as a bamboo shoot, intent as unfathomable as the divine. A torrent of spear light descended upon Long Qingsheng, enveloping the heavens in a resplendent glow. Below, the multitude of junior disciples observing the battle felt a chilling aura descending from the sky, as they beheld the overwhelming brilliance of the silver spear light. Dread gripped their hearts, and goosebumps erupted across their bodies, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. In that moment, a deathly cold pierced through their spines. It is no exaggeration to assert that if they were to face the formidable Meng Xiaoxing in such a state, they would not even have the chance to resist. Before the might of the 100 birds converging upon the phoenix spear could reach them, they would have already been reduced to a mist of blood by its indomitable force. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. In recent times, Meng Xiaoxing had devoted himself to mastering spear techniques, nurturing the 100 birds converging upon the phoenix spear with his essence. Comprehending its profound intent, he had now achieved the rare state of unification of man and spear. Such an invincible and enigmatic spear intent would compel even a 10th-tier spiritual infant realm expert to retreat from its brilliance. Although Long Qingsheng possessed exceptional talent, her strength still fell short. It seemed she would face defeat today. On another side, Yi Xian spoke slowly. Upon hearing his words, Yi Jingyun, Li Shengnan, and Tuoba Kun exchanged knowing glances, nodding slightly in agreement. There was no doubt they held high hopes for Meng Xiaoxing. I beg to differ. To discuss victory or defeat at this juncture seems rather premature, interjected the previously silent Yuan Shengxin with a pointed remark. At this pronouncement, Yi Jingyun and the others turned to Yuan Shengxin, their expressions tinged with confusion. Yet, they did not regard her words as baseless. The strength of Yuan Shengxin was something they could hardly fathom. She was a true prodigy. Within the sect, apart from the sect master, Elder Xianyuan Qingtian and Duga Qingming, she was unparalleled. It was known that she was a reincarnation of a supreme emperor. What could escape her notice? Could it be that Long Qingsheng possessed some extraordinary trump card? The legendary 9 sacred body is said to be immensely powerful. Today, I shall witness its prowess. Yuan Xingxin offered no further explanation, her emerald eyes glimmering with intrigue as she cast a fleeting glance at Long Qingcheng on the arena. On the Taiping arena, Meng Xiaoxing executed a seamless union of man and spear, enveloping Long Qingcheng in an instant. In the next moment, it seemed as though countless translucent holes would pierce through her body. "'Tis such a fierce spear aura. What a mysterious spear intent." Long Qingcheng murmured, her countenance grave. "But, possessing the unparalleled 9 sacred body, how could I be inferior?" At that precarious moment, a chilling sword cry suddenly rang out. Almost simultaneously, Long Qingcheng gently closed her eyes and raised her hands slightly, a cold blue ribbon darting forth from her brow, landing perfectly in her grasp. It was an ancient sword ablaze with azure flames. Sensing something, an overwhelming, bone-chilling cold erupted from her, surging like a torrent into the sword's body. With a decisive downward strike, a ribbon of ice blue energy burst forth, akin to a phoenix unfurling its wings, charging directly towards the dazzling silver spear light. Everything in its path fell silent. At the same time, an aura of annihilation spread outwards in all directions. With a crackle, the surrounding space visibly frosted over, rapidly expanding. In that instant, it felt as if all of creation had been encased in ice. Fortunately, the Taiping arena, a product of the system, was robust enough to intercept this chilling wave. Otherwise, the entire Divine Sword Sect might have faced encasement in ice. Yet, even with the arena's timely intervention, many junior disciples still felt a soul-numbing chill. Is what I just witnessed? Annihilation Ice Phoenix? What a terrifying chill. I feel as though my very soul is on the brink of freezing, as if I might be engulfed by the icy flames at any moment. Countless faces displayed expressions of horror, their bodies shaking uncontrollably as they rubbed their hands together. On the arena, Meng Xiaoxing's radiant silver spear light was sealed by the icy aura. Even his exerted spiritual power was frozen in place. The spear tip, a mere inch from Long Qingcheng's throat, seemed poised for victory. "I have lost." Meng Xiaoxing gazed at the layer of ice blue enveloping the spear tip, momentarily astonished before smiling and remarking, "You merely fell short due to my innate physique. In terms of martial skills, I am certainly not your match." Long Qingcheng replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaoxing nodded slightly. At that moment, the Taiping arena erupted in a burst of radiance, suffused with rich Dao rhythm and threads of law's intent, enveloping both Long Qingcheng and Meng Xiaoxing. Observers were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that such a common martial exchange could invoke the arena to bestow Dao rhythm and law. Regaining their composure, the two immediately immersed themselves in comprehension. After about 5 breaths, the Dao rhythm, the law, and the Taiping arena all vanished into the void. Long Qingcheng and Meng Xiaoxing awakened from their insights, exchanging glances that reflected mutual regret. If only we could comprehend for a moment longer. A day later, at the inner sect Disciples Mountain Peak, Long Qingcheng glanced at her dwelling before heading towards the foot of the Reverse Heaven Peak. Disciple Long Qingcheng pays her respects to the sect master. Today marked the day the Mo family pressed her to become a concubine. I request the sect master's permission to descend the mountain and resolve this matter. She bowed deeply towards the Reverse Heaven Peak, her demeanor exceedingly respectful. Meanwhile, atop the Reverse Heaven Peak, Lin Feng concluded his meditation, slowly opening his eyes to scrutinize Long Qingcheng below with a piercing gaze. His tone was icy as he declared, "How dare the Mo family force a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect to become a concubine? Such audacity! I say, let this marriage be nullified. Simply reject it." Upon hearing the sect master's commanding words, Long Qingcheng's breath hitched, her body quivering as a profound realization dawned upon her. "Let this marriage be nullified," she murmured, her heart racing. Those domineering words struck a chord within her, invoking a sense of being protected that brought tears to her eyes. Ever since her cultivation had faltered 3 years ago, her family had abandoned her, eager to send her to the Mo family for humiliation. She had become the subject of ridicule, labeled a waste by all. For over 1,000 days and nights, she had endured scorn and derision. She had lived in a constant state of torment, a humiliation and despair that outsiders could scarcely comprehend. Human nature is such that when one is at the pinnacle of glory, flattery, and praise abound. Yet, once one falls from grace, mockery and disdain come rushing in. Once the pride of her family, adorned with countless honors, she had overnight descended into the status of a waste. Beyond the psychological impact of such a drastic fall, it was the ridicule and disdain from others that she bore in silence, suffering in solitude. Now, she felt the genuine concern of the sect master, a heartfelt care that moved her deeply. Long Qingsheng, today, this sect master shall accompany you. I will personally assist you in rejecting this marriage with the Mo family. All the grievances you have endured over these 3 years, I shall help you repay in kind. Lin Feng's voice was devoid of warmth. What? The sect master intends to personally assist me in annulling my marriage? To help me reclaim my dignity? Long Qingsheng trembled with emotion, wiping the tears from her eyes and hastily expressing her gratitude. Thank you, sect master. Coincidentally, it seems that the Dugu clan's 6-yearly grand competition is also approaching. I wonder how that girl Dugu Qingming fared. Did she uphold the honor of our Divine Sword Sect? After assisting Long Qingsheng in calling off her engagement, let us pay a visit to the Dugu family, Lin Feng murmured softly. Subsequently, as if recollecting something significant, he glanced at Yan Feng. Today, the sect leader must descend the mountain, and the return date remains uncertain. During this period, all affairs of the sect shall be overseen by the first elder, Xinyuan Qingtian. Her words are my words, her will is my will. Who dares to defy this? Upon my return, strict punishments shall be meted out. Lin Feng's authoritative voice resonated throughout every corner of the Divine Sword Sect, reaching every ear. We shall obey the sect leader's decree. In the Divine Sword Sect, whether elder or disciple, all ceased their cultivation and rose respectfully in response. That madman has left such a colossal mess for me to handle while he frolics about. Did he even consider my opinion? In the secluded chamber of the elders atop Xinyuan Peak, Xinyuan Qingtian rolled her eyes and pouted in mock annoyance. Though her expression appeared lightly miffed, the glimmer of delight and happiness in her eyes was impossible to conceal. It was evident that Xinyuan Qingtian, possessing remarkable intelligence, was fully aware of the deeper implications of Lin Feng's actions. The Divine Sword Sect was of utmost importance to Lin Feng, and entrusting it to her spoke volumes. Xinyuan Qingtian, you truly are a vixen, having captivated the young sect master's heart. How shameless! Just wait, for one day I shall reclaim the sect leader. In the cave of the prodigious disciple, Yu and Shengxin, she too discerned the underlying significance of Lin Feng's words and muttered in indignation. Meanwhile, in the sect leader's secluded chamber, Lin Feng swiftly deployed the soaring technique, vanishing from his original position. Almost simultaneously, he appeared at the foot of the Nishan Peak. Before Long Qingsheng, observing her respectful demeanor, he waved his sleeve, and an invisible, gentle force enveloped her silently. There is no need for such formality, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Master Sect Leader Long Qingsheng looked into the sect leader's eyes, her own brimming with tears of gratitude, her pale face conveying profound appreciation. Her voice trembled as she spoke. The sect leader had first bestowed upon her the innate righteous qi breathing method, enabling her to awaken the 9 sacred body. Later, he granted her the supreme, celestial weapon, the ancient ice flame blade, and the qi-devouring mountain river blade art. Now, he was personally accompanying her to cancel her engagement and vindicate her. Such grace, she felt utterly unable to repay. Henceforth, as long as I draw breath, I shall vow to protect the sect leader with my life. I shall never permit anyone, nor any force, to show even the slightest disrespect to the sect leader. This life of mine, Dragon Qingsheng's existence, is dedicated solely to the sect leader. She silently vowed. Let us descend, Lin Feng said, casting a glance at Long Qingsheng. Just as he prepared to employ the soaring to great heights technique to depart with her, an elderly figure clad in simple robes appeared, bowing respectfully to Lin Feng. Master Sect Leader, HM, is there something you need? Lin Feng inquired. Master Sect Leader, I intend to return to Taiyuan Village to bring those idle old fellows back to our Divine Sword Sect to serve you. They possess considerable strength, and I believe they will be of assistance, the elderly figure explained. Taiyuan Village? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The name itself hinted at intrigue. Based on the tropes common in fantastical tales, it was likely that Taiyuan Village harbored a group of eccentric yet formidable recluses. Moreover, It was probable that these old masters had once sustained injuries, perhaps missing limbs, blocked meridians, or impaired chi seas, a quintessential trope of fantasy narratives. Fellow cultivators, what do you think? Had he not intervened to rescue the elderly figure, the storyline would have unfolded with Long Qinsheng obtaining the elderly man's legacy and embarking on a journey to Taoyuan village to garner the favor of those old masters. Under their guidance, her cultivation would flourish, allowing her to return to her family and confront the short-sighted elders, ultimately canceling her engagement to alleviate her grievances. Thereafter, she would ascend to great heights. Lin Feng's mind whirred as he reconstructed the likely narrative in his thoughts. Excellent. Your dedication to the Divine Sword Sect brings me great satisfaction. Should you succeed in this endeavor, it shall be a significant achievement, and I shall not neglect your contributions. Is hereby approved. Lin Feng stated with a nod of approval. Thank you, Master Sect Leader, for your gracious consent. I shall not disappoint you. The elderly figure responded with joy, bowing respectfully. This was a profound expectation placed upon him. How could he not give his all? In that moment, a thought crossed his mind. Even if it required force, he would bring those old fellows to the Divine Sword Sect. Meanwhile, in the city of Yi, at the Long family residence. Although the Long family was not a prominent clan of cultivation, it enjoyed a modest reputation. 16 years prior, the Long family had produced an extraordinary prodigy, unparalleled in talent and comprehension, hailed as the foremost genius. In a flash, the Long family's fame soared, drawing the envy of numerous factions. Thus, the illustrious and powerful Mo family, in a surprising turn, extended an olive branch, proposing an alliance through marriage with the Long family. The Mo family was indeed a true powerhouse in the realm of cultivation, a sanctuary many martial artists aspired to join. Faced with such a formidable entity, the Long family had no grounds for refusal and readily acquiesced. Regrettably, fate had other plans 3 years ago. The Long family's illustrious daughter suffered a calamity in her chi si, rendering her incapable of storing spiritual energy and halting her cultivation journey, ultimately becoming a waste. The Mo family, being a prestigious lineage, would never allow their heir to marry such a person. Yet, unwilling to be labeled as overly mercenary, and considering the Long daughter's breathtaking beauty, the Mo family resolved to take her as a concubine, treating her merely as a source of amusement for their heir. Today marked the day of this ill-fated union. Within a resplendent hall of the Long family, the current head, Long Qinxiu, sat anxiously at the center, his gaze frequently darting to a youth seated on the left. The apprehension and caution in his expression were unmistakable. Undoubtedly, he was distressed over Long Qinsheng's disappearance. Offending the Mo family over this would be disastrous. The youth, adorned in an opulent purple robe, possessed a tall stature and an outstanding demeanor. He sat there exuding an inexplicable pressure, a natural air of superiority emanating from him. Coupled with his striking features, he was the embodiment of a noble and enigmatic prodigy. The aura he radiated evoked a sense of unworthiness in those around him. This inherent charisma and pressure were not feigned, but rather an innate quality. In the indifferent expression of the purple-robed youth lay an undercurrent of formidable strength and terror, further affirming his exceptional cultivation talent and extraordinary physique. This young man was none other than the Mo family's heir, Mo Wentian. Behind him stood an elderly figure clad in black robes, hair grizzled, eyes slightly closed, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Long family head, why does Long Qinsheng remain absent? It is rather unbecoming to keep us waiting, Mo Wentian remarked, a slight frown crossing his brow as he lifted his gaze to Long Qinxiu. His long fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest of his chair, his tone casual, yet laced with an unspoken pressure that subtly permeated the atmosphere. Having waited in the Long family's hall for half an hour without any explanation from Long Qinxiu, who merely fumbled with vague responses, Mo Wentian felt as though they were treating him like a fool. He possesses a rather gentle disposition. Had it been another individual, they would have likely stormed out in indignation. After all, the status of the eldest son of the Mo family grants him a certain privilege. Just as Long Qinxiu prepared to deflect the conversation, a cold voice suddenly resonated from outside the grand hall. Young Master Mo, you have arrived at an opportune moment. Today, I shall not become your concubine, and furthermore, I, Long Qinsheng, shall annul this engagement with the Mo family. What nonsense is this? Did I mishear? It seems someone has declared the annulment of my engagement with the Mo family. Mo Wentian's fingers, which had been tapping rhythmically on the armrest, abruptly halted. His expression shifted to one of utter disbelief. As his handsome features displayed shock, he momentarily struggled to comprehend the situation. He even rubbed his ears, doubting the accuracy of his hearing. After waiting for so long, how could such a statement emerge? Although Long Qingsheng was once a paragon of grace, she had now fallen into the realm of the so-called waste. Who dare speak so audaciously from outside the hall? His purpose for personally visiting the Long family was to take Long Qingsheng as a concubine, which would have been a significant honor for the Long family, considering she was now deemed incapable of cultivation. To marry her as a concubine was a stroke of fortune from a past life. What right did she have to match his noble temperament and status? Who was he? The eldest son of the Mo family, destined to become the patriarch. Not only renowned for his striking appearance and elegant demeanor, but also for his unparalleled talent in cultivation, a truly extraordinary genius among the youth. Even if one were to entertain the notion of an engagement annulment, it should be he, Mo Wentian, who would be the one to withdraw from the engagement with Long Qingsheng. Yet, before he could even utter a word, she had preemptively declared her refusal to become his concubine and outright stated her intent to cancel the engagement. This was utterly preposterous. Such words were meant to come from him, not her, who had turned the script on its head. According to his expectations, he would arrive at the Long family, take Long Qingsheng home as a concubine, and although she would be a secondary wife, the Long family would surely express their gratitude and elation. Long Qingsheng would likely appear pitiful, with tears in her eyes, pleading for her rightful status as the primary wife. In response to her anguish, he would maintain his cold demeanor, shattering their fantasies while exuding the aura of dominance and pride that befitted his station. That was the anticipated narrative. Instead, the opposing party had delivered a stunning blow that nearly rendered him senseless. This was utterly intolerable. After a prolonged moment of bewilderment, Mo Wentian furrowed his brows, his expression darkening. A subtle pressure emanated from his violet robe, quickly filling the grand hall. It was known far and wide that he was the illustrious eldest son of the Mo family, a paragon of excellence in the city. Now, he was being rejected by someone. A dignified man of 7 feet was being spurned by a mere woman. What a disgrace. Where could he possibly show his face again? This was a blatant slap in the face, trampling upon his dignity and the honor of the Mo family. Should word of this spread, countless individuals would revel in mockery. Meanwhile, the elder in black robes behind him opened his eyes slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. At that moment, Long Qingxiu, the head of the Long family, grew genuinely alarmed, fearing that Mo Wentian might unleash his fury. The elders of the Long family, seated below, were equally anxious, feeling an involuntary shiver run down their spines, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. In an instant, all present turned their heads, eyes fixed upon the entrance of the grand hall, including the stern-faced Mo Wentian and the silent elder in black. Their vision was graced by the sight of a woman clad in yellow, her beauty unparalleled, her figure tall and exquisitely proportioned, exuding an air of cold nobility. She resembled a snow lotus blooming upon an eternal ice mountain, radiating an aura that kept others at bay, evoking a sense that she was to be admired from afar, not trifled with. Her grace, stature, and countenance were all of the highest caliber. As she appeared, it was as though the very world dimmed around her. She became the singular focus of all attention, embodying perfection in its entirety. She was truly the quintessence of ethereal beauty, with unwavering steps and a hint of frigid confidence in her enchanting eyes. She approached the grand hall at a measured pace. Chapter 110. Remember, it is I, Long Qingsheng, who has annulled Mo Wentian's engagement. Is this truly Qingsheng? Long Qingxiu and the elders of the Long family exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes widening in astonishment. They instinctively rubbed their eyes, only to realize that today's Long Qingsheng seemed transformed, entirely different from the melancholic, fragile figure they once knew. In its place was an unshakable calm, confidence radiating from her as though the very heavens could not disturb her inner peace. Particularly notable was the cold pride she exuded, which somehow instilled an inexplicable sense of pressure upon those present. Mo Wentian, scanning Long Qingsheng from head to toe, felt a flicker of fervor ignite within his gaze. What an extraordinary woman! She was as pure as crystal, yet devoid of seduction. Emerging untainted from the mire, he mused to himself. Since their engagement 3 years prior, he had not laid eyes upon her. He had not anticipated that in merely 3 years, she would blossom into such an ethereal and transcendent being. Truly, a woman transforms remarkably as she matures. Alas, had it not been for her cultivation issues, severing her path in martial arts, she would be the perfect partner for him. Mo Wintian. Nevertheless, he resolved that today he would first annul the engagement, denying her even the title of concubine, and then he would extend an olive branch, treating Long Qingsheng as a prized bird to be nurtured, free to mold her as he wished. Surely, she would be grateful, for he had not only refrained from expressing anger, but had also elevated her status. As for Long Qingsheng's earlier declaration of annulment, he dismissed it as mere childishness, a ploy to draw his attention and seek greater gains. Qingsheng, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you not awakened? Do you not see that young Master Mo has graced us with his presence? You should shake off your daze and accompany him to enjoy the scenery. Long Qinxiu immediately interjected, unaware of Mo Wentian's true thoughts, believing that she was merely upset and attempting to withdraw from the engagement. He sought to flatter and placate, hoping to solidify the arrangement and elevate the Long family's status by aligning with the Mo family. Mo Wentian cast a detached glance at Long Qinxiu, a faint smile gracing his lips. How could he not decipher the man's intentions? Yet, a mere flower vase with beauty alone, devoid of a martial path, aspired to be his companion, a paragon of excellence. Was she not indulging in fantasies? Just as he prepared to propose the annulment, Long Qingsheng boldly declared, Patriarch, I shall not accompany young Master Mo, nor do I wish to admire any scenery, and I certainly will not be his concubine. This engagement shall be annulled today. Furthermore, pausing for emphasis, she directed her gaze at Mo Wentian, her eyes betraying a blatant disdain. Remember, it is I, Long Qingsheng, who has annulled our engagement. If you wish to treat me as a mere plaything, you are sorely mistaken. As her words hung in the air, she waved her hand, and a decree of annulment materialized before Mo Wentian. Staring at the crimson parchment suspended in front of him, Mo Wentian initially blinked in surprise, only for his striking features to contort in disbelief. In that moment, he lost the calmness and grace he previously possessed, his expression betraying a simmering rage. With a cold snort, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from him, causing the surrounding space to resonate with a low hum. He had initially thought that Long Qingsheng was merely throwing a tantrum, never expecting that she had already prepared the letter of annulment. He had traveled great distances to the Long family with the intention of taking a concubine, only to find himself rejected instead. Was he, the esteemed heir of the Mo family, merely a source of amusement for others, or was he destined to be humiliated? Anger, uncontrollable fury. This was an insult that could not be tolerated. A tide of wrath surged rapidly within him. As a celebrated prodigy of his city and the legitimate son of the Mo family, he was accustomed to being revered and flattered wherever he went. When had he ever faced such disgrace? This felt like a resounding slap to his face. Boom! Spiritual energy surged within him, and a terrifying presence swept through the air like thunder. The letter of annulment suspended before him was instantly reduced to ashes under this force. Long Qinxiu, is this how your Long family treats me? Excellent. Truly excellent. Mo Wentian's voice was low, each word enunciated with chilling clarity. The crimson hue filling his eyes resembled that of a wounded beast poised to strike. Long Qinxiu and the elders of the Long family, witnessing the ferocity in Mo Wentian's gaze and feeling the immense pressure, were instantly struck with fear, their expressions drastically changing. In unison, their eyes turned to Long Qingsheng, filled with anger and resentment. The Mo family was a renowned clan of formidable cultivators, with strength that was unfathomable. It was no exaggeration to say that the Long family was but an insignificant ant before them. Any member of the Mo family could easily obliterate the Long family with a mere flick of their wrist. Was Long Qingsheng truly unaware of the calamity she was inviting upon the Long family? Did she still believe she was the untouchable prodigy? Now, she was merely a waste incapable of cultivation. How dare she reject the son of the Mo family? The elders shouted in outrage, demanding that Qingsheng apologize. Long Qinxiu, sweating profusely, chastised Long Qingsheng, Apologize to the son of the Mo family at once. Apologize? To him? How amusing. Long Qingsheng replied, her tone indifferent. Her expression grew increasingly frigid, not even sparing Mo Wentian a glance. Upon hearing this, Mo Wentian's face turned ashen, an incredible aura erupting from him, causing the surrounding space to tremble and ripple visibly. The oppressive force he emitted was overwhelming, and in an instant, it swept throughout the hall, leaving everyone in a state of dread. Is this the aura of a peak spirit infant realm cultivator? Terrifying. Long Qinxiu and the elders of the Long family felt their eyes widen in shock as they realized the extraordinary talent of Mo Wentian, who had achieved the coveted 10th stage of the spirit infant realm at merely 16 years of age. The current head of the Long family, Long Qinxiu, had only reached the spirit division realm, barely one level above Mo Wentian. The disparity in their ages rendered any comparison futile. The depth of the Mo family's heritage was indeed immeasurable, far beyond what the Long family could contend with. As their gaze shifted to the elderly figure clad in black behind Mo Wentian, the fear and trepidation in their eyes became unmistakable. Despite the old man's subtle presence, they could sense the immense power he harbored. It was evident that he was an unparalleled expert. What did you say? I, Mo Wentian. Unworthy? Huh. Mo Wentian's anger twisted into a sardonic smile as he regarded Long Qingsheng, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. You, a waste incapable of cultivation, dare to speak so arrogantly. With that, a violent surge of energy erupted from his purple robe, bearing down on Long Qingsheng like a raging dragon, seemingly intent on tearing her apart. Mo Wentian's fury had been ignited, and he was resolute in his intent to kill, believing that slaying a cultivator of her caliber was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Long Qinxiu and the elders felt a jolt of fear at Mo Wentian's ferocious display, instinctively preparing to intervene. After all, no matter how useless Long Qingsheng was, she was still a member of the Long family, and allowing her to be killed in public would be tantamount to a slap in their faces. However, just as that thought arose, it was extinguished. If Long Qingsheng's dantian had not been damaged, they would have acted without hesitation, even at the cost of severing ties with the Mo family. Unfortunately, Long Qingsheng's path of cultivation had been irreparably severed, and confronting the formidable Mo family would yield disastrous consequences. Alas, Qingsheng, I understand your pride, but today's actions are exceedingly reckless. Do you not comprehend the might of the Mo family? You cannot provoke them in your current state. I cannot allow the entire Long family to suffer for your folly. Do not blame us for our inaction. Long Qinxiu lamented inwardly. Suddenly, I fear you are still asleep. Just as Mo Wentian's oppressive force approached Long Qingsheng, only a foot away, she cast a casual glance at him, her expression one of indifference. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, a faint yet distinct sound of a blade being drawn echoed. Almost simultaneously, an icy, razor-sharp aura surged forth, as if a divine weapon aimed to cleave the very fabric of space in two. The temperature in the hall plummeted, and everyone involuntarily shivered. In that moment, the terrifying blade aura coalesced into an unstoppable, frigid tornado, sweeping through the great hall with merciless force. At that instant, a shimmering ice-blue ancient blade erupted from the center of Long Qingsheng's brow. The blade quivered slightly, producing a series of crisp, ringing sounds, as if proclaiming its emergence to all present, filled with excitement and vigor. As soon as the ancient blade appeared, an overwhelming aura of a supreme divine weapon rapidly permeated the hall. Before this terrifying blade aura, the oppressive force that Mo Wentian had unleashed was instantly rendered void. The great hall was suffused with the chilling and formidable blade energy. Heavens! This is an unparalleled divine weapon. How is this possible? And what is this terrifying ice-cold blade aura emanating from Qingsheng? What on earth is happening? The elders and Long Qinxiu, who had believed Long Qingsheng was doomed, were left utterly bewildered by her sudden display of such formidable ice-cold blade energy, culminating in the emergence of a supreme divine weapon. They stood there, mouths agape, eyes wide as saucers, utterly at a loss, resembling naive fools who had never witnessed the extraordinary. It was nothing short of unbelievable. They even thought they were hallucinating. Ever since 3 years ago, When Long Qingsheng's Qi encountered problems, it had been impossible for her to store the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making it inconceivable for her to unleash any aura of pressure. They understood this better than anyone else. Yet, what was happening now? With the sensations they felt and the sight before their eyes? At that moment, their minds went blank, completely devoid of the ability to think, as if they were in a state of paralysis. That was an ultimate celestial weapon, a treasure that countless people yearned for. The vast Long family did not possess even a single low-tier celestial artifact, let alone an ultimate celestial weapon, especially one with such formidable offensive capabilities. They were utterly flabbergasted. As Wentian withdrew his gaze and prepared to turn away, he suddenly felt as if a primordial beast were fixating on him, causing his heart to race. He abruptly turned around, his eyes locking onto Long Qingsheng. Such terrifying sword energy. Hadn't she been unable to cultivate due to the issues with her Qi? How could she possess such unmatched and domineering sword energy? And to top it off, she wielded an ultimate celestial weapon? What on earth was going on? Wentian murmured, waves of astonishment crashing through his mind. He was completely taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, even experiencing a brief lapse in thought. After all, he was the legitimate eldest son of the Mo family, the future head of the Mo clan, and he was not even qualified to possess an ultimate celestial weapon. How could a mere Long Qingsheng from the Long family have such a treasure? His previously proud and disdainful expression froze, replaced by extreme shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, the terrifying old man in the black robe behind him, who had remained as still as a statue, also became unsettled upon sensing the sword energy. His inscrutable eyes widened suddenly, revealing clear astonishment and confusion. At such a young age, not only could she unleash such overwhelming sword energy, but she had also grasped a hint of astonishing sword intent. Such a talent was exceedingly rare. In his murmurs, his gaze shifted towards the ultimate celestial weapon hovering above Long Qingsheng's head, deep in thought. Could it be that Long Qingsheng had recently encountered some extraordinary fortune? Had she not only repaired her Qi, but also regained a portion of her cultivation? Chapter 112. A wisp of sword energy cuts through the divine palm of chaos amidst the shock. Wentian quickly regained his composure, resuming his previous lofty demeanor as the calm and collected scion of a prominent family. He felt a surge of delight within. Long Qingsheng, I never anticipated that you had restored your Qi and embarked once more on the path of martial arts, your talents having ascended to new heights. It seems you are destined to be my woman, Wentian. Since it is thus fated, I shall fulfill the engagement made 3 years ago and take you back as my legitimate wife. No objections, I trust. Thus, Wentian extended an olive branch. With his innate physical prowess and exceptional cultivation talent, he was a celebrated genius within the city, possessing lofty standards that few could meet. Now, Long Qingsheng had not only resumed her martial journey, but had also revealed such terrifying sword energy while wielding an ultimate celestial weapon. Coupled with her ice-cold demeanor and unparalleled beauty, she was indeed the perfect match for him, Wentian. Consequently, all prior thoughts vanished. He would not seek to take her as a concubine, but rather lower himself to honor the engagement made 3 years ago. As for past grievances, they were trivial, mere squabbles between betrothed couples. A woman of such exceptional caliber must be firmly grasped in his hands, lest he be deemed foolish. Upon hearing Wentian's words, Long Qinxiu and the elders of the Long family felt a surge of joy. Although they were unsure how Long Qingsheng had healed her Qi, the fact remained undeniable, and Wentian's willingness to propose a union was akin to a windfall from the heavens. The Long family was on the verge of rising. Destiny? It seemed to truly reflect the old adage. Without skin, a tree will surely die. Without shame, a person is invincible. Wentian, the legitimate son of the Mo family, epitomized this sentiment. Just moments ago, someone sought to kill Long Qingsheng, yet now he wished to marry her. Did Wentian think of Long Qingsheng as mere trifles? The previous letter of withdrawal had been crystal clear. It was Long Qingsheng who sought to sever ties with him. From this moment forth, there would be no further connection between them. Do you understand? Long Qingsheng scoffed. Is it that you wish to test my patience? Upon hearing this, Wentian's eyes narrowed slightly, and a flicker of murderous intent flashed within. Despite his typically good temper, He was thoroughly enraged. How could he endure being insulted by a woman pointing a finger at him? The elders of the Long family, including Long Qinxiu, were equally astonished. They had never anticipated that Long Qinxiu would behave so resolutely and domineeringly today. Where was the previously timid Long Qinxiu? What had she experienced in these past few days? If that is the case, then you shall perish. Mo Wentian bellowed coldly. An unprecedented aura of dominance radiated from him, reverberating like waves. Almost simultaneously, he unleashed a palm strike from the air. A massive imprint of pale golden energy materialized, exuding a terrifying might that sent shivers down spines. The gusts from his palm sliced through the air like blades, and the pale golden energy imprint, brimming with overwhelming force, distorted and shattered the very space around it, generating visible ripples. At that moment, anyone outside the Great Hall would have noticed the skies above the Long family darkening, thunderous roars echoing. As ominous clouds loomed like a mountain pressing down, the entire world fell into shadow. The mere presence of those dark clouds evoked a sense of dread, as if a primordial beast were awakening, ready to pounce and devour. Even before the pale golden energy palm fully materialized, it had already triggered such a terrifying phenomenon. Undoubtedly, this palm contained a great terror. Just then, Mo Wentian snorted coldly, flicking his wrist with a press. The pale golden energy palm descended like a mountain, aimed directly at Long Qinxiu, as if intending to obliterate her into a mist of blood. Hiss this. This is actually the Mo family's secret technique. The Divine Palm of Chaos? Such terrifying pressure. Long Qinxiu and the elders of the Long family gasped in shock. They had never expected that Mo Wentian had actually mastered the Mo family's secret technique, the Divine Palm of Chaos. This technique was immensely powerful, said to rival the forces of nature when cultivated to its pinnacle. However, mastering it was exceedingly difficult. Lacking the requisite talent and comprehension could lead to fatal backlash. At that moment, although the pale golden energy palm had yet to fully descend, the countless structures of the Long family below had already been crushed into powder. What of the favored daughter of heaven? Before the might of the Mo family, she was but an ant. Mo Wentian lifted his head slightly, regarding Long Qinxiu with unabashed arrogance and disdain. Though Long Qinxiu was an exceptionally rare prodigy, she had made a grave mistake in provoking him. To show disrespect to him, no matter who it might be, was to invite annihilation. Long Qinxiu raised her gaze to meet the descending pale golden energy palm, her expression calm and composed, her eyes tranquil as ever. Did she not understand the power of the Divine Palm of Chaos? No, she was acutely aware. At this moment, she sensed the oppressive and domineering energy concealed within the pale golden imprint. Though she remained composed, the spiritual energy within her surged into action, and the ancient ice flame blade hovering above her head was firmly gripped in her hand, unleashing a torrent of astonishingly cold sword energy. Wherever the sword energy passed, all obstacles were swept away. She appeared as if she had descended from the heavens, a sovereign of blades, unmatched in her dominance and unparalleled in her grace. Suddenly, the ancient ice flame blade quivered slightly, producing a clear, resonant blade song. In that fleeting moment, she effortlessly drew her blade. The strike seemed slow and feeble, utterly unremarkable, devoid of any discernible power. Yet, a cataclysmic, ice-blue blade aura erupted, emanating an annihilating aura that threatened to obliterate all existence. The blade aura ascended skyward, resembling a ferocious ice-blue dragon, soaring towards the massive, pale, golden palm imprint. In the next heartbeat, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before their eyes. The once mighty pale golden palm imprint was shredded as if it were mere paper, the process utterly devastating and merciless. Not even a trace of its essence escaped. It was utterly annihilated by the blade aura. How could this be possible? The unrivaled heavenly palm of the Hunyuan had been reduced to nothingness by a mere strand of blade aura. Surely, I am not hallucinating. Mo Wentian's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape, as if struck by lightning. A look of sheer astonishment plastered across his face. It was crucial to note that the heavenly palm was one of the Mo family's most coveted secret techniques, possessing the extraordinary ability to slay foes far beyond its wielder's level. Although he had only mastered a fraction of it, he had previously dispatched many renowned prodigies from the city with ease. Yet now, It had been effortlessly cleaved into oblivion by Long Qingsheng's single strike. What kind of terrifying blade technique was this? Was it truly necessary for such exaggeration? His gaze towards Long Qingsheng was filled with incredulity. Meanwhile, Long Qinxiu and the elders of the Long family stood utterly speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. In just a few short days, how had Long Qingsheng transformed into such a formidable force? What astounding fortune had she encountered? Oof. The Lord bestowed upon me the supreme ancient ice flame blade, the exquisite cultivation method of the innate true chi breathing technique, the ice soul divine art, and the earth devouring blade technique, not to mention the annihilation heavenly palm. Each of these treasures is a coveted masterpiece sought after by countless warriors, far beyond your comprehension. How dare the mere heavenly palm compete with me? Long Qingsheng thought proudly. Witnessing the astonishment etched on the faces of Long Qinxiu, the Long family's elders, and Mo Wentian, Long Qingsheng felt a wave of vindication wash over her. All the ridicule and humiliation she had endured over the years evaporated, leaving her with an indescribable sense of liberation. In this moment, all her negative emotions dissipated, replaced by a newfound clarity, and she sensed a subtle elevation in her own cultivation. Simultaneously, her gratitude and respect for the Lord deepened. She understood that without the Lord, she would undoubtedly have become a mere plaything in Mo Wentian's hands, a lifeless husk even if she survived. Lu Lao, eliminate her, Mo Wentian commanded without turning back, addressing the elder in a black robe behind him. At this moment, the shock on his face had vanished, replaced by a fierce determination. His once handsome features now slightly twisted in a grimace. He yearned to slay Long Qingsheng on the spot, but he recognized the impossibility of achieving that in the short term. Mo Wentian could clearly sense that Long Qingsheng's cultivation was merely at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Yet she could unleash combat prowess equivalent to the 10th level of the Spirit Infant realm. With the support of that ancient blade, she could even exhibit strength, rivaling the Spirit Separation realm. Undoubtedly, Long Qingsheng now matched his own power, while her martial skills and ancient blade surpassed his heavenly palm, allowing her to not only slay foes of a higher tier, but even those 2 tiers above. Thus, he resolved to employ Lu Lao to decisively eliminate Long Qingsheng, preserving the dignity of the Mo family and intimidating the Long family. Most importantly, all signs indicated that Long Qingsheng possessed prodigious talent, destined to become an insurmountable threat to the Mo family in the future. If he could not claim her today, she must be destroyed to eliminate a formidable rival. Just watch, young master. Lu Lao spoke with a detached tone. As the last word fell, his eyes, which had been slightly closed, suddenly snapped open, radiating a piercing sharpness that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Almost simultaneously, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing everyone in the hall to tremble, their hair standing on end as the overwhelming pressure surged forth. This aura rose like a tidal wave, reaching the peak of the innate realm before finally settling. The elder known as Lu Lao was, in fact, a genuine peak innate realm powerhouse. At that moment, the space around him emitted a deep, thunderous roar, visibly distorting and fracturing, with waves of energy rippling chaotically. An innate powerhouse, a true terror that instilled fear and dread in countless cultivators. Oof. The might and foundation of the Mo family are beyond your imagination. Those who insult the Mo family shall be punished. Lu Lao regarded Long Qingsheng with the indifference of one observing an insect, his tone as cold as ice. With a flourish of his sleeve, a terrifying, invisible force surged through the grand hall, crashing down upon Long Qingsheng. This invisible force bore the weight of the heavens, causing all present to pale, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Long Qinxiu and the elders of the Long family felt their very souls tremble, their faces ashen, their bodies covered in goosebumps. In that moment, they sensed an unprecedented life and death crisis, as if their fates were no longer within their control, and the enemy could obliterate them with a mere thought. Before a peak innate realm powerhouse, they were as insignificant as ants. Simultaneously, the overwhelming invisible force crushed the domineering blade aura Long Qingsheng had unleashed into nothingness, then surged forward towards her with unstoppable momentum. In an instant, Long Qingsheng realized that the space around her was compressing, as if this invisible force sought to crush her into oblivion. At that moment, she let out a cold snort, and an unsettling aura surged forth, enveloping the hearts of everyone present. In the next heartbeat, a thin layer of icy crystals formed over her elegant brows, rendering her even more ethereal. Boom! A frigid air, akin to the cold of the abyss, erupted from her being, sweeping across the surroundings like a tempest, seemingly intent on freezing the very heavens and earth. Visibly, a swirling mass of chilling white energy expanded rapidly from her center. Crack! Sharp sounds of ice sealing echoed as the space around her was unfathomably encased in ice, as if an unprecedented cold wave had descended upon them. Long Qinxiu and the elders of the Long family felt this icy aura and could not help but shudder. In that moment, they felt a deep chill emanating from their very souls, an uncontrollable sense of dread and trepidation overwhelming them. They dared not delay, immediately channeling their techniques and employing various divine abilities to resist this terrifying cold. Hiss! How could she possess such a terrifying, icy aura? Thankfully, Lu Lao intervened, or else I would likely have been frozen solid. Mo Wentian exclaimed in shock, his face a mask of horror and anxiety. He realized that had Long Qinsheng unleashed this icy aura earlier, his life would have been forfeit. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the extent of Long Qinsheng's terror, far beyond his reckoning. Fortunately, with Lu Lao present, even if Long Qinsheng was a prodigy, she would undoubtedly meet her end today. With this thought, a cruel smile crept across his lips, as if he could already envision the scene of Long Qinsheng being decisively vanquished. Chapter 114. Such audacity to bully my disciple? Upon sensing the chilling aura, the elder in black, known as Elder L, stiffened, disbelief etched across his features. Could this terrifying coldness be the innate pure Yin energy? Only the 9 Yin's sacred body possesses such a force. Could it be that Long Qinsheng? His heart raced with trepidation. He had encountered references to the 9 Yin's sacred body in ancient texts, which suggested that female warriors endowed with this physique naturally harness an overwhelming innate pure Yin energy capable of freezing the heavens. If one could master this energy and successfully awaken the 9 Yin's sacred body, they would undoubtedly attain an unparalleled form. However, the chances of awakening it were exceedingly slim, primarily because this innate pure Yin energy was overwhelmingly dominant, often freezing its wielder in the process. 99% of female warriors with a 9 Yin sacred body would suffer a backlash from the pure Yin energy, enduring torment until they were frozen solid. Yet, tens of thousands of years ago, an extraordinary woman had successfully awakened her 9 Yin sacred body, rising to unparalleled heights and becoming a supreme martial artist. Known as the Frost Empress of her era. The 9 Yin's sacred body, you say? Huh. Even if you possess an extraordinary battle physique and unparalleled talent, what does it matter? Currently, you are merely at the 9th stage of the core formation realm, incapable of unleashing the full potential of the 9 Yin's sacred body. I am a peak innate expert. With a mere flick of my finger, I could crush you. Your death is all but assured today. With a surge of determination, he unleashed an overwhelming aura once more. Almost simultaneously, an invisible force, far more formidable than before, surged toward Long Qinsheng with ferocity. Visible to the naked eye, the icy energy emanating from her was forcibly suppressed, its expansion abruptly halted. Long Qinsheng felt as though an invisible hand pressed down upon her, a weight akin to a mountain bearing down. Her complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Even though she had awakened the 9 Yin's sacred body and possessed extraordinary talent, she had yet to mature. The gap between her and a peak innate expert was insurmountable. At this moment, she was at her last gasp. To personally slay a prodigy bearing the 9 Yin's sacred body must be a delightful experience. Elder L's lips curled into a sinister smile, his gaze upon Long Qinsheng revealing a morbid delight. Just as she prepared to risk backlash and unleash all her innate pure Yin energy in a desperate gamble. Such audacity, such ambition, such insolence. A mere innate ant dares to bully my disciple? How do you wish to die? A commanding voice, as thunderous as a storm, reverberated throughout the hall, causing everyone's ears to ring. As the words fell, Elder L staggered back 5 steps, as if struck by lightning, leaving 5 deep impressions in the ground with each step. Wow! As he regained his footing, he could not prevent a mouthful of blood from spewing forth, spraying 3 meters away. His aura diminished, his face pale as parchment. Terrifying. An unprecedented horror. This thought was the only one in his mind. Elder L could hear his heart pounding like a drum, his wide eyes filled with shock and fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. A true powerhouse had arrived, an existence of unimaginable strength. Elder L gasped in astonishment, realizing that Long Qingsheng had been taken under the wing of this incomprehensibly powerful figure. No wonder she radiated confidence, unflinching even before a peak innate expert like myself. It must be this formidable being who helped her awaken the 9 in sacred body, restored her energy channels, and bestowed upon her supreme techniques and extraordinary weapons. He thought in a daze. Instantly, his complexion darkened considerably. Undoubtedly, he had kicked a steel plate this time and could very well face dire consequences. Initially, he believed Long Qingsheng was merely fortunate to have obtained a remarkable inheritance, thinking he could easily slay her and seize it for himself. If he could possess such an inheritance, his strength would soar to realms he had never dared to imagine. Little did he know that such an extraordinary powerhouse stood behind Long Qingsheng. The master had yet to reveal himself, and merely his voice had sent Elder L spewing blood. Utterly humiliated, the innate aura he had gathered dissipated in an instant. His unassailable, unchallengeable. Meanwhile, Mo Wentian, who had been waiting to see Long Qingsheng's downfall, was left dumbfounded. When the world is happening, Elder L possessed peak innate strength, a figure towering over countless martial artists, capable of crushing a multitude with a stomp. Yet he was reduced to a blood-spitting mess by a mere voice. Was this not the height of irony? His face reflected shock and disbelief, his eyes bulging. Mouth agape, as if he could fit a fist inside. My heavens! Wasn't she supposed to be a useless being? How could she possibly possess such a terrifying background? Mo Wentian glared at Long Qingsheng, feeling immense frustration. He, the legitimate heir of the Mo family, adorned with countless accolades, had descended upon the Long family. Believing everything was under his control, only to be ruthlessly humiliated time and again. Was there no respite? As for Long Qinxiu and the elders of the Long family, upon witnessing the disheveled Elder L, they thought they were hallucinating and rubbed their eyes vigorously. A peak innate expert had been reduced to spitting blood by a mere voice. In that moment, their perception was utterly shattered. His incredible, my Long family, has given birth to a golden phoenix. From this point onward, my Long family shall undoubtedly rise in power, renowned throughout the city. After a long while, regaining their composure, Long Qinxiu and the elders of the Long family were filled with excitement and elation. Master, upon hearing that voice, Long Qingsheng felt her aura dissipate, her taut nerves relaxing, a warm expression breaking through her frosty visage. It seemed that as long as the master was present, he could withstand any calamity. While everyone else remained in a state of bewilderment, a slender, upright figure appeared in the hall, a handsome young man with an ethereal presence, clad in white. Simultaneously, an unmatched, oppressive aura swept through the hall, instilling terror in every soul present. You wish to slay my disciple? As Lin Feng appeared, his gaze fixed on Elder L, he asked calmly. Chapter 115. A single finger to slay a peak innate expert senior. This is a misunderstanding. You have misunderstood. Under Lin Feng's piercing gaze, Elder L trembled, paling as he hastily explained. In that moment, he resembled a stray dog, entirely devoid of the demeanor of a peak innate expert. Oh, what misunderstanding? Lin Feng inquired with a bemused smile, his tone devoid of warmth. My disciple is not someone whom just anyone can bully. Elder L racked his brain for an explanation, but could find none, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. It seems you have nothing to say, then? Prepare to die. Lin Feng's tone was indifferent as he raised his hand and lightly pointed at Elder L. Meteoric finger. There was no grandiose display, no earth-shattering force, only a fleeting brilliance of starlight flashing through the void. Puff! With a barely audible sound, a round blood hole suddenly appeared in the brow of Elder Lu, causing his body to stagger and fall backward with a thud. He raised his hand, pointing towards Lin Feng, his face contorted with frustration and unwillingness, his eyes filled with terror. His death was not a peaceful one. As a formidable peak innate realm expert, with a promising future in martial arts, How could he be killed with a mere finger? At that moment, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. The atmosphere in the grand hall became stifling, with everyone holding their breath, their eyes reflecting sheer fear and astonishment. My goodness! To slay a peak innate realm expert with a single finger? Is this some kind of absurdity? Dragon Chinchio and the elders of the dragon family, regaining their senses, gasped in disbelief. Their worldview had been utterly shattered. Elder Lu was undoubtedly a genuine powerhouse, a peak innate realm expert. Could it be mere talk? Yet before the enigmatic Master Long Qingcheng, he had been as fragile as paper, unable to react before his brow was pierced. Such terrifying strength? Who is this figure? Is there anyone else with such unfathomable might? The Master of the Sect is indeed a reincarnated supreme power, unmatched in prowess. Long Qingcheng stared blankly at the lifeless Elder Lu, her eyes filled with fervent admiration. Who are you? I am the eldest son of the Mo family, the next head of the Mo family. Are you truly willing to challenge my Mo family for the sake of a mere Long Qingcheng? Do you understand the consequences? Mo Wentian, forcing himself to remain calm, threatened with a trembling voice. Consequences? Pray, enlighten me on these consequences. Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, his tone laced with amusement. The Mo family is a renowned cultivation family in Yicheng, home to a plethora of powerful experts, with a royal-level supreme being stationed within. You have killed Elder Lu, thereby provoking my Mo family, and you will undoubtedly face the pursuit of our experts. There will be no place for you in all of Yicheng. If you are wise, hand Long Qingcheng over to the Mo family, and I shall treat this incident as if it never occurred, granting you a path of survival. Mo Wentian regained some of his former arrogance, his voice filled with a false bravado. The Mo family? What kind of insignificant ants are you? You truly terrify me. Anyone who insults my disciple shall be punished. Lin Feng smirked sardonically, raising his hand as if to grasp the void. With a pop, Mo Wentian had no time to react before he was reduced to a mist of blood. The sight of this sudden and horrifying scene left Dragon Chinchio and the elders of the dragon family in a state of shock, standing dumbfounded in place, engulfed in profound astonishment and fear. To slay a peak innate realm expert with a finger, to crush the eldest son of the Mo family with a mere grasp. Such prowess is nothing short of extraordinary. What on earth is this Long Qingcheng-esque master who treats the Mo family like ants? The eldest son of the Mo family is slain at his whim? Could it be that the opportunity for my dragon family to rise have finally arrived? With this thought, the gazes of everyone turned to Lin Feng, filled with an intense fervor. You are unworthy to be Long Qingcheng's elders from this day forth. She has no ties to you. Should you harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards her in the future, I shall show no mercy. With that, Lin Feng took Long Qingcheng and departed from the dragon family. To Lin Feng, Elder Lu and Mo Wentian were merely insignificant ants, and the Mo family was hardly worth mentioning. Should they seek trouble in the future, he would not hesitate to erase them. As for Long Qingcheng, she harbored no hesitation in completely severing ties with the dragon family. 3 years ago, after her meridian issues, she had been ruthlessly abandoned by the entire dragon family. She had been regarded as a waste in their eyes, forced to become a concubine to Mo Wentian, treated merely as a tool for exchanging cultivation resources, devoid of any familial affection. The humiliation and derision she had endured over those 1,000+ days and nights were unimaginable to outsiders. Today, when Mo Wentian and Elder Lu sought to overpower her, the dragon family could have intervened, yet not a single person stepped forward, not even uttering a word. The past grievances and today's actions had allowed her to see the true nature of the dragon family. She had completely lost hope. What use was such a family? Moreover, she had lost both parents. There was nothing and no one left in the dragon family worth her attachment. From now on, all she needed to do was cultivate earnestly in the Divine Sword Sect to repay the Master's great kindness. In Yicheng, the Dugu family. This day marked the third and final day of the Dugu family's 6-year martial arts competition, a day of decisive battles. At that moment, in a plaza of the Dugu family, hundreds of people were watching the arena, buzzing with discussion. On the stage stood a male and a female figure, both exuding an unmatched, overwhelming aura, facing each other head-on. These two were none other than Dugu Qingming and Dugu Bazu. Dugu Bazu was the most dazzling prodigy of the Dugu family, being groomed as the next head of the family. with access to martial arts techniques and treasures. He was well provided for within the clan. In contrast, Dugu Qingming, once a brilliant talent, even more radiant than Dugu Bazu, had stagnated in her cultivation for the past 6 years, falling into the realm of the family waste. Additionally, she was merely a disciple of a minor branch of the Dugu family. Their statuses were worlds apart, incomparable. Currently, one stood as a true dragon in the sky, while the other was but a sparrow on the ground. 6 years ago, during the family competition, Dugu Bazu had severely injured Dugu Qingming's father, Dugu Qingyun, shattering his core and severing his meridians, thus ending his martial path. Since then, Dugu Qingyun's lineage had declined, becoming the lowest existence within the family. His sister, seeking justice, had been humiliated and ultimately took her own life, creating a blood feud that could never be reconciled. The audience was well aware of the enmity between the two families and understood that Dugu Qingming sought revenge. However, in their eyes, this was a death match with no suspense whatsoever. Dugu Qingming's attempt to seek vengeance against Dugu Bazu was akin to courting death, and she would undoubtedly be crushed by him. After all, Dugu Qingming had not made any progress in her cultivation over the past 6 years, remaining stuck at the true immortal realm, a living embodiment of the family's greatest waste. Yet, to the astonishment of everyone in the Dugu family. Chapter 116. Annihilating Heavenly Palm, striking the Emperor's Prodigy in merely a month, Dugu Qingming inexplicably entered the peak of the Heavenly King realm. Just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the true King realm, her combat prowess terrifyingly comparable to that of a true king. This alone was remarkable, considering Dugu Bazu was a powerhouse of the Emperor realm, who should theoretically be able to crush Dugu Qingming with a mere wave of his hand. However, the scene on the deathmatch stage left everyone feeling utterly flabbergasted, gasping in shock. Although Dugu Bazu maintained the upper hand, constantly suppressing Dugu Qingming, she managed to deflect his attacks at the most perilous moments. In a flash, the two were locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Especially Dugu Qingming, who seemed to possess an incredible palm technique learned from an unknown source, enabling her to confront an Emperor realm expert head-on with her mere Heavenly King realm. This was simply unfathomable. It must be noted that the difference in strength between King-level and Emperor-level experts is not merely a matter of a single character. The gap between them is akin to one being in the heavens and the other on the ground. 100 King-level experts could not match a single Emperor-level expert. Yet the scene unfolding on the stage was precisely the opposite, showcasing Dugu Qingming's extraordinary prowess. Could it be that Dugu Qingming encountered a fortuitous chance? This is truly unbelievable. This waste from 6 years ago had not only soared from the initial true immortal realm to the peak Heavenly King realm within a month, but also exhibited such terrifying combat capabilities? Could it be that the Dugu Qingming from 6 years ago has returned with a vengeance? This is utterly absurd. A fierce glint flickered in the depths of Dugu Bazu's eyes. Who is he? For 6 years, the most dazzling prodigy of the Dugu family, the designated successor of the clan, basked in various accolades. Yet today, all his glory was usurped by Dugu Qingming, the so-called waste of the family. Undoubtedly, based on Dugu Qingming's performance today, he would certainly capture the attention of the clan elders and be groomed for greatness. Furthermore, he might attract the favor of some formidable sects, soaring to unprecedented heights and becoming an invincible figure. This prospect posed a direct threat to his own status as the family heir. After enduring great efforts to achieve today's triumph, how could he allow the waste, Dugu Qingming, to rise so powerfully? Today he vowed to eliminate Dugu Qingming at all costs. 6 years ago, during the clan's grand martial arts competition, Dugu Qingming had defied the clan's edicts, shattering his father's energy sea, severing his meridians, and obliterating his path in martial arts. He had also brazenly humiliated his sister, leading her to a tragic end. Such a beast was unworthy of existence in this world. The enmity between them was as vast as the heavens and as deep as the seas. Today, before the eyes of the entire clan, he would ensure Dugu Qingming's demise, avenging this irreconcilable grudge. In the arena of life and death, only one could survive. Without a doubt today, only one of the two could walk away from the arena of life and death. The Dugu family had a clear regulation when irreconcilable conflicts arose within the clan. The parties involved could ascend to the life and death arena, signing a pact that stipulated no quarter would be given. During this decisive battle, no one was allowed to intervene, otherwise they would face severe punishment. Moreover, regardless of the outcome, neither party could retaliate afterwards, or they would be expelled from the Dugu family. Dugu Qingming stood resolute, her eyes icy and steadfast as she regarded Dugu Bajwa. With the chaotic sacred body and the reincarnation of a venerable powerhouse amplifying her strength, she felt the domineering energy within her rapidly coalescing, her combat prowess soaring. It is known that the chaotic sacred body is among the 10 most powerful battle physiques since the dawn of chaos, endowed with the forces of heaven and earth. Brimming with fortune, not only was she invincible among her peers, but defeating foes of higher ranks was also within her grasp. The chaotic sacred body was unparalleled, capable of shattering the heavens. With her power fully amassed, Dugu Qingming shouted, striking the void. The Annihilation Palm, an unparalleled technique bestowed upon her by the clan leader, combined with her chaotic sacred body, possessed incomparable might. With a single strike, it could obliterate the heavens. This battle was not only to avenge her father and sister, but also to prove that she, Dugu Qingming, was not a waste, and to elevate the prestige of the Divine Sword Sect. Victory meant survival, defeat meant death. As she descended the mountain, the words of the clan leader echoed in her mind. If she failed to slay Dugu Bajwa and claim first place, she would face punishment upon her return. Should anyone dare to intervene or bully the weak, the Divine Sword Sect would unleash its full might to eradicate them. Dugu Qingming could not disappoint the clan leader or bring disgrace to the Divine Sword Sect. Today, if she failed to eliminate Dugu Bajwa, she would have no face left to continue living. With a press of her palm against the void, a tremendous force erupted. The heavens darkened, winds roared, and thunder rumbled ominously, as if an ancient beast was awakening, ready to roar forth from the shrouded clouds and rend the very fabric of reality. In an instant, a colossal, inky black palm print descended from the sky, imbued with the crushing force of thunder. The air trembled as an overwhelming aura cascaded down, causing all within its vicinity to quake. The structures of the Dugu family teetered perilously as the massive imprint shattered the space around it, creating ripples that suggested the very heavens could not withstand its might. The arena bore witness to this display of invincibility, akin to a strike from an ancient chaotic goddess, clearing all in its path. All present felt their hearts tremble, their faces paling, instinctively retreating in fear. On the stage, Dugu Bajwa, witnessing the enormous palm descending from the sky, felt an unprecedented sense of dread. He sensed a grave danger. In a moment of panic, he hastily summoned his strongest defensive technique, enveloping himself in a protective green energy shell. Yet, in that instant, the titanic palm struck down with unrestrained ferocity. The green shell crumbled as if made of paper, and Dugu Bajwa was sent crashing 3 meters underground. The arena, save for the spot occupied by Dugu Qingming, was utterly devastated. The sheer terror of that strike was unfathomable. The members of the Dugu family stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. What? Dugu Bajwa, the family's most illustrious heir, had actually been defeated? And by the so-called waste, Dugu Qingming? Surely, this must be an illusion. They could hardly believe their eyes. It was simply inconceivable for the formidable Dugu Bajwa to crumble so easily before Dugu Qingming. Who could explain this turn of events? Did this not imply that they were unworthy even to serve as the waste's footstool? After a long moment of shock, they were reluctantly forced to accept this reality, their faces burning with humiliation. As for Dugu Qingming's father, Dugu Qingyan, tears streamed down his face, overwhelmed with the joy of vengeance and vindication, feelings that outsiders could scarcely comprehend. 6 years ago, he had suffered tremendous humiliation. Today, Dugu Bajwa faced the same fate. The blood feud for his daughter was about to be avenged. He hoped that her spirit would find peace. As the elders of the Dugu family regained their composure and prepared to commend Dugu Qingming, ready to accept her as a true disciple, a sharp, overwhelming presence swept through the air. This aura, akin to the might of the heavens, sent shivers down the spines of all present, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Truly, Dugu Qingming, you have done well. You have not disappointed me, resonated a voice in every mind, unmistakably belonging to the clan leader. Dugu Qingming trembled with excitement. hastily bowing in respect, her heart brimming with fervent reverence. Disciple Qingming pays respects to the esteemed clan leader. Before she could finish her words, a tall, lean figure clad in white robes, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority, appeared in the sky. Behind him stood a woman of ethereal beauty, cold and noble, resembling a snow lotus upon a millennial-old glacier. Upon seeing the imposing figure in white, the Dugu family members collectively gasped, their hearts racing with trepidation. This was not merely a person. It was a legendary ancient deity, possessing the power to obliterate them with a mere thought or glance. A true superpower. Younger generation. I am Dugu Linyun, head of the Dugu family, here to pay respects to the esteemed deity, exclaimed a purple-robed elder, kneeling in profound reverence, trembling uncontrollably. Witnessing this, the other elders and members of the family hurriedly followed suit, kneeling in sheer terror. The aura emanating from Lin Feng was so powerful that it felt as though a divine sword of judgment hung over them, compelling an instinctive submission in their hearts. Who would have thought that Dugu Qingming would possess such extraordinary fortune, being accepted into the Divine Sword Sect and earning the favor of its mysterious leader? They marveled. According to legend, the leader of the Divine Sword Sect was an enigmatic superpower, reborn from an ancient lineage with unfathomable depth and unparalleled strength. It has now become evident that this is not mere rumor, but a solid reality. It is no wonder that Qingming, this girl, could undergo such a remarkable transformation in such a short span of time, her power soaring to an unfathomable level, all thanks to the efforts of this enigmatic sect leader. This is an enormous opportunity for the Dugu clan. The head of the Dugu family, Dugu Lingyun, murmured to himself. At the same time, an uncontrollable thought of aligning with the Divine Sword Sect surged in his mind, one that quickly spiraled out of control. Although the family boasts numerous royal-level powerhouses and even a few reclusive saints, he had an instinctive feeling that they would be utterly insignificant before the leader of the Divine Sword Sect. This sensation was terrifying. He had never experienced such a feeling his entire life. Everyone, please do not stand on ceremony. I have merely come to see Dugu Qingming. As he spoke, Lin Feng gently waved his sleeve, and an invisible force swept through the air, effortlessly lifting everyone present. All those in attendance felt a gentle and irresistible mysterious power compelling them to rise, deepening their reverence for Lin Feng. It is worth noting that none of them were weaklings. Even the least among them were innate-level powerhouses. Yet thousands could not withstand the gentle sweep of the Divine Sword Sect's leader's sleeve. Such a display of power is truly divine. Dugu Lingyun hastily expressed his gratitude with utmost respect. Lin Feng nodded slightly, then turned his gaze toward the death arena, focusing on Dugu Qingming. Dugu Qingming, you are truly impressive, showcasing the might of the Divine Sword Sect. I am very pleased. Upon hearing these words, a shiver ran through Dugu Qingming's delicate form, her face radiant with excitement and joy, even her eyes glistening with unshed tears. To receive a single word of recognition from the esteemed sect leader was an unparalleled honor for her. She was the reincarnation of a revered being, possessing a chaotic sacred body, and with the supreme divine techniques bestowed by the sect leader. If she could not defeat Dugu, she would have no choice but to leave the Divine Sword Sect, perhaps even seeking death by throwing herself against a wall. She could not bear such shame. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly seemed to sense something, his gaze shifting to Dugu, who had been knocked 3 meters into the ground by Dugu Qingming's palm. A meaningful smile graced his lips, tinged with a hint of coldness. Dugu, having been forcefully driven into the earth by Dugu Qingming, was consumed with humiliation and rage. His once handsome face had twisted into a grotesque mask, his eyes burning with a crimson fury, resembling a beast poised to devour its prey. He looked utterly wretched. That damned woman! I have shown you mercy by allowing you to live, yet you dare to humiliate me in front of everyone, robbing me of everything. The threshold of his patience had been crossed. 6 years ago, I could have destroyed your father and enjoyed your sister. Today, I can make you wish for death. You are even more captivating than your sister. I imagine the experience will surpass what I had with her 100-fold. Therefore, brace yourself for my wrath. Dugu Baju sneered maniacally, his mind swirling with murderous intent. He was once the brightest prodigy of the Dugu clan, renowned even throughout the city. and this family competition was his chance to elevate his status further. However, he never anticipated that Dugu Qingming, a supposed waste, could so easily overpower him, shattering all his aspirations in an instant. This was a blatant provocation, a public slap to his face, a humiliation unparalleled in his life. What infuriated him further was that this so-called waste had the fortune to join the immensely powerful Divine Sword Sect, gaining the favor of its mysterious leader. This drove him to the brink of madness with jealousy. Do you think only you have fortune? Dugu Baju's face contorted with rage as he twisted the black ring on his finger. Old Bone, I temporarily cede control of my body to you. Help me eliminate this damned woman. I am the first prodigy of the Dugu clan. Anyone who dares to provoke me must die. He had risen to prominence in the Dugu clan not only due to his extraordinary talent, but also because he had fortuitously acquired this black ring, which contained a remnant soul of a half-step saint-level superpower. Chapter 118. A word that can annihilate peak true emperor-level powerhouses. Of course. I delight in the destruction of a heavenly beauty. Although the newly appeared warrior possessed unmatched and unfathomable strength, I have an ability to conceal my aura, preventing him from detecting my presence. I shall strike unexpectedly, catching him off guard. For now, you need only relax your mind and resist not at all. The sinister voice echoed in Dugu Baju's mind. No sooner had the words left its mouth than Dugu Baju's power surged dramatically, reaching the peak of the true emperor realm, causing the surrounding space to hum ominously with the force of his aura. The air visibly warped and collapsed, revealing dark fissures that rapidly spread. This was the terrifying might of a true emperor-level powerhouse. Even a mere trace of his aura was overwhelmingly fearsome. His eyes glinted with palpable malice and murderous intent as he glanced disdainfully at Dugu Qingming, as if regarding a doomed soul. None shall take from me what belongs to Dugu Baju. Anyone who dares to provoke or insult me must perish. Dugu Qingming, prepare to die. As the chilling words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from him, an invisible force crashing down upon Dugu Qingming. Stop this at once. Upon witnessing this sudden turn of events, the faces of all present from the Dugu clan changed dramatically, and Dugu Lingyun could not contain his fury, shouting in alarm. Originally, in the death arena, their fates were determined solely by strength and destiny, and they had no right to intervene. However, the situation had changed. Apart from Dugu Qingming's regained exceptional talent and formidable strength, the most critical factor was that her master was the enigmatic leader of the Divine Sword Sect. If anything were to happen to Dugu Qingming, not only would their attempts to align with the Divine Sword Sect be in vain, but the entire Dugu clan could face annihilation at the leader's wrath. How could they remain passive? Yet, they never anticipated that Dugu Baju's power had surged to the peak of the true emperor realm in a mere instant. Even if they wished to intervene, the distance was too great, and they would not arrive in time. Had Dugu Baju obtained some forbidden technique that allowed him to elevate his power to such an incredible level? This is disastrous. Dugu Qingming, the one threatened, felt her strikingly beautiful face pale as she sensed the overwhelming invisible force. Breathing became exceedingly difficult, and her internal energy ran amok. A terrifying sense of life and death crisis washed over her, as if she were prey to a primordial beast, leaving her with no will to resist. The peak of the true emperor realm was for major realms beyond her capability. Was she to perish here today? She felt that terrifying invisible force, akin to a deathly hand, clutching her tightly, ready to crush her into a mist of blood with the slightest exertion. In that critical moment, a coward hiding in the shadows dares to lay a hand on my Lin Feng's people, seeking death. Lin Feng uttered a cold reprimand, unleashing an extraordinarily sharp divine force that surged forth like a peerless weapon, aimed directly at the ravenous Dugu Baju. During his time on the Water Orchid planet, he had delved into countless fantasy novels, rendering such ring schemes utterly clinched deep in his eyes. How could they possibly evade his discerning gaze? In an instant, he unraveled Dugu Baju's ruse, realizing that the ring concealed a formidable entity. In a flash, his words were akin to the manifestation of a divine sword, radiating celestial might that cleaved through the air, unparalleled in its ferocity. The ring upon Dugu Baju's finger was shattered into dust, and the lingering soul within was utterly obliterated. In that very moment, Dugu Baju was rendered to nothingness, leaving not even a whisper of his presence behind. Before the overwhelming and imperceptible force, he was as insignificant as an ant. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, everyone present gasped in disbelief, the atmosphere abruptly freezing. What kind of power was this? How could it be so terrifying? One utterance, a complete annihilation of a peak true sovereign. To what extent had the Grandmaster of the Divine Sword Sect ascended? Lin Feng appeared as serene as a cloud. As if he had not performed any extraordinary feat, he merely cast a casual glance at the members of the Dugu family. With a flick of his sleeve, he activated the soaring to great heights divine ability, taking Dugu Qingming and Long Qingqing back to the Divine Sword Sect. Meanwhile, the Dugu family stood dumbfounded, staring at the spot where Lin Feng had just vanished, rendered speechless by shock. After a long pause, the family head, Dugu Lingyun, surveyed the crowd with a commanding gaze and issued a series of decrees. First, Dugu Qingming's lineage will be deemed the most vital within the family, receiving the finest treatment. Second, Dugu Qingming's father, Dugu Qingyun, is designated as the next heir of the Dugu family. Third, from this day forth, the lineage of Dugu Baju shall be expelled from the family, never to return. Fourth, all members of the Dugu family are strictly forbidden from opposing the Divine Sword Sect. Any command from the sect must be executed unconditionally, or severe penalties will ensue. Fifth, any Dugu family member who can join the Divine Sword Sect shall be handsomely rewarded. Simultaneously, in the Descendant dynasty, above the imperial palace, dozens of aerial warships lined up, streaks of radiant light traversing the sky, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. At the forefront of these majestic vessels was a dragon-shaped warship, exuding an overwhelming presence. Upon it stood a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe adorned with dragons, his demeanor regal and imposing, surveying the land from the ship's prow. His expression bore both anticipation and concern. Behind him stood a slender, pale-faced youth, radiating an aura of distinction. Wu Jiang, you were born with the body of Ying Long, destined for greatness, yet was usurped by the scoundrels of the Jiuli dynasty. Now, your lifespan is but a mere 6 months. Forgive me, my son. It is my negligence that has brought this upon you. Yao Wanli glanced back at his son, his eyes filled with profound remorse. Fortunately, the heavens have opened their eyes. While you slept, a mysterious and powerful call from the Divine Sword Sect reached you. Rest assured, this time I shall not err again. These warships are laden with the treasures of the Wan Shun dynasty, prepared as a tribute to the mountains. I believe the Divine Sword Sect will surely accept you. Yao Wanli spoke slowly, determination glimmering in his eyes. As he mentioned the Divine Sword Sect, vivid memories surfaced in his mind when he utilized the map of rivers and mountains to deduce the sect's fortunes and foundations. The revered national artifact, the map of rivers and mountains, had not only failed to reveal any insight into the Divine Sword Sect, but it also backfired, tearing a rift within itself. It is known that the map encapsulates the fate of the entire Wan Shun dynasty, a testament to its immense power. Thus, it stands to reason that the Divine Sword Sect's fortunes must be staggering. Taking a deep breath, Yao Wanli shifted his gaze to 3 nearby aerial warships. Upon them were approximately 3,000 young maidens, each exquisite in appearance, embodying the quintessence of beauty. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air. By heavens, 3,000 beautiful maidens. He had genuinely pulled out all the stops this time, not only intending to present treasures, but also offering a grand assembly of young beauties. Surely, the Grandmaster of the Divine Sword Sect would welcome Wu Jiang. Father, I believe I can join the Divine Sword Sect. As Yao Wu Jiang sensed his father's fervor, he clenched his fists, his expression brimming with hope and unwavering determination. He could scarcely contain his eagerness to soar to the Divine Sword Sect, born amidst celestial phenomena. With purple energy rising from the east, he possessed the unparalleled body of the Ying Long, the brightest prodigy in the history of the Wan Shun dynasty. Yet before he could cultivate, his physique, fortune, and innate talent were seized, all belonging to the prince of the Jiuli dynasty, the one possessing the body of a python sparrow. What a formidable Jiuli dynasty! What a python sparrow devouring a dragon! 16 years, for over 5,000 days and nights, he had endured torment and indignation. Now, if he could but enter the Divine Sword Sect, the chance to reclaim his path in martial arts and exact vengeance was within reach. Jiuli dynasty, Jiuli prince. Wait for me. Set sail at full speed. Destination, Divine Sword Sect. Yao wanly commanded with a voice like thunder. Boom! Dozens of aerial warships, led by the dragon-shaped vessel, erupted with an awe-inspiring aura, cleaving through clouds and fog, soaring majestically towards the Divine Sword Sect. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the Shang dynasty, a similarly grand scene unfolded above the royal palace, where dozens of Phoenix warships hovered, poised for departure. On the most magnificent of these vessels, the warrior queen, Yao Mei, urged, "My child, let's depart swiftly. I can hardly contain my excitement. Today, I shall become a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect." Her enchanting visage flushed with exhilaration as she envisioned what the Divine Sword Sect might be like. "My dear child, the Divine Sword Sect's depths are unfathomable. Even the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion of our Shang dynasty could not glean any information. This signifies the sect's mystery and might, with countless prodigies within. Once you join, do not act willfully. Temper your previous impulsiveness. Though you possess the body of a phoenix, remember that there are greater forces beyond, and never let pride cloud your judgment." The warrior queen shook her head helplessly, her expression grave as she offered her counsel. "All right, mother, I understand," Yao Mei replied playfully, sticking out her tongue. "That's good to hear." The warrior queen nodded, then waved her hand. "Let us set forth." With the command issued, the fleet of Phoenix warships surged forward, a magnificent spectacle in motion. Meanwhile, outside the Xuanji pavilion of the Shang dynasty, 9 elders beheld the departure of the warrior queen and her entourage, their faces etched with deep reverence. A fortnight prior, the 9 had united their strengths, relying on the entirety of the Shang dynasty's fortune to deduce the foundation and destiny of the Divine Sword Sect, only to emerge empty-handed and suffer a backlash that sent them reeling, bloodied, and unconscious. In their final moments of unconsciousness, they felt as though they were being scrutinized by a primal beast. In that instant, they realized their insignificance before the Divine Sword Sect, akin to mere ants. This occasion, with Princess Mei entering the Divine Sword Sect, was undoubtedly a monumental stroke of fortune for the great Shang dynasty. Coincidentally, on the other side of the city, within the Mo family, Long Qingqing exclaimed, "Have you truly lost your senses? How dare you defy the will of the Mo family? Not only do you refuse to become a concubine, but you audaciously annul our engagement. Where do you place the Mo family? Do you think that we are merely a sickly cat that does not retaliate? And to make matters worse, the leader of the Divine Sword Sect had the audacity to slay my son. This grudge will not go unavenged. The Mo family is a renowned cultivation family within the great Shang dynasty. We cannot tolerate such humiliation." A roar filled with rage reverberated through the Mo family, akin to rolling thunder, causing the entire estate to tremble, the structures quaking in response. Even the very fabric of space seemed to distort and collapse under the immense pressure emanating from the family head. In an instant, the Mo family sprang into action, elite members mobilizing under the leadership of their patriarch, marching fiercely towards the Divine Sword Sect with a vow to cleanse it in blood, leaving no one unscathed. Atop the inverted heaven peak of the Divine Sword Sect, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on a Bodhi meditation mat, his eyes gently closed, immersed in profound cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, the sharp, dominant aura radiating from him had already enveloped the entire Divine Sword Sect, resembling an unparalleled divine sword overlooking the world, sending shivers down the spines of all who felt it. Within a 5-zhang radius, the space continually twisted and collapsed, visible ripples undulating in the air. Above him, a vivid Taiji yin-yang symbol pulsated with life, the energies of annihilation and light intertwining like a celestial sword and a scythe of death in confrontation. The mere essence emanating from him carved terrifying black fissures in the surrounding space. Suddenly, a melodious sword cry echoed throughout the Divine Sword Sect, as a radiant golden sword emerged from Lin Feng's brow, hovering at the center of the Taiji symbol, spinning leisurely along an arcane trajectory. Its unmatched sharpness and unprecedented dominance surged forth like a torrent, causing all beings to submit and the heavens to tremble. It was utterly terrifying. Above the inverted heaven peak, a celestial phenomenon unfolded, with ethereal beasts flickering in and out of sight, hinting at a trend toward solidification. As time progressed and cultivation deepened, the aura radiating from him became increasingly formidable. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. for he was merely a martial artist at the king level, yet the pressure he exuded could rival that of the heavens. It was truly unfathomable. Suddenly, sensing something, he allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, his eyelids fluttering open, revealing eyes of golden light that seemed capable of piercing through the void. He appeared as an ancient deity. As he turned his gaze towards the direction of the Qinquan ladder, he sensed a disturbance emanating from there. Upon reviewing the sect's map, he saw Long Qinsheng standing at the 9,000th step of the Qinquan ladder. Had she just returned to the Divine Sword Sect to face the trial of the ladder? Last time, she had shattered the records of Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian. This time, she had surpassed them by a significant margin, climbing to the 9,000th step. Indeed, she was a prodigious talent, her fortune reaching an impressive 40,000, with her strength on the verge of breaking into the true king realm. It seems she aimed to claim the top position on the Earth ranking. The rankings are determined by comprehensive qualities. Although Long Qinsheng had improved her realm last time, her lack of combat experience hindered her, placing her behind Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian. This time, however, her ascent was well-deserved. Yi Jingyun, Yi Xian, you two must strive harder, Lin Feng murmured with a smile. The Nine Yin's sacred body, one of the ancient taboo battle bodies, would be immensely powerful once awakened, capable of freezing an expanse of heaven and earth with a mere gesture, epitomizing invincibility. In the future, she would likely become an unparalleled female sovereign. Such talent and fortune undoubtedly place her as the current top of the Earth ranking. Inner disciple Long Qinsheng, having passed the Qinquan ladder trial and reached the 9,000th step, rightfully claimed the top position on the Earth ranking, enjoying all associated privileges from this day forth. The remaining disciples on the Earth ranking ought to rise to the challenge and not succumb to despondency or complacency. Lin Feng's commanding voice resonated like thunder throughout every corner of the Divine Sword Sect. Thank you, sect leader. Upon hearing these words, Long Qinsheng, standing on the Qinquan ladder, trembled with excitement, respectfully bowing towards the inverted heaven peak. In that moment, the feeling of being recognized by the sect leader surpassed all else. Soon, a radiant golden list, exuding supreme Dao rhythms and subtle laws, materialized above the Divine Sword Sect. Earth ranking 1. Long Qinsheng 2. Yi Xian 3. Yi Jingyun. When all the miscellaneous disciples of the Divine Sword Sect beheld the shimmering golden list, their eyes could not suppress the fervor that surged within them, a mix of admiration and envy for the strong. There are 3 lists within the sect. At the pinnacle is the heavenly ranking, which features disciples who are unparalleled prodigies within the sect. Even in the entirety of the Great Zhou region, they would stand unmatched against their peers. Each one's fortune, talent, roots, and comprehension are truly extraordinary. They are figures beyond imagination, destined to become supreme beings atop the heavens given time. Next is the Earth ranking, where the disciples are regarded as remarkable talents within the sect, towering like mountains and oceans, unattainable for many. Each possesses talents and qualities that are exceptionally rare, and to have one's name on the Earth ranking, even in the last position, is an unparalleled honor. Finally, there is the human ranking, where those who make the list are the promising talents within the sect. They are the goals of admiration and pursuit, each possessing extraordinary qualities, far beyond the capacity of ordinary martial artists. Achieving a place on the human ranking is their most pressing aspiration. Disciples Li Shengnan, Meng Xiaoxing, and Tuoba Kun, upon seeing the Earth ranking, simultaneously displayed a resolute and determined expression, their hands unconsciously clenching. Once, they had the privilege of receiving direct guidance from a sect leader and were bestowed with top-tier techniques and astonishing physiques. They had since risen powerfully on the path of strength. However, in terms of overall quality, they naturally could not compare to those disciples on the Earth ranking who possessed innate prodigious physiques, nor to those on the heavenly ranking endowed with chaotic bodies. Thus, they found themselves on the human ranking. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, they were fueled with a greater drive to strive upwards. In due time, their cultivation would surely ascend to a new level, and they would once again ascend the Qinquan ladder, vying to leave their names on the Earth ranking. The 3 resolved in unison. Once they reached the Earth ranking, they would gain access to all the resources available to inner disciples, significantly accelerating their training. It must be noted that the treatment of sect disciples is strictly categorized, with outer disciples being vastly inferior to inner disciples. If others were to discover that the formidable Li Shengnan, possessing the purple microstar body, the indomitable Meng Xiaoxing, with the Gun King body, and Tuoba Kun, endowed with the Beast Master body, were merely outer disciples of the Divine Sword Sect, they would undoubtedly be left astounded, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. It is no exaggeration to say that these three remarkable individuals, endowed with formidable physiques, extraordinary talents, and immense fortunes, would undoubtedly become treasure gems in any other sect. The inner disciples Yi Jingyun and Yi Xian were slightly taken aback upon noticing the changes in the rankings. They exchanged glances and smiled, simultaneously declaring, "We must strive harder." On the inverted sky peak, within the secluded chamber of the sect leader, Lin Feng gazed at the flourishing scene depicted on the sect map, a smile of contentment gracing his features. Suddenly, a slight frown crossed his brow, and two beams of golden light radiated from his eyes as if traversing time and space, directing his gaze towards a certain location outside the Divine Sword Sect. What is this? Intriguing indeed," he murmured, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smile, a glimmer of interest illuminating his countenance. Meanwhile, outside the Divine Sword Sect, an overwhelming aura was rapidly approaching, enveloped in a majestic pressure akin to the might of the heavens. The sky was in turmoil, thunder rumbling like the roar of the universe, and radiant lights dimmed the brilliance of the sun and moon. Should an ordinary martial artist encounter this aura, they would undoubtedly tremble and kneel in submission, overwhelmed by its might. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a trace of imperial dominance hidden within this aura. The so-called emperor is a sovereign recognized by the heavens, ruling over the human realm, often referred to as the Son of Heaven. As this imperial aura manifested, moments later, dozens of grand warships, exuding an imposing presence and bathed in auspicious radiance, materialized in the skies above the Divine Sword Sect. Each warship was meticulously crafted in the shape of a phoenix, emanating an enigmatic aura that signified its extraordinary capabilities. Leading the fleet was a colossal phoenix warship, dominating the heavens, akin to the moon amidst the stars. Upon it stood a regal queen draped in a black and gold python robe, her exquisite features radiating an aura of authority, surveying the land with a gaze that commanded respect. The imperial presence emanating from her was so potent that it resonated through the surrounding space, creating visible waves of energy that rippled outward. Beside her stood a captivating young woman clad in purple, her beauty rivaling the very essence of creation, embodying a lively charm interwoven with a hint of allure. She gazed intently at the Divine Sword Sect in the distance, her eyes ablaze with unprecedented fervor and incomparable anticipation. Her youthful face betraying an unrestrained excitement mingled with nervousness. These two were none other than the warrior Queen Yin Wu and her young royal, Yin Mei, hailing from the great Shang dynasty. "Mayor, ahead lies the Divine Sword Sect," the warrior queen remarked, her tone laced with complexity as she beheld the ethereal presence of the sect, shrouded in mist and resembling a heavenly palace. A shadow of seriousness crossed her previously commanding demeanor, driven by an inexplicable intuition that the Divine Sword Sect held mysteries far beyond its apparent simplicity, concealing unfathomable power. "Finally, this moment has arrived. Mother, once I join the Divine Sword Sect, I will devote myself to cultivation and strive to achieve greatness." Ime exhaled, her voice brimming with excitement, as if a heavy weight had lifted from her heart. A month prior, she had felt an inexplicable summons guiding her toward the Divine Sword Sect, a premonition that immense opportunities awaited her within its walls. Thus, over the past 30 days and nights, she had been consumed with thoughts of the sect's enigmatic strength, eagerly anticipating her initiation. The Divine Sword Sect, with its profound heritage and unparalleled might, was a realm so inscrutable that even her mother could not discern its depths, while the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was unable to divine its mysteries. Once you enter the Divine Sword Sect, you must adhere to all the sect's regulations. Any little temper you had at home must be kept in check, the warrior queen admonished, observing her daughter's exuberance. Understand that this is the mysterious Divine Sword Sect, where numerous gifted disciples reside, a far cry from the great Shang dynasty, where no one would indulge in your whims. "Oh, dear mother, my illustrious warrior queen, how many times must you repeat yourself? My ears are growing calloused." Yin Mei pouted, playfully tugging at her mother's arm. The warrior queen gazed at her daughter with affectionate amusement, shaking her head with a smile, choosing to remain silent thereafter. A moment later, the warrior queen led her fleet of Phoenix warships to the gates of the Divine Sword Sect, preparing to extend her consciousness in homage when she sensed something. A slight frown creased her brow as she turned her gaze. In her line of sight, dozens of long sky warships appeared, with a majestic dragon-shaped vessel at the forefront, exuding an air of authority. Each warship radiated a formidable presence, illuminated by radiant light and auspicious energy, undeniably extraordinary. Without a doubt, these sky vessels were laden with treasures. Moreover, the warrior queen noticed that 3 of the ships were brimming with thousands of enchanting young maidens, their subtle fragrance wafting even from afar. Could it be? These are the long sky warships of the Wanshan dynasty? That dragon-shaped vessel belongs to the great king Yao Wanli of the Wanshan dynasty? The warrior queen pondered, her expression revealing a mixture of confusion and astonishment. In the city of Yi, alongside numerous sects and formidable cultivation families, there existed the renowned 4 great dynasties: the Wanshan dynasty, the Great Shang dynasty, the Zhili dynasty, and the Shenzhou dynasty. Each of these dynasties wielded tremendous power and possessed deep-rooted legacies, governing vast territories and countless sections. As the sovereign of the Great Shang dynasty, the warrior queen was well aware of the other 3 dynasties, including the Wanshan dynasty. 16 years prior, the Wanshan dynasty lived up to its name, thriving with unparalleled vigor and fortune, ascending to the pinnacle among the 4 great dynasties. That very year, the Wanshan dynasty welcomed a son, born with the fabled body of the Yingshou, an exceptional being. Upon his birth, celestial phenomena occurred, and myriad beasts paid homage. Auspicious clouds gathered from 9,000 miles east, accompanied by profound resonances of the Tao and the essence of the natural laws. This was undoubtedly the manifestation of a human emperor recognized by the heavens. This child was a true, chosen one, destined for greatness. The nation rejoiced, and the king, Yao Wanli, proclaimed a grand amnesty within the realm, declaring, "My son Yao Wujing is the offspring of the heavens, possessing the demeanor of an emperor." This declaration stirred envy among the other 3 dynasties. Alas, the prince, who should have basked in the glory of imperial stature and the adoration of the populace, fell victim to the treachery of the Zhili dynasty, which covertly siphoned away all his fortune, talents, and physical prowess. Consequently, Yao Wujing became a mere shadow of his former self, his path severely obstructed and his vitality waning. With time running out, upon discovering the truth, Yao Wanli, consumed by fury, launched a vengeful assault on the Zhili dynasty but returned defeated, grievously wounded. From that moment, the Wanshan dynasty experienced a significant decline, relegating it to the weakest of the 4 great dynasties. In contrast, the Zhili dynasty, having devoured the dragon, soared to unprecedented heights, transforming into a formidable force within just 16 years, eclipsing the other 3 dynasties. In this present moment, ambition surges unabated, with the intent to annex the hearts of the 3 great dynasties becoming glaringly evident. Within the depths of the warrior queen's gaze, a flicker of nostalgia and melancholy resides. Chapter 122, a miscalculation. That cunning old man 16 years ago, this cataclysmic upheaval sent shockwaves through the 3 great dynasties. Countless individuals expressed their sorrow, others their anger, while some rejoiced. What a formidable dynasty the Ninely is. As she murmured, the warrior queen's brow furrowed slightly, her countenance turning distinctly frigid. The Ninely dynasty now exhibits an increasingly reckless demeanor, brazenly instigating various frictions, and it is not inconceivable that they may soon strike directly at the other 3 dynasties. Her own Shang dynasty, of course, cannot remain unscathed. Once her daughter, Yinmei, joins the Divine Sword Sect, it will provide the Shang dynasty with the fortitude to reverse their fortunes, serving as their most powerful trump card. The reason for this is simple. It is rumored that the mysterious leader of the Divine Sword Sect is exceptionally protective of their disciples, and should anyone dare to bully them, the full might of the sect will be unleashed against the offender. Casting aside the burdens of her past, the warrior queen once again turned her attention to the fleet of the Wanshan dynasty. It is rather peculiar, with so many long-range warships and even dragon-shaped vessels appearing. What could their grand display be aimed at in the Divine Sword Sect? A contemplative gleam appeared in her eyes. Meanwhile, Ime wore an expression of confusion, her mind filled with questions. Suddenly, the warrior queen's pupils narrowed, a hypothesis surfacing in her mind. Could it be that the prince of the Wan Shun dynasty has been summoned, guided by the unfathomable powers of the Divine Sword Sect's enigmatic leader? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. It must be noted that the prince, Yao Wujiang, was a true chosen one, a child of destiny, before he lost the body of the Yinglong. With this thought, a chill ran through the warrior queen, and her gaze towards the Wan Shun fleet became imbued with a heightened sense of vigilance and hostility. After all, the Divine Sword Sect is shrouded in mystery and possesses unparalleled strength. Undoubtedly, the criteria for accepting disciples are exceedingly stringent, perhaps even with rigorous quota limitations. Unbeknownst to her, her daughter is now a rival to Yao Wujiang. Mei possesses the body of a phoenix, with extraordinary talents and remarkable comprehension. In the future, upon inheriting the throne, she will receive the auspicious favor of the entire Deshang dynasty. The phoenix body surpasses the Yinglong body in every aspect. Mei shall undoubtedly stand out and successfully join the Divine Sword Sect. You, Yao Wanli, will never thwart my plans. The warrior queen reassured herself. Initially, she believed she would be the sole one accompanying her daughter to visit the Divine Sword Sect. Little did she expect that the Wan Shun dynasty would also come to join the fray. As her gaze fell once more on the warship brimming with thousands of beautiful maidens, her expression turned to one of indignation. How shameless of you, Yao Wanli! Such despicable behavior, to select thousands of beautiful maidens to present to the leader of the Divine Sword Sect, intending to bewitch his mind. This is utterly outrageous. A sense of crisis welled up within the warrior queen. What if Yao Wanli inadvertently strikes a chord with the leader of the Divine Sword Sect and facilitates Yao Wujiang's acceptance into the sect? What then for my mayor? Alas, it is entirely my fault for being careless and preoccupied with selecting exquisite treasures, failing to consider this aspect. When it comes to beautiful maidens, my Deshang dynasty stands unrivaled. This time, it is indeed a miscalculation. The warrior queen felt a flicker of regret and anger. Amidst her tumultuous thoughts, she spotted Yao Wanli striding forth from a resplendent hall atop the dragon-shaped warship, accompanied by none other than Yao Wujiang. In that instant, Yao Wanli, upon seeing the warrior queen, was taken aback and momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated encountering the warrior queen and her daughter, Ime, outside the Divine Sword Sect. It seemed there were many vying for acceptance into the Divine Sword Sect, far beyond just as Wujiang. Yao Wanli's eyes narrowed slightly, a wave of satisfaction washing over him as he reflected on his meticulous efforts in selecting gifts. Otherwise, he would have had little chance of success. Even though the warrior queen is stunningly beautiful and your Ime is an enchanting fairy, I possess 3,000 beautiful maidens. You stand weak and alone. How could you possibly rival me? In that moment, the warrior queen and Yao Wanli exchanged glances, their eyes laden with an unspoken tension, as if they were locked in a silent battle. Boom! Two overpowering, formidable auras clashed violently in the air, sending shockwaves throughout the surroundings. The heavens darkened, thunder roared, and a cosmic phenomenon unfolded as two supreme beings, each commanding their own realm, silently commenced a confrontation. Meanwhile, Ime and Yao Wujiang exchanged resolute glances, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination and pride. After a considerable time, the warrior queen and Yao Wanli simultaneously dissipated their overwhelming auras. Both deemed themselves evenly matched for the moment. Neither could gain the upper hand, and thus agreed to cease their hostilities. I believe it is best that we refrain from further interference today, as this matter pertains to the two children, and the pivotal opinion lies with the leader of the Divine Sword Sect. For the sake of fairness, let each rely on their own merits. What do you think? This aligns perfectly with my intentions. The warrior queen nodded, feeling that she had gained an advantage, and the two reached an accord. Subsequently, the warrior queen employed her mystical movement technique, leading Ime towards the mountain gate of the Divine Sword Sect. Naturally, Yao Wanli was unwilling to lag behind, and with a flash, he followed suit with Yao Wujiang. Upon arriving at the mountain gate, their peripheral vision fell upon the three grand characters inscribed on the plaque, Divine Sword Sect. In that moment, both felt as though they had encountered something utterly astonishing. their breaths momentarily stilled, their forms frozen in place. These three characters contain an overwhelming essence of Dao, an astonishing sword intent. This is utterly terrifying. The warrior queen gasped in astonishment, her strikingly beautiful face reflecting disbelief. Such a treasured inscription should be cherished and contemplated day and night. Why is it displayed at the mountain gate of the Divine Sword Sect? This is an audacious display. Instantly, a sense of reverence crept into her gaze as she stared at the characters, her expression fluctuating with contemplation, as if she were grasping at elusive truths. Her martial arts conundrums beginning to unravel. Good heavens, this is a tremendous opportunity for her. Thus, she promptly set aside all distractions and immersed herself in comprehension, slipping into a realm of profound mystery. Chapter 123. The two great dynasties, together at the Divine Sword Sect beside her, Yao Wanli, upon seeing the three characters, also underwent a transformation in countenance, quickly descending into a state of enlightenment. Following closely behind, Yin Mei and Yao Wujiang appear to sense something as well, their eyes fixated on the characters, seizing the opportunity to comprehend their profound meanings and sword intent. After a while, the warrior queen was the first to open her eyes, revealing a depth within her gaze akin to a swirling galaxy, truly extraordinary. My cultivation has unexpectedly advanced by threefold. This is simply unbelievable. The warrior queen was astounded, murmuring softly. It is known that at her current level of cultivation, advancing further is akin to scaling a mountain. Yet, she had merely contemplated the three characters of the Divine Sword Sect for a short while, and her long stagnant cultivation had remarkably progressed by threefold. Even her bottleneck was loosening, and she was on the verge of a crucial breakthrough. This Divine Sword Sect's foundation is indeed unfathomable. Merely the three characters of the mountain gate possess such miraculous effects. No wonder that when the 9 esteemed ministers joined forces to activate the celestial mechanism pavilion, they were unable to glean any insight into the Sword God Sect. Truly terrifying. The Queen of Warriors murmured to herself, her expression betraying a hint of excitement and reverence. At that moment, she seemed to have an epiphany, glancing at her daughter Yin Mei, and thought, "My dear Mei, if you could join the Sword God Sect, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous fortune for you. Achieving the stature of an emperor in the future would be entirely feasible, and even reaching the level of a venerable being is not out of the question. This time, I shall exert every effort to ensure your admission into the Sword God Sect. You must strive to make me proud." Soon, Yao Wanli awakened from his moment of enlightenment, his expression mirroring that of the Queen of Warriors, filled with shock and disbelief. His cultivation had also made some progress, the bottleneck in his realm loosening, and he even had an intuition that upon returning to the Wanshan dynasty, a period of seclusion would undoubtedly allow him to break free from the constraints of this realm and step into a whole new level. The profound foundation of the Sword God Sect is so formidable, it will surely restore my family's vitality, fortune, and innate talent, allowing us to embark once again on the path of martial prowess. Such an opportunity is invaluable and must be seized firmly. Yin Mei's delicate face also revealed surprise and excitement. Possessing the body of a phoenix, her fortune was incredibly abundant and her talent extraordinary. In merely a few breaths, she had comprehended an immensely powerful sword technique from those three characters. My heavens! To gain such insight merely by observing the sect's plaque. What would it be like to formally join the Sword God Sect and become a disciple? Her enchanting visage flushed slightly from excitement. As for Yao Wuxiang, he was even more agitated. His fists clenched tightly, his body trembled, and his breath quickened, his gaze fixed on the Sword God Sect, brimming with anxiety and anticipation. Given his innate talent, he naturally recognized that the mountain gate was remarkably exceptional. In that fleeting moment, he even experienced an instinct that the physique and fortune he had previously lost could not only be restored, but could also ascend to a higher level. His desire to join the Sword God Sect grew even more urgent. At that moment, the Queen of Warriors and Yao Wanli exchanged glances, each perceiving caution and hostility in the other's eyes. Undoubtedly, both sought to secure a place for their respective daughters or sons in the Sword God Sect. Just as they prepared to step into the mountain gate, they inadvertently noticed the imposing black stone tablet standing nearby. Though it appeared unremarkable, both the Queen of Warriors and Yao Wanli felt their hearts racing, as if they were facing an insurmountable terror. Even their faces paled, now etched with grave seriousness. This black stone tablet harbors an unfathomable dread, beyond comprehension. Both were inwardly astonished. The black stone tablet seemed to possess an overwhelmingly terrifying devouring power, capable of ensnaring a martial artist spirit. After a prolonged moment, they finally regained their senses, their expressions tinged with astonishment and a hint of trepidation. Their faces grew solemn as they simultaneously declared, Queen Yinwu of the Great Shang Dynasty pays homage to the sect master of the Sword God Sect. Lord Yao Wanli of the Wanshan Dynasty pays homage to the sect master of the Sword God Sect. Their voices echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the Sword God Sect in an instant. Both carried an air of humility and respect. If such a scene were to be witnessed by other martial artists or sects, it would surely leave them astounded. After all, both the Queen of Warriors and Yao Wanli were sovereign rulers of one of the four great dynasties. Their exalted status and remarkable identities commanded the lives of countless individuals, drawing reverence from many with cultivation levels that were nothing short of astonishing. Wherever they stood, their presence was commanding, and who would dare to show them anything but the utmost respect? Yet today, at the mountain gate of the Sword God Sect, they displayed such humility and deference, lowering their status. Was this not excessively extravagant? Meanwhile, within the Sword God Sect, aside from the prodigious disciples Yuan Shengxin and Dugu Qingming, the remaining miscellaneous disciples and outer disciples, such as Li Shengnan, Meng Xiaoxing, Tuoba Kun, and inner disciples Long Qingsheng, Yi Xian, and Yi Jingyun, as well as several elders, wore expressions of surprise and disbelief upon hearing that the Queen of Warriors and Yao Wanli had personally come to pay their respects to the Sword God Sect. What in the world? What is happening? Two of the four great dynasties have suddenly arrived, and they're the illustrious Queen of Warriors and Yao Wanli paying their respects in person. The disciples erupted into a flurry of excitement, as if a pot had boiled over. It seems that yet another celestial prodigy is gracing our Sword God Sect. Surely, the princess and prince must possess extraordinary talents. One day, we must seek an opportunity to spar with them. Our Sword God Sect is growing ever stronger, moving toward becoming an invincible sect. Inner disciples Long Qingsheng, Yi Xian, and Yi Jingyun pondered thoughtfully. The young sect master is indeed impressive, having stirred two of the four great dynasties to pay their respects. They must surely have come with a purpose. The prodigious disciple Yuan Shengxin mused. Naturally, our esteemed sect master is not only formidable, but a veritable divine presence. Despite the great renown of the four dynasties, they pale in comparison to our sect master. Dugu Qingming replied with pride, admiration evident on her youthful face. I find him rather unimpressive. He couldn't even withstand that trivial fox spirit Xianyuan Qingtian. It seems he is truly a fool, not just slightly foolish. Yuan Shengxin thought to herself. Chapter 124. The reappearance of the fated maiden. The child of fortune approaches the little madman is quite adept. He manages the entire sect with remarkable order, ensuring its prosperity and attracting talented disciples. Given his diligent efforts, perhaps I should reward him in some way. On Xianyuan Peak, within the secluded chamber of the elders, Xianyuan Qingtian, lost in thought, felt a flush of warmth cross her face, revealing a hint of bashfulness. She shook her head, patting her chest. Since their last dual cultivation, she found herself unable to resist the frequent memories of Lin Feng. Those days etched vividly in her mind, impossible to erase. Each time she recalled those moments, her heart raced, her body weakened, and a powerful surge of emotions swept through her. The most alarming part was that her body would awaken an uncontrollable desire, leading to inner turmoil. Had it not been for her resolute nature, she would have sought Lin Feng long ago. After a considerable time, she finally regained her composure. Setting those thoughts aside, she decided to assist in monitoring the situation, curious to see if any surprises awaited. With that, she extended her consciousness to envelop the entire Sword God Sect, swiftly locating the Queen of Warriors and others at the mountain gate. In the training chamber of the sect master, Lin Feng sat cross-legged upon a Bodhi meditation mat, emanating an aura of sharp dominance intertwined with an air of profound mystery. Upon hearing the two voices of homage, he slowly opened his eyes. The Wanshan Dynasty? The Great Shang Dynasty? How intriguing. A smile crept across his lips, a glimmer of interest dancing in his gaze. In truth, he had already sensed their approach long before the two great dynasties neared the Sword God sect. He simply chose to remain indifferent. This was his domain, and no movement could escape his keen perception. Opening the sect's map, he quickly pinpointed the figures of the Queen of Warriors and the others of the Mountain Gate. His gaze lingered on the Queen of Warriors and Yao Wanli for just 3 breaths before shifting to Yin Mei and Yao Wuxian. Are they preparing to have the prince and princess join my Sword God sect? Observing their humble and respectful demeanor, Lin Feng instantly deduced their purpose for visiting the Sword God sect. Let me first witness the extent of your talents. Unleashing the secrets of the heavens. A golden light, as tangible as substance, suddenly radiated from his eyes, and an information panel instantly materialized before him. Name, Yin Mei, full name. Wenren Yin Mei, age, 16 years. Realm, pinnacle of innate stage. Physique, Phoenix body, chaotic enchantress sacred body, not yet unsealed. Innate divine powers. Possesses the power to charm all beings, an unstoppable force in the realms of gods and demons. Has the ability to purify the hearts of all things. An unfathomable marvel, a bane to all demons, and wields the power to dominate the hearts of beings, commanding heaven and earth, with none daring to disobey. Fortune value, 120. 000, loyalty, 70. Name, Yao Wujiang. Age, 16 years. Realm, 0, physique, Yinglong body. Fortune value, 32,000. Loyalty, 70. Win the world. A phoenix body with an innate charm, and even more terrifying, the chaotic enchantress sacred body. Endowed with the power to enchant all beings and purify the hearts of all things, not to mention the ability to dominate the hearts of beings, commanding heaven and earth. With a fortune value reaching a staggering 120,000, this is undeniably a living embodiment of a celestial seducer, a sovereign of all creation. How utterly terrifying. And as for Yao Wujiang, he seems quite capable as well, with a fortune value of 32,000, a veritable child of destiny. This is an immense boon. This system is incredibly powerful. Lin Feng's heart blossomed with joy, though he maintained a facade of composure, merely allowing a faint smile to grace his lips as he nodded in satisfaction. He understood well that any title associated with chaos and divine power signified an extraordinary prodigy. This was not mere idle talk. Figures such as Yuan Xingxin and Du Gu Qingming, even Xian Yuan Qing Tian, were all living examples. Now, with the addition of one Ren Yin Mei, the sect would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights, destined to dominate the realms one day. The more children of fortune the sect possessed, the more fortune they could gather, naturally leading to greater prosperity and strength in the sect. Imagine, any disciple of the Divine Sword Sect could easily be the protagonist in a fantasy novel. It would be impossible not to become formidable. But what is this? The Yinglong body of Yao Wujiang appears to be nearly crippled. Even his fortune value stands at 0. Quite peculiar. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Could something significant have transpired in Yao Wujiang's life? Otherwise, how could this protagonist, endowed with the Yinglong body, be reduced to such weakness? Almost reflexively, his mind began to conjure various fantastical and melodramatic scenarios that might have occurred to Yao Wujiang, though he could not yet pinpoint which one it might be. A flicker of curiosity ignited within him, and he immediately activated the soaring to great heights technique, vanishing from his location. At the entrance of the Divine Sword Sect, the Martial Queen and others felt a palpable sense of anxiety, their expressions tinged with urgency as they awaited. 2 sovereigns from distant kingdoms had descended upon our Divine Sword Sect. Their intentions remained unknown. A voice, commanding and authoritative, suddenly resonated in their ears. Before the words had barely left his lips, a white-clad man with an otherworldly presence, strikingly handsome and exuding an aura of dominance, appeared before their eyes. The sect master of the Divine Sword Sect is remarkably youthful in both age and appearance. It seems the rumors circulating in the outside world are indeed true. This mysterious sect master is a reincarnation of an unparalleled powerhouse. Upon seeing Lin Feng's visage, the martial queen was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of astonishment and shock. She had initially assumed that the sect master would be a venerable elder, with a weathered face and an ethereal demeanor. Little did she expect the stark contrast before her. This sect master appeared as a refined young gentleman. What astonished her further was that despite Lin Feng's youthful appearance, he exuded an aura as profound as the ocean and as imposing as a mountain, an unfathomable mystery that was particularly daunting. Just as she prepared to speak about her daughter Yin Mei's potential enrollment in the Divine Sword Sect, Yao Wanli interjected, "Master Lin, I am the sovereign of the Wanshan dynasty. I apologize for my abrupt visit, and I hope for your understanding. I earnestly request your assistance in saving my son, Yao Wujiang." 16 years ago, at the moment of his birth, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred, with the laws of the Dao manifesting, and a purple aura soaring for 9,000 miles. He possesses the Long Body, a deep reservoir of fortune and extraordinary talents, embodying the essence of an emperor. Yet, unexpectedly, Chapter 125, a gift that would shock even the sect master, the despicable Li dynasty employed vile forbidden techniques to siphon away his fortune and talents, transferring them to a prince with a python bird physique. Consequently, he has deteriorated, becoming a mere shell of his former self. Now, even his life hangs by a thread. With only half a year remaining, he is still young, with a long journey ahead. I cannot bear to witness his premature demise. Today, I implore you, Master, to extend your hand in salvation. Regardless of the outcome, the Wanshan dynasty will be infinitely grateful. These are the carefully selected tributes I bring. I hope you will graciously accept them. With that, he slightly tilted his head, and with a flourish of his sleeve, dozens of grand airships laden with treasures materialized at the entrance of the Divine Sword Sect. Under his meticulous arrangement, the airships filled with 3,000 beautiful maidens prominently occupied the forefront. Meanwhile, Yao Wujiang, displaying keen insight, knelt before Lin Feng, his expression imbued with utmost reverence and respect. The Long Body, devoured of its fortune and talents by the python bird physique, the appetite of the Li dynasty is truly insatiable. This is intriguing. Lin Feng stroked his chin in contemplation, murmuring to himself, "Is this not reminiscent of the melodramatic plots found in fantasy novels on Waterblue Star, where a python bird devours a dragon? How fascinating! To forge a new prodigy would surely be a delightful endeavor." My friends, what do you think? Upon hearing this revelation, Lin Feng finally grasped why Yao Wujiang, possessing the Long Body, had a fortune value of 0 and was in such a weakened state. After a slight nod, he turned his gaze to the dozens of gift-laden airships selected by Yao Wanli, and soon his expression grew slightly peculiar. The airships radiated auspicious energy and shimmering brilliance, exuding various mystical auras. Undoubtedly, they were filled with an array of treasures, such as magical artifacts, divine techniques, exquisite gems, rare collectibles, and spiritual stones for cultivation. An impressive display, full of sincerity. Yet, why are there 3 airships filled with beautiful maidens? Is this not an affront to me, the sect master? Lin Feng felt an inexplicable twitch in his eyelids, glancing toward the direction of Xianyuan Peak. That crafty old man is up to no good. How could a recently bereaved man withstand such a test? If this were to be misconstrued by Qing Tian, it would be utter chaos. If one is to offer gifts, they should do so discreetly. How could one be so ostentatious? He gazed at Yao Wanli with a look of exasperation. Beside him, the martial queen felt a sudden chill in her heart upon observing Lin Feng's unusual expression. She was nearly driven to the brink of madness, wishing she could swat away those 3,000 maidens. She never anticipated that Yao Wanli, who appeared so upright, would resort to such underhanded tactics, attempting to win over the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect with 3,000 beautiful maidens. What infuriated her further was that just as she was about to discuss her daughter's enrollment in the sect, this old scoundrel had preempted her. If the sect master agreed to accept Yao Wujiang, what would happen to her daughter Mei? The martial queen felt a surge of anxiety. Had she known the sect master was so young, she would have readily offered not just 3,000 but 30,000 beautiful maidens without a second thought. A miscalculation indeed. Oh, the leader of the Divine Sword Sect not only possesses unfathomable strength, but is also strikingly handsome. He and my beloved mayor seem to be a match made in heaven. If she were to marry him, it would be a tremendous blessing. Although that old fool, Yao Wanli, presented 3,000 beautiful maidens, they pale in comparison to my mayor. I shall observe the situation. If it becomes necessary, I may have to proceed with this plan. Yao Wanli, we shall see. The Queen of Warriors silently resolves her intentions. You may possess cunning strategies, Yao Wanli, but I have my own means. Ding. The system detects the arrival of a destined maiden and a child of fortune at the gates of the Divine Sword Sect. Its excitement palpable. It promptly presents the host with a grand gift package. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the 9 transformations of life and death. An exquisite cultivation technique with boundless applications. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the ancestral dragon body, an unparalleled combat physique in the realm, invincible in battle. Mastering it can allow you to revert to the form of an ancestral dragon, rendering you immortal. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the reincarnation breathing technique, which can reverse life and death, extending the lifespan of martial artists. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the god-level breathing technique, chaotic 13 breaths, capable of awakening the chaotic enchanting bone sacred body within the destined maiden. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the chaotic 7 emotions and 6 desires divine art, which, when practiced in conjunction with the chaotic enchanting bone sacred body, can fully manifest the prowess of your physique, captivating all with a mere smile or frown, and bending the wills of all beings to your command, leaving even gods and demons in utter despair. Ding. Congratulations. You have received the chaotic 7 absolute 6 paths, 13 styles, an immortal supreme level martial art, its power rivaling that of the chaotic 9 styles and heaven and earth 8 methods. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the chaotic divine zither, an immortal supreme level artifact, whose might, when combined with the chaotic 7 absolute 6 paths 13 styles, is on par with the Xian Yuan divine sword and chaotic axe. Ding. Congratulations. You have received the divine phoenix leaving fire, ranked 10th among the powers of the universe, capable of devouring the heavens and extinguishing all worlds. The incessant notifications from the system surge through Lin Feng's mind, stirring a tempest of excitement within him, a satisfied expression evident on his face. Indeed, this system is extraordinarily generous. The moment the destined maiden and the child of fortune arrive at the gates of the Divine Sword Sect, it immediately presents a magnificent gift package. Particularly astonishing are those items bearing the title of Chaos, their terrifying power evident even without contemplation. Once he regains his composure, Lin Feng turns toward the kneeling Yao Wujiang and inquires mildly, "Are you Yao Wujiang?" Yao Wujiang trembles at the words, hastily responding, "Yes." His heart races, echoing like a drum, his expression betraying profound anxiety. In the presence of the leader of the Divine Sword Sect, he feels as insignificant as dust, aware that with a mere thought, the leader could obliterate him into nothingness. He is acutely aware of his current state, reduced to a mere waste devoid of value. With only half a year of life remaining, should he be turned away by the leader, his hopes would be extinguished forever, condemned to endure endless torment for 6 more months, only to perish in despair. Standing nearby, Yao Wanli also feels an uncontrollable anxiety rising within him. Chapter 126. Ancestral Dragon Body. Imperial form, you possess a reasonably decent and long body, yet alas, it has been consumed by the mere python sparrow form. Originally, you had immense fortune and exceptional talent, a genuine prodigy with limitless potential in martial arts. However, due to this significant setback, your vitality and life force have dwindled, severing your path in martial arts, leaving you with only half a year to live. At this point, he pauses slightly before shifting his gaze back to Yao Wujiang. Are you willing to join my Divine Sword Sect? I possess the means to guide you back onto the path of martial arts, allowing you to grow even stronger and ultimately ascend to greatness. Upon hearing these seemingly light words, Yao Wujiang feels as if he has been struck by thunder, his entire being momentarily stunned. Return to the path of martial arts? Grow even stronger? Ascend to greatness? Once he regains his senses, he is overwhelmed with exhilaration, his joy and excitement evident, his body trembling uncontrollably. His eyes brim with tears, breath coming in ragged gasps. At this moment, no words could adequately express the tumult of emotions surging within him. 16 years. Over 5,000 days and nights. He has endured 5,000 days and nights of torment. From the beginning of his recollection to now, he has suffered humiliations and tortures unimaginable to others. The anguish in his heart, the agony in his body, and the stark awareness that each day brings him closer to death have nearly shattered him. Today, right now, he, Yao Wujiang, can finally return to the path of martial arts. His hopes reach their zenith at this moment. The torment and humiliation, the suffering and despair, all come to an end in this instant. He can hardly contain himself, yearning to shout to the heavens, "I am willing. Master, I wish to join the Divine Sword Sect and become a disciple. Please save my life." Yao Wujiang's voice trembles with emotion. Thud, thud, thud. Without hesitation, he bows fervently, his forehead striking the ground until blood appears, a sight that is both shocking and poignant. In this moment, his loyalty to Lin Feng skyrockets to 80%, and a profound sense of belonging to the Divine Sword Sect wells up within him. Meanwhile, Yao Wanli, realizing his son has been saved, feels an indescribable surge of emotion bubbling within him. At this moment, the imposing presence of a former sovereign fades away, leaving only a father's love for his son. An overwhelming display of vulnerability. Enough, enough, rise. Lin Feng observes the shift in Yao Wujiang's loyalty with a smile, giving a slight nod. Then, with a gentle wave of his sleeve, a soft, invisible force envelopes Yao Wujiang, lifting him effortlessly. "Since you are now a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, I shall not let you perish. I bestow upon you an opportunity to be reborn." As he speaks, Lin Feng waves his sleeve again, a brilliant golden light flashing as it pierces into Yao Wujiang's body. Almost simultaneously, a torrent of divine power surges through Yao Wujiang, rampaging with unmatched ferocity, sweeping away all in its path. Amidst this powerful onslaught, Yao Wujiang feels an excruciating pain, as if 1,000 arrows had pierced his heart. He cannot help but let out a harrowing scream, his once defined features contorting in agony, his face transforming into a mask of terror. His eyes turn a vivid crimson, cold sweat drenching his body, racked by irregular spasms. This is the anguish brought on by the fusion of the ancestral dragon body. He must endure. The ancestral dragon body is a combat physique even more formidable than the Yinglong body. If the fusion is successful, it will lead to the creation of the imperial ancestral dragon body. It is now a critical juncture, a turning point between becoming a dragon or a mere insect. Lin Feng's expression turns grave as he cautions. What? The ancestral dragon body? An unparalleled combat physique, even more tyrannical than the Yinglong body? Yao Wujiang's mind jolts, his face lighting up with ecstatic joy. He has indeed come to the right place. The Divine Sword Sect possesses unfathomable depth, and the leader's skills are unparalleled. Clenching his fists tightly, he remains oblivious to the pain of his nails piercing his palms. As time drags on, the searing pain threatens to consume his consciousness, pushing him toward unconsciousness. Yet, he refuses to surrender, fiercely clinging to his remaining willpower, his expression radiating an indomitable spirit. After waiting for a full 16 years and enduring more than 5,000 days and nights of torment, he finally has the opportunity to return to the path of martial arts. The outcome hinges on this singular moment, and even if it leads to his demise, he vows not to give up. After a considerable time, he distinctly perceives the transformation occurring within him. His bones, meridians, blood vessels, innate talents, and physical body are all undergoing a rapid and powerful metamorphosis, akin to a rebirth, reaching a realm he had never dared to imagine. Even the dwindling vitality within him is continuously restored, and he can feel himself growing stronger with each passing moment. This process is nothing short of a reversal of life and death, a purification of body and spirit. 2 hours later, Yao Wujing slowly opens his eyes, and within them, a brilliant light flickers as if it were tangible. Inside him, his vital energy surges like a mighty river, seemingly harboring a powerful ancestral dragon that exudes an overwhelming presence. "Thank you, Master, for your life-saving grace. From this day forth, the Divine Sword Sect shall be my home, and the Master shall be my father reborn. Anyone who dares to infringe upon my home or disrespects the Master shall face my wrath." Kneeling on the ground, Yao Wujing's expression is one of utmost sincerity and solemnity. At this moment, he can clearly sense that he possesses the extraordinary talents and physique that countless martial artists dream of. Even without actively cultivating, the natural energies of the surrounding world automatically converge into him, enhancing his strength. Such a gift is truly unprecedented. He has finally achieved his long-held desire to return to the path of martial strength. Yet, all of this is bestowed upon him by the Master. How could he not vow to repay such kindness with his life? Without the Master's intervention, he would have languished in torment and met an untimely end in 6 months. Indeed, although my son has lost the body of the Yin Long, he has gained a far more powerful ancestral dragon physique today. I, Wang Wanshun, shall never forget the grace of Master Lin. Should you command, the entire Wang dynasty will comply. Yao Wanli, overwhelmed with emotion, stammers, unable to conceal his choked voice. He never imagined that the master of the Divine Sword Sect would be so formidable, able to not only bring his son back from the brink of death, but also transform him into an ancestral dragon. Such prowess is truly miraculous. Chapter 127. The 9 Turns of Life and Death Technique, Cycle Breathing Method. Master Lin, please accept my bow. With that, Yao Wanli sincerely bows to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nods slightly, his demeanor calm and unruffled, graciously accepting the bow. He has saved Yao Wujing and forged him into an ancestral dragon. He is indeed deserving of such respect. This is a dual technique that will aid in your cultivation at an incredible pace. He then flicks his fingers, and 2 beams of golden light shoot forth, embedding themselves into Yao Wujing's forehead. In that instant, Yao Wujing perceives the presence of 2 profound and immensely powerful techniques in his mind. These are the 9 Turns of Life and Death Technique and Cycle Breathing Method, bestowed upon him by the system. The master has saved his life, reshaped his body, purified his essence, and granted him the ancestral dragon physique. Through the cultivation of the 9 Turns of Life and Death Technique and Cycle Breathing Method, his lifespan may be extended and his vitality enhanced, akin to the rebirth of the ancestral dragon. The combination of these 3 elements will inevitably lead him to achieve the stature of a great emperor. Such immense grace is beyond repayment. He can only vow eternal loyalty to the Divine Sword Sect. Should the master give any command, he shall face any challenge without hesitation. In that moment, Yao Wujing's loyalty to Lin Feng skyrockets from 80% to 100%. His sense of belonging to the sect deepens immeasurably. The ancestral dragon physique, when cultivated to its zenith, could yield the form of the imperial ancestral dragon. The 9 Turns of Life and Death Technique is an elite cultivation method, while the cycle breathing method can extend one's life and bolster vitality. For Yao Wujing, this is a tremendous opportunity, a fortuitous turn of events he had never dared to dream of. He never expected that upon joining the Divine Sword Sect, the master would bestow upon him such divine techniques without hesitation, moving him deeply. Moreover, after merging with the ancestral dragon physique, his cultivation level soared from 0 to the 5th tier of the Qi gathering realm, a remarkable leap of 5 major realms. What heights could he reach with diligent practice of these 2 techniques? Yao Wujing, although you have joined our Divine Sword Sect and possess commendable talents, your current status is that of a sect servant. The sect has designated peaks for servant disciples to cultivate and reside. You may go there at your discretion. Furthermore, as long as you exert yourself in your training and elevate your strength to pass the trial of the Qiankuan heavenly ladder, you may naturally be promoted to an outer disciple or even an inner disciple. Lin Feng spoke with a calm demeanor, his words imbued with an undeniable authority. Understood, master. Yao Wujing replied respectfully, bowing his head. Meanwhile, Yao Wanli stood dumbfounded, caught off guard by the revelation that his son could only serve as a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect. Had he misheard? His son, now possessing the ancestral dragon physique, an incredibly formidable combat body, was only to be regarded as a mere servant disciple? This seemed utterly preposterous. It is well known that even the previous inferior Yinglong physique was a treasure that many great sects would covet. With his current talents and physique, anywhere else he would surely be an inner disciple or a true inheritor. Even being recognized as a prodigy would not be out of place. Yet here at the Divine Sword Sect, he is merely a servant disciple? What a bewildering reality. Could it be that within the Divine Sword Sect, prodigies abound, and the elites are innumerable, rendering his son just a drop in the ocean? What a terrifyingly mysterious sect this is. Yao Wanli pondered, his perception of the Divine Sword Sect growing ever more profound and formidable, while the master became a figure he could only look up to in awe. Little did he know, if he were to learn that even the most ordinary outer or inner disciple of the Divine Sword Sect possessed unparalleled talents and combat bodies. What would his reaction be? At this moment, the martial queen, standing nearby, could no longer maintain her composure. Yao Wujing had successfully joined the Divine Sword Sect and was granted the ancestral dragon physique along with 2 divine techniques, possessing the potential to attain the stature of an emperor. In the blink of an eye, the master of the Divine Sword Sect had turned the fate of Yao Wujing around, transforming him from a cripple with only 6 months to live into a peerless prodigy. Such methods were unheard of and unseen. Master Lin, my daughter Meyer possesses the Phoenix physique, a talent that is truly exceptional, with an extraordinary understanding of martial arts. Her current cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. I beseech you, Master Lin, to accept her as a disciple. I, In Wu, shall be eternally grateful. In a show of sincerity, she bowed deeply, her demeanor humble, even as a sovereign of a nation. If outsiders were to witness this moment, they would surely be astounded. For the martial queen was renowned for her proud and domineering nature, a peerless powerhouse commanding countless lives. When had she ever displayed such humility? As her words fell, she waved her hand, revealing 36 Phoenix warships that radiated with dazzling light and exuded an aura of mystery. Observing the fleet of Phoenix warships materializing in the air, Lin Feng merely glanced at them, his expression unchanged, as if he regarded them as inconsequential. Instead, his gaze settled on one Ren Mei, filled with undisguised interest. With the aid of his divination techniques, he could clearly see the thick, ethereal purple aura enveloping her, a manifestation of extraordinary fortune, almost tangible in its density. Such luck was truly unprecedented. No wonder she was a prodigy with an astonishing fortune value of 120,000 within the Divine Sword Sect. Only the likes of Duga Qingming and Xianyuan Qingtian could rival her. What a magnificent embodiment of chaos and allure. What a true destined celestial maiden. The Sword God Sect shall rise in grandeur, Lin Feng murmured to himself. Meanwhile, one Ren Mei, under his intense gaze, felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, as if every secret she harbored was laid bare before him. Her delicate hands clutched the edge of her garment tightly, and her exquisite face, a fusion of celestial essence, betrayed an unmistakable anxiety. Under the subtle yet powerful aura of the Sword God Sect's leader, she felt as insignificant as a single drop in an immense ocean. The sensation was akin to confronting an irresistible force of nature, leaving her devoid of any rebellious spirit. At the same time, her heart raced uncontrollably, fearing that the leader might reject her. Very well, Lin Feng nodded, then shifted his tone. However, there are matters I must clarify to prevent any regrets on your part. Chapter 128. The Alluring Chaos Embodiment. A smile that bewitches all one Ren Mei, not only possessing the Phoenix body, also harbored one of the 10 most formidable battle physiques in existence, known as the Chaos Allure Sacred Body. While the Phoenix body was impressive, comparable to the Yinglong body, it paled in comparison to the Chaos Allure Sacred Body, akin to a being atop the heavens versus one mired in the depths of the earth. With no grounds for comparison, 1,000 Phoenix bodies could not match a single Chaos Allure Sacred Body. This Chaos Allure Sacred Body bestowed upon its possessor terrifying and unparalleled innate powers. First, the divine power to enchant all beings, capable of mesmerizing even deities with a mere smile. Second, the divine power to purify the hearts of all things, able to dispel darkness and evil with a thought, restoring the clear heavens and causing divine spirits to crumble or vanish with a wave of the hand. Third, the divine power to command the hearts of all beings, allowing one to wield the spirits of all creatures, even summoning the powers of ancient deities to command the heavens, leaving none to defy. The fusion of these 3 powers would undoubtedly render one the sovereign of the universe, invincible and unmatched. Although Lin Feng aspired to welcome one Ren Mei into the Sword God Sect, he resolved to convey the truth unreservedly, allowing her to make her own decision. Now, do you wish to join my Sword God Sect? I can assist you in awakening your Chaos Allure Sacred Body, Lin Feng inquired calmly. What? I possess the Chaos Allure Sacred Body, 1,000 times more powerful than the Phoenix body, one of the 10 mightiest battle physiques in existence. The power to enchant all beings, purify all hearts, and command all spirits. By combining these 3, I could become the sovereign of the universe. What manner of existence is this? To enchant with a smile, impervious to deities? Initially, both Ren Mei and the Martial Queen were overjoyed at receiving the Sword God Sect leader's approval, finally able to fulfill their dreams of joining. With limitless potential for their martial achievements, Ren Mei was so ecstatic she nearly leaped, her face flushed with excitement. She understood the significance of joining the Sword God Sect. However, upon hearing the subsequent revelations, both women were rendered speechless, their minds blank. They had believed the Phoenix body was the pinnacle of power, considering its rarity in the vast Shang dynasty, never imagining the existence of the far superior chaos allure sacred body. Even the father-son duo of Yao Wanli stood stunned, their expressions one of utter shock. One of the 10 mightiest battle physiques in existence, the sovereign of a universe. How terrifyingly formidable was that? They could hardly fathom it. One thing was clear. Any notions of emperors and venerables were mere trifles in comparison. Good heavens! Is this true? Can you truly assist me in awakening the chaos allure sacred body? After a long moment of recovery, when Ren Mei was the first to speak, her expression filled with fervor. To attain the stature of a sovereign was an opportunity she could not afford to miss. Indeed, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod, a smile gracing his lips. I am willing. From this moment forth, I shall be a disciple of the Sword God Sect, never to betray it. I implore you, esteemed leader, to help Mayor awaken her chaos allure sacred body. Upon hearing the leader's affirmative response, when Ren Mei was overcome with exhilaration, her delicate face radiating pure joy. Even her soft form trembled uncontrollably, creating ripples that captivated the eye. Her breath quickened, and her chest rose and fell dramatically, as if a breathtaking mountain range had come to life. For her, this was a blessing from the heavens. Unbeknownst to her, an intoxicating aura began to emanate from her, ensnaring hearts and quickening pulses, as if she were imbued with an irresistible, enchanting fragrance. Yao Wanli and his son stood like entranced puppets, their gaze fixated on Ren Mei, eyes wide with a fervor that suggested they might pounce upon her, faces flushed and breaths hasty, as if they wished to consume her whole. Even Wu, sharing the feminine experience, appeared flushed, akin to someone intoxicated, exuding a fragrant breath, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable longing. Lin Feng himself found it difficult to maintain composure, nearly losing his sense of self until the ethereal sound of a sword's cry jolted him back to reality, sparing him from potential embarrassment. Good heavens! This was merely the beginning, and already she possessed an irresistible allure. What would happen once she fully awakened her chaos allure sacred body? It was terrifying to contemplate. With just a glance, ancient deities would be left dazed or would flee in terror. Unbelievable! A captivating enchantress was about to emerge. How alarming! What do my fellow cultivators think? Disciple Mayor pays her respects to the esteemed leader, containing her excitement, when Ren Mei bowed deeply to Lin Feng, preparing to kneel in reverence. There is no need for such formalities within the Sword God Sect. Lin Feng quickly raised his hand, a gentle force enveloping her, lifting her effortlessly. Dear friends, do you not find the leader of the Sword God Sect rather insincere? Yao Wujiang did not receive such remarks when bowing. What is the situation? After so many years, such an embarrassing moment arises, and it is caused by my daughter. What sort of madness is this? Thank goodness no one else has noticed, or I would have to hide in the ground. At that moment, the Martial Queen regained her senses, feeling an unusual discomfort in certain areas of her body, leading to an acute embarrassment. Standing nearby, Yao Wanli also quickly regained his composure, his old face turning crimson, no longer daring to glance at Ren Mei. This girl was a heart-stealer, a true menace. Upon observing his son, who seemed ready to leap upon Ren Mei, he felt utterly humiliated, as if the dignity of the entire Shun dynasty had been compromised. In frustration, he slapped his son's forehead, turning away as if he had no son. Yao Wujiang trembled, covering his face and turning away, as though Ren Mei were a terrifying enchantress, capable of stealing his very soul with a single glance. This is the Chaos 13 breathing technique, a divine-level skill capable of awakening the Chaos allure sacred body. This is the Chaos 7 emotions and 6 desires divine art, a divine-level skill that, when practiced with the Chaos allure sacred body, can unleash the full power of one's physique, enabling one to slay deities and demons with a mere gesture. This is the Chaos 7 Absolute 6 Paths, 13 Styles, an immortal supreme-level divine technique, each style possessing unfathomable divine power. These three extraordinary techniques possess boundless power, and given your exceedingly unique constitution, they could lead to dire consequences. It is prudent to wait until you enter the sect to practice them. At this point, Lin Feng paused, his fingers curling to unleash a trio of piercing strikes. Chapter 129. The Celestial and Earthly Unique Flames. 10th. The divine phoenix fire before her eyes. 3 ethereal violet beams erupted from his fingertips, striking like lightning into Yan and Huang's forehead. Almost instantly, a resounding roar echoed in her mind, and she became acutely aware of 3 profoundly arcane techniques that had entered her consciousness. Each technique exuded an unfathomable might, and merely probing with her spirit, she sensed their terrifying nature, far surpassing the legendary secret, Empress technique, passed down through generations of the dynasty. What? 2 divine-level techniques? 1 immortal-level supreme technique? How could this be possible? The once calm demeanor of the martial queen was now shattered, her face reflecting sheer astonishment. She never imagined that the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect wielded such unparalleled techniques. According to the chronicles of the Great Shang dynasty, their ancestors stumbled upon a chaotic relic, from which they acquired a fragment of a divine-level technique. Though incomplete, the remnants contained foundational principles, and the ancestor, having grasped even a mere fraction, became invincible in his era, establishing the illustrious Great Shang dynasty. Henceforth, this fragmented divine technique became the royal lineage's inheritance. Named the Empress technique. This reveals the overwhelming dominance of a complete divine-level technique. Now, the sect master had presented her with 2 fully intact divine-level techniques. It was simply astonishing. As for the immortal supreme technique, though she had never heard of it, its power could not be compared to any divine-level technique. This was the divine phoenix fire, an entity of immense power capable of devouring the heavens and extinguishing the myriad realms when mastered to perfection. It could serve as a formidable asset. Yan and Huang, possessing a phoenix physique, was inherently gifted in controlling flames, her fortune soaring to a staggering 120,000, marking her as a true destined maiden. Lin Feng, recognizing her potential, aimed to cultivate her vigorously while providing her with formidable advantages. Slowly, he opened his palm, revealing a swirling mass of golden flames. As soon as this golden flame appeared, an overwhelming wave of heat surged outward, threatening to incinerate everything in its path, even causing the surrounding space to disintegrate in large chunks. The sheer terror was palpable. Upon seeing the golden flames, when Yan and Huang's starry eyes widened in disbelief, her breath caught in her throat. Could this truly be the legendary divine phoenix fire? Ranked 10th among the unique flames of heaven and earth. She gasped in astonishment. With her phoenix physique, she could consume most of the unique flames in existence, and her affinity for them was profound. She had once encountered an ancient record detailing the celestial flames, which could be concealed within meteorites, born from exotic beasts, or even emanating from the depths of the earth or the brilliance of the sun and moon. Though their forms and attributes varied, they shared a commonality. Over time, they would develop sentience, wielding unparalleled might and unyielding temperament. Such flames were exceedingly rare, often sought but seldom found. And even if one were fortunate enough to encounter them, it was unlikely that anyone could tame them. Many powerful warriors had perished in their futile attempts to subdue these unique flames, reduced to nothingness. The catalog of unique flames recorded the 36 most fearsome flames in existence, each possessing the capability to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Although the divine phoenix fire was not the strongest among them, its power was beyond the imagination of countless warriors. Yan and Huang felt an unmistakable resonance as the divine phoenix fire manifested. Her innate flame root stirred with excitement, yearning to embrace its presence as a child would with a parent. Though she could not wield it, she could sense its existence and its terrifying potential. She never anticipated that the sect master would possess the divine phoenix fire, nor did she foresee the bond it could form with her flame root, akin to an affectionate kinship. Undoubtedly, there existed a profound connection between them, a remarkable opportunity for her. If she could merge with the Divine Phoenix Fire, her power would undoubtedly undergo a transformative leap, propelling her martial achievements to new heights. Gazing at the Divine Phoenix Fire, her eyes glowed with fervor, almost igniting into flames. The divine and immortal level techniques were indeed immensely powerful, far exceeding her expectations, yet the shock of the Divine Phoenix Fire was unparalleled in her understanding. Just as she had recently vowed to join the Divine Sword Sect, the sect master bestowed upon her such a precious treasure, solidifying her loyalty to Lin Feng at 100%. Her sense of belonging to the sect intensified immeasurably. The martial queen and others present were taken aback as Lin Feng conjured the Divine Phoenix Fire, their eyes narrowing in astonishment. Though they lacked knowledge of the unique flames, the aura radiating from the Divine Phoenix was enough for them to sense its terrifying nature. Yao Wanli instinctively employed his divine ability to shield Yao Wujing, fearful that the Divine Phoenix Fire might scorch him. Indeed, the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect was a transcendent being with unfathomable depth. This visit to the Divine Sword Sect was invaluable beyond measure, even providing them with formidable confidence in the face of the Zhuli dynasty. The martial queen and Yao Wanli both speculated. Seeing Wenren Yinmei's loyalty soar to 100%, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. He then flicked his fingers, and the Divine Phoenix Fire surged forth, radiating an overwhelming aura as if it were to consume the very heavens and earth, rushing towards Wenren Yinmei. It resembled a resplendent golden phoenix, enveloped in an aura of annihilation. Wenren Yinmei, what are you waiting for? Quickly merge with the Divine Phoenix Fire, Lin Feng urged. Huh, yes. Wenren Yinmei, initially captivated by the Divine Phoenix Fire, snapped back to reality upon hearing the sect master's voice. Her expression hardened as she steadied her mind, casting aside all distractions and focused on merging with the Divine Phoenix Fire. The unique flames, born of nature, were fiercely independent, harboring great terror and peril. Yet they also represented a chance for her to rise against the odds. The Divine Phoenix Fire, akin to a golden phoenix engulfed in flames, enveloped Wenren Yinmei entirely, as if seeking to render her into nothingness. Chapter 130, Rebirth through Nirvana. Breaking through 5 major realms, the Divine Phoenix Fire, unmatched in its dominance, was nearly invincible, making it a daunting challenge to master. In mere moments, the flame seared Wenren Yinmei's features, distorting her visage as she clenched her teeth, her entire body trembling. Her small hands instinctively tightened, her nails piercing her palms without her notice. As time wore on, her porcelain skin flushed crimson, akin to molten gold coursing within her, rendering her a fiery furnace. It seemed that in the next instant, she would be reduced to nothingness. The horrendous heat even caused the surrounding space to disintegrate rapidly, sending shivers down her spine, her spirit quaking. Yet, she did not relent. She persisted with all her might. Her lips bloodied, her jaws grinding, her body convulsing in a desperate struggle. However, the Divine Phoenix Fire, being the 10th-ranked terror among unique flames, wielded formidable power that was not easily subdued. Although she possessed the strength of a peak, innate realm practitioner, she was still lacking in the face of the Divine Phoenix's Li Hua, and she had reached the end of her tether. Attempting to forcibly merge with the Divine Phoenix's Li Hua was akin to seeking her own demise. In the end, can I truly not merge? Must I perish beneath the Divine Phoenix's Li Hua? Yet, the esteemed leader has bestowed upon me unparalleled techniques. My journey in martial arts has only just commenced. How can it be severed here? No, I absolutely cannot die. I must not betray the profound expectations of my leader, nor the hopes of my mother. Since the fire spiritual root within me resonates with the Divine Phoenix's Li Hua, there must be a hidden truth. If I cannot resist, why not yield and undergo a rebirth? At that moment, in the golden flames of her eyes, Wenren Yinmei radiated a steely resolve. In a whisper, she released her mind, withdrew all her spiritual energy, and allowed the flames to engulf her. In the next instant, her skin, red as jade, began to melt, her bones dissolved, her veins liquefied, and even her spiritual energy evaporated. Master Lin, my daughter Mayor, cannot hold on any longer. Please save her. Witnessing this, the martial empress, who had momentarily forgotten her status as a formidable being, turned pale and choked on her words as she looked at Lin Feng. As a mother, How could she endure watching her daughter being burned alive? Even the father-son duo, Yao Wanli, stood by with faces full of despair. Could it be that such a prodigious talent would truly perish today? Martial Empress, do not worry. I assure you that your daughter will not only be unharmed, but will undergo a complete transformation, Lin Feng stated with unwavering calm, his gaze fixed on Wen Mei. The Martial Empress, anxious beyond measure, thought it impossible for her to survive in such perilous conditions, let alone achieve a transformation. Had she known how terrifying the Divine Phoenix's Li Huo was, she would never have allowed Meyer to take such risks. As time passed, Wen Mei was wholly consumed by the Divine Phoenix's Li Huo, her form completely obscured by the raging golden flames. The Martial Empress, desperate to save her daughter, made countless attempts to intervene, but was forcefully restrained by Lin Feng. Just as she was prepared to risk everything to reclaim her daughter's soul, a sudden, melodious phoenix cry pierced through the golden flames. Almost simultaneously, a vivid golden phoenix soared from the flames, releasing a cry that pierced the heavens, as if announcing the arrival of the divine phoenix to all beings. A wave of divine majesty, capable of sending shivers through the souls of all, surged forth, sweeping across the realm. Instantly, every spirit beast within the Divine Sword Sect knelt in reverence, as if worshipping their queen. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The skies were adorned with vibrant hues, and thunderous roars echoed throughout the land, as ethereal manifestations of divine beasts gathered to pay homage to the small golden phoenix. A tangible, ethereal mist of purple energy enveloped the area, swirling like a hurricane and rapidly converging upon the golden phoenix, continuously infusing its essence into the figure wrapped in golden flames. That figure was none other than Wen Mei. The appearance of the divine phoenix sent shockwaves through the heavens and earth. The unparalleled might of the divine beast rendered the world pale. The sudden celestial phenomenon left the martial empress, who had been ready for a desperate fight, momentarily stunned, and disbelief flickered across her exquisitely charming face. As a supreme practitioner, she knew too well what this signified. Such a celestial event indicated either the emergence of an unparalleled treasure, the birth of a sacred beast, or the manifestation of a being who grasped the laws of the universe, or perhaps the arrival of a mythical Qilin. At this moment, it was unequivocally the rebirth of her daughter, a metamorphosis that triggered this unprecedented celestial phenomenon, especially the golden phoenix hovering in the sky. It was not merely a convergence of energy, but possessed a soul, a fact she sensed with utmost clarity. My heavens, that is one of the legendary 4 divine beasts. How terrifying its divine might must be if it matures to adulthood. Even a formidable emperor or a revered being would be no match for a single cry of the divine phoenix. How terrifying, how powerful. The sect master of the Divine Sword Sect is indeed a divine being. The martial empress regained her composure, murmuring in awe. Just moments ago, she had been desperate to save Meyer, but now she realized how foolish that was. Such a monumental opportunity was beyond her wildest dreams. She never imagined that within the Divine Phoenix's Li Huo lay a fragment of the Divine Phoenix's soul. It was utterly beyond comprehension. The benefits her daughter would reap were unimaginable. She was at a loss for how to repay the sect master's divine grace. At that moment, an astonishing scene began to unfold. As time went on, she noticed that the aura emanating from Meyer, engulfed in golden flames, was continuously escalating, her cultivation skyrocketing. Peak innate realm, human immortal realm, earth immortal realm, heaven immortal realm, true immortal realm, human king realm. In just 2 hours, a staggering breakthrough across 5 major realms. She thought she must be hallucinating and pinched herself hard, only to confirm that this was indeed reality. It seemed that allowing Meyer to join the Divine Sword Sect was the wisest decision of her life. The martial empress felt a sense of overwhelming relief. Goodness, Master Lin's methods are simply extraordinary. Not only has he bestowed 2 divine-level techniques and an immortal supreme-level technique, but he has also created a human king realm practitioner with a mere wave of his hand. Who could possibly rival such grandiosity and depth? Beside them, Yao Wanli stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by the scene before him. This celestial phenomenon was exponentially more magnificent than when Wu Jiang was born, without a doubt. The martial empress's little girl had reached an unimaginable height. The absurd speed of her breakthrough left him utterly speechless. Chapter 131. A Joyous Surprise. The emergence of the innate fire spiritual root in the realm of I Ching. There was no shortage of unparalleled prodigies, and while some possessed astonishing cultivation speeds, he had never heard of anyone breaking through 5 major realms in succession. Such an occurrence was simply unfathomable. Yet all of this was brought to fruition by the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect. The might of the sect master was beyond his wildest imagination. It's done. It's worth the investment. I've truly struck gold this time. I never expected that Wenren Yinmei harbored one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the fire spiritual root, and that it would have fortuitously awakened. Lin Feng's face broke into a smile. As his words faded, the golden phoenix in the sky suddenly spread its wings, and beams of golden flames sliced through the void like blades. Simultaneously, the golden flames enveloping Wenren Yinmei visibly surged towards the phoenix, and within moments, her outline began to emerge. At that instant, Lin Feng seemed to have an epiphany and waved his sleeve. A garment, radiant and adorned with gold edges, soared through the air like a silken ribbon towards Wenren Yinmei, obscuring her from the gaze of all. Just as the final trace of golden flame converged upon the golden phoenix, the shimmering garment instantly draped itself over Wenren Yinmei. Almost simultaneously, the golden phoenix in the air, as if sensing something, cast a glance down at Wenren Yinmei. It then let out a phoenix cry, swooped down, circled her a few times, and affectionately brushed against her. Finally, it transformed into a golden ribbon of light and entered her forehead. There, it left an unmistakable golden phoenix mark, signifying unparalleled nobility, mystery, and dominance. In that moment, she appeared as an ethereal goddess, emanating an aura that rendered onlookers unable to gaze directly upon her, filled with a sense of humility. The air was thick with an enchanting yet deadly charm. As she exhaled softly, the searing warmth ignited the very space around her. In the next moment, she slowly opened her eyes, within which danced 2 orbs of golden flame. Upon closer inspection, they were unmistakably 2 miniature golden phoenixes. At this juncture, the divine phoenix fire had been completely fused with her essence. Moreover, she had also begun to awaken her fire spirit root. The divine phoenix fire had perfectly melded with the fire spirit root within her, resulting in a slight mutation. She could distinctly sense a domineering and ferocious divine power coursing through her body. In the future, as my cultivation level ascends, the power of the divine phoenix fire will become increasingly terrifying. Wenren Yinmei felt an overwhelming excitement within her heart. She had never dreamed that she would one day fuse with the divine phoenix fire, ranked 10th on the celestial flames list. All of this was bestowed upon her by the esteemed sect leader. Thank you, revered sect leader, for granting me the divine phoenix fire. I have no means to repay you, but from this day forth, I vow to follow you faithfully, never to betray you for all eternity. Wenren Yinmei bowed deeply, her words resonating like a solemn oath, her expression imbued with sincerity and reverence. It was no exaggeration to say that at this moment, even if the sect leader demanded everything she had, she would not hesitate for a moment, only proceeding with unwavering resolve. No need for thanks. Your arrival at my Divine Sword Sect signifies a destined connection. Assisting you is only right. From this moment forward, you are a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect. Although your talent is extraordinary, do not let it lead to arrogance. You shall start as a servant disciple, for we treat all disciples equally at the Divine Sword Sect. To ascend to outer or inner disciple status, or even to the ranks of exceptional disciples, you must diligently cultivate. Only by passing the trials of the Chinquan heavenly ladder can you succeed. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to consult with your senior brothers and sisters in the sect, Lin Feng said with a smile. Truly, the sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect possessed a breadth of vision that would cause many grand sect leaders to blush with shame. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Yao Wanli could not help but give a silent thumbs up in his heart. He knew that a prodigy like Wenren Yinmei, who had fused with the divine phoenix fire, would receive all conceivable cultivation resources in other sects, treated like precious porcelain, but here in the Divine Sword Sect, the sect leader treated her with equality, an approach rarely seen in the world. Initially, he felt envious when he saw Wenren Yinmei acquire 3 supreme techniques and the divine phoenix fire. But remembering that Yao Wujiang also received immense opportunities and even reversed life and death, he felt a sense of balance. He understood that many things could not be forced. Today, Wu Jiang's achievements would drive countless martial artists to madness. Additionally, Wenren Yinmei already possessed one of the 10 strongest battle physiques in the world. The chaotic charm Bone Sacred Body. Comparing themselves would only lead to discomfort. With the sect leader's principles of fairness, he felt entirely at ease, and his admiration deepened. Wenren Yinmei, Yao Wujiang, you are both now disciples of my Divine Sword Sect. Let us proceed into the sect together, Lin Feng declared. Having resolved the matter and not intending to linger, we shall obey the sect leader's decree. Wenren Yinmei and Yao Wujiang responded respectfully. Sect leader Lin, you saved Wujiang's life and bestowed upon him supreme techniques. Please accept this modest token of gratitude from the Wanshan dynasty. As Lin Feng prepared to depart, Yao Wanli immediately spoke up. Sect leader Lin, today you have granted my daughter immeasurable fortune. Should you have any commands in the future, the entire Dashi dynasty shall not hesitate to act. The martial queen added with great sincerity. Very well, Lin Feng nodded. The opportunities he had granted Wenren Yinmei and Yao Wujiang far exceeded these gifts. Accepting them gave him a sense of peace. He spread his palm, and a small, exquisite tower radiating brilliance appeared in his hand. This was the portable Linglong transmission tower, capable of transmitting all the treasures and techniques he had acquired to the sect. As he cast a spell, the tower erupted with dazzling light, instantly drawing in the warships of the Wanshan and Dashi dynasties, leaving only the 3,000 beautiful maidens presented by Yao Wanli. The martial queen and Yao Wanli were once again astonished by this incredible sight. Their understanding of reality completely overturned. Lin Feng looked at the 3,000 beautiful maidens, feeling a pang of headache. How would he accommodate them? The Divine Sword Sect was not a harem. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he called out, Qing Tian, come to the mountain gate. His voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout every corner of the Divine Sword Sect. As his words fell, Chapter 132. How can such a person exist in this world? A woman clad in a form-fitting white gauze dress, with a breathtaking visage and an imposing aura, manifested at the mountain gate. Upon her arrival, the four, including the martial queen, collectively gasped, instinctively questioning. How can such a person exist in this world? Herr E.G. Demanor, Herr Sheriffus, Herr Dominange, Herr Maestri, Herr Nobility. Her unmatched righteousness and her overwhelming presence perfectly coalesced into one. Her stunning beauty and divine figure, coupled with an unparalleled aura, seemed to suggest that she alone embodied all the essence of the world, rendering even the heavens themselves pale in comparison. This woman was undoubtedly a goddess from the heavens. She stood there quietly, exuding an air that commanded respect in the face of the world's pressures. Particularly striking was the golden sword-shaped mark on her brow, which sent chills down their spines, as if their lives no longer belonged to them. With a mere thought, she could erase their existence. Heavens! This Divine Sword Sect is too terrifying. Even a casual emergence of a single individual is overwhelmingly powerful. The martial queen and others marveled in their hearts. Wenren Yinmei and Yao Wujiang, however, were filled with boundless excitement. Having joined the Divine Sword Sect, soaring to great heights was now inevitable. This woman was none other than Xianyuan Qing Tian, the first elder of the Divine Sword Sect and Lin Feng's wife. What commands do you have, my lord? Xianyuan Qing Tian glanced at the 3,000 beautiful maidens, an enigmatic smile gracing her lips as she looked at Lin Feng, her voice drawn out. Ahem. Well, the Wanshan dynasty has sent 3,000 beautiful maidens, and from now on, you shall take charge of them. You may select some with good potential to teach the sword path. Lin Feng responded, a chill running through him, sensing an ominous undertone. He forced a smile, feeling the pressure of the situation. This Yao Wanli was truly something. However, truth be told, having the 3,000 beautiful maidens join the Divine Sword Sect would bring numerous benefits. The sect boasted 36 Tiangang peaks, 72 Disha peaks, and several independent special peaks, each vast and brimming with energy. Xianyuan Qing Tian's Xianyuan Peak could easily accommodate 3,000 maidens. With their presence, Xianyuan Peak would become much livelier, allowing for the transmission of the sect sword path, while also providing companionship to Xianyuan Qing Tian in her leisure. Even if they did nothing, their beauty alone would be a delight to behold. A win-win situation. All right, then the 3,000 maidens shall belong to my sect. Thank you. My lord, Xin Yuan Qing Tian replied with a gentle smile. It seems she is not angry. Lin Feng thought to himself, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, muttering quietly. Subsequently, Lin Feng set aside his concerns and led Wenren Yin Mei and Yao Wujiang through the mountain gate. As for the martial queen and Yao Wanli, they eagerly followed without needing any invitation, driven by an insatiable curiosity to witness the mysteries and grandeur of the Divine Sword Sect, an existence even two great dynasties could not fully comprehend. Upon their entrance to the mountain gate, they were utterly astounded, mouths agape and eyes wide, as if they might burst from their sockets, even their breaths momentarily stilled. What a spectacle! The protective formation was exquisite, a harmonious blend of offense and defense, capable of bewildering the mind, a truly versatile array of immense power. The spiritual energy within the Divine Sword Sect was astonishingly abundant, almost tangible in its density. This richness far surpassed that of the outside world, dwarfing even the renowned sects of great repute, suggesting the presence of a super spirit vein within the sect, especially near the towering, cloud-kissing inverted heaven peak, where the spiritual energy coalesced into misty orbs. An overwhelming aura surged forth, reminiscent of mighty rivers, more profound than the combined fortunes of two great dynasties. It seemed as if a golden dragon shimmered atop the peak. Could it be the legendary Dragon of Fortune? Furthermore, the sect's edifices exuded an endless flow of Taoist essence and subtle hints of law, far from being as simple as they appeared. Most alarming was the pervasive sense of dread, as if unseen horrors lurked in every corner, ready to ensnare the unwary in eternal doom. Even the void above the Divine Sword Sect radiated an imposing celestial might, as if an unfathomable terror resided within. Since entering the Divine Sword Sect, the martial queen and Yao Wanli resembled Lu Laolao stepping into the Grand View Garden, their astonishment never waning. Particularly, as they passed certain areas, they sensed a palpable threat, hinting at forbidden grounds concealed from sight. Shortly thereafter, atop inverted heaven peak within the Xianhuang Hall, Lin Feng sat comfortably in the central seat, while the martial queen and Yao Wanli occupied the sides below. Amidst casual pleasantries, Lin Feng suddenly smirked, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, as he casually gazed toward a certain spot outside the Divine Sword Sect. Ah, it certainly is lively today. Both those seeking homage and those seeking vengeance have arrived. Quite interesting, as the Divine Sword Sect has been relatively inactive for some time. Since you have sought out trouble, I, the sect master, have no qualms about indulging you. A flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. Moments later, Lin Feng, the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect, come forth and face your demise, roared the head of the Mo family, Mo Wangba. You commanded your disciple, Long Qingsheng, to annul the marriage pact bestowed upon us by the Mo family, and even took it upon yourself to slay my kin, Mo Wentian and Elderel. As a sect leader, how dare you lay hands on a junior? Utterly shameless. My Mo family is a prestigious cultivation family within the Great Shang dynasty, feared and respected. Even a martial queen must bow to our authority. What are you, Lin Feng? Who granted you the audacity to defy us? Today, everyone in the Divine Sword Sect shall accompany Mo Wentian to the grave. None shall escape. Speak. How do you wish to die? A thunderous roar echoed from outside the Divine Sword Sect, shaking the very fabric of the void. A monstrous aura surged forth, enveloping the entire sect, threatening to turn it into a sea of blood and corpses. In an instant, the skies above the Divine Sword Sect churned, resonating with the sounds of thunder. Dark clouds obscuring the sun and moon, dimming their brilliance. It seemed as if a primordial beast stirred within those clouds, poised to unleash devastation. A chilling wave of murderous intent swept through the vicinity. Upon hearing the roar, Lin Feng smiled indifferently, casting a casual glance toward the martial queen below. Chapter 133. The Wrath of the Martial Queen, the Mo family annihilated. Martial Queen. The head of the Mo family claims they are a formidable cultivation family within the Great Shang dynasty, to whom even you must show deference. Is that so? His voice was soft, yet it bore the weight of a mountain to the ears of the martial queen. She felt her eyelids twitch violently, her expression turning ashen, as if she might weep with rage. An icy, murderous intent radiated from her, casting a chilling atmosphere throughout the Xianwang Hall. Just moments ago, she had successfully brought Mayor into the Divine Sword Sect, only to have someone so brazenly proclaim their intent to annihilate the sect and slay its master. Was this not a slap in the face, risking the entire Great Shang dynasty? If she angered the sect master, he might cast Mirror out or retaliate against the Great Shang dynasty. She would have no refuge for her tears. The MO family, is it? They expect my respect? Very well. The martial queen's eyes glinted with a palpable murderous intent, wishing to obliterate the MO family patriarch with a single strike. Opposite her, Yao Wanli's lips twitched, struggling to suppress a laugh as he witnessed the typically domineering martial queen in such a state of disarray. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of urgency. Upon returning to the Wanshan dynasty, he would immediately issue a decree. No one within the dynasty was to oppose the Divine Sword Sect or face dire consequences. Master Lin, grant me but a moment. I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Taking a deep breath, the martial queen spoke earnestly to Lin Feng, fearing his ire. Very well, proceed, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. No sooner had he spoken than the martial queen disappeared from sight with a sharp whoosh. Meanwhile, outside the Divine Sword Sect, Mo Wangba led 100 formidable warriors, their presence imposing and suffused with a palpable murderous aura, resonating through the void. The Mo family, a prestigious clan within the Great Shang dynasty, was not to be trifled with. Their strength rivaled that of mid-tier sections. With numerous minor families under their banner, many among the 100 were their elite fighters. This time, they vowed to obliterate the Divine Sword Sect. You dare to slay my son. This is an unforgivable crime. Mo Wangba's eyes narrowed, a blade-like killing intent flashing forth. How dare you, Aunt, to act so brazenly before the Divine Sword Sect? You deserve annihilation. Your entire clan should be exterminated. As his words fell, a voice brimming with authority and wrath, imbued with bone-chilling malice, echoed in the ears of all present. Almost simultaneously, a woman clad in a black and gold dragon robe, possessing an unparalleled beauty and an ice-cold demeanor, appeared before Mo Wangba and his entourage. The overwhelming pressure she emanated made the very heavens tremble. Upon recognizing her visage, Mo Wangba and his companions turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Terror etched upon their faces as cold sweat poured down. Your Majesty, how could you descend upon this humble Divine Sword Sect? Mo Wangba's heart sank, an ominous feeling creeping in, rendering his speech faltering. How could I not be aware of your presence when such a character has emerged in the Great Shang dynasty? The martial queen's voice was devoid of emotion, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Do you require me to pay you respect? And no, your Majesty, you misunderstand. I am but a humble subject. How could I dare to compare myself to you? It is all nonsense on my part. Please forgive me, your Majesty. I shall forever remain a loyal subject of the Great Shang dynasty, devoted to your Majesty for eternity. The common folk were momentarily bewildered by Lin Feng's petulance. He instructed his disciples to terminate the engagement with my family, and even went so far as to slay my son, Mo Wentian, and old Lu. This clearly demonstrated his utter disregard for the Grand Shang dynasty and, more importantly, for your Majesty, the Queen. Hence, I am filled with righteous fury and vow to uphold the dignity of the Grand Shang dynasty and your Majesty, while seeking vengeance for my son and old Lu. I beseech your Majesty to take a stand on my behalf. Mo Wangba, as the head of a prominent family, displayed remarkable composure despite his inner turmoil. He cunningly turned the tables and audaciously proclaimed himself a benefactor, even involving the martial queen in his schemes. Surely, the martial queen would not dare to confront him in front of so many witnesses, as he claimed to act in the best interests of the Grand Shang dynasty. If he could just weather this storm, he planned to relocate his entire family to the Zhili dynasty. The reason for his drastic measure was clear. The martial queen was notorious for her fierce vendetta against evil, and if she discovered the truth, the Mo family would be doomed. Ah, so your intentions for the Grand Shang dynasty are so noble. You deserve great rewards, he thought, noting that Yao Wanli from the Wanshan dynasty was present. He intended to seek Yao's counsel on how best to reward him, for his contributions were indeed substantial, and the queen was at a loss for how to express her gratitude. The martial queen, however, regarded Mo Wangba with a peculiar expression, scrutinizing him with an air of mockery, though she was unaware of the full details. His brazen threats against the Divine Sword Sect and her name had already painted him as a villain in her eyes. How dare he attempt to use her as a weapon? What? Yao Wanli of the Wanshun dynasty is also at the Divine Sword Sect? What is happening with both the Granshang and Wanshun dynasties converging here? In that moment, Mo Wangba's facade shattered, revealing his panic. Even the dullest of minds could comprehend the complexity of the Divine Sword Sect. He had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. A wave of profound anxiety washed over him as he sensed the cold, lethal intent emanating from the martial queen. This chilling aura sent shivers down his spine, making him feel as though he were under the watchful gaze of death itself. With a mere thought, the martial queen could erase him from existence. Before Mo Wangba could utter a word, the martial queen's expression turned icy. What stature does Lin Zhongzhu possess? He is a figure I must look up to. How could he possibly concern himself with an insignificant insect like you? What are you even worth? My journey to pay respects to Lin Zhongzhu was solely for the sake of ensuring that the princess could join the Divine Sword Sect. Your foolish actions nearly thwarted my intentions. What punishment do you deserve for that? To insult Lin Zhongzhu with such arrogance, what fate awaits you now? I have long declared that the strong must not bully the weak. What do you intend by surrounding the Divine Sword Sect? Do you think my will is but a whisper in the wind? You shall all perish. As her words fell, an overwhelming imperial aura erupted from her, sweeping over Mo Wangba and his companions like a torrential flood. The result was swift and devastating. Mo Wangba and his cohorts were utterly obliterated. From this day forth, the Granshang dynasty would conduct a thorough investigation of the Mo family, executing any guilty parties without hesitation. Those innocent of wrongdoing would serve as slaves for generations, while women would endure lives of shame as courtesans. The entire clan would be exiled to the borders for labor. The martial queen's pronouncements rang with authority and finality, leaving no room for dissent. With a wave of her sleeve, a decree radiating imperial might and glowing with golden light manifested, shooting towards the Granshang dynasty. The queen's wrath rendered the Mo family irreparably doomed. Afterward, the martial queen and Yao Wanli took their leave from the Divine Sword Sect to return to their respective realms. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Qinquan heavenly ladder, Wenren Yimei and Yao Wujin stood side by side, gazing up at the ladder that seemed to pierce the heavens. 16 years ago, I bore the body of Yinglong, and celestial phenomena heralded my arrival. With the essence of the Tao and the laws of the universe enveloping me, I was the quintessential prodigy, my martial path limitless. It was a pity that the Julie dynasty had employed nefarious techniques to strip me of everything, transferring my gifts to the Julie prince, rendering me a mere shell of my former self and nearly costing me my life. Now, the Lord Zhongzhu not only restored my vitality, but also bestowed upon me the formidable ancestor dragon physique and 2 supreme techniques. My rise is imminent. How could I, as a mere servant disciple, squander the Lord Zhongzhu's favor? Today, I shall strive with all my might to penetrate the inner sect. Julie dynasty, you shall regret your actions. One day, I will reclaim what was lost and make you understand that what is not yours can never truly belong to you. Evil deeds come with a price, Yao Wujin declared, clenching his jaw, his eyes filled with unwavering determination, an imperial aura emanating from him. In that moment, he stepped forward onto the Qinquan heavenly ladder. Wenren Yimei, still grounded, did not immediately follow. I not only possess the phoenix physique, which harmonizes with the divine fire of the sacred phoenix, but I also harbor one of the 10 most potent physiques in existence, the chaotic charming bone Saint Body, endowed with 3 extraordinary innate abilities. The power to enchant all beings with a single glance, rendering even deities powerless against my allure. The ability to purify the hearts of all beings, dispelling darkness and malevolence with a mere thought, commanding the heavens, and causing the hearts of gods and demons to shatter. The capability to dominate the minds of all beings, utilizing my will to command even the ancient deities, bending the world to my desires. Moreover, the Lord Zhongzhu has granted me the chaotic 13 breaths technique and the chaotic 7 emotions and 6 desires divine art, alongside the supreme technique. The chaotic 7 extremes, 6 paths, 13 styles. To me, being a servant disciple is akin to squandering my talents and potential. It is the prodigious disciples who mark my true starting point. As I pondered, Wenren Yinmei's gaze intensified, and she steadily ascended the Qinkuan heavenly ladder, her pace measured and unwavering. The Qinkuan heavenly ladder not only harbors the profound essence of the Tao and the laws of the universe, but also serves to temper one's martial heart through trials. This revelation filled her with elation, and she immersed herself completely in the experience. Below the Qinkuan heavenly ladder, a multitude of servant disciples gathered in the square, all gazing up at the two ascending figures. These two are the Grand Shang dynasty's princess Wenren Yinmei and the prince of the Wanshan dynasty, Yao Wujian. Are they not? One extraordinary sight. Each of the four great dynasties of this region is immensely powerful, with unfathomable depths, vast territories, and countless sects and resources at their disposal. Are you truly so foolish? What do those two dynasties matter when compared to our Divine Sword Sect? Did you not see that Yao Wanli from the Wanshan dynasty offered 3,000 beautiful maidens to the Lord Zhongzhu? The martial queen of the Grand Shang dynasty even annihilated the entire Mo family out of anger for our Lord Zhongzhu. Indeed, among countless exceptional figures throughout history, it is our Lord Zhongzhu who reigns supreme. 16 years ago, Yao Wujian was robbed of his fortune and talents, reduced to a mere waste, with only 6 months of life left. Yet our Lord Zhongzhu merely waved a hand and reversed his fate, transforming him into an even more extraordinary ancestor dragon physique. Who else could achieve such a feat? Behold, observe the astonishing speed at which Yao Wujian ascends. It is nearly rivaling that of Long Qingsheng. Indeed, this individual is formidable, a true prodigy of the heavens. Yet, one must ponder why Wenren Yinmei's pace is so languid. Could it be that she cannot compete with Yao Wujian? Are you truly so naive? Have you not noticed how Wenren Yinmei maintains a steady rhythm, her speed unwavering, her demeanor serene and unperturbed? A being of the chaos body, such a genius cannot merely be dismissed. The multitude of servant disciples chattered animatedly, each expressing their opinions, their gazes towards the two individuals on the Qinkuan heavenly ladder overflowing with unabashed envy and fervor. How wonderful it would be if they too could achieve such heights one day. An invigorating surge of ambition erupted among the crowd. Atop the inverted heaven peak, within the sect leader's secluded chamber, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on a Bodhi meditation mat, his eyes closed in contemplation. A domineering and sharp aura emanated from him, distorting the very fabric of space with visible ripples. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance emanating from the direction of the Qinkuan heavenly ladder. Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes, revealing the ethereal images of two miniature Xianyuan divine swords, their sharpness seemingly capable of piercing the void itself. Upon consulting the sect's map, his gaze fixed upon the Qinkuan heavenly ladder, where Wenren Yinmei and Yao Wujian stood, their faces alight with joy and excitement, clearly having achieved significant gains. Wenren Yinmei 999 steps. Yao Wujian 190 steps. Using the art of divination, Lin Feng discerned that Wenren Yinmei had successfully advanced from the Human King realm to the Earth King realm, while Yao Wujian had progressed from the 5th stage of Qi gathering to the 8th stage of transformation. Excellent. Wenren Yinmei, a true fated daughter of destiny, with a fortune value of 120,000, has swiftly approached you when Xingxin and Duke Gu Qingming upon entering the sect to undergo trials. Yao Wujian is commendable as well, having ascended the Qinkuan heavenly ladder but once, he has broken through 3 major realms, promising a bright future in martial achievements. Lin Feng murmured, nodding slightly. The servant disciples Wenren Yinmei and Yao Wujian had passed the trials of the Qinkuan heavenly ladder. From this moment forth, Wenren Yinmei was directly promoted to a genius disciple, entitled to all the cultivation resources and privileges therein, free to relocate to the intersect peaks and choose her own cave dwelling. Yao Wujian was elevated to an intersect disciple, also permitted to move to the peaks designated for intersect disciples, enjoying all associated resources and benefits. Lin Feng's commanding voice resonated like thunder throughout the entire Divine Sword Sect. Chapter 135. Once again renowned in I Ching, the rise of the Divine Sword Sect. Thank you, esteemed sect leader. In the days to come, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to cultivation, bringing glory to the Divine Sword Sect and honoring your nurturing grace. Upon hearing the sect leader's voice, both Wenren Yinmei and Yao Wujian displayed expressions of delight. hurriedly bowing in respectful gratitude. At that moment, radiant beams of light cascaded from above the Divine Sword Sect, and two lists imbued with the essence of the Tao and laws, shimmering with golden light, materialized. These were the heavenly and earthly rankings. The names of the two disciples appeared prominently on the lists. Heavenly ranking: first, Yuan Shengxin; second, Du Gu Qingming; third, Wenren Yinmei. Earthly ranking: first, Long Qingxing; second, Yixian; third, Yi Jingyan; fourth, Yao Wujimai. Heavens! The Divine Sword Sect truly possesses such an abundance of prodigies and paragons. With my fusion of the Divine Phoenix Fire and bearing one of the 10 strongest physiques in the world, the chaotic beauty, Sacred Body, I can only rank third on the heavenly list? How terrifying indeed. It seems my mother has a discerning eye. Within the Divine Sword Sect, there truly exists a realm beyond realms, and individuals beyond individuals. Henceforth, I must diligently cultivate. Otherwise, I may find myself unable to retain my position even at third. When Wenren Yinmei beheld the emergence of the heavenly ranking, her previous sense of superiority as a princess was utterly shattered. Each disciple listed on the heavenly ranking is an unparalleled genius, likely to dominate the entirety of the divine continent. The first-ranked Yuan Shengxin and the second-ranked Du Gu Qingming, either of whom, if placed beside her, would undeniably surpass her. Moreover, she had heard that the 3 outer sect disciples listed on the earthly ranking are also immensely powerful, brimming with potential. Should those grand sects outside learn of this, one cannot fathom their feelings of despair. Truly, the Divine Sword Sect, which has drawn me in from the shadows, is a sanctuary of prodigies and paragons. To join such a sect is an immense fortune for me. In this environment, my potential will surely be ignited, paving my path in martial arts even further. As for the heavenly ranking, Yao Wujing merely cast a fleeting glance before fixating his fervent gaze upon the earthly ranking. Given his current strength, the heavenly ranking seemed a distant dream, a fact he was acutely aware of. The earthly ranking is his present aspiration. Though he ranks last on the earthly list, he firmly believes that diligence will yield rewards, and with effort, he shall surely reap success. Furthermore, he bears the ancestral dragon body. Given time, he may cultivate to the emperor-level ancestral dragon form, ensuring that his future martial accomplishments will not pale in comparison to those ahead of him. Within the cave dwelling of the genius disciples, Yuan Shengxin and Du Gu Qingming seem to sense something, both pausing their meditation and turning their gazes towards the Qinquan heavenly ladder. A new junior sister has joined our ranks. It shall no longer be so desolate on the exclusive peaks of the inner sect. Long Qingsheng, Yi Xian, and Yi Jingyan evidently felt it too, all lifting their heads to observe the 2 figures atop the Qinquan heavenly ladder. The number of prodigies within our Divine Sword Sect is ever increasing. We shall no longer lack for sparring partners. As for the 3 geniuses on the heavenly ranking, best to leave them be. None would be foolish enough to seek their own suffering. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. During this interval, a momentous piece of news spread like wildfire throughout the entirety of Yicheng, stirring up a tremendous uproar. Unbelievable! The Divine Sword Sect has truly made waves. Brother, have you heard? Just a few days ago, the martial queen of the Great Shang Dynasty and the king of the Wanshan Dynasty arrived at the Divine Sword Sect aboard dozens of treasure-laden Phoenix warships and Long Sky warships to pay their respects. The king of Wanshan even presented 3,000 beautiful maidens. The princess of the Great Shang Dynasty, Yinmei, and the prince of the Wanshan Dynasty, Yao Wujing, have both joined the Divine Sword Sect. What did you say? Surely you must be mistaken. These 2 dynasties are colossal entities. How could the prince and princess possibly join the Divine Sword Sect? The martial queen and the king of Wanshan cannot be insane. The Divine Sword Sect is merely a small sect that has recently gained some notoriety. To enroll a prince and princess therein is akin to tarnishing a pearl and wasting talent. Do you know nothing? The Divine Sword Sect is far from what it appears. It is said to possess immense strength and unfathomable depth. The sect leader is a reincarnated ancient deity. Have you not heard? A renowned family of cultivators was obliterated overnight. I assure you, this was the handiwork of the martial queen. On that day, as soon as the martial queen and the king of Wanshan enrolled the princess and prince into the Divine Sword Sect, the MO family surrounded the sect in fury, seeking vengeance. In a fit of rage, The martial queen intervened personally, effortlessly casting out hundreds of martial experts, including the Mo family patriarch, Mo Wangba. She subsequently issued a decree, sentencing all members of the Mo family with any semblance of guilt to execution, condemning the male lineage to servitude while the females were destined for a life of prostitution, and exiling the Mo family's 9 clans to border labor. Such power! The Divine Sword Sect is astonishingly formidable, capable of drawing the interest of 2 great dynasties and inciting the martial queen's wrath. What a remarkable sect this is! In an instant, news regarding the Divine Sword Sect spread among countless martial artists. The image of the Divine Sword Sect became increasingly enigmatic and formidable in the hearts of many warriors. In the city of Yi, within the Zhuli dynasty, 16 years prior, Princely Gaishi was born. He possessed the extraordinary physique of the python sparrow, a natural talent that promised great potential. With dedicated cultivation over time, while he may not ascend to become a sovereign ruler of a realm, his martial achievements would certainly be commendable, potentially advancing the Zhuli dynasty further. However, at that very moment, amidst the flourishing fortunes and robust national strength of the Wanshan dynasty, another prince emerged, endowed with the unparalleled physique of the tyrant dragon. Though the python sparrow physique was remarkable, it paled in comparison to the nobility of the dragon physique. The dragon physique was born to excel, allowing rapid advancement in martial arts, while the python sparrow required a decade of relentless toil and perseverance to achieve any notable success in the martial realm. This disparity incited envy and resentment within the Zhuli dynasty, leading to irrationality. In a fit of malice, they resorted to a forbidden divine technique, directly devouring the innate dragon sovereign essence that belonged to Yao Wujian. From that moment on, all the powerful fortune that Yao Wujian possessed was transferred to Li Gaishi, whose original python sparrow physique now soared to unfathomable heights, elevating his cultivation talent and physique to a terrifying level. Consequently, Li Gaishi became the unparalleled prodigy of the Zhuli dynasty, effortlessly mastering techniques and skills, advancing at an extraordinary pace. With the infusion of immense celestial fortune and dragon sovereign essence, the Zhuli dynasty experienced unprecedented prosperity, surpassing the other 3 great dynasties in strength. Unexpectedly, the old man Yao Wanli displayed remarkable talent, enabling the once fated to die Yao Wujian to join the Divine Sword Sect, where he reportedly reversed his fate and embarked upon the path of martial arts once more. Quite intriguing. Within a certain chamber of the palace in the Zhuli dynasty, a tall, handsome young man, radiating an air of dominance, stood atop a magnificent tower, gazing into the distance. He exuded an aura so formidable that it evoked a sense of veneration akin to standing before a mountain. This young man was none other than Princely Gaishi of the Zhuli dynasty. If one were present, they would observe that his python robe fluttered without wind, and his untamed black hair flowed freely, a testament to the overwhelming power emanating from within him. Undoubtedly, Li Gaishi's cultivation had far surpassed that of his peers, reaching an alarming level of prowess, rendering him invincible among his contemporaries. Yao Wujian, 16 years ago, I consumed your dragon sovereign essence, absorbing all your fortune and rendering you powerless beneath my heel for a full 16 years. You should have remained humble like an ant, given your mere 6 months to survive. Yet now, you audaciously approach the Divine Sword Sect, dreaming of reclaiming your path in martial arts? Do you truly believe you can succeed? From the moment you were born, your fate was sealed. You will forever be my stepping stone, destined never to rise. With narrowed eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashed within. Python devours dragon. The Zhuli shall rise. Martial Elder, I entrust you to discreetly investigate Yao Wujian's condition at the Divine Sword Sect. If that waste truly regains his cultivation talent, then... He paused slightly, a fierce glint flashing in his gaze. Make him suffer. I want him to endure torment until death. Daring to defy me, Li Gaishi? As his words faded, a ripple appeared in the space before him, from which an elder clad in black robes, exuding an aura of desolation, emerged from the void. Rest assured, I shall return swiftly. The elder's eyelids fluttered as he cast a glance at Li Gaishi, then seamlessly melded into the surrounding space, leaving no trace behind. In a concealed location within the Yan and Huang Empire, within a shadowy hall, the Lord of the Celestial Hall reported, We have discovered the whereabouts of that lad, Yi Xian. After evading the pursuit of my underworld hall, he joined the Divine Sword Sect and became an inner disciple. The Divine Sword Sect? A chilling chuckle escaped the Lord's lips. A newly heard minor sect dares to harbor my underworld hall as target? They truly know not the meaning of death. You shall take a group of disciples to the Divine Sword Sect, eradicate Yi Xian, and annihilate all its members, reducing the sect to rubble. Those who offend my underworld hall shall meet their demise. The Lord of the Celestial Hall's voice was frigid and piercing, emanating an overwhelming black, demonic energy that instilled terror in all hearts. The Underworld Hall is governed by 3 Hall Masters, the Lord of the Celestial Hall, the Lord of the Earth Hall, and the Lord of the Human Hall. Each possesses unfathomable strength, their moods unpredictable, and they are known for their ruthlessness in slaying countless martial artists, instilling fear across the lands. The Underworld Hall is deemed the most mysterious and brutal evil force within the E-City domain. All members of the Underworld Hall, including the 3 Hall Masters, enhance their power through the consumption of martial artists' essence, bones, souls, and cultivation, embodying true malevolence. Once, the 4 great dynasties united, dispatching formidable warriors to form an overwhelmingly powerful team, aiming to eradicate the Underworld Hall entirely. Yet, the Underworld Hall, elusive as a specter, adeptly evaded this calamity and even slaughtered numerous strong warriors from the 4 dynasties. Bloodthirsty as demons, merciless as dark gods, swift as the wind. This is the reason countless martial artists trembled at the mere mention of the Underworld Hall. It is no exaggeration to say that once marked by the Underworld Hall, one effectively steps into the gates of hell. In a hidden village within E-City, a few powerful yet eccentric elders and their wives, all of whom were maimed, resided. The village chief, unable to move due to severed tendons, lay helplessly in a rocking chair, waiting out his remaining days. The 8 remaining villagers were similarly afflicted, missing limbs, blind, deaf, or mute, forming a group of the disabled. Village chief, just trust me this once, will you? When have I ever deceived you? The Divine Sword Sect is truly the best sanctuary for us old folks. I have already joined the Divine Sword Sect, becoming an elder responsible for alchemy, residing atop the magnificent Divine Peak. The depth of the Divine Sword Sect is unfathomable, filled with incredible opportunities. Within my Divine Peak lies a hidden relic of an ancient alchemy sect. The elder, dressed in plain robes, passionately extolled the might of the Divine Sword Sect, his words pouring forth in an unceasing torrent, nearly showering the village chief in spittle. Alas, the poor village chief, with his tendons severed, could not wipe away the droplets, enduring the elder's fervent boasts with great frustration. Were Lin Feng present, he would surely remark, "This old man must have traversed from the Water Blue Star. Such a place is ill-suited for salesmanship. He should return to Water Blue Star, where he would undoubtedly become a sales champion." Hey, elder in plain robes, have you perhaps had your wits scrambled during your outing? What benefits has the Divine Sword Sect bestowed upon you to warrant such extravagant claims? Can you cease your incessant chatter about the Divine Sword Sect? My mind is now wholly consumed by those 3 characters. A one-eyed giant, wielding a rusted broad iron sword, trembled as he gripped the hilt, as though he could no longer restrain himself from cleaving the mouth of the old man in simple garb. Chapter 137. The Isolated Peach Blossom Village. A gathering of odd elders. The Sword of Divine Clarity Sect? What a ridiculous sect. During my wanderings in the outside world, I had never heard of it. Old man in simple clothes. Could it be that you have been deceived and are unwittingly aiding someone else's fortune? Although my old wife has not paid attention to the outside world for some time, I still remember any sect of repute. An elderly woman, white-haired and hunched, leaning on a cane and missing an ear, slowly spoke while toying with a terrifying golden-winged insect. Indeed, this was a particularly dreadful poison insect. The old woman exhibited an expression of immense impatience, as if the mere mention of the Sword of Divine Clarity would compel her to force that fearsome insect into the old man's mouth. At that moment, a drooling mute elder casually produced a small, translucent jade vial from which dark green mist swirled ominously. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was nothing short of a lethal poison. The mute elder cast a glance at the old man in simple clothes, raising the jade vial in a clear threat. Soon enough, The remaining 5 decrepit elders in the village glared discontentedly at the old man, their irritation with his boastful claims about the sword of divine clarity reaching a boiling point. Who were they? In their prime? They had been formidable figures whose mere stomp could shake the cultivation world. They had heard of every sect, yet this so-called sword of divine clarity was entirely unfamiliar to them, despite the old man's extravagant praises. The claims that the sect possessed a super spirit vein, a dragon of fortune, an inscrutable guardian formation, 36 celestial peaks, 72 earthly fiends, and ancient relics of great sects were utterly preposterous. Such a sect, capable of annihilating another with a single strike or flattening a mountain with a mere slap. Did such an extraordinary sect truly exist? Certainly not in their extensive years of experience. Initially, they had dismissed the old man's exhortations and grandiose claims as mere folly. However, the old man had become utterly obsessed, speaking incessantly for 5 days and nights. If only he had channeled that relentless spirit into cultivation, he might have reached unfathomable heights by now. Yet, he remained undeterred, fixated on his objective, which only served to induce further frustration among them. At that moment, should the old man utter the name of the sword of divine clarity once more, they would undoubtedly rise in unison to deliver a sound beating. All right. If we do not enlighten you today, you will remain unaware of the vastness beyond the mountains. Wasn't the blind elder famed for his celestial calculations? Let him deduce the truth, and we shall see if this elder has deceived you. I only hope your jaws do not drop to the ground upon revelation. The old man in simple clothes could do nothing but allow them to face their own folly. Very well, let it be so. The paralyzed village chief, nearly driven to madness, nodded in agreement. Blind man, hurry, make the old lunatic quiet. They cried. Just to be clear, if the outcome reveals your deceit, you must compensate us for our mental anguish. Indeed, we are not unreasonable. A mere 10 days or half a month of your time will suffice. The group of decrepit elders clamored. The elder, known as the blind man, quickly nodded, eager to end the torment inflicted by the old man. With a solemn expression, he unleashed an overwhelming aura, causing a disk radiating with starlight and exuding mysterious energy to emerge from his brow. In an instant, the skies above the village roiled, thunderous echoes resonating throughout, while dark clouds loomed ominously, dimming even the brilliance of sun and moon. This disk was none other than the blind man's ultimate treasure, the celestial star mechanism. As the celestial star mechanism appeared, it summoned an extraordinary spectacle, exuding ethereal starlight as if countless tiny stars were woven together, creating a dreamlike and otherworldly ambience. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the celestial star mechanism emanated an aura that was tantalizingly close to that of a holy artifact. Undoubtedly, this celestial star mechanism was an extraordinary item of the highest order, embodying the essence of the great Tao. The blind man possessed remarkable prowess in divination, as if born solely for the purpose of calculation, able to unveil secrets that others could not fathom. With palms pressed together, an unstoppable force began to rise within him, and starlight shimmered around him like a river of stars. As he focused his fingers, 2 index fingers united, and a thread of starlight coalesced at his fingertips. Moments later, he gently tapped, channeling the starlight into the celestial star mechanism. The device erupted with myriad rays of starlight, beginning to rotate slowly, releasing an aura that was both profound and enigmatic. Thus, the divination commenced. Meanwhile, above the sword of divine clarity sect, in the heavens above the reversal peak, the golden dragon of fortune, reclining comfortably within the celestial star chart with closed eyes, suddenly stirred. It opened its massive eyes, radiating a domineering gaze that seemed to pierce through the void toward the direction of Peach Blossom Village. Ah, which insignificant insect dares to disturb my slumber? Could they not present a worthy opponent? The golden dragon of fortune, somewhat bored, sneezed towards Peach Blossom Village and returned to the celestial star chart, resuming its delightful dreams, wishing only to envision a beautiful little female dragon. On the other hand, in Peach Blossom Village, the blind elder, known for his celestial calculations, was engaged in the divination of the sword of divine clarity's fortunes and foundations. Initially, he appeared nonchalant, almost indifferent. This was due to his unparalleled mastery in the art of divination. In this realm, he claimed the second position, and none would dare contest his supremacy. Were he in the outside world, countless prominent sects and powerful factions would line up with hefty offerings, fervently hoping for his esteemed calculations. This was not mere boastfulness. It was a fact he could proudly uphold. However, this time was peculiar. As the divination progressed, the nonchalant demeanor on the celestial calculator's face began to fade, replaced by an expression of growing concern. Chapter 138. The Celestial Calculator and the Damaged Celestial Star Chart. When the world is this, I have begun to exert all my strength, yet the secrets of the Sword of Divine Clarity are shrouded in impenetrable fog. Not even a shadow is visible, let alone its fortunes and foundations. This is infuriating. The Celestial Calculator's mind was clouded with confusion as he cursed inwardly. This bizarre situation was a first for him. Despite channeling his utmost power, the pressure only intensified, akin to facing the might of the heavens. Unwilling to yield, he frantically circulated his techniques, drawing upon all the spiritual energy within him and pouring it recklessly into the celestial star mechanism. As the energy surged, the hovering device erupted with even brighter starlight, its rotational speed quickening, the profound aura nearly tangible. Witnessing this spectacle, the paralyzed village chief and the gathered villagers were left astonished. It is important to note that in their perception, the celestial diviner could effortlessly decipher any heavenly secrets. However, at this moment, he was evidently exerting his utmost abilities, even to the point of desperation. Could it be that the humble old man was not merely feigning ignorance? Was the obscure sword sect truly endowed with an overwhelming fortune and unfathomable depth? This speculation surged uncontrollably within their minds. Suddenly, as the celestial diviner desperately attempted to unravel the fortunes and foundations of the sword sect, he stumbled as if confronted by some primordial beast during his calculations. His face paling in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. In less than a heartbeat, he spat forth a torrent of blood, as if struck by a meteor, his body hurtling backward and crashing to the ground, unconscious. Almost simultaneously, the starry celestial divination disk, which had been spinning rapidly in midair, came to an abrupt halt, its starlight vanishing in an instant. With a sharp crack, a fissure appeared upon its surface, and it thudded heavily to the ground. What on earth was happening? The celestial diviner had been violently thrown aside, losing consciousness. The paralyzed village chief and the other villagers were left dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Their mouths agape, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets, resembling individuals struck by lightning. Heavens! Could it be that they had not misjudged? The so-called celestial diviner, who claimed there were no secrets he could not uncover, had been thrown aside and rendered unconscious. Even the extraordinary celestial divination disk had suffered a crack, losing its former luster. In that moment, even the simplest of minds would grasp the undeniable truth. The humble old man had not been speaking in vain these past few days. Everything he had spoken regarding the sword sect was undoubtedly true, even surpassing reality. All present gasped in astonishment, their gazes instinctively drawn to the old man, a mixture of embarrassment, confusion, and envy in their expressions. At that instant, even the old man was taken aback. Despite having imagined the sword sect's depth and fortune to an extreme degree, witnessing the celestial diviner being thrown aside and rendered unconscious made him realize how short-sighted he had been. The mystery and power of the sword sect were beyond his imagination. The celestial diviner's skills in divination were undeniably formidable. The maps of the realms of the Wanshan dynasty or the heavenly secrets pavilion of the Dashang dynasty would bow before him. Yet the reality was that such a remarkable celestial diviner had been repelled and rendered unconscious by the sword sect's fortune, without a shred of resistance. This was not a matter of the celestial diviner's inadequacy, but rather the sword sect's strength reaching an absurd level. The village chief sat in his rocking chair, brow furrowed, his expression grave, lost in contemplation. The other villagers were equally speechless, their faces marked by shock and seriousness. After a brief moment, the village chief inhaled deeply, directing his gaze toward the celestial diviner lying on the ground. He watched as the diviner's mouth opened wide, a golden character bursting forth and flying toward him, entering his body. After a quarter of an hour, the celestial diviner groggily awakened. "Blind man, what did your consciousness perceive during the divination of the sword sect?" The village chief asked solemnly. "The nine-clawed golden dragon, a terrifying creature that could take half my life with a mere sneeze. The sword sect's fortune is beyond our comprehension. and its depth is forbidden. Had I not reacted swiftly, I would be dead beyond resurrection. The celestial diviner's face was a mask of terror, cold sweat pouring down his body, trembling as he spoke. Upon seeing the starry, celestial divination disk on the ground, dull and lifeless, with a crack running through it, his lips twitched, his heart bleeding. This was an artifact he had painstakingly nurtured over centuries with his own life force and spiritual energy. And now, half of it was destroyed in a single day. Alas, one cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. Who could blame me for being so naive as to attempt divining the Sword Sect, such a colossal entity? That I had not been directly killed by the backlash of its fortune was already a stroke of incredible luck. I regret not heeding the old man's warnings. The celestial diviner murmured, still shaken. What did you say? The nine-clawed golden dragon? Upon hearing the blind man's words, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, a tidal wave of shock sweeping through them. Old man, everything you've said these past few days is true? The Sword Sect possesses a super spirit vein, a golden dragon of fortune, a formidable protective formation of unfathomable might, 36 heavenly peaks, 72 earthly peaks, ancient sect relics, and an inexplicable realm of terror, unreachable and forbidden. Furthermore, the disciples within the sect are extraordinary. Even the servant disciples can slay a sect with a single sword strike or flatten a mountain with a mere slap. The one-eyed man, having set down the rusted giant sword he carried, stared intently at the old man, his expression earnest. That is merely the tip of the iceberg. I do not intend to belittle you, but do not think that wielding a sword makes you formidable, nor should you believe that your past reputation holds any weight. Within the Sword Sect, there exists a peerless woman who governs the sword path of the sect, the foremost elder. To put it bluntly, should she choose to unleash her true power, you would not even stand a chance to draw your sword before her. The old man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his chin slightly raised, surveying those present with an air of arrogance. Continuing, blind man, do not assume that possessing a mere extreme artifact elevates your status. The elder wields an indestructible supreme-grade divine weapon. Comparatively, your artifact is nothing of consequence. Moreover, Chapter 139, breaking through to the Earth King realm, the Devil Sect emerges. Among the sect's top disciples, one possesses a chaotic spirit body, a reincarnation of an emperor, wielding a treasure capable of clashing with indestructible supreme divine weapons, commanding the laws of time and space. Another, endowed with a chaotic holy body, is a reincarnation of a revered being, possessing the power to traverse the void with indestructible supreme divine techniques. Furthermore, among the three inner disciples on the Earth ranking, each possesses a holy body and unparalleled combat prowess. Even the outer disciples on the man ranking possess various tyrannical bodies, wielding extreme divine weapons, all showcasing boundless potential. What is there for you to be proud of? Regardless of physique, talent, roots, cultivation, or divine abilities, a single disciple from the heavenly ranking could easily overpower you all. Humph, you old fools who fail to recognize the truth. Did you not think I was speaking nonsense earlier? Did you not intend to unite against me and give me a good thrashing? Watch as this elder frightens you all into submission, delivering a comprehensive blow. Are your jaws on the ground now? Does your face hurt? Truly, you cannot be awakened without a good beating, can you? Now, as they regained their wits, the old monsters immediately plastered smiles on their faces, eager to curry favor with the old man. Simultaneously, they reached a unanimous decision to venture to the mysterious and terrifying Sword Sect. This was the opportunity they had longed for. Seizing it would undoubtedly allow them to break through the bottleneck of their cultivation. In a word, even if they had to sacrifice their pride, they were determined to cling to the Sword Sect. Meanwhile, at the Sword Sect, atop the inverted heaven peak, within the sect master's secluded chamber, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on a Bodhi meditation cushion, emanating an aura of overwhelming dominance that compelled others to bow before him, the space around him distorting and collapsing. Above him hovered a substantial Taiji yin-yang symbol, radiating an incomprehensible aura. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the legendary chaotic energy entwined within it. Upon this Taiji symbol rested a small golden sword, gleaming brilliantly, with faint, indistinct engravings visible upon its surface. The aura emanating from this small sword was one of overwhelming might, capable of subduing all beings. His entire being was surrounded by exaggerated phantoms of divine beasts. their outlines nearly discernible. If a martial artist of insufficient cultivation were to witness this scene and feel the various auras, they would undoubtedly be so terrified that they would collapse to the ground in reverence. Moments later, all anomalies vanished. Lin Feng exhaled a breath of impure air. His eyelids fluttered, and as he slowly opened his eyes, two golden small swords appeared as if they were tangible, their gaze seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. It is no exaggeration to say that he could effortlessly annihilate numerous martial artists with a mere glance. Finally, he had transcended the human king realm and broken through to the earth king realm. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. Entering the earth king realm signified that his mindset had been refined to perfection and his foundational principles had been solidified to an unparalleled degree. Henceforth, his cultivation would undoubtedly progress at an astonishing pace. As long as his cultivation advanced swiftly, perhaps he could engage in a conversation with Qing Tian. Ding! The system detected that the host had broken through a significant boundary and proactively offered a child of fortune. At that moment, the system's voice unexpectedly echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Another child of fortune? What type could this one be? Lin Feng murmured, a hint of intrigue playing at the corners of his mouth, before locating the position of this child of fortune within the system. Days swiftly passed. Outside the Divine Sword Sect, atop a majestic mountain peak, a blanket of pure white snow adorned the ground. In the peach blossom ditch, the peach blossom temple stood, beneath which the peach blossom immortal resided. The immortal cultivated peach trees, exchanging their blossoms for wine. Sober, he would sit before the flowers, and drunk, he would sleep beneath them. Half drunk and half awake, day after day, flowers withered and bloomed year after year. May I grow old amidst the flowers and wine, unwilling to bow before the imperial court. The dust of the palace is cold, and the wise man is indifferent. The wine cup and flower branches are the hermit's ties. If one were to compare the sage to the hermit, one stands on the ground while the other soars in the sky. If one were to compare flowers and wine to the palace, what do their trivial pursuits matter to my leisurely existence? Others mock my madness, while I laugh at their inability to see through it. Not seeing the tomb of the sages, I toil the fields without flowers or wine. This poem encapsulates an air of carefree madness, transcending worldly concerns, resonating across the mountain peak. As the verses echoed, a young man appeared, clad in coarse clothing. A long sword slung across his back, his brows sharp and eyes bright, standing tall with a sorrowful expression, his eyes slightly red, exuding an extraordinary aura. He gazed at the vast expanse of white snow, his voice low yet tinged with emotion. The youth held a wine gourd, intermittently sipping from it, and his state indicated he was somewhat inebriated. Drawing his long sword, he began to swing it wildly, unleashing waves of sword energy that shattered the falling snowflakes, leaving behind a myriad of intersecting sword marks on the distant cliffs. It seemed as if he intended to vent all the emotions within his heart through his sword. After a flurry of swordplay, sweat beaded on his forehead, clearly expending considerable energy and spirit, yet he appeared even more invigorated. This youth was named Xiao Qing Tian. Suddenly, his expression changed. There's a presence of demonic energy here. As he murmured, he seemed to transform, his eyes turning cold and sharp, exuding an aura of lethal sword energy. The 3-foot azure blade in his hand trembled slightly, as if sensing the demonic energy, poised to fulfill its duty of slaying demons. Soon, Xiao Qing Tian traced the source of the demonic energy to a cave. Standing at the entrance, he was met with a nauseating stench and a chilling, bone-rattling aura that sent shivers down his spine. Undoubtedly, this demon had claimed many lives. Otherwise, such a pungent odor would not linger. Which fiend dares to harm my fellow practitioners in the martial world? Come forth and meet your demise. Xiao Qing Xiong Belode, Aricte aura surging forte. As his words escaped, a pitch-black, overwhelming demonic energy erupted from within the cave. The moment the demonic energy appeared, the heavens and earth roared, the skies darkened, and even the realm itself seemed to shudder. Within the inky darkness of the demonic energy lurked a primordial beast, ready to pounce on Xiao Qing Tian and tear him into a bloody mist. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Qing Tian's expression turned grave. The terror of the demonic energy exceeded his imagination. It was evidently a being at the terrifying tribulation realm. This was clearly a demon that had cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years. Yet his cultivation was merely at the 10th stage spirit infant realm, a far cry from the tribulation realm, with several significant realms, out-of-body, divided spirit, harmonization, and great ascension, separating them. The disparity was immense. Alas, he had been careless. Drinking had cost him dearly. Chapter 140. My life is at an end. Dare you move? Xiao Qingtian raised the wine gourd, draining it in one go before casting it aside, a frenzied aura erupting from within him. Even if you are at the tribulation realm, what of it? As sword cultivators, our mission is to eradicate demons and uphold the righteous path, to cleanse the world of all malevolent spirits, restoring clarity to the heavens and earth. How could one S resolve waver, simply due to another S formidable strength? His eyes shone with an iron-like determination, his righteous aura soaring. The spirit energy within him, converging to its peak, primed to unleash a powerful strike. TSK, a mere spirit infant realm insect thinks to kill me? I wonder where you draw such courage, or perhaps you are simply a fool. I heard you just now, lamenting the world. I shall do you a favor, allowing you to transcend this mortal realm and reach bliss. Just right, you possess good vitality and a hint of righteous spirit. Should I absorb you, my power would surely ascend, and entering the void-breaking realm should be within reach. Accompanied by a sinister laugh, a woman emerged from a cave. Her body enveloped in swirling black mist, her attire scanty. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of a skill akin to traversing great distances in an instant. The woman was clad in a form-fitting black gauze dress, her beauty striking, her figure alluring. Were it not for the demonic energy emanating from her, she could easily be mistaken for a courtesan. Her gaze toward Xiao Qingtian was unmasked with fervor and greed, as if she desired to devour him whole. Demoness, you seek death. Xiao Qingtian roared each word with conviction. The moment his voice fell, an extremely cold and sharp sword energy erupted from him. This sword energy, upon its emergence, stirred the winds and clouds, forming vortexes of sword energy that swept outward like a tornado. Even the surrounding withered trees and accumulated snow were shattered by this surge. The 3-foot azure blade seemed to resonate with its master as fury, vibrating fiercely and emitting a resounding sword cry, shooting forth with the force of thunder, its edge sharp and unyielding, aimed at the black-clad woman. Before the sword even arrived, the razor-sharp energy had already pierced the void, causing the surrounding space to emit a whimper, as though unable to withstand its sharpness. The blade burst forth with an unending azure glow, overwhelming anything in its path. In an instant, the azure blade reached the black-clad woman, poised to pierce her brow. However, at that critical moment, a look of disdain and mockery appeared on the woman's face. Her fingernails extended to half a foot, turning pitch black and emanating a chilling aura. Two dark, gleaming horns sprouted from her forehead, and demonic patterns rippled around her brow. She was unmistakably a formidable bull demon queen. With a swift motion, the bull demon queen grasped at the azure blade, a torrent of inky demonic energy surging forth, exuding an overwhelming might as if it sought to devour all existence. The azure blade, undeterred, erupted with an even more dazzling azure light, striving to break through the demonic energy and slay this demon. Alas, the two were not on the same level. In an instant, the azure blade was completely consumed by the demonic energy. Hiss! This she-demon is truly terrifying. She can even devour my azure blade. Xiao Qingtian's expression suddenly shifted, as he distinctly felt an icy, bone-chilling aura enveloping him, a life-and-death crisis unlike any he had experienced before. Little fellow, seeing how handsome you are, I must admit, I feel somewhat reluctant to kill you. However, there are many beautiful men in the world. To enhance my cultivation, I can only endure the pain of parting. Your blood and soul must be exquisite indeed. The female demoness bit her lip, gazing at Xiao Qingtian as though he were a rare delicacy. With a swift motion, she unleashed a terrifying torrent of demonic energy, crashing towards him like a tidal wave, intent on capturing him for her enjoyment. As this demonic energy emerged, it unleashed an overwhelming pulling force, making Xiao Qingtian feel as if his very soul were on the verge of being torn from him. Not daring to be complacent, he summoned all his focus and energy, invoking his most formidable defensive technique, conjuring a golden shield to protect himself. Alas, The gap between their cultivation levels spanned 5 major realms, an insurmountable chasm. The golden shield crumbled as if made of paper, instantly devoured by the demonic energy, leaving not even a trace behind. The surging demonic force continued to bear down upon him. My life is at an end. Sinner, Brother Qing Tian is powerless in this lifetime. I shall never rescue you from the demon refining cauldron. You must take care. Xiao Qing Tian managed a bitter smile, his face etched with profound regret and unwillingness. As he watched the encroaching demonic energy, he decided to close his eyes and quietly await death's embrace. The bull demon queen wore a cruel smile, her gaze burning with intensity as she envisioned the exquisite flavor of this young man's blood and soul. Just then, dare you lay a finger on him? A voice of overwhelming authority thundered from all directions, akin to rolling thunder. Almost simultaneously, an immense, razor-sharp aura descended upon them like a divine sword of judgment. What is this? The bull demon queen's face turned ashen with fear, her body trembling uncontrollably as the formidable demonic energy was crushed to oblivion. An unprecedented life-and-death crisis enveloped her. Under this oppressive aura, she felt diminutive as dust, realizing that with a mere thought, the entity before her could obliterate her existence. This was no exaggeration. The demon race adhered to a taboo, the Xianyuan Divine Sword. Thousands of years ago, the ancestor of the demon race had been decapitated by the Xianyuan Divine Sword, and that had been the weakest strike. Since then, the demon race had suffered grievous losses, fracturing and retreating into hiding, diligently training while searching for an indestructible supreme artifact to counter the Xianyuan Divine Sword. They had also strictly instructed all demon race members to flee at the slightest hint of the Xianyuan Divine Sword's presence, never to provoke it or divulge any information about the demon race. In those days, the demon ancestor had achieved the level of a chaos overlord and could not withstand the might of a single strike from the Xianyuan Divine Sword. She, merely at the tribulation crossing stage, would be overestimating herself to think she stood a chance against it. Any movement would spell instant doom. Gritting her teeth, she looked up and beheld a domineering figure in the air, gazing down with an air of supremacy, reminiscent of a chaotic deity. Chapter 141. A glimpse to annihilate the demoness. The Fox Immortal's affection for Xiao Qingtian Sr. Senior, I realize my mistakes. Please grant me a chance for redemption. From this day forth, I shall accompany you always, willing to do anything. The bull demon queen hastily knelt, bowing and pleading for mercy. Faced with such a formidable being, she felt no inclination to resist, terror nearly shattering her spirit. Oh, willing to do anything? Lin Feng, suspended in mid-air, chuckled with amusement, fully aware that the bull demon queen's words held deeper meaning. She was clever enough to leverage her assets, yet compared to Xianyuan Qingtian, even the 3,000 beautiful maidens far surpassed her in charm. Did Lin Feng's mind falter so much as to harbor thoughts for her? Moreover, he had his own principles. Even if she were the epitome of beauty, he would not spare her a second glance. I think it best to reconsider. I sense a thick aura of bloodshed emanating from you. Surely, you have consumed the blood and souls of numerous warriors. I would like to extend an opportunity for you to amend your ways. But did you afford those innocent warriors a chance? They would not agree. For their sake, you must die. As the finality of this word echoed, 2 beams of golden light shot from Lin Feng's eyes, annihilating the bull demon queen into nothingness, leaving not even a trace behind. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Qingtian was left utterly dumbfounded. What? Did I just witness that? The bull demon queen of the tribulation crossing stage was slain with a mere glance. How absurd. After a long moment, he rubbed his eyes, bracing himself to gaze upon the overwhelming figure that had suddenly appeared in the air. In that instant, his breath became labored, his face a mask of astonishment, his mouth agape, and his eyes trembling slightly, his entire body quaking with excitement. This is an unimaginable superpower. His heart raced like thunder, waves of astonishment crashing within him as he gasped in awe. Lin Feng, treading upon the void, looked down at the stunned Xiao Qingtian. Is this the fated child bestowed upon by the system? Let's see what sets you apart. His eyes shimmered with golden light as the secrets of fate unfolded before him. A panel of information appeared. Name, Xiao Qingtian. Age, 16. Realm, peak spirit infancy. Physique, undying wine sword body. Fortune value, 28,000. Loyalty, 0%. 28,000 fortune value. An undying wine-sword body? This physique is rather unexpected. It seems the system has presented a rather unique fated child this time, one of the undying and mad type. A resilience that cannot be extinguished? And does drinking enhance strength? Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he observed Xiao Qingtian with keen interest, ultimately fixating on the wine gourd cast aside nearby. Deep in thought, quite intriguing, he mused. Thank you, Senior, for your righteous intervention. I am deeply grateful. Xiao Qingtian bowed respectfully to Lin Feng, his tone sincere. He understood very well that had it not been for Lin Feng's timely intervention, he would have been devoured by the bull demon queen, his blood and soul consumed, reduced to a lifeless husk without even the chance for reincarnation. No need for thanks. It was but a trivial matter, Lin Feng replied casually. As cultivators, we ought to rise against injustice. He paused, scrutinizing Xiao Qingtian before continuing. Yet I see your cultivation is merely at the 10th stage of spirit infancy. What temerity drives you to venture into this demon-infested land alone? Do you not fear death? In the vast expanse of the divine province, sects abound, and myriad races vie for supremacy. There are formidable warriors and equally powerful demons. Both warriors and demons attain strength through cultivation, though their methods may differ. The ultimate goal remains the same. The hierarchy of power is largely analogous, refining body, chi, and spirit in succession. Until one reaches the innate realm, they remain at the bottom of the cultivation world. However, demons are inherently different. While their intelligence may lag behind that of humans, their physical prowess surpasses it. A demon of the same rank is often more powerful than its human counterpart. Yet, Xiao Qingtian dared to confront demons with his cultivation at the 10th stage of spirit infancy. One must admit, his audacity was exceptional. It is no exaggeration to say his strength was insufficient even to serve as a mere snack for demons. Any demon could easily dispatch him. Senior, you have misunderstood. I too arrived here by mere chance. Who among us in this vast world is not afraid of death? I was originally a disciple of the Celestial Sword Sect. During a previous expedition down the mountain, I encountered a formidable, malevolent beast. Just as I was about to be slain, a woman clad in white, known as Sienner, appeared to rescue me. She was vivacious by nature, kind-hearted, innocent, and utterly charming, and I found myself profoundly captivated by her, leading to the blossoming of deep feelings between us as we returned to the Celestial Sword Sect together. Upon her arrival, however, the sect's powerful members discerned her true identity. She was in fact a six-tailed celestial fox with immense strength. The Celestial Sword Sect, being an orthodox Taoist sect dedicated to vanquishing demons and evil, would not tolerate any association with such creatures, regardless of their nature. As a disciple of the sect, my affection for a demoness was a grave transgression against the sect's unyielding principles. Consequently, I was expelled from the sect, and Sienna was sealed within a demon-restraining vase. After leaving the Celestial Sword Sect, I sought to eliminate heinous demons, partly to uphold justice and partly to fortify my own capabilities through the crucible of life and death. I vowed that one day, upon attaining supreme power, I would return to the Celestial Sword Sect in an indomitable form and rescue Sienna from her confinement. Xiao Qingtian spoke with a tone of melancholy and frustration. Upon hearing his words, Lin Feng realized the nature of his predicament. A romance with a little fox? And he was cast out by the sect? This was nothing short of a cliché romance between a human and a demon, a trope abundant in countless fantastical novels. The protagonist of a righteous sect embarks on a journey, faces a life-threatening crisis, and is saved by a beautiful and benevolent demoness, capturing his heart and leading them both into a profound love, envied by all. Yet, the orthodox sect adheres rigidly to dogma, forcibly separating the pair. Either the protagonist is expelled, or he forsakes the sect. Ultimately, the protagonist seizes a tremendous opportunity, soaring to great heights, returning to the sect in a display of overwhelming strength to rescue his beloved. Embarking on a journey together, becoming a legendary tale. A smile played upon Lin Feng's lips as he mused to himself. Chapter 142. The Undying Wine-Sword Body, gaining strength through drinking therefore. Even if he had not intervened at the critical moment, Xiao Qingtian would not have perished. In fact, at the moment the bull demon queen sought his life, he would likely awaken the undying Wine Sword Body, executing a miraculous reversal and unexpectedly vanquishing her when her guard was down. Thus, he would become an indestructible force, gaining strength through wine. In the days to come, he might stumble upon exceptional wines or treasures capable of brewing celestial spirits, transforming him into a supreme being through the mere act of drinking, and arriving at the Celestial Sword Sect in an unrivaled manner, dazzling the antiquated elders of the sect and rescuing his cherished little demoness. Lin Feng effortlessly conjured the ensuing narrative in his mind. The undying Wine Sword Body was unlike any ordinary physique. It was refreshingly unique. Undying did not imply absolute immortality, but rather the ability to feign death in moments of peril, leaving foes none the wiser, only to revive when danger had passed, akin to a superb disguise, granting an additional life. Furthermore, the cultivation method was quite extraordinary. One needed only to drink wine to enhance their prowess, with the quality of the wine directly correlating to the extent of one's advancement. Such a physique was undeniably formidable. Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. "Senior, do you truly believe that all demons in this world are irredeemably wicked? Must we, as cultivators, eradicate every demon we encounter without exception?" Xiao Qingtian inquired, his eyes reflecting a hint of skepticism. In his view, the so-called edicts of the Celestial Sword Sect were not only archaic but also merciless, straying far from the true path. Upon hearing his question, Lin Feng chuckled. If a person, adorned in splendid attire and surrounded by accolades, proclaims their intent to eradicate evil while secretly committing heinous acts, leaving a trail of crimes against the heavens, would you deem them a human or a hypocritical demon? Conversely, if a demon, having cultivated for thousands of years, ultimately attains enlightenment and possesses the power to annihilate worlds, yet throughout their journey has remained steadfast in their principles and harmed no living being, should they still be considered a vile creature deserving of extermination? In this world, no one is born evil. Good and evil reside within the mind. The root of all malevolence lies in the heart. Those with ill intentions will naturally act wickedly, while those with noble hearts exude righteousness, impervious to corruption. In the realm of divine continent, where powerful beings abound and myriad races vie for supremacy, if all were malevolent, this realm would have long been obliterated. We, as warriors, should pursue the Tao of nature, act according to our true selves, champion justice, and punish evil. We should not allow ourselves to be shackled by the rigid dogmas of antiquity, fostering prejudice against other races and losing the essence of a warrior's heart. What resolve do we uphold as cultivators? To establish our hearts for the heavens, to secure the fates of the people, and to usher in peace for all eternity. Do you understand? Lin Feng spoke in a calm and steady manner. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Qingtian was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly invigorated. In that instant, it was as though he grasped a profound truth, plunging into a state of enlightenment. After a long while, Xiao Qingtian slowly opened his eyes, a newfound clarity and brilliance shining within. Evidently, he had attained enlightenment. With this newfound understanding, his cultivation soared from the spirit-infant realm into the out-of-body realm. "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Xiao Qingtian respectfully bowed to Lin Feng, genuine gratitude evident on his face. The senior's few words had dispelled the confusion and uncertainty within him, illuminating the purpose of his martial path and solidifying his warrior spirit. Henceforth, his cultivation journey would surely progress exponentially, becoming ever broader and clearer. Simultaneously, a deep curiosity about the senior blossomed within him. Who was this remarkable individual? Not only were they exceedingly powerful, but they also possessed such unique insights into the path of martial cultivation. Given the senior's relatively youthful appearance, how could they be so formidable? Could it be that the senior was a reincarnation of an extraordinary being? Upon entertaining this thought, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Why not take the senior as his mentor? If a few words from them could propel him to a significant breakthrough, becoming their disciple could yield unimaginable opportunities. This way, he could expedite his journey to supreme strength and rescue Sienna from her confinement. Yes, this shall be my course of action. With this resolve, he knelt before Lin Feng with a thud, respectfully bowing 3 times. "Senior, I bow before you. Please accept me as your disciple. In the future, I shall serve you faithfully." Xiao Qingtian's voice rang with sincerity and fervor, his expression brimming with hope. Originally, Lin Feng intended to take Xiao Qingtian as a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, but before he had the chance to speak, the young man had already knelt and implored for acceptance. This fellow possessed discernment. Lin Feng chuckled. He had come specifically for Xiao Qingtian, the child of destiny, and there was no reason to refuse him. Very well, I am the leader of the Divine Sword Sect. Henceforth, you shall be a disciple of the sect. Lin Feng spoke with a lightness in his tone. What, senior, is the leader of the Divine Sword Sect? Goodness, I have encountered the master of a treasure. Xiao Qingtian's heart surged with astonishment, nearly leaping from his chest. He never imagined that the invincible and striking figure before him was, in fact, the master of the Divine Sword Sect. In recent times, the name of the Divine Sword Sect had resonated throughout the entire city, becoming an immensely powerful and enigmatic presence in the hearts of countless martial artists. First, for miscellaneous disciples had descended upon the Iron Sword Gate, obliterating it with a single stroke of their sword and with a mere wave of their hand. They had thrust the mountains belonging to the Iron Sword Gate deep into the earth. Then, the rulers of the Wanshan dynasty and the Great Merchant dynasty arrived at the Divine Sword Sect, compelling their princes and princesses to join the sect. The martial queen of the Great Merchant dynasty, in a fit of rage for the sake of the Divine Sword Sect, annihilated the renowned Cultivation family, the MO family. It was said that the master of the Divine Sword Sect was even more extraordinary, a reincarnated ancient deity, possessing unfathomable depth and unparalleled strength, capable of commanding the heavens and the earth with a mere gesture. In that moment, he was utterly stunned by the identity of his elder. Ding! The system detected that the host had successfully recruited a child of destiny and was pleased, presenting a grand gift package. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a jar of celestial wine, Xiangjing Yuye. Consuming it will awaken the undying wine sword body. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the supreme, celestial weapon, Demon Slayer Sword. Once drawn, it can slay myriad demons. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the celestial level martial technique, Qinglian Sword Art. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the celestial level cultivation method, Dukong Breathing Technique. During this period, a series of system notifications echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Chapter 143. Celestial Wine, Xiangjing Yuye. Qinglian Sword Art. A faint smile graced Lin Feng's lips as he turned his gaze toward the astonished Xiao Qingtian, slowly stating, Now that you have become a disciple of my Divine Sword Sect, I shall bestow upon you a rare opportunity as the sect master. You possess the undying wine sword body, a formidable physique that can feign death to deceive foes. In critical moments, it can ensure your survival. And through the consumption of wine, you can achieve an invincible stature without the arduous cultivation that ordinary martial artists must endure. I grant you a jar of celestial wine, Xiangjing Yuye. Upon drinking it, you will awaken your undying wine sword body and attain a dominating combat form. From this day forth, your strength will increase with every sip of fine wine. As his words fell, he waved his sleeve, and with a flash of radiant light, a delightful fragrance of wine wafted through the air. Almost instantaneously, a jar of Xiangjing Yuye materialized before Xiao Qingtian. At once, the intoxicating aroma filled the air. Merely inhaling its fragrance invigorated him, causing every pore in his body to open wide. It was as if he had encountered the celestial nectar preserved in the heavens. Such wine should only exist in the skies. How could it ever be found among mortals? As a connoisseur of fine spirits, he had tasted the best wines the world had to offer. Yet today, upon experiencing the scent of this celestial wine, he realized that the drinks he had previously consumed were unworthy of the name, akin to mere horse urine. He felt an instinctive urge that, upon consuming this jar of wine, he would gain immense benefits. Seizing the jar, he uncorked it and poured its contents into his mouth, gulping it down. What exquisite wine! An extraordinary vintage. I would spend a fortune to acquire a fine sword, and trading furs for wine is a worthy endeavor. My fervent passion is worth cherishing, even if it spills into the azure waves. As the wine flowed into his belly, he could not suppress the urge to compose poetry. Just as he spoke, his body trembled violently. The wine transformed into a torrent of terrifying energy, unleashing a cataclysmic wave within him. This celestial wine was specifically designed to awaken his undying wine sword body. Did he not need to comprehend it with his heart? Observing the frenzied state of this individual, who had seemingly forgotten his previous words, Lin Feng admonished, the undying wine sword body? Is it the one that grows stronger with each drink and ensures immortality? Xiao Qingtian paused momentarily, recalling the sect master's earlier proclamation. His expression turned solemn as he cast aside all distractions, centering his focus to comprehend the power of the wine within him. Moments later, he exhaled deeply, his aura resonating like a dragon, exuding an enigmatic energy. Thunderous sounds echoed from within him, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening. Simultaneously, an intense pain surged through him. In an instant, Xiao Qingtian grimaced, his features contorting, cold sweat pouring down as he trembled uncontrollably. He was so consumed by agony that he barely noticed his nails piercing his palms. As time passed, he distinctly sensed that his bloodline, roots, physique, talents, and comprehension were undergoing a profound transformation. During this process, the pain gradually subsided while his aura increased dramatically, becoming increasingly formidable. Even the heavens above bore witness to this phenomenon, with ethereal images of sacred beasts emerging, seemingly celebrating the imminent birth of a prodigy. After a considerable duration, Xiao Qingtian slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant light radiating from them. A sharp aura, centered around him, rippled outward. Now, I have successfully awakened the undying wine sword body. Given time, I shall surely become a peak martial artist. Sinner, hold on a little longer. I will rescue you. Xiao Qingtian murmured. In this moment, he could clearly perceive the sheer dominance of his newfound physique and talent. With a mere thought, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him in a frenzied rush. Thank you, esteemed sect master, for your celestial grace. I vow to cultivate diligently, living up to your expectations. Kneeling before Lin Feng, Xiao Qingtian bowed deeply, his face a mask of gratitude and reverence. He had only just joined the Divine Sword Sect, and already the sect master had bestowed upon him an unparalleled opportunity, allowing him to awaken the supreme battle body, the undying wine sword body. This left him profoundly moved, his loyalty soaring to 80%. Noticing the shift in Xiao Qingtian's loyalty, Lin Feng nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. This is the supreme celestial weapon, Demon Slayer Sword, the celestial level sword technique, Qinglian sword art, and the celestial level cultivation method, Dukong breathing technique. They are perfectly suited to your physique and will aid you in your swift advancement. With a flick of his finger, two beams of golden light shot forth like arrows from his fingertips, directly embedding themselves into Xiao Qingtian's brow. A thunderous sound echoed in his mind, and he discovered two profoundly mysterious techniques within. One was a celestial level sword technique, and the other a celestial level breathing technique, both coveted by countless martial artists for their unparalleled might. Upon merely skimming through them, he sensed the immense power they contained. At that moment, Lin Feng waved his sleeve, unleashing an unmatched sword aura. The sword energy soared into the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds, and the surrounding space began to warp and collapse under the immense pressure of the sword aura. Accompanied by radiant golden light, an ancient sword, exuding an aura of righteousness and immense power, appeared in the sky. As soon as the sword manifested, it emitted a series of crisp, ringing sounds, as if rejoicing in its own emergence. The sword energy traversed the heavens and earth, creating a terrifying vortex of wind, akin to an indomitable tornado, instantly obliterating the surrounding mountains and snow. This was the Demon Slayer Sword bestowed by the system. Xiao Qingtian, gazing at the ancient sword suspended in the air, felt an inexplicable connection, as if his bloodline resonated with it, clearly indicating that he had formed a bond with this formidable weapon, becoming its most powerful ally. In the next moment, with a mere thought, he silently commanded the sword to return, and it swiftly soared into his brow, manifesting within his mind. Earlier, during his battle with the Bull Demon Queen, his Qingfeng sword had been devoured, causing him great sorrow. Now, having acquired the supreme celestial weapon, Demon Slayer Sword, he felt an exhilarating joy, knowing it was far more powerful than the Qingfeng sword. Thank you, esteemed sect master, for granting me unparalleled techniques and the supreme celestial weapon. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Henceforth, I shall dedicate myself to cultivation, willing to face any peril for the Divine Sword Sect and the esteemed sect master, not failing your expectations. Xiao Qingtian repeatedly bowed, his face brimming with excitement and gratitude. In that fleeting moment, his loyalty towards Lin Feng surged from 80% to a perfect 100, and his sense of belonging to the Divine Sword Sect reached an unprecedented height. Observing Xiao Qingtian's unwavering loyalty, Lin Feng could not help but smile with satisfaction, elegantly sweeping his sleeve. Chapter 144. The Intoxicated Hero, Xiao San, and the arrival of the old monsters. A gentle, invisible force enveloped the room, lifting the kneeling Xiao Qingtian off the ground. The verses flowed like a river of poetry. Zhao Ku with his flowing beard, Wu Go like frost and snow. Silver saddle gleaming on a white horse, dashing like a shooting star. 10 steps to slay a man, 1,000 miles leave no trace. Once the deed is done, I brush off my robes and vanish, hiding my name and self in the depths of obscurity. Leisurely drinking at the Xuanling, sore across my knees. Feasting on roasted boar, urging lording with a cup. 3 cups pledge a promise, 5 mountains become light. After the haze of revelry, ambition soars like a rainbow. Saving Zhao with a golden hammer, shocking Handan first. 2 heroes of 1,000 autumns, renowned in the grand Liang city. Though a hero's bones may perish, their essence lingers in the world. Who can inscribe beneath you the ancient text of the profound? Lin Feng, having rare fortune in acquiring a uniquely gifted child of destiny, was inspired to recite aloud, his voice resonating with poetic fervor. The sky darkened, thunder roared, and the noble spirit surged forth, swallowing the mountains and rivers. Listening to the verses and witnessing the celestial phenomena, Xiao Qingtian trembled, lost in contemplation. A stirring image arose in his mind, a man clad in white, wielding a 3-footed green blade, singing to the heavens, consuming 300 cups, vanquishing demons, upholding justice, and traversing the world with valor. The noble character, unyielding and selfless, who sought neither fame nor fortune, but cherished loyalty and kept promises like gold, vividly unfolded before him. 10 steps to slay a man, 1,000 miles leave no trace. Once the deed is done, I brush off my robes and vanish. Such is the way of us warriors. Master of the sect, from this day forth, my alias shall be Intoxicated Hero, Xiao San. The grace of your enlightenment shall be etched in my heart for 3 lifetimes, and I shall forever be grateful. After a long while, Xiao Qingtian emerged from his reverie, joy radiating from him as he respectfully bowed to Lin Feng, his eyes sparkling with newfound brilliance. Undoubtedly, he had gained insight once more, his martial heart now as steadfast as a rock. Intoxicated Hero, Xiao San, he mused, how wild and unrestrained. A name that leaves no trace behind, yet shall endure through the ages, magnificent indeed. Now that this matter is settled, accompany me back to the Divine Sword Sect. Once your strength has grown, we shall rescue your beloved Sienna from the Celestial Sword Sect. Lin Feng stated with a nod, his tone measured. Disciples shall abide by the Master's decree. Xiao Qingtian responded promptly, filled with reverence. Without further ado, Lin Feng waved his sleeve, an invisible force lifting Xiao Qingtian as he executed his unparalleled technique, soaring through time and space, instantly arriving at the gates of the Divine Sword Sect. Upon witnessing such prowess, Xiao Qingtian was again awestruck. Good heavens, is the Master truly this extraordinary? In the blink of an eye, we traversed the void and returned to the Divine Sword Sect. Such abilities are reserved for ancient deities. After a moment, Xiao Qingtian gasped in astonishment. You are but a servant disciple at the Divine Sword Sect, merely a starting point. If you wish to rescue Sienna from the Celestial Sword Sect, devote yourself to your training and strive to pass the trials of the Qian Kuan ladder, so you may become an outer or inner disciple. The status of disciples within the sect varies greatly, as do the privileges and resources for cultivation. Furthermore, there are designated peaks for servant disciples. Seek them out. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask your senior brothers and sisters. With that, Lin Feng vanished, returning to the peak of defiance. The Qian Kuan ladder? Wait for me. Xiao Qingtian whispered, his eyes glinting with determination. He unscrewed the gourd at his waist and took 3 hearty swigs, declaring proudly, with my undying wine sword body, bestowed with supreme celestial weaponry and cultivation techniques, how could I settle for being merely a servant disciple? Soon I shall carve out my place among the outer and inner disciples. He inhaled deeply and took his first steps into the Divine Sword Sect. but froze after only 3 strides. Unintentionally, he caught sight of the 3 grand characters on the plaque, Divine Sword Sect. At the sight of those words, his breath caught, his body trembled, and his mouth fell agape, eyes nearly popping from their sockets in sheer astonishment. What? The essence of sword intent is concealed within these 3 characters? Such a treasure rests at the mountain gate? This is outrageous. Realizing the magnitude of the opportunity, he promptly sat cross-legged, clearing his mind of distractions, calming his thoughts, and began to absorb the profound meaning. Soon, he fell into a state of enlightenment. It was evident that Shao Qing Tian had grasped some arcane truth in that moment. His disposition mirrored that of Long Qingsheng in the past, irresistibly drawn to the sword intent radiating from the plaque bearing the words Divine Sword Sect. As time passed, an intense, sharp aura emanated from him, a blade's edge. The moment that aura manifested, it stirred the winds and clouds, creating small gales that howled ominously, terrifying in their ferocity. At that juncture, the demon-slaying sword flew forth from his brow, circling around him and emitting jubilant cries, as if savoring a divine delicacy in gratitude to its master. An hour later, the sword aura surrounding Shao Qing Tian approached the brink of materialization. The sky above churned with tumultuous clouds, and strange phenomena unfolded. Days sped by, and at the gates of the Divine Sword Sect, a whirlpool of space visibly formed, from which emerged a group of eccentrically dressed, disheveled old men, missing arms and legs. By heavens, this is truly an astonishing display of supernatural prowess. Is this the Divine Sword Sect? An elderly man, seated in a rocking chair, gazed up at the sect with unabashed curiosity. The other villagers shared similar expressions of eager anticipation, akin to Lu Lao standing before the Grand View Garden. Days prior, the elderly man had regaled them with tales of the Divine Sword Sect's might and enigmatic grandeur, his words flowing like spittle. This had left them with ears sore and minds filled with the 3 characters, Divine Sword Sect. They had initially thought the old man was delirious, or perhaps bewitched, spinning tall tales without restraint. Furious, they had nearly banded together to give him a good thrashing. Little did they expect. Chapter 145. At the gates of the Divine Sword Sect, the elders stood dumbfounded that so-called celestial fortune teller, blind yet astute, had, during his divination of the Divine Sword Sect, glimpsed the presence of a 9-clawed, auspicious golden dragon. Just a simple sneeze from this auspicious dragon had sent the celestial fortune teller propelling backward, blood spurting as he fell unconscious. Had the dragon not shown mercy, the celestial fortune teller would have been utterly obliterated. Even the celestial treasure he cherished, the starry celestial mechanism, had sustained a crack. It must be noted that the starry celestial mechanism is no ordinary trinket, but a legendary supreme artifact, impervious to the forces of heaven and earth. Moreover, the title of celestial fortune teller was one he had not claimed lightly. However, he possessed an unfathomable prowess in divination, rendering him virtually unparalleled in this realm. Countless martial artists acknowledged him as a celestial oracle. Yet, during his attempts to divine the secrets of the Divine Sword Sect, he achieved nothing and nearly lost his life. What does this indicate? Even the most simplistic mind would recognize that it signifies the profound heritage and fortune of the Divine Sword Sect, an entity far beyond their comprehension. The words of the old man in simple clothes were not mere boasts. They were stark truths devoid of embellishment. This revelation sent shockwaves through the entirety of Taoyuan village. Consequently, they hastily gathered their belongings and collectively made their way to the Divine Sword Sect. For them, this was an unimaginable opportunity that they were determined to seize. They had resolved to abandon all semblance of dignity, willing to grovel and cling desperately to the sect. Indeed, this was the Divine Sword Sect. How grand and magnificent it was! They had never encountered anything like it before. The old man in simple attire ambled along with his hands clasped behind his back, his chin held high, exuding an air of arrogance. It was as if he were proclaiming that joining the Divine Sword Sect was the pinnacle of honor. Wherever he went, he radiated an aura of superiority. Throughout the journey, he frequently reminded the village chief and others of his status as an elder of the Divine Sword Sect, a quintessential show-off. After all, becoming an elder of the Divine Sword Sect was a matter of great pride. Did you not think I was mad and spouting nonsense before? Were you not prepared to gang up on me? He mused. Once we enter the Divine Sword Sect, I shall enlighten you, narrow-minded old fools. on the mysteries and strengths of our sect. He resolved not to relent until he had made them fully aware of their ignorance. Upon hearing the old man's confident assertions, the village chief and the other villagers disregarded his ostentation and shifted their gaze to the grand entrance of the Divine Sword Sect, scrutinizing it intently. They were taken aback upon closer inspection. Suddenly, their bodies trembled, and they collectively gasped in disbelief. All eyes were fixed on the three powerful characters inscribed on the plaque, Divine Sword Sect. They instinctively rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? These three characters are imbued with boundless Taoist charm and an aura of profound laws, radiating an unparalleled sword intent. Remarkable. Such artistry is beyond comprehension. Shouldn't such treasures be preserved as heirlooms for the sect, allowing prodigious disciples and elders to ponder and comprehend them day and night? Yet here they were, exposed to the elements at the entrance. Unbelievable. The depths of the Divine Sword Sect are truly unfathomable. A storm of emotions surged within the village chief and the villagers, their eyes reflecting a tangible astonishment. From this moment on, the Divine Sword Sect transformed in their minds into an enigmatic and immensely powerful entity. Merely casting a glance at the characters on the plaque granted them a sense of profound insight, as if they had grasped some ineffable mystery. It is no exaggeration to say that if they were to devote themselves to contemplating these three characters day and night, their cultivation would advance significantly, potentially breaking through long-standing bottlenecks. At that moment, the one-eyed elder, burdened with a rusted broad iron sword, found himself immersed in a profound epiphany, attempting to comprehend the astounding sword intent encapsulated in those three characters. For someone of his caliber, breaking through a bottleneck is an arduous task. Thus, any opportunity is of immense significance. It is clear how formidable the sword intent contained within these characters must be. After a brief pause, he exhaled a breath of stale air, slowly opening his eyes. In an instant, the light that flickered within them resembled two legendary weapons, poised to pierce through the heavens. Such powerful sword intent. I have merely grazed the surface, yet my cultivation has improved. The Divine Sword Sect is terrifying. I must remain here. The one-eyed elder murmured in excitement, his eyes brimming with astonishment. At that moment, the gazes of the others upon him were filled with unabashed envy and shock. Though they lacked the one-eyed elder's fortune, they recognized his mastery of the sword path, and each had derived varying degrees of benefit, so no one felt unjustly treated. Instantly, the fervor and anticipation in the eyes of the old monsters directed at the Divine Sword Sect intensified. It is evident that such immense opportunities lie within the sect, given that even the plaque at the entrance holds such promise. Just then, their eyes inadvertently fell upon a large black stone tablet near the entrance. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but an unsettling sensation washed over them, as if a primordial beast were slumbering within. They gasped in unison, once more astounded. Upon arriving at the entrance, they had already encountered two treasures exuding immense terror. The depth of the Divine Sword Sect was beyond their estimation. Observing the villagers in a state of utter shock, the old man in simple clothes smirked, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. He recalled his own experience of being equally astonished when he first arrived at the sect's entrance. At last, I have fulfilled the elder's mission by bringing these old fellows to the sect, he murmured before leading the group toward the entrance, ready to pay their respects to the sect master. Just as they approached the entrance, they noticed a young man seated cross-legged in a state of deep enlightenment. Chapter 146. I, Xinyuan Qingtian, am a man no one dares to touch. The youth, clad in white, possessed a strikingly handsome visage and an effortlessly charismatic demeanor, most notably accentuated by the large wine gourd hanging from his waist. At that moment, an intense, piercing sword energy emanated from him. Within a 3-meter radius, an ancient sword, exuding a formidable pressure, circled protectively around its meditating master. If they were not mistaken, this young fellow was also drawn into a state of enlightenment by the three characters on the plaque, wholly absorbed in grasping the astonishing sword intent. Remarkable. At such a tender age, he radiates such fierce sword energy. It is clear this child possesses extraordinary talent, a true paragon of his generation. The ancient sword beside him was an exceedingly rare extreme-grade celestial weapon. It seems the Divine Sword Sect is not only unfathomably profound, but its disciples are indeed extraordinary. Upon witnessing the young man in a state of enlightenment, the crowd was filled with myriad sentiments. The one-eyed elder, in particular, narrowed his eyes in astonishment. As a master of the sword path, he possessed unparalleled insight. He could distinctly sense that the terrifying sword energy emanating from the youth was intertwined with an exalted sword intent. Good heavens! This young man is truly exceptional. In the realm of swordsmanship, once one comprehends their own sword intent, they lay the foundation for achieving greatness in the sword path. Such potential is boundless. Most martial artists, even many prodigies, spend their entire lives without grasping a hint of sword intent. Yet this young man has already begun to comprehend it. His talent is indeed fearsome. This young man possesses extraordinary gifts, an exceptional physique, remarkable insight, and is accompanied by an extreme-grade celestial weapon. He must surely be a direct disciple of the sect master. The one-eyed elder speculated quietly. As the crowd marveled at the youth's talents, a horrifyingly sharp sword energy erupted from him, soaring towards the heavens, stirring the very winds and clouds of the world. Suddenly, the skies above the mountain gate churned ominously, a cacophony of sounds resonating through the realms. As a colossal vortex of sword energy crushed all in its vicinity, the swirling, demon-slaying sword emitted a series of resounding cries, its terrifying aura sweeping across the land. In an instant, the young man seated cross-legged slowly opened his eyes, and from his gaze erupted a palpable sword intent, as if it could pierce through the void. The overwhelming pressure he exuded warped the surrounding space, visible ripples appearing in the air. Within the Divine Sword Sect, atop Xianyuan Peak, in the secluded chamber of the elders, Xianyuan Qingtian sat cross-legged, radiating an aura of unmatched benevolence. The chaotic and fearsome sword energy cleaved the surrounding space into nothingness, resembling a goddess immersed in profound meditation. Suddenly, as if sensing something, her densely fringed eyelashes quivered slightly, and her eyes gradually opened. In her gaze, two golden sword energies burst forth like lightning, piercing the heavens, causing the very earth to tremble and all beings to bow in submission. Where has that madman found another disciple with a sword cultivator's physique? She pondered. No, this is different. Has a powerful presence descended upon my Divine Sword Sect? Do they intend to harm the madman? I shall see who dares to act with such audacity in my sect. Who dares to lay a hand on my man, Xianyuan Qingtian? Her expression grew cold, and an overwhelming pressure radiated from her, sending tremors through Xianyuan Peak. In the next moment, she vanished from her position. Meanwhile, within the inner sanctum of the sect, among the extraordinary disciples, Yuan Shengxin, Dugu Qingming, and the newly inducted Wenren Mei, each in deep meditation, sensed the sharp sword energy infused with righteous aura. One by one, they opened their eyes, their gazes sparkling like the cosmos, filled with myriad expressions. It appeared that their esteemed leader had once again recruited a gifted disciple, a rare sword cultivator at that. They wondered if this newcomer was yet another stunning beauty. Curiosity piqued, they decided to investigate. In whispers, they unleashed their formidable spiritual awareness, enveloping the entire Divine Sword Sect, swiftly locking onto the figure of Shao Qingtian at the mountain gate. Judging by the cultivation talent and personal strength, they dismissed him lightly. However, if he were indeed a beautiful calamity, they would certainly feel a twinge of envy. Unbeknownst to them, they had begun to regard their leader with utmost importance. Observing the situation at the mountain gate, they felt a wave of relief, yet a flicker of surprise crossed their exquisite faces. What do these powerful, albeit broken, old folks seek in our Divine Sword Sect? They murmured before a glint of coldness flashed in their eyes, and they vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, atop another peak, Long Qingsheng, engrossed in her training, slowly opened her eyes upon sensing the righteous sword energy. A hint of disbelief crossed her features. Could it be that our esteemed leader has taken in yet another talented disciple, and one skilled in swordplay? Previously, their leader had bestowed upon her the innate righteous breath method, enabling her to awaken the 9 in holy body, alongside the supreme technique's Isol divine formula, swallowing mountains and rivers technique, and the ancient divine weapon primordial cold flame blade. Her prowess in swordsmanship had reached extraordinary heights. Since returning from her family and conquering the heavenly ladder trial, she had ascended from the core formation stage to the out-of-body stage, her fortune and Dao rhythm blossoming. Now, Sensing the explosive sword energy at the mountain gate, she felt a surge of curiosity and competitive spirit. She had personally experienced the terrifying sword intent encapsulated in the 3 characters on the Sect's plaque, through which she had gleaned insights into her own blade intent. "Let me see what you are made of," she mused, unleashing a tangible and domineering aura of blade energy as she strolled toward the mountain gate. On another peak designated for outer disciples, Meng Xiaoxing grasped the 100 birds and phoenix spear, standing tall like a javelin as he comprehended the supreme spear intent. Suddenly, he felt a shift and opened his eyes, directing a sharp gaze toward the mountain gate. "Oh, a sword genius has arrived at our sect?" he exclaimed. "The sword reigns supreme among weapons, while the spear is the king of them all. Last time, I lost to the blade-wielding Long Shimmy, whose blade intent stemmed from the awe-inspiring sword intent at the mountain gate. In terms of spear intent versus blade intent, I am certainly not inferior. I merely lost due to my physique. Long Shimmy's 9 holy body is overwhelmingly powerful." Recalling the chilling aura Long Qingsheng had exuded, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Such a physique could not be easily matched. He wondered if this newly inducted sword cultivator possessed a similarly monstrous physique. If I were to spar with him, who would prevail? As thoughts swirled, he angled the 100 birds and phoenix spear toward the heavens, exuding an unparalleled spear energy as he strode toward the mountain gate, leaving a path of shattered space in his wake. Meanwhile, within the intersect, Yi Xian, Yi Jingyun, and Yao Wujing alongside the outer disciples Li Shengnan and Tuo Bakuan sensed the righteous sword energy simultaneously, instinctively gazing toward the mountain gate, their eyes reflecting a mix of anticipation and curiosity. At the mountain gate, Xiao Qingtian, having opened his eyes, displayed unmasked joy. At that moment, he acutely felt the immense sword energy converging within him. He even discerned a fragment of the coveted sword intent he had long sought. With this sword intent as a foundation, not only would he be invincible among his peers, but he would also qualify to enter the sword path, promising limitless potential in his swordsmanship. Moreover, his cultivation had advanced, and he was but a step away from transcending into the spirit separation stage. Who would have thought that merely contemplating the 3 characters on the sect plaque would yield such fortune? I have now reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, drawing closer to becoming a supreme being. Xiao Qingtian marveled at his own progress. He uncorked the wine gourd at his waist, taking several hearty swigs. The fine wine coursed through him like a warm current, filling him with an unparalleled comfort. He even sensed a subtle improvement in his cultivation. The undying wine sword body is indeed incredibly powerful. The leader was right. Drinking enhances strength. Remarkable. Filled with excitement, Xiao Qingtian cherished 2 passions in life, swordsmanship and wine. Now awakened to the undying wine sword body and granted the supreme weapon demon-slaying sword, he felt utterly elated. He silently summoned the swirling demon-slaying sword, which, as if sensing his call, swiftly embedded itself into his brow. I have awakened the undying wine sword body, and with the gifts of the leader, my cultivation has soared to the pinnacle of the spirit infancy stage. It is time to face the trial of the heavenly ladder. Otherwise, remaining a mere errand disciple would not only squander my remarkable physique and talent, but would also dishonor the leader's nurturing. Resolute, he prepared to rise and accept the challenge of the heavenly ladder when a glimpse from the corner of his eye startled him, nearly causing him to drop his wine gourd. To his astonishment, a group of elderly individuals, missing limbs and all, stared intently at him, their gazes aflame with desire, akin to that of hungry diners eyeing a sumptuous feast. "Excuse me, esteemed elders, could you please stop staring at me? I am aware of my exceptional looks and charm. A rarity indeed. However, I must apologize. My tastes do not run that deep. So do not even think about it," Xiao Qingtian retorted with a hint of annoyance. He had just awakened from his epiphany when he found himself being scrutinized by a group of peculiar old men, some of whom were missing limbs, their expressions suggesting an insatiable hunger to devour him. What was he to think? While one might claim to be a beauty, what was he to make of a gathering of disabled, eccentric old men? The village chief and the villagers were immediately embarrassed, retracting their inquisitive gazes. This misunderstanding had grown rather substantial. They had merely been captivated by the sword aura radiating from this young lad, momentarily lost in thought, with no ulterior motives. What on earth was this boy thinking? Yet to be fair, this young man, at his tender age, had managed to grasp a trace of sword intent, a talent so extraordinary that it promised his future dominion over the sword arts. Young brother, are you truly a direct disciple of the sword god Sect's master? The one-eyed dragon could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. Senior, you overestimate me. Given my physique and talent, I would likely only be considered a mediocre disciple within the sword god sect, hardly worthy of being the master's true disciple. In the sect, I am merely a lowly servant disciple, not even qualifying as an outer disciple. Only the legendary prodigies of the heavenly rankings could be deemed worthy of such a title, Xiao Qingtian replied, his respect for the sect's master evident in his tone. Without the master's nurturing, he would never have awakened the undying wine sword body, nor obtained the unparalleled ultimate weapon, the Demon Slayer's sword. What did you say? You're not even an outer disciple? Just a servant disciple of the sword god sect? Surely this is a jest. The one-eyed dragon was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of utter disbelief, before he was completely overwhelmed with shock. How could such a prodigious talent merely be a servant disciple? Was this an exaggeration? When did such an extraordinary genius become as common as cabbage? It was no exaggeration to say that someone of this young man's caliber would undoubtedly become the master's true disciple in any other sect. He might even be groomed to become the holy son of the sect, a successor of sorts. Yet here he was, merely a servant disciple in the sword god sect? The one-eyed dragon was so astounded he could hardly speak, his mind momentarily incapacitated, as if questioning how the sword god sect could be so astonishingly unconventional. The village chief and others were equally awestruck, their expressions incredulous. To possess such an unparalleled physique and extraordinary talent, and yet only be a servant disciple? What was happening? This fundamentally challenged their understanding. Had the world truly changed, leaving them outdated? Were geniuses now as common as dogs, with prodigies strewn about everywhere? An elderly man clad in simple garments also appeared perplexed. Before leaving the sect, he had not encountered this young prodigy. Yet he vividly remembered the other few exceptional talents within the sect. Could it be that this youth was a recent recruit of the sect master? As the one-eyed dragon regained his composure, he vigorously shook his head, convinced the young man was lying without a shred of doubt. Young brother, it is wrong to deceive others. If you were not the master's true disciple, how could you awaken such an extraordinary battle body? How could you possess such prodigious talent and comprehend the sword intent that countless sword cultivators dream of attaining? Not to mention wielding an ultimate weapon? The one-eyed dragon, not being an ordinary warrior, understood that awakening an unparalleled battle body required immense fortune. Such fortune could only be bestowed by an extraordinary being or obtained through serendipity within ancient ruins. Here, in the sword god sect, the most formidable would naturally be the sect master. If this youth were not the master's true disciple, it was utterly absurd. Indeed, the ultimate weapon was granted to me by the sect master, and the supreme battle body was awakened thanks to a treasured gift from him. But who decreed that only true disciples could receive such treasures from the master? Our sect master possesses unfathomable depth and a multitude of treasures. What is so strange about bestowing treasures upon servant disciples? Xiao Qingtian retorted, his demeanor one of disdain as he regarded the one-eyed dragon and the others. What? Anyone with a brain can comprehend sword intent? The one-eyed dragon and the village chief nearly choked on his words. This was tantamount to saying they were fools. Countless sword cultivators dreamed of grasping sword intent, yet it was reduced to a mere matter of intellect, in the young man's words. If those practitioners heard this, they might very well seek out a rock to end their lives. Fortunately, they were seasoned warriors with wills as solid as stone, else they might have shattered under such a statement. Even so, they could not suppress the twitching of their eyelids. At that moment, a scene unfolded that left the one-eyed dragon and the village chief even more astounded. From within the sect emerged a man and a woman, their presence instantly commanding attention. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her demeanor icy and exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine, reminiscent of a snow lotus atop an ancient, unmelting mountain. As she walked, the surrounding space visibly manifested shards of mysterious ice. The man wielded a spear known as the 100 Birds and Phoenix, his entire being radiating fierce and terrifying energy akin to a sharp, divine weapon, his eyes aflame with unrestrained martial fervor. It was evident that they were both endowed with supreme battle bodies. What a sight! In any sect, having one such exceptional talent was a rarity. Yet here in the Sword God sect, 3 had emerged at once. Was it truly the case that prodigies were as common as dogs within the sect? The village chief and others were left utterly bewildered, their gazes toward the Sword God sect imbued with growing reverence and anticipation. Even before entering, they were profoundly awed by the sect's depth and mystery, far exceeding their expectations. As they rubbed their eyes in disbelief, a jaw-dropping sight unfolded before them. 4 unparalleled women approached in unison, their overwhelming presence stirring the winds and clouds. The sky darkened, thunderous roars resonated, and the shadows of divine beasts appeared, overshadowing even the brilliance of the sun and moon. Leading the procession was a woman clad in a plain white gown, her beauty eclipsing the very heavens, radiating an ancient, unparalleled sharpness and dominance, accompanied by an air of sacredness that rendered her seemingly invincible. Most astonishingly, a hint of chaotic energy lingered around her. She stood there with an effortless grace, exuding an aura that commanded submission from all. The golden sword imprint on her forehead was enough to send shivers down one's spine and cause the soul to tremble. Following her was another woman, adorned in a green gown, exuding a tranquil aura, her beauty celestial, radiating a sense of purity akin to a divine spirit of the heavens. Just her presence summoned auspicious clouds and divine beasts to pay homage, while the sun and moon dimmed in her wake. Her emerald eyes not only contained the essence of unparalleled vitality, but also emanated subtle powers of time and space. Though she did not project an imposing aura, her very being instilled a sense of reverence that made it difficult to meet her gaze. It is a sight to behold from a distance, yet not to be trifled with. The most astonishing aspect is that this woman exudes a faint yet unmistakable aura of an emperor. The term emperor alone signifies an entity revered by countless beings, instilling awe in innumerable formidable warriors who bow in deference and tremble in fear. An emperor gazes down upon all living things, commands realms, and possesses the power to rend mountains and shatter the earth with but a thought, causing oceans to dry and stones to crumble. To be an emperor is to touch the very essence of the laws of the universe, executing the will of heaven and earth with terrifying prowess. The third woman, clad in a black gown, possesses beauty that rivals the first 2, akin to a goddess of the dark night descending upon the world. She radiates an overwhelming aura of primal chaos, and the surrounding space visibly quakes and collapses in her presence. Simply standing there, she conveys an ominous sense that with a mere gesture, she could rend the heavens and earth asunder. Most fearfully, there is a trace of a revered one's essence about her. What is a revered one? It is a being that transcends even the mightiest emperors, a sovereign of realms, a veritable deity in the eyes of warriors. With a stomp, they could cause the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake, vanishing kings and emperors with a mere thought, compelling even emperors to bow with a single glance. A revered being is an unparalleled terror that wields the laws of the cosmos, capable of transforming the very fabric of reality with but a thought. It is not an exaggeration to say that in the presence of an emperor or a revered one, mere mortals are akin to slightly larger ants. The reason is simple. The revered can directly devour the vast energies of the universe for their own use and summon these forces to strike down foes at critical moments. In other words, she is the very embodiment of the universe, and her attacks are divine retributions. Who could possibly stand against her? The fourth woman embodies a bewitching beauty that captivates all realms. A mere glance ensnares the hearts of onlookers, plunging them into an endless illusion. Strangely, at the moment one beholds her, an intoxicating and mesmerizing fragrance wafts from her being. The village chief and the other elders become as soulless puppets, their eyes fixed hungrily upon her, their gazes aflame with desire, as if they long to pounce upon her. Even the elderly woman, wielding a cane, flushes as though intoxicated, breathing heavily with a yearning that is indescribable, her eyes shimmering with a watery allure. Even the blind elder cannot resist the allure, drool escaping the corner of his mouth. Were it not for a sudden reprimanding voice that jolted them back to reality, they would have been left in an utterly embarrassing predicament. With a start, they awakened to the realization of their disgraceful behavior, their old faces flushed crimson. They dare not glance at each other again. For this woman is a harbinger of doom capable of devouring souls. Upon noticing the youth with the wine gourd, who is utterly captivated by the enchanting woman, the one-eyed elder feels a sense of balance restored within himself. To prevent any indiscretion from this youth, he slaps the boy on the forehead and turns away as if he were a stranger. Xiao Qing Tian feels a sudden chill run down his spine, covering his face and turning away, as if the woman were a deadly succubus ready to claim his life with a mere glance. This is not to say they are weak. They were once formidable figures with undeniable power. However, they were caught off guard by her overwhelming presence. It is evident that her strength is extraordinary, capable of disarming their spirits in an instant, a fact that cannot be dismissed lightly. Without question, the woman in white must be the first elder of the Divine Sword Sect, possessing the pinnacle of swordsmanship and unparalleled beauty, just as the old man in the simple garb had described. Although she has not made a move nor deliberately exuded a powerful aura, they feel instinctively that should she unleash her full strength, they would be utterly incapable of withstanding it. As for the woman in green and the one in black, they are likely prodigious disciples listed among the Divine Sword Sect's elite, potentially even surpassing the descriptions provided by the old man. Yet, the breathtakingly beautiful woman who nearly caused their disgrace remains an enigma. Contemplating her presence sends shivers down their spines, for compared to the three formidable women, they harbor even greater trepidation towards her. In battles between experts, a minuscule error can lead to catastrophic consequences. If she could disarm their spirits in an instant, one can only imagine how effortlessly she could extinguish their lives if she so desired. Their collective gazes shift to the elder in simple garb, as if demanding, "Old man, how could you be unaware of such a mesmerizing enchantress? What purpose do you serve as an elder?" In that moment, words fail to convey the depth of their astonishment, and they struggle to articulate the complexity of their emotions. It is at this instant that they truly grasp the terrifying nature of the Divine Sword Sect and the immeasurable depth of its foundation. It is no exaggeration to claim that any one of these four exceptional women could establish their own sect, such as their fearsome prowess. The elder in simple garb stands dumbfounded, swearing he has never encountered such a formidable enchantress. If he had, he certainly would not have forgotten her. If his intuition serves him correctly, she must be a recent acquisition of the sect leader, on par with Yuan Shengxin and Du Gu Qingming in terms of talent. These four women are none other than the first elder Xinyuan Qingtian, the prodigious disciple Yuan Shengxin, Du Gu Qingming, and Wen Renyin. What brings you to the Divine Sword Sect? Xinyuan Qingtian inquires, her tone icy as she surveys the village chief and his companions. Her gaze implies that any unsatisfactory answer may provoke her wrath. In her mind, anyone daring to challenge the Divine Sword Sect or threaten her husband Lin Feng must be eradicated, regardless of their power. Yuan Shengxin, Du Gu Qingming, and Wen Renyin also fix their gaze upon the village chief and his companions, their suppressed energy palpable, ready to unleash like thunder. In their hearts, they have long regarded the sect leader as their utmost priority. To challenge the Divine Sword Sect is to challenge him, and they would not let it slide. Witnessing this, Long Qingqing and Meng Xiaoxing are taken aback. Could they be perceived as a threat to the Divine Sword Sect? Although they are well aware of the strength possessed by Yuan Shengxin and her companions, their hearts quicken, filled with admiration for the powerful. Meanwhile, the village chief and the others feel overwhelmed, realizing that these prodigies clearly view them as adversaries, a grave misunderstanding indeed. They lack the audacity to confront the Divine Sword Sect. Fair Lady Qingtian, Miss Shengxin, Miss Qingming, this young lady, you have misunderstood. These elderly gentlemen, though missing limbs, are my friends and have come to join our Divine Sword Sect. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the elder in simple garb quickly steps forward to clarify. I merely sensed the arrival of powerful beings at the Divine Sword Sect and came to investigate. Ah, I see. I merely sensed the presence of strong individuals at the Divine Sword Sect. Hence my inquiry, Xinyuan Qingtian replies, her demeanor softening as she nods at the elder in simple garb. Since becoming Lin Feng's partner, she has approached every matter from his perspective. Despite the minor misunderstanding that transpired today, it is not necessarily a negative occurrence. These elders clearly possess formidable strength and an untamable spirit. The four most powerful individuals in the sect have mobilized, which should serve as a formidable warning to the opposing side. Consequently, Lin Feng will undoubtedly be held in even greater reverence. After all, if the disciples within the sect are so powerful. Any rational individual would understand that the sect leader must be even more terrifying. Her words carry a particular significance. Those who contribute to the sect will be rewarded by the leader of the Divine Sword Sect. This misunderstanding, coupled with a few carefully chosen words, serves as a demonstration of both benevolence and authority. If my intuition is correct, these elders were likely summoned by the eccentric to assist the elderly man in his mission. They are all immensely strong, with some even surpassing me, and will prove to be a significant asset to the Divine Sword Sect. The eccentric has performed admirably this time, but the fact that such a significant matter was not discussed with me warrants a heartfelt conversation. Xianyuan Qingtian mused internally. The elderly man in plain clothing is the alchemy elder of the Divine Peak, appointed by the eccentric, and she is naturally familiar with him. Yuan Xingxin and Duga Qingming are also known to her. Although she's unfamiliar with Wenren Yinmei, she holds no objection since both senior sisters and Elder Qingtian acknowledge her. Fairy Xianyuan, you are too polite. The sect leader not only saved my life, but also granted me the Divine Peak and entrusted me with the alchemy lineage of the sect. This kindness is greater than the heavens themselves. In this lifetime, I am willing to dedicate my life and efforts to the sect leader without reservation. Such trifles are truly insignificant. Upon hearing Xianyuan Qingtian's words, the plain-clothed elder was taken aback, his face brimming with smiles as he clasped his fists in gratitude. Chapter 150. Is the Divine Sword Sect the origin of exceptional talents? This elderly fellow is quite astute. Since joining the Divine Sword Sect, he has discreetly gathered information regarding the sect's affairs. From what he knows, the first elder Xianyuan Qingtian shares an extraordinary relationship with the sect leader. And receiving a compliment from Xianyuan Qingtian is indeed a remarkable feat, having met the plain-clothed elder, Yuan Xingxin and her companions, possessing keen insight. Discerned Xianyuan Qingtian's intentions and offered a slight bow to the elder, thus bestowing upon him significant honor. It should be noted that Lin Feng was nearly obliterated by the might of heaven and earth, had it not been for Yuan Xingxin's respectful bow. The reincarnated Emperor Yuan Xingxin, the reincarnated Supreme being Dugu Qingming, and Wenren Yinmei, who possesses the chaotic enchanting sacred body, are all recognized by the laws of heaven and earth. Their every action embodies the will of the universe, and not everyone can withstand a bow from them. The absence of backlash this time was intentional. Otherwise, the plain-clothed elder would have long been crushed into nothingness by the weight of heaven and earth. Yes. You must not be overly courteous. I am unworthy of such honor. It may shorten my lifespan. As a transcendent being, the plain-clothed elder instinctively understood the laws of heaven and earth and recognized that he could not bear such respect. He further understood that this gesture was a favor bestowed upon him, marking the pinnacle of his life. In a moment of overwhelming excitement, he hastily spoke up to prevent any further bowing, aware that he could not silently accept such honor. This glory was enough to allow him to boast for a lifetime. With a purposeful glance at the village chief and others nearby, he subtly raised his chin, evidently reveling in his status as an elder of the Divine Sword Sect. Look at how prestigious this is. The reincarnated supreme beings pay their respects to this elder. Can there be a higher honor than this? Who would dare to question the Divine Sword Sect now? Who would dare to belittle the sect leader? This fellow has truly struck gold. A fortune earned over 8 lifetimes. No, we must ensure that the sect leader grants us an elder title as well. We cannot let the plain-clothed elder continue to bask in this glory. Indeed, the village chief and others were flushed with embarrassment, their eyes brimming with envy. At that moment, Meng Xiaoxing suddenly spoke. Are you a newly accepted disciple of the sect leader? His gaze towards Xiao Qingtian was tinged with palpable battle intent. Xiao Qingtian was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he could distinctly sense the sharpness emanating from the other's aura. Moreover, the other's talent, physique, and strength were nearly on par with his own. Indeed, during this time, Meng Xiaoxing had diligently cultivated, not only advancing his spear intent, but also reaching the out-of-body realm. The cold, white-clad woman exuded an aura of immense power, making him wary. As for the 4 extraordinary women, he could hardly fathom their strength. He only felt that with a mere thought from them, his life would be forfeit. The Divine Sword Sect is home to numerous prodigies, and although I possess the unparalleled war body and the ascending wine sword body, I must remain humble. In the presence of these prodigies and exceptional talents, I am but a mere trifle. Xiao Qingtian quickly recognized the reality of his situation, adjusted his mindset, and resolved to exert even greater effort in his cultivation. Not wishing to disappoint the sect leader's expectations. "Do you dare to battle me?" Meng Xiaoxing asked with an imposing demeanor, his entire being radiating an intense spear intent. Imbued with an unfathomable energy. What is there to fear? Xiao Qingtian laughed heartily, taking a large swig from his wine gourd. A wild and unrestrained aura emanating from him. This opportunity to battle a prodigy was one he had long sought, irrespective of victory or defeat. It was the experience that mattered. At that moment, their battle intent soared to the heavens, altering the atmosphere around them. Upon sensing the overwhelming battle intent radiating from both individuals, the skies above the Divine Sword Sect erupted with resplendent golden light. Almost simultaneously, an extraordinary aura swept through the air, causing the entire realm to tremble, signaling the arrival of something formidable. In an instant, an ancient arena, adorned with countless rays of light and intricate carvings of divine beasts, materialized in mid-air, its mysterious presence captivating all. This was the Taiping Arena, a structure presented by the system. When prodigious disciples of the sect engage in contests, it automatically appears from the void, bestowing insights of the Tao and laws of heaven and earth, regardless of the outcome. Meng Xiaoxing was well acquainted with the Taiping Arena. With a flick of his spear, he was the first to ascend onto the stage. Xiao Qingtian's battle intent surged, and after taking another hearty swig of wine, he stomped the ground with force, launching himself into the air to follow suit onto the Taiping Arena. Long Qingtian's frosty gaze revealed a glimmer of anticipation. She was quite intrigued by the duel between the two. She was well aware of Meng Xiaoxing's strength, having reached an astonishing level of mastery in spear techniques. Had it not been for her superior physique in their previous spar, she would not have emerged victorious. As for Xiao Qingtian, she had no prior knowledge of him, but the overwhelming sword intent radiating from him indicated he was no weakling. Both of them had comprehended the essence of their respective arts, and thus, this confrontation promised to be captivating. She soared into the air, positioning herself above, awaiting the impending duel. After all, witnessing the clash of prodigies would provide her with invaluable experience that would benefit her own growth. The presence of Xiao Qingtian's previously emitted sword intent had already stirred the entire Divine Sword Sect, and now, with the emergence of the Taiping Arena, all attention was drawn to the disciples of the sect. Without a doubt, a rare and remarkable confrontation between prodigies was about to unfold. Numerous miscellaneous disciples. Inner disciples Yi Xian, Yi Jingyun, outer disciples Li Shengnan, Tuoba Kun, and Yao Wujiao, all ceased their training and swiftly employed their abilities to fly over and witness this extraordinary duel. Soon, the skies above the Divine Sword Sect were filled with all the prodigies and exceptional talents of the sect, while the area beneath the Taiping Arena became crowded with many miscellaneous disciples. The atmosphere on site grew increasingly fervent. On the Taiping Arena, the essence of spear and sword clashed in secret, with the spear's energy soaring to the heavens and the sword's aura weaving through the air, causing the very space to tremble and emit mournful sounds. The battle between Meng Xiaoxing and Xiao Qingtian commenced. Meanwhile, at the mountain gate, the village chief and others were left dumbfounded upon witnessing the arrival of Yi Xian and his companions. What on earth? How did so many prodigies suddenly appear? Is the Divine Sword Sect a breeding ground for such talents? Chapter 151. Balancing Grace and Authority. The elder speculation on the sect master the first to see the sword essence embodied in Xiao Qingtian were already astounded. Just as they regained their composure, they beheld the entrance of Long Qingcheng, exuding an aura of chilling coldness, along with the enigmatic Meng Xiaoxing. Following them were four extraordinary women, leaving the onlookers feeling inadequate. Now, a group of prodigious talents appeared, creating an overwhelming spectacle. After a long pause, they finally emerged from their astonishment, inhaling deeply as they fixed their gaze on the old man in plain clothes, collectively thinking, that old man has truly stumbled upon incredible fortune, fortuitously joining the illustrious Divine Sword Sect. It was well known that in Taoyuan village, the old man in plain clothes was the weakest among them, easily overpowered by anyone. Yet now, He had become an elder of alchemy in the Divine Sword Sect, inspiring envy among them. The old man sensed their gazes and relished the effect. Thus, he raised his head high, clasped his hands behind his back, embodying an air of arrogance. You look down upon the Divine Sword Sect. You prepare to gang up on me. You thought I was boasting. Old man, in the interest of appearing more sincere, why not go ahead and inform the sect master? We shall wait here, the village chief suggested. The others nodded in agreement. Recognizing the extraordinary talent of the Divine Sword Sect's disciples, they understood the stature of the sect master. They could not afford to provoke the sect master's displeasure, lest they be left lamenting their lost opportunity. Very well, the old man replied, no longer feigning arrogance. He nodded, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect as he bowed reverently towards the direction of the inverted peak. Honorable sect master, I, Huabai, have returned to the sect today and brought back some old friends from Taoyuan village. I humbly request your acceptance of them. He spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the village chief and the others grew tense, their hearts racing with anxiety. They feared that the sect master might reject them, and they could do nothing but watch as their golden opportunity slipped away. Could they not be anxious? Yet, should outsiders see their unease, they would likely be astonished. It was known that each of them was a formidable powerhouse, renowned in the realm of cultivation decades ago, and they had never before been so uncomposed. Yet today, merely awaiting an audience with the sect master had left them nervous. At the same time, atop the Divine Sword Sect at the inverted peak, the sect master Lin Feng sat cross-legged on a Bodhi meditation cushion, his eyes closed in deep concentration. An aura of unparalleled dominance surrounded him, various phenomena manifesting around him. Suddenly, he sensed something, slowly opening his eyes, his gaze piercing through the void. Upon examining the sect's map, he beheld the scene above the Taiping arena, where Xiao Qingtian and Meng Xiaoxing were engaged in martial arts practice. The arena was suffused with a powerful aura, sharp sword chi and unpredictable spear energy clashing, unleashing formidable winds that struck awe into the heart. Ah, this Meng Xiaoxing is indeed a martial enthusiast. The last time Long Qingxiang joined the sect, he sought to spar, and now he approaches Xiao Qingtian again. Such ambition is rare, with his Spear King's dominance and unwavering dedication to martial arts. He is sure to shine brightly on the path of spear mastery. Lin Feng mused, nodding in satisfaction. He then shifted his gaze toward the mountain gate, exclaiming, "What a grand spectacle this is!" Leading the charge was Xianyuan Qingtian, accompanied by prodigious disciples from the heavenly and earthly rankings, such as Yuan Shengxin, Dugu Qingming, Wan Renin Mei, and others, presenting a formidable assembly from the Divine Sword Sect. This was the first time Lin Feng witnessed such a scene, and he felt a surge of excitement. It had not been long since the Divine Sword Sect had achieved such a scale. If other sects were to learn of this seismic transformation, they would surely question their own existence. Lin Feng smiled faintly, glancing at the elders from Taoyuan village, a smile of intrigue gracing his lips. He had noticed them the moment the old man in plain clothes and the elders appeared at the sect's gate. However, he chose to remain indifferent, as it was necessary to temper the disposition of these powerful yet unruly individuals before inviting them in. Thus, he tacitly approved of Xianyuan Qingtian and the others' actions. Indeed, it mirrors those fantastical tales from Water Blue Star, where reclusive individuals, despite their formidable abilities, seem to carry untold burdens in their pasts, often tied to injury. Lin Feng thought, a grin forming as he envisioned the future. With the addition of these elders, the strength of the Divine Sword Sect would surely ascend to new heights. As his thoughts concluded, he executed the soaring to great heights technique and vanished from his location. At the mountain gate, the village chief and others anxiously awaited. Suddenly, a potent, oppressive aura, fierce and commanding, enveloped the surroundings without warning. Under this overwhelming pressure, the village chief and others felt as though they were being scrutinized by some great terror. Their scalps tingling, spines chilling, and goosebumps rising uncontrollably. Deep within their hearts burgeoned an uncontrollable urge to submit. Hiss! What terrifying pressure! They collectively gasped, their hearts silently exclaiming. Unbeknownst to them, this was the sect master's pressure emanating from Lin Feng, who would not hold back in the presence of such formidable beings. Accompanying this overwhelming aura was the sudden appearance of a young man clad in tight-fitting white garments, his handsome visage radiating an otherworldly presence, exuding a commanding aura. The gaze in his eyes was akin to two ancient weapons, surveying the world from a lofty height. Chapter 152. The Reclusive Protagonists. A gathering of sovereign beings, as he materialized, various mythical beast apparitions coalesced around him, casting a shadow over the realm. Upon seeing this young man, Xinyuan Qingtian and her three companions exchanged glances, realizing all was well, and promptly vanished from sight. The four women had appeared, sensing the arrival of a strong presence. Initially suspecting ill intent, Hua Bai, I pay my respects to the esteemed sect master. Upon witnessing the white-clad youth's arrival, the old man in plain clothes immediately bowed. Hiss, is he the enigmatic and invincible sect master of the Divine Sword Sect? Yet, why is he so young in age and appearance? Wasn't he supposed to be a mysterious elder, exuding an air of immortality? The village chief and the others instinctively looked up, only to behold a figure in the sky, resembling an ancient deity, exuding an overwhelming aura that rendered them unable to gaze directly. Could it be that the leader of the Divine Sword Sect is a reincarnated ancient god? It must be so. Otherwise, how could one so young possess such terrifying pressure? Upon this daunting thought, their hearts trembled. We pay our respects to the leader of the Divine Sword Sect, the village chief and his companions, not daring to show any signs of nonchalance, spoke with utmost sincerity. Yes, I'm aware of your intentions. Now, please share your unique attributes, Lin Feng responded, feigning indifference despite the curiosity brewing within. Although, according to the conventions of fantasy, these individuals should possess formidable strength, he believed that seeing is believing. Not everyone is qualified to join the Divine Sword Sect. If they were merely pretenders, it would reflect poorly on the sect, and Lin Feng could not afford to diminish its prestige. Lord Lin, I shall not conceal anything. We are all respectable martial artists who chose to retreat and live in seclusion in Peach Blossom Village to escape formidable foes. I am the village chief, named Xiongba. By chance, I acquired a divine bone from an ancient deity, and upon its fusion, I embarked on the path of martial arts. My current cultivation has reached the extreme royal realm. The village chief, wise with age, discerned Lin Feng's underlying meaning and spoke first. A divine bone from an ancient deity? An extreme royal realm expert? Lin Feng was taken aback by this revelation. The royal realm is a terrifying level of power with strict hierarchies. The realms are classified as human royal, earth royal, heaven royal, and extreme royal. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he was still astonished to discover that this paralyzed elder, seated in a rocking chair, was a super expert of the extreme royal realm, feared by countless martial artists. When the extreme royal realm is enraged, the heavens weep. The sect's first elder, Xinyuan Qingtian, is merely at the human royal level. In terms of cultivation, this incapacitated elder is significantly more powerful. Furthermore, the ability to fuse with a divine bone from an ancient deity speaks volumes about his extraordinary talent, not to mention that he is not to be compared with ordinary prodigies. This is a tremendous gain. With his addition, the Divine Sword Sect possesses a trump card. Anyone who dares to provoke the sect will surely reconsider, Lin Feng mused. I am a formation master, skilled in the art of formations, currently at the Extreme King realm. I am a talisman king, having delved into talismans since childhood, and I have now reached the Heavenly King realm. I am a celestial diviner, uniquely adept at deducing the secrets of the universe, also at the Extreme King realm. I am Granny Wangu, skilled in the art of poisons, with strength at the Earth King realm. I am the Poison Demon Lord, possessing an innate poisonous body. My poison is unmatched at the Heavenly King realm. Note, this individual communicates through thought as he is mute. I am the scholar of four arts, using music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to vanquish foes. At the Earth King realm, I am the slaughterer, proficient in the sword, known as the bloodthirsty Sword Emperor, at the peak of the Heavenly King realm. On the brink of breaking through to the extreme royal realm, there are 9 individuals from Peach Blossom Village, apart from the elder already in the Divine Sword Sect. The others introduce themselves, revealing their names, strengths, and areas of expertise. What on earth? The lowest among them is a super expert at the Earth King realm, 2 at the Earth King realm, 2 at the Heavenly King realm, 2 at the Extreme King realm, 1 at the peak of the Heavenly King realm, and 1 at the Extreme Royal realm. Moreover, given their current state, they're certainly not at their peak strength. If they were to recover to their former glory, what terror would that unleash? Their assembly is indeed invincible. Though Lin Feng maintained a composed demeanor, he was internally astonished. He had initially overestimated the capabilities of these elders. Yet the reality surpassed his expectations. Had he not activated the sect leader's pressure, he would have felt insignificant before them. Thankfully, with the formidable support of Xianyuan Qingtian, he had instilled a sense of intimidation among them, creating a misleading impression of the Divine Sword Sect's might. Once his emotions settled, Lin Feng turned to the elder in plain robes, his gaze tinged with a peculiar expression. He wondered how this individual managed to fit in, as the old adage suggests that birds of a feather flock together. Yet this fellow seemed utterly out of place. All the other villagers from Peach Blossom are at least at the Earth King realm, with even some at the extreme royal realm. In contrast, he could barely reach the immortal realm. It was truly embarrassing. Lin Feng contemplated the immense benefits of this gathering, yet he was acutely aware of the accompanying risks. Even in their injured state, their power was nearly unmatched, suggesting that the enemy capable of forcing them into hiding must possess at least the strength of a saint, or even greater powers. However, this was the Divine Sword Sect, Lin Feng's domain. There was little to fear, even if they were outmatched. The system would ensure overwhelming support against adversaries. In their previous encounter with the Emperor of the Universe, the Divine Monument managed to withstand the celestial pressure effortlessly. Dealing with a saint should be a mere formality. Of course, he remained vigilant, aware that the system could falter at times, such as during the trial in Xianyuan Tomb and against the formidable Wenren Mei. In the face of absolute power, any semblance of luck could prove fatal. Lord Lin, we earnestly hope you will take us in. We shall forever be grateful, Xiongba implored, sensing Lin Feng's silence, and spoke with humility and sincerity. As he finished speaking, the remaining villagers of Peach Blossom Village turned their hopeful gazes towards Lin Feng, their anticipation palpable. They understood that even the mere opportunity they had encountered at the mountain gate of the Divine Sword Sect hinted at the sect's profound foundation. Joining the Divine Sword Sect would undoubtedly provide them with the long-desired opportunities to restore their peak strength and strive for even greater heights. Such opportunities were not to be missed. They were also acutely aware of the implications of being accepted into the Divine Sword Sect, which added to their anxiety. Very well, let us all work together to elevate the Divine Sword Sect, Lin Feng declared. You are all exceptional talents in your respective fields. Henceforth, you shall be elders of the Divine Sword Sect, each overseeing a branch. Within the sect, there are 36 celestial peaks, 72 earthly peaks, and other mountains imbued with great opportunities. Feel free to choose which peaks you wish to govern. Additionally, among the outer and inner disciples, you may select potential candidates to become your direct disciples. Of course, you may also communicate with the extraordinary disciples on the heavenly ranking, if they have no objections. I will not interfere. Lin Feng spoke nonchalantly, though internally he was elated. In just a few days, he had welcomed 8 elders, all of whom were at least at the Earth King realm, significantly enhancing the overall strength of the Divine Sword Sect. How could he not be joyful? Thank you, great lord of the sect. We shall pledge our eternal loyalty to the Divine Sword Sect. Xiongba and the others bowed in gratitude, their excitement and joy evident in their expressions. Goodness, the lord of the sect is truly magnanimous. Upon making their move, each individual was bestowed with a mountain, tasked with overseeing a lineage of the sect and selecting disciples as their successors. The prospect of communicating with prodigious disciples was exhilarating, causing the faces of Xiongba and his companions to flush with excitement. This was a testament to the sect master's unwavering trust in them, treating them as kin. While they were acutely aware of their own limitations in receiving such exceptional disciples, the sect master's attitude moved them deeply. Where else could one find a leader of such caliber? Fueled by this trust, they resolved to devote themselves wholeheartedly to the enhancement and protection of the Divine Sword Sect. Observing the emotional reactions of Xiongba and the others, Lin Feng could not help but smile. With a sweep of his consciousness over the list of elders, Xiongba, bloodthirsty sword monarch, and celestial calculator, he felt a sense of amusement, then promptly utilized his divine movement technique, soaring to great heights, vanishing from sight. Now, you too are elders of the Divine Sword Sect. Allow me to show you around, the elder in plain robes remarked, smiling at the elation of Xiongba and his companions. Completing the sect master's task successfully and providing his old friends with a stable haven brought him great joy. Thank you immensely, Elder Bui. We will remember this kindness. Xiongba and the others responded in unison, their anticipation regarding the inner workings of the Divine Sword Sect palpable. Elder Bui then led them directly into the protective formation of the sect. As they stepped inside, their expressions transformed into ones of astonishment. They could distinctly sense the overwhelming potency of the protective formation, imbued with mysterious and ever-changing powers. A flawless amalgamation of offense and defense. Had they not already earned the sect master's approval, even those with the strength of Earth Kings would find themselves easily overwhelmed by its might. With luck, they might escape with a lingering fragment of their souls. Without it, they would surely be obliterated. As for the arrayed demon, upon entering the protective formation, he immediately fell into a profound state of realization, deeply contemplating the intricacies of the formation. It was clear that this protective array represented a tremendous opportunity for him. He sensed that within the sect, there lay a place rich with profound and esoteric array principles, even hinting at the presence of an array spirit. He resolved that upon grasping the essence of the protective formation, he would hasten to this place of great fortune and immerse himself in study day and night. This fellow truly lives up to the title of arrayed demon. Bloodthirsty sword monarch muttered, bemused. He becomes entranced by the exquisite formations before even fully entering the sect. The group chose not to disturb the array demon, continuing onward until they passed through the protective formation, finally stepping into the heart of the Divine Sword Sect. Upon entering, Xiongba and his companions were struck by a wave of awe, involuntarily gasping at the sheer abundance of spiritual energy within the sect, far exceeding that of the outside world. They surmised that there must be a super spirit vein within the Divine Sword Sect, perhaps even an innate one. This terrifying conjecture sprang forth in their minds. The ranks of spirit veins included ordinary, super, innate, divine, and even those of the heavenly realm. The spiritual energy in their former home, Peach Blossom Village, had been ample, yet in comparison to the Divine Sword Sect, it was insignificant. However, when they beheld the sect master's majestic peak, where a 10,000-mile-long, 9-clawed dragon of fortune soared amidst a grand cosmic tapestry, their eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Their breaths caught in their throats. Is that a dragon of fortune? And a 9-clawed one at that? In that instant, they felt as though struck by lightning, their minds buzzing as if turned to stone. The 7-clawed dragon of fortune had ascended to 9-clawed status through the nurturing of the Zhou Tian star chart. My fortune truly is immense. I owe it to the dragon of fortune's mercy. Celestial Calculator shuddered at the sight, realizing the audacity of challenging such a colossal entity. Beyond the 9-clawed dragon, he discerned that the cosmic tapestry contained the essence of all creation, the sun, moon, and stars, clearly an unrivaled treasure suppressing the sect's fortune. At that moment, Xiongba and the others comprehended why Celestial Calculator had been repelled and nearly lost consciousness while deducing the sect's fortune and foundation. Chapter 154. The Ancient Deities' Manifestation. The Tsangyan's secret realm, such extraordinary fortune. Our entry into the Divine Sword Sect guarantees our enhancement, solidifying our cultivation. The group was overwhelmed with joy, akin to children receiving their most cherished toys. Suddenly, Xiongba's eyes widened as he sensed a call emanating from within the sect. He swiftly employed his divine movement technique, following the mysterious summons to stand before a resplendent and imposing manifestation of an ancient deity. This manifestation radiated an aura of ancient divinity, a presence that commanded the heavens. Heavens! This is an ancient deity's manifestation? Xiongba gasped in awe, his astonishment palpable, his very breath stilled. He could acutely perceive the terrifying pressure emanating from this manifestation, as if a true ancient deity had returned to life. Previously, he had fortuitously acquired a piece of an ancient deity's bone, which granted him unparalleled talents and a remarkable cultivation physique, elevating him to the peak of the Emperor realm. Now, facing this ancient deity's manifestation, he felt a profound instinct. Should he comprehend the secrets before this manifestation, he would likely unlock the true divine powers possessed only by ancient deities. In that moment, he envisioned breaking the constraints of the Emperor realm and stepping into the ranks of true power, perhaps even reaching the Emperor realm. Oh my heavens! The Divine Sword Sect harbors a complete ancient deity's manifestation. What a terrifying foundation. Xiongba was utterly astounded, his reverence for the sect master soaring to unimaginable heights. This is the true opportunity bestowed upon me by the sect master. I must not squander his nurturing. He quickly raised his gaze toward the ancient deity's manifestation, suppressing his excitement, clearing his mind of distractions, and focusing intently on comprehending its essence. As he began his contemplation, the ancient deity's manifestation radiated streams of golden light, enhancing its majestic aura. These ethereal tendrils of power, coursing through the golden light, surged toward Xiongba, enveloping him in a golden glow, as if he were a golden-bodied arhat. Simultaneously, the Symbol King felt a mysterious summons, leading him to a secret realm, the Symbol Secret Realm. Within this realm, practitioners could comprehend powerful and enigmatic symbol techniques, and even seize the opportunity to acquire lost ancient incantations. With the universe as their parchment, spiritual energy as ink, and divine techniques as the essence, they could inscribe symbols of unparalleled power. Upon entering the Symbol Secret Realm, the Symbol King sensed the terrifying aura of ancient symbols and incantations, causing his very soul to tremble uncontrollably. Undoubtedly, within this mystical Symbol Secret Realm, there lies an abundance of formidable divine symbols and incantations. Could this truly be the secret realm left behind by an ancient sect of profound sorcery? If I immerse myself in comprehension, I shall surely acquire an extraordinary legacy of ancient incantations. The depth, the grandeur, the audacity. How can the esteemed leader be anything but divine? The Symbol King, feeling the weight of such majesty, immediately settled down to meditate, diving into earnest contemplation. Simultaneously, each individual felt the mysterious call. The heavenly oracle arrived at the divine machine tower within the sect, beginning an ecstatic exploration of divine arts. The Divine Machine Tower is a supreme treasure of divination, endowed with divine power, capable of unraveling infinite heavenly secrets. The grandmother of 10,000 pests appeared at the Divine Pest Pavilion, a haven filled with myriad insects and bizarre pestilential arts. Within the Divine Pest Pavilion, practitioners delving into the path of divine pests could stealthily ensnare others, wielding incomprehensible might. The poison demon lord ventured to the wastes of 10,000 poisons. The wastes of 10,000 poisons is an ancient forbidden zone, teeming with all manner of toxic entities, where the air is thick with venom and remnants of a once mighty emperor who wielded poison as a weapon linger, leaving behind a path of toxic inheritance. The gentleman of 4 absolutes materialized in the pavilion of strange tales. This pavilion houses countless secrets of the cultivation world, along with intriguing anecdotes and exquisite artistic pursuits, offering not only leisure, but also the potential for those who grasp its artistic essence to enter the path. The bloodthirsty Sword Emperor appeared within the forbidden Songyun Secret Realm. This realm, a relic of an ancient battlefield, conceals boundless opportunities and immense peril. With the bloodthirsty Sword Emperor sensing a legacy of ancient sword techniques hidden within. Meanwhile, the arrayed demon remained within the protective sect array, akin to an old monk in deep meditation, wholeheartedly grasping the profound mysteries of formations. Thus, every individual from Taoyuan village was bestowed with immense opportunities within the sect. They were all filled with joy and excitement, promptly entering a state of seclusion for cultivation. As for the elder in plain clothes, he returned to the divine Pill Peak. Stepping into the Pill Tomb, fully engrossed in comprehending the alchemical secrets of the ancient alchemy grandmasters. On the inverse heaven peak, within the sect leader's secluded chamber, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on a Bodhi mat. Observing the sect map, he noted that Xiongba and the others had sequentially discovered their own fortunes, and he was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that the system's previous offerings of various sect buildings would all be utilized at this moment. These structures were not mere edifices. Each harbored immense opportunities, truly becoming coveted sanctuaries for countless martial artists seeking enlightenment. One could be assured that once Xiongba and the others emerged from these sect buildings, their strength would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. It seemed that every item presented by the system was purposeful. Otherwise, how could it be so serendipitous that each location was so aptly suited? as if meticulously prepared for these elders of Taoyuan village. Naturally, these various locations contained extraordinary legacies and grand opportunities. No single individual could hope to claim them all. In the future, not only the elders of the sect could enter for trials, but also the talented and prodigious disciples of the sect would be allowed to seek their own fortunes within. Moreover, as the sect flourished, its auspiciousness would grow stronger, attracting an ever-increasing number of geniuses and prodigies, with even formidable entities like Taoyuan Village's unmatched elder not being an exception. The rise of the Divine Sword Sect is imminent, Lin Feng conjectured, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 155. The Pressure of the Emperor's Realm and the Divine Phoenix's Essence. He glanced again at the map, where Xiongba and the others were, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation. He began to envision the astonishing transformations that would occur when Xiongba and the others emerged from the relics or forbidden zones, just as they discovered their fortunes. The duel between Meng Xiaoxing and Xiao Qingtian concluded, with both combatants evenly matched, Meng Xiaoxing claiming a narrow victory. The Taiping arena resonated with the rhythms of the Dao and the principles, and both gained significantly from the encounter. Subsequently, Xiao Qingtian ascended the Qian Kuan heavenly ladder, passing the trials and earning his place among the outer disciples, etching his name on the merit roll. This outcome was within Lin Feng's expectations. Although Xiao Qingtian's physique and fortune slightly surpassed Meng Xiaoxing's, their true strengths were not as disparate. Both were at the out-of-body stage. Yet Meng Xiaoxing's prowess was cultivated step by step, honed through practical experience and rigorous training, devoid of any dilution. In contrast, Xiao Qingtian's cultivation had surged suddenly without practical combat, rendering him superficially strong. How could he not face defeat? However, rather than feeling disheartened by his loss, he was invigorated, which was commendable. He would surely achieve remarkable feats in martial arts in the future. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, a sound chimed. The system detected that the host had simultaneously recruited 8 formidable elders, and it was exceedingly pleased and excited, eager to present a grand gift. Ding! Congratulations! Your one-time peak attack of the Extreme Sage Realm has upgraded to a one-time peak attack of the Emperor Realm. Ding! Congratulations! Your sect leader's pressure has further upgraded, now capable of releasing the pressure of an Emperor Realm expert. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the Ancestral God Pool. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired a drop of Divine Phoenix Essence. Ding! The system recognized the flourishing of your sect, its auspiciousness growing stronger and its power increasing. Yet it felt immense shame for the absence of a Guardian Beast. Thus, it specially presented a Guardian Beast template. A series of system notifications echoed in Lin Feng's mind. After absorbing these messages, a subtle smile crept across his lips, unmasked by any pretense. Currently, according to conventional sect standards, the Divine Sword Sect seemed to lack only the lineage of weapon refining, almost achieving a state of completion. Indeed, the system was quite impressive. With a nod, Lin Feng began to explore the functional descriptions of these gifts within the system. The one-time peak attack of the Extreme Sage Realm upgraded to a one-time peak attack of the Emperor Realm. This is excellent, truly commendable, Lin Feng mused. The Extreme Sage Realm is the pinnacle of the sage ranks, an immensely powerful existence that instills fear in countless martial artists. Above the sage ranks lies the Emperor Realm, where practitioners have touched upon the powers of the laws of heaven and earth. Prodigies can even manipulate a thread of these laws, striking with the force of divine retribution and possessing an invincible presence. The Emperor Realm is further divided into 4 stages: the Great Emperor Realm, the Holy Emperor Realm, the Celestial Emperor Realm, and the Divine Emperor Realm. Now, possessing a one-time peak attack of the Emperor Realm enables Lin Feng to effortlessly annihilate countless martial artists in a single strike. It is not an exaggeration to say, beneath the Emperor, all are but ants. Of course, some exceptional prodigies must be excluded, such as Xianyuan Qingtian, if fully unleashed without reservation, would undoubtedly possess the capability to slay an Emperor Realm expert in a single blow. Comparatively, Yuan Xingxin and Duga Qingming would not fall far behind Xianyuan Qingtian, and even Wenren and Yinmei should not be underestimated. Those 3 endowed with divine talents are not mere trifles. Under normal circumstances, this one-time peak attack of the Emperor Realm will serve as Lin Feng's ultimate trump card, to be wielded only in dire need. Ah, The sect leader's pressure has also upgraded, now capable of releasing the pressure akin to that of an Emperor Realm expert. This is indeed impressive, Lin Feng remarked with satisfaction. The pressure of the sect leader exerts absolute deterrence over martial artists. Imagine a Lin Feng of the Earth King realm being able to unleash the pressure of an Emperor Realm expert, directly overpowering all below the Emperor Realm, reducing opponents to mere blood mist with a single thought. What a magnificent display! The Ancestral God Pool is also a remarkable treasure, containing the legacies of various divine beasts, and even remnants of their souls. Those offspring of divine beasts bathing therein can return to their ancestral roots, obtaining the primordial bloodline and inheritance. This is undoubtedly the extraordinary opportunity of the Divine Beast clan, Lin Feng murmured. It is well known that whether ferocious beasts, spirit beasts, or divine beasts, they surpass humans in strength within the same realm. Especially divine beasts, born with innate divine abilities and endowed with the fortune of heaven and earth, are undeniably superior to even the most gifted among humans. If one were to awaken the bloodline of the ancients and inherit their legacy, the terror they could unleash is unimaginable. With a swift motion of his sleeve, the ancestral god pool materialized before him in the exotic beast garden. Indeed, one must commend the system for its generosity, as it had voluntarily presented him with the guardian divine beast template. This item is akin to the fortune child template, capable of summoning a genuine divine beast to his side. Such a creature is a fearsome presence, ruling over all other beasts, with its mere bloodline capable of commanding their submission. Naturally, it is only fitting that the sect should have a divine beast to protect it. Lin Feng grinned. Fellow cultivators, do you not find it rather ostentatious for the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect to employ a divine beast for the protection of such a modest sect? He then waved his sleeve again, and a 7-colored token, radiant with a substantial aura and exuding a rich atmosphere of auspiciousness, appeared before him. By merely tapping this token, he could summon a guardian divine beast. Without hesitation, Lin Feng pointed to the token. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a guardian divine beast. Ding! The system informs you that this divine beast will soon arrive at your doorstep. Please be prepared to receive it. Almost simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. What a windfall this is. I wonder what kind of divine beast will come to visit. Lin Feng mused, a smile gracing his face, his anticipation palpable. He suppressed his excitement and began to peruse the final gift within the system. Phoenix blood, a drop of blood from the first divine phoenix of the primordial era. The ancestral phoenix, crystallized during its rebirth, containing the quintessence of the ancestral phoenix's fire and bloodline. Consuming this divine phoenix blood would not only enhance his Chaos Supreme body and physical form, but also nourish his innate fire spiritual root. When the time is ripe, he could cultivate alongside a woman possessing an innate fire spiritual root through the heaven and earth divine art, fully awakening his innate fire spiritual root and experiencing a meteoric rise in power from the king realm to the emperor realm. Upon reading the system's introduction to Phoenix Blood, Lin Feng's face betrayed his astonishment. Chapter 156. Secluded cultivation in the Fire God Cave. He never anticipated that the system would bestow such a heaven-defying treasure upon him, its value beyond measure. Previously, by traversing the sharp gold realm and acquiring ample yang gold spiritual liquid, he had awakened his gold spiritual root through dual cultivation of the heaven and earth divine art with Xin Yuan Qing Tian, propelling his strength from the 8th stage of the acquired realm to the innate human king realm in a meteoric rise. If he were to awaken a fire spiritual root of the same level, the benefits would be unimaginable, and more importantly, he would gain a second extraordinary wife. This thought sent Lin Feng into a frenzy of excitement. Such a treasure, once consumed, would surely enhance his power, even if he currently lacked the opportunity for dual cultivation. He mused eagerly. With a swift motion, Lin Feng grasped the air. Almost instantly, a ping-pong ball-sized drop of fiery red liquid appeared before him. The surface of this substance shimmered with golden flames, and within it lay an extraordinary divine phoenix phantom, swimming gracefully as if alive. Simultaneously, an overwhelming divine phoenix pressure, accompanied by an immense heat wave, swept across the realm. Under this divine phoenix pressure, the entire space began to collapse rapidly, sending shivers down his spine. Even the skies above the Divine Sword Sect roiled, with thunderous echoes resonating throughout, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble. Despite possessing the chaos supreme body and the overwhelming aura of an emperor-level sect master, Lin Feng found himself utterly powerless before this divine phoenix pressure. Goodness, this divine phoenix blood is indeed formidable. Lin Feng inhaled sharply, acutely aware of the tyrannical energy contained within that single drop of divine phoenix blood. He dare not delay, summoning forth a powerful, invisible force to envelop the divine phoenix blood and draw it into his mouth. He swallowed the divine phoenix blood. Boom! An unparalleled, searing energy, as fierce as magma, surged through Lin Feng's body like a torrential flood, threatening to tear him apart. Having experienced the Xianyuan tomb and the sharp gold realm, he remained composed, promptly activating the heaven and earth divine art to unleash pride of Xianyuan, fully absorbing and refining this terrifying energy. Even with his extraordinary physique and the foremost technique in existence, the sheer dominance of the divine phoenix blood was not something that could be easily refined. He was left grimacing, his features contorted in pain, as visible waves of scorching heat radiated from his body, distorting the surrounding space. As time passed, golden flames engulfed his entire being, transforming him into the avatar of a primordial divine phoenix, exuding unmatched divine might and overwhelming heat, subduing all existence within the realm. He sensed that every bone, meridian, organ, and even every cell within him was undergoing a radical transformation. His comprehension, talent, and physique were rapidly ascending. He could see each bone, meridian, muscle, and cell within him bathed in golden flames, with his organs being refined and strengthened beyond measure. Every inch of him brimmed with terrifying energy. Most astonishingly, the majority of the divine phoenix blood's energy concentrated in his dantian, as if nurturing some unparalleled terror. Merely a wisp of aura emanating from his dantian instilled in Lin Feng a sense of overwhelming annihilation. Undoubtedly, it harbored an unawakened innate yang fire spiritual root, which, upon complete awakening, would wield the power to obliterate the heavens and earth, rendering all realms invincible. Once Lin Feng fully refines this drop of divine phoenix blood, not only would his chaos supreme body become even more formidable, but his fire spiritual root would also receive abundant nourishment, laying a solid foundation for future awakening. At this moment, Lin Feng felt as though his vitality surged like a great sun rising in the primordial sky, his life force flowing like the mighty Yangtze River, as if a primordial divine phoenix were undergoing rebirth within him, imbuing him with divine might. Should any inadequately skilled cultivator be present, they would undoubtedly be crushed by this overwhelming divine aura. The energy contained within the divine phoenix blood was not only tyrannical and terrifying, but also boundless as the ocean, making it impossible for Lin Feng to refine it all in a short time. Thus, he entered a state of secluded cultivation. Meanwhile, not far from the Divine Sword Sect, in a hidden forbidden area known as the Fire God Cave, lay a celestial paradise, a self-contained realm brimming with abundant spiritual energy, 100 times more than the outside world, and a rare fortune that was simply overwhelming. Waves of unparalleled, sacred energy permeated the entire Fire God Cave, emanating from the presence of divine beasts. Looking up, one could see hundreds of divine beasts, their bodies radiating awe-inspiring might, frolicking upon clouds, reveling in their joy. These creatures bore dragon-like heads, horse-like bodies, deer-like forms, and cow-like tails, adorned with multicolored fur on their backs and golden fur on their bellies, capable of breathing fire, their roars echoing like thunder. Remarkably, this was a congregation of Qilin divine beasts. The Qilin, one of the 10 great divine beasts of antiquity, stood as a peerless existence on par with the dragon and phoenix clans during the great calamity of the primordial era, dominating the wilderness when the 3 clans coexisted. They possess unparalleled talents and divine powers, wielding the might to slay gods and vanquish demons. Their hearts are pure and kind, understanding the principles of the world and comprehending celestial intentions, allowing them to hear the mandates of heaven. Indeed, they are kings among divine beasts. In ancient times, the Qilin clan was divided into 4 types. Aside from the Dark Qilin, which shall not be introduced here, most Qilin share similar appearances. Due to the varying divine abilities of each Qilin, their names differ accordingly. For instance, those adept in firepower are called Fire Qilin. while those skilled in wind power are termed wind Qilin. The innate divine abilities of Qilin can be broadly categorized into 4 elements: thunder, fire, wind, and water. Hence the names Thunder Qilin, Fire Qilin, Wind Qilin, and Water Qilin. Naturally, the types of Qilin are not limited to these, as there are also Earth Qilin and others of different attributes, albeit in rare occurrences. Each Qilin is accompanied by a unique, auspicious cloud, the color of which signifies their elemental prowess. The auspicious cloud of Thunder Qilin is purple, Fire Qilin is red, Wind Qilin is azure, and Water Qilin is blue. Ancient records speak of Qilin with 2 or more clouds, indicating they possess multiple divine abilities. At this moment, a formidable and imposing adult Qilin, exuding a terrifying majesty and standing upon a red, auspicious cloud, gazes at the hundreds of playful, young Qilin nearby. He is none other than the current leader of the Qilin clan, Fire King Qilin. Chapter 157. You unfilial son, you infuriate me, Father. Yesterday, I was guided by an unseen force to leave the Fire God's palace and venture into the outside world. At that moment, an extraordinary young Qilin stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination as he addressed Fire King Qilin. This young Qilin, named Fire God Qilin, is the son of Fire King Qilin and the next heir of the Fire God Palace, a true scion of the Qilin clan. What did you say? You wish to leave the Fire God's palace for the outside world? Upon hearing this, Fire King Qilin's sharp gaze locked onto the young Qilin, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him that shook the entire palace. A surge of terrifying fury swept through the Fire God's palace. Do you understand your identity and mission? As the heir of the Fire God's palace, instead of diligently cultivating within, you inexplicably wish to frolic in the outside world, and you claim to have received guidance? Fire King Qilin, filled with disappointment, felt an impulse to chastise Fire God Qilin. Father, I'm not going to play. I truly received guidance, and the outside world holds great opportunities for me. I must go no matter what. Sensing his father's wrath, Fire God Qilin revealed the truth of his intentions. What? Great opportunities? Fire King Qilin was momentarily taken aback, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes. The Qilin clan, as kings among divine beasts, once dominated the world during the primordial era, wielding unfathomable powers. However, due to a great war, countless Qilin fell, leading to a significant loss of lineage and a dilution of bloodlines, causing their former glory to wane. Nevertheless, the Qilin clan remains among the most powerful divine beasts in existence. Could it be, my son has received guidance from the ancestral Qilin and is to seek extraordinary legacies in the outside world? Would this not signify a revival for our clan? With this thought, Fire King Qilin became exhilarated and eagerly inquired, what great opportunity do you speak of? Speak quickly to your father. If it is true, I will personally escort you there. The Qilin clan's current weakness stems from the diluted bloodline and severed legacies, so the possibility of obtaining the ancestral Qilin's legacy thrilled him. I intend to go to the Divine Sword Sect and become the guardian beast of the sect. This is my great opportunity. Fire God Qilin's expression turned serious as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Fire King Qilin was first momentarily stunned, then bewildered. After a moment, he rubbed his ears to ensure he had not misheard, only for his countenance to darken, his fury igniting like a raging inferno, as if he wished to scorch the very heavens. What nonsense is this? You wish to become the guardian beast of the Divine Sword Sect. This is your so-called great opportunity. Fire King Qilin was so enraged he could hardly contain himself, wishing to strike down this ungrateful son. You unfilial son, you infuriate me. What sins did I commit in my past life to have borne such a rebellious child? Fire King Qilin nearly spat blood in his fury. As a member of the Qilin clan, one of the favored children of heaven, he should be surrounded by opportunities, holding a noble identity that surpasses all beasts. As long as a Qilin does not perish prematurely, any one of them can, under the influence of their divine beast lineage, exhibit unparalleled talents, with the potential to become a supreme emperor or even a deity. Yet his son, rather than embracing the esteemed position of heir to the Fire God's palace, wishes to serve as a guardian beast for some insignificant sect? How has the Qilin clan fallen to such a state? The son of the leader of the Fire God's palace, when did he become so unworthy? To nurture Fire God Qilin, Fire King Qilin had spared no effort, providing him with rare treasures and devoting countless hours to his education. Fire god Qilin was the purest embodiment of the Qilin bloodline within the Fire God's palace, even possessing a trace of an ancestral bloodline. A rarity that had not emerged for millennia. His talents, comprehension, physique, and roots were among the finest, even in the primordial era. If he dedicated himself to cultivation, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force, overlooking the world and leading the Qilin clan to reclaim its former glory. Yet now, he willingly chooses to descend into servitude as a guardian beast. Has the Qilin clan lost all dignity? Does Fire King Qilin himself have no pride left? As the heir of the Qilin divine beast, is he not content with his status? If word of this were to spread among other divine beast clans, they would surely laugh at the absurdity of it. To say the least, if Fire God Qilin insists on becoming a guardian beast, could he not choose a renowned and powerful sect? Why must he run to some obscure God-Sword sect? In the realm of grand sects, he was aware of many, yet he had never even heard of the God-Sword sect. Who knows what kind of insignificant sect it is? Rebellious son, are you intent on driving me to my grave? Fire King Qilin's voice thundered throughout the Fire God's palace, causing the very structure to tremble. Father, I stand by my decision. Regardless of your approval, I am determined to go to the God-Sword sect. Fire God Qilin's demeanor was resolute, as if he had made up his mind. Seeing his son's unwavering resolve, Fire King Qilin, unable to contain his rage, lifted his claw, wishing to strike down this unfilial child. But recalling that this was his own flesh and blood, he hesitated, lowering his claw after a long moment, his insides churning with fury and frustration. You are a king among divine beasts. How can you willingly become a guardian beast for another? Have you lost your senses or succumbed to madness? Do you not feel this is beneath your dignity, a disgrace to your identity? Where is your pride as a divine beast? Has it all been consumed by dogs? Fire God Qilin, have you forgotten that you are the heir of the Fire God's palace, tasked with revitalizing the Qilin clan? Fire King Qilin struggled to suppress his inner fury, choosing to appeal to reason and emotion. I have not forgotten, Fire God Qilin replied, resolutely disregarding his father's anger. Then have you forgotten the lengths I have gone to in nurturing you, traversing mountains and rivers to find rare treasures for you, educating you day and night? Fire King Lin's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon Fire God Lin, demanding an explanation. Chapter 158, My Little Ancestor. Please do not cause a ruckus, I shall never forget, Fire God Lin declared emphatically. So you have not forgotten your extraordinary talent, your divine insight, and the ancestral bloodline that appears only once in a millennium? Fire King Lin pressed on, unwilling to relent. I have not forgotten, Fire God Lin replied. Then why? Pray tell, have you chosen to serve as the guardian beast of that so-called Divine Sword Sect? Are you intent on driving your father to madness? Fire King Lin roared, his voice echoing like a dormant volcano poised to erupt, unleashing a tide of fury that reverberated throughout the Fire God cave, shaking its very foundations. The elders of the Qilin clan, deep in their meditative practices, felt the overwhelming anger and were instantly alarmed, their expressions shifting to one of grave concern, emanating an aura of dread. What calamity had befallen to incite the clan leader's wrath? Was it an invasion by other divine beast clans? Such an affront to the dignity of the Fire God cave could not be tolerated. The elders of the Qilin clan ceased their training, emerging from their secluded spots within the Fire God cave, prepared for battle. Clearly, they had faced such crises before, indicative of the hardships endured by the Fire God cave. Weaker Qilin members, sensing their leader's rage, instinctively shrank back, their bodies trembling in fear. The wrath of the clan leader was indeed formidable, causing them to pale at the mere thought. In no time, the elders stood before Fire King Lin, inquiring, what has transpired? Has an enemy breached our sanctuary? These rogues dare to invade our domain and bully our clan. Such insolence cannot be overlooked. Please inform us of their whereabouts, and we shall confront them. The elders clamored, their voices a chorus of indignation, their eyes ablaze with righteous fury. Each of them stood ready for combat, surrounded by swirling clouds, their Qilin horns glowing with latent power. It was evident they were prepared for a fierce confrontation. The Qilin horns represented the clan's might, containing immense divine energy. Once unleashed, they could amplify their power 100-fold, wielding the capacity to annihilate worlds. However, such power came at a great cost, draining their vitality and leading to their demise. The Qilin would resort to such measures only in the direst of circumstances. Sigh. You have misunderstood, Fire King Lin lamented. This is a matter I find difficult to articulate. With that, he shot a fierce glare at Fire God Lin, urging, speak to the elders about your foolish intentions. His face flushed with embarrassment. He longed to conceal himself from the world. The heir he had painstakingly nurtured had suddenly lost his senses, contemplating a path that would tarnish their family's honor. Esteemed elders, the situation is as follows. I was guided by fate yesterday to leave the Fire God Cave and serve as the guardian beast of the Divine Sword Sect, in pursuit of great opportunities. Yet my father has overreacted, unleashing his thunderous wrath. Fire God Lin spoke without a hint of remorse, as though becoming the guardian beast of the Divine Sword Sect was an unparalleled honor. The lineage of the Qilin clan paled in comparison to such an opportunity. Upon hearing this, the elders were left dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. They even questioned their own hearing, unsure if they had misinterpreted his words. What? The young master wishes to leave the Fire God Cave, merely to become the guardian beast of the Divine Sword Sect? They felt as if struck by lightning, their minds momentarily paralyzed, forgetting even to breathe. What was the Qilin? A sacred beast among divine creatures, a monarch, even without the awakening of their ancestral bloodline. They were formidable beings, feared by countless warriors and beast clans, with achievements reaching the realm of the Holy Emperor. Yet, here was their heir, intent on serving as a guardian beast of a sect they had never even heard of. Surely, no sect had the audacity to invite a Qilin to serve as their guardian beast, especially not the heir of their clan. Did they not fear retribution from the heavens? My little sect master, please reconsider. Our Fire God Cave is rich in spiritual energy, abundant in resources, a veritable paradise for cultivation. You need only remain here. Indeed, countless beast clans and warriors yearned for such a sanctuary, and even other divine beast clans were envious. You must not squander this opportunity. Yes. If you find it tedious here, we elders are more than willing to entertain you, even if you do not wish to engage with us. There are many lovely Qilin maidens who would be delighted to keep you company. You must not venture into the outside world. It is fraught with danger. Those warriors would covet your exceptional talent and pure bloodline, and they might capture you. If you must leave, we shall accompany you for a brief excursion, but we shall not serve as guardians for that Divine Sword Sect. After what felt like an eternity, the elders finally regained their composure and poured forth their heartfelt pleas to dissuade Fire God Lin. What else could they do? Fire God Lin was a prodigious talent, the hope of the Qilin clan's resurgence. They could not allow him to pursue this reckless endeavor. I am determined to become the guardian beast of the Divine Sword Sect. Should you try to impede me, I shall forsake my training and stealthily slip away at the first opportunity. My instincts tell me that by becoming the guardian beast, not only will I gain immense fortune, but our entire clan will soar to unprecedented heights. This chance is one I shall not forsake, no matter your objections. Despite the elders' eloquent arguments, Fire God Lin remained resolute. Chapter 159. Enchanted, he decides to annihilate the Divine Sword Sect. What nonsense. You believe the entire Qilin clan will soar to greatness? You are surely out of your mind. Fire King Lin exclaimed, his face contorting in disbelief, his body emanating smoke from sheer frustration. The elders could not contain their own reactions, their lips twitching uncontrollably. That Divine Sword Sect, which they had never even heard of, could hardly be a platform for the Qilin clan's ascendants. Was this not utter folly? Seeing his son steadfast in his decision, Fire King Lin sighed, recognizing that his son was likely entering a phase of rebellion. After a prolonged silence, he took a deep breath and conceded, very well. I permit you to leave the Fire God Cave. Is this truly so? Fire God Lin asked, elation bubbling within him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Can I object? Fire King Lin replied, his tone laced with resignation. Witnessing his son's exuberance nearly reignited the anger he had just quelled. As the sovereign among divine beasts, the Qilin, and the young master of the Qilin clan, is it truly such a thrill to serve as a guardian beast of the sect? Have you lost your senses completely? The clan leader's decision left the elders bewildered, their gazes filled with confusion. What is the clan leader up to? No matter, I have my own plans. The Fire King Qilin shook his head, speaking calmly, though a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. Subsequently, he opened the barrier of the Fire God's domain. The Fire God Qilin was instantly elated, bidding farewell to his father and the elders before hastily departing the fire god's domain, akin to a wild horse galloping towards the sword sect. Clan leader, are you genuinely intending to allow the young master to become the guardian beast of the sword sect? An elder, exuding an aura of terror, questioned as he watched the fire god Qilin's retreating figure, his confusion palpable. How could the young master of the Qilin clan serve as a guardian beast? During this time, you all will remain here in the fire god's domain while I secretly follow the fire god to the sword sect. I shall see for myself what makes the sword sect so remarkable that the fire god would willingly become its guardian beast. At that time, I will obliterate the sword sect with a single strike and bring the fire god back. Only when he comprehends the insignificance of the sword sect will he relinquish all thoughts of it and devote himself to cultivating in the fire god's domain. The Fire King Qilin stated coldly, emanating an overwhelming divine might, his eyes filled with a chilling, killing intent. Wise clan leader, upon hearing this, the elders of the Qilin clan brightened, showering him with praise. The Fire King Qilin ceased further discourse, swiftly employing his innate divine ability to vanish from sight, discreetly trailing the fire god Qilin. Outside the fire god's domain, the fire god Qilin cleared his mind, sensing the direction of the sword sect, and then raced towards it with fervor and anticipation. Days swiftly passed. At the sword sect, atop the reversal peak, the sect master immersed himself in his cultivation within a secluded chamber. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on a Bodhi meditation mat, emanating a powerful and domineering aura. The golden flames that once enveloped him had significantly diminished, indicating that he was still in the process of refining a drop of divine phoenix blood. The terrifying energy within the divine phoenix blood continuously nurtured the dormant fire spiritual root deep within his sea of qi, fortifying his organs, corporeal form, meridians, bloodlines, and bones, elevating his physique to a higher echelon. Once he fully refined the divine phoenix blood, not only would Lin Feng's chaos supreme body ascend to an extraordinarily formidable state, but the fire spiritual root would also be nurtured to an unimaginable level. At this moment, his organs, bones, and meridians radiated a resplendent golden glow. Even his bloodlines exhibited glimmers of gold, resembling that of a divine being, exuding an aura of dominance and majesty. Furthermore, the originally thin, warm currents within his bones had expanded to the thickness of chopsticks, signifying a qualitative leap of the Xian Yuan pride. Additionally, a trace of phoenix might lingered about him. Indeed, he had acquired the might of the divine phoenix. If one were to observe the reversal peak, they would discern the presence of an ancient divine phoenix, surveying the world with an aura of terror, a manifestation of Lin Feng's overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, Lin Feng exhaled a breath of impure air, causing the surrounding space to warp and collapse. In the next instant, he opened his eyes, which shimmered like the vast galaxy. Two beams of golden light shot forth from his eyes, akin to unparalleled divine weapons sweeping across the land, or a divine phoenix gazing down upon all beings. Finally, he had refined the energy. The divine phoenix blood was indeed extraordinary. It not only elevated my chaos supreme body significantly, allowing my cultivation to enter the heavenly king realm, but it also immensely strengthened the hidden fire spiritual root. Lin Feng murmured, his eyes sparkling with unrestrained delight. He could distinctly perceive the vast benefits gained from this refinement. The spiritual energy within his sea of qi had expanded and refined numerous times, experiencing a remarkable enhancement in both quality and quantity. Moreover, he discovered traces of divine phoenix blood within his own. With his might unleashed, the phoenix pressure surged. How marvelous it would be if he could obtain such a miraculous treasure again in the future, Lin Feng mused contentedly. After days of neglecting the sect, it was time to check for any surprises that might have arisen. Dismissing his scattered thoughts, Lin Feng opened the sect map to assess the current state of the sect. Within the chambers of the prodigious disciples, Yuan Shengxin, Duge Qingming, Wen Renin Mei, and inner disciples Long Qingsheng, Yi Xian, Yi Jingyun, and Yao Wujing, alongside outer disciples Li Shengnan, Meng Xiaoxing, Tuoba Kun, and Xiao Qingtian, were all engrossed in their cultivation. The sect was brimming with exceptional talents, many possessing unique abilities, with this batch being the most formidable within the core of the sword sect. They stood as true prodigies in the entire city and even the Yan and Huang Empire. As prodigies, they naturally bore their own pride and dignity, unwilling to lag behind. Unbeknownst to them, a fierce spirit of competition had silently emerged among these exceptional talents. Among them, the most astonishingly powerful were Yuan Xingxin, Duge Qingming, and Wen Renmei. Even with the relentless efforts of Long Qinsheng, Yi Xian, Yi Jingyun, and Yao Wujing, who devoted themselves to their cultivation day and night, they found it challenging to catch up. Chapter 160. Prodigies and Miraculous Breakthroughs. This is not difficult to comprehend. It is essential to note that Yuan Xingxin, Duge Qingming, and Wen Renmei each possessed one of the 10 most powerful physiques in existence, each embodying a type of chaos body. Furthermore, each of them possessed destructive innate divine abilities, and they were either reincarnated emperors or revered beings. They merely needed to rely on the cultivation experiences and astounding legacies of their past lives, achieving rapid advancement that defies ordinary reasoning. Otherwise, how could they be deemed prodigies? Indeed, the speed at which these three elevated their powers was astonishing and unfathomable. Yuan Xingxin directly ascended from the heavenly king realm to the human emperor realm. Duge Qingming, even more terrifying, broke through from the heavenly king realm to the earth emperor realm. As for Wen Renmei, after awakening the chaos enchantress sacred body through the chaos 13 breaths technique, she cultivated using the divine level techniques, chaos 7 emotions and 6 desires divine method, and chaos 7 absolute 6 paths 13 styles, rising from the earth king realm to the true king realm, just a step away from breaking through to the emperor realm. However, what astonished Lin Feng most was Duge Qingming, who, despite being the latest to join the Sword Sect, surpassed her peers to become the strongest among the three. One cannot underestimate the 130,000 luck points. The reincarnation of revered beings is no mere talk. Of course, the prodigies on the celestial rankings are indeed incredibly strong, but that does not imply that the other prodigies are weak. Long Qinsheng, possessing the 9 Yin sacred body, with luck points reaching 40,000, immediately passed the Qianquan heavenly ladder test upon returning to the Sword Sect after her previous engagement was annulled, securing the top position on the Earth ranking. Her cultivation soared to the 10th stage Spirit Infant Realm. Subsequently, with a clear mind and firm martial resolve, her cultivation continued to ascend and has now reached the Integration Realm. Yi Xian, endowed with the innate sword body and later acquiring the heaven-defying sword body technique, possesses exceptional talent and immense luck. Through frequent external training, he advanced from the 9th stage pill formation realm to the spirit separation realm. Ye Vingyun, possessing the overlord body and a resilient warrior-s heart, practiced the savage divine fist day and night, elevating from the 8th stage transformation realm to the out-of-body realm. However, due to the nature of his martial arts, which are capable of overcoming all techniques, the power he unleashes can rival that of the spirit separation realm. Yao Wujing, having passed the trial of the Qianquan heavenly ladder, acquired both fortune and the essence of Dao, resulting in an astonishingly rapid cultivation progress, elevating his realm from the 8th stage transformation to the 10th stage spiritual embryo. Li Shengnan, endowed with the Ziwei star body, spent most of her time in seclusion within the Star Palace, advancing her cultivation from the 9th stage golden core to the spirit division realm. Meng Xiaoxing, possessing the Gun King's dominance body, dedicated herself to comprehending the essence of the spear day and night, enhancing her strength from the 9th stage golden core to the out-of-body realm. Tuoba Kun, with the Beast Tamer's dominance body, after merging with the world-destroying demon ape, transitioned from the 8th stage transformation into the spiritual embryo realm. Xiao Qingtian, embodying the undying wine sword body, grasped the astounding sword intent at the mountain gate and furthered his cultivation through sparring with Meng Xiaoxing, nearing the threshold of the spirit division realm. Dear friends, the realms here do not entirely reflect one's strength. The rankings on the lists are a comprehensive assessment of cultivation talent, not solely based on cultivation levels. So do not become overly fixated on the rankings. In a short span, be it the prodigious disciples of the celestial ranking, the elite disciples of the inner sect, or the talented disciples of the outer sect, their strengths have undergone remarkable transformations. Should other sects learn of the rapid cultivation speed of the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. The elders are no less impressive. At Xinyuan Peak, Xinyuan Qingtian categorized the 3,000 beautiful maidens sent by the Wanshan dynasty into 3 tiers: dozens of top-tier talents as core disciples, hundreds of extraordinary talents as elite disciples, and the remainder as ordinary disciples. She selected various sword techniques and cultivation methods from the Qinkuan Sword Classic, imparting them according to differing talents. She did not neglect her own cultivation, experiencing significant growth in strength since her last dual cultivation of the Qinkuan divine art. Her cultivation speed has surged, having advanced from the human emperor realm to the true emperor realm in a remarkably brief period. At the divine elixir peak, the plain-clothed elder was deeply engrossed in comprehending the ancient alchemical secrets of the grandmasters of alchemy. The newcomers, including Xiongba and others, were also immersed in their respective fortunes, their auras noticeably elevating. Note: due to numerous reader inquiries about the confusion regarding realms, I have compiled a clear outline of the realms. This will serve as the basis for future advancements. Additionally, the site has been updated, and changes cannot be made post-capture. Apologies. In summary, the sect is progressing in an orderly manner, thriving splendidly. Lin Feng gazed at the sect on the map, filled with nostalgia. He vaguely recalled when he was forced to become the sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect, standing alone as the sole commander, with half the mountain gate collapsed. The sect in ruins, its heritage severed, spiritual energy depleted, and fortune exhausted, having fallen to the utmost desolation. He was constantly preoccupied with the fear of powerful enemies from the Iron Sword Sect arriving to threaten his life. In just a few short months, the Divine Sword Sect had gained renown in the city, attracting talented disciples, transforming into a sect of profound depth. Meanwhile, he himself evolved from a novice cultivator into a formidable force at the Heavenly King level. It felt like a dream, shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts. Lin Feng was about to close the sect map and resume his seclusion when his eyes suddenly brightened, stopping on a spot not far from the mountain gate of the Divine Sword Sect. There, an awe-inspiring divine beast descended. This divine beast resembles a dragon in head, a horse in form, akin to a deer, with a tail like that of an ox, adorned with multicolored fur on its back and yellow fur on its abdomen. This seems to be the legendary Qilin? Goodness, could the guardian beast template provided by the system be this Qilin? His eyes sparkled as he focused on the little Qilin stepping on clouds depicted on the map, lost in thought. The Qilin, a sacred beast among divine creatures, is hailed as one of the 10 greatest divine beasts of ancient times. It is said that at its peak, the Qilin clan could rival the dragon and phoenix clans, standing as a formidable presence in the myriad realms. Lin Feng had initially presumed that the guardian beast template offered by the system would likely be a powerful spirit beast. He never anticipated that a small Qilin would come to him. The system truly is full of surprises. A smile crept across Lin Feng's face, his lips curving into a satisfied grin. Surely, having a majestic Qilin as the guardian beast would elevate the sect as prestige to unprecedented heights, he mused contentedly. Chapter 161. The divine beast descends, the sect will flourish. Beneath the reversal peak, outside the mountain gate of the Divine Sword Sect, a sudden explosion of myriad colorful rays illuminated the sky, auspiciousness stretching across thousands of miles, various divine beast apparitions flashing one after another, causing the entire world to dim in comparison. Winds howled and the heavens and earth roared incessantly, an invisible divine might sweeping across the realm. It felt as though an extraordinary prodigy capable of shaking the heavens was about to emerge, triggering various celestial phenomena. Accompanied by the resplendent rays, a majestic divine beast, radiating a mysterious and noble aura, its eyes exuding terrifying divine might, appeared, stepping upon a bed of multicolored auspicious clouds above the mountain gate. The divine beast seemed contemplative, its gaze assessing the Divine Sword Sect below as if validating something. Soon, excitement and exhilaration flickered in its eyes, resembling a beggar who had not eaten for days suddenly spotting a delectable feast. Its breath echoed like thunder, exhaling purple flames that scorched the surrounding space into nothingness, as if it could incinerate the very fabric of reality at will. Even the 10th-ranked Divine Fire on the Heavenly Fire rankings, the Divine Phoenix S Fire, paled in comparison. Upon sensing this suddenly descending divine beast, most of the sect members felt their hearts leap, immediately ceasing their cultivation to rush out of their abodes. Upon witnessing the visage of the divine beast, they were all left in shock, disbelief etched on their faces. What divine beast is this? Such a grand, celestial phenomenon? And it has actively descended upon the Divine Sword Sect? I reckon. It resembles the legendary Qilin divine beast, doesn't it? In their ignorance, they were astounded. What do you mean, resembles? It is undoubtedly the same. I once glimpsed some accounts of the Qilin in an ancient tome. The Qilin has a dragon's head, a horse's form, resembles a deer, has a tail like an ox, displays multicolored fur on its back, and yellow fur on its belly. It can breathe fire, and its voice resounds like thunder. Doesn't this description match perfectly? Indeed, I have also seen that ancient text, which states that the Qilin is a sacred beast among divine creatures, undoubtedly a king-level existence, possessing the innate ability to obliterate the heavens and the earth with but a thought, fearsome beyond measure. Furthermore, the Qilin is an auspicious creature of the heavens, capable of not only suppressing the sect as fortune, but also gathering the celestial energies to the sect. Yet one wonders, why has this Qilin descended upon the Divine Sword Sect? Could it be here to pledge allegiance to the esteemed sect leader? In this world, perhaps only the sect leader holds such a qualification. The disciples of the Divine Sword Sect buzzed with speculation, their eyes fixed on the Qilin above, their astonishment and dread evident. This is indeed a top-tier divine beast, one of the 10 greatest divine beasts of ancient lore, existing only in the records of ancient texts. Today, it has actively descended upon the Divine Sword Sect. Such an occurrence is unprecedented. Yuan Xingxin, Duga Qingming, Wenren Yin Mei, Long Qingcheng, Li Shengnan, and other prodigious disciples were drawn from their meditative states by the aura of the divine beast, their consciousness reaching out to encompass the scene. One of the 10 greatest divine beasts of ancient times, the Qilin, the sect leader's fortune is truly unparalleled. Attracting a Qilin, the sect is destined for great prosperity. They murmured, their expressions betraying their astonishment. Villager Xiongba, the bloodthirsty sword emperor, the 5 poisons demon lord, and the celestial diviner, among others, also awakened almost simultaneously, gazing up at the Qilin hovering above the mountain gate. With their formidable strength, it was evident that this Qilin harbored no malice. Rather, it radiated a gentle and friendly aura, even extending a gesture of goodwill. Clearly, this Qilin had come to pledge allegiance to the esteemed leader. What a revelation! What manner of terrifying being could compel a Qilin to seek out their favor and actively court goodwill? It was utterly astounding. The hearts of Xiongba and his companions surged with tumultuous waves of astonishment. Simultaneously, the image of their leader grew ever more enigmatic and awe-inspiring in their minds, deepening their reverence. At the summit of Xianyuan Peak, within the leader's secluded chamber, upon sensing the presence of the divine beast, Xianyuan Qing Tian immediately ceased her cultivation, her eyes fluttering open. 2 beams of golden light, as solid as reality, pierced through the void, directed toward the divine beast hovering above the mountain gate. In an instant, her delicate face registered astonishment, for it was clear she recognized the heavenly creature as a Qilin and discerned its intentions of appeasement. Ah, the little madman has truly outdone himself. Even the sacred beasts have been drawn to him. This heralds a propitious sign for the rise of the Divine Sword Sect. My husband is indeed formidable. I almost feel compelled to reward him. But no, a celestial maiden must maintain her composure. Besides, the little madman barely measures up to my standards. He still has a long way to go to match my prowess. Xianyuan Tian murmured to herself, her expression a blend of surprise, excitement, pride, and a touch of haughtiness and shyness. Lin Feng is her man, and naturally, his strength brings her joy. As one who embodies the spirit of the Xianyuan divine sword, her insights are extraordinary, and her experience is vast. It is worth noting that she has existed since the primordial chaos, a paragon of that era, fully aware of the rise and fall of divine beasts. Consequently, she possesses profound knowledge about their might, temperament, pride, and dignity. The innate nobility and pride of divine beasts dictate that they will not willingly submit to any individual or force. Only those who perish in battle can be said to have submitted. There are no yielding divine beasts. Furthermore, the innate capabilities of divine beasts render them unparalleled in combat, transcending all beings, and thus they cannot be tamed by mere warriors. This very reason has led to the relentless attacks on the Divine Beast clan by countless formidable entities, resulting in their current decline. The Qilin, a favored child of heaven and earth, enjoys unparalleled protection from the cosmos. For countless years, she has never heard of a Qilin actively befriending humans, let alone seeking their favor. Yet today, a Qilin has chosen to curry favor with the Divine Sword Sect, leaving her utterly astounded. It is evident that this is for her husband Lin Feng. Alas, what can she do? Her husband is simply too exceptional. Meanwhile, hovering above the mountain gate, the fire god Qilin curiously surveyed the Divine Sword Sect, murmuring, "Is this truly the Divine Sword Sect?" For some inexplicable reason, despite not having entered the sect, he felt an indescribable intuition, as if something extraordinary within the sect was beckoning him irresistibly. Just as he prepared to pay his respects to the mountain, a sudden explosion of radiant light erupted once more from above the mountain gate, illuminating the heavens and earth, casting even the brilliance of the sun and moon into shadow. In that instant, the winds and clouds swirled chaotically, and a thunderous roar reverberated across the realms. As this radiance appeared, an overwhelming aura of divine beasts surged toward the external mountain gate of the Divine Sword Sect. Under this divine might, the very fabric of space warped and collapsed, creating a scene of utter chaos that sent shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. It felt as though the ruler of this realm was about to descend. The spectacle was exponentially more formidable than that of the young Qilin's entrance. In the next moment, accompanied by a booming sound akin to thunder, a majestic and supremely noble adult Qilin appeared, standing proud amidst the void, gazing down upon the Divine Sword Sect with a cold and piercing glare. At that moment, all creatures within a radius of millions of miles, upon sensing this divine presence, succumbed in terror, trembling uncontrollably, their expressions a portrait of fear. What defines a divine beast? It commands the obedience of all beasts. None dare defy it. It is the sovereign of the beast realm. Setting aside sheer strength, even a mere trace of bloodline can suppress all creatures beneath the divine beast. In the beast clan, bloodline hierarchy is far more effective than mere strength. Simultaneously, disciples and elders of the Divine Sword Sect, upon witnessing yet another Qilin's arrival, this time an adult, were struck with astonishment. What on earth is happening today? Father, why are you following me? Did you not agree to my becoming the guardian divine beast of the Divine Sword Sect? What is the meaning of this? The fire god Qilin questioned with evident frustration, his expression betraying his dissatisfaction. As the dignified leader of the Qilin clan, how could he resort to such clandestine behavior? Where is your dignity? Where is your face? Has it all been devoured by dogs? Is this how you regard your father? A wretched ingrate. You must understand that you are my son. If my son wishes to become the guardian divine beast of the Divine Sword Sect, must I not observe whether this sect is worthy of such a role? Do you truly believe you sprang forth from a stone? The Fire King Qilin retorted, his anger palpable, an overwhelming aura of divine might emanating from him. At the same time, a glimmer of confusion and trepidation flickered in his eyes. According to the original plan, he intended to stealthily follow the fire god Qilin to the Divine Sword Sect and then strike, intending to crush the sect into the ground. How audacious to entice the young master of the Qilin clan into becoming a guardian divine beast. Such behavior is tantamount to courting death. However, he never anticipated that the Divine Sword Sect was far from the simplicity he had envisioned. Even as he approached the outer gates, he sensed an aura that filled him with apprehension. Clearly, the Divine Sword Sect harbors an unfathomable terror. As the leader of the Qilin clan, his strength is indisputable. To instill such wariness in him is no trivial matter. When his gaze swept over the mountain gate of the Divine Sword Sect, his pupils constricted slightly, and his expression turned serious. The three characters inscribed on the plaque of the mountain gate exuded a breathtaking sword intent and unparalleled Dao rhythm. Moreover, the black stone tablet standing nearby was so inscrutable that even he could not penetrate its depths. This Divine Sword Sect is extraordinary. While the Fire King Qilin appeared nonchalant on the surface, he felt a tinge of surprise within. He resolved to ascertain the true nature of the Divine Sword Sect before making any decisions regarding an attack. Furthermore, he sensed a connection within the sect that resonated with the bloodline of the Qilin clan, hinting at a significant opportunity tied to his lineage. This was the primary reason for his decision to refrain from acting against the Divine Sword Sect. Father, you must believe in me. Reflect upon it. As the young master of the Qilin clan, endowed with ancestral bloodline, my extraordinary talents have led me here through unseen guidance. The Divine Sword Sect is not so simple. To attract the young master of the Qilin clan is a momentous opportunity. The fire god Qilin earnestly explained. Then, his expression grew solemn as he turned towards the Divine Sword Sect, humbly declaring, I, fire god Qilin, the young master of the Qilin clan, pay my respects to the leader of the Divine Sword Sect. His voice resonated like thunder, causing the very heavens to tremble. Upon hearing these words, the elders and disciples of the Divine Sword Sect were momentarily stunned, their faces reflecting sheer shock. What? Did I hear incorrectly? This young Qilin is actually the young master of the Qilin clan? Good heavens! Must he be so formidable? Is terrifying, utterly terrifying. Subsequently, their mouths gradually widened, their eyes bulging like brass bells, as if struck by lightning and thoroughly scorched. Within the Divine Sword Sect, atop the Inverse Peak, it was truly unexpected that this little Qilin was actually the young master of the Qilin clan. As always, the system's products are guaranteed to be exceptional. Gazing at the two Qilin within the system's sect map, Lin Feng murmured to himself, his face displaying surprise and delight. Subsequently, he directly executed the soaring 90,000 miles movement technique, vanishing from his original position. Outside the mountain gate in the sky, Fire King Lin grew somewhat disgruntled at the Divine Sword Sect's master for not emerging to extend a greeting after so long. What audacity! He was, after all, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, possessing an incomparably esteemed status, overwhelming strength, and a convergence of countless accolades. Wherever he went, he was invariably met with the adulation of all beings, with countless martial artists and beast clans considering it a supreme honor to establish a connection with him, and countless flatterers vying for his attention. To put it mildly, he was a Qilin with his own background music. Yet, upon arriving at this Divine Sword Sect, he was met with blatant disregard. Where was he to place the dignity and prestige of a Qilin divine beast? This was simply preposterous. Just as he was on the verge of erupting in anger, he saw ripples appearing in the void ahead, and a handsome man with starry eyes, sword-like brows, an otherworldly aura, and clad in white robes, appeared before him. Are you Fire God Lin, the young master of the Qilin clan? I am a sect master of the Divine Sword Sect. What brings you to my mountain? Lin Feng inquired, cutting straight to the chase after assessing Fire God Lin. Although he had a general idea of the other party's intentions, he still needed to maintain a certain demeanor. Otherwise, wouldn't it be somewhat undignified for the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect to take the initiative in discussing the matter of the sect-protecting divine beast? Chapter 163. The Qilin Young Master's Request, 9th Grade Ancestral Awakening Pill. Upon seeing the appearance of the Divine Sword Sect Master, Fire King Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, and substantial, frightening beams of light shot out. He scrutinized the Divine Sword Sect Master without reservation. Under normal circumstances, being able to perform great divine abilities, causing Fire God Lin, who was tens of thousands of miles away, to be guided in the dark and wholeheartedly seek to become a sect-protecting divine beast, would indicate that the Divine Sword Sect Master's strength had undoubtedly reached an extremely terrifying level. However, the Divine Sword Sect Master before him not only appeared young and lacked any semblance of immortal elegance, but also failed to exude the slightest aura of a powerful expert, which was truly contrary to reason. However, as he released his divine sense to investigate, his expression turned serious. The reason was simply that no matter how he probed, he could not fathom the depths of the Divine Sword Sect Master, and the more he probed, the more he found the other party to be unfathomable, like an unfathomable abyss. How strange. Why is there a trace of Divine Phoenix aura on him? This discovery greatly surprised him. The Divine Phoenix belonged to the Divine Beast Phoenix clan, and like the Qilin, it was one of the top 10 ancient divine beasts. To be human, yet possess the pressure of the Divine Phoenix, this Divine Sword Sect Master was indeed something. Fire King Lin thought to himself, feeling a hint of curiosity. Being able to possess the pressure of the Divine Phoenix meant that the other party possessed the bloodline of the Divine Phoenix, and, as a top-tier divine beast, its bloodline naturally surpassed all living beings. How could a mere human race possibly integrate with it? He resolved to thoroughly investigate the Divine Sword Sect's secrets. Upon seeing Lin Feng appear, Fire God Lin became very excited and hastily replied, I beseech the sect master take me in. I wish to become the sect-protecting divine beast of the Divine Sword Sect. As a Qilin, one of the top 10 ancient divine beasts, I possess a rare ancestral bloodline, and my future growth potential is limitless. I can not only suppress the sect's fortune, but also gather the fortune of heaven and earth to bless the sect. He was afraid that the Divine Sword Sect Master would not value him and rattled off all his merits. This little fellow is truly like a child, Lin Feng said with a smile, muttering to himself. How would he not know what the other party was thinking? A Qilin taking the initiative to become a sect-protecting divine beast was unprecedented, so how could he refuse? Very well, I agree. From this moment on, you are the sect-protecting divine beast of my Divine Sword Sect. Lin Feng nodded, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and spoke calmly. Upon hearing this answer, Fire God Lin felt as if he had heard celestial music, and his excitement was beyond words. He anthropomorphically raised his paws slightly and bowed. Thank you, Sect Master, for taking me in. I will certainly guard the Divine Sword Sect well and beat all enemies who invade until they flee in disarray. Fire King Lin, seeing his son's ecstatic state, felt a pang of heartache. You unfilial son, you are truly an unfilial son. You have utterly disgraced the entire Qilin clan. Clearly, you are a top-tier divine beast, towering above all living beings, able to obtain whatever you desire. Yet you abandon your rightful position as the young master of the Qilin clan, only to have your brain addled by door. Eagerly running to the Divine Sword Sect to shamelessly serve as someone else's sect-protecting divine beast, and even taking it as a supreme honor, he felt his face burning and wanted nothing more than to slap this rebellious son to death. At this moment, he even began to suspect whether Fire God Lin was truly his biological son. Otherwise, why had he not inherited his majesty and dominance? I am utterly infuriated. Just you wait. Once I thoroughly investigate the Divine Sword Sect's secrets and obliterate the Divine Sword Sect with a single palm strike, I will give you, this shameless and brazen son, a thorough thrashing and bring you back to Fire God's cave to reflect on your actions. To abandon the lofty position of Qilin Young Master and come here to be a sect-protecting divine beast, is it really that appealing? You are bewitched, utterly bewitched. Fire King Lin truly wanted to pry open Fire God Lin's head to see what this rebellious son was thinking, whether he had grown a pig's brain. Just at this moment, ding! The system senses that the host has successfully accepted a Qilin Young Master as a sect-protecting divine beast and is very pleased. In a joyous mood, it proactively presents you with a gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Enlightenment Bodhi tree initial template. Within a flower, there is a world. Within a leaf, there is a universe. The Bodhi tree contains boundless Dao rhymes and the divine power to cleanse the soul. Cultivating under the Bodhi tree allows one to not only comprehend supreme Dao rhymes, but also dispel inner demons, allowing for cultivation speed to increase by leaps and bounds. If one is fortunate enough to consume a Bodhi flower, their cultivation will increase dramatically. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Qilin Peak. This peak was formed from the essence, blood, and body of the ancestral Qilin after its fall, allowing subsequent generations of Qilin to comprehend the ancestral Qilin's supreme divine abilities and even obtain the ancestral Qilin's true inheritance and bloodline. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the 9th grade ancestral awakening pill. After consuming this pill, a portion of one's bloodline can directly revert to its ancestral form. A series of system prompts echoed in Lin Feng's mind. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth slowly curved into an arc, wearing a faint smile, and he was quite satisfied in his heart. Enlightenment Bodhi Tree Initial Template, Qilin Peak, 9th grade ancestral awakening pill. These are all excellent items. Lin Feng had to admit that the system was truly virtuous. Just moments ago, he had accepted the Qilin clan's young master as a sect-protecting divine beast, and now the system was proactively offering such treasures. This feeling was simply unparalleled. With a thought, the Enlightenment Bodhi tree and Qilin mountain appeared out of thin air in the exotic beast garden, emitting extraordinary and divine auras. At the same moment that Qilin mountain appeared in the exotic beast garden, both Fire King Lin and Fire God Lin's bodies trembled violently, their expressions drastically changing. The reason was that, deep in their hearts, they suddenly and uncontrollably felt a strong sense of being summoned, as if there was an irresistible opportunity awaiting them within the Divine Sword Sect. Hiss! Why do I suddenly have this feeling? Could it be that I am hallucinating and misperceiving? Fire King Lin muttered, feeling very puzzled. Fire God Lin, now that you are the sect-protecting divine beast of my Divine Sword Sect, I will naturally bestow upon you an opportunity. This is the 9th grade Ancestral Awakening Pill. After consuming it, it can help your bloodline revert to its ancestral form, Lin Feng said, looking at Fire God Lin. With a flick of his finger, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance of medicinal herbs and ethereal radiance, a treasure enveloped in violet flames materialized before the Fire God Lin. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was a 9-patterned pill the size of a Tang Yuan, imbued with violet fire. Furthermore, celestial phenomena danced upon its surface, as if ethereal fairies were gracefully twirling. The number 9 signifies the pinnacle, and indeed, a pill bearing 9 patterns is a veritable 9th-grade elixir, possessing extraordinary capabilities that only a 9th-grade alchemist could concoct. Previously, when Lin Feng produced the 7th-grade 7-star life extending pill, it left the venerable commoner, with profound knowledge of alchemy, utterly astonished. One can only imagine the shock that would have ensued had the venerable elder been present at this moment. Chapter 164. My son has obtained this opportunity. The rise of my ancestors is promising. Is this truly the legendary 9th-grade Ancestral Return Pill? Upon the appearance of the 9th-grade Ancestral Return Pill, the Fire King Lin gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief, and he was momentarily speechless. With his vast experience, he understood the implications of a 9th-grade pill and the tremendous benefits the 9th-grade Ancestral Return Pill would bestow upon the Fire God Lin. In the past, he had traversed numerous perilous realms and forbidden lands in search of this very pill to awaken the ancestral bloodline of the Fire God Lin, but to no avail. Such elixirs are ancient secrets, long severed from their lineage, and no one in the present day possesses the ability to create them. This highlights the rarity and immense value of such a pill. Yet here, in a mere flick of the fingers, the master of the Divine Sword Sect produced a 9th-grade Ancestral Return Pill, unhesitatingly bestowing it upon his son, the Fire God Lin. This left the Fire King Lin in a state of bewildered disbelief. Could it be that, in the eyes of the master of the Divine Sword Sect, a 9th-grade pill is as common as cabbage? Who is this master of the Divine Sword Sect, endowed with such terrifying depth, capable of casually gifting such a miraculous treasure as the 9th-grade Ancestral Return Pill? In a moment of reflection, his eyes brightened. Why ponder over such matters? The 9th-grade Ancestral Return Pill was now his son's. Once consumed, it would not only enhance the ancestral bloodline's potency, but also directly restore a portion of it, bringing him closer to the true bloodline of the ancestral Qilin. This was an immense opportunity for his son, the Fire God Lin. 9th-grade Ancestral Return Pill. Thank you, esteemed Sect Master. The Fire God Lin, overwhelmed with excitement, raised his claw and repeated bows of gratitude before exhaling, unleashing a terrifying torrent of violet flames that enveloped the 9th-grade Ancestral Return Pill, followed by a swift inhalation that drew the pill into his mouth. As the pill entered his stomach, a colossal force erupted within him, surging through his meridians and limbs like an unstoppable flood. Amidst the intense pain radiating from within, violet flames ignited around his body, transforming him into a furnace of violet flames. These flames were extraordinarily fearsome. Their mere emergence incinerated the surrounding space into nothingness, their terrifying might seemingly capable of scorching the heavens. At that moment, the Fire God Lin emanated an aura of unparalleled terror, akin to a primordial sun rising. With vitality surging like the mighty Yangtze River, thunderous roars erupted from his mouth and nose, shaking the very foundations of the universe. In that instant, it felt as if his blood was igniting, unleashing a tempest of flames that rose higher and higher, showing no signs of abating. Truly horrifying. Simultaneously, the unmatched pressure of the divine beast's bloodline surged forth unchecked, rippling outward like a shockwave, causing the very void to tremble, visible waves rippling through the air. Beasts within a radius of millions of miles, sensing this terrifying bloodline pressure, fell to their knees in reverence, trembling as if the end of the world had descended upon them. The Fire King Lin could distinctly perceive the intensifying bloodline pressure emanating from the Fire God Lin. Murmuring in excitement, "Today, my son has seized this opportunity. His future achievements are boundless. and the rise of my Qilin clan is within reach. Half an hour later, the fire god Lin fully refined the energy contained within the 9th grade ancestral return pill. His bloodline had successfully returned to its ancestral form by 10%, meaning that from this moment forth, 10% of his bloodline was equivalent to that of the ancestral Qilin. The power of the ancestral Qilin bloodline is unfathomably formidable, truly unimaginable. Even Lin Feng had to concede that divine beasts are indeed divine beasts, transcending all beings and incomparable to humanity. It is worth noting that the 9th grade ancestral return pill possesses a dominance of energy so vast that, had it been refined by a human, even the rarest of prodigies could not avoid being overwhelmed, requiring at least 10 days to a month for refinement. Yet the Qilin achieved it in half an hour. The gratitude the fire god Lin felt towards the sect master was immeasurable. He vowed to safeguard the Divine Sword Sect, ensuring no one would dare to disturb it. The fire god Lin was acutely aware of his transformation and expressed his heartfelt thanks. He understood that everything that transpired today was orchestrated by the sect master, and his gratitude ran deep. There exists a unique beast garden within the sect, where you may cultivate and reside. Perhaps even greater opportunities await you there. You may explore it at your leisure. Lin Feng responded with a slight nod, imparting this instruction. I shall adhere to the esteemed sect master's decree. The fire god Lin promptly replied with utmost respect. Lin Feng nodded, casting a casual glance at the Fire King Lin, a knowing smile gracing his lips. A subtle curve of significance. With his keen perception, he easily discerned the underlying dissatisfaction and veiled hostility from the latter. However, he paid it no mind. The foundation of the Divine Sword Sect was immensely robust. Every structure within the sect housed terrifying entities far beyond the reach of the Fire King Lin. Moreover, he could empathize. After all, the Fire King Lin was evidently a senior to the Fire God Lin, and witnessing his descendant ascend to the position of the sect's guardian beast would surely be a source of frustration. It would be quite unflattering to proclaim oneself a divine beast, yet serve as the protector of a sect. Furthermore, once the Fire King Lin accompanied the Fire God Lin into the unique beast garden and beheld the Bodhi Enlightenment tree and Qilin Mountain, not only would his discontent and hostility dissipate, but he would also be inclined to ingratiate himself with the sect master. After retracting his gaze, Lin Feng manifested the soaring to great heights technique and returned to the inverted heaven peak. Observing Lin Feng depart without a word, the Fire King Lin felt not anger, but rather a contemplative expression cross his face. My father, I am now the guardian beast of the Divine Sword Sect. I must enter the sect's beast garden. The Fire God Lin addressed the Fire King Lin. His implication was clear. Father, you may return now. Do not create any further troubles. Very well, I shall accompany you in. After all, you are still quite young and may require my oversight. The Fire King Lin casually replied, his eyes glinting with determination. His implication was unmistakable. There was no way he would let his father leave in such a subdued manner. He was determined to uncover the grand opportunities within the beast garden. Before long, the father and son arrive at the entrance of the unique beast garden. However, the sights and experiences along the way nearly left them dumbfounded. Since entering the Divine Sword Sect. Chapter 165. Father, how does it feel to be slapped in the face? Goodness, the spiritual energy within the Divine Sword Sect is even more abundant than that of the Fire God's dwelling. Gasp! On the highest peak of the Divine Sword Sect, there appears a 9-clawed golden dragon of fortune, shimmering in and out of sight for a length of 100,000 miles, along with a colossal painting of heaven and earth suppressing the sect's fortune. No wonder the fortune of the Divine Sword Sect is so formidable, astounding the heavens and shaking the earth. The magnificent chasm known as the Heavenly Bridge, imbued with the supreme essence of ancient laws and profound Tao, radiates an overwhelming aura of divine might. The formidable manifestations of ancient deities, the earthbound array towers, mystical realms of divine symbols, the intricate mechanisms of the divine machine pavilion. The pavilion of strange tales and numerous forbidden zones all exude a terrifying presence, clearly indicating a burgeoning sentience. Guarding the 4 cardinal directions of the Divine Sword Sect are the 4 sacred beast avatars, each holding a fragment of divine consciousness: the azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, and the black tortoise of the north. They soar like birds, embodying the lethal grace of serpents and tortoises, and display the unmatched vigor of dragons and tigers. These are the legendary beasts of antiquity, and should one have the opportunity to observe their forms day and night, one might glean the unfathomable powers of these divine creatures. Most notably, on the peak of Xinyuan, resembling a peerless divine weapon, there emanates a hint of chaotic brilliance, instilling a sense of dread. The foundation of the Divine Sword Sect is beyond imagination. The astonishment on their faces has yet to fade, and their understanding has been irrevocably transformed. After a prolonged moment of mental tumult, they finally composed themselves and entered the exotic beast garden. However, the instant they set foot inside, they froze in place, their expressions morphed into sheer horror, mouths agape, eyes nearly popping from their sockets, as if struck by lightning. Heavens! What have they witnessed? A colossal tree, stretching towards the heavens, its branches and leaves flourishing, casting shade over the ground, bathed in myriad strands of supreme Dao essence, exuding a divine power capable of elevating one's state of mind. Within mere breaths, Fire King Lin felt his every pore open, and he faintly grasped a fragment of the supreme Dao. Even the bottleneck of his cultivation began to loosen. More astonishingly, he sensed the dilution of his innermost obsessions. This was unmistakably a divine tree. As their gazes shifted to a nearby, unfathomable abyss, their expressions grew even more aghast. They distinctly perceived an ancient, beastly aura emanating from the depths of the pool, mingling with an overwhelming bloodline presence. After merely inhaling a few breaths of the air, Fire King Lin and Fire God Lin discovered their own bloodlines growing slightly stronger. My heavens! Could it be the fabled ancestral pool? If members of the Beast clan were to immerse themselves within, they could awaken their ancestral bloodlines, acquiring the divine techniques of their forebears, and perhaps even the true inheritance of their ancestors. The instant this terrifying conjecture arose, Fire King Lin was utterly dumbfounded, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. As the patriarch of the Qilin clan, he was privy to many secrets and had previously encountered references to the ancestral pool in the clan's ancient texts. Within the ancestral pool lay the unparalleled legacies of various divine beasts, and even remnants of divine souls. Descendants of divine beasts could bathe therein to return to their ancestral origins, reclaiming their primal bloodlines and heritage. Initially, he had dismissed this as mere myth, hardly credible. Little did he know, it was now unfolding before his very eyes, a tangible reality. If all the younger Qilin in the fire god's abode could bathe in this ancestral pool, even the most ordinary among them would awaken their bloodlines and soar to new heights. How exhilarating! Fire King Lin felt a surge of delight, envisioning hundreds of Qilin frolicking in the ancestral pool, radiating vitality akin to the primordial sun. This was a tremendous opportunity for the Qilin clan. Their ascension was imminent. The thought of daily immersions in the ancestral pool, followed by meditative contemplation beneath the Bodhi tree of enlightenment, filled him with euphoria. Should the Qilin clan fail to rise from such a divine chance, they would be beyond redemption. No, even lesser than foolish swine. Such a monumental opportunity. He shook his head vigorously to maintain his composure, only to inadvertently notice a towering peak resembling a Qilin standing upon clouds. Upon seeing this mountain, Fire King Lin felt an inexplicable connection to his bloodline. An overwhelming impulse to kneel before the peak surged within him. Is it possible that this is the mountain formed from the bloodline and body of the ancestral Qilin, which fell countless years ago? Fire King Lin gasped internally. He recalled from the clan's sacred text the account of Qilin Peak. After the ancestral Qilin's demise, though its spirit was lost, its essence transformed into a mountain, embodying the supreme techniques and heritage of the ancestral Qilin, a true treasure of the Qilin clan. The essence and appearance of this mountain aligned perfectly with the descriptions in the texts. Should one cultivate upon Qilin Peak, they could comprehend the supreme techniques of the ancestral Qilin and perhaps even inherit its precious bloodline. In such a manner, the Qilin clan's strength would undoubtedly surge. The revival of their former glory was not beyond the realm of possibility. Incredible. First the Bodhi tree, then the ancestral pool, and now Qilin Peak. Who is the master of the Divine Sword Sect? Their foundation is nothing short of miraculous. Fire King Lin inhaled sharply, genuinely impressed, his expression betraying a hint of trepidation. When he decided to approach the Divine Sword Sect, he had intended to diminish it with a single blow. Now, that seemed a ludicrous jest. Fortuitously, he had not attracted the attention of the sect's master, for otherwise, he would have sought refuge in the earth itself. Observing his father's jaw nearly drop to the ground, Fire God Lin could not suppress his pride, a smugness radiating from him. Wasn't he previously labeled as a rebellious son, with his father exhausting every effort to thwart his desire to become the guardian beast of the Divine Sword Sect? Now, he comprehends the immense power of the sect, does he not? How does it feel, father, to have your face so thoroughly slapped? Fire God Lin reveled in his inner monologue, grateful he had persevered. Otherwise, such grand opportunities would have slipped through his fingers. Yet just then, an utterly audacious thought surged forth in Fire King Lin's mind, spiraling beyond restraint. Chapter 166. The Double Standard Patriarch. The Qilin clan relocates, relocate. The entire clan relocates, moving the entire Fire God abode to the Divine Sword Sect's exotic beast garden. Imagine the younger Qilin bathing daily in the ancestral pool, then seeking enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, and subsequently cultivating upon Qilin Peak. Just the thought alone filled Fire King Lin with immense satisfaction. Fire God, focus on your cultivation in this exotic beast garden. Do not grow complacent. I must return to the Fire God abode immediately to bring our entire clan to the Divine Sword Sect. With those parting words, he executed his divine movement technique and vanished from the Divine Sword Sect in an instant. Upon witnessing his father's hasty departure, Fire God Lin was left dumbfounded. Did I hear that correctly? The entire clan relocating to the Divine Sword Sect's exotic beast garden? Is this something a dignified leader of the Qilin clan would do? Just moments ago, he had vehemently opposed my desire to serve as the guardian beast of the Divine Sword Sect, even threatening to strike me down. Why, after merely touring the sect, is he now fervently pursuing a relocation? Is this face-slapping not occurring at an alarming rate? Alas, I never anticipated my father to possess such glaring double standards. It's utterly embarrassing. No, it's disgraceful for the Qilin. Fire God Lin muttered to himself, his disdain unmasked. If Fire King Lin were to hear this remark, he would undoubtedly respond with conviction. What do you know? Such extraordinary opportunities are not to be squandered. If you do not seize them swiftly, will you wait for other divine beasts to arrive? Double standards? In the face of such fortuitous events, what does it even matter? Shortly after Fire King Lin departed, Fire God Lin plunged into the ancestor reversion pool with a splash, initiating his bathing and cultivation regimen. The ancestor reversion pool, rather than merely a pond, resembled a small lake, capable of accommodating hundreds of Qilins simultaneously. At this moment, the extraordinary energies within the pool were profoundly transforming his physique and enhancing his bloodline talents. A powerful aura continuously emanated from him, gradually intensifying. It was evident that Fire God Lin was steadily growing stronger. On the inverted heaven peak, within the cultivation chamber of the sect leader, Lin Feng sat cross-legged upon a Bodhi meditation mat. Upon witnessing the astonished expressions of Fire God Lin and Fire King Lin through the sect's map, a subtle smile graced his lips. The ancestor reversion pool could aid divine beasts in reverting their bloodlines and even obtaining ancestral legacies, if luck were to favor them. The acquisition of remnants of divine beast souls was not out of the question. The Qilin Peak, formed from the essence and body of the ancestral Qilin, was rich in treasures, and its essence was as potent as that of the divine phoenix. Should the Qilin clan cultivate upon Qilin Peak, they would undoubtedly achieve rapid progress, with opportunities to gain the unparalleled divine abilities and blood essence of the ancestral Qilin, as well as the powerful true teachings of the ancestral Qilin. These two fortunes were, without a doubt, extraordinary boons for the Qilin clan. Lin Feng murmured softly, taken aback by Fire King Lin's resolute decision to relocate the entire Qilin clan to the exotic beast garden. This was quite unexpected. Yet, should Fire King Lin truly lead the Qilin clan to join the Divine Sword Sect, the foundation and fortune of the sect would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, and its overall strength would naturally take a significant leap forward. A satisfied expression spread across Lin Feng's face. According to his original expectations, It was only natural for Fire King Lin to be astonished upon witnessing the foundation of the Divine Sword Sect, and to yield to its might would be entirely reasonable. Even courting favor would make sense. However, a complete clan relocation was somewhat alarming. After all, hundreds of Chilants, divine beasts, would surely incite fierce competition among major sects, unleashing a maelstrom of bloodshed. Yet here, at the Divine Sword Sect, they were not only approaching the Mountain Gate, but also relocating as a clan. Was this not excessively outrageous? Lin Feng cast a glance at the young Qilin, blissfully bathing, and smiled faintly before closing the sect map. The Divine Sword Sect was growing increasingly powerful. Although he had achieved the Heavenly King realm, it was still far from sufficient, merely placing him at a mid-level within the sect. He needed to devote himself to further cultivation. Lin Feng pondered. This was not an instance of false humility, but rather an honest appraisal of his situation. Xinyuan Qingtian was a formidable presence, a true Emperor Realm expert, whose strength dwarfed Lin Feng's by a considerable margin. Of course, Xinyuan Qingtian was his partner, and he could accept her superiority. Du Gu Qingming in the Emperor Realm, Yuan Shengxin in the Monarch Realm, and Wen Ren Yimei in the True King Realm, all surpassed him significantly, and each possessed exceptional talents and divine abilities that he could not hope to rival, considering his own strength, excluding all external factors. This was something he could begrudgingly accept, as true destined women would likely end up in his embrace. Yet, when he considered the 9 elderly individuals from Taoyuan village, each missing limbs but still stronger than him, how could he, as the sect leader, retain any semblance of dignity? Thus, Lin Feng cast aside his distractions and activated the Qinquent Divine Decision, entering a state of closed-door cultivation. An overwhelming and sharp aura, tinged with a hint of searing heat, began to emanate from him, radiating outward in all directions. This aura crushed the surrounding void, causing it to warp and collapse, creating visible ripples in space, a truly terrifying spectacle. Above him, the Taiji Yin-Yang fish emblem reemerged, with a golden sword manifesting as well, exuding an unparalleled sharpness that sliced through the void, leaving countless cracks in its wake. Not only that, but he also radiated a faint divine phoenix pressure that compelled all beasts to submit. Through the transformative energy of the divine phoenix blood, his chaos supreme Dao Body had ascended to a higher level, now possessing a trace of the divine phoenix bloodline. As time passed, the aura he exuded gradually intensified. Days later, above the entrance of the Divine Sword Sect, a figure cloaked in black robes, gaunt and emanating a sense of extinction, materialized. How audacious! This mere sect dares to disregard my Zhuili dynasty and take the waste of Yao Wujian as a disciple. Even if Yao Wujian once possessed the so-called invincible battle body of the Yinglong, what of it? Just a fleeting moment, ultimately devoured by the fortune and talent of my Zhuili dynasty's prince. Despite being a doomed individual, he still dared to show himself. Did he not realize he was a waste? Now, my Zhuili princely guy, sure, not only possesses the body of a python sparrow, but also wields the aura of a human emperor of the Yinglong. He is the true, favored child of heaven and earth. The python sparrow devours dragons. Zhuili shall rise. No one can obstruct this, nor can anyone destroy it. The cloaked elder raised his head slightly, a proud expression upon his face, as he looked down upon the Divine Sword Sect, his eyes brimming with disdain and mockery. Chapter 167. Can the King's fury truly wipe out all? This insignificant Divine Sword Sect dares to defy the mighty Zhuili dynasty. It is nothing short of courting death, he thought. Do any of you know who this individual is? Indeed, this black-robed elder is none other than Wu Lao, sent by Zhuili princely Gai Shi to spy on the Divine Sword Sect and seek an opportunity to once again incapacitate Yao Wujian. With a ripple in space, Wu Lao utilized his divine abilities to conceal his figure, casting a disdainful glance at the Divine Sword Sect below, a cold and cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He emanated an aura of terrifying strength, characteristic of a peak true king realm expert. This energy caused the surrounding void to thrum ominously, stirring the winds and clouds and creating visible ripples in space, which ultimately could not withstand the pressure and twisted into collapse. Undoubtedly, Wu Lao was a peak true king realm expert. In the vast expanse of I Ching, peak true king realm experts are truly terrifying existences that can instill dread in countless martial artists. It is no exaggeration to say that even breaking through to the innate realm is a height that many martial artists cannot hope to reach in their lifetime, let alone the numerous heights above the true king realm. I have stepped into the peak true king realm for many years, having fought countless battles. I am but a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the human emperor realm and becoming the emperor of warriors, a mere emerging sect like the Divine Sword Sect. I could easily obliterate with a flick of my hand. Clearly, Wu Lao was exceedingly confident in his strength, viewing the Divine Sword Sect as nothing more than an ignorant ant. Yao Wujian, you were born to be the garment and stepping stone for Julie Princely Gai Shi. If you truly regain your cultivation talent this time and tread the martial path again, I will make you experience what complete despair truly means, Wu Lao murmured, a glint of icy ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, his face twisted with sinister delight. Do any of you think that Wu Lao has no grievances against Yao Wujian, yet harbors such merciless intent, as if they share an irreconcilable enmity? The reason is simple. Aside from his desire to gain merit before Julie Princely Gai Shi, he also dares not defy the prince's will. While Li Gai Shi may appear humble and courteous, embodying the demeanor of a noble young master, in truth, he is a cold-blooded, capricious individual, willing to employ any means to achieve his ends. Just the thought of Li Gai Shi's methods sends shivers down his spine. If this matter is not handled well by him, he will undoubtedly face dire consequences upon his return. Fortunately, the Divine Sword Sect is merely a minor sect, posing no significant threat to him. By incapacitating Yao Wujiang and annihilating the Divine Sword Sect, he is certain to receive the favor of Prince Jiu Li. Drawing a deep breath, he gazed down at the Divine Sword Sect in the distance and boomed. Envoy of the Jiu Li dynasty has deigned to visit the Divine Sword Sect. Is the sect master not forthcoming to pay his respects? His voice resonated like thunder, shaking the very heavens and earth, unleashing a formidable gust of energy that stirred the winds. In an instant, the skies darkened, ominous clouds gathered, and the roar of chaos echoed throughout the realms, dimming even the brilliance of the sun and moon. Almost simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of annihilation swept through the atmosphere. Elder Wu, with hands clasped behind his back and head held high, exuded an air of superiority, evidently waiting for the sect master to greet him with obsequiousness. In his mind, as a superpower at the true king realm, he believed he could reduce the Divine Sword Sect to ashes with a mere flick of his hand. Coupled with his identity as the envoy of Prince Jiu Li, he was confident that the sect master would tremble in fear before him, eager to curry favor. However, while his imagination painted a glorious picture, reality proved to be cruel, shattering his illusions. After a lengthy wait, not a single figure from the Divine Sword Sect emerged. The silence was unervingly profound. It was akin to a mad dog barking outside a door, while those inside chose to ignore it entirely. How utterly dismissive of him! Elder Wu's countenance darkened, and he called out once more, "I am the envoy of the Jiu Li dynasty. Why do you not come forth to welcome me?" This time, his voice was louder and tinged with irritation. Yet, the Divine Sword Sect remained unresponsive. Were they deaf? Clearly not. They were willfully disregarding him. This blatant neglect ignited a surge of anger within Elder Wu, causing his aura to fluctuate erratically, mirroring his tumultuous emotions. Who was he? A formidable true king, feared by countless martial artists, on the brink of ascending to the emperor realm. He was also the envoy of Prince Jiu Li, representing the will of a colossal dynasty. Each of his identities was steeped in immense prestige. Yet here, at the Divine Sword Sect, they had chosen to leave him waiting at the mountain gate, treating him as if he were inconsequential. How could he not be enraged? A tempest of fury erupted from Elder Wu, akin to a dormant volcano awakening after millennia. The very fabric of the heavens trembled, and the winds howled as if the apocalypse were nigh. It felt as if the entire Divine Sword Sect would be consumed by his wrath. The sect master, very well, you have successfully provoked my ire. Since you choose to disregard my authority, you shall meet your demise. Prepare to understand the true meaning of a king's wrath and the lifelong regret that follows. Elder Wu's face flushed with anger as he shouted vehemently. Meanwhile, within the Divine Sword Sect, atop the inner disciples' peak, Yao Wujiang clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding audibly, as his eyes bore into the skies beyond the mountain gate, radiating palpable fury. "You, Li Gai Shi, who stole my fortune and the essence of the Dragon Emperor 16 years ago, now dare send a powerful envoy to the Divine Sword Sect, seeking my annihilation. This is intolerable. Today, even if I must confront you directly, I will not endanger the sect. Yao Wujiang's resolve hardened. Chapter 168. The true king stupefied, suspected half-step saint? He was aware of Elder Wu's formidable strength, having achieved true king status many years ago. In the face of the Divine Sword Sect, Elder Wu's prowess was hardly formidable. Eliminating him would be a mere trifle. However, representing Li Gaisher's will, and thus the Jiuli dynasty, changed the stakes considerably. The Jiuli dynasty was an unfathomable behemoth, home to countless strong warriors, making Elder Wu's true king status only a drop in the ocean. Should the Divine Sword Sect eliminate Elder Wu, it would undoubtedly invite the wrath of this colossal entity, placing the sect in peril. The sect master has granted me the body of the ancestral dragon, reversing my fate and allowing me to tread the path of martial arts once more, imbuing me with unparalleled power and extending my lifespan. If I were to allow the sect to fall into crisis due to my actions, would I not be lower than a beast? Yao Wujiang's eyes gleamed with determination. Today, even if he were to be rendered powerless again, he would not permit the sect master to attract the ire of the Jiuli dynasty on his behalf. As he prepared to stride towards the mountain gate to confront Elder Wu alone, a commanding voice resonated from the peak of the sect. A mere old dog dares to bark at the gates of my Divine Sword Sect? What gives you the audacity? The Jiuli dynasty? Elders, why do you not silence this old cur? What are you waiting for? Upon hearing the sect master's words, a tempest of energy surged throughout the Divine Sword Sect, as powerful auras ascended to the heavens. Beside the ancient divine statue, the formidable Xiongba abruptly awakened from his meditative state, trembling involuntarily. He immediately sent forth his divine sense, pinpointing the black-robed elder outside the mountain gate, his eyes ablaze with a chilling murderous intent. A mere true king dared to offend the majesty of the sect master? Such audacity was utterly reckless. As an elder of the Divine Sword Sect, failing to notice this was a grave disservice to the sect master. Fearing the master's displeasure, he swiftly activated his divine speed and darted towards the mountain gate. Simultaneously, within the ancient battlefield of the Tsangyan secret realm, the bloodthirsty Sword Emperor's expression darkened, emanating an aura of terrifying sword intent that cleaved the surrounding void into countless fissures. Without delay, he summoned his divine speed, rushing towards the mountain gate, dripping with murderous intent. In the Earth Array Tower, the Array demon surged forth, its presence a tidal wave as it sped towards the mountain gate. In the forbidden zone of the 10,000 Poisons ruins, the Poison Demon Lord, shrouded in toxic miasma, transformed into a cloud of darkness as he drifted towards the mountain gate. The celestial calculator emerged from the divine mechanism tower, while Granny Wangu and the Talismancer appeared from their respective domains. The four absolutes gentlemen materialized from the Oddities Pavilion, and the commoner elder emerged from the divine Pill Peak. The sect master had bestowed upon them tremendous opportunities, akin to a rebirth, in their eyes. He was akin to a deity. Now, a mere true king dared to utter threats against the sect master? Such insolence was an affront to their dignity. They sought to obliterate this scoundrel into oblivion. The last to emerge was Xian Yuan Qingtian, but she was the first, aside from Lin Feng, to sense Elder Wu's presence. Initially, engrossed in her training within the Elder's secluded chamber atop Xian Yuan Peak, she was incensed by the audacity of the words echoing from the mountain gate. A mere true king ain't dare to threaten her man? Such insolence was intolerable. Had she followed her usual temperament, she would have rushed forth to strike him down with a single blow, easily achievable given her true emperor prowess. However, her identity has transformed. She is now the woman of Lin Feng. Although this has not been publicly declared, she wholeheartedly acknowledges Lin Feng. In all her endeavors, she prioritizes his perspective. The sect has recently acquired a group of formidable elders, providing a perfect opportunity for evaluation. First, a test of strength. Second, a test of loyalty. Thus, she suppresses her inner fury and waits for all the elders to mobilize before heading to the mountain gate. Meanwhile, in the Beast Garden, the fire god Lin, immersed in the ancestral return pool for bathing and cultivation, suddenly opens his eyes, emitting a thunderous roar as he soars towards the mountain gate. intent on exterminating the insignificant creatures that dare to threaten the sect master. Having recently become the guardian beast of the Divine Sword Sect, he perceives the audacity of these pests as a direct affront to his authority. However, as he ascends into the sky, he witnesses numerous powerful figures emerging from various corners of the sect, demonstrating their extraordinary abilities as they converge towards the mountain gate. This sight momentarily stuns him, prompting a shake of his head as he returns to the beast garden, diving back into the ancestral return pool to continue his cultivation. Within the sect, the strength of its members is overwhelming. Even the latest arrivals, despite not exhibiting any discernible aura, instill a profound sense of caution within him, confirming their status as supreme beings. He decides against joining the fray, knowing that his presence would not assert his status as a divine beast. He can wait for a more formidable adversary to showcase his might. Disciples such as Duga Qingming, Yuan Xingxin, and Wenren Yinmei merely cast a glance towards the mountain gate before returning to their secluded cultivation. Without a directive from the sect master, they naturally adhere to their duties. Moreover, with a cadre of fearsome elders, their presence is altogether unnecessary. Above the mountain gate, Elder Wu exudes an unparalleled aura, a sense of annihilation that reaches its zenith. With murderous intent radiating palpably from his eyes, he has resolved that the moment the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect reveals themselves, he will strike decisively to release his pent-up rage. However, instead of encountering the sect master, he is confronted with an overwhelming presence that sends shivers down his spine. He acutely senses a vast, unmatched aura ascending from within the Divine Sword Sect. No, it is not merely one aura, but a multitude, each rendering him insignificant, as if with a mere thought they could obliterate him. This revelation terrifies him to his core, causing his mind to tremble, his scalp to prickle, and goosebumps to erupt uncontrollably. To put it dramatically, he is utterly petrified, questioning his very existence. How can this be? The presence he detects is at least that of the Heavenly King realm, with 2 Earth King realm cultivators having already transcended to the Heavenly King realm. What is happening? How can such a small sect like the Divine Sword Sect possess so many formidable beings? Furthermore, there exists an aura that surpasses the true Emperor realm, seemingly indicative of a half-step saint-level power. Yet this is not even the most alarming aspect. The most terrifying revelation is an almost imperceptible sharp aura that eclipses even that of the half-step saint, enveloping it in an overwhelming celestial might and an aura of invincibility. Who could have said that the Divine Sword Sect is merely a fledgling sect? Elder Wu is so frightened that he trembles uncontrollably, nearly losing control of his bladder. He appears as if he has succumbed to madness, his complexion pale as fear and dread threaten to spill from his eyes. An unprecedented crisis looms over him, spreading like a virus within his heart, unstoppable. Cursed be it, what have I just done? I recklessly demanded the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect to meet me, and foolishly threatened them, insisting they would regret it for a lifetime. Who will truly regret it for a lifetime? The Divine Sword Sect is brimming with powerful beings, its depths unfathomable. Am I seeking my own demise? Elder Wu is engulfed in horror, realizing he has acted foolishly. Had he known better, he would never have approached the Divine Sword Sect. Flee, escape at all costs. This thought spirals wildly in his mind. However, will the elders of the Divine Sword Sect grant him this opportunity? Just as he prepares to employ forbidden techniques to escape, the terrifying aura has already locked onto him. And before he can react, a group of powerful figures has encircled him. So, you're the scoundrel who demanded the sect master to pay respects? You dared threaten our sect master, speaking of giving face, yet being ungrateful, seeking your own demise, and invoking the wrath of kings? Come now, show me your wrath. Xiong Ba glares coldly at Elder Wu, an aura of killing intent radiating from him. Ba, what a pathetic creature. Did you not even take a moment to reflect on your worth before demanding our sect master to pay respects? How dare you even think of threatening our sect master? Our sect master is of a caliber beyond your comprehension. In their eyes, you are not even the worth of a mere insect. Now tell me, how do you wish to die? The bloodthirsty Sword Emperor, known for his fiery temper, steps forward, ready to unleash a torrent of curses before demanding the life of Elder Wu. Wait, I am an envoy from the Ninely Dynasty. You cannot kill me. If you do, the Ninely Dynasty will not spare you. Grant me a path to safety. I recognize my errors and shall never again offend the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect. Upon encountering him, I will take a detour 3 miles away. Elder Wu desperately attempts to maintain his composure, yet his voice trembles uncontrollably as he can distinctly sense the overwhelming murderous intent radiating from these individuals. Any sign of defiance on his part would undoubtedly lead to his merciless execution. His only hope lies in the belief that they might fear the Ninely dynasty or grant it some measure of respect. What Ninely dynasty? Anyone who dares to disrespect our sect master, regardless of who they are, shall be executed without mercy. The bloodthirsty Sword Emperor snorts coldly, his eyes flashing with lethal intent as he unsheathes a rusted, oversized iron sword. With a hum, the sword's aura soars skyward, stirring the winds and causing the heavens to tremble. You are the legendary bloodthirsty Sword Emperor. Before Elder Wu can finish his words, the bloodthirsty Sword Emperor cleaves him into a mist of blood with a single strike, leaving not even a trace of his soul to escape. Terrifying, the sheer horror of it all, until his last breath. Elder Wu is left questioning how the bloodthirsty Sword Emperor came to be in the Divine Sword Sect. He feels an overwhelming sense of frustration, regret, and fear. Had he known such terrifying beings resided within the sect, he would have never set foot here, even at the cost of his life. And thus, it is aptly termed delivering one's head from miles away. After dealing with Elder Wu, Xiong Ba and the others prepare to return to the sect when they suddenly pause, exchanging peculiar glances and smirking slightly as they sense a fluctuation in aura rapidly approaching the Divine Sword Sect, laden with unmistakable hostility and murderous intent. Oh, this is intriguing. Having just crushed a pest, now a flock of weaklings approaches. It has been quite some time since I last took action. This could be a delightful diversion. The bloodthirsty Sword Emperor chuckles coldly, cracking his knuckles. Go on, go away. One-eyed dragon, do you still have a sense of martial ethics? You just claimed the first head. Do you wish to play again? We cannot allow you to steal the spotlight this time. Indeed, Xiong Ba and the others express their dissatisfaction, collectively casting disdainful glances at the bloodthirsty Sword Emperor. Moments later, several formidable figures emerge, exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust, clad in black robes with hoods obscuring their faces, their eyes glinting with a chilling malice. Each of them is shrouded in swirling black mist, reminiscent of demons. Why do I feel that something is amiss? The leader of the group furrowed his brow and murmured. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of foreboding spread uncontrollably within him. If the fellow cultivators had observed the preceding events, they would undoubtedly recognize their identities. Indeed, they were the formidable beings from the Underworld Palace, tasked by the Palace Master of the Heavenly Court to eliminate Yixian. Furthermore, they were instructed to wash the Divine Sword Sect in blood and even raze it to the ground. To them, this task should have been a trivial endeavor. Given their immense power, dealing with a mere Divine Sword Sect was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, upon their arrival at the Divine Sword Sect, they encountered a group of elderly men, some missing limbs, as if they had been waiting specifically for their arrival. The way these old men gazed at them was reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey, sending a jolt of unease through the hearts of the Underworld Palace members. At that moment, the leader of the Underworld Palace warriors caught sight of a pool of blood at the entrance of the Divine Sword Sect, still fresh, clearly left not long ago. In an instant, his eyes widened in realization, as if he had uncovered something monumental. Indeed, he discerned that this blood contained the chi of a true king realm expert. The other Underworld Palace warriors beside him also widened their eyes in shock, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. A collective gasp escaped their lips, and they involuntarily shuddered. It was evident to anyone with an ounce of sense that a true king realm expert had recently fallen here, undoubtedly slain by a member of the Divine Sword Sect. No wonder. The peculiar gaze of these limbless elders. They were, in fact, observing a group of lambs awaiting slaughter. Forgive us, esteemed elders. We merely wandered here by mistake. Please do not misunderstand. We shall take our leave and ensure we never stray into this place again. Having said that, several Underworld Palace warriors unleashed their formidable powers, preparing to flee the Divine Sword Sect. After all, would they remain to witness another execution at the hands of their foes? Did they not see that a true King Realm expert had already been reduced to a mist of blood?